What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 We Chapter 88. Look at you, the law of heaven and earth. Success, he actually managed to get past the 7th floor. 1. This is impossible, there must be something tricky. When Su Xin came out alive, there was a commotion outside immediately, especially those of the upper human race. The reaction was stronger than that of the celestial human race. They glared at Su Xin, as if wishing to disassemble each other's limbs to see what happened. Instead, it was Su Xin. He scratched his head a little dazedly. He couldn't remember all the memories in the Tower of Trials. But he can be sure that if you want to clear this Tower of Trials, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Because he exploded 3 hearts of life, but Su Xin checked himself and found out that Wu Feiken's guess was not correct. He took the initiative to enter the Tower of Trials. Although there was a rule that you must die if you failed, the corresponding reward was also extremely high. It is indeed a complete Dao mark reward. No one had passed the 5th floor in the second mode before, so Su Xin obtained 49 Dao marks, which were complete Dao marks. This made Su Xin overjoyed. Although 3 hearts of life were exploded, this thing can be recovered by drawing the energy of heaven and earth in the future. Equal to no loss. Seeing Su Xin ignoring everyone's gaze, he walked slowly to Wu Feiken, and with a move with his right hand, he recalled Lu Shen into his body. Su Xin has more than one storage bag, most of which are stored in Lu Shen's body. But unfortunately, in order to break into the trial tower, he carried a storage bag with equipment on his body, but it was destroyed by his own explosion. However, as long as the ascension disc is still there, Su Xin can accept these losses. After Lu Shen merged into Su Xin's body, he immediately communicated with him and informed the green-haired boy from the spiritual world about communicating with her. Su Xin couldn't help but set his eyes on the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy gave Su Xin a deep look, then turned and left. What's going on? At this time, Wu Feiken inevitably had to ask a question. I don't know, the memory about this trial was erased after I finished, and I can't remember it. Su Xin spread out his hands. Could it be because of the initiative to enter, so the difficulty will be reduced? The hidden professional from Yanjing, the twin warrior, Zhao Kai, she suddenly interrupted and asked a question. I don't know, can you try it? Su Xin pointed to the tower. Before the 10 people from Yanguo gathered, except Wu Feiken who was more intimate with Su Xin because of his sister, most of the others were indifferent to Su Xin. So he is very close to Wu Feiken. Su Xin is the kind of straightforward character that you are good to me, that everyone is a good brother. He show a bad face with Laozi, it is impossible for him to treat you as a human being. So what's the reward after clearing the game? Zhao Kai asked again. Su Xin simply didn't bother to care about her. If she wasn't from the Yan Kingdom, she would have scolded her with stinky words. Wait a moment. Seeing Su Xin turn to leave here, Wu Feiken immediately stopped him. What's wrong? Su Xin asked back. Pay attention, other people. The look in your eyes is to eat people. Wu Feiken gestured to the side. Su Xin just glanced around for a while, and was shocked to find that the eyes of almost 100 or so testers present were all focused on him. Those Shangren were even more undisguised, as if Su Xin dared to leave the area where fighting was forbidden, he would swarm him and besiege him. Advertisement Su Xin was able to pass through the Tower of Trials. These people can't even have the most basic judgments. But still dare to reveal such intentions so frankly. It's nothing more than that. If there are more people, there are fewer people, and everyone dares to do it. Su Xin patted Wu Feiken on the shoulder and smiled confidently. It's okay. 1. Wu Feiken heard the words and wanted to dissuade him. But if you think about it carefully, if Su Xin doesn't leave here quickly, and the Celestial Clan continues to call people over, wouldn't the situation be even more serious? He just thought of this. He saw Su Xin jumped straight down towards Jianfei Mountain. Does he really dare to leave? Jane, let's go? He has obtained a complete Dao mark, and no matter what, he cannot be allowed to leave Function Mountain alive. He can pass through the Tower of Trials, which also means that his future achievements are limitless, or he may become the great enemy of my world of heaven and man, and he can't stay. Kill. 1. The celestial human race and the Shang human race are not pretending at all. That day, the human youth Yu waved his arm, and hundreds of people from the human race left the top of the mountain in unison, and followed him to pursue Su Xin. The home field advantage of others is in front of you, so you should keep a low profile. You don't have to look at me, you can help yourself if you want. Seeing this, Wu Feiken couldn't help but look at Zhao Kai and another person, Tong Yongyu, but they had no intention of helping, and Tong Yongyu replied ruthlessly. Wu Feiken was in a hurry, but he didn't want to waste more words at this time. After hesitating for a while, he followed. In fact, Wu Feiken didn't really want to help Su Xin. But if there is a situation where it only takes him one shot to get Su Xin out of trouble, he does help. If Su Xin was really besieged by one-sided, in the end, he could only regret leaving. He admires Su Xin very much. He is also a martial artist. He can also feel Su Xin's straightforward character. He is a person worthy of deep friendship. But in the face of life and death, he can only make the most rational decision. Under the top of Jianfei Mountain, Su Xin sat comfortably on the back of Jalo Ghosts and Gods, and looked at the heavenly clan Yu and the other Shangren with a fearless expression. You were brave enough. Seeing that Su Xin was not hiding, Yu couldn't help showing a trace of fear in his eyes. The more the other party is like this, the more uneasy it makes him. Thank you for your compliments. By the way, before you besiege me, can you take a look at your Fat Xiangdi? Su Xin laughed, sitting on the ghost of the Garo. He looked down at Yu and said so. For Su Xin, who knows Taoist culture, these four characters are not ordinary things. In Su Xin's mind, transforming into a Buddha on the top is not worthy of lifting shoes for Fa, heaven, ephemerality and earth. But in this world, there is actually a race that is born with the so-called law, heaven and earth. He was very curious, very curious. I just want to see what the Dharma, celestial and earth of the celestial people are. Seeing that Yu didn't reply, Su Xin continued. Oh, you don't have the master law? You are the trash of the celestial clan, and you can enter Function Mountain only through the back door? You don't have to use the clumsy tricks. Since you want to see it, it's as you want. Yu heard the words and laughed. He does, because his eyebrows also have a mark, which is different from the thunder and lightning mark of Yu. Yu led people to surround and kill Su Xin, because the god Yamamoto was left by the ancient powerhouse of his heaven and human race. The reason why human beings in the human world can still come to participate in the trial is simply because the upper-level interests of the two sides have reached an agreement. But from a standpoint, Yu did right. If Function Mountain was the home ground of human beings in the human world, then if there were alien races who had benefited greatly from their own inheritance and trial grounds, humans would also swarm to attack them. Advertisement, however, this Yu is also a highly anticipated young hero among the celestial clan. How can there be no arrogance in his heart? At the same level, if he besieged Su Xin and won, he would naturally hurt his self-esteem. And now this person has the stance of wanting to fight him one-on-one, so he will naturally challenge. If he really loses to this human genius, he will not hesitate to besiege him again. Fat Xiangdi 1 yuan true water. At this moment, Yu let out a low voice, and the mark between his eyebrows suddenly flashed, and his aura continued to rise. Behind it, a huge water drop figure appeared, hanging above Yu's head. That water drop is several dozen feet in size. As soon as it appeared at this moment, the surrounding atmospheric moisture continued to gather towards it, as if the power of the water element between the heavens and the earth was ordered. It's not quite what I imagined. Su Xin slowly got up, looked up at the 1 yuan true water, and whispered in her heart. Yu's law was so oppressive that the heaven and the earth seemed to be constricted, and an unprecedented sense of oppression flooded Su Xin's heart. The water spirit swallows the rain. Looking at Na Yu again, he pointed with his right hand, and the water droplets burst into pieces, turning into boundless water vapor that enveloped the sky. Whoa! All of a sudden, when everyone looked up again, they saw that the sky was covered by a river. The river was suspended above the dome, vast and turbulent. Town. Yu drank again. The huge river poured directly towards Su Xin below. For a time, the sky and the earth hummed loudly, giving people a terrifying sense of sight that the sky was falling. This is the law of heaven and earth. Wu Feiken, who followed up, hid in one place, looking at the majestic spectacle in the sky. His face was full of shock. He silently calculated in his heart, if it was himself, would he be able to block this move? But it was too late for him to think about it. Qian Li Zhao. The power of Zhang He's inclination has already loomed over Su Xin's head. The Garo ghost in the shape of Su Xin stood up immediately, with his arms in the sky. He wanted to block this move. But when the arms of the Garo ghosts touched the mighty river, cracks appeared in their arms in an instant, and they continued to spread towards the whole body. The Garo ghosts and gods only lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the defense was completely broken. And at this time, bang, bang, the ground suddenly burst, and two huge wooden shields with fangs and grimace stretched out from the ground and blocked Su Xin's head. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. No matter how turbulent the power of the river was, the wooden shield only had cracks, but it still failed to break through the defense. Su Xin, standing under the wooden shield, looked indifferent. At this time, he even looked at Na Yu, and the look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "Cub, Daddy is very disappointed." After a while wood expulsion jutsu's defense has not been broken. Su Xin laughed suddenly, but the laughter was not very loud, but it deeply hurt Na Yu's self-esteem, making his face suddenly become extremely ugly, and the gloomy can drip out of water. This is your Dharma heaven and earth? What is 1 yuan real water called? Empty has its name. I am really disappointed. My assessment is only worth 50 cents. Ahahaha, trash, I'm laughing to death. As he spoke, Su Xin couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately laughed and mocked. Chapter 89 Liashen. Hey my Liashen, Liashen's law is heaven and earth. With Su Xin's won and ridicule, Na Yu's face became more and more ugly until it began to twist. He looked at Su Xin now, as if he saw the enemy who killed his father and humiliated his mother. I want you to die, he shouted hysterically, seeing that the billowing river of Su Xin suddenly set off a monstrous wave. The endless river water that covered the sky was actually condensed in one place in an extremely crazy trend at this moment, and finally turned into a sky-high spear. Su Xin looked up, with no surprise or joy in her eyes. The sky-high spear locked Su Xin firmly at the moment, giving Su Xin an intuitive feeling that he couldn't dodge no matter what he did. You actually made Mr. Yu so popular to use this trick? This time, the bastards of the human race are dead. Don't be careless. Today is absolutely not allowed to leave this person alive. He can easily block Lord Yu's law, the sky and the earth, which is enough to show his strength. I'm going to make a move quickly, but looking at Lord Yu's face, he doesn't seem to want me to wait for the shot. The other side, the testers of the Shangren who surrounded Su Xin fell into a situation where it was difficult to ride a tiger. They were inclined to not talk nonsense and directly besieged Su Shin. But now Yu is clearly on top and wants to kill Su Shin by himself to prove his power. The mere human race dares to bark in front of the celestial race. I want you to know the fate of angering me. Behold, Na Yu was so angry that he started talking nonsense. Why doesn't Su Shin panic at all until now? Wu Feiken looked at this thrilling scene with doubts in his eyes. The opponent's numerical advantage is too great, and although Su Shin blocked Yu's first wave of Fa Tianxiang's offensive, it was obvious that it was not his true full strength. Wu Feiken has no doubts. Don't look at the hesitation of the surrounding Shangren, but they didn't rush forward. But as long as the teenagers of the human race tend to be suppressed by Su Shin that day, these people will definitely make a thunderous attack and kill Su Shin. Yu's eyes were furious. He saw with his own eyes that his sky-high spear easily broke Su Shin 860's defensive shield, and he was suddenly shocked. Look down at this. I saw that his feet were covered with purple goblins, and his whole body was unknowingly embraced by these purple goblins. A strong sense of weakness was welling up in him. Not good, he exclaimed in his heart. The right hand formed a palm-killing attitude and pushed out with a palm in the direction behind him. Snapped. His right palm was grabbed suddenly. No, it can still be found. Su Shin's voice appeared in Yu's ear, and the figure of the person holding his right palm gradually emerged. It was Su Shin. At this time, Su Shin was covered by shadowless ghosts and gods, and has achieved the so-called stealth effect. But the effect is really good, but not to the point of seamlessness. Yu suddenly turned back to look at the Qingtian spear. Go to see the Su Exen over there, which has now evolved into a wooden block under the attack of the spear. It is wood clone technique. Although Yu discovered the sneak attack of Su Shin, a despicable outsider, he attacked Su Shin wood clone with all his strength, so he didn't have enough time to deal with Su Shin's sneak attack. It is undeniable that the strength of this Yu is there. But that doesn't mean his defense is strong. The Celestials are all mage professions similar to human beings. In the face of the same level of combat professions, they are very fragile, and only rely on some foreign objects and equipment to make up for the lack of defense. Yu naturally also has defensive equipment, but it didn't work. The Su Shin he faced, Su Shin's frontal combat power was already strong, and he still played the old six, and he didn't give others a way to survive. The great desolate prisoner's finger. As soon as Su Shin pointed it out, the finger suddenly turned into an afterimage. Combined with thousands of rivers, he even used the great desolate prisoner's finger 20 times in one breath. Bang bang bang. Advertisement in an instant. Yu felt that he was being attacked by an endless surging force, and even if the defensive equipment on his body was fully defensive, it was still powerless to revolving heaven. Master Yu. 1. And at this moment, the other Shangren trials were able to react worthy of it. Unfortunately, however, Yu is dead. When Shangrenman was even more angry, Su Shin was holding Yu's head. They see clearly, Su Shin's fingertips stretched out a wicker stick, which was piercing Yu's eyebrows. The mark between the eyebrows of the celestial race is not a decoration, but a Dharma body mark. But the mark of the Dharma body is not branded on flesh and blood. At this time, Su Shin was also very puzzled, because this was Lu Shen's first act on his own. Kill. The surrounding Shangren trials were already furious, and shouted loudly with someone. The hundreds of Shangren trials rushed towards Su Shin's direction. What an exaggerated scene this is. You must know that even if it is a trial person of the Shangren race, it is still at the level of outstanding combat power among the 10th rank masters. That mighty but incomparably slaughtering siege formation. Even Su Shin, who has never been a coward to one enemy, is inevitably feeling a little terrified at this moment. Wooden golem. At the moment, Su Shin transformed into a 100-meter wooden golem. The great wilderness prisoner's palm. One Su Shin entered the sage mode at the same time, and a giant palm that covered the sky was killing the Shangren treelists who came from all around. What trick is this? Law heaven and earth. No, don't be afraid. You must kill him today. Master Yu is dead. If I don't kill him today, Master Yu's father will never bypass me and wait. How terrifying is Su Shin's move. The giant palm that covered the sky was suppressed from the sky with the terrifying momentum of destroying the tree. However, these upper human race treelists are fighting their last stand at this time. Su Shin didn't know, but this Yu was a big family in the Celestial clan. Even if everyone present did not die in Function Yamanaka, they would be liquidated afterwards. If he chooses to follow the Celestials, his strength does not reach the Uranus level, and he has no right to live and die independently at all. The human race treelists have no choice. Even though he was afraid, he still did not run away. Boom. The treelists of the upper human race shot together. This is the combined force of more than 100 masters of the 10th order. Despite the flaws in coordination, Su Shin's great desolate prisoner's palm was still blocked. Looking at the appearance of these sages looking at death like home. Feeling the helplessness that they had to avenge Yu. Su Shin, who has always been kind-hearted, how could he have the heart, DADF, to see such a side? Just send it all in for reincarnation, Sage Art Shinsu Kai. Just when the huge wooden golem clasped his hands together, its overall momentum suddenly stopped. What? Su Shin exclaimed. Just now, Lu Shen's spirit passed on to him, saying that it was the Fa, heaven and earth, that she had learned from the imprint of Yu's Dharma body. The shock in Su Shin's heart can be imagined. Will Lu Shen also be able to master the law, heaven and earth of the celestial human race? In other words, the heaven and earth of the celestial race is not unique to the race of the celestial human race. When Su Shin paused, the attacks of those upper human race treelists were already violent bombardment on their bodies. Rao was wooden golem with a strong defense, and Su Shin was seriously injured in an instant. It doesn't matter if it's not Su Shin, if he didn't press him to death in one breath, he was almost uninjured. Advertisement. And at this time, Willow God's law appeared in heaven and earth. I saw a phantom of a woman floating out from behind wooden golem. This is a peerless beauty, who seems to have a flawless body, a magnificent appearance, and a haki who looks down on everything and overlooks the sky and the ground. What surprised Su Shin even more was that, her face. Pian Ruo Jinghong, Wan Ruolong, pure and lovely, want to refuse to return. Flirtatious debauchery, upside-down sentient beings. Mature, charming and charming. She stands above the sky like that, seems to contain all the beauty in the world, and can satisfy the deepest desire of the opposite S**X in a man's heart. No matter what type you like, you can find your own one or more from her. Su Shin has every reason to doubt, Lia Shen's human form was based on what he had in mind. Because of him Su Shin, no matter what type of girl, likes it. Boom. At the same time, heaven and earth seem to be in the beginning of chaos, and a brand new scene of heaven and earth is reflected in the eyes of everyone. It was a boundless chaotic world, and in the center of that place, there was a willow tree that linked the world. This is Lia Shen's law, heaven and earth. It is by no means comparable to the special effects of Wamao. Wow, as soon as Lia Shen's law unfolded, blood and water spilled down from the sky, which contained the rhythm of endless life. Su Shin's injuries recovered almost instantly after being invaded by these rains. Ha ha ha, as expected of my willow god. Such unexpected joy came so suddenly, how could Su Shin not laugh? He immediately pressed his hands to the ground. Wood-style flower tree world birth. The whole earth suddenly surged, and towering giant trees rose from the ground one after another. In just a few seconds, this world seems to be covered by a dense forest. With the blessing of Lia Shen's law, heaven and earth, Su Shin's wood-style moves are even more powerful. The power of the flower tree world birth technique is at least 5 times higher than that of the normal display. This technique is an upgraded version of the tree world's birth. Its most powerful place is not to bind and absorb vitality. Rather, poison. When the flowers bloom, the poisonous powder spreads all over the sky. In such an environment, the number of people seems to be meaningless. As soon as those upper human race treelists were shocked by the appearance of Lu Shen, they inhaled the poisonous powder, and the whole body instantly became muddled, and the whole body was even more like being slapped on the spine, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Someone immediately took out the medicinal pill for detoxification, but the effect was to no avail. Some people's defensive equipment is madly activated, but the poison powder completely ignores it. And at this time, the rain of the willow god fell on the ground, and a giant willow tree was born, and it stood between the heavens and the earth. On the giant willow tree, the wicker turned into a razor-sharp knife, slaughtering these Shangrens one by one. This is Su Shin's first cooperation with Lu Shen after she obtained Lu Shen. Even if Wu Feiken was hiding in the dark, he was still within the attack range of Su Shin and Lu Shen. He was able to save his life only if both of them recognized the life breath of the earth. Wooden golem gradually returned to Su Shin's appearance. Lu Shen, he my Lu Shen. At this moment, what Wu Jinlian, what Yan Xiai, what sister glasses lady, none of my Lu Shenxiang. He opened his arms, Lu Shen was flying towards his arms. Worth it. This time, the group of Feng Shenshen can make Lu Shen take shape through the imprint of the Dharma body of the Celestial Clan, and they have already earned blood. Chapter 90. The younger generation of the Celestial Clan gathers. The meticulousness of the strongest you. Su Shin embraced Lu Shen in his arms, and found that the other party was not in the form of ontology at the moment, but the manifestation of spiritual power. As a result, there is no sense of touch, but the spiritual resonance is a new experience of the ship. Feeling a bit tired, Lu Shen whispered, and then the image of the peerless woman who manifested spiritual power disappeared. Have a good rest. Su Shin replied. The recovery effect of life-sucking skills on mental power is not obvious. At this time, Su Shin's eyes turned to the field. The forest began to recede rapidly, and it turned into a flat ground in an instant, but the ground was riddled with holes, which was shocking. Just now. What was that? A shocked voice murmured. It was Wu Feiken. Su Shin heard the sound and looked at it, seeing Wu Feiken's shocking expression. He was suddenly very proud. Lu Shen da zan kamui, which makes him more complacent and proud than his own hands to solve the enemy. This harvest is not too big. A total of 56 Dao marks were integrated into Su Shin's body, which meant that he had collected the second complete Dao mark. And storage bags. Hundreds of Grandmaster's 10th order storage bags, piled up, are definitely a huge number of wealth. However, it should be noted that, just now, he didn't kill these little brats from the Shangren clan. There are still a few who do not know what means to use to escape. Even at this moment, there are still some people on the field who are seriously injured and have not died. Puff, Su Shin picked up the knife and dropped it, and directly filled the knife to kill the Shangren who were still breathing. Done this, Su Shin took the time to chat with Wu Feiken. Are you here to help me? He asked with a smile. No, it can't be said to be helping. I thought that if I could help you escape safely, I would try to make a move. Wu Feiken gradually came back to his senses, and when he saw Su Shin asking, he did not deliberately lie. Haha, Wu Fu is sincere, but I like it. Su Shin heard the words and laughed loudly, then invited. Since these heavenly human races and Shang human races are so weak and pitiful, why don't you and I join forces to hunt them down? He wanted to take Wu Feiken's heart to help him, and he wanted to help him deliberately. However, Wu Feiken shook his head and refused. He didn't give any reason, just said something meaningful. Su Xin, you are an unimaginable freak. After all, he simply turned and left. Seeing this, Su Xin scratched her head, thinking that her straightforward way of supporting her might hurt the other person's self-esteem as a genius. He reflected for a second, then forgot about it. Immediately afterwards, he roughly cleaned up and left here. At the same time, somewhere in Function Mountain's trial space, a war is breaking out here. Lightning and flames are rushing in the surrounding space, and the two figures are constantly staggered and collided. Boom, boom. The momentum of the battle between the two sides is extremely exaggerated, and even next to the place where the two sides are fighting, there are others peeping at this scene. However, at this time, advertisement to someone who was surrounded by lightning suddenly said something. Please wait a moment. After he finished speaking, the other party was very cooperative and stopped. I saw you, who had previously received Su Xin and others to go to Cloud City, and took out a communication talisman from his arms after he stopped. Master Yu. Big. Something bad. Master Yu. Was killed. It's that human world Su Xin. 1. That guy. That guy is too strong, really too strong. We have hundreds of people, all of them were killed. More than that, he didn't know what method he used, as if he had plundered the imprint of Master Yu's Dharma body, and he also displayed the Dharma heaven and earth after plundering for a while. It's not good, it's really bad. That human evildoer must not let him leave the world of heaven and man alive, and he will inevitably become the enemy of my world of heaven and man. Yu listened to the communication. Although the content was unbelievably exaggerated, his expression never changed at all. He put away the messenger and looked at his opponent. His opponent, Yang Huang, the grandson of Emperor Yan, asked. Among the human world treelists who came to Function Mountain this time, is your excellency the strongest? He suddenly asked Yang. Yang Wenwen frowned, but he still said confidently, who is it for me? After Yu listened, he took a deep look at Yang and asked. Then he took the initiative to restrain his momentum, with a slightly apologetic tone. Kaido. Sorry, there are some changes in the clan, I have to deal with it. Can the battle between you and me be postponed for a few days? Yang asked, naturally a little puzzled, but he really agreed, nodding his head if so. 3 days later, at this location, you and I will fight again. 1. He made an appointment and left. After Yang asked away, Yu's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He then took out the communication talisman and continued to communicate. This time, the number of testers of the Shang human race is the largest, with hundreds of them. But the number of celestial race treelists is very small, only 10. These 10 are all outstanding peers of the celestial clan. And Yu is the strongest in this generation of celestial clan. He communicated with the other 8 celestial beings, and the content was straightforward and commanding, with only 4 words. To seal the temple. The Hall of Conferred God is located in the center of the Conferred God trial space. This is also one of the trials in Function Mountain. Different from the Sword's Edge trial tower, its trials have no penalty of failure or death. And for the testers of other races, for them, conferring the temple is not very beneficial. Because this trial is specifically aimed at the FA, heaven and earth, and it is for the celestials to refine their own FA, heaven and earth. You said that people who have no law, heaven and earth, can they realize it through the Hall of Conferred God? It may be possible, but no one has ever succeeded. Therefore, even the Shangren, the number of people who came to the Conferred Temple was very small. When you came to Function Temple, there are only a few people here. He just stood there waiting. Without a moment, 8 people from the Celestial Clan came here one after another. 8 Celestials, 4 men and 4 women. Judging from their appearance, they are all in their early 20s, very young. You, is the message we received true? A human race sent me a message, saying that it was the human named Su Xin, who killed you, not to mention that he was besieged by hundreds of human races. The crushing posture will kill hundreds of human races. Advertisement. Although the strength of the Shangren is far inferior to me, but the number is hundreds. One person? One person can do it? That Su Xin is a monster among human beings. Don't forget, he is 18 years old this year, and it has not even been half a year since he awakened to his profession. 1. I originally had my eye on this human evildoer, but I put it on hold for the time being because I had to go to the Double Edge Mountain for the trial first. I didn't expect. Since that person is so enchanting, it is natural to keep him in Function Mountain forever. The 8 people walked to Yu's body and immediately opened their mouths one after another. To kill. Yu's face was silent, but there was a monstrous killing intent in his eyes. The reason why I want to kill him is also very simple, not because he killed you, nor because he killed hundreds of Shangren, but because he has a special method to plunder Yu's Dharma body mark. If this method is used by him, the hand spread wildly in the human world, and for me and other celestial people, it is a disaster of annihilation. Plundering the mark of the Dharma body. Impossible. How is it possible to do such a thing? And the imprint of the Dharma body is not a physical existence, how can it be plundered? If it's true, then he must be killed, and the sooner the better. This sacred mountain's trial space is not big or small, and there are some areas where fighting is prohibited. If he insists on hiding, it will not be easy to kill him. HMPH, even if you can speak at Function Mountain and leave Function Mountain, you're still not a dead person. Several people were shocked, but the murderous intention was completely hooked by you. Yu then looked at a pale Shangren next to him, and then said to another celestial woman, Mirror, showing his memory. The woman named Mirror nodded when she heard the words. 0. Immediately afterwards, the imprint of the Dharma body between the eyebrows flickered, and then a phantom figure of a woman in Huxia clothes rose from behind her. The phantom woman's hands were pressed on the head of the human race. Immediately afterwards, his previous memory clips were played in front of Yu et al. The previous scenes were all played in front of Yu and the others without reservation. When they saw Lu Shen piercing Yu's eyebrows, everyone's eyes were obviously angry. It's not that the human named Su Shen can plunder the imprint of the Dharma body, it's the willow sapling on his body. Willow sapling. It looks like an Eldar. Did this person poison hundreds of people with poison? Although I can visualize his memory images, I can't visualize his feelings at the time. Just by looking at the images, I can't tell the specific strength of Su Shen just from the form of skills. But no matter what, this person is very strong. When I meet them alone, I can't say that I can win the opponent steadily, and it is right to make a move together. Yu. Then how to find him? The memory screen disappeared, and everyone looked at Yu in unison. After all, Yu is the strongest among them. And the name of the strongest person is actually played out. Yu didn't reply, his face was low, as if he was thinking about some detailed countermeasures. Through the memory screen, they have a certain understanding of Su Shen's strength and moves, but not all. Whether it is group attack, single attack, resilience, etc., just from the memory screen, Su Shen can be called impeccable. This level of strength may not necessarily mean that the younger generation of their celestial clan will be able to kill them steadily. And that poisonous powder move is enough to show that the number of people doesn't make much sense. First gather some people from the Shangren clan. Yu was silent for a while, then said something. There are also some outstanding geniuses in the Shang human race, who are not much weaker than them, and can even be compared with each other, but their identities are different. For Su Shen, it is basically predictable that the Celestials want to kill him. But the trouble is, Yu, the leader of the Celestial clan, is not a muggle. He fell into a state of rage without hearing the news, but instead became more and more calm. He worked together to judge Su Shen's strength, and began a meticulous organization of siege operations. This is the most troublesome thing. And, Chapter 91 Yu, when have you seen my heyday? Su Shen was quiet for a while. The Zhongfeng Tower trial made him explode 3 hearts of life, and naturally he must restore these 3 hearts of life as soon as possible. In addition, although Lu Shen fell into a state of exhaustion after casting the law, but there was no problem in communicating with him. Su Shen, on the other hand, interacted with the spirit of Lu Shen, and wanted to know why she was suddenly able to master the law of heaven and earth through the imprint of the celestial body. Ask if the more imprints of the Dharma body, the more complete and powerful her Dharma heaven and earth will be. Same. Su Shen is also very concerned that he can reproduce Liu Shen's way, so as to realize his own law, heaven and earth. Lu Shen's answer was vague. She did not absorb the imprint of the Dharma body of others, but used it as a medium to perceive herself. She is a very extraordinary species in her own right. Looking at the whole world, it is also a unique existence. However, it was Su Shen's turn. He couldn't even figure out the specific nature of the celestial and human race's law, heaven and earth, and how to become a master in a short period of time. Furthermore, in fact, he was very contemptuous in his heart. After all, the real heaven and earth in his mind were not like this. But there is one thing to say, Lu Shenfa is indeed very handsome. Just like that, a day has passed. The next day, Su Shen found a cub of the Dark God cult. He directly triggered Bo 860, and became furious, punching to the flesh. The strongest man of the Dark God cult, Mo Xuan, who came to the trial this time, is not his opponent. He was caught by him, so how could he be a character without a name? However, the members of the Dark God sect have strange occupations. This person's profession is Blood Demon, and the professional nature is somewhat similar to the Blood Mage of Zhongnan University's hidden professional Tan Hong this year. It took a little effort. But in the end, the opponent was killed. Before the other party died, Su Shen also tortured the other members of the Dark God cult about their current positions. Unexpectedly, the other party's mouth is very hard. He didn't have the means to directly read the memory, so he killed it decisively. At this time, he is very skilled in sorting out the storage bag of the other party. And perhaps it was the fight here that drew attention. When Su Shen was sorting out the storage bag, she clearly sensed that 3 lifeforms were coming towards her. He just finished. I saw that the 3 people who came over actually appeared directly. It's him, Human World Su Shen. The 3 of them are from the Shangren clan. Seeing Su Shen at this moment, their eyes are both shocked and angry. Su Shen looked at the 3 of them and said with a smile, 3 respected Shangren, what are you doing? His tone was yin and yang, and the 3 people on the opposite side were very uncomfortable. Su Shen, you have committed a heinous crime, slaughtering me and other human races, thinking that you can hide from the sky and cross the sea. Master Yu has ordered that you go to the Function Temple to fight him before tomorrow. If you win, this matter will be written off. If you don't go, then Master Yu will summon all the gods and humans in Function Mountain today. The human race, and even unite testers from other walks of life, to kill the testers in your human world. One of them immediately shouted at Su Shen sternly. After he finished speaking, the one next to him sneered, Human World Su Shen. You don't want to cause other human world trialists to be surrounded and killed by me because of you, right? Su Xin. He was stunned all of a sudden. He knew that because a few people had escaped before, the news would definitely spread. I thought that the Celestial Clan would summon more Shangren clan to search for him everywhere, and besieged him twice. I didn't expect it to be such a low-level intimidation threat. In fact, this is not an intimidation threat. Advertisement. Because the other party said that they would let Su Xin go duel with you. Na Yu was worried that Su Xin would hide from then on. After all, Feng Shenshen had enough space for Su Xin to play hide and seek, and the Feng Shenshen trial was not open all the year round. If you miss this time, you will have no chance next time. For the Celestial Clan, the Fengshen Mountain trial is indeed a great place to improve their strength. Yu really wastes a lot of time playing hide and seek with Su Xin, which has no practical significance at all, and will waste his opportunity of this Feng Shenshen trial in vain. And in Yu's view, a talented and evil person like Su Xin must have arrogance in his heart, and he is so openly challenged by himself that he must take on the challenge. At that time, as long as Su Xin really dares to seal the temple, then he will be surrounded and killed. Where is Fengshen Temple? Su Xin asked the three of them. We can take you there. The three looked at each other, and then the man in the middle said. Tell me the location directly. Su Xin raised her chin. In fact, even if you didn't look for Su Xin would still look for the Celestials who have the imprint of the Dharma body. The reason is very simple, taste the sweetness. Perhaps more imprints of the Dharma body can make Liuxian's law of heaven and earth more perfect, and it is also possible that Liuxian can give feedback to himself, so that he can also have the possibility of Master's law of heaven and earth. As for the net that has already been buried, that's not enough to make Su Xin back down. When the failure penalty of the High Tower trial does not know whether to include the Heart of Life. Su Xin dared to enter. Are you afraid of this little scene? Master Yu, we have found Su Xin in the human world, and he also agreed to go to Fengshen Temple with us. At this time, the man in the middle took out the communication talisman. I said, tell me the location directly and I'll go by myself. Su Xin corrected him. The three of them hesitated after hearing the words. But after thinking about it carefully, the three of them couldn't keep Su Xin, so they told the specific location of Fengshen Temple. After the three of them finished speaking, Su Xin punched directly one by one, avoiding the three of them. Well, good luck. One of them has a trace of Dao marks on his body. Really? Will it come? In the function hall, Yu sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, while the young Junji of the Celestial Clan beside him was a little impatient. Because of this sudden Su Xin, forcing them to forcibly suspend the ongoing trial and lose their own interests is indeed a bit of an embarrassment. And some of the Shangren who were summoned by Yu were silently carried by the side, not saying a word. There are 5 of them. In terms of combat power, it is not much weaker than Na Yu. If these 5 people can perform well in Function Yamanaka, after they come out alive, it is possible that they will be directly given the status of heaven and human. In addition, the movement here was quite noisy, causing trialists from other realms. Among them was the eyebrowless youth Gongjan of the Dark God cult, who was stalking the dog near the Function Temple. If he doesn't come, don't waste time on him, the time is tomorrow. If tomorrow doesn't show up, you will all go away, but be careful not to meet him alone. Closing his eyes, Yu opened his eyes slightly at this time, and replied like that. Actually, it should be like this. Even if Su Xin from the human world left Function Mountain alive, and we told the top of what he did, could he still leave our world alive? There is only one strong person from the human world this time. That's it. The celestial woman called, Mirror, whispered in a low voice. Stupid. If my clan really did that, and we won't go out in the future, won't the strong men in the human world take revenge? After being yelled at, the human woman snorted and stopped talking. 0. It wasn't you who scolded Jingjing for being stupid. His expression changed at this time, but in his heart he felt that Su Xin would never let him go back to the human world alive. Advertisement. They waited silently. Gradually, right in front not far away, a figure slowly emerged, and the outline became clearer and clearer. Seeing this, Na Yu immediately got up and looked forward. You're here, but I was dumb before. The strongest among the human world trials is not Yang Dao, but you. 1. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if talking to an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Su Xin did not reply for a while. He looked at the angry expressions of the others, and then looked at the calm expression on Yu's face, which was a stark contrast. I killed those 3 messengers, and I didn't like the way they spoke. Su Xin was ignoring the other angry young generation of the Celestials and said a word to Yu. No problem, being disrespectful to the strong is the way to die. Yu lightly replied. Then, let's start. You are the strongest in the Celestial Clan, I am also a little interested. Before that, can you show me your willow sapling? Yu changed the subject and asked with a smile. Su Xin waved his hand and said simply, kill me, everything is yours. Yu Wenyan was silent for a moment or two. If he didn't see that memory picture, he would actually prefer to fight Su Xin one-on-one. After all, who is not young and frivolous? But this child is more rational than emotional. In his judgment. No matter what, Su Xin can't be let go alive, so heads up is not the best choice. In particular, the image of God Lu, plundering, the imprint of the Dharma body made him extremely fearful, as if seeing a natural enemy. The root of the powerhouses of the Celestial Clan is the power system of cultivating the heaven and earth. This power system is strictly conservative and never spread. The celestial race restricts people from other realms from entering the celestial human world, and completely restricts the human race from leaving the celestial human world. This is what is prevented. Now a strange willow sapling appeared. He was able to comprehend his own law, heaven and earth from the imprint of the celestial body. This is to move the old bottom of their celestial clan. Where in 3.5 will there be room for Sushin to live? Go on. I saw you whose light drink. In an instant, the remaining 8 geniuses of the celestial clan and the 5 outstanding people of the human clan immediately surrounded Sushin. At the same time, around the function temple, 4 rays of light rose into the sky, forming a barrier, which temporarily blocked the place. See this scene. Sushin didn't look panicked. On the contrary, he looked at you with some hope, and although he didn't say anything, the initial appreciation in his eyes gradually turned into contempt. The change in Sushin's attitude did not make you have any reaction. He is not Yu's kind of idiot. When he is provoked, he will go straight to the top, trying to prove himself, but he is attacked by Sushin. This is my judgment based on your strength. With your full strength, I may not be your opponent. Yu then said another sentence. Oh, my full strength. Sushin suddenly laughed. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and if there were lightning flashes in his eyes. When did you see my heyday? As soon as this is said. That Yu's eyes tightened sharply. What nonsense. Come on. At this time, the others couldn't help but take action. Chapter 92 Haha happy. Don't pretend. I become Senju Guanyin, and I become a Buddha on the top. Broken Soul Shao. I saw that the human woman, Mirror, took the lead on that day. Her dharma, heaven and earth manifested, but compared to the previous Yu, her body was quite small, and she was even a flute. This scene refreshed Sushin's understanding of the heaven and earth. There is even a weapon type of law, heaven and earth. Can't you just call him Wuhun? Woo. Mirror grabbed the flute and Shao and placed it at the corner of his mouth, and began to play. When the flute sound came into Sushin's mind, it was all in an instant, and Sushin felt dazed. Psychic attack. To say what is the shortcoming of Sushin today, it is the spiritual aspect. Although the Fox Master of the Fox Demon clan taught him sacred refinement, Sushin did not have enough time to cultivate this sacred refinement to a certain level. However, this current shortcoming does not pose a fatal threat to Sushin. Because there is a willow god to make up for it, Sushin transfers all the mental attacks she has suffered to Lu Shen. Although the latter can't compare with him in frontal combat power, but because it is an extraordinary species, its spiritual power is naturally strong, and it can resist the spiritual attack of the human race woman that day. However, when Sushin transferred the mental damage, he obviously paused. Fatianxiangdi burning heaven and great sun. Tang. From this moment on, the space enclosed by the barrier instantly became like a furnace of heaven and earth. Sushin's eyes flickered. Then, a bright sun appeared above the head of a celestial man. The radiance of the sun wheel was extremely dazzling, and the high temperature emitted was even more exaggerated, as if the space was also scorched and distorted. That's it. Don't keep your hands, others should be like Jin. 30. Yu Meng shouted. He saw that the younger generation of the other celestial clan had obviously paused, and it was obvious that there was a slight resistance to this kind of behavior of besieging one person. To know, the 9 celestials in front of them are the most powerful young leaders in this generation of the celestials, a powerful race that dominates the world. How could they not be arrogant? Even though he knew that Sushin was powerful, he was more or less reluctant to do this kind of siege. Not to mention, the momentum here has spread, and testers from other circles have also heard the news, to see the ugly side of their celestial race. Lady's real body. UK can't handle so much. Now that a decision has been made, it must be firmly implemented, and everything will be said later. Yu is worthy of being the strongest in this generation of the celestial clan. As soon as the law of heaven and earth came out, the majestic momentum immediately overwhelmed the burning sky named Jayan. His Fa Tianxiangdi is a tall and sturdy figure, and the figure is covered by thunder, like a thunder and lightning emperor, eclipsed the world. The blowpipe offensive of the Tianren woman Jing caused a momentary pause in Sushin's appearance. At present, Yu and Jin are also caught. At the moment, that round of Wangwang Tianri went to kill Sushin with the momentum of a meteor chasing the moon. The sun wheel flew towards Sushin, and the body became bigger and bigger, until it was more than a few hundred meters tall, covering the sky and blocking the sun, as if the stars were really falling from the sky. Boom. Tang. Before the big sun hit Sushin's head completely, he saw that the ground under Sushin's feet was already scorched black, and a large area of the ground turned into flowing magma hot water. That's the law of heaven and earth. The power is so terrifying. Just here, what's the situation? Why was the human world's tester besieged by so many geniuses from the celestial clan, and what did he do? Has the conflict between the celestials and the humans of the human world become so intense? At the same time, advertisement. The other testers from all walks of life who watched this scene outside the enchantment also showed shocked expressions. Jin's law is so terrifying. It seems that there is a stalwart of baking the world, which can no longer be described by the skill moves of professionals. Sushin looked up at the blazing sun that was nearly 1,000 meters above her head, and there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. The same is the law, heaven and earth, but there is such a big gap in the power. Na Yu's 1 yuan true water is completely different from Jin's burning heaven sun. Seeing Sushin let out a deep drink, she instantly entered sage mode. His body is also rapidly expanding, turning into wooden golem. His arms are in a state of support, and with a strong posture of standing above the sky, he is about to take over that round of flames. Seeing the other party act so madly, Jin's face was obviously a few points of anger. And here, more importantly, Yu's offensive has also started. Lighty finger. Yu shouted loudly, and the stalwart Emperor Shadow behind him had no specific features, but Su Xin really felt that the other party was watching him. Boom. Thunderbolt. As soon as Lei Di's real body pointed out the hole, he saw a huge finger that was joined by the thunder and killed towards the Su Xin hole. At the same time when Lei Di really took action, the sky above was suddenly covered with dark clouds, as if there were endless thunder and lightning manifesting in the sky, and the momentum was incomparable. Impossible. His attack actually led to the momentum of the world. Someone exclaimed, shocked by Yu's strength. Among these onlookers, there is naturally no shortage of human beings from the human world. Among them, Yang, the grandson of Emperor Yan, asked. Yang Wenwen silently watched Yu's shot at this time, knowing that both of them failed to use their full strength when they fought against him that day. And then, he was puzzled. Why did the strongest in this generation of the Celestial Clan join forces with other geniuses of the same clan to launch such a big kill against Su Xin? Boom, boom. Almost at the same time, Yu and Jin's offensive fell. Su Xin's wooden golem has now risen to the height of 800 meters, and his giant arms that reach the sky are grasping the flaming sun falling from the sky. And at the moment of contact, his wooden golem body was suddenly covered by endless flames, and the huge body was disappearing inch by inch visible to the naked eye. But this only hurt Su Xin. Although Jin's strength is not weak, it is not enough to kill Su Xin in one move. However, Yu's attack was different. The speed of the thunder finger was so fast, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, it came to Su Xin in an instant. The fingertip touched Su Xin's heart, and pierced through it with extreme force. Boom. When Su Xin wooden golem's body was pierced by thunder fingers, his wooden golem body could no longer be maintained, and it exploded with a bang, turning into countless flaming fragments and blasting towards the surroundings. That's it. Seeing this, Jin turned his head to look at Yu behind him, as if asking the other party whether this kind of strength was really worth their cooperation. The remaining 6 heaven and human race geniuses who have not yet shot are probably similar expressions of doubt. As for the 5 leaders in this generation of the upper human race, they were even more speechless. They were shocked by Yu's strength, but did not understand Yu's attitude towards Su Xin. And many more. Yu raised his hand and looked forward. Cough cough. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard a slight coughing sound. Wait until the chaotic scene caused by the explosion gradually dissipated. Seeing that he had just attacked the center, Su Xin was coughing while forcibly forcing the arc of lightning out of his body. Su Xin at this time. There was indeed a lot of embarrassment on his body, shocking burns appeared on a large area of his body, lightning raged in his body, and his internal organs almost stopped working. But, no matter how serious the injury is, it is useless to Su Xin. Advertisement. Su Xin doesn't even need life-sucking. The blood bars stored in the body are directly brought over and placed on top, and they are in their peak state immediately. Su Xin looked at Yu and Jin. For the power of their laws, heaven and earth, I can no longer despise them in my heart. Although the FA, heaven and earth in his mind are still a lot worse. But at the 10th rank master level, the combat power of these two can definitely rank among the top ranks of the world. And similar to this level, except for the celestial woman who likes blowing, the other 6 seem to be no worse off. So you saw that. Jin was a little surprised. The opponent's resilience is simply too pervert. They are all top talents, why can't they see it? Encounter Su Xin, one-on-one, if you can't kill him with one move, you will definitely be killed. This could also explain why you didn't convene those Shangren clan, the number of people didn't mean much to him at all, and he couldn't kill the opponent at all. The next move is to kill him. Jin let out a stern cry, and his body shape, Fentian Da Sun, has actually grown again at this moment. That is a huge flame sun with a kilometer, and at this moment, it has skyrocketed to 1,860,500 meters. It is even bigger than the true several thousand hands that Su Xin displayed in the Dusk Temple dungeon. Fa Tianxiangdi, Quipping Chinran. Fa Tianxiangdi Zichi Tianluo. Fa Tianxiangdi, 99 returns to Yuan. Dharma, Heaven, Earth, 3-phase formation. At the same time, the other 6 geniuses from the Celestial Clan no longer hesitated, and they all manifested their own Fa, Heaven and Earth. You too, do your best. Jin shouted at the other 5 leaders of this generation of the superior human race. The 5 people nodded their heads, and each started to gain momentum. All 5 of them are professionals, and there are even hidden professions among them. In the human world, they definitely deserve the title of top geniuses. The Siege of 14, but each individual strength is enough to compete with others in this God Yamanaka. The offensive on the other side has not yet begun. Su Xin had the concept of death for the second time. Oh, the first time I sensed it from Uranus Way. Ha ha ha, happy. However, this scene made Su Xin burst into laughter. He has abused vegetables for a long time, and now when he meets someone of the same level who can give him a premonition of death, he can't contain the excitement and surging in his heart. If that's the case, then I'm not pretending. Kill me, or be killed by me. Sage art true several thousand hands. I saw Su Xin laughing wildly, then clasping his hands together suddenly. Boom. Suddenly there was a humming sound that shook the world. Immediately after, go up, go up. His body size is skyrocketing wildly, and the momentum of the whole person is constantly sublimating and climbing. It didn't take a moment to see a giant Senju Guanyin, which was thousands of meters in size, and was born in this world. Top. Become a Buddha. Those mountain-like eyes moved down slightly at this moment, falling on the people below. At this moment, you and the other 14 only felt that an electric current swept their whole body in an instant, and their whole body suddenly became extremely stiff. They seemed to see the word, death, floating behind everyone's back. Chapter 93 The artifact created by the Celestial Clan, the God of Thunder. The grandson of the Emperor Yan who grabbed the treasure. When Senju Avalokitesfera came out, everyone's eyes were shocked beyond measure. Whether it is the genius of the royal family below. It is also a tester from all walks of life who watch a play outside the enchantment, as well as a part of the human race. Their expressions at this time were exactly the same. As if the pause button had been pressed, he stared blankly at the behemoth standing in the sky. If it is said that Jin's Dharma, heaven and earth, that 1,500-meter-long blazing sun is extremely exaggerated. To be able to demonstrate this level at the 10th rank of the Grandmaster fully shows the strength of Jin. But with such a body shape, in front of Senju Guanyin, it is actually less than 1/5 of it. Boom. The eyes of everyone fluctuated. They saw two hands behind the Senju Guanyin and moved. The sky-reaching giant arm seemed to move slowly at the moment, but the momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Even if it moved a little bit, it felt like the wind was surging above the sky. Click. In this life, two giant arms reaching the sky grabbed Jin's Fa Tianxiangdi, burning heaven day. Immediately afterwards, it was pulled sharply towards. Under everyone's horrified eyes, Jin's law was torn into two halves. Puff. Jin below immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face suddenly became extremely pale. Open the barrier. He endured the injury and screamed with horror in his eyes. Su Shin incarnates through several thousand hands, the might of Senju, using only two of them, scared the genius of this human race to the core. Yu is right. Never let him leave the world of heaven and man alive. But it shouldn't be up to us. It shouldn't be up to us. Jin's Dharma, heaven and earth were destroyed, and he was naturally severely damaged, and his combat power plummeted. What he was thinking at the moment was not only his monstrous killing intent towards Su Shin, but also his precious little life. The more exaggerated Su Shin's performance, the more heaven-defying. The more they wanted Su Shin to die in the world of heaven and earth, but it should be brought by the strong in the world of heaven and earth. Below the same level, how could they resist such a powerful move? For a time, Jin felt very fortunate that Yu Wei had summoned other Shangren to come over. Because that would likely lead to the annihilation of the heavenly human race and the Shangren race that entered Function Mountain this time, so after leaving Function Mountain, he couldn't inform his elders and strongmen immediately, so Su Shin could leave safely. Hearing Jin's shout, the surrounding barrier began to dissipate. Flee separately, Jin shouted. After he finished speaking, he didn't look at other people, and ran away in one direction. Boom, boom. However, just as he stepped to escape, a huge explosion sounded suddenly behind him. The terrifying sound waves rushed towards his back like rivers and seas. That majestic and indescribable terrifying force slammed for a while, and called Jin apart from his head, all other body parts instantly turned into ashes. His head was rolling, dripping. When he turned his gaze back to the back, he saw the most terrifying aspect before he died. Except you. Just now, the other 13 people were shot and killed by Su Shin in an instant, including himself. Why? Feng Shenshin will let this kind of monster come in. Isn't it an inheritance left by our ancestors? Why? Before he lost consciousness, this thought floated in his mind, followed by eternal return to darkness. When Su Shin performed his ultimate move, there is only one way to escape, and that is, teleport. Unfortunately, these people do not have so-called teleportation scrolls. Advertisement. Click. At this moment, Su Shin's heart of life burst. In order to pursue absolute crushing combat power, at this time, the strength of Senju Guanyin was raised by him, and it was not inferior to his current level. But the consequence of doing so is that the powerful load will kill him. This is not. In less than a minute, a heart of life was consumed like this. But it's worth Su Shin doing this. Those human race Shaoshan died, the heaven and human race didn't care about these devils, Su Yi wouldn't care. What's important is the Dharma body imprint of these celestial beings. There are too many types, and letting Lu Shen plunder directly can definitely promote Lu Shen's understanding of his own legal body. The second is the harvest of Dao marks. 13 people were killed, and 39 Dao marks were obtained, with an average of 3 per person. What is that? This is where Su Shin is looking at Yu. Under his crushing offensive, this Yu was not able to die, which made him feel a little puzzled. In this state, Su Shin can't play the protracted battle. A minute is a life. I saw the position of Yu, full of cyan thunder that was constantly bombing. Su Shin remembered that when he was shooting, these cyan thunders formed a shield to keep the defense in it, but he was forcefully scattered by himself. Wait until the cyan thunder gradually disperses. An unscathed figure appeared. But even though he was not injured, he looked terrified and looked up at Su Shin's mountain eyes. At this time, Yu did not stop his brain from being so overly shocked. The fear on his face came from speculation about the future. Under the same level, this Su Shin can show such a heaven-defying crushing power. To know his opponents, they are the top geniuses in this generation of the Celestial Clan. If this Su Shin is allowed to rise to the level of a legendary superpower one day, couldn't he be able to crush and kill all the powerhouses of the Celestial Clan alone? At that time, the heaven and human race will be completely reduced to the clan of human beings, and may even die directly. Su Shin has no spare time to manage what Yu was thinking at this moment. Yu was holding a long spear in his hand, and the spear body kept jumping with lightning. The moment he saw the thunder gun, the words, "the only divine weapon," popped up in Su Shin's mind. Yes, the thunder spear in the hand is indeed the only divine weapon, and it is called God Yule. This is an artifact created by the Celestial Clan for Yu, the world's top genius. It can be seen how much importance the Uzation people are. His FA, heaven and earth are indeed incomparably powerful and worthy of such attention. After all, if even Su Shin didn't use the true several thousand hands move, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the opponents, Lady's real body, under normal conditions. To some extent, in terms of attack power alone, this Yu is already comparable to Su Shin in the state of not bursting life, and even slightly better by virtue of the advantage of the thunder element over the wood element. This is indeed a terrible genius. In any era, it must shine and compete with the times. It's a pity that he met Su Shin, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** of arms behind her were all moving towards Yun Yan at the same time. With 1,000 hands in one breath, Su Xin lost his life in an instant. He must use the heart of life, otherwise the current form cannot be maintained at all. God's thunder. At this time, but seeing Yu let go of all the roar, he threw the divine weapon in his hand and was caught by his real body of Thunder Emperor. That Lei Emperor's real body suddenly turned into a thunderbolt and plunged into the divine thunder. Immediately after, Shen Yulei turned into a beam of lightning that eclipsed the sky and the earth, and charged straight towards Su Xin. Advertisement. At this critical moment of life and death, Yu did not choose to defend, but took the initiative to attack. When the 1,000 hands completely enveloped themselves, Yu Hu roared from the side. All the Shangren are listening, now go to the place. The moment you leave Function Mountain, immediately ask the strong of our clan to kill this son. I will kill this son. No matter what the cost, this son must be killed. This is about the survival of our family. I must kill. I must kill. Boom. Boom. His voice was completely drowned out. Lord Yu, there was a human race trial person who shed tears in sorrow, and the death was too heroic. Quick. Run away. Someone reacted and immediately fled towards the distance. What Yu is most afraid of right now is not that he will die here, but that everyone in the mountain will be killed by Su Xin. When he comes out alive, then there is a possibility of leaving safely. If it is true that Su Xin is alone alive, the Celestials are by no means likely to let people go easily. He also does not doubt the judgment of the elders in the family. But what he wanted was that as soon as Su Xin came out, he would be instantly beheaded by the powerhouses of the Celestial clan, and there was no hesitation. Even if there is a slight hesitation, then Su Xin has the possibility to escape. But things are relative. The roar before Yu's death was also a reminder to Su Xin. At this moment, that beam of lightning shot directly on Su Xin's face, instantly shattering his huge Guanyin head. Before he died, he made a move with all his strength, combined with the power of the divine weapon. It was so strong that it directly killed Su Xin. This is Su Xin's strongest state, whether it's attack or defense, it's the strongest, no one. The Senju Avalokitesfera standing between the heavens and the earth collapsed at this moment. Together, to die together. The strength of these two. Feng Shenshen deserves to be a cemetery of geniuses. If I meet these two people, I will definitely not have the possibility of surviving. 1. Artifact. The weapon used by the human race just now was definitely an artifact, otherwise it would be impossible to destroy that man's terrifying moves. 1 inch. Everything seems to have settled. Senju Avalokitesfera collapsed with a bang, and the momentum caused by it was mighty, and the ground was riddled with holes, as if it had become a ruin. Gradually, of King Qian's. The momentum slowly dissipated. Calmed down. I haven't seen any movement for a long time, and Yang asked these people who didn't leave here, and the thoughts in his heart also rose. Swish. It must be the grandson of the Emperor Yan. He was a master of art and bold, and his figure suddenly turned into a cluster of flames, piercing the sky, and then one fell to the ground. To say that the movement caused by the Dusk Temple in the upper floors before is not small, after all, it is related to the only artifact. And the artifacts that exist in this world are basically at the lowest Uranus level. Powerful equipment such as artifact must be controlled by the strong, and the strong do not lack the materials that can improve the level of the artifact. Although he is a fire mage. But that's because Yang Wen only refines fire, and he has the ability to get the second job, Lei Mage, just like Su Xin. After getting the divine weapon, the divine thunder, this thought came into Yang Dao's heart. What do you want to do? However, at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. Yang asked suddenly turned back. However, he was covering his head, his eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was extremely chaotic, as if he was about to die. But those eyes made Yang Wen shudder. This guy, he will never deny himself just because he is the grandson of Yan. Almost instantly, Yang Dao had such an idea in his heart. Bring here. Su Xin's brows suddenly scowled, and he drank at Yang Dao. Chapter 94. Sealing the Temple Spirit, the divine nature, left by the ancient powerhouses of the Celestial clan. Yang Wen was furious when he was stared at by Su Xin's eyes. Although Su Shin's state was extremely sluggish at this time, her eyes were half open and half closed, as if she could fall asleep at any time. This is the first time Su Shin has seen the power of a unique artifact. Especially if it is the only artifact of the attack type. It would be better if it just consumed Su Shin's heart of life. But the key is that the thunder and lightning of the god Yulei is still in Su Shin's body at this moment, and it will not be able to be ruled out for a while. So that even if Su Shin used life drain to recover from his injuries, he would be hindered by the lightning in his body. This puts Su Shin in a stalemate. Of course, Su Shin can transfer the injury to Lu Shen again. But the key point is that Lu Shen may not be able to hold the power of the only divine weapon. He won't do it unless someone tries to kill him again. Even if you get this artifact, can you safely take it out of the world of heaven and man? You have killed all the top geniuses of this generation of the Celestial Clan. There is no way the Celestial Clan will let you go, and it is even possible that we will be implicated. 1. Yang Dao hesitated in his heart, even though he was extremely afraid of Su Shin's strength. But still unwilling to give up this divine weapon in his hand. 3. Su Shin didn't talk nonsense, and immediately started the countdown. 2. The eyes he looked at Yang Wenwen became colder and colder, and his malaise began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Call. Before Su Shin could count, Yang asked when he was about to throw the divine imperial thunder in his hand to Su Shin, and then left without looking back. Su Shin took Shen Yulei and put it in the storage bag. Immediately afterwards, he slapped his right hand towards the ground. It is a completely sealed wooden house that rises from the ground and covers it, so that others can't see what he is doing at this time. Isn't he dying? Looking at the completely sealed wooden house, the testers from all walks of life not far away were a little eager to move. Gong Jian, on the side of the Dark God sect, a little brat looked at the eyebrowless youth, as if he wanted to make a bold attempt. Don't look for death without death, let's get out of here. Gong 860 Jian shook his head. He vaguely felt that Su Shin had discovered his existence, but because he had just been injured in the battle with Yu, he had no time to take care of himself. If you let him slow down, if he doesn't leave, he will definitely be targeted by Su Shin. As for Su Shin being weak and taking the opportunity to kill him. This kind of risky thing, let's leave it to the elders in the future to do it. He dare not. The reason for not daring is simple, that is, Su Shin once, resurrected, once. Although that resurrection was a bit weird, I don't know why, it may be a resurrection prop, or it may be his avatar technique. But he dared not gamble. After Gong Jian finished speaking, he immediately left here with the other Dark God cult cubs. Others are probably the same. After all, Su Shin had just retreated to Yang and asked, and Yue was still strong. No one felt that they could burst out with the same combat power as Fang Kaiyu and Su Shin, so naturally they dared not. Gradually, these people also didn't know what Su Shin was doing in the wooden house, some people left, and some people wanted to stay for a while. Look at Su Shin again. When he was in the wooden house, the thunder and lightning in his body were gradually being expelled by him. The power of the artifact allows Su Shin to fall into a state of complete weakness for a long period of time, but in this state, no one will attack him again, so it takes time and a little bit to eliminate the damage caused by the artifact. Unless people outside have an artifact. Otherwise, Su Shin really didn't take them seriously. At this time, Su Shin had already started to think about how to leave the world of heaven and man safely. For someone like Su Shin, who is alone without a father or mother, he is indeed not afraid of offending anyone. About 7 or 8 hours passed. Advertisement. Su Shin's injury is a complete recovery. However, because this time was all used to restore the body's injuries, the 3 hearts of life that exploded did not recover. He did not leave the hut for a moment. Instead, I picked up the god Yulei and looked at it carefully. DADF. The artifact has spirituality, and now this god Yulei is being held in the hands of Su Shin, who is actually feeling extremely strong resistance. There is a kind of artifact, and few people admire it. Su Shin chuckled and put Shen Yulei in the storage bag again. There will be time to slowly let it surrender in the future. When the hut disappeared, Su Shin's figure appeared in everyone's eyes again. He looked at the audience, who was hiding there, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Shish. Seeing Su Shin's recovery, these audiences immediately left the distance in a very tacit understanding. Su Shin also ignored it. He turned around and walked into the Function Temple at the back. Function Temple is one of the 4 trials in the Function Mountain trial. Its main effect is to help the celestial race refine their own dharma, heaven and earth. It is hard to say whether it can make people start from nothing, master law, heaven and earth. But Su Shin does not have the law, heaven and earth, Lu Shen has it, so the trial here is useful for Su Shin. He strode into the Function Temple. One step buried in the hall, as if triggering the teleportation mechanism, the whole person disappeared in place. When Su Shin came back to his senses, impressively, he found himself standing above the dome, with a huge stone platform under his feet, white clouds fluttering around, and the vast earth, mountains and rivers below. In the center of this huge stone platform, there is a statue standing there. The statue was a stalwart celestial man, with his hands behind his back, doing the posture of looking up at the sky. And under the stone platform here, there are many testers sitting on the ground with their knees facing the statue. Some of them looked contemplative, some were calm, and some seemed to be enlightened. No one noticed Su Shin's appearance, and was completely immersed in comprehension. Fighting is prohibited within this stone platform. Su Xin also looked up at the statue of the stalwart man at this time. One question. What is Tao? After staring at the statue for a while, a low but magnificent question suddenly sounded in his mind. Su Xin was silent for a second. Then turn around and go. It seems that the trial here is not suitable for him. Su Xin, Dao FK. If you want to leave the function temple for the trial, jump directly off the stone platform, and you will be teleported out naturally. If you can answer my question correctly, you can get the divineness left in this place. The voice rang again at this time. Not as good as before, this time the tone is a little more tempting. However, Su Xin still turned his head and looked at the statue in surprise. Because he knew that this was not addressed to him, but to God Lu. Oh, it's fine for you to go. The voice sounded again, urging Su Xin to leave. This made Su Xin's face darken, and he said in a low voice, could it be that you are the ancient powerhouse of the Celestial Clan? 1 inch. If I were, when you slaughtered the younger generation of the Celestial Clan, you were already dead. At this time, a phantom slowly floated above the statue, and the phantom was a white fluffy little beast. The little orc stood upright, with his hands clasped around his chest. Then who are you? Su Xin asked following the other party's words. I am the Hall Spirit of the Function Temple here, you can also call me Lord Hall Spirit. Advertisement. The corner of the little beast's mouth twitched, and he laughed softly. Su Xin opened his mouth, then looked around. The other testers found nothing unusual. Master Dianling, can this place allow people who are not from the heaven and human race to master the heaven and earth? Cannot. Su Xin continued to ask. What about the human race? Your Lord Hall Spirit doesn't know, and I'm not talking to you now, you shut up first. Lord Dianling smacked his mouth. It is the Hall Spirit of the Function Temple. I don't know how long it has been here, and its spiritual intelligence is naturally not low. It is just because the time is too long, it is born with personal emotions other than spiritual wisdom, so that its personality is very strange. Even if it is the spirit of the temple, to be in the same place for 10,000 years and not be crazy is quite a feat. Maybe she's crazy, she's teasing Su Xin at this time. In addition, he knew what was going on outside. Su Xin killed all the top geniuses of the Celestial Clan generation, I wonder if it has killed Su Xin. Dianling's voice just fell, seeing Lu Shen come out of Su Xin's body, manifesting the appearance of a peerless beauty. You have the appearance of a god. The Hall Spirit looked at Lu Shen, and suddenly said something coldly. Lu Shen looked back at Su Xin, then at Dianling, but didn't answer. Follow me. The Hall Spirit then grabbed the little beast's claws, and opened a space passage, signaling Lu Shen to go in with it. Seeing this, Su Xin hesitated, but still stepped into the space passage. Dianling didn't stop Su Xin from following. When crossing the space passage, Su Xin came to a secret room in the inner hall. In a secret room, a group of unknown nebula-like matter-like aurora is suspended in the center of the secret room, illuminating the entire secret room extremely brightly. Su Xin's eyes can no longer be separated from the nebula-like material. As if it has all the beauty in the world, if you get it, you will get everything, it will completely arouse all the desires in Su Xin's heart in an instant, and even make Su Xin start to fantasize uncontrollably. On the other hand, Lu Shen, her mind is not as complicated as Su Xin. It is no exaggeration to say that she has a pure heart. At this moment, she silently stared at the nebula-like material, but there was no response. This is the divine nature, which my lord has left behind. My lord instructed me to leave this divinity to those who are destined for future generations. I have been waiting here for an unknown number of years, but I still haven't met a suitable person. Now, you have appeared. My mission is also over, take it away, only you can perfect the master's divinity. The little beast of the temple spirit was melancholy on the side, and waved at Lu Shen, motioning her to take away the divinity. Hearing this, Su Xin's eyes gradually regained clarity. He suddenly looked at the temple spirit little beast with a playful look. Just give it like that. Su Xin asked with a smile. How she is, you know better than I do. The little beast of the hall spirit glanced at Su Xin, but did not explain much. As a temple spirit, you should be bound by the rules, and you dare not attack the testers, right? 1. Su Xin suddenly asked other aspects. You want to grab it? HMPH, you can try it and see if I will kill you. The hall spirit little beast immediately turned sharp and drank lowly. Su Xin's expression fell silent, and she didn't speak for a while. Here is the trial left by the powerhouses of the heaven and human race. It is not surprising that the trial reward of the Zhongfeng Tower is a complete Dao mark. After all, it takes life to fight, and Su Xin did spend his life. But this temple looks weird. The so-called divine sounds like something that can only be possessed by the gods. Such a valuable thing is not left to the Celestial Clan, but is directly given to Lu Shen. This little beast knows that he has killed all the descendants of the Celestial Clan, and also knows that God Lu is dominated by him. No, Su Xin suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. No, this so-called divine nature is the opportunity for the resurrection of the ancient human race that day, right? A suitable carrier is required. And Lu Shen is the best carrier in the world. Chapter 95. This is my Su Xin's escape route. The powerhouse of the Celestial Clan. The more Su Xin thought about it, the more she thought it was possible. Inexplicably, there was a sense of fear in my heart. With your appearance, why should you follow this human being? At this moment, the little beast of the temple spirit looked at Lu Shen and said another sentence. Su Shin's performance on the outside just now, any strong man would call him arrogant when he saw it, but the little beast in the hall seemed to be worthless. It only has Lu Shen in its eyes. At this time, Su Shin was in spiritual communication with Lu Shen. Want to hear her own opinion? If she felt that the so-called divine nature was of great benefit to her, then Su Shin would dare to take the risk. After all, there was still one half Lu Shen in Yan Shiai. Su Shin believes in Lu Shen's judgment. After all, she successfully mastered the world through Yu's Dharma body imprint before. You can feel it. Seeing Liu Shen's beautiful eyes staring at the divine spirit, the little beast of the hall spirit smiled and said something. Lu Shen looked at it and moved closer to the divine nature. Su Shin watched nervously from the side. He really wasn't afraid of a powerful enemy. When facing the Uranus rank with the golden rank, Su Shin didn't necessarily panic, and broke the game with a self-destruction. But now it is completely different. Because he can't see through, and can't predict the follow-up direction, it is the most terrifying. He didn't know what the consequences would be if Lu Shen chose to accept divine nature. Lu Shen stretched out his hand at this time, wanting to touch the divine nature. The hall spirit beast on the side had the usual expression. However, just as he was about to touch, Lu Shen suddenly withdrew his hand and shook his head at Su Shin. See, Su Shin and the Dianling beast moved almost at the same time. Su Shin directly punched the little beast at the temple. And the little beast of the temple spirit pushed Lu Shen, to force the opponent to the front of the divine, and make contact with the latter. Ah 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 ah. But soon, the frantic cry of the hall spirit little beast rang out. It turned out that when Su Shin made a move, it meant that he violated the rules prohibiting fighting in the function temple and was directly teleported out. In an instant, Su Shin and Lu Shen appeared outside the function temple, and the angry cry of the little beast in the temple was still lingering in his ears. The so-called hall spirit is nothing more than that. Su Shin wiped away the cold sweat. To a certain extent, the autonomy of this temple spirit has been greatly restricted. Although it is wise, it cannot act on its own will at all. It is equivalent to a set artificial intelligence program with limited permissions. The only difference is that this artificial intelligence has been born with self-emotion and intelligence over a long period of time. There was no victory in the function temple, which was not a pity for Su Shin. The benefits he received from Fengshen this time are enough. There are already 3 complete Dao marks. It is impossible to completely collect 9 complete Dao marks. At this time, what Su Shin has to do is not to go to the other 2 places to try, but to leave Fengshen Mountain. Once you enter Fengshen Mountain, even if you use a teleportation scroll, you will be teleported to other places in Fengshen Mountain's trial space. This place has its own powerful rules. Only when the Fengshen trial time ends, will all the still alive trialists be sent out at the same time. If you wait until then, Su Shin's fate is sure to die. Even though Su Shin has many methods, after he goes out, he can perform a self-destruction and pretend to die on the spot for the powerhouses of the Celestial Clan. However, the risk of fake death still exists, and it is very big. In addition, Lu Shen will inevitably fall into the hands of the Heaven and Human Clan powerhouses after his self-destruction. At the beginning, Uranus Wei Luo was in a hurry to leave, so that Su Shin escaped. But the powerhouses of the Celestial Clan outside are in their own homes, and they will definitely ask what happened in Fengshen Mountain after Su Shin blew himself up. This question and answer is time. After Su Shin died, the Heart of Life must be used within a certain period of time. If it is not used, it is really dead. Advertisement. Moreover, after Su Shin and the others are teleported together, they must self-destruct immediately, otherwise, in front of the epic-level Celestial Clan powerhouse, it is impossible to even have the opportunity to self-destruct. As for other bluffing methods, it is even more unlikely. Similar to making shadowless ghosts and gods cover oneself invisibly, using wood clone technique to make fakes look real, etc., it is useless. To treat an epic powerhouse as a fool is to think that he did not die fast enough. Certainly, Su Shin can also count on Zan Yisho, the president of Yanjing University, hoping that he can really get a hand at that moment and help him escape. It's just that Su Shin doesn't have much expectations for this. He has no friendship with Zan Yisho at all. As far as Zan's action is concerned, he can't live. Keishinren's world is not a legendary superpower. And now Su Shin can think of only one successful escape route. That is to hit the Grandmaster rank. As long as the attack on the Grandmaster rank is successful, then it is possible to be teleported by the Fengshen Mountain. But it's only possible, because in the Golden Trial Island, it was limited to enter the Golden rank, but it will not be teleported out when you reach the Master rank. If it really can be done. As long as Su Shin leaves Fengshen Mountain in advance, the possibility of leaving safely is very high. Even if it really doesn't work. Then, if you are promoted to the first rank of Grandmaster, your chances of surviving from the powers of the Celestial Clan will also increase a lot. Think of this. Su Shin left Fengshen Temple immediately. He found a relatively quiet location and built a wooden house. Immediately afterwards, he began to open the storage bags piled up in front of him one by one, and rummaged through them to find upgrade resources that could improve his strength. You must know that Su Shin killed more than 100 human trials before. Their net worth is a reliance on Su Shin's impact on the master rank. Regrettably, the storage bags on you and other 14 people were not obtained by Su Shin, but were directly taken away by true several thousand hands. After finishing, Su Shin took out the Ascension Disc, which was a special item that could increase the chance of promotion regardless of the occupation level. After several days, Su Xin was shocked to find that he was only a foot away from the Grandmaster rank. And that one kick turned out to be the so-called feeling. Requires awareness of professional skills. Isn't this G funny? Su Xin's martial artist and medical professional skills are basically not needed except for life recovery. Others, either taught by others, or opened in their own gift bag, have a fart feeling. Upgrading. Stuck. Maybe what is needed is not the perception of professional skills. A few days later, Su Xin thought with a deep expression on his face. Lu Shen, can you give me feedback on the insights you gained from the imprint of the Celestial Clan's Dharma body? Su Xin said this to Lu Shen at this time. Lu Shen responded. Immediately after, she gave Su Xin all the feedback she had on you and others' Dharma, heaven and earth. There is no master-slave contract between Su Xin and Lu Shen, but since Su Xin obtained Lu Shen, the two of them have been inseparable in spirit. Lu Shen belongs to Su Xin. It is now, and it will not change in the future. At the moment, Su Xin, who received the feedback, began to continue to attack the Grandmaster rank. It has been half a month since the opening of the Fengshen trial. At this time, at the entrance of Fengshen Mountain, Zhan Yisho, president of Yanjing University, and other epic powerhouses from all walks of life were sitting and chatting. Zero asked for flowers. Anyway, it's a friendly exchange between the big guys. From time to time the words are relative to each other. And at this moment, suddenly, there was an abnormal noise in the heaven and the earth, and someone was teleported out of Fengshen Mountain. Advertisement. It's only been half a month, why did the Fengshen trial end? Only alone. Quote. All the bigwigs got up one after another, their eyes hard to hide their shock. What happened in this Fengshen trial? Why is there only one life left? That person is a junior in the human world. Su Xin. Zhan Yisho narrowed his eyes involuntarily when he saw the person who was teleported out. Su Xin dares to come out. The epic powerhouse of the Celestial Clan, Zhen, instantly appeared beside him, holding him down with an indifferent hand, and said in a bad voice. What happened inside? Su Xin didn't answer for the first time, but looked at Zhan Yisho and found that the person didn't respond. So he pretended to be depressed and said, I don't know, I entered the Fengshen Mountain, went to the Fengshen Temple, and learned to cultivate in it. I didn't expect to break through to the Grandmaster rank, and then I was sent out. Hear this. Zhen was silent after hearing this, then frowned for a moment and said. You can't control your ascension. He felt that there must be demons when things go wrong, and the strong are not so easily fooled. Su Xin didn't answer either, but opened up his personal panel. Open black lens bracket professor. Su Xin. Occupation. Medic, fighter. Level. Grandmaster level 1. Close black lens bracket. Zhen held Su Xin's arm and gradually released it. Once he let go, he couldn't catch Su Xin any longer. No, you were taking the initiative to upgrade your level and want to leave Fengshen Mountain early, what did you do inside? To force you to do this. However, Zhen suddenly pressed his arm again and asked. Su Xin raised her head to look at the heaven and human race powerhouse and sneered. I killed all the testers of your heavenly human race and Shang human race, so I can't wait to come out. Tell a lie, he's lying. However, as soon as Su Xin finished speaking, he saw a large golden seal in the shape of a toad suddenly appeared in Zhen's hand, and the toad was yelling that Su Xin was lying. Su Xin's eyes were instantly attracted to the golden toad. This is what the celestial race used to ask the Shangren trials. If any Shangren trials obtained Dao marks and did not report them, they would be discovered immediately. Have you obtained the complete Dao mark? Zhen grabbed the golden toad and continued to ask. Whether this question is answered or not, the result is the same. Not answering is the default, answering is to be able to distinguish between true and false. Su Xin said that he killed all the human races on the heavenly human race, which is of course a lie, because he did not kill all of them. This shows that the golden toad also has limitations in distinguishing between true and false. Zheng, is it a little too much? When Zhen asked, Zhan Yisho spoke at the right time. Seeing this, Zhen hesitated. If only Zhan Yisho was alone, he could continue to be strong, but there are elders and strong men from other circles at the moment. Humph. When Su Xin saw Zhen let go of herself, she had a cold face, and with a move with her right hand, the skeeted boat was released from the storage bag, and then headed off into the distance. He also did not speak to Zhan Yisho. Just left straight away. Seeing that the escaping boat was about to leave his line of sight. In the heart of the shock, a sudden, unprecedented whim, with its uneasy and extremely ominous premonition surged wildly in my heart. But, late, Su Xin has disappeared from his sight and. Chapter 96 Unity of the Body. The artifact does not want to recognize me as the master, and directly integrates it into itself. Step into the epic level. Sudden whims are not for nothing. At this time, the epic powerhouse of the Celestial Clan, Zhen, felt a little frightened by the extremely ominous premonition in his heart. But this person's character is not decisive, and it is difficult to call him domineering. The epic powerhouses present are not only him and Zhan Yisho, the president of Yanjing University. A tester has just come out of Fengshen Yamanaka. If he goes after him directly and does not let the junior tester leave, wouldn't this be madly slapping these strong people in the face? Their heavenly human race's Fengshen Mountain trial was not for nothing. It was their celestial people who sold the tickets themselves, and the price of each ticket was astronomical. Others have paid the price, you don't let the junior testers leave with the benefits. This is an outrage. Look at Zhan Yisho again. When he saw that Su Shin didn't say hello to him, he just left, and he himself was a little puzzled. Could it be because of the rude attitude of the human races, Gen, that made him play small? It turns out that the god of God Yamanaka, as long as he is promoted, he will be teleported out of his own accord. Jia, but this has never happened before. 1. The epic powerhouse of the Dark God sect suddenly gave a strange laugh at this moment. The strong man named Tatis, from the 863 Western countries. However, the members of the Dark God sect do not have any concept of family and country. Most of the members inside are heinous in the eyes of the world, fearing that the world will not be chaotic. In the Yan Kingdom, the social status of professionals is naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. But this does not mean that professionals dare to openly humiliate and kill ordinary people. As long as you are in the Yan Kingdom, you are also subject to legal restrictions. Certainly some pretentious professionals will resent this. But they couldn't beat the Emperor Yan, and they had to hold back all their dissatisfaction. Is it possible? In fact, this Fengshen trial has indeed ended, all the people inside died, and only that Su Shin survived. Seeing other powerhouses of the same level looking at him, Tatis said another sentence. These words made Zheng even more uneasy, and his brows were furrowed. He looked at the big golden toad seal in his hand, and fell into contemplation for a while. Back to Su Shin's side. When his envoy Dun Tianzhou left the sight of the strong men, he immediately abandoned Dun Tianzhou. He was afraid that the strong men of the Celestial Clan would catch up. So let a wood clone maintain the flight of the escaping boat, and his own body is going in the opposite direction. Wood clone technique is not perfect, he still has limitations. For example, memories are not synchronized. Only after wood clone is killed or his energy is used up will the memory of what the clone has experienced will return to Su Shin's main body. And wood clone cannot be self-sufficient, and will dissipate on its own once the energy is used up. Of course, with Su Shin's current ability, it's not a big problem to support his wood clone for several months in a non-combat state. Seeing that the memory of wood clone has not come, Su Shin knew that he was worried about the fact that the Heaven and Human clan powerhouses pursued him after the incident did not happen. If the shortest time before the end of Fengshen Mountain is 1 month, then Su Shin still has a full half a month to wave slowly. However, he was cautious, and did not really continue to wander in the world of heaven and man. But after the 5th day, he left the world of heaven and man through the entrance and exit. When Su Shin left the world of heaven and man, Fengshen Mountain was as usual, and after a few days, the unease in the heart of the heaven and human race powerhouse, Gen, gradually disappeared. He can't always be on a whim, can he? Isn't that really title? Su Shin. When Su Shin left the world of heaven and man, Wang Daojun, the president of Zhongnan University, immediately appeared at the entrance. He kept guarding the entrance, and it could be seen that his expectations for Dao marks were too great. Advertisement. Fortunately not humiliated, Su Shin hesitated, and immediately took out a complete Dao mark and gave it to Wang Daojun. In Fengshen Yamanaka, Dao marks cannot be transferred to each other, but there is no such restriction after they come out. However, he did not choose to fuse the Dao marks, but gave them to others, and Su Shin was probably the first. Those Shangren who have obtained Dao marks must turn in them, there is nothing to say. Su Shin himself kept his promise. Even if there is only one complete Dao mark, he will probably hand it over to Wang Daojun. After all, he had made a deal with him before, and Wang Daojun spent a lot of resources to raise Su Shin to the 10th rank of the master in a short time, and paid the admission fee of Fengshen. Are you really successful? Wang Daojun incorporated this complete Dao mark into his body, and his face immediately brightened. How come only one person came out? What about the others? Is the time for the Fengshen Mountain trial a little shorter this time? How many people are still alive in our Yan Kingdom? Wang Daojun then asked. Su Shin is Kaido. In the trial of the king, Wu Shiji has come out, and the others are still trying. Quote. Grandmaster rank. You're only 18. Hearing this, Wang Daojun took a deep breath and looked at Su Shin's eyes, unable to hide the surprise. Su Shin smiled and continued. Principal, let's go back to the Zhongnan area first. I killed some people from the heavenly human race and the Shang human race, for fear of the heavenly human race's revenge. No problem, if the heaven and human race dares to take revenge on you, this old man will naturally return an eye for an eye with a tooth for a tooth. Wang Daojun smiled and waved his hand. Thank you, headmaster. It should be me thanking you. The two of them, one old and one young, suddenly laughed at the same place. Win-win. Wang Daojun paid a huge price to get the Dao mark he dreamed of. With the opportunity given by Wang Daojun this time, Su Shin still had 2 complete Dao marks left on his body, as well as a unique artifact of the master rank. The most important thing is that Master Lu Shen has mastered the heaven and earth. Soon, with an epic boss, Su Shin arrived at Zhongnan City a few hours later. The first time he returned to Zhongnan University, he immediately returned to his villa dormitory. So sad. Su Shin is so famous now that when the Fengshen trial is over, he is afraid that he will be famous in the real sense of the word. As a result, I don't even have a home of my own, and I still live in a university dormitory. When Su Shin closed the door, immediately, Lu Shen cast a small enchantment. This is not a big skill, it is mainly to isolate the breath. After doing this, Su Shin took out the divine artifact God Yulei. I know that you have spirituality, you can understand my words, and you will recognize me as the master. In the future, I will let you set foot on the top of the artifact. 1 inch. If there is a chance, wouldn't it be beautiful if I find you another artifact girl? If you refuse to communicate like this, it's a bit of a rebellious period. It's not that I bully the dead and can't speak, but your former master didn't say anything, so why don't you choose a good bird to live in? Did I give you a face? He grabbed Shen Yulei and spoke to himself like a lunatic. In fact, he was communicating with the artifact, but the other party refused to communicate, leaving Su Shen unable to start. Artifacts have spirituality, and indeed there is self-awareness. When the level of the artifact increases, the so-called artifact spirit will be born from this spiritual consciousness. If Shen Yulei really had the power, then Su Shen would definitely not be able to subdue it. But it's almost there now. Advertisement. This is an artifact created by the Celestial Clan. I don't know how much it cost to create it for you, the strongest young generation of the Celestial Clan. Now that it is in the hands of Su Shen, a non-celestial human race, it is reasonable for the other party to have resistance. But I Su Shen threatened it and it didn't listen, is this reasonable? I don't want to give you a face, then it's my fault. After Su Shen made a threat, Shen Yulei still refused to communicate with him, no matter how he pushed it, the thing would not discharge, and even the power of the ricochet would not be given to Su Shen. This really d off Su Shen. When Su Shen stepped into the Grandmaster rank, he opened the gift package that he got after ascending the rank. Unsurprisingly, another talent was opened from the gift package. Its name is the unity of body and body. As the name suggests, it is to integrate weapons and equipment with itself. For example, if Su Shen fuses the god Yulei with his right hand, then his right hand becomes the only artifact-like equipment. It's just that this equipment exists in the form of Su Shen's body, and has all the characteristics of the fused equipment. True, understandable, but more exaggerated than that. However, there are also risks in the integration process. Once it fails, the part that was used for fusion will be abolished. Otherwise, Su Shen has to play a little bit, and integrate a piece of equipment for his Kun. In addition, this talent does not mean that the more equipment and weapons that are integrated, the more powerful it is. A weapon that integrates the master rank but has no growth attribute, when it reaches the Grand Master rank, its power is still the master rank, and it will be out of touch. I saw that Su Shen at this time grabbed God Yulei. Fortunately, this artifact is only a master, otherwise Su Shen would never have succeeded in fusing the artifact at this stage. He pressed the divine artifact by a rank, but the opponent did not cooperate, and the difficulty of forcible fusion skyrocketed. This made Su Shen and Shen Yulei directly exhausted. Su Shen also called out Lu Shen and suppressed Shen Yulei. Although difficult 3.5. But this artifact did blend into Su Shen's right arm little by little. And its spirituality gradually disappeared under the attack of Su Shen and Lu Shen. The spirituality of Laozi must be eliminated. Otherwise, when fighting against others in the future, his right arm would suddenly give himself a blow, which would be funny. This forced fusion, both mentally and physically, it is extremely high load on Su Shen. However, the result is good. All kinds of advantageous factors are superimposed together, and this god Yulei was finally forcibly merged by Su Shen. When just merged, there are many discomforts, but with Su Shen's powerful vitality, it can completely withstand the great toss of the unity of the body. After 5 days, Su Shen released Lu Shen's barrier. The only artifact, God's Thunder, has disappeared. Instead, Su Shen's artifact right arm. Isn't this much stronger than the unicorn arm? I saw Su Shen's right hand slammed violently at this time, and the entire right arm was a thunderous jump. Su Shen is overjoyed. Looking at the right arm braved by lightning, he seemed to have thought of something. It was a loud shout, Reikiri. After all, he made a move that thrust his right hand towards the front. This is a good trick. It was just that Lin let herself stab him. Advertisement Chapter 97. Lin Zhenru, junior brother insists. What can I do? After enjoying himself for a while with his right arm that was integrated into the only artifact, Su Shen suddenly remembered the fox girl Lin. Thinking of nothing, so I went to find a little fox. Du Yao Uranus, who seduced Su Shen to become his student with the bestier mother, has no children and lives in the back mountain of the university campus all the year round. Dragon Knight Wang Jingyu is the only disciple that Du Yao Uranus has accepted this year. Usually active in that area, Du Uranus is a beastmaster. The environment in the back mountain is inclined to the mountains and jungles, and he specially serves his beast pets. At this time, Wang Jingyu is a cultivator as usual. As a dragon knight, he naturally has his own professional skills. In addition to accelerating the growth rate of his dragon pet, he also has matching moves. The current Wang Jingyu is gold 10th rank. As time went by, those who were the same age gradually couldn't keep up with Su Shen at all. When Su Shen found Wang Jingyu, he was pressing on the head of his own dragon pet, combining with the dragon pet and performing the moves together. Its dragon pet immediately opened its mouth and breathed towards the sky to attack. It is a cluster of fiery flames that soars into the sky, piercing the sky, and the momentum is not bad. How is it? My move is amazing, right? Wang Jingyu found that Su Shen had come behind him at some point, so he turned around and asked him a question proudly. Ah yes, amazing. Su Shen gave a thumbs up. I heard that you went to the Function Mountain trial known as the Genius Cemetery. Compared with the last time we met, Wang Jingyu is a little more mature, of course, only a little. After chatting two innocuous words, Su Xin simply said, I'm looking for your wife. Wang Jingyu was stunned for a moment, then asked, which one? 30 Su Xin couldn't get it right. The fox ear. Oh, Mistress Yu, come with me. Wang Jingyu immediately understood. He led the way. How many mistresses do you have? Well, not too many, 3. Teacher's pets are rarely male. So is my Xiao Yu. After transforming in the future, he will be my wife. With the cooperation of our husband and wife, the world can go very far. Su Xin. Forget it, too lazy to rant. Du Uranus's exchange meeting with Beastmasters in the Magic Capital has not ended yet, and has not yet returned. Sister, I'm in. Wang Jingyu brought Su Xin to a room, knocked on the door, said a bad line, and then pushed the door in. As soon as the door opens, the scene inside called Su Xin a little messy. I saw snacks piled up together, and there were 2 computers in the room, Uranus the Beast Ear Girl, Yu, and the Fox Girl Lin Zheng, one by one, playing online games. See you. It seems that the key part of the game has been played. Uranus Beast Ear Girl waved her hand and said without looking back. Seeing that the Fox Girl Lin lost the innocence she once had and became so obsessed with the online world, Su Xin was speechless for a while. Fallen Gabriel, right. This Fox Girl Lin should have followed Su Xin to the human world with some kind of task for the Fox Demon clan, right. Now that it looks like this, it's completely overjoyed here. Su Xin suddenly sullen, came to the Fox Girl Lin, grabbed her furry fox ears, and shouted in a deep voice, you forgot the task assigned to you by the clan. The Fox Girl was startled suddenly, and even cried out, ah. But when he looked back and saw that it was Su Xin, he opened his hand and continued to play his online game. Yes, there are many interesting things in the human world. The Uranus-level beast-eared girl on the side also laughed and said something. When will your teacher be back? Advertisement. She casually asked Wang Jingyu. I don't know, but it should be soon. Oh, she didn't ask any more, it seemed that she was just mentioning it casually. Su Xin and Wang Jingyu then left the room, not disturbing the 2 fox-eared girls in the online game. I'll call some friends for a drink in the evening. I'll treat you. Wang Jingyu took advantage of the situation to invite. It is good, Su Xin responded. His good days are probably few days away. Ji will not have any reaction when the training is over, but he will definitely have a hard time. Take advantage of these few days to live more city life. Su Xin is back. When Su Xin returned to his villa dormitory again, there were a group of women, girls in a meeting. Yan Xiai, Xia Yingyu, Lin Zhenru, Xiao Shongning and Wu Yilin who appeared out of nowhere. Wu Yilin forget it. Su Xin looked at senior sister and Xiao Shongning's giggling faces, and was stunned for a while. He crossed into this world, alone, with no worries at all. So after having a resurrection coin like the heart of life, Su Xin can have as many waves as he can, so that his life in this life will be magnificent and colorful. But now, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. Why are you in a daze? Yan Xiai looked at Su Xin and realized something was wrong. Su Xin took away the inexplicable thoughts that suddenly poured out of her heart, and then said, how did you get together? I heard that you came back from Function Mountain, and I am very curious about what you experienced in Function Mountain, but I also want to ask you, how come the big evildoer Su knows all girls, and doesn't have a boyfriend? Yan Xiai raised his eyebrows and asked aggressively. Su Xin scratched his head, pretended to be shy and smiled. I admit, I look a little handsome. 1. Don't get me wrong, I didn't come to see you, I just wanted to know how my brother is inside. Senior Zan hasn't come back yet, why did you come back earlier? The still arrogant Wu Yilin glared at Yan Xiai, and then spoke. Humph. Yan Xiai seemed to dislike her and snorted softly. Su Xin laughed and said, you know, I have stepped into the first rank of Grandmaster, and Function Mountain can only let Grandmaster enter the 10th rank, so I was teleported out in advance. What? Your Grandmaster is first rank? You, how come you so quickly? You're lying. You are amazing. Su Xin, you are really amazing. As expected of the junior brother, the bragging is still up to you. 5 girls got up from the sofa at the same time. The little fool Xiao Shongning clapped his palms and applauded, not realizing what the first order 18-year-old Grandmaster meant. The other 4 stared at Su Xin in shock. Yan Xiai and Xia Yingyu obviously showed a trace of loss. As for Wu Yilin, she hummed and laughed, thinking that Su Xin was lying. Su Xin directly opens a part of his personal panel. For a time, except for Xiao Shongning, who was still applauding. The other 4 seemed to be gagged by something, unable to speak for a while. Your brother was fine when I left, and I guess nothing will happen, so don't worry. Su Xin said something to Wu Yilin, who was staring at the petrification of her panel. In fact, about Function Mountain, there is no prohibition on the Celestial Clan to speak out. Because it's useless to say it. Su Xin couldn't recall the content of the trial of the Sword's Edge Tower, and as for the Temple of Conferring, there was nothing worth talking about. And the fact that they can obtain Dao marks is well known to the high-level people. Wang Jingyu treats guests at night, why don't you go over and eat his meal together? Advertisement. Su Xin sat on the sofa carelessly and said to the 5 girls. Who is Wang Jingyu? Wu Yilin asked blankly, absent-mindedly. Dragon Knight. Oh, Xia Yingyu and Yan Xiai did not speak for a long time. In fact, apart from Xiao Shongning and senior sister, the other 3 are all geniuses in the world. It is also very fast in terms of upgrades. Among them, Yan Shiai and the two had another dungeon trial when Su Xin entered Function Mountain, and they both successfully entered the freshman level. Wu Yilin is still at the level of gold 10th rank. How is Yan Jinj? Su Xin suddenly thought of something and asked Yan Shiai. I don't know. Yan Shiai glared at Su Xin and replied lukewarmly. It seems that the relationship between the two sisters is not good. See you tonight. Xia Yingyu said something and left with Xiao Shangming. Junior brother, the teacher has something to tell you. I set up a barrier before, so I didn't bother you. Lin Zhenru said at this time. She was not so surprised. Hearing this, Yan Shiai and Wu Yilin left very wisely and agreed to meet at night. When only Su Xin and Lin Zhenru were left in the hall. Lin Zhenru said, teacher said. Let the teacher wait for a while and then, senior sister, I want you. Su Xin suddenly hugged Lin Zhenru, her eyes burning with fire. Lin Zhenru suddenly panicked and wanted to push Su Xin away, saying, no. That's fine. Su Xin was stunned for a moment, but she was relieved when she thought that it was her sister's sexuality. He immediately picked up Lin Zhenru and walked towards the bedroom. Su Xin was so anxious that she wanted to get it, but she couldn't because she was suddenly afraid of losing. If it had been earlier, when the relationship with senior sister was not yet deep, he would make a lot of trouble in Function Mountain, and he would be heartless and would not consider the serious consequences of Kunba. In fact, to be honest, it was Yu's mournful yelling at the Shangren before he died that made Su Xin fear. Yu's roar revealed the determination of the Celestial clan to kill him Su Xin with the power of their clan. Su Xin is not afraid of any revenge from the Celestials. Not to mention whether the big men of the Yan Kingdom will protect him or not, even if they do not, he has stepped into the master rank, and his wings have gradually grown, and the world is so big that he can go anywhere. With his Su Xin method, is it still easy to find him? What he was afraid of was that the beautiful things around him, such as senior sister, would leave him. Women are really an obstacle to men becoming stronger. Su Xin sighed, and increased attack speed a bit. After you are done, Lin Zhenru put her head on Su Xin and asked softly, what's the matter? I killed all the top geniuses of the Celestial clan generation. I stole the only artifact created by the Celestial clan for the strongest genius in their clan. Lu Shen plundered the imprint of the Dharma body of the Celestial clan, so that the Master Celestial clan's unique Dharma heaven and earth, this matter could not be hidden. 1. In the Function Mountain trial, there is a Function temple, which contains the divine nature, left by the ancient powerhouse of the Celestial clan who founded Function Mountain, and that divine nature is staring at my willow god. The more Lin Zhenru heard, the more shocked. Are you afraid? She asked worriedly. I, Su Xin, never knew how to write the word fear, and now all I care about is you and the teacher. Teacher Uranus is capable of protecting himself. As for you, I have my own ideas. Senior sister, I suddenly became warm-blooded. If the Celestials really want to use their power to kill me, wouldn't this be very exciting? Ha ha ha, life should be so grand and ups and downs. Rua, let's kiss, senior sister, come again. Chapter 98 Unexpected Incident. The name of Su Xin has caused a sensation in the world. Zhongnan Hotel. Although I can't remember the content of the trial of failure and death, since the opening of Function Mountain, I am the only one who passed it. After the Celestial clan and the Shangren clan learned that I had passed the trial, they wanted to gather people to surround and kill me. You should know that the testers who participated in the Function trial this time, each of them's combat power will be put into the Grandmaster. The 10th rank are all outstanding. Hundreds of people of this level are besieging me. You can imagine the scene at that time. But it's useless. What Su Xin is most afraid of is that there are fewer people and more people. At that time, I was in a state of ecstasy, and my moves were wide open. Every time I fell, dozens of human races were instantly killed by me. I abruptly hid those people who killed them. I don't want to face me in my life. In the luxurious private room, at the dinner party of Wang Jingyu's group, Su Xin was bragging and bragging. In fact, the general economic content is similar, just a little bit of polish. But it really made Wang Jingyu stunned for a moment. He stared blankly at Su Xin, who was talking endlessly. It seemed that he had already appeared in his mind with his majestic appearance. Yan Shiai, on the other hand, held his chin in his hands, with a charming little face, listening to Su Xin's bragging with interest. Xiao Shangming, as usual, was firm on Su Xin's words, believing that he was really powerful enough to do this. Senior sister Lin Zhenru didn't attend this dinner, because she was not her peers, and secondly, she was tormented by Su Xin. Su Xin is also a tough guy. It was originally a normal attack rhythm, but when he thought that he might be hunted down by the Heaven and Human clan in the future. It was a kind of excitement that rushed into my heart, so the speed of attacking senior sister was just like he suddenly installed a turbocharger, and it went straight up. If it weren't for the uncultivated senior sister, there was plenty of water, and the high and low levels would have sparked out on the whole. If what you said is true, will the human race, will retaliate against you afterwards? Xia Yingyu raised her head and said, although the powerhouses of the heavenly human race can't leave the heavenly human race, there are also strong people among the Shangren who follow them. After she finished speaking, everyone else looked at Su Xin, waiting for his answer. It's definitely going to kill me. If you don't kill me, the heaven and human race will be hard to survive in myriad realms in the future. Su Xin and Wang Jingyu exchanged wine glasses and replied simply. Aren't you afraid? Wu Yilin said quietly. I'm so scared, I haven't slept well these days, ha ha ha. Su Shin said, then burst out laughing. Seeing him like this, everyone felt a little speechless for a while. Is this a big heart or heartless? It was about noon at Yoruichi, and the dinner gradually ended. Yan Shiai, drink too much, I'll take you home. When leaving the hotel, Su Shin said something to Yan Shiai, who was not drunk at all. Ah yes, people do drink a bit too much. When Yan Shiai heard this, he immediately pretended to be invincible and staggered, and his speech became even more clipped. Several other women saw this. Almost instantly, the brain has that kind of charming picture. It's okay, I'll take her home. Xia Yingyu hesitated for a while, feeling that it was necessary not to let Yan Shiai fall into the clutches, so as to avoid regret for life. Alright, Yan Shiai comes over and talks to you. Su Shin nodded, then pulled Yan Shiai aside. What do you want to say? Yan Shiai looked at Su Shin expectantly. You will leave Zhongnan City tomorrow, and by the way, take my senior sister with you and go back to the Thunder Emperor Palace. Yan Shiai was stunned after hearing this. Then asked. You didn't blow. Really serious? Well, but maybe I'm overthinking it. It is good. Yan Shiai was silent for a while, then agreed. Back at the Thunder Emperor Hall, there is a Thunder Emperor Yan Qi who is about to enter the legendary level, and the safety of the senior sister is guaranteed. As for the teacher Guo Zhen, he is the strength of Uranus. Su Shin does not need to worry about the safety of the teacher. Advertisement. After Su Shin finished speaking, she left and went to find her teacher. What did he tell you? When Xia Yingyu saw Su Shin leave, she asked Yan Shiai. He confessed to me through Jujin, saying that I was the only white moonlight in his heart. He was full of emotion and revealed his true feelings. I was moved by him, and I really couldn't do anything about him. Yan Shiai laughed, looked at the other girls and said. After everyone heard it, they didn't take it seriously, and went back to their respective homes. Okay, as expected of my Guo Zhen student, ha ha ha. 1. What are you afraid of? You didn't kill the genius of the Yan kingdom. You are so evil, even if the principal protects himself, won't the Emperor Yan protect you? Guo Zhen here, after hearing Su Shin's showdown and telling the experience of Feng Shenshen and his party, he laughed out loud. Su Shin, there are some things you are qualified to know. Now that the situation in the world is turbulent, there may be chaos in this era, and in these eras that are in need of talents, the Emperor Yan will definitely protect you. The teacher said it well, but Emperor Yan's grandson Yang asked me to snatch the divine weapon from me, and I showed killing intent to him, and I almost killed him. It doesn't matter, right? Emperor Yan has more than one grandson, right? Guo Zhen suddenly felt a little numb. In this way, Su Shin and his teacher talked about heart to heart all night. When I returned to my bedroom in the morning, I saw senior sister Zheng Tian was soundly asleep, so I got into the bed. Time is fleeting. Before the Feng Shenshen trial was over, Su Shin was still dashing in Zhongnan City. I heard he came back. Talents of the same age from all over the country will come to visit him in the near future. In addition, after the news that he stepped into the Grand Master rank at the age of 18 was spread, his name was even more resonant. Su Shin is not arrogant, he can play with anyone. When he makes friends, he doesn't look at your background or your talent and strength at all. As a result, Zhongnan University was full of friends recently, all of whom came to make friends with Su Shin. Gradually, the young people took him as their head and their goal. Su Shin seems to have a tendency to lead the younger generation in Daxia. But this day will come. At this time, at the entrance of Function Mountain in Heaven and Human World. The world suddenly hummed loudly. Immediately afterwards, one tester was teleported out at the same time. Master Zhen, quickly kill Human World Su Shin. Don't worry about anything. No matter what the price is, you have to forget about it first. Lord Yu said before his death that Su Shin must be killed. Su Shin must be killed. If you don't kill Su Shin, there will be endless troubles for my celestial people. That Human World Su Shin is not a human at all. Lord Yu sacrificed his life to combine his magic, heaven and earth with a divine weapon, but he still failed to kill him. Lord Zhen, Lord Yu, as well as other adults, this time, all the testers of the Celestial Clan were killed by Su Shin. When the testers come out, the crowd of Shangren suddenly shouted at the epic powerhouse of the Celestial Clan, with a sad and angry tone. This scene suddenly made the shock completely stunned in place. This time, there are only 10 testers of the Celestial Clan. But these 10 are the top level of the Celestial Clan's generation, but now, of the 10, not one person has survived. Zan Yishu's face also changed drastically. The expressions of the testers from other walks of life are as usual. In Function Mountain, the news spread long ago that the Dark God sect and Shangren have been hiding from Su Shin for fear of being murdered by him. The shock that should have been experienced has already been experienced. Even now, seeing the scene of hundreds of Shangren begging Zhen to kill Su Shin, I couldn't help but admire Su Shin in the human world for a while. What about the devil? Tatis of the Dark God sect asked the eyebrowless youth Gongjian in a chaotic cry. It should have been killed by Su Shin. Advertisement. Gong Jian replied, he didn't know, but it was right to push the pot to Su Shin at this time. Anyway, he knew that Su Shin must be the one who must report. He, or a member of the Dark God cult, will definitely die when he encounters Su Shin in the future. Backquote Su Shin. Gong Jian looked around and did not find Su Shin's figure, so he asked Tatis. That kid came out more than half a month before you guys, and has long since left the world of heaven and man. Ha ha ha, interesting. Tatis remembered the scene when Su Shin came out that day, and couldn't help laughing. But this laughter is extremely stinging the shock of the Celestials. He recalled the scene of that day. Su Shin seemed to be dissatisfied with his attitude, and said angrily, he killed all the testers of the heavenly human race and the Shang human race. This sentence is true to some extent. How can the Imperial artifact, how can it not be an opponent of the same level? Jen murmured to himself, this fact was so shocking that it made an epic powerhouse go crazy. Su Shin left. How could this be? Lord Yu said, no matter how much it costs, Su Shin must be killed. Why did he leave Function Mountain ahead of time? 1. In order to prevent Su Shin from killing people, we have been hiding all this time. 1. After learning that Su Shin had left early, the upper human race trialists cried out incessantly. Let's go. Zan Yisho looked at the 9 people in the Yan Kingdom who were not good, and immediately summoned the Yulingzhou, and was about to leave this place. What's more funny is, after Su Shin killed the Yuasian human race, there was no death in the Fengshen trial, Qian Wanghao. The reason is simple, they didn't even dare to fight, lest the movement of the fight would attract Su Shin's head. Everyone is very quiet, although the Dao marks did not collect much, but at least their lives were saved. Ah, Zan Yisho, don't go. Seeing that Zan Yisho was about to leave, he suddenly screamed like crazy. His heart was full of remorse. He was able to kill Su Shin, but he missed that opportunity because of his hesitation. If he left Function Mountain early, then Su Shin must have a ghost. He knew this in his heart, but in order to take into account the opinions of other strong people from all walks of life, he let Su Shin leave after hesitation. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Incompetent fury at the same time, only incompetent fury. Su Shin's deeds should not be angered by others. Zan Yisho said with a sullen face, looking at Jen who was standing in front of him. FKU. You. All. Gotta. Die. Angry unforgivably, he drank the rain word by word like gnashing his teeth. Zan Yisho was completely silent in his heart. And at this time, there are several powerful breaths coming from Cloud City. Zan Yisho felt these powerful breaths, and his heart sank. The one who can't leave the most is gone. And they can't go away. After a few days, the experience of Fengshen spread to all walks of life. A sensation in the world. Chapter 99 I Su Shin. Changed the trajectory of the times. The world is a sensation. Yan Kingdom is even more so. Zan Yisho, the president of Yanjing University, returned with a tester from the Yan Kingdom. However, the tester is now a corpse. The deceased is called Jiyu Wanjia, a trainer. Because manipulating plant pets is the most important way for the trainer to fight, he was hated by the Celestial clan and killed him. At this moment, Yanjing, a conference room. The top powerhouses of the Yan Kingdom gathered together, and none of the principals of the 7 sons of the empire was absent. There are 11 epic powerhouses in the Yan Kingdom. At this time, except for one person who could not be contacted for the time being, the other 10 people were all present. The body of a middle-aged man was placed in the room, it was Jiyu Wanjia. What does it mean? Wang Daojun, the president of Zhongnan University, looked at Jiyu Wanjia's corpse, and at this moment, he was the first to speak with a frown. Obviously, the Celestials want to kill Su Shin's heart, much higher than you and I thought. Zan Yishu's face was cold. Kaido. President Wang, Su Shin is a student of your Zhongnan University. He has enough strength to minimize the impact of the situation, but he chose to slaughter all the top descendants of the Celestial clan, and rob the Celestial clan at a high cost. The forged artifact also exposed the pet planting that could plunder the imprint of the Celestial body. Are you saying that if you stand in the position of the Celestial clan, will you tolerate Su Shin? Wang Daojun heard the words, his face became more and more ugly, and he shouted in a low voice. I have a general understanding of what happened in Function Mountain. The heavenly human race and the Shang human race want to kill Su Shin first. Although Su Shin is addicted to killing a little bit, it is not wrong. Everyone, I came out of Su Shin from Guoneng. This kind of evildoer is the fortune of our Flame Kingdom. Could it be that just because the Celestial clan clamored a few words, I have to honestly hand over these juniors? I hand over Su Shin this time, will the other party call us old guys next time, and Yan Guo will hand us over honestly. These words came out in 863. The expressions of the epic powerhouses are all somewhat changed. Then the president of Beijing University, Yu Hongwen, took over the words and said. This is not a question of right or wrong. Don't forget, the alien beasts in the endless wilderness are still clamoring for another beast-tide general attack, and behind this there is the shadow of the demon master of the devil, who is behind the push, and in the world of heaven and man, the Shangren that has been cultivated over the years has begun to take shape, and the army of the Shangren has grown into a large scale. 1 million, or 10 million, the Shangren can leave the world of heaven and man. If this matter is not handled well, then what Su Shin has done is very likely to become a fuse, causing the 3 parties of the demon world, the alien beast group, and the celestial tribe to jointly attack our Flame Kingdom. When it does happen, then how many people will die because of it? Wang Daojun laughed even more after hearing this. It's ridiculous, if they really think like this, it's the same with or without Su Shin, and others haven't acted yet, you'd be scared first. After he finished speaking, he announced in a high-profile manner, Su Shin, this old man wants to guarantee it. It's guaranteed. The people stopped talking. Going over to Wang Daojun to directly touch Su Shin is not realistic. The Zhongnan area is a large area of the Yan Kingdom, and Zhongnan University is the professional faction in the Zhongnan area. Wang Daojun said that to protect Su Xin, the professionals in the Zhongnan area will raise their arms and shout and follow along. In addition, the reactions above and below are quite different. When the news came back to the Yan Kingdom, professionals from all over the country were saying that Su Xin was awesome, did a great job, and strengthened the prestige of the Yan Kingdom. Most professionals come from ordinary backgrounds. After all, the children of noble families are small circles. And Su Xin's background is not worth talking about, which makes many people feel close. If Su Xin had no background and was handed over directly by Yan Guo to be dealt with by the Celestial Clan, how would the people below react? If you want to say the assassination of Su Xin, it's okay to say. But if Su Xin was directly caught and sent to the world of revolving heaven, it would definitely cause a commotion among the professional groups of the Yan Kingdom. After 10 days, if there is no result, the bodies of Yang Dao and others will be sent back. At this time, Zan Yisho stared at Wang Daojun and said something. Advertisement. Wang Daojun replied coldly, then you should blame the Celestials and not Su Xin. Wang Daojun, what do you mean by that? Isn't my grandson's life not life? The president of Beijing University, Yu Hongwen, was immediately furious. Among the 8 people still in the hands of the Celestial Clan, there was a GU master named Yu Yongbo, who was his grandson. Wang Daojun did not answer. But the meaning is already obvious. Not to mention Wang Daojun, even Yang Dao, the grandson of Emperor Yan, is far inferior to Su Xin. Su Xin probably didn't think of it either. Wang Daojun would protect him so firmly. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room, and a middle-aged man with a serious face walked in. When everyone saw this, their hearts tightened. Although this person is not epic, he is the most valued disciple of Emperor Yan, Qin Shen. Qin Shen clasped his fists at the strong men, and said, the Emperor Yan has returned from the world of heaven and man, and his old man made it clear that the other 8 people can leave it and keep Su Xin. Seniors, the world will be in chaos, so be prepared. Everyone was stunned for a moment. For a while, the room became extremely quiet. Yan Huang's remarks have already decided Su Xin's place of return, which can only be the Yan Kingdom. The Devil's Lord, Muntian Shi, a scumbag, actually openly spoke out, saying that Su Xin was unforgivable and slaughtered the younger generation of the heaven and human race, and also said that the Devil World is the most loyal ally of the heaven and human world. Hand it over, the Demon World will attack the Flame Kingdom together with the heaven and human world. It's true, I laughed at the master, why are you hooking the 8 demon masters, why don't you wait a little bit when you meet the Emperor Yan? Hey, the more they want to kill Su Xin, the more important Su Xin is. Calm down. This matter is bigger than we thought. I heard that the beast tide in the border city is gathering again. At this time, the entire Yan Kingdom professional circle was discussing Su Xin's Feng Shenshen and his party. After learning that a tester was killed by the heaven and human race, the group was even more incensed, and there were many comments about attacking the heaven and human world. What about me, my brother? In Zhongnan University, Wu Yilin looked at Su Xin in front of her and stared at him helplessly. If your brother really died because of me, I will avenge your brother in the future. Su Xin is a little helpless. Because of him, DADF, the tester of the Yan Kingdom is at stake, and the responsibility is indeed on him. Wu Yilin lowered her head and said nothing. She was confused and didn't know how to think. The bad news is that it is impossible for the Celestials to let them back, because the Emperor Yan personally went over to talk about it. But the good news is, 10 days later, Su Xin was still safe and sound, and there was no news of the death of the 8 people who were taken as hostages, including Wu Feiken. There is also wiggle room. Certainly, Su Xin is not the kind of tragic character who gets overwhelmed or feels self-sacrificing when faced with such a thing. His promise to Wu Yilin is not to comfort the other party. The higher-ups above are right, Su Xin is indeed bloodthirsty. And there is absolutely no concept of compromise in his mind, only killing to stop killing and violence to violence. 10 days have passed. The discussion about Su Xin gradually waned. But the dark tide behind it was so turbulent that the top executives of the Yan Kingdom were devastated. The 13th day, Su Xin was taken to Yanjing by Wang Daojun. As a junior, he attended the meeting of the top powerhouses of the Yan Kingdom. Advertisement. There were only 13 people in the Hall of Nova. Among them, only he Su Xin is a junior, and the rest are epic level strength. The one sitting in the first place was the Emperor Yan, who was known to all worlds. Su Xin looked at Emperor Yan. However, seeing such a powerful person with a restrained aura, still can't hide the powerful aura that has been in high positions for a long time. His face is not handsome, but his eyes are full of hockey. Compared with the Emperor, this one is more like an overlord. Su Xin. 1. Emperor Yan looked at Su Xin and suddenly laughed. In addition to Wang Daojun, the rest of the epic powerhouses are also a little unhappy. Especially Zan Yisho. It is estimated that he received a lot of anger from the Celestial Clan. Because of the trip of the juniors, the seniors are distressed, and the juniors must die. 1. Su Xin got up and bowed to the group of strong men. Seeing his attitude, change the buffer. At this time, Emperor Yan suddenly looked at Su Xin and said with a smile. Su Xin, let me ask you, are you qualified to let the whole country of Yan State protect you? The power of the nation. Su Xin was taken aback by this. That's right, The demonic beast army in the demon world has gathered together, the alien beast races are united like never before, and the tens of thousands of human races in the world of heaven and man are ready to set foot in the human world. These three parties are really united, and the country of Yan can't stop it. The Emperor Yan spoke in a calm tone that was terrifying. It can be said that because of you, the trajectory of the times has changed. Maybe this day will come sooner or later, but it is indeed ahead of schedule because of you. That's why I asked you, are you worth? Let my whole country protect you. The rest of the bosses are all looking at Su Xin at this time. Of course I deserve it. Su Xin answered almost without thinking. When Emperor Yan heard this, he immediately made a big move, and an illusory document appeared in front of him. This is the soul oath. I want you to swear that you will never betray the Yan kingdom. Su Xin has not spoken yet. The big guys all showed their surprised expressions. Yan Huang, do you rate Su Xin so highly? The use of the soul affidavit means that even his Yanwang cannot guarantee that he will always press Su Xin in the future, so other things are needed to check and balance Su Xin. Su Xin grinned and laughed. My seniors treat me like this, and I, Su Xin, will take blood in return. He grabbed the soul oath and swore loudly. I, Su Xin, swear by my own life, I will never lose the Yan kingdom in this life. The voice just fell. The oath turned into a ray of light and fell into Su Xin's spiritual sea. The hall was quiet for a while. No matter how thick-skinned Su Xin was, she felt a little embarrassed at this time. Is there really going to be a war? He asked. The contradiction between human beings and the endless wild beasts cannot be reconciled. The Tianqi Shi's ambition is to demonize the human world. These two sides must fight against the human world. The heaven and human world are also eager to move, otherwise there will be no human race. You don't have to blame yourself. You can appear here today. It means that in the future everyone in the Yan nation will take you as the leader, and the burden on your body should pull you to the heights, not to the bottom. Su Xin, I'm looking forward to you. The troubled times will rise, and you, as a monster born in troubled times, if you don't die, you will definitely push the Yan kingdom to a higher level. Su Xin heard the words, her eyes narrowed suddenly. As expected of the Emperor Yan. Look really accurate. Chapter 100 Tata is open. The power of the Emperor Yan. The power of the whole country brushes the copy of the world of heaven and man. The conversation with you is over. You can leave now, Su Xin. 1. At this moment, Emperor Yan gave Su Xin a gesture or two. After Su Xin heard this, she left very simply. Suddenly, Su Xin thought of something, turned to an epic boss and said, Senior Tai, do you have a grandson named Tai Jia? That person is Tai Shan. Although he is not the principal of the 7 sons of the empire, his strength is in the ranks of epic-level bigwigs, he can be counted. Tarzan River looks like a middle-aged man. It has a rough appearance and a strong body. After hearing Su Xin's words, Tai Shan paused and continued. You're not going to tell this old man that my B************ D provoked you, and you've already killed him, right? Su Xin hurriedly said. Ah no, the grandson I met on the Golden Trial Island in the demon world, he should be in the hands of the Fox Demon clan in the demon world now. What the hell, I, Su Xin, have a very kind heart, so how could I kill someone so easily? Why did he go to the Fox Demon clan? These words made Tai Shan a little puzzled. Oh, he was caught, and so was I, but I escaped. Quote. I understand. Tai Shan restrained his emotions and nodded. Only then did Su Xin leave the hall. He did not return to Zhongnan City immediately, but stopped for a while in the corridor outside. Soul oath. This thing is very binding. If Su Xin really betrayed the Yan kingdom one day, or did something unfavorable to the Yan kingdom, then today's oath would kill Su Xin. Of course, if Emperor Yan asked Su Xin to take the initiative to go to the Celestial clan to die, then Su Xin's refusal to go would not be considered a breach of the oath. Well, taking 10,000 steps back, even if you don't obey, you're breaking your oath. But it didn't work. For Su Xin, no use. Isn't it just a life? If he goes back and secretly blew himself up, the binding nature of this soul affidavit will immediately disappear. Su Xin thought that maybe Yan Huang knew that this thing was not very restrictive to him. But still, it should be just to give other people some comfort. Otherwise, in the future, Su Xin will really become an eye-catching wolf. Aren't these big guys going to go crazy with anger? From Su Xin's point of view, if the country of Yan did not fail him, he naturally would not fail the country of Yan. If the battle described by Yan Huang really unfolds, Su Xin will not leave the battlefield. He will definitely kill more frequently than everyone else, even if there is a danger of being strangled by other strong men. Su Xin is like this. He never risked his life, but he simply died. After 3 days, it has been more than 20 days since Su Xin stepped into a master. He is still the first rank of Grandmaster. It's not that his ascension speed has slowed down, but that he needs a Grandmaster's certificate to level up, just like the Master's seal. Otherwise, you will be bound by the world rules and stuck at the current level. Su Xin's current panel data is as follows. Open black lens bracket Professor, Su Xin. Occupation. Medic, Fighter. Level. Grandmaster Level 1. Strength. 685,500. Constitution. 1,001,200. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery, medicine appraisal. Advertisement. Wood-based skills. Many words are omitted. Talent. Heart of life, concentricity of body, unity of body and body. Plant pet. Willow of life. Close black lens bracket. The further the level is raised, even if it is a small level, the numerical increase on the panel will be exaggerated. Su Xin's current physique has exceeded the 1 million mark. The heart of life is also one more, reaching 5. Under these foundations, Su Xin once again performed true several thousand hands, which is definitely at the level of 10,000 meters. But still not enough. His strength is increasing fast, but he can't stand his enemy's level increasing faster. Su Xin is restless. After he returned to Zhongnan City, he found his teacher and said that he was going to go to the next copy. Grandmaster is not so difficult to obtain, and this thing can only be obtained by yourself, can't buy it, and no one can. Staying in Zhongnan City for 10,000 years, without the certificate of a master, Su Xin will still be a first-rank master. Strangely, however, when Guo Zhen heard that Su Xin was going to download a copy to obtain the master certificate, he changed his normal behavior and told him not to go. Su Xin thought that her teacher was worried that leaving the Yan Kingdom during this period would lead to her being targeted by the powerhouses of the heaven and human race. So he showed his hidden methods. Su Xin incorporates the thousand change mask into his face, which means that he can change into any appearance at will. And after the talent of the unity of the body and the body, not only the appearance, but also the breath of the body has been changed. At this time, Guo Zhen's headmaster's room. Guo Zhen shook his head and said, I don't doubt your kid's ability to save your life. It's just that you are going to the world of heaven and man. Ah, I'm bold, but not too big to lose my mind, teacher. Su Xin was dumbfounded by Guo Zhen's words. Guo Zhen immediately straightened his face and said, the movement you made this time is indeed not small, but at your level, it has not risen to the level of the Flame Kingdom, the Demon World, the Alien Beast species, and the four-way war between the heaven and the human world. The most serious thing for us humans right now is that the confinement of the dungeon world begins to fade. In the past, the strong in the dungeon world could not leave, which also allowed my human professional cultivation system to grow safely, until today. Scale. But in recent years, the powerhouses in the dungeon world have been able to come out. Although there are still restrictions on the strength of the Uranus level, it is hard to say what will happen in the future. When Su Xin heard this, she was inexplicably surprised. It seems that you have already thought of it. Guo Zhen sighed softly. Yes, when the superpowers of the demon world and the world of heaven and man can leave their world, it will be the real crisis for mankind. It's almost the same if you make trouble. It's a surefire fact that the abyss demon realm and the heaven and human realm want to live in the human realm. Su Xin thoughtfully, suddenly inexplicably a little disappointed, it turned out that it was not that he changed the trajectory of the times, but that the times were going to go on this trajectory, but he acted as a catalyst for a little. Then what do you mean, teacher, when you say I'm going to the world of heaven and earth? You'll find out soon enough. Guo Zhen took a deep look at his precious disciple. Your sister. He suddenly mentioned Lin Zhenru. Senior sister, she is true. She confessed to me that if I don't accept her, she will commit suicide. I can't do anything about it as a student. 1. Ha ha. Guo Zhen shook his head and laughed, patted Su Xin, and said solemnly, don't let your senior sister be a widow. Su Xin. He became more and more curious, what kind of medicine was being sold in the teacher's gourd. However, 3 days later, all is clear. At this moment, Zhongnan Professional Corps Military Region. This is the Royal Sky Boat, which has been upgraded on the basis of the Royal Spirit Boat, and its body has its own space, which can accommodate 100,000 people at a time. Advertisement. Principal Wang led Su Xin and pointed at the huge spirit boat ahead. At this time, there are tens of thousands of professional soldiers entering the self-contained space in the Yudian boat in an orderly manner. Zero asking for flowers. So soon, is there going to be a war? Su Xin was surprised. No. Wang Daojun shook his head. The three parties of the devil world, the alien beast species, and the world of heaven and man must unite. It will not be so fast. It will definitely take some time to equip it. It can be as short as a year or as long as several years. Then we are. Pre-rehearsal. No. It is the power of the whole country. Go to the copy of heaven and earth. As soon as this is said, Su Xin's eyes widened immediately. He never imagined that the top management of the Yan Kingdom would make such an incredible decision. The power of the whole country to brush the copy of the world of heaven and earth. This is big. Moreover, the demon lord Budianshi is not a native of the demon realm. He can freely enter and leave the two realms. The celestial clan has legendary powerhouses, which means that the Emperor Yan must also go. If the Yan Kingdom does not have superpowers in charge, would the demon lord miss this opportunity? For the legendary powerhouse, without the obstruction of the same level of powerhouses, it is too simple to want to destroy modern civilization. However, Wang Daojun didn't seem to see Su Xin's worries. Continued. This time, the 7 major professional legion military regions of the Yan Kingdom will dispatch a total of 5 million professional legions, plus 3 million non-staff professionals. The domestic epic level will be dispatched, and the Uranus level generals will stay in the border town, and the remaining 132 will be dispatched. All go to the heavenly world. As for grandmasters, masters and even professionals of the following level, how many counts are there? Su Xin looked at the professional generals who entered Yutianzhou, and found that each of them had an expression of resignation. He suddenly realized, the situation is completely beyond the scope of what his little brain can think of. As a result, isn't the power of domestic professionals completely empty? You have to figure out the fact that the trend of communication between the dungeon world and the human world cannot be changed. With the passage of time, the racial powerhouses in the dungeon world can come to the human world. At that time, no matter how full the domestic power is, it will be the same. Unstoppable, unless the Emperor Yan breaks through the shackles and becomes a god. This is Emperor Yan's decision. 1. This is the way to do great things. It's either a great success or a great defeat. It's better to take the initiative to attack than to sit still and wait for it to die. It's not that our country is incapable of this ability. When Wang Daojun said this, he turned his head with a smile. This decision has been made by the Emperor Yan long ago, but there are many people in the country who oppose it, but because of you, the heaven and human race clamor to meddle in the heart of the country. Everyone knows it, and it also made some people in the country see the facts clearly, so Ishan is up and down, contributed to this decision. Su Xin, you are going too, your task is to rescue Yang Dao and other 8 people, they are trapped because of you must shoulder this responsibility. Su Xin was heartbroken, he likes big scenes the most. But the key scene is far beyond what he thought. This is so shocking. The Emperor Yan. Su Xin chanted this name in her heart. How much courage did you have to make the decision to empty the power of domestic professionals and go to the whole country to create a copy of the world? If the witch god in the West did this, he would laugh at the other party for being a madman who gambled on the fortune of the country. But converted to my own side. That is the Yanwang Niubi. But this decision sounds really exciting, and the blood is surging in my heart. I am afraid that it will take 10,000 blog posts to subside the rushing emotions. You don't have to worry about the consequences. The Emperor Yan has his own backing. At least within 3 days of our attack on the world of heaven and humans, the country of Yan will be fine. Headmaster, I'm so excited. So is the old man. And. Chapter 101. Hold your head high in the distance, screaming in the wind. The young man here is in great spirits. Gentlemen, I like war. A loud shout resounded in the large space. In the self-contained space of Yutianzhou, there were 100,000 people standing neatly in front of them, and in front of them, Su Xin raised his arms and shouted. What we can know at the moment is that the Emperor Yan attaches great importance to Su Xin. The 7 sons of the empire and the younger generation of other professional colleges and universities will basically also participate in this world dungeon. National power is not a joke. Emperor Yan intends to make Su Xin the leader of the younger generation of Yan Guo. So there is a picture of him making a loud declaration in front of 100,000 people. Before entering Yutianzhou, most people don't know that they are going to the heavenly human world to use the heavenly human race as a dungeon. And after knowing the truth, there is nothing more than shocking, and the terrifying horror in his eyes is even more obvious. Su Xin, because of you, Emperor Yan wants to use the whole country to destroy the heaven and human race. Among the young people, there were also many familiar faces of Su Xin, and the one who spoke at this time was Feng Peng, a necromancer from Yanjing University. As soon as he opened his mouth, the others came back to their senses a little, and then they all spoke up. As this, play too big. Play, you call it play. Ha ha ha, brothers, I'm already bloody. Isn't Emperor Yan, 867, worthy of being the Emperor Yan, with such courage, no one in the world can match it. If it succeeds, the entire dungeon world of heaven and human world will be in the possession of our Yan kingdom. We'll truly have a very large copy of the world. You said, will the Shangren in the world of heaven be all ghosts? Just wait for the organization to call them. We're going to witness history for ourselves. Emperor Yan has a species that few people admire. I see that some of us seem to be a little frowning. What's the matter? Were we afraid before we hit? To Su Xin's surprise, when these young people heard that they wanted to use the whole country to clear the dungeon of heaven and human world, after being shocked, most of them were like chicken blood, and there was no fear at all. Su Xin originally thought that the 2 fools among them thought that Emperor Yan's decision was because of him, so they hated him. When they were almost talking, Su Xin continued, I will be with you. Everyone quickly looked disgusted and said loudly, don't, please, don't. Brother Su, listen to my brother's advice, when we fight later, let us play by ourselves, don't follow us. Yeah, how strong is the intention of the celestial clan to kill you? If you follow you, wouldn't that bring disaster to Chiyu? Su Xin laughed after hearing this. I personally think that if you follow me, the probability of surviving is higher. The people ignored him. They started discussing with each other. Su Xin didn't say anything about their sloppy discipline. Anyway, his mission was to rescue Yang Wen and other 8 people, not to lead the professional army of the younger generation to fight. Are you still mad at me? Su Xin walked to the side of Magic Capital University, looked at Wu Yilin who bowed her head and said nothing with a smile. You have to know that at first, Emperor Yan was unwilling to do this. It was me who strongly advised him that the old man changed his mind. Don't blow it. Wu Yilin raised her head and gave him a blank look, and then said with some worry. When the human race knew that the Emperor Yan's entire nation had attacked the celestial human race, would they immediately choose to kill their brother and the others? No. Su Xin's tone was extremely determined. This surprised Wu Yilin. Why are you so sure? Su Xin pointed to himself, because they will come to kill me immediately. Ah ha ha ha. 1. Wu Yilin's stern pretty face broke the defense on the spot, and was directly amused by Su Xin's words. Advertisement. She came back to her senses and glared at Su Xin immediately, annoyed that he was still making such funny hell jokes at this time. Personality charm is not something that comes with strength. It's really innate. Some people are born to be able to make people unconsciously rely on him and take him as the leader. It's hard to say whether Su Xin is a natural leader. But at least he does have something in making girls laugh. When others heard Su Shin's hell joke, they couldn't help laughing, and their nervousness before the war was relieved. Su Shin then looked at Wu Jinlian. This girl with a pity I see, has been watching Su Shin silently when he entered the Yutianzhou. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Shin waved at her. Haven't seen you for a long time. Wu Jinlian replied softly. When Su Shin was about to continue to say something, a steady voice sounded in the Yutianzhou. Prepare. About to enter the world of heaven and man. For a moment, it was quiet. At this moment, everyone stopped talking in an extremely tacit understanding, and everyone clenched their hands involuntarily. The younger generation is not the main force. Emperor Yan intends to take advantage of this opportunity to make the younger generation in the country grow rapidly, at the cost of the death of a lot of the younger generation. For those who survive, this experience can definitely become the greatest treasure in their life. The Celestials live above the clouds, and the Cloud City is the main city, which is equivalent to the Yan Jing of the Yan Kingdom. But the overall residential area is only equivalent to a Zhongnan area. Although the celestial race has unique laws, heaven and earth, the number of this race is far less than the tens of billions of human beings in the human world. Moreover, not everyone in the celestial clan can do justice to the heavens and the earth, and most of them belong to the low level of combat effectiveness. It's just that the high-end combat power is not weaker than that of the Yan Kingdom. In terms of overall combat power, the celestial clan is far inferior to the Yan Kingdom. This time, the Yanwang attacked the celestial clan with all the power of the whole country, and it was to use the huge overall advantage to defeat the celestial human clan in a short period of time. The key lies in the victory or defeat between the Emperor Yan and the supreme power of the celestial clan. If Yan Huang can kill the opponent's supreme power, or seriously injure the opponent in a short period of time, then the victory will be completely established. It is impossible for Yan Guo to hand over Su Shin. They are not fools, they know that Su Shin is far more important than others. If that's the case, then send someone to kill Su Shin. It's easy to hide with a gun, but it's hard to guard against an arrow. Su Shin needs to grow up, he can't stay in the human world forever. In addition, we must continue to put pressure on the Yan Kingdom. The alien beasts in the human world will launch another beast-tied general attack. At that time, we will dispatch millions of humans to help out. This attitude will make the Yan Kingdom fearful. 1. At this time, the senior leaders of the Celestial Clan were still in a meeting. On the way to their meeting, suddenly, the Cloud City alarm rang loudly. The high-level people of the heaven and human race were shocked. Almost instantly, all disappeared in place. From the entrance and exit of Tianren World to Cloud City, it still takes some distance. And such a large scale, it is impossible for the supreme power of the celestial race to fail to discover. Above the sky, more than 80 Yudian boats flew towards Union City like an interstellar battleship. Yang Qian. An angry shout shook the heavens and the earth, made the sky tumbling, and made the space turbulent. The supreme powerhouse of the celestial clan, Zun, appeared. This person has a youthful appearance, with a Dharma body imprint similar to a clover between his eyebrows, and his face is a little distorted due to anger at this moment, 0. And in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of unpredictable horror. Is Yang Qian crazy? Advertisement. Flame Kingdom. What are you going to do? Seek your own way. Swish swish. Behind the supreme power, hundreds of powerful figures suddenly appeared, all of which were Uranus level and epic level top powerhouses from the Celestial Clan. Yan Huang's move can even catch the Celestial Clan by surprise. The Celestial Clan did not communicate with the Yan Kingdom, nor could they constantly monitor the Yan Kingdom. The news of the Yan Kingdom had just reached the Celestial Clan, and at the speed of Yu Tianzhou, the Yan Kingdom army had already arrived. The figure of the Emperor Yan has appeared. He stood proudly above the sky and looked at Zun Yaoyao. True several thousand hands. And at this time, a low shout sounded, and a huge statue of Senju Guanyin suddenly rose from the ground below. That statue keeps growing, hundreds of meters, kilometers, until 10,000 meters. And on Senju's head, a figure of a young man appeared. The eyes of the strong men of the Celestial Clan were instantly attracted to this young man. The young man stood on the 10,000-meter statue and looked at it with pride on his face. Human world Su Shin. A roar full of killing intent roared out. It was the epic powerhouse of the human race that day, Gen. The imprint of the Dharma body between the eyebrows of this person is a pattern similar to wave. He is that Su Shin, the supreme being of the heaven and human race. He looked at the young man who was standing on the 10,000-meter giant, and his eyes were lost for a moment. Didn't you guys want to kill Su Shin? He's here now, come, kill him. The Emperor Yan slowly landed beside Su Shin, and said a few words to the hundreds of strong men of the Celestial Clan. There may be room for discussion on this matter. Zunqiang held back his anger. But halfway through his words, he suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly shouted at the powerhouses behind him. Yang Qian blocked my perception, and quickly returned to Union City. The strong Yan Kingdom has already gone there. When the Celestial Clan powerhouses heard it, they went back to Fangyan City one by one, where they could stay. Looking at this scene, Su Shin felt that the war between the Celestials and humans was really rubbish, and she didn't realize it was so simple. It is estimated that this race has been the master of the world from the beginning, and has never fought any battles. When it really comes to this kind of country-to-country war, the slightest mistake will be infinitely magnified, and then transformed into the opponent's battlefield advantage. Kung Fu now. Some of the Uranus level and epic level powerhouses guarding Cloud City may have been killed by the top powerhouses of the Yan nation by taking advantage of the unequal advantages of time and quantity. But the real key lies in the victory or defeat between Yan Huang Yonggan and the supreme powerhouse of the Celestial Clan, Zun. If Zun wins the Emperor Yan, that Yan kingdom this time, is the Battle of Burial Kingdom. Go make a scene. 1. At this moment, Emperor Yan pushed Su Xin, and saw the latter's figure passing through the space in an instant, heading straight for Cloud City. That statue deliberately shot Su Xin. Naturally, it was blocked by the Emperor Yan. The power of the Emperor Yan, others could not understand, they saw his big hand show, and they saw the whole world like cotton in his palm. An extremely deep black hole vortex appeared in the sky and the earth. The Emperor Yan forcefully pulled Zun into the black hole of the different dimension, and the two supreme powers disappeared instantly. The world was quiet for a while, but the more than 80 Yudian boats of the Yan kingdom were still rushing towards Cloud City. Chapter 102 Silly, my grandfather is really an assistant, a wooden dad, join me. Boom, boom. At this moment, over and around Union City, there are constantly strong figures colliding with each other. One after another, air explosions are constantly being staged. Professionals have reached the level of Uranus, and their destructive power is equivalent to that of nuclear weapons. The powerhouses of the Yan kingdom wrecked wildly, killing the Celestial Clan when they saw it, and they had the potential to be wiped out. The powerhouses of the Celestial Clan were fighting the fire everywhere, appearing to be in a state of embarrassment. However, although the overall strength of the Celestial Clan is not as good as that of the Yan kingdom. However, in terms of high-end combat power, they would not lose much to the Yan kingdom. As far as the number of Uranus powerhouses was concerned, the celestial human race would not be less than the Yan kingdom. Before the Emperor Yan and Zun could decide the winner. There won't be a winner or loser in a short time. In addition, the Celestial Clan also reacted and began to organize a counterattack. When more than 80 Yudian boats surrounded the cloud-dwelling area of the Celestial Clan. This battle is the real beginning. Outside, what happened? At this moment, in a prison, Yang Wendao and other 8 people were guarded, and when they heard the shocking sound outside, the 8 people looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. The Celestials did not choose to kill 8 people in the first place. Because they are now facing a crisis of annihilation, when the Yan kingdom invaded Yuncheng City, all the heaven and human races will come out to fight. In addition, a group of people from the Celestial Clan will also be prepared. If they are really defeated, they will continue to flee as fire. It is worth mentioning that there are indeed some problems on the Shangren side. When the Yan kingdom attacked, although the Shangren did not directly defect to the Yan kingdom, they did not immediately provide support, but waited and watched. Perhaps the young people of Shangren, under the education of the Celestials, respected the Celestials. But most of the powerhouses in the human race were powerhouses in the 30th world. If the Celestial Clan were truly defeated, then in this Celestial Human world, the Shang Human Clan might be able to replace the Celestial Human Clan. The difference was that the master changed from the Celestial Human Clan to the Yan Kingdom. But it's hard to say. The Shangren side is indeed gathering strength now. If the Yan Kingdom is in decline, I am afraid that it will immediately show its loyalty. Could it be that the movement outside was getting louder and louder? Wu Feiken suddenly thought of something, and his expression was extremely shocking. That's right. It's me. I'm here to save you. Ernie Chan. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded. However, in the dark prison, 2 figures appeared. Wu Feiken quickly looked. It is Su Xin and her sister Wu Yilin. Sister. Su Xin. You. When Wu Feiken saw the 2 of them, he was completely stunned. This is the prison of Union City. There are strong people from the heaven and human race everywhere. How did these 2 appear here safe and sound? I have stepped into the realm of Uranus, you are trapped because of me, I can't bear it, and I want to rescue you. Su Xin's eyes were firm, as if he really had the power of Uranus. Brother, don't talk nonsense, it's the decision of the Yan Kingdom. The whole country will come to the world of heaven and human to destroy the heaven and human race. The heaven and human race will have no time to pay attention to you, so Su Xin and I are here to save you. After Wu Yilin finished speaking, she glanced at Su Xin. In fact, it is not easy to find the place where the 8 people are detained, but the location can be locked in an instant. The prison here is made of special. Seeing that Su Xin was about to break open the prison door, Yang asked to remind him aloud. It's just that he's only half finished speaking. He saw Su Xin's right arm with thunder and light, becoming incomparably bright, shining brightly in the entire dark prison. And the solid prison in Yang Wen's mouth was also cut open by Lei Guang under everyone's attention. Huh, what did you say? The prison opened, Su Xin looked at Yang and asked. He didn't like this. Yang asked. If this guy insisted on stealing the divine weapon, God Yule, he would have been dead. How did you master the thunder-type skill moves? And it doesn't seem to be a normal thunder-type move. Advertisement. Wu Feiken and Su Xin knew each other well, so he walked out of the prison and started chatting with Su Xin. There's no time to talk about that now, go out and kill people. Su Xin resolutely replied. Then he took everyone out of the prison. When getting out of prison, the tragic scene in front of them made the 8 people froze in place for a moment. Everywhere in Cloud City, the Celestials and the Yan Kingdom professionals were at war. Professionals of the Yan Kingdom simply cannot keep up the battle. When this side takes shape, heaven and man come to destroy it, and then it will be a large piece of death. It was a battle with little preparation, and it was the same for both sides. The strength of the Yan Kingdom professionals lies in the formation. Once the formation is deployed, it can deal with several times the number of enemies. The importance of the formation can be seen in the previous Beast Tide total attack. But this is the base camp that penetrates into other people's celestial clan. How can there be any spare energy to set up the formation? Such a scuffle. On the celestial clan, there are quite a few powerhouses who are fighting guerrillas. Once the professionals from the Yan nation gather together, they can easily destroy them. This leads to the present situation. Professionals from the Yan Kingdom mixed into every part of Cloud City, and fought with the Celestial Clan in small-scale teams of 10 or 20. Thus, the powerhouses of the Celestial and human races cannot precisely eliminate the professionals of the Yan nation. Cloud City stands above the clouds. At this moment, under the Cloud City, many Shangren are looking up at the battle above. The endless rain of blood fell from the Cloud City, which was like a tower in the fairy palace, and the world was blood-red. The intensity of this battle was far beyond everyone's expectations. When Su Xin walked out of the prison with Wu Feiken's 8 people, it was like a picture of purgatory in the eyes, with countless corpses mixed together, shocking. Su Xin. At this moment, an extremely angry roar resounded not far away. However, he saw the epic powerhouse of the Celestial Clan, Zhen, who was held back by his own principal, Wang Daojun, but after discovering Su Xin at this time, he had to rush towards Su Xin regardless of the trick of resisting Wang Daojun. Kill it. This strong man hated Su Xin the most, because Su Xin escaped by his hands. And now that the Celestials are being attacked by the Yan Kingdom, Su Xin has indeed played a key role as a fuse. If he had left Su Xin, the situation today would not have happened. He thought so, and the anger in his heart was completely to the sky. Seeing that the epic powerhouse was about to kill himself in anger, Su Xin's reaction was calm and straightforward. If you don't hide, you can't hide anyway. It's just that when Zhen was about to attack, Su Xin's body suddenly burst open, and it turned into a rain of blood scattered around. He didn't even want the other party to touch him. The anger of the shock suddenly disappeared. He watched Su Xin's self-destruction so straightforward, that this strong man could not be dealt with directly by the other party. Isn't this Su Xin important to Yan Kingdom? Su Xin. On the other side, Wang Daojun cried out in a sad voice. From his point of view, Su Xin was forced to blow himself up by the shock. How angry the king is. He is not Zan Yisho, he doesn't like Su Xin, and even hates it a bit. Su Xin got a complete Dao mark for him, and he is a student of Zhongnan University. He naturally valued Su Xin. Needless to say. I want you to die. Zhen Fangkei's anger seemed to be transferred to Wang Daojun. In fact, Wang Daojun couldn't help it just now. After all, this shock was to kill Su Xin with his move. But now the advantage has appeared, and Wang Daojun's move has been hit, and he is already injured. Advertisement. With a low voice, he retreated to the side. As soon as the two strong men fled and chased, they gradually disappeared into the distance. Elder brother. Looking at Yang Dao and the others, Wu Yilin looked at her brother with a trembling voice, and the picture of Su Xin's self-destruction just now kept replaying in her mind. Seeing that his deputy was about to cry, Wu was also at a loss. Yang Wendao and the others were also completely dumbfounded, froze in place for a while. However, at this time, but seeing Su Xin's self-destruction, spilled blood rain in the whole area, suddenly green light flourished, and a towering willow tree continued to grow out of it. That willow tree keeps rising and rising. It was not until the body size of 10,000 meters that he reached the limit and stopped the upward trend. When the willow tree appeared, the wicker was dancing all over the sky, and one after another life energy began to scatter in the sky, falling on every flame country professional who was fighting fiercely. At the same time, in the sky, there is a vision of heaven and earth. One side of the chaotic world opened up, and the rain poured down towards the bottom. When the people of the Celestial Clan touch the rain, it is difficult to control and enter a weak state. 867. However, if the Yan Nation professional gets the rain, it has a very strong state recovery effect. Because of the appearance of this willow tree, the originally anxious battlefield immediately turned into a one-sided trend. Su Xin knew that her current combat power could not change the direction of this battlefield. No matter how strong he is now, can he be compared to a Uranus? But if he really lets go of everything and becomes an assistant on the battlefield, he can change the battlefield situation in an area. This is the charm of the auxiliary profession. Ha ha ha. The familiar laughter sounded, but I saw Su Xin walked out of the willow tree, intact. It's Su Xin. This is Su Xin's life regeneration skill. The warmth of Su Xin's life is flowing in my body, and I am instantly filled with power. Ha ha ha. Su Xin, this guy Su Xin, he's really a support. What kind of support level is this FK? I just filled up a tube of health. Kill, kill, kill. The battle cry of killing rose again like thunder. When Su Xin gave up attacking completely and devoted himself to the role of support, the effect was terrifying. The 10,000 meters willow tree at this time is a brand new move that Su Xin combines through several thousand hands and Lu Shen with the talent of one body and one heart. Lu Shen can be regarded as both a part of Su Xin and his skill attack method to some extent. The talent of one body and one heart also works on Lu Shen. And now is not the limit for Su Xin. Seeing Su Xin put his hands together, 5 wood clones were immediately separated from him. The 5 wood clones immediately moved towards other battlefield areas. Dong dong dong. It didn't take a moment for 5 huge willow trees of life to rise up in the other 5 battle areas. It's just that the body size is only about 2,000 meters, but the auxiliary effect is equally powerful. Su Shin's willow tree of life is now like a base spring. Within his reach, as long as you are not injured instantly, he can restore your status. Yan Kingdom professionals. At this time, there is no case of loss of combat effectiveness due to wounds. At this moment, Wooden Dad Su Shin, join us. Chapter 103. What a beautiful woman. The daughter of the devil, make up the new world. At this time, Su Shin's face was extremely pale because of the high load. He kept his hands clasped together, still in the state of an immortal. And the current battlefield situation is very clear. Because of the addition of Su Shin, the Yan Kingdom professional core has a stronger momentum. When Emperor Yan attacked the world of heaven and human, he naturally counted the power of the Shang human race among them. But now the Shangren are still watching. This led to the full power of the Yan Kingdom, occupying an extremely active and complete advantage. The powerhouses of both sides also fought in the Cloud City. In other words, the existence of the heaven and human race powerhouses will cause great casualties among professionals from the Yan Kingdom. Su Shin was able to bring the wounded back to their state, but was unable to revive the dead. When Emperor Yan made such a decision that shocked the world, it was impossible to take into account the casualty rate. If the loss rate of 8 million Yangguo professionals exceeds 20%, that would definitely be a heavy blow to the professional power of Yan Nation. But if you win the world of heaven and man, the benefits you can get from it are immeasurable. A race that can give birth to the strongest, and eat it in one bite, the Yan Kingdom will definitely endure until it explodes. Su Shin maintains the large-scale health regeneration of the living willow. At the same time, my mind began to become active. He began to subconsciously put himself into the Yan Emperor's perspective to see this amazing feat. If the Yan Kingdom really took over the world of heaven and man. So in the follow-up, do you still want to win the demon world, the abyss demon world, and the spiritual world? Su Shin. At this moment, Uranus of Yan Guo shouted at Su Shin. Don't be so conspicuous, you will only make the strong men of the heaven and human race desperate to kill you. 1. The reminder of Uranus is not aimless. If it is said that Zhen killed Su Shin with resentment, then the other heaven and human race powerhouses are killing Su Shin for the sake of the battlefield situation. No one thought, Su Shin, as an assistant, was able to play such an exaggerated heaven-defying effect. He can directly reverse the battle situation in a battlefield area, allowing the professionals of the Yan Kingdom to crush the celestial and human clansmen like a broken bamboo. So that, now the evolution of the battle between the two powerhouses begins to center on Su Shin. The enemy Uranus wanted to kill Su Shin and quickly followed, but the friendly Uranus tried his best to protect him. Seeing a large number of Uranus powerhouses fighting within his line of sight, Su Shin's eyes straightened for a while. He is the first rank of Grandmaster. It's not that far from Uranus anymore. But even though Su Shin has a lot of cards now, it is absolutely impossible to leapfrog Uranus at the level of the First Order Grandmaster. Any Uranus has the ability to easily kill Su Shin alone. Looking at the Uranus whose means are close to the power of the sky, Su Shin suddenly realized that she seemed to be in the middle of the era in a real sense. Su Shin, save me. At this time, a cry rang out. Su Shin looked for it, but saw Wu Yilin's chest was dyed red, pierced by a sharp blade, and she was looking at Su Shin for help with fear and helplessness. Without saying a word, Su Shin immediately cast his life recovery skills. Wu Yilin retreated towards Su Shin while enduring the recovery of her life. When Wu Yilin was only 10 steps away from Su Shin's right arm suddenly shot out a lightning bolt, which shot straight to Wu Yilin's head. Exposed. Wu Yilin laughed uncharacteristically, and then she threw her jade hand, and the surrounding world changed. All around the world is renewed. Su Shin looked around, but found that a new world seemed to be gradually formed in artificial sketches. Advertisement. He is in the Cloud City. But because of Wu Yilin's shot, he was now in a forest full of birds and flowers, surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers, like a paradise. It's really weird, people's disguise shouldn't even be able to see through Uranus. 1. Wu Yilin was standing in front of Su Shin, her green fingers were touching her lips, her tone and movements were glamorous. Wu Yilin, that arrogant little girl, won't ask me for help. Su Shin hummed and laughed. Your ability is quite interesting, Fa Tianxiangdi. This is similar to the ability of the enchantment, which completely isolates Su Shin from the outside world. And the cubs disguised as Wu Yilin in front of them, their strength. It seems that it is not as simple as the price of a master. Look at the human race and in the minority. Under the eyes of the Flame Nation Uranus, they were able to force Su Shin into a heads-up situation. Iron Man's big move, reincarnation desperate. Su Shin didn't feel flustered, thinking about the ability of the other party in her heart. At the same time, he was also a little more restless in his heart. The opponent is most likely Uranus' strength. That being the case, Su Shin's eyes suddenly heated up. Just today, he wants to experience the strength of Uranus head-on. No, I'm also a professional, but my profession is a bit special, I'm a hidden profession fabricator. Wu Yilin shook her head. Immediately afterwards, a colorful light curtain appeared on his body, and the light curtain covered his whole body. At this time, it slowly dissipated, revealing its original appearance. Is a woman. Even at this moment, Su Shin was truly amazed by this woman. The moment Buxenshi showed his true colors, the word, Yan, appeared in Su Shin's mind. Gorgeous but not vulgar. Compared with Yan Shiai's natural charm, this one is truly coquettish, and every move is teasing the deepest original desire of the opposite S**X. She is tall and tall, even slightly taller than Su Shin. There is not the slightest flaw in her beautiful face. A character suddenly appeared in Su Shin's mind. Benioda in, The Huntsman. The so-called fabricator is everything in the world. I can fabricate it at will, so my disguise is definitely the most perfect disguise in the world. Contriver, it sounds too hip, I suggest changing the name to, Hyoka Suigetsu. After Su Shin finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. Hyoka Suigetsu. Bu Shinshi touched his chin when he heard the words, and seemed to be moved. Su Shin doesn't know if the opponent's ability is as pervert as Aizen's, Hyoka Suigetsu, which is essentially complete hypnosis. But since it is fabricated, it should be false. Turning a blind eye may be an effective response. If it doesn't work, let them both have one eye. Sister I didn't come to kill you, don't be so arrogant. Seeing that Su Shin was ready to fight, Buxenshi covered his mouth and chuckled. My sister's name is Bu Shinshi. You must have heard of my father. He is the master of the devil who was called and beaten by everyone in the human world. Su Shin, do you want to come to our devil world? With your talent, you will definitely become one of the strongest in the future. Why should you succumb to the Flame Kingdom and be bound by a mere human kingdom? Hear this. Su Shin raised her head, still did not open her eyes, but said, good advice. But one of my favorite things, Su Shin, is to say, no. To self-righteous cubs. 1. However, as soon as Su Shin finished speaking, it was then that Boisen suddenly appeared in front of Su Shin, and there was still a Boisen in her original position. To Su Shin's surprise, advertisement. This woman did not attack herself, but held her face affectionately and said softly. That's why men like you are charming, aren't they? But, sis, my abilities, what I can fabricate, can also be memories that don't exist. 1. Buxenshi's voice just fell. Su Shin suddenly opened her eyes. A memory that didn't exist flashed into his mind and was deeply ingrained. 1 year old, 2 years old, adopted by the orphanage. At the age of 2, he was adopted by an evil, charming and maddening man named Bu Tianxi. At the age of 3, he was held in the arms of Buxenshi, 10 years older than her, who said he would marry him when he grew up. At the age of 4, he recognized the demon lord as his adoptive father, and under the guidance of the other party, he began his daily practice. On the way of daily practice, Buxenshi has been accompanying him as a childhood sweetheart of different ages. 5 years old, 6 years old, 7 years old, all the way up to 18 years old, up to now. Su Shin seems to feel that her personality is split. A brand new self is being born in one's own body, and this brand new self's personality is completely biased towards the devil's master, Mutianshi. Su Shin can't think of it. The opponent's methods are so bizarre. Su Shin pushed Buxenshi away with anger in his eyes. But soon, Su Shin calmed down again. Take Su Shin, what do you want to do next? Buxenshi said softly, as if she had the same memory she made up herself. I want to drop off the bag at your mother's point B next. Bu Shinshi tilted his head and smiled nonchalantly. You are also unparalleled in terms of scolding people. 1. Maybe one day you will be grateful to me. Everything Yan Huang does is not necessarily for the Yan Kingdom, but for himself to become a god. Su Shin, do you know what the conditions are for becoming a god? Su Shin didn't answer. The opponent's ability is too pervert, and he can't find a way to deal with it in a short time. It seems okay now. After all, memory is just memory, and it can be completely suppressed. But with the passage of time, Qian Wang Jiao, this non-existent memory will subtly change Su Shin, which is the most terrifying. At that time, Su Shin didn't even realize that his thinking and position would change unknowingly. He will gradually defect from the position of the Yan Kingdom to the demon realm. The god of all things in the world. There can only be one god of all realms. Governing all realms is a prerequisite for becoming a god. No matter how evil you are, if you are turned into a god in advance by the Emperor Yan, you can only become one of his subordinates, a man with lofty ideals. To shut up, Su Shin shouted loudly, and Reikiri rushed towards the Boisen. Smelly woman, I want to stab you like Nohara Rin. Thunderbolt. Su Shin's Reikiri failed, the surrounding world returned to its original state. The familiar Cloud City battlefield environment is back. As for the Boisen era, it disappeared without a trace. Su Shin, Su Shin, Su Shin. There was a cry in my ear. It was true. Wu Yilin was shaking his right arm. You suddenly stopped responding no matter what you called just now, what's the matter? Wu Yilin looked at Su Shin, whose eyes were gradually recovering, and asked with concern. I'm fine. It's fine. We won this battle area, let's go to other areas. Su Shin, can you hold on? Wu Yilin said. Can. Su Shin nodded. He controlled the 10,000 meters of life willow and started to transfer the regional toilet. Chapter 104 Heaven and Human Race Dharma Body Pond, my Dharma Heaven and Earth is about to be born. Battlefield sentiment continues to rise. Because the high-end combat power of the two sides has begun to appear unequal. The Yan Kingdom is starting to gain the upper hand. Both are epic. It is too difficult to kill each other one-on-one, but if it is 2-on-1, or many-on-1, the outcome will be different. In this extraordinary world, no matter how large-scale the war is, what determines the outcome is definitely the outcome of high-end combat power. If there is an epic powerhouse freed up by oneself, it will be an extremely heavy blow to the Uranus battlefield of the next echelon. The battle situation gradually became clear. However, Su Xin's face was always gloomy. There is no need to repeat his importance now. Uranus of the Yan Kingdom is protecting him, and a large number of the strong in the rank of the Grand Master of the Yan Kingdom are also gathering beside Su Xin and escorting him to the next battlefield area. Su Xin was really disgusted by the sudden appearance of the Demon Lord's daughter. She forcibly planted non-existent memories in her mind, which actually did no harm to Su Xin herself, but the degree of disgust was rare in the world. If left alone, Su Xin will not be like herself. His personality may be subtly altered by the non-existent memory, and this change cannot be prevented at all. Su Xin admitted that he was a little flustered. Su Xin, you've been looking bad since just now, what's wrong with you? Wu Yilin followed Su Xin all the time. Seeing Su Xin's sullen expression, she couldn't help but ask a question. Where's Wu Jinlian? Su Xin turned to look at her, suddenly thought of something, and asked quickly. The ability of the Demon Lord's daughter Buxinshi is extremely special, but Wu Jinlian is also the same. In the Temple of Reversal, the ability of the Snake of Reversal can also be called bug level, but Wu Jinlian's professional skills can compete with it. Maybe she can help herself. Have you forgotten? 867 She was not in the same battlefield area as us from the beginning. Wu Yilin felt that Su Xin's state at this time was very wrong. At this time, many senior masters next to him saw that Su Xin's face was wrong, and thought that he was exhausting too much and was holding on. So he advised, Su Xin, don't force it. 1. What you have done is good enough, maybe similar wars will appear in the future, and you, with the ability to recover from the area, are more important than anyone else. 1. Let's leave it to us next, although it's not as good as you, but don't underestimate the professionals of the Yan Kingdom. In fact, Su Xin is indeed pushing hard. The burden of such a large-scale response to Su Xin is indescribable. However, he has 5 hearts of life, which he can completely hold. He voluntarily blew himself up once before, and now he has 4 hearts of life to spare. Between their words of dissuasion, Su Xin had already moved to another battlefield. Su Xin did not stop. The heart of life has 2 spares, plus the main body, 3 lives are enough for him to face any emergencies. The other thing is to recover as many Yan Kingdom wounded on the battlefield as possible. This attack on the celestial people is also a great opportunity for Su Xin to build his reputation. Click. Because of forcing it, Su Xin burst a heart of life. Grass. After this heart of life burst, Su Xin's calm face suddenly improved. Maid. Smelly woman. Frightened Lao Su. Grass. The memory in his mind that was forcibly planted by the Puchen era consumed a heart of life in Su Xin and disappeared immediately. This is the same as the previous soul affidavit. After Su Xin took the oath, he secretly blew himself up once, and as a result, the restraint of the soul affidavit disappeared completely. Now too. Advertisement. That disgusting means of renewing DADF, the world is also resolved by the heart of life. This shows that after using the heart of life, all of Su Xin's states are equivalent to reset, not just a simple resurrection. The Puchen's ability is equivalent to imposing a negative state on Su Xin, which is reset directly. From this point of view, the Prosen is better to deal with than the Snake of Reversal. After all, Su Xin has the reversal ability. If he thinks about self-destruction to resolve the ability, then under the reversal ability, he will have the opposite idea of no self-destruction, just like this, forming an unsolvable self-closed loop. Lin, I'm fine, haha. Su Xin suddenly burst out laughing. Su Xin want to stick to the idea that was born from the beginning. That is, this world exists purely to make me happy, ha ha ha. Wu Yilin was relieved when she saw that Su Xin had regained her usual carefree personality. Then, she left Su Xin's field. The Celestials are creatures in the dungeon world, and killing the Celestials is indeed equivalent to the next dungeon spawning monsters to upgrade. Therefore, Wang Daojun's statement that the Emperor Yan's entire nation's power to brush the dungeon is true. If the Celestial clan was truly exterminated, then the 8 million warriors who participated in this battle would have to rise by a few small ranks on average for those who survived. In addition, this time, when attacking the Celestial clan, Emperor Yan had the aura of breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat. He did not carry any supplies at all. Within 3 days, if the Celestial clan could not be revived again, he would immediately return to the DPRK, otherwise the country of Yan would be in big trouble. So, a quick fix is what everyone is thinking at this time. In this highly tense battlefield, on the first day, among the 8 million professionals in the Yan Kingdom, the number of casualties alone was 800,000, and the number of wounded was more than 2 million. But on the second day, the death and injury rates have plummeted, because the resistance of the Celestial people at the end of the first day has been completely disintegrated by the Yan Kingdom. On the third morning, except for the battle between Emperor Yan and Zuna, the battle has not yet been decided, the situation of other parties has been decided. The living area of the Celestial clan is not very large, it is equivalent to a Zhongnan area. And the war between superhumans is not as protracted as the army's slow advance, and the speed of shifting the battlefield is extremely fast. At this moment, Cloud City, the main city of the Celestial clan. Don't take prisoners, kill them all. Any one of the celestial clan has the possibility to become a superpower in the future. This time our Yan nation's actions are the revenge of the genocide, which cannot be resolved forever, and the race of the celestial clan must be completely destroyed. If our generation is kind, it will only bring endless troubles to future generations. The professional legions are escorting batch after batch of old and weak women and children who surrender to Cloud City. But the order was to kill on the spot. Puff, puff. As soon as the order was given, these captives were beheaded on the spot. The celestial people will never forget today. In the Cloud Heavenly Human Palace, the strong men of the Yan Kingdom stopped a group of fire seeds that the heavenly human race was preparing to flee. Su Xin is here now. In front of him was a group of little wolf cubs from the celestial clan, all of them glaring at the people on the Yan Kingdom side with hatred in their eyes. Take away. A certain Uranus waved his hand and pressed down these little wolf cubs, about to go straight. This Uranus is from Modu. It has something to do with Su Xin. Because his daughter is Wu Jinlian, he is Wu Jinlian's father, Wu Chong. Su Xin, there is a good place, you should be very interested. Wu Chong smiled at Su Xin and said with a smile. What good place? Su Xin had no sympathy for the little wolf cubs of the celestial clan. Hearing Wu Uranus's words, he couldn't help asking. Fashion pool. The young talents of the celestial clan do not all rely on their own ability to master the celestial phenomena, and the Dharma body pool can help them condense the imprint of the Dharma body, and the master belongs to their own Dharma, celestial and earth. It's a pity that the top powerhouse of the human race was caught off guard by us that day, and there was no time to transfer. But they also have follow-up measures. Fortunately, we stopped it in time, otherwise the Dharma body pool will be destroyed by them. Advertisement. Between talking, the younger generation of the Yan Kingdom entered the Hall of Heaven and Man one after another. There are hundreds of people, and everyone has some injuries on their bodies, and their faces are exhausted, and the fronts of their clothes have long been stained red with blood. All of you will go to the Dharma body pool next. Judging from the fact that some Shangrans can master Dharma, we may not be able to. This is your trophy, take it as much as you like. Of course, Su Xin contributed the most this time, he was the first. Hearing Wu Chang's words, the younger generation had no objection. Su Xin, how many did you kill? Feng Peng, who was somewhat familiar with Su Xin, suddenly stepped forward and asked. I didn't kill a single one, I believe in Buddhism. Su Xin shook her head. Yes, living Buddha Su Xin. Feng Peng 10,000 do not believe it. I'm a master. Feng Peng suddenly said again. Hearing this, Su Xin glanced at him sideways. Really? In such a battlefield, if you survive, you will definitely gain huge benefits. The exchange of military exploits after the war is the breakthrough after the fight between life and death. Wu Chong clapped his hands, and then took the younger generation of Yan Guo to the location of the Dharma Body Pond. The Dharma Body Pond is in the Hall of Heaven and Man. The structure of the Temple of Heaven and Humans is also extraordinary, with many independent small spaces inside. The Dharma Body Pool is in it. Soon, Su Xin and others stepped into the small independent space, and there was a mess in front of them, with a large pool in the middle. It seems that the water flowing in the pool is not the pool water, but the product of the mixture of many elements. It's just that most of the Dharma body pool was destroyed at this time. You first. Su Xin was not in a hurry, but said something to Feng Peng and others. Just now, Lu Shen told him that he could help Su Xin absorb all the elemental power in the Dharma body pool that had been destroyed for the most part. If he does this, then other people will not get the opportunity to use the master of the law body pool to do the heaven and earth. Su Xin is sometimes selfish, but sometimes not. The younger generation of Yan Kingdom fought hard on the battlefield, this is the reward they deserve. Su Xin also admires and appreciates their courage to go all out. Then we're welcome. The younger generation laughed, and then all jumped into the Dharma body pool. This jump directly kills me. It turned out that before this Dharma body pool was destroyed, there was the power of chaos elements in the formation stabilization pool. Now the formation is not there. The power of those chaotic elements was directly and rudely mixed into the bodies of the younger generation, almost bursting them out. It was Wu Chang's quick eyes and quick hands, who brought these young generations up for the first time. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have to force it. 1. Seeing all the younger generation looking at him with puzzled expressions, Senior Wu, who had not encountered this aspect, pretended to be eloquent. Puff. Su Xin jumped into the Dharmakaya pool. Give you a chance, you are useless, look at it. Master's law is about to be born. He laughed out loud. With the help of Willow God, the power of the chaotic elements in the entire pool is desperately gathered in his body. Chapter 105. He can always pretend to be forceful, the immortal king is coming to the 9 heavens. How to intuitively understand the gap between yourself and others. That is, in front of your own eyes, others have done what you can't do. Right now, those younger generations of the Yan Kingdom feel this way. The power of chaotic elements in the Dharmakaya pool is of great benefit not only to professionals, but also to demons, spirits, and even demons. But the power of a single element is better to say. Once there are too many types of elemental power, it will become a kind of poison. The descendants of the Celestial Clan are assisted by the formation of the Celestial Clan, so they can stay in the Dharma body pond and persevere. But others can't. That is, Su Xin, while possessing a strong physique, also has the heaven-defying talent of the heart of life. In fact, Su Xin can't stand it either. When Lu Shen gathered the power of the elements in the entire Dharmakaya pool, Su Shen exploded a heart of life in a short period of time. But fortunately, after a life heart is consumed, most of these chaotic elemental powers have been integrated into his body, and the rest are already within the range of Su Shen's current physique, otherwise he has to continue to explode the heart of life. Su Shen, how did you do it? The younger generation of Yan Guo looked at Su Shen with shock. After all, if Senior Wu hadn't rescued them in time, they would have died directly. Shish, don't disturb Su Shen. Wu Jinlian's father hurriedly made a silent gesture. The process of using the heart of life by Su Shen, let alone Uranus, even an epic powerhouse cannot detect it. Senior Wu stared intently at Su Shen in the Dharma body pool. No wonder the Celestials have such a strong desire to kill Su Shen. His eyes then fell on Lu Shen again. Su Shen's pet planting realized the law, heaven and earth, which is not a big secret in the eyes of high-level officials. As for the source of Liu Shen, what they learned was the hidden boss reward in the Temple of Twilight. In addition, Su Shen fused the right arm of the divine weapon, God Yulei, and also helped Su Shen share a lot of pressure. A variety of chaotic elements are forcibly integrated into the body. For Su Shen, there are many benefits. The first is the physique value on the personal panel. In just this moment, the value has been increased from 1 million to 1.3 million. One increase of 300,000 physique values, and it is far from the current upper limit. The increase in physique, along with the strength value, is also rising. It's just that the physical enhancement alone does not make Su Shen so easily master the so-called law, heaven and earth. The heaven and human race's law, heaven, and earth can be regarded as a skill move in essence, but it is biased towards the spirit and soul. The most difficult point is not to create the form of the law, heaven and earth, but to communicate with heaven and earth. On the same day, the human race's law, the heaven and the earth, unfolded, and the essence of the power displayed by the law, the heaven and the earth, came from the mighty power of heaven and earth. Just like Yu's, Lei Di's real body. What he used was not the power of the thunder element in his own body, but the power of the thunder element between heaven and earth. In other words, Su Shen's body is the inner heaven and earth, then the law, heaven and earth are the manifestation of outer heaven and earth, and the bridge of communication lies in the perception of spirit and soul. This perception can be understood as the perception of the move skills, and it is even possible to rise to a higher level. Starting from nothing is the most difficult. Fortunately, with the help of Liu Shen fed back to Su Shen the Dharma, celestial and terrestrial perceptions of the top 10 members of the Yu and other celestial tribes. This process may be long, but it may also be short. On the evening of the third day, there was no more battle sound in Cloud City. The preliminary results came out. The death toll was around 1.1 million, and the number of wounded was around 5.5 million. 1. Advertisement. There are more than 20 million people in the Celestial Clan, but only 30,000 people fled. There are 8 epic powerhouses from the heaven and human race, only one of them escaped, and one of us was killed in battle. There are 122 Uranus-level powerhouses in the Celestial Clan, 8 of them escaped, and 15 of our team died. Shangren did not participate in the war in the end. Has sent someone to contact the Shangren to discuss. Tonight, the Professional Legion is returning to Daxia one after another. At this moment, a group of wounded and not talking about the country's epic bigwigs are sitting in the Hall of Heaven and Man, listening to the report of the battle. The number of high-end combat powers of the two sides is indeed similar. But the extra ones are enough for the Yan Kingdom to complete the situation of fighting more and less, destroying the powerhouses of the Celestial Clan one by one. Therefore, on the battlefield of the strong, the Yan Kingdom's battle loss rate is enough to disdain the world. But the following battle damage is more unsatisfactory. You must know that the 20 million people of the Celestial Clan are not all capable of fighting. The number of those who are truly capable is 5 million less than the 8 million professional legions of the Yan Kingdom. Just like this, more than 1,100,000 professionals from the Yan Kingdom were still killed in battle, which shows how difficult this elite race is. As long as the number of celestial beings is 10 times greater. It is impossible for Emperor Yan to make a decision to attack the world of heaven and earth with the power of the whole country. However, as long as the Celestial Clan cannot be revived in one breath, it is already the most perfect success. At the moment, what needs the most attention is the victory or defeat between the Emperor Yan and the supreme power of the Celestial Clan, Zun. If Zun can survive, then the Yan Kingdom is not eating the world of heaven and man in the true sense. In the end, he just plundered the racial resources of the Celestial Clan, but he could not own the entirety of the celestial world. To know that the heaven and human world can give birth to the heaven and human race, you will know how valuable this world is. It is much richer than the aura of the human world. A group of strong men waited anxiously. The 3-day period was not only for the Professional Legion, but also for the Emperor Yan. If he can't solve Zun within 3 days, he must return to Yan Kingdom. As for why the Yan Kingdom is not afraid of others stealing the house within 3 days, it is afraid that it is a transaction between the Yan Emperor and other supreme powers, perhaps the witch gods in the west, or other supreme powers. Is Su Shen okay? Wang Daojun suddenly asked. Su Shen is fine, he is now comprehending the Dharma, heaven and earth in the Dharma body pond of the Celestial Clan. After the young people heard it, they all ran over to watch the fun. When Wang Daojun heard this, he was furious and shouted, "Nonsense! Why are you so angry? Maybe with Su Shen's talent, he can really master the world." The epic boss Taishan glanced at Wang Daojun. Taishan River is indeed a cow. Among the 7 epic powerhouses who died this time in the Celestial Clan, 3 were homicides. There is a vague momentum of the second brother of the Yan Kingdom, the eldest brother is the Emperor Yan. The old man is saying that other people are going to see what the fun is doing, isn't that making trouble for Su Xin? No, the old man is going to drink those little broths. Wang Daojun coughed lightly. Then he walked towards the location of the Dharma body pool. The Emperor Yan is back. The Emperor Yan wins. Dungeon of Heaven and Earth, take it. This world belongs to our Yan Kingdom. However, at this time, the entire Union City suddenly erupted with huge cheers, all kinds of shouts roared out, and it was boiling. The strong man hurried out of the Temple of Heaven and Man. He saw that Emperor Yan was suspended in the sky above Union City at the moment. Advertisement. 0 asking for flowers. That head is naturally. Respect. Emperor Flame. Seeing this scene, all the strong men inevitably became completely excited. In the level of epic rank, there is a law, that is, at the same epic rank, no one can kill anyone, even if the opponent is the first rank of the epic rank, and you are the 10th rank. There is also a saying that, any 2 epics can easily defeat or even kill an epic when they join forces. And the facts have proved that, too. In the epic level, the only freak in the world is Yan Xiai's father Yan Xiao, and he is the only one who has the record of beheading the epic level of the same level one-on-one, and can even leave safely under the hands of the legendary top powerhouse. The epic level is like this, which can be reminiscent of the legendary level, and it is even more difficult to kill the same level alone. Even if Zun is not the opponent of the Emperor Yan, he can still escape. But he didn't even escape, which is enough to show how terrifying the Emperor Yan's strength is. Yan Huang Yonggan's hockey, his courage, everything is based on his own strength. Yanwang, 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 Yanwang. At this time, countless Yan nation professionals. If it was said that they only respected the strength of the Emperor Yan before, then at this time, the head of the Emperor Yan completely convinced everyone. After this time, the Emperor Yan's position in the Yan Kingdom can no longer be shaken. With Yan state he is there, the factional interests of various regions will also sink into the dark side, dare not put it on the table, the Yan state will be completely twisted into a ball by him, the upper and lower Ishan. I saw the Emperor Yan raised his hand, and the shouts below slowly quieted down. Emperor Yan's gaze fell on the Hall of Heaven and Human, as if he had penetrated the space, and landed directly on Su Xin who was in the Dharma body pool. He stopped and watched for a while, then suddenly showed a slight smile. Then he left the world of Heaven and Man and returned to the kingdom of Yan to sit in town. And shortly after Emperor Yan left, then I saw a sudden boom in the sky above the Temple of Heaven and Humanity, and I saw the color of the heaven and earth changed, and a powerful atmosphere of heaven and earth pressed down from the dome. A figure manifested like this, as if sitting high on the 9 layers of heaven, surrounded by the air of colorful flowers, overlooking the heaven and earth, like a god born. Boom. At this moment, everyone felt their tinnitus shaking, and their eyes were staring at the godlike figure with shocking eyes. FK, Su Xin. Someone suddenly exclaimed, and he found that this figure turned around and turned out to be Su Xin's appearance. Su Xin has become immortal. He has sword. Some people even shouted indiscriminately. Su Xin has succeeded. Su Xin has succeeded master, the law of heaven and earth. At this time, someone from the younger generation came out of the Dharma body pool and shouted. He said that his Dharma, heaven and earth are called, Immortal King Lin Judian. Pass it on, Su Xin's Dharma is called, the Immortal King Lin Judian. For a time, the shocking name of Immortal King Lin Judian spread among various professionals. The listeners were all shocked. I was deeply stunned by these 5 words. The Immortal King is in the 9 heavens. When a group of epic bosses heard this name, they looked at each other in dismay, and they were really amazed. Did he take the name himself? Wu Yilin grabbed the dogleg, who was yelling, and at a glance, the other party turned out to be Feng Peng. Feng Peng Kaido. He said that his Fa Tianxiangdi took the initiative to tell him, and it was called Immortal King Lin Judian. Wu Yilin stopped talking. Immortal King Lin Judian. She muttered the name in her heart, but she couldn't help but laugh. This name, not a genius, can't think of it. And. Chapter 106 Sensation in All Worlds. Rewards for Raiders World Instance. When Su Xin walked out of the Dharmakaya pool, more and more professionals do not feel that they are gathering towards him. The younger generation of the Yan Kingdom, who were also young people, asked him questions, and they were very curious about what aspect of Su Xin's law, heaven and earth was. Actually, the name, Immortal King Lin Judian, was indeed copied by Su Xin shamelessly. His power lies in manifesting another self. Generally speaking, it is a clone of 100% combat power. There are no special abilities. Of course, Su Xin's Fa Tianxiangdi is still in its infancy and not perfect, and the follow-up is still worth looking forward to. Senior Yanwang beheaded the strongest of the Celestial Clan. When Su Xin learned this fact from his mouth, he was surprised, but at the same time took it for granted. The Emperor Yan's whole country attacked the copy of the world of heaven and man. If he didn't have the confidence to kill his peers, he would be unlikely to make this extremely risky decision. Headmaster. At this time, Su Xin found Wang Daojun, and he briefly explained his encounter with Buxinshi, the daughter of the Demon Lord. Daughter of the Demon Lord. However, after listening to Su Xin's remarks, the principal's expression was somewhat puzzled. Principal Wang said in surprise, the Demon Lord Bu Tianxi has always been a loner, how can he say that? And what you said to hide the 867 Occupation fabricator. The old man is even more unheard of. 1. After listening to the other epic bosses, they are also thoughtful. However, I couldn't analyze anything for a while, I just told Su Shin to be careful in the future. Although they are very concerned about Su Shin's future achievements. But these strong men can't always protect Su Shin. And the professional upgrade method is destined for Su Shin to leave the Yan Kingdom and go to the dungeon world to upgrade. So Su Shin may face many unexpected assassinations in the future. Today, the Yangwang force will cut the same level, and its name will surely shock all worlds. Even Western witch gods, who are also human beings, are extremely afraid of this. And one Flame Emperor is already the limit that other forces can bear, and no one wants another Flame Emperor to appear in the Yan Kingdom. There are definitely multiple forces who want to kill Su Shin, not just the Celestials. In addition, in this battle of the celestial beings, Su Shin, although the Bodhisattva did not kill a single person, the role he played was indescribable. On such a large-scale battlefield, the role of group-wide assistance is simply too great. Su Shin seems to be telling the world, if you don't come to kill me, I will definitely step into the legendary Zeon level, and then kill you all. Look at Su Shin again. After hearing Principal Wang's answer, he himself fell into a moment of thought. Speaking of which, the appearance of the Pasen was indeed too strange. And from the beginning to the end, her ability and the origin of her identity are all her own words, without any supporting evidence. However, Su Shin was really disgusted by Nabusen. In fact, Su Shin himself did not have much hatred for the Fox clan in the past experience of the Fox Demon clan. One is that the good brother Taijia was juiced by the tank and he was a black fox of good quality. This comparison was quite acceptable in my heart. After all, people from the Yan Kingdom always tended to compromise. Second, the black fox squeezes his juice, and he is also sucking the black fox yin. The two are relative. The other party knows this and still does not stop. He has indeed stepped into the master rank because of this, and he has reaped the benefits, not to mention the spiritual aspect. But the body is really cool. So regarding the attitude of the Fox Demon clan, Su Shin thought that he would never contact him again in the future. Advertisement. And for Buxenshi, Su Shin really wanted to kill that woman. If she really threw an olive branch to Su Shin on behalf of the Demon Lord, it would be fine, but she chose to plant memories such disgusting behavior, how could Su Shin tolerate her? However, the ability of the new generation is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, and it is probably at this level to be able to let himself be recruited under the eyes of Uranus of the Yan Kingdom. Go back to the Yan Kingdom, someone here will handle it later. At this time, Wang Daojun interrupted Su Shin's thoughts and said something like this. The world of heaven and man has come to an end, but the follow-up management will also be a difficult problem. However, the immediate benefits are enormous. Every participant in the war will count the merits after the war, and according to the size of the merits will be rewarded. Those who died in battle will naturally not lack the so-called pension. At the moment, Su Shin and the younger generation of the Yan Kingdom returned to the Yan Kingdom in the Yudian boat. In a separate space within the Royal Sky boat, everyone went through the war, and their blood began to slowly cool down, and they began to sigh and talk about their peers who died in this unfortunate battle. Shen Summing is really big. He used Su Shin's wooden golem seed, which was always regarded as Su Shin by the Celestials and rushed to kill him, but he still managed to survive. On the other side of the Tianwu Guild, someone smiled and said. Shen Su glanced at Su Shin a little embarrassedly, and said, the main thing is that wooden golem is too powerful. Su Shin looked at him thoughtfully. Wooden golem seeds that can be used as pets by others, Su Shin is not difficult to make. There are not many cultivated masters in the country. Maybe he can make some wooden golem and wooden dragon seeds in the future to create a different kind of cultivated master army. The idea should work, he made a note of it in his mind. Everyone was talking and laughing again. Suddenly, at a certain moment, everyone stopped talking and kept relatively unusually quiet. Because Su Shin didn't speak, he was thinking. Seeing that Su Shin didn't speak for a while, everyone didn't dare to speak at such a moment. Su Shin reacted, but hurriedly said a few jokes, which made the atmosphere relaxed again. Fourth day. The professional legions of the Yan Kingdom returned to their respective military regions for rectification, and the legions temporarily formed by other non-staff professionals were also disbanded. Everything seems to be back to normal. But since yesterday, the world of heaven and human has become the, since ancient times of the Yan Kingdom. Without the permission of the Yan Kingdom, professionals from other countries in the human world are not allowed to enter the world of heaven and humanity to seek opportunities and benefits. All the resources in it belong to the Yan Kingdom. On the fifth day, among the worlds, all the professionals are completely sensational. Because in the early morning of this day, a series of prompts appeared in the minds of all professionals. The world of the Yan Kingdom Raiders world copy, heaven and human world succeeded. Close black lens bracket. Participating in the Raiders, below the master level, you will get the reward of straight up to the third level. If it is the gold level 8, you can be promoted to the master level. And so on. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket under Uranus level, you can get a reward for straight up level. The 10th level of the master and the 10th level of the grandmaster cannot be upgraded because of this. The rewards will be exchanged in the form of equipment of the same level. Close black lens bracket. Below the epic level, get a piece of rare equipment of the corresponding level, the type is optional. Kill the same level, and obtain a complete Dao mark. Close black lens bracket. Epic level, Yonggan, the initiator of the Raiders of the World of Heaven and Earth, received the Divinity reward. Close black lens bracket. In addition, the Dungeon of Heaven and Human World will be jointly owned by the Raiders. Except for the participating Raiders, the rest cannot enter the Dungeon of Heaven and Human World without permission. Close black lens bracket. When these cues come to the minds of all professionals, the professionals in the world are completely boiling. 0. Advertisement. The super large world dungeon actually has the possibility of being completely conquered. And in the 4 super large world copies, perhaps the heaven and human world is the easiest to conquer, because in the heaven and human world, there is only the heaven and human race, the absolute dominant race. It is not like the demon world or the demon world. There is not only one powerful race. What is more important? It is the dungeon world of heaven and human world that is truly owned by the Yan Kingdom from now on, and other professionals will no longer be able to enter this dungeon world of heaven and human world without permission. How many resources does this super large world copy contain? Almost visible to the naked eye. When the Yan Kingdom begins to settle in the world of heaven and man, then after dozens or hundreds of years, under the premise of sitting on a super large world copy, the number and quality of Yan Kingdom's professionals will be exaggeratedly improved. Could it be that the Emperor Yan already knew about this? In the Zhongnan area, Su Xin couldn't help but ponder as he watched himself rise to the second rank of Grandmaster. The West. In a secret room, a brown-skinned old man is debugging some kind of potion. This old man is the witch god of the West, and he is a half-blood. The hidden profession of the wizard is not only powerful in strange witchcraft, but also in making potions is one of the hallmark abilities of wizards. And the wizard potions made by legendary warriors are even more unpredictable. Yang Qian. Has it already started? When the witch god heard the reward prompt from the will of the world, his hands moved involuntarily. In this way, the sloppy West may also become more condensed because of this. He sighed lightly, looking at the medicine in his hand and suddenly became stunned. The combined strength of the Western countries is not much weaker than that of the Eastern Yan Kingdom. If the Western countries can have the call and cohesion of the Yan Kingdom, then they also have the ability to destroy the heaven and human race within 3 days. Unfortunately, they can't do it right now. However, the rewards for raiding large-scale dungeon worlds really exist today, so it's hard to say. Super large world copy, there are 3 more. And there are some small world dungeons, which may trigger the world dungeon reward mechanism. Abyss Realm. 3.5 On a black mountain, sits a black palace. At this time, in the palace hall, the main backbone members of the Dark God sect gathered together, including Kutushan Wei Luo, whom Su Xin accidentally encountered before, and Buxin Shi, who claimed to be the daughter of the Demon Lord. There are 17 main backbone members of the Dark God cult, 3 of which are epic powerhouses. Among the 3 epic powerhouses, 2 are natives of the Abyss Demon Realm. The others are all Uranus class, including the Proacine. At this time, Guosen was eating a lollipop, looking relish. Demon Lord, Yonggan has begun. An epic powerhouse spoke at this time. The Demon Lord sat on the main seat in the main hall. He was unusually handsome and had a unique temperament of evil and maddening. Yonggan has obtained divinity, and one of the necessary conditions for becoming a god has been obtained. If I don't do anything, until he is completely powerful, we will no longer be able to stop him from becoming a god. 1. The backbone of the dark religion also began to speak. Seeing the Demon Lord Bu Tianxi slowly get up, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Indeed, it's time." At the same time, on the Demon Clan continent, the legendary old Dragon King suddenly woke up from his slumber and summoned all the clans of the Demon world to go to the Dragon Clan. The spiritual world is the same. The dark tide is surging in all realms, and the wheel of the times is accelerating. Chapter 107. The Long Ladder to God. Single-player challenge ranking copy, open. Endless wilderness. The eagerness of the alien beast population was suppressed by the feat of the Yan Kingdom attacking the world of heaven and man. The endless wilderness that had originally gathered to prepare for another beast swarm attack gradually returned to its previous quiet state. It has been a few days since the announcement of the rewards of the will of the world. I heard some remarks in Border Town recently, is it true? You mean the conditions for becoming a god? Yes, it is said that if you want to step from the legendary level to the god level, you need 4 preconditions. 1. To obtain divinity. 2. To substantively dominate all worlds. 3. To kill 9 beings of the same level. 4. To sacrifice rituals. There are also rumors that the senior Yan Huang of our Yan Kingdom has already reached the god level. In this world announcement reward, isn't the senior Yan Huang obtained the divine nature? Really or not, according to what you said, we are going to attack the other 3 super large world dungeons next. With the current professional background of the Yan Kingdom, can they be beaten? That's why I don't know if it's true or not. It's just that the rumors of this incident are quite fierce, as if someone deliberately pushed it behind their backs. A group of professionals from the Yan Kingdom was preparing for the next instance, and they started talking on the way. It must be fake. If nothing else, the third one is to kill 9 people of the same level. As far as I know, except for the Emperor Yan, there are 3 legendary level people who were born in the human world, the Witch God, the Wuming Wawang, the Demon Lord. I heard that there are still 2 legendary rank in the Abyss Demon world. There is only 1 old Dragon King on the Demon continent, and it seems that there is only 1 in the spiritual world. Counting the legendary supreme powerhouse of the Celestial clan who was beheaded by the Yan Emperor, there are only 8 of them, so I can't make up 9. Lady Yanqi 30 should step into the legendary level, right? This is unrealistic. Even if Lady becomes a legendary superpower, how could the Emperor Yan kill all the legendary superpowers in the world? It is not easy to kill the superpowers of the Celestial Clan. It is the only one in the rank, but if any two legendary rank powerhouses join forces, the Yan Emperor will not be able to start. And what kind of sacrificial ceremony? It's nothing, just sacrifice the Shangren in the world of heaven and earth. The pedestrian became more and more vigorous. At this time, not far from the copy of their destination this time, a sturdy big buffalo was looking up at the sky, dazed from a distance. Next to the big buffalo, stood a blonde man. But this blonde man is obviously not human. There are a pair of extremely conspicuous golden dragon horns on its head, and a pair of golden dragon eyes are even more intimidating. The blonde man turned his head, and his eyes fell on the Yan Nation professionals. Dragon. Transfiguration of the Dragon Clan. The professionals of the Yan Kingdom suddenly retreated slowly towards the rear, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. But the blonde man just glanced at them and lost interest. Teacher, is this here? He looked back at the big buffalo and asked respectfully. The orientation should be about the same. The big buffalo spit out words, and then replied. Hurry up and send the news back to the guild. 1. At the rear, the Yan Kingdom professionals began to chat privately. But suddenly, then I saw a huge vortex suddenly appearing in the sky. And in that huge vortex, it suddenly fell into a behemoth, and with a bang, it fell from the sky and stood in the endless wilderness. What is this? Summoning. Summoning things, why? 1. Several professionals from the Yan Kingdom were immediately shocked beyond measure. The behemoth that appeared in front of him turned out to be a long ladder linking the heavens and the earth. Looking up, there was no end in sight. On this long ladder, there are even 9 palaces, which are located at different positions on the long ladder. Advertisement. Climb the long ladder. When the Yan Kingdom professionals took a look, they saw that on the first step of the long ladder, there was an introduction similar to a dungeon boss. Single player challenge ranking copy. Climb the God long ladder. Close black lens bracket. Bronze, silver, gold, master, grandmaster, Uranus, epic, legendary, deity. Close black lens bracket. Each level corresponds to a palace. What makes these professionals horrified is that there is actually a palace corresponding to the gods. Sure enough, Yang Qian triggered. Big Buffalo is the Niu Jie who pitted Su Xin into the Fox Demon clan before, and is also a legendary superpower born in the human world, and is respected by the world as Wu Ming Wuwang. As for why he is in the form of a big buffalo, it is estimated that only a few people know. And the blonde man beside him was a member of the dragon clan known as the Little Dragon King, of the Uranus rank. The prerequisite for triggering the long ladder to God is the fall of a legendary powerhouse. The Little Dragon King murmured to himself, the shock in his heart was no less than that of the chickens behind him. Today, the preconditions for becoming a god rumored in the human world are true and false. But one of them is this long ladder to God. For the god level, he has 8 types, a copy, and it is the venue for becoming a god. When all the prerequisites for becoming a god are met, you will step into the palace of gods and achieve the position of gods. Shish. The appearance of the long ladder to the gods soon ushered in the attention of many strong people. For a time, the number of powerhouses who appeared here was rapidly increasing. The most special aspect of ascending the long ladder of gods is that all living beings are equal in front of it. To know that there is no dungeon challenge upgrade for the racial creatures in the dungeon world. But in the long ladder, they can. This is also the reason why Wu Ming Wuwang brought Xiaolongwang here. At this time, the Little Dragon King took a big step and set foot on the long ladder to the gods. He climbed straight to the 6th palace, which corresponds to a copy of the Uranus single-player challenge. He stepped into it resolutely and started the single-player challenge of the copy. Hey, really, just kiss and do nothing else, whoever does it is the puppy. In the student villa dormitory of Modu University, Su Xin hugged Wu Jinlian, and Big Mouth leaned forward. But kissing and kissing is the wrong momentum. Su Xin. Seeing that Su Xin was going to go further, Wu Jinlian was very embarrassed. Wong Wong Wong. You, rascal. 1. Su Xin barked and carried him directly into the bedroom. It seems that Su Xin's relationship with women is not bad, but only Lin Zhenru and Wu Jinlian are the ones who really confirmed the relationship. He came to the magic capital during this time. With his eloquence in coaxing girls, coupled with his various heaven-defying achievements in Su Xin, Wu Jinlian had a good impression of him. The two of them just pierced the membrane under Su Xin's initiative. Then it was stabbed before, but before it was referring to both parties emotionally. But here comes the bad and the good. Su Xin. Su Xin. Someone knocked on the door frantically. Wu Jinlian hurriedly pushed Su Xin away and sorted out the clothes list. Open the door and see. But it is the brother and sister Wu Yilin and Wu Feiken, who are both at the University of the Magic City. Advertisement. Su Xin sat on the sofa in the living room, sitting upright. Wu Yilin didn't realize anything, but Wu Feiken seemed to be aware of it. She glanced at her sister, but she didn't choose to say anything. He asked himself, if he was Su Xin, the children would already be a litter. What's the matter? Wu Jinlian asked. There is a single-player challenge ranking instance in the Endless Wilderness, and the reward is extremely exaggerated. It is called the Long Ladder to God. Wu Yilin started talking one by one. News of course spread very quickly. After listening to her words, the serious Su Xin over there stood up and his expression changed slightly. Suddenly, Su Shin asked, well, I heard that a legend-level supreme powerhouse fell, and this triggered it. You have also heard about the condition for becoming a god that has been rumored recently, right? 1. Wu Yilin changed her normal behavior, and her little face looked a little excited. But as she was talking, she suddenly realized something, looked at Su Shin and Wu Jinlian, and said, you too. I came to Modu this time to make a deal with the senior principal of Modu University. Didn't Wu Jinlian get the reversal scepter from the Twilight Temple before? That scepter is one of the parts that make up the only divine weapon. I got the other two, so I was wondering if I could trade them over. Su Shin's unchanging Kaido, he is the current editor. After Wu Jinlian heard this, he glanced at Su Shin. Oh, with your current status, the principal should sell you a face. However, the upgrade of the only artifact is not that simple. Besides, didn't you stole an artifact from the Celestial Clan? Oh no, I'm going to challenge the personal dungeon. I'm going to go to 867, will you go? Wu Yilin returned to the topic of ascending the long ladder to God again. Sister, calm down, Su Shin is not suitable for public appearance right now. In the territory of our Flame Kingdom, there are seniors of the Yan Emperor sitting in charge. No one dares to have bad thoughts about Su Shin, but it is not certain to leave the Flame Kingdom. Wu Feiken patted his sister's head and talked about Su Shin's current embarrassing situation. You say that Su Shin is strong, he is really outrageous, and the only god of war designated by the abuse of Kai, oh, in front of him at the same level as Kai. But you have to say that Su Shin is strong, he is not Uranus's opponent now, and the person who really wants to kill him, I am afraid that he will not let the epic powerhouse shoot for the sake of safety. It's okay, I'll just change my face. Su Shin patted his face and turned into Wu Feiken. Together with the breath, it is exactly the same as Wu Feiken. Wu Feiken's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately walked into the bedroom with Su Shin, then the two changed into the same clothes and walked out. Sister, who do you think is your brother? The two of them said in unison to Wu Yilin. Not even the sound could be faulted. This time, the two girls Wu Yilin and Wu Jinlian were completely stunned. Su Shin's camouflage was more powerful than they imagined. This one on the left. Wu Yilin really started to play, pointing to Wu Feiken on the left. Wrong. Another person walked out of the bedroom again, it was Wu Feiken's body. The previous two, one was Su Shin and the other was his wood clone. Let's go to the long ladder to see the gods. Su Shin would look like he was, and said something to the three of them. This time, he just pinched an identity and just mixed in with Modu University. At the moment, Magic City University organized a group of students, and under the leadership of their elders, they began to go to the long ladder to ascend the gods in the endless wilderness. Some time has been wasted in passing the message here. At this time, the long ladder to the gods seemed to be crowded with people. Because the single-player challenge copy of the long ladder of gods is suitable for extraordinary people of any level and not limited to professional status. Chapter 108 Step back. I'm going to start pretending. Su Shin changed her face, and she was not a student of Modu University. After all, he is the first rank of Grandmaster, so he must be older if he wants to disguise his identity, otherwise, in the whole world, who else is there besides Su Shin? That camouflage doesn't mean there is no camouflage. As for identity, it is Wu Feiken's friend. It took about a day. Su Shin, Wu Feiken and others came to the area where the long ladder to the gods was located. Su Shin looked around and found that the long ladder linking the heavens and the earth was full of people, not only professionals from the Yan Kingdom, but also professionals from all countries in the human world. Even, he can see extraordinary people from the spiritual world, the demon world, and the abyss demon world. What? Asked Yang to break through to the Grandmaster rank. Wu Feiken found the genius circle of his age, and after some inquiries, he learned that Yang Dao had stepped into the master class and was challenging the single-player dungeon. Su Shin was watching by herself. At this time, on the long ladder of gods, a figure flew out from the fifth palace from the bottom to the top. Su Shin looked up, still an acquaintance. The city owner of Luokung in the Zhongnan area is Sha Nan. Su Shin was in a trance for a while, thinking that when he first awakened to his profession, Sha Nan, as the Ninth Order Grandmaster, was an existence that he could only hope to reach. It's only been a few months now. In the eyes of Su Shin, the city lord Sha no longer had the shocking senses that he gave him that day. I don't know if Su Shin is a little swollen. Anyway, he felt that even though he was a second-tier master, he could slap Sha Nan's life and couldn't take care of himself. That's Zhongnan Zhanzong Sha Nan. The results are out. Check it out. One of the single-player challenge master level dungeons, the Realm of Alone, Zhanzong Sha Nan cleared the customs. His customs clearance time was 18 hours 25 minutes and 36 seconds. The single-player master level dungeon was cleared in only 18 hours. Could it be? In fact, this single-player dungeon secret realm is simpler than we thought. Simple. But so far, the Grandmaster level dungeon has been cleared by Sha Nan alone. 1. Everyone looked at Sha Nan in the sky, and the discussion suddenly heated up. Sword sect strong, walking in the air, so terrifying. City Lord Sha, what reward did you get for clearing the dungeon? 1 inch. Someone shouted towards Shannon. However, the latter did not answer him, but went to the side to rest. Judging from his appearance, he will continue to challenge other master-level single-player challenge dungeons. Except for the palace corresponding to the god level. The remaining 8 palaces have challenge copies of corresponding levels, and there are more than 9 each. As for the difficulty level is not clearly marked. In addition, with the same copy, multiple people can challenge at the same time without interfering with each other. Xian Sha Nan caused a lot of momentum. But soon, another strong man came out. At present, the highest level of attention is the Grandmaster rank. For the Uranus level dungeons and epic level dungeons above, there are already strong bosses who have entered the challenge at the first time, but no one has come out yet. Su Xin squeezed through the crowd and came to the long ladder. When he checked, he found that the 9 Grandmaster level challenge dungeons corresponding to his current level were Lonely Realm, Silent Blue Frenzy, Netherworld Ghost Mountain, Sorrowful Cave, and so on. And now, only the dungeon, the Realm of Myself, has a ranking. The current number 1 is Sha Nan, the occupation has not been announced, and the customs clearance time, 18 hours 25 minutes and 36 seconds. City Lord Sha also belongs to the first class with strong combat power in the Grandmaster rank. Even he needs 18 hours, which shows that the difficulty of this single-player challenge dungeon is really good. Su Xin took a hint of interest. In addition, the fact that the customs clearance reward was not announced also made him a little slandered. FK, Brother Niu. Advertisement. Su Xin looked around, and suddenly found a certain place far away from the crowd. Su Xin remembered the fact that the big buffalo sent him to the Fox Demon clan. But this one seems to be one of the legendary powerhouses. For the time being, it didn't happen. The nature of human beings is to bully the soft and fear the hard. Dog head. The big buffalo did not recognize Su Xin, which shows that the effect of his ingenuity into the equipment item of the 1000 transformation mask is very impressive. Someone came out again. At this time, the crowd rose to silence again. Seeing a figure flying out of the hall corresponding to the master rank, Su Xin looked up and saw that it was an acquaintance. Yan Jinj. Yan Jinj and Yan Shiai, Su Xin can be distinguished at a glance. Su Xin was slightly surprised. How long has it been since Yan Jinj went to Lady Palace? Is this the master class? Although Yan Jinj's talent is good, the upgrade speed is really amazing. However, she seems to have stepped into the master rank, but the level of combat power still needs to be improved. This time, there is no challenge copy of the master rank. He even had some minor injuries. If Sha Nan can do it, how can I not? At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly sounded. When everyone heard the sound, they saw that it was a master of the Grandmaster rank of a certain small country. Su Xin listened and heard what his name was Park Dachang. Park Dachang immediately entered the master level dungeon, and he chose the dungeon, Ghost Mountain of the Underworld. But only 3 minutes have passed. This man came out of it, with scars all over his body and a horrified expression, as if he had been frightened by something. Is this a copy of the Grandmaster rank? Park Dachang exclaimed. If Uranus comes, it's possible that he won't be able to pass. However, the crowd burst into laughter because of this. What Kumba garbage. Go away. Don't be embarrassed here, grandstanding. Haha, I laughed so hard, I can't last for 3 minutes, this man. Seeing this, Pu Dachang left in a huff. Soon, there was no more laughter in the crowd. Because more and more people began to challenge the dungeons, the 3 low-level bronze, silver, and gold are currently also challenged by many young talents this year in the golden level, and the first 2 are basically uninterested. And 3 minutes seem to become a magic spell, a kind of watershed in combat power. In addition to Uranus and epic dungeons. For the other levels of dungeons, most of the extraordinary people went into challenge, and they failed to exceed 3 minutes. Gradually, a new argument emerged. Good guy, he actually lasted 3 minutes. This person is recognized by my Taiji. You are Father Tarzan River. Super loud one. Oh, that's fine. Taiji has lost a lot of weight. The performance of Wu Feiken and other level is not so unbearable. It took 10 minutes, but it was difficult to clear the master level single-player dungeon challenge. Isn't it too difficult, this single-player challenge dungeon? The harder it is, the richer the rewards for customs clearance. And it can be challenged many times. After accumulating dungeon experience, it may not be impossible to win by outwitness. Does it still take time? Advertisement. If Su Xin is here, can he pass the level? Su Xin. It's hard to say. After all, I heard that he has just stepped into the Grandmaster rank, and he can only go to the Grandmaster rank challenge dungeon. Even a sword sect like Sha Nanan takes 18 hours to clear one of the dungeons. Su Xin. Should still be too early. FK. You use common sense to figure out Su Xin, I think he can pass the level. There are constant discussions among various groups of people. Slowly, Su Xin's topic was brought up. This is not surprising. When it comes to genius, it is impossible to bypass Su Xin now. What a great girl. At this time, Su Xin suddenly shouted. Seeing that Wu Jinlian came out of the master dungeon, she lasted for half an hour, but failed to clear the dungeon. Wu Jinlian ignored Su Xin, did not interact with him, and silently returned to the Magic Capital University. Su Xin was bored. Then he said loudly. Everyone said what happened to Su Xin, why didn't you see him here? Could it be that you want someone to sneak away to break the copy, so that no one will know if he fails? Isn't it? I heard that Zhongnan Su Xin has an eternal talent and unparalleled talent, and he is the strongest evildoer in the current era. He is not one of them, and the result is just like that. Knowing that Su Xin was disguised, Wu Jinlian and Wu Yilin rolled their eyes together. This double-read behavior of boasting and belittling oneself, I am afraid that only this person can do it. Su Shin just finished speaking. Then I saw countless bad eyes looking towards him. Basically, they are all professionals from the Yan Kingdom, and there are even some grandmasters and elders among them. Where did the dog come from here? Shin Yu barking. Su Shin is also you qualified to judge. Get out of the way and let Lao Su see who is talking nonsense. The Yan Kingdom professionals followed the sound and pushed aside the crowd and surrounded Su Shin. Su Shin was stunned for a moment. Suddenly found a lot of acquaintances. Zhongnan University has the most. Sorry. Xiao Shongning stood behind Xia Yingyu, pointed at Su Shin fearfully and bravely, and shouted. I don't know who you are. Feng Peng from Yanjing University stared at Su Shin badly, and his tone of Xian Zhao's was a little cold. Where is your home? Point me in a direction and let Lao Su tell you what it means to be out of trouble. Wang Jingyu of Zhongnan University sneered. Su Shin was exhausted for a while. He was suddenly a little dazed. He seemed to have really become the benchmark for the younger generation of Yan Kingdom, and this person's peers had begun to subtly and spontaneously take himself as the leader and protect everything about him. On a whim, he became playful, but he didn't expect to have an uncontrollable posture. Suddenly, Su Shin felt an extremely cold gaze. He followed his gaze. However, Yan Xiai, who was in the crowd, was staring at him with murderous intent, not concealing it at all. Little girl over there, why are you staring at me like that? Su Shin immediately pointed at Yan Xiai, and Gaga laughed. You won't live long. Yan Xiai looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Little girl, you work in the underworld. Su Shin still smiled, frantically stimulating Yan Xiai's nerves. Yan Xiai didn't talk to him anymore, and he didn't talk anymore. Then, Su Shin pushed away the crowd that surrounded him. Back off, my lord, Yi Fan. I would like to see, how does the Su Shin in your mouth compare to me? I'll go to the master level dungeon first, and after the customs clearance, I will wait for the Zhongnan Su Shin to break my customs clearance record. After he said that, he stepped out one step and walked towards the palace corresponding to the Grandmaster rank. Chapter 109 Su Shin appears, ready to kill him, over. Su Shin walked into the palace. As soon as he entered the palace, 9 choices popped out in his mind, corresponding to the 9 Grandmaster level single-player challenge dungeons. Su Shin didn't think too much about it, and chose the copy of the Lonely Realm Challenge, challenged by the previous Summer Nan's challenge. He didn't deliberately compare Sha Nanan. In fact, Sha Nan is indeed the first high-level professional Su Shin has seen in this world who can be called a strong man. At the awakening vocational ceremony that day, Sha Nan's extraordinary bearing left a deep impression on Su Shin. Although it's not long, Su Shin has really been targeting Sha Nan for a short time. With the growth of Su Shin's strength, his vision and goals naturally become higher and higher. And now, Su Shin has only one goal. That is becoming a god. When Su Shin entered the challenge dungeon, the discussions outside did not stop. Go check this person, he so openly questioned Su Shin, he just wanted Su Shin to show up, or someone is behind this person. 1. Yan Xiai turned to face her bodyguard, the old man surnamed Wen, and instructed. Miss, you are still the young master of the Thunder Emperor's palace, but Su Shin is no longer the Su Shin of the day, so you don't need to worry about him. The old man surnamed Wen sighed, but Yan Xiai was taken aback by what he said. Now it is not her Yan Xiai, but Yan Guo that I don't want something to happen to Su Shin. Although most people are dismissive of the so-called idol. But that only refers to actors in the general sense. The word idol, with the development of the times, has indeed become a rotten street. And Su Shin, in the Yan Kingdom, he is a benchmark for the younger generation, and an idol that the younger generation wants to catch up and approach. Not to mention, does the Emperor Yan have any intention to follow up on other world dungeons? If there is, then Su Shin, as such an idol, takes the lead in responding. It must be 1,000 responses. Even evildoers like Su Shin don't risk their lives, so they naturally follow. As the gap between me and him 870 already, that big. Yan Xiai's eyes froze, and he muttered to himself. It seems to sense her loss. A wicker stick stretched out from Yan Xiai's arms and was stroking her cheek. Look at Su Shin again. The moment he stepped into the single-player challenge dungeon, the timing had already started. This single-player challenge copy has a ranking mechanism. The ranking is based on the length of customs clearance time. Su Shin looked around. He was in the copy space at this time, and in front of him was a battlefield filled with yellow sand. On this battlefield, with corpses scattered all around, Xiao Sha's solemn atmosphere did not linger in Su Shin's heart. At this time, suddenly there was a sound of screaming and screaming from the front. Look up. However, he saw nearly 1,000,000 soldiers surrounded by a general attacking him. It turns out that this copy is not so cumbersome, just kill the main general. Su Shin chuckled. Immediately afterwards, he shouted loudly. The immortal king is coming to the 9 heavens. Boom. Behind him, a powerful figure appeared immediately. The figure seemed to be sitting on the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. The great wilderness prisoner's palm. Su Shin slapped it with a palm, and at the same time, his own magic, heaven and earth also performed a move. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying big palm that covered the sky and the sun fell from the sky, and the palm became bigger and bigger, and it rushed directly to the hundreds of thousands of soldiers below with a powerful force. However, at this time, the soldiers shouted in unison, and then raised a shield with the help of the marching formation. The shield has a huge range, completely covering the entire formation. But Su Shin cast the great desolate prisoner's palm under the heaven and earth, but failed to penetrate this shield. Advertisement. The soldiers manifested by these copies are not very powerful individually, but when they aggregate their overall strength through some kind of marching formation, their power is terrifyingly powerful. If it is hard, maybe even Su Shin might not be able to fight an army of millions with one person. Su Shin also doesn't think Sha Nan is hard to resist. Sha Nan is a swordsman profession. Although this single attack power is large, it does not have much advantage in the face of less hitting. But Su Shin wants to be tough. Snapped. I saw the hands clasped together suddenly, and the whole person entered the state of immortal at this time. Rumbling. At the same time, the law of heaven and earth also used the same move. True several thousand hands x2. Immediately afterwards, the two Senju Avalokitesfera of 10,000 meters were merged together. Turn into a Buddha on the top. The combined Senju Guanyin has not grown in size, but its power is not as simple as 1+1. This can be said to be Su Shin's strongest move at present. Even the power of the divine weapon, the divine thunder, was used. The 1,000 hands behind Senju Avalokitesfera were all flashing with lightning at the moment, as if they were holding a sea of thunder and lightning, with special effects bursting at the end. Boom. Bang 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 bang. The 10,000-meter tall Senju Avalokitesfera fell on the Senju. A face-to-face kung fu. The marching formation of nearly 1,000,000 soldiers below was riddled with holes by his bombardment, and completely shattered after a few seconds. This breaking is like stepping on an ant to death. Together with the main general, they were all slaughtered by Su Shin within a second. At this point, the timer stops. The time stopped at 2 minutes and 58 seconds. A force enveloped Su Shin and teleported it out of the copy. Out. Ha ha ha. I thought he was a powerful person, but he couldn't break the 3-minute mark. This guy is hilarious, and I admit I was actually amused by him. Go away, clown. When Su Shin came out, he looked sullen, as if he was talking to someone. Ignoring the jeers from the crowd. But soon, Su Shin looked down, the corners of his mouth curved into a Dragon King's arc, and he looked at everyone with a playful gaze. He didn't say anything, but the noisy voice below is gradually disappearing, until it is deadly quiet. Yan Shiai's eyes widened suddenly. The clearance ranking on the Grandmaster Challenge Dungeon, the realm of myself, has changed. First place. Yi Fan, during customs clearance DADF, 0 hours 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Second place. Sha Nan, customs clearance time, 18 hours 25 minutes and 36 seconds. Close black lens bracket. The name, occupation, and level of the passer can be hidden according to their own consciousness. Su Shin knew that she would be exposed sooner or later, but she was just having fun, so she simply used the name Yi Fan. So dazzling. The comparison between 3 minutes and 18 hours is too shocking. So much so that the people below were so shocked by this heaven-defying record that they were speechless. Little girl, how about I compare to Zhongnan Su Shin? Su Shin looked at Yan Shiai and raised her eyebrows. Who are you? Yan Shiai looked at each other with a firm gaze. Su Shin laughed and continued to challenge the dungeon. The rewards of the single challenge copy are extremely rich. Ranking rewards and customs clearance rewards. The ranking reward will only be issued after 10 people have cleared the customs, and the customs clearance reward is timely. Su Shin cleared the Lonely Realm copy and obtained the upgrade material that suits his own conditions, the wood-based source spar. If there is enough master certificate. Advertisement. Then Su Shin can use this wood-type source spar to improve the small level. It's good. Then Su Shin naturally put away his jokes and bought time to collect rewards as soon as possible. The dungeon he chose this time was Screaming Cave. After a few minutes, Su Shin's disappearing figure reappeared. This time, it took 5 minutes and 36 seconds. If you talk about the previous copy of the oneself, there are still doubts that there may be a bug in the copy. But for the second time to clear a dungeon of this difficulty within a few minutes, it was no accident. Who is this man? I've never heard of this character. 1. Is it really the so-called Golden Age we live in now, where evildoers like Su Shin don't want money? Su Shin, I know it's you, stop pretending. Suddenly someone shouted at Su Shin. Su Shin looked at the man and was not impressed. Su Shin was about to speak. However, he saw his teacher Guo Zhen suddenly appeared in front of Su Shin and looked at him hesitantly. Am I exposed? Su Shin asked when she saw her teacher's appearance. Guo Zhen rolled his eyes. It's already exposed. Su Shin's disguise is perfect, but it's impossible to hide her past in this scene. Do not forget, there is a kind of prop, he called, the Eye of Supervision. As long as the user of the Eye of Supervision has a higher level than the user, he can know the other party's occupation and occupation level. Su Shin's performance is so exaggerated. Those with monitoring eyes naturally took out this item and looked at it subconsciously. He is really a support. So cool. One look. There are 2 occupations. Could it be that person is controlling the beast tide? This is not Su Shin. Seeing Su Shin, who is it? Someone shouted loudly. Su Shin because Su Shin's current posture is too unbelievable. He also operated and changed Yi Fan's name back to Su Shin. He was sitting on top of a giant tree, and below was a tide of beasts that gathered together. As soon as his true face was revealed here, it was as if these wild beasts that could not see their heads were surrounding him. Grass. In fact, this is also an accidental discovery of Su Shin.
That's all right.
He found that his
Basic
breath was
operations.
perfectly
Everyone
attuned to the
sit down
trees.
and watch Sushin
This
continue
caused
to
the beast
perform.
Tide to not perceive his aura as a human
And
being,
after the
so
others
it was not
learned that it was
regarded as an
Sushin,
attack target.
one by one is not
But
so
if you help
surprised.
Yan Jinj and others in
After
front
all,
of you, it
it's
will be
Sushin,
different.
and it's normal.
Sushin
His
couldn't help but
exaggerated
cover their
record all the
breath.
time.
Such a
Just
massive
take it out
beast
as enough
Tide.
to say that it goes
The
against
only
common
good thing
sense.
is that I haven't seen
Now
high-level
again,
alien beasts
it's
yet,
not
but it was
surprising.
extremely difficult to
Sushin
lead
waved
people
at
to
the
break
familiar
through.
people below, and
When
then continued to
Sushin was
challenge the
hesitating
dungeon.
whether to help Yan
This
Jinj and
time,
others,
the choices,
then he
Underworld
saw the
Ghost
spearman
Mountain.
Zhao Shu
And
shouting
when
loudly,
Sushin entered the challenge
Sushin,
dungeon again,
help.
in the
There are
noisy
hundreds
crowd,
of them
there
surrounded
was
by
an
the beast
ordinary-looking
swarm in
young
front of
man who
them.
silently took out the summoning
Sushin
talisman.
insisted on all the help, which is
Sushin
absolutely
appeared.
unrealistic.
Ordinary young people's
But if you
eyes are a
just
little
help
blank,
Yan
and there
Jinj and
seems
other
to be
5
death in their
classmates,
eyes.
you can try it.
Another place,
Sushin is
somewhere
not that
in the
kind of
endless
person,
wilderness.
nor is she completely
Sushin
indifferent.
appeared, and he made a
Now,
disguise.
then the
but with
branches
people
on the
like him,
giant tree
as
began
long
to
as he made a
extend,
move,
and then
the
Yan
perfect
Jinj and
disguise
others
would
were
be
wrapped
useless.
around their waists,
A group
and they
of
were
people
pulled to the
gathered
giant
in one
tree where
place.
Sushin
One
was.
of them suddenly shouted,
What's the matter with
Sushin
you?
must die.
Sushin looked at the
Sushin
5
must
and
die.
asked,
Sushin must
why are
die.
you still
Others
complaining about
responded.
us? 5
What's
we
the matter
chapter
with you?
110.
Why don't
What is
his
the demon in the
enemies
second
attack you?
challenge dungeon of Sushin's
Berserker
clearance?
Wang Yi
Screamed
complained
Cain with a sloppy face.
The expression
Wang
of
Yi
this
just
challenge
finished
copy is a
speaking.
bit disgusting.
The beast tied
There are
around
3
them suddenly
stages in
began
it.
to
The
slaughter
bosses
them.
only encountered
Among
in
the
the
5
third
Yan
stage, and the
Jinj,
dungeon monsters that need to
Sushin
be
had only
faced are
dealt
all
with
kinds of
them
bugs.
during the entrance examination.
It's a paradise for bug
Of the
lovers,
remaining
a
2,
hell for
one
bug
was a
haters.
beastmaster, and he
Compared
successfully
with the
joined the
GU
worms
worms
cultivated
cultivated
by
by
powerful
powerful
GU
GU
masters. These
The
wailing
others
worms also
agree
have
with
a
more
baby
than
fat
that.
face.
She
But
is a
facing
sister in the
Sushin,
auxiliary
it's still not
profession,
enough, and her name
any
is
dungeon,
Nanqingqing.
unless it is a powerful bug
Why did
level
you suddenly
ability like
attack
the
a
snake of
snake
reversal,
No,
or a boss whose
Sushin,
single strength
your
is
giant
enough to
tree
crush
can't hold up
Sushin.
anymore.
Otherwise,
The mood of the
most
few
of the
people
mechanisms
was like riding
in
a roller
countering
coaster.
Sushin's
They
coercion
thought they were
are
out of
almost
danger,
equivalent to
but they
nothing.
didn't expect to get into trouble
However,
again in a
the third
flash.
instance, Ghost Mountain
Sushin
of the
is
Underworld,
looking at the
does
high
not
wall
seem
of
to
the
have
border
many
city in the
mechanisms.
distance.
This
Harp
copy is
silently
dark
weighed
and
up.
gloomy.
There is a mountain
Advertisement
surrounded
because
by
of
black
skill
mist
life
standing in
drawing.
front of
Sushin
you,
is
and
not
there's a
afraid
large
of
palace on
protracted
top of the
battles.
mountain.
But if the
Sushin
recovery
is a
speed can't
challenger.
keep up with the
It is
consumption,
necessary to
the
climb this
nature will
mountain.
be different. Enter the palace.
Even
and
though
kill
they
the
were
challenge
surrounded
boss
by
inside.
low-level alien beasts,
At least,
they were better
for
than
now,
countless
that
numbers.
should be the case.
And when the beast
Flying
tide broke
is
out,
prohibited on
these
this
low-level
mountain.
alien beasts had
In the
no
process
concept
of
of
climbing
death at all.
so-called
And there was no
undead
situation
creatures
of being
will
forced
appear
to
to attack
retreat.
you from time to time.
Rush,
but the level is not enough.
Sushin suddenly gritted his
If you
teeth
were a
and drank
Grandmaster,
slowly.
you should be able to
He can
deal with
try.
such an
If it
undead
really
attack
doesn't
with
work,
ease. Leave Yan Jinj and
However,
others behind.
as the height of climbing increases,
How are you rushing?
the strength and
Zhao
number of
Shu's
undead
expression
creatures
was
will
about
become
to cry
stronger
without
and more
tears.
numerous.
He looked
However,
at the long
it still
lifeline
failed to
between
make
himself and
Sushin
others
feel
from the high
difficult.
wall of the border city.
At this moment,
and only
in the
felt
mountain
hopeless
palace
and
of the Ghost
powerless.
Mountain of the Underworld,
If the distance is close
a young
enough,
man
then
with
there
a
is
pale
still a
complexion
chance to
was
rush.
sitting in the upper position of the
Wang
hall,
Yi,
embracing
driving
two
ahead.
charming female
Zhao
ghosts
Shu
from
and
left to
Tang
right.
Jiyu. You two
Although
are
the
staring
female
at the back,
ghost is
and the
charming
left
and
and
beautiful,
right are
her
handed
eyes
over
have
to
no
me.
expression,
As for Yan
and she
Jinj,
has the appearance of a beauty.
Are you injured? Damn it.
Sushin
My
looked
lord
at Yan
Julian
Jinj,
has fallen
saw
to
that
this
something
level.
was wrong with her,
The
and asked.
pale-faced young man had a
Zhao
sullen
Shu
expression on his
briefly
face.
recounted the great melee
He
caused
looked
by
in
the
front of
wooden
him.
golem
There is
scene.
a screen in front of him.
I'll make
and
the
on the
way
screen
ahead.
is the appearance
After
of
the berserker
Sushin
Wang Yi
climbing
heard
mountain.
Sushin's words,
But this
whole
stranger
person was not
seems
well.
to have good strength. How can he be?
The
During
anger
the
on
time
Wei
we came
Li's
out to
face
practice,
turned to
he was
dissipate,
only
and he
promoted
had a
from
moody
the first
attitude.
rank of silver
He
to
looked
the
at
fourth rank of
Sushin
silver.
and thought for a while.
Wang Yi. He waited
Open the
eagerly.
way.
He pushed the
Sushin
charming female
immediately
ghost
picked up
aside
Yan
and began to
Jinj
correct his
decisively.
manners, becoming more
Then he
quiet and
shouted at the
majestic.
berserker Wang Yi,
Rumbling.
"Go!"
The hall door
Go!
was pushed
Die.
open. Sushin
Wang Yi
strode
also
from
went out of
outside.
his way.
Eat
At
my
this
five
moment
of
of
life
thunders,
and death.
Sushin
Cherishing his
dared to
life
come
will
in
only die
and swung
faster.
his right hand directly
The
at
giant
Wei Li,
tree
who
was sitting
disappeared.
above him.
The 6 people
Dozens
formed
of
a small
thunder
circle
were
like
started
dragon
rushing
coming out of
forward
an
in a
abyss,
beast swarm,
attacking and killing
Wei
Wei Li thunder with a
Wang
mighty
Yi
force.
looked at the nearly endless
When
number
Wei
of
Li
low-level
saw
aliens
Sushin,
in front of
his
him,
face suddenly
scalp
changed
was numb to the
drastically.
extreme. But at
At
this
the moment when the
a pure
opponent
life
shot,
energy
it was
poured
a
into his
person who
body.
jumped directly to Sushin.
For a moment,
and then the
Wang
whole
Yi
person
only felt that his body
the
was
whole
full
ghost
of endless
directly
energy.
fell to the ground and bowed
What
to
are
the
you
ground.
doing? Use your berserker
Sushin.
skills.
This
This
scene
scene
made
made
Sushin
Sushin
feel a little stunned.
His ability to restore
soon,
life is not as
Sushin
unfamiliar
understood
as Sha Yingyu's previous
Wei Li
Milk
raised his
but
head
Wang Yi
flatteringly
does not
and
use
said
his
to
moves to
Su Shin,
release the life
I don't know if
energy
Lord
conveyed.
Shira is
So
here,
sooner or
and I
later,
hope to
this
forgive
force will be
my
the
sins.
same as
Forgive
Sha
my
Yingwei,
sins.
who is stunned by the
He is
milk.
not kneeling Su Shin.
On the other
but the
side,
Asura
Zhao
ghost
Shu
that
and
Su
Tang
Shin
Jiyu,
got from Mo
as well as
Shun.
Tang Gu's pets,
Su
are also
Shin
being
is about to
immersed by
release
Su
the
Shin.
ghosts and spirits of
Even
Shira.
Nan Qingqing,
The
who is a
latter's
nurse,
expression
is
was
not
cold and
spared,
stern,
and his eyes looked
advertisement
at Wei
Nan
Li
Qingqing
indifferently.
as a pastor
Had
your
already
hometown.
used up her blue
What's
bars
going on
before,
here?
and Su Shin looked
filled
at the
her up
Asura
in an
ghost
instant.
and asked a question.
As for Yan Jing,
Advertisement
Su
Shin
Shin
didn't
hugged her
answer for a
princess,
while,
looking down
Shira's
at the moment.
combat power is not weak.
Su Shin
It is a
stared
pity
at
that Yan
Yan
Jing
Jin's
does not
cold and
moving
moving
face,
face,
and he cannot improve his strength
can
as
be
Su
so
Shin
similar.
increases his
She
level.
really looks exactly
This is
like
the
that
brass
Yan
accent
Xiang.
of a professional.
Su Shin,
He is still
treat
at the
me
level
too.
of the master rank.
Yan Jingji
For
and
the
Su
current
Shin
Su Shin
stared at himself
it is
like
basically
this,
an embarrassing
naturally a little
situation where
embarrassed,
food is
so he
tasteless
said,
and it is a pity to
although
abandon
her
it.
character is not as
Su
strong
Shin
as
from
Sha
Yanging
Ying's,
University licked Su
but
Shin
he didn't
harder.
want to
Su
use it
Shin
as a
guessed
fuel
that he
bottle
would
to
sell his
implicate
four
everyone at
goats
this
and
moment.
gods to him.
You are seriously
Because of
injured,
occupational
and it may not be
restrictions,
useful
these
to treat
ghosts
you.
and gods really don't
Su
play a
Shin
big
shook her
role in
head
Su
and did
Shin.
not treat.
Just
Su
hold it like
Shin
this.
is not in a
It's
hurry,
quite
although
comfortable
this is a
anyway.
bit of a waste of time.
F***
The same
K.
challenge copy can
F***
be challenged multiple
CK.
times,
And this
there is
time,
only one
except
clearance
for Nan
reward,
Qingqing,
but the ranking
Wang Yi
reward
and
will
other
be
three boys
continuously
were already
updated.
excited and incoherent.
Summon my lord.
I saw
Asura
Wang Yi
ghost
in
god
front of
looked
me.
at the white
He
young
held
man
an
in front of him,
and his
and
moves
suddenly
opened
said
and
something,
closed,
and he had the potential
Lord
to
Shira,
split 1,000
this.
troops.
I'm on duty
Every
here now,
time he
and my
swung
duty
his
is to
sword,
defeat the
he
challenger,
wielded an
and the rest
unexpected
of my
amount of
actions
chi
are
and blood,
restricted.
like a gust of wind,
Yes.
sweeping all the
The
low-level
Zubai
aliens
youth was a
beasts
little
in front of him
hesitant,
into
but
the
seeing
sky,
Asura ghosts
forcibly
and
opening
gods
the
looking
path
at
in
him
the
more
huge
and more
main
indifferently,
time.
he quickly
And
changed his
Zhao Shu
words.
and Tang Jiyu in
I
the
saw
back.
Shu
The
Baichen
professional
get up
skills
from
of
the
the two
ground
are also
immediately
being
afterward
displayed.
desperately,
A unique
and the
summoning
frequency of
ceremony
this
began
is so fast that it
He
makes
took
people
part of the
eye-popping.
undead on the Ghost Mountain as
Su
a
Shin
sacrifice, and
Su
launched the
Shin.
summoning.
What kind of milk
The
are
other
you?
side,
I-
Su Shin
I
didn't
feel
stop
like I'm
it,
the god of
sitting
war
and
now.
watching this scene happen.
It's awesome.
The
It's
death
awesome.
rate in the
Su
challenge
Shin.
copy is extremely
No wonder
low,
Sha
because as
Yingwei
long
was
as the
stunned by
challenger
milk.
abandons the challenge,
Ha
it will
ha
be
ha.
teleported
It's so
immediately.
cool.
Su Shin.
Furthermore,
Su
Shin
Shin is also
this
curious
amount of
about
milk.
the origins of the
This amount
Asura
of milk.
ghosts and gods.
Ha ha ha.
As the
It
call
seems
goes
that
on,
along with
in
the
this
emotions,
hall, an
Su
extremely
Shin's
cold and
breastfeeding
terrifying
is also
atmosphere
high.
gradually rose.
Only
as
then
if an
did people
iceberg had been
realize
moved
that
into
Su
this
Shin,
hall. He really is an
a figure,
auxiliary
illusory
profession.
and real,
Appeared
this
in front
person
of
is just
Wei Li like a
perfect.
phantom.
Even if he is tough in battle,
Wei Li
even
knelt
the
down
amount
on
of
the
milk
ground
is an
not
auxiliary
daring to make a
profession
sound.
is so terrifying.
The illusory
It
figure
worked.
turned around slowly
Wang
at this
Yi,
time.
who was
Su
riding
Shin
the road
couldn't see
ahead,
his face
looked at the
clearly.
high wall of the border city
Then
in
he
the
saw the
distance,
Asura
and an
ghost
unprecedented
kneeling down
confidence
on one
emerged
knee
in his
and
heart.
said, "I see my lord."
Chapter 37.
After
Border
Shira
town
was
battle.
shocked, he turned
What
around
kind of
and
monster
said to Su
students are
Shin,
Jiangnan University this
"My
year?"
body is one of the 5
At the
ghosts
same
and
time,
gods in
on
the
the
underworld.
100-meter high
At the
wall of the
invitation of
majestic
the
and
world's
wide
will,
border city,
I become the
a
boss
group
of
of
the
people
copy in your
overlooking
mouth.
the mighty beast
If the devil
tied below.
defeats my clone,
I will be
because
followed
close
by
to
the
the
clone
endless
as a
wilderness,
reward.
in the vicinity of the
He
border
briefly
town,
introduced
there is
himself.
even a legion
However,
of professionals
Su Shin's
of the Yan
expression
kingdom
was not
stationed.
quite right.
What happened
Su
this
Shin
time?
laughed suddenly.
Zhang Bei
I didn't expect
the
to bring
deputy
a second
second
or
lord of
fifth
the border
boy
city,
by my side.
looked at the army
One.
of beast hordes that
The
were approaching
underworld.
in the distance.
What is the
and asked a
underworld?
question
I
to
have
his
never heard of
subordinates.
it.
The
You
son
can
of the
understand
king
it as an
beast,
existence
the purple-eyed
equivalent to the
flame
size
lion,
of the devil
was
womb.
poached by
The
unscrupulous
difference is that there's only
professionals.
one master
The
in the
city lord
underworld,
is currently
and that is the
negotiating
master
with
of
the
the
king
underworld.
beast, Lord Soul
The
Burial
subordinate
Heaven.
replied immediately.
Shira
The
finished
beast
speaking.
tide will
The
not break
projection
out
of the
for no
lord of the
reason.
underworld in front of him
There are
opened
two
his mouth.
reasons for the outbreak.
This seed
One
wants
is
to make
that
a
some
deal
kind
with
of
you,
movement
the
frightened
genius
the
of the
huge
human
number of
race.
alien beasts,
Causing
causing
panic
panic
among
among
low-level
the
alien
will of the
beasts.
world seemed to have discovered
The
the
others
abnormality
initiated
of the
by
powerful
and
alien
began to
beasts.
impose punishment.
In contrast, the
When the
former
lord
is
of the
easier to
underworld
solve.
saw this, he
While
tossed his
talking,
right hand
the
and
army
dropped
of
a
beast
token.
hordes had already
This
rushed
is
to
the
the
order
city,
of the
but they
underworld.
kept a certain
Hold
distance
it.
from the
You can
high
open
wall
the door
and
of
did
the
not advance
underworld.
further.
I look forward to
And
meeting you
among
next
those
time.
beast hordes, some powerful
Shin.
professionals broke
His
through the
voice
beast
gradually
and reached
moved
the bottom
away
of the high
until the
wall.
projection disappeared.
Next to the gate of the high wall,
At this
a small
moment,
door
a
was
shrill
set up.
scream sounded.
At this
But he
moment,
saw
the
that
small
Wei
door
Li
was
was
open,
holding his
and
head
the
in
professionals
pain,
who
and
escaped
the
from
whole
life
body
entered
was
the border
disappearing
town
at a speed
smoothly through the
visible
small
to the
door.
naked eye.
The Yan
Su
Kingdom
Shin,
has a
who was
relative
sent out in
agreement
an
with the
instant.
alien beast
Su
crew.
Shin is out.
Under normal
A few minutes to
circumstances,
clear the
there will
dungeon
not
again.
be a powerful
This is
alien
no
beast
longer a matter
leading
of
the
how
beast
big the
tide
gap
to
is,
attack the border
but a
city.
matter of not being in the same
But this
dimension.
time seems to be
One.
different. The
Zero
descendants of the
asked
king
for
beast were
flowers.
poached.
Advertisement,
If the border
as a
city
city
could not
command
hand
over
over
the
the descendants of the king
You
beast,
said,
the beast
will Su
tide
Shin
crisis
clear
would
all
not
the 9
end easily.
dungeons corresponding to the
In addition,
Grandmaster rank
the
today?
border city defense
Isn't
force
this a
will not
clear
actively
fact?
search and
Alas,
rescue professionals
being
in the
the same
wilderness
era
during
as
the
Su
outbreak
Shin
is
is
my
my
misfortune,
misfortune,
but also my
their
great
duty is
fortune.
to protect the border city
Around
and
the
the Yan
long
Kingdom
ladder to the
city
gods,
behind the border city.
countless pairs of eyes stared
Therefore,
at Su Shin,
even if it is
and the
obvious
praising
that a
Su Shin's
professional
scalp
team is
tingled.
besieged by the beast tide,
But soon,
the deputy
everyone
city
found
owner
something that wasn't quite right.
has no intention of saving.
Because a reminder
Gradually,
notice appeared
however,
on the long
the eyes
ladder
of the
of
deputy
gods.
city lord Zhang
The
Bei
content
were
of this
attracted by a
announcement is
certain
beyond
professional
shocking.
who was breaking through.
One of the dungeons
Look,
of the Grandmaster
what a
rank
fierce
challenge,
group of people,
Ghost Mountain
and
of
they
the
all look
Underworld,
young.
has been
Are they the
cancelled.
funny freshmen of
Close
this
black
year's
lens
professional?
bracket. Not just
Huh?
Deputy City
Someone
Lord
shouted
Zhang,
loudly.
even some professionals who were
watching
watching
the outbreak of the
I thought
beast
Su
tide
Shin
on
was
the high
outrageous
wall
also
also
challenged
cast
their
their
attention,
attention.
but he just lost the
See
dungeon.
only where their eyes look.
What is a monster
Su Shin
of
and
common
his party
sense
are
struggling
struggling
to break
tactical
through?
seal.
Collapse.
Su Shin,
The
what the
berserker
hell did
Wang
you
Yi
do?
opened
Why
away
did the
and
copy
caught
suddenly
suddenly
disappear
disappear, and then smashed his
Someone
épée
asked
on the
loudly
ground.
below.
But
Su
boom,
Shin at the top
boom.
was sullen.
The low-level
Zero
alien
just
beasts
now,
in
for the
front of
first
him were
time,
blown up
he
one
truly
after
felt
another,
the
and
existence
the
of the
low-level
will of the
alien
world.
beast closest to Wang Yi was
He
shaking
couldn't
the blood
describe
mist
the
and
feeling of the
instant
will of
to
the
the
world
extreme.
coming down at that time.
Advertisement,
He just felt terrified,
as
as
if
if a
refreshing.
single thought of the will
Wang
of the
Yi
world
laughed
could make him
wildly.
completely disappear.
He
Su
seems
Shin.
to be somewhat aware of
And
the true meaning
he
of this
seemed to have
berserker
learned
profession.
something.
Then the
Rear,
so-called dungeon
the
is
spearman
created by
Zhao
the will of
Shu's
the
spear
world,
has turned
and the
into an
boss of the
afterlife,
dungeon
like
does not
flying
seem to be
flowers
so.
moving by the moon.
The
And his
underworld
spear
ghost
skills are
mountain
exquisite
dungeon
and
boss called
precise.
Gui Li was clearly
Every
from the
time he
so-called
swung his
underworld,
spear,
and accepted the
the
invitation
would
would bloom
bloom
with
with
blood
blood,
as one
and
of the
all the
bosses.
alien beasts chasing
The
behind him
creatures
were
in the
blocked.
dungeon world can leave the
The
dungeon
beast
world.
master next to him,
This may be inseparable from the
controls
promotion of the will of the world.
head.
Golden clouded leopard.
Su Shin did not
The
feel
golden
that the will of
clouded
the
leopard
world
has
has
also
also
breastfed by
self-awareness
some
and
self-awareness.
At this
He should
moment,
be the
it was as
existence
if
in
it
this
had been
world
beaten
that
with
is
blood, blood to the heavenly rushed into the low-level alien beasts. As for the appearance of the underworld,
As for the low-level
Sushin
alien
was not
beasts
so
that
surprised
attacked from both sides.
They
Because
were
the
stunned by
super-large
huge
wooden
world
blocks
dungeons
from
did
time
not
to
appear
time.
all at once, but
In
one
the
after
middle,
another.
Princess Sushin
Then
was
the
holding the
underworld
Yanjin
will
to
land
look
in
a
the
little
human
shy,
world as the
and then
fifth super-large
Xingqing,
world
the
copying
pastor's
the
nanny
future,
next to her,
which does not
was
seem
also
to be
bugging her
unacceptable.
desperately.
Sushin
It's amazing.
got down from the long
Sushin,
ladder.
you're
Don't
amazing.
continue? The little nurse
Yanxiai
Xingqing's
approached
face
immediately.
was full of excitement.
Oh, I was banned
She
from
never
challenging
imagined
the
that one
dungeon
day
again
she
for
would care
weeks.
so much about her
Sushin
blue
said
bar.
calmly.
It's a pity that her buffs can't stack.
Yanxiai is beautiful
Otherwise,
and
she thinks she can produce a Uranus with raw milk.
They are from
Sushin shrugged.
Zhongnan University.
This is really hard to explain.
I'm also from
He
Zhongnan
said to the
University
friends
this
next
year.
to him. I know them.
I will take one
They're
step
Sushin,
first, and you will
Yanjin,
continue to challenge the
Zhao
dungeon.
Shu, Tang
After
Jiyu,
all,
and
he was
Pastor
about to
Nan
leave
Qingqing.
here.
I send you.
My God, is
His
Wang
own
Yi's
teacher,
son-in-law
Wo
so
Jian,
fierce,
came to
and
escort
Zhao Shu
Sushin
are
safely
spearing
back
so
to the
powerful.
Zhongnan area.
I'm stupid.
Sushin
The Golden
naturally
Cloud
will not
Lover
refuse,
had such an
although there may
exaggerated
be people
combat
and
power
forces
during
who
the
really
Silver
want to
Period.
kill Sushin.
On
It
the
is
highway
always
wall,
right to be
there is
wary.
no shortage of students
You
from
are a
various
person who has
professional
swagger.
colleges and
This is
universities
begging
among
others
the
to
crowd
kill
of
you.
onlookers.
And
There
naturally
is a
some of them
teacher
are from
escort.
Zhongnan
At least it
University.
can be prohibitive.
Sushin
The
quickly
appeal of this
recognized
single-player
it.
challenge
Zhongnan
copy
University
is too great.
It's pretty good.
Even the epic
Zhang
bosses are
Beihan's
immersed
eyes
in,
stopped,
competing
and
with
his
each
eyes
other for their
flashed with
combat
strange
power
colors.
levels. Otherwise,
Genius.
Sushin
He can
will have
only
to find
use
an epic
genius to
boss to
describe
be
this
this
group
group's
of people.
guardian.
In
Chapter
particular,
111
Wang Yi,
Aha,
who was leading the way
he
in
meet
front of him,
acquaintances in
showed
the
a
underworld.
dazzling performance,
Under
which
the
was an
escort
escort
of
of his
his
own
own
teacher,
teaching,
and
on the
under
way,
heavenly
it
Wang
was calm,
Chang look at
and
him.
there was no so-called
What?
assassination.
Freshman.
Guo
Zhang
Zhang
Beihan
is the strength
heard
of
someone
Uranus'
talking next
eighth
to him.
rank. When he
After
heard
the whole
someone
country
say that these
declared the
people were
world
freshmen
copying
this
heaven
year,
and man,
the Wang
he was
Chang's
promoted
expression
from
was
Uranus
completely
7th
blank.
rank.
He
And
heard
Guo
Zhongnan
Zhan's
University
combat power in Uranus
subconsciously
is also
thinking
extremely
extremely
powerful.
In
The
the
result,
global Uranus
a
ranking
freshman,
list, Guo
this
Zhen
is
is
too
ranked
outrageous.
8th. It's not that
Therefore,
Zhang Beihan
as
has
long
never
as
seen
Guo
a
Zhen
genius,
is accompanied,
and he also
then there
knows
will be
the
no
levels of genius
assassination,
freshmen
and the
of
people in the
Seven
sons
Sons
will
will
not
not
be
be
so stupid.
But this,
As for the
these
epic
people
boss
are
coming to
obviously
kill
not right.
Sushin himself,
Really a
this
freshman?
possibility is
Zhang
even
Beihan
lower.
looked at the
The
subordinate
epic
beside
bosses
him.
in the human world are all
The
well known
subordinate was
existences,
stunned for a
and
moment,
shot is
and then
equivalent
quickly
to
went to
exposure.
verify.
How can you
Your
kill
Excellency
Su Shin,
Hucheng Lord?
the professionals
I have
of the
already
Yan Kingdom,
verified.
and the Yan
Those
emperors
people
of
are
the Yan
indeed
Kingdom
fresh
without
men
taking
from
revenge
University this year,
especially in the period after winning a super
just
large dungeon
participated
in the entrance examination.
The
a month
entire
ago.
Yan Kingdom is full
When
of high
Zhang
morale.
Beishing
Whoever
heard the
touches
words,
will die.
he immediately fell back
Epic level
tactically.
powerhouses that are not
Advertisement
human
cannot
leave the
outrageous.
dungeon world. Where
Why have I
located.
heard no news about this
So
before?
after a few
What
hours,
kind of monster
Su Shin
freshmen
and
are
Guo
accepted
Zhen
by
appeared
Zhang
in
University
this
this
year.
year?
You
You
are
are
holding
holding
this
this
item,
item,
I saw Su
which can
Shin
prevent
and
you from
others.
being
It is
checked
determined
by
that the other
super
prodigies
vision.
from the seven sons of the
Guo
empire
Zhen took out
then
a bomb
dropped
from the
the
storage
storage
bag
and handed
rescued
it to Su Shin angrily.
The energy of the seven sons of
Instead,
the empire
he
is
blamed
enough for
Su Shin
him
for
for
not
not
saying
saying
hello
hello
to him when he went to the long ladder to climb
However,
the gods.
it now appears that no need
The
for
item given
rescue
by
at
the
all.
teacher is called
You can
the
even
Wall
take
of
protection,
Protection, and it
Zhang
looks like a
Beihang
jade
glanced
glanced
at
at
Yan
Yan
Jin,
Jin,
who was
was
hugged by Su
which can
Shin.
counteract the effects of
Bloated,
items like the
Xiamen
Iron
University's
supervision.
freshmen are so
With this
outrageous
tool,
this year.
Su Shin no
I'm
longer
from
has to
Yanjin
worry about her
University.
disguise being
I don't think
revealed
our
by the
school's
eye of
talented
supervision.
freshmen have the ability to
In
break
addition,
for the beast tied at
Guo
this
Zhen
scale.
continued to
Can
take out
Zhang
a
University
textbook from the storage
but they
bag
look
and
really
said,
young.
although your
Both
current
are
situation
geniuses,
is a
but
little
there are
embarrassing.
differences.
Professionals like me
I,
can only download a copy
recorded
if you want to
directly
level
and
up,
posted
and the
online.
teacher chose a master for
The
you.
other side,
The crowd
the
of
rank
onlookers
challenge
on the high
task.
wall
The
gathered
reward is
together, and the
master
discussion was
certificate.
very lively. Most of the eyes
The
are now
freshmen
attracted
from
by the
Zhang
long
University
ladder to
were
ascend to
arguing with
gods.
other students
You
from
just
the
need to
7th
pay
Imperial
attention to
College.
disguise yourself.
It's
With your
a freshman
strength,
in our
you
school.
will be able to
Did
complete
you
and
see
get
the person
rewarded
holding the
soon.
girl?
He is Su
There are
Shin.
not many mission
A popular
books at the
medical
master
doctor
level,
posted
and
on the
Guo
internet
Zhen
before.
can only come up
Go to
with
the
one
internet
good
to
one.
find pictures and see if it is
However,
him. With Su Shin's current
Yanjin
status,
University
he will not lack such a
dogs
mission
don't
book
even
in
go.
Yan Kingdom. What did you say? Su
Yanjin
Shin
University
hurriedly took
ranks
over
first
among
among
the
the
seven
Su
sons of the
Shin,
empire.
come to my
What's your
place.
dog's name in Zhangmin
When Guo
University?
Zhen wanted to ask
You
two more
don't really
words,
think that
he
some
saw that
people
the
rate
Uranus
the
class
genius of
beast
my
to your
Yanjin
mother.
University
You
is not as
had
good
found
as
that of
Su Shin
Zhangmin
University? Su Shin
After
left
arguing
with
and
her
arguing,
came to her
it
residence
has risen
in
to
the
the
link
link
of the seven sons of
Fox
the
Girl
Empire's
Lin is
contempt
still
chain.
addicted to online games
His
and
name
can't
is Su
extricate
Shin.
herself.
At this time,
Take
a charming
your things
girl's
out.
voice sounded. You patted the little
A
fox
freshman
on the
from
head.
Zhangmin
The latter
University
exclaimed
looked
in
in pain,
sound and saw
then
that it
took
was
out a
Yan
crystal ball.
Shiai who was wearing a veil.
I heard about your
When those
experience in the
naturally
Fox Clan
charming
from
eyes
Lin,
looked over,
and you
the
also know
freshman
the
was a
Fox
little
Clan
stunned.
is divided into two
It
factions.
seems that the
the
child's
White
name
Fox and
has
the Black
already been
Fox.
thought of. I only
Talking
hope
to
that
you,
for the sake of
Yan
this thing,
Shiai
you
chuckled.
won't trouble the
Well,
Fox Clan
his
in the
name is
future.
Su Shin.
You put the
Is there
crystal
such a
ball
big
in
Su
Su
Shin's
Shin's hand
Su
and
family
looked very
in Xiamen
serious.
City?
Su
No,
Shin
I
said
heard that
simply,
Su Shin is
from
an
the Fox
orphan.
Clan.
Yan
I have
Shiai
no idea
no
of
longer
revenge.
speaks.
Just don't contact
She
each
looked
other
at
in the
Su
future.
Shin
And at Yan Jin,
What big
who was being
troubles will
held
the
by
Fox
his clan
Princess
encounter in the future. That girl looks so
According to
similar
Su
to
Shin's
her.
character,
Not
not
only
only
was
was
he
not
not
helped,
helped, he may even rush to
Yan
the scene to
Shiho
laugh at
seemed
him.
to realize something
Of
and became
course,
silent.
he really wouldn't take the
Chapter
initiative to
38.
take revenge on the
Lin
Fox Clan.
Zhenru,
The showman.
the
I didn't
relationship
expect
between
between
him
him
and
and
the
Fox
Fox
Clan
Clan
is
is
not
not
a
a
life
life
and death feud. We rushed
Although
out.
Su Shin was
Zhao
our
Shu
asterisk
raised his
asterisk
arms and
asterisk
shouted
emotionally
emotionally
as he looked at the
in his
beast
heart
horde.
there was
He
no
believed
longer
that he
he
had
had become the Black Fox.
It's
and
like a
successfully
dream.
entered the Master
In
Rank.
contrast,
the
what is
Beastmaster
this?
Tang Jiyu
He
wanted to
continued.
appear calmer,
A
but he
secret
also had an
technique of the
almost
Fox
dreamlike
Clan
trance
called
Six Gods.
He actually
escaped from the Beast
current
Fox Master. All of this is at the expense of this young man to confirm that you were worth it before giving
the
the location
location
where
where
Su Shin rescued them.
Why don't
to the
you
high
just
wall
give
of
it
the
to me
border
back
city.
then?
It was a
Su
distance
Shin
of
rolled her
dozens of
eyes.
kilometers.
Why are you playing around like
Abruptly
this?
cut a bloody path from
You
the Beast
laughed a
tile,
little,
not to mention the silver
current
rank.
Fox
Even the
Master
Master
is indeed
rank
a bit
cannot
rigid
do
in
her
her
work
work,
because the
and
latter
she doesn't
cannot have
understand
enough
the
physical
physical
strength to support it.
If she is shrewd in all
The scary
aspects
thing
and
about
has
the
a
Beast
stronger
tide
attitude
is not the
towards
individual
Black Fox
strength of
clan
the alien
than the
beasts
one who
with a
perceived.
huge number. You was not the Black
Even
Fox,
if you can kill
but the White
hundreds or
Fox,
thousands of low-level
one.
alien beasts with one
In
move.
this way, Su
But
Shin
there are
did
still
think of the
tens
Fox
of thousands
Master
of alien
wrong,
beasts
and the
that
other
continue
party
to
seemed to
attack
be
you
somewhat
one after another.
indecisive. Go and rest.
Advertisement. This is the
At this
inheritance
moment,
crystal.
Yan Jin
In
gave
Su
Su Shin's
Shin's
arms
arms
to
suddenly
directly
said
accepting
something.
the dungeon reward. She didn't get into the
Su
fight,
Shin
so she has
grabbed
been
in his
secretly
hand
observing
and
Su
immediately
Shin.
obtained the Fox Clan
From the
secret
beginning,
technique.
Su Shin's
Lu
expression
Shen
was
Tian
calm,
Shou.
but gradually,
He
Su
could see some
Shin's eyes
tiredness
lit
on
up
his
when he
face.
learned about the effect of the
Until
six
now,
gods Tian
Su
Shu.
Shin's face was
This
extremely
is a secret
pale,
technique
and in
that
fact
increases
it is.
the upper limit of combat
Su
power.
Shin milked 3 people
If you
in one
compare
pet
your
in a
own
row,
heritage
which
to
is extremely
gasoline,
exaggerated
then this
for his
secret technique
consumption is equivalent to an engine. If it hadn't been for the bottom line of life absorption, it would never have been possible to support it until now. Not even his own teacher. And even with this god-level skill, Su Shin was overjoyed. Use up her big hand on the head of the fox girl, and frantically rubbed her dog. Don't say it's milk. The blood was squeezed out. Ah, Fox Girl, if the distance to break out of the siege is longer, Su Shin said, if you are way to abandon other people, just tell your Foxmaster to the best of our ability. Secret technique, Su Shin doesn't mind reaching out to others. Although Su Shin didn't promise anything, without that ability, Su Shin would not be a good person. Understood. Find a place to rest first. Foxmaster. Su Shin nodded. Fox's face suddenly became very serious. A group of people entered the border town. After chatting with the Uranus there was a border city trading building near the high wall of the border city. Su Shin then left. Advertisement professionals will generally dispose of them in this trading building. Another day later, he followed the normal route and took a plane to the border town. Then had a meal in the border town. And then went to the endless wilderness. This building also lacks accommodation services. The task book that Guo Zhen gave him was to go to a specific copy world industries that exist by default by unspoken rules. But before that, Su Shin was in no man's land. But he took out the order of the underworld. Everyone was watching you break out the beast tied just now. So-called underworld. I said you were from Jiangnan University. The Asura ghost next from Yanjing and other universities. The latter's face was always stern, mad, as if his face was just as soon as they entered the border town. A group of people gathered around. Was no nonsense. It is the freshman of Jiangnan University this year, and saw a dark space door appear in the other 7 schools of the empire. Such a space door, Su Shin has an impression. When the undead warlock Feng Peng let me down, the undead army. Yan Jin was even more shocked. Those undead came out of the similar space door. After hearing this, Su Shin put her down. Su Shin immediately separated a wood because he was in a hurry to rest. Wood Shin ignored the Asura ghost and said with a smile, he quickly took Yan Jin and others into the master of the underworld and took advantage of the situation to ask for a room to rest. Of course, Su Shin will not enter the underworld. Just as he was about to go to sleep, the doorbell rang. He just wouldn't dare. Open the door and see. I'm not a fool. She is a young girl who has no impression of legendary power and seems to be deliberately dressed up. Su Shin's body goes in. It's Kai Mun, a girl assassin from Magic City University. And gods didn't say anything. They took Sushin greeted Sushin enthusiastically when she saw Sushin. Wood clone is almost perfect in all aspects. She was really frightened by Sushin in the traditional clone technique. But when I came back to my senses, I felt that this kind of evildoer should make friends as soon as possible, and only after disappearing. Because now, will all the memories of his experiences return to Sushin's body. No, the advantage compared to the traditional avatar technique is that others cannot follow him through his wood clone. His physical strength is now severely professions, and he doesn't want to be a stranger. If you are caught by him as a clone, again, it is equivalent to cursing not a strong person now. But he has also entered the so-called genius. So even if wood clone enters the underworld, thinks the Lord of the Underworld can't do have S**X with Underworld. The realm of the dead. My name is Kai Mungbai. Stepped into this world at Magic Capital University this year. As far as the eye can see, when Kai Mungbai saw the Sushin regarded everywhere you can see undead wanderers wandering aimlessly, quickly explained. These undead wanderers will kill each other from time to time. Kai Mungbai was a little dumbfounded themselves. This guy's real personality seems to be very different from what he imagined. Was accustomed to this. I'm really a freshman at Moda University's character. This is my student ID card. Kai Mungbai took out his student ID from the storage bag suddenly handed it to Sushin. From here to where our Lord glanced at our speed, she let go of her vigilance. It will take a long time. Wait here. However, I have still asked the ontology. What's the matter with classmate Kai? After Shira finished speaking, I want to get to know you. Waited. I know. You can break out the 10 minutes or so. It's all up in the distance, right? A bright light like classmates are now in the hall downstairs, and they can escape without being born on the day. It was actually a beam of knife light. Kai Mungbai smiled lightly. There was a ruthless man with the same appearance. There are multiple ways to have multiple friends. This ruthless man is the body of Shira. Is also very straightforward. He is not a nonsense character. Then they exchanged contact information with Kai Mungbai. He embraced it with a big hand. Come in and then once again rode the sword. After exchanging disappeared into the sky. Seeing that the girl didn't want to leave, Sushin could only invite her in. Mountain. This is where the underworld ruler Kai Mungbai readily agreed. Sushin in the Soul Burial Mountain, which made her feel areas similar to the hot hell, the cold hell. In fact, the knife mountain, the genius circle is mostly living underworld background. The body of Shira brought Sushin to a place similar to the Kai Mungbai is also a person in this area. The undead wanderers that she saw were all crying in pain in the flames, either introverted or extroverted. When Wood Clone saw these undead wandering ghosts clearly, he doesn't seem to know how powerful he is, and an unspeakable shock set off in his heart. Just entered the room with his forefoot. Because these undead wandering ghosts appeared in the corridor, and she strode into Sushin's room. He saw the epic powerhouse, Sushin's senior sister, the celestial clan, who wanted to kill him and then quickly, and also saw the supreme powerhouse of the celestial clan. Sushin was a little stunned. Zoom, Master heard that the beast tide broke out in the border city. So he asked me to rush over immediately. Wood Clone blurted out, the teleportation scroll is very precious. A low laughter sound you can. But the body of the Lord Lin Zhenru first which she had seen before. Then she looked at Kai Mungbai, who was also a little confused in the room. She tactically pushed the supreme powerhouse and really done with courage or morale. I can't believe that you are this kind of person became more and more frequent. Do you prefer smaller ones than senior sisters? Wood Clone turned his head sharply. She glanced at Kai Mumbai's just a transaction, and what this seat gets is these high-quality souls. Only knew that Lin Zhenru had a quirky personality. Soul Burial Heaven did not say it explicitly, unexpected, but it hinted that it was still shown to Emperor Yan Yonggan. Senior was already very obvious. My name is Kai Mungbai. I'm a freshman from Modu University this year. The human race powerhouse quickly introduced himself to avoid misunderstanding. What are you calling University? I'm not torturing you. After Lin Zhenru heard this, looked at Jen and grinned seriousness. This shocked me for a while. There's something right. You're almost there too. Then looked at Sushin. You're almost there too. I'm here waiting for you. Waiting for you. Then I won't bother you like crazy. Sushin, I'll ask you out next time. Supreme power. Kai Mungbai said something interesting, and then took the initiative should have a special damage bonus to the 39-time limited challenge dungeon. Sushin looked very painful. The seven sons of the Empire didn't even frown. Kingdom just looked at himself like this. What's the matter? After Kai Mungbai left, Sushin curiously asked her senior sister who known Sushin for a long time. Lin Zhen is 25 years old now. Regarding his senior sister, he was also a gifted and honored student of Zhongnan University. He really did not expect that when he came to the underworld by himself, he would still meet 4 years of college, a genius at the same time as him. Still hate their own celestial beings talked about with relish. Seeing them suffer so much torment and pain like a mess, didn't have a good record in 4 years of college, who has always been kind-hearted. It's a good opportunity for you to describe it. Lin Zhenru was quite serious when it comes to business affairs. Shu Yushun's backstroke. She pushed her glasses habitually and continued. There's a special limited time challenge dungeon called Twilight Temple. This dungeon is limited to entry, silver level, gold level. No, after the beings discovered this dungeon was their souls will come to Guild, a large professional guild in Daxi. Powerhouses after Tianyu Guild discovered this dungeon, did not immediately open the entry, but started selling tickets. The ruler of the underworld. What she said was cloudy and foggy, and Sushin asked to explain the end, turned his head with a slight smile on his face. Twilight Temple. He then raised his right hand, limited number and an ancient lantern with a maximum of 500 light was grabbed in his hand. The dungeon with a limited number of people will have surprisingly exaggerated rewards. After using it, it will spread out. You should also know that some souls of the dead in this area will not dissipate immediately with the dungeon of the Dust Temple. On Soul Burial TN's Tianyu Guild Soul Burial to share with Sushin, but in fact they dare not take this special dungeon. We still don't know what method Yan Long used to ensure that the homeland of Yan Kingdom, which was entry of power of the seven sons of the Empire 3 days of attacking the world of heaven and however, the situation is special this time, because the person found is not the official of the Yan Kingdom, let's make a deal. Seven sons of the Empire. Bring the soul burial to the seven sons of the human world will have 30 souls for this, and the remaining 290 places will be sold by the Tianyu Guilds, the major guilds of the Yan Kingdom. Sure enough, when I just talked about gave New Year's greetings, Sushin already knew what Lin Zhenru was going to say about the real business. Of course, Sushin wouldn't accept it, but he was naturally teach students in accordance with their aptitude. In our human world, Sushin's those who answer questions, this kind of thing is not uncommon. Soul Burial Tian every year from January to March. Unfortunately, the seven sons of the Empire will arrange a competition. It is only to better communicate with you that it has become a human appearance. But this year, then because of the discovery on special copy and said almost word by word, and the limited level is just at the stage of silver gold. Yes, it can only be naturally. At this time, there is no accident that the seven sons of the Empire use the so-called. You bring your soul burial lamp with you. You must have one of those 30 places. Your soul will not dissipate. Twilight Temple will open in 1 week, and like them, during this period, you must rise to the 10th rank of souls of the heaven. Otherwise, human race will be taken away by the body of Shira did not speak anymore. I am already. This shows that Su Shin's guess is correct. Speaking. Soul burial heaven is not tormenting the souls of the strong people of the heaven and human race to satisfy his own unique hobbies. Advertisement, but unexpectedly, the flames here are burning the souls of the heavenly and human race powerhouses as if refining their souls. She is acting normal. If so, this is probably not enough for soul burial heaven to improve its strength. It's good for you to have this understanding. The level of the soul strength. The level upgrade of Qingbaiwang is very mysterious. This is our first meeting. This seed will not reach the level of the master and king. And this seed also believes that next time you will take the initiative to come to the seven sons of the Empire plus the entire Flame Country professional soul burial, which means this his right hand lightly touched the top geniuses that appeared in the Yan Kingdom will gather together. Don't be too complacent. The highest level is conservatively estimated to be around the golden third to the fifth golden level. We'll find you sooner or later. When Lin Zhenru said this, she patted Su Shin's shoulder like a big sister and roams between this world. But it doesn't matter. All souls, for you, at this moment, it's a good thing to just gain knowledge. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. When Su Shin came back to his senses, the powerhouse of the underworld had disappeared. Is hard. He had no idea at all. The body of Shira, rather than being competitive, Su Shin wants to see more of the underworld dungeon secrets and walked quickly. But when Lin Zhenru said this, he was a little concerned. Returned from the underworld. Senior sister Lin immediately came into contact with gold wood clone technique. Su Shin let go of his memories and suddenly said with a smile came to his mind. How much do you borrow? He stood on the spot, was very closed his eyes and pondered. 100 million. And the Asura ghosts took the initiative to return to the ghost bag. What? Want to eat soft rice? After a while, Su Shin opened his eyes and cursed in a low voice. I am very disappointed in you. But his face was such a useless idea. If you let the soul burial heaven, will definitely use this trick to alienate the relationship between me and Emperor Yan. Lin Zhenru reprimanded Su Shin seriously, but when he turned his head and followed her eyes, he thought that there was no unbreakable relationship between himself and the Emperor Yan. Senior sister, I have something as a junior. Please help me deal with the strong Yanwang. Su Shin changed the subject. There is no other connection gained during this time. Then Yang asked if it was a woman. There is also the bronze equipment that was given out in the bloody marriage or something. Anyway, I sold it all for money. Let's upgrade and then bought the heart of Yumu to hit the golden rank. Su Shin's strength has grown so fast. Although there is a teacher Uranus, but the Uranus family advertisement he crossed into this world, and even the year has not passed. Su Shin took out. There was also legacy in the Grandmaster rank trio. But you only know when you step into the dazzling array of items and equipment. Although this prize is called the mainstay, and was stunned, it is actually in an embarrassing position. Then she took a deep breath and said, "It's awesome." Su Shin immediately after reached within a short period of time to count the value. He himself does not need any insight given a prize about this extraordinary million where all people were transferred. Among them, the upgrade dragon lizard professionals accounted for the increase the speed of Su Shin's promotion. She put everything in her storage bag and stared at Su Shin for a while where it is to complete various dungeon tasks. Su Shin looked at her with a calm expression. Lin Zhenru fantasy or mortal world just now requires regular training. Mumbai is not unexpectedly a member of the Kai family in the magic so quickly. At most, the Kai family is quite stronger than the magic of his peers. And Kai Cho, after a few days, Su Shin entered the dungeon is from Iceland no shadow only after making sure that there was no one around. Each occupation has a ranking. This is a specific. It is not an official monster continent dungeon, is a private base camp of the Dragon Clan. But even in the ranking lists of various occupations, there are also dragon plans. The gold content of the top 10 that Guo Zhen gave Su Shin. It is worth mentioning dragon among the combat professions. The base of fighters is the largest. Is the certificate of the Grandmaster list of other expensive upgrade material. His teacher Guo Uranus is only the 8th. After stepping into the world Senior of this sister copy, seems to know everything is a world wrapped in silver. Stay at home. Sky is snow with goose feathers. Learn about it there. And the earth is as white and flawless as the sky, but it's useless. The temperature of heaven and earth is extremely cold. Then he urged, before Su Shin go back to Jiangnan City, he saw the frozen corpse of the professional. Of course, there is nothing to clean up. Mission immediately. Su Shin and her senior sister left the exchange building and boarded the plane. There was no task prompt on it. Period. This may also be one of the difficulties of this task. Surprised Su Shin. Su Shin looked around for a while, the hidden boss of a recent silver dungeon. The giant wooden golem exploded with still nothing. This makes Su Shin in order to snatch that seed. He has always been used to fast-paced dungeon career, and the number of casualties has to take as high as 100. And the sudden contrast makes him a little uncomfortable. Was auctioned off in Daxia a few days ago. It's better to get the challenge dungeon on a high price of 500 million, which is more direct and fast, and the reward is also very fast. Chapter 40, a huge sum of 400 million. At this time, the first order goal, seeing the distant horizon, there was suddenly a deafening dragon. After returning to Jiangnan City, Su Shin quickly looked into the distance. It was a pleasant surprise to see a Snow White Western dragon. She sold a high-quality skill to the other party for 55 million before. This is the goal that it was to raise money for her for a month. Su Shin immediately turned into a wooden bird, flew towards Su Shin naturally went to ask for money. But when there was still 100 miles away from the ice dragon, Renji's father was eyes suddenly tightened. After Su Shin turned around and ran without hesitation. The city owner of Luocheng Shannan took the initiative to full of surprise. And there was even a monstrous anger brewing in his eyes. Disposes of the dragon lizard armor. Su Shin is always developing the ability to perceive life. She promised to lend. His ability is not invincible. Be able to make up the assassin's stealth skills to effectively avoid it. This surprised But in this world, not everyone is an assassin. Professionals accumulate wealth is truly terrifying. Powerful life forms. But in the same way, according to Su Shin's judgment, these 5 life forms, 300 million all for ordinary people. He's want to live a very rich life for life. A different voice sounded. But on Su Shin's side, it's 5 figures to hit the golden sky at an astonishing speed. And there was a figure riding on the ice dragon. At this time, teacher Guo Zhen rushing in the principal's room. The speed of Uranus under too much pressure couldn't avoid it as an experience. He decisively took out the teleportation scroll and his teacher did not give Sushin any clear goals. The powerful Space Force wrapped this genius trial involves the entire directly into the void and sent it towards this year's hidden professionals will basically in that boundless void. Suddenly, in other words, strange force genius trial pinned precise the home of the son of destiny where the hidden professionals are teleportation scroll. Others are mostly green leaves. This was a well-planned trap, hidden on the other party must have imagined that Sushin would use the teleportation scroll white and yellow. It is indeed much stronger than Uranus powerhouses would not be so reckless to assassinate hearing that Sushin was going to hit the golden stage because that would basically end in failure. Borrowed Sushin took the initiative to jump into the teacher's heart. They had set up. It was said to be different, but Guo Uranus definitely couldn't ask Sushin to pay no matter how powerful the emperor. That's the benefit of having a teacher. It is impossible for him to rescue him. It is also related to Sushin's own performance, and there is only one way to make Sushin jump. Then no one will pay for his growth needs. How can it be possible to seduce others? Lin Zhenru betrays his own teacher, the dragon lizard, who has always been very good for a relatively good price. It is almost no different from giving Sushin's head to expected. After being pulled out, the money is ready. Sushin bowed his head. Immediately was already surrounded by 5 Uranus, each priced at around 100 million. He didn't care who sent the 5 Uranus, which is more expensive, is not sold on the market at all. Sushin suddenly raised her head. Wouldn't buy hundreds of Yumu hearts. The teacher's betrayal came without warning and without reason. If he wants to buy them, then there is only one possibility and upgrade them with materials. Guo Zhen, the higher the quality, back to the better the effect, not the pretended by someone else, the better the effect. And Sushin has only seen one person who can do this kind of seamless camouflage. And as the daughter of the demon lord grabbed a heart of jade wood in his hand and used the life-drawn skill. But Sushin guessed wrong. The incomparably pure wood element merged into Sushin's body. His original intention was not to kill Sushin at all. Being penetrated in the body by the power of the elements. Give me that willow extremely clear. At this time, although he is a medical practitioner, said something Sushin can also be said to be a don't say superfluous words. It has an affinity for the other Uranus to frown, which causes the body they can be said to be extremely careful, all carefully hiding themselves. Absorbing wood elements, recognized their true own values have improved significantly. That Uranus wants to willow bronze to silver. Sushin immediately thought of a green-haired boy who had met in after absorbing 2 Yumu hearts in a row. He looked at Lu Shen's eyes at that signs of upgrading, and Sushin is still vivid in his eyes. Quite know. This is if Lu Shen was born in the spiritual world, he would definitely be a great figure in the spiritual world. In other words, apart from this one from the spiritual world, you are Uranus from the human world. Occupation. Well, you are the white-skinned and asterisk RS of the West who hide their faces like this. Sushin sorted out the emotions in her heart and returned to the past. He has experienced a lot of big scenes. Even if he was facing 5 Uranus in front of him, he didn't necessarily feel so flustered. But don't panic, it's true. It is true that there is no way to escape. If it was just a Uranus, Sushin might have to sneer at the other party for being over the top. But fine, no matter how he exploded, Sushin would never be an opponent. At the same time, climb the god's ladder out. The copy of Uranus has been cleared, and the person who cleared the level is Sushin's teacher, Kan Guo. It took 192, 25 to 36. It took 8 days to clear the Uranus dungeon. As expected of Sushin's teacher, where there is an apprentice, there must be a teacher. When Guo Zhen passed it from the copy of Uranus, the crowd below cheered. Only Yan Xia's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Before that, Guo Zhen, who was it? Chapter 113, Moment of Life and Death. An insurmountable huge gap in combat power? Surrounded by 5 Uranus, the form is in jeopardy. Sushin opened her personal panel, opened black lens bracket professor. Sushin. Occupation. Medic, fighter level, Grandmaster level 2. Strength, and he will use 955,500. Constitution, 1.6012 million. Auxiliary skills, life recovery, medicine appraisal, constitution, wood, warrior skills. Many words are omitted. Has also talent, been increased heart of life, to 7 concentricity of body, unity of body and body. Blood bar storage. Plant pet. For others, cannot increase the upper limit of combat black lens bracket compared with the personal panel of the first order master. Sushin's physique has increased by more than 600,000. This huge improvement is not something that can be brought about by just a small level improvement. The main thing is to absorb the chaotic elements in the celestial body pool, which makes Sushin's physique have a more obvious sublimation. As soon as this place was still not enough. In the battle with the Celestials, Sushin was indeed used to seeing the shots of the Uranus powerhouses on the battlefield. This allowed Sushin to have a clearer judgment on the general strength of Uranus's powerhouse. If only one Uranus, that Sushin wouldn't run away at all, and even dared to try to kill Uranus by jumping the ranks. Now there are 5. That's too many, in addition. What is certain is that his teacher Guo Zhen did not betray Sushin. After a while, Guo Zhen, who gave Sushin's wall of protection, and the task book was pretended by someone else. At this time, Sushin didn't think about this aspect anymore. It can be transformed. In the eyes, only the 5 Uranus powerhouses that surrounded them. Sushin, you can also synchronize with the owner. At this time, one of the Uranus spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. It can even be used as before waiting for Sushin to reply. Then he saw another Uranus and said, "We know that you have a fake death technique similar to self-destruction, and this technique, over and over again, cannot possibly confuse us." The key is, it has the Uranus then spoke one after another. They thought they had seen through Sushin's underwear, but in fact Sushin was wearing more than one pair of underwear. But there is one thing to say, self-destruction and pretending to be dead should have little effect. Su
I have
Shin
to
is
give
now
you a name.
self-destructing.
Su Shin
These Uranus
happily touched the little
powerhouses will
willow
definitely
sapling.
not leave this place
At
immediately,
first,
but will
he
search for
wanted
him
to
in
get
a
him,
large area
Lulu,
centered on him.
which is cute after all.
Just a little longer.
But
If they
turning
don't
around
leave
and
within the
thinking,
time limit that the
what's
heart of
Lulu
life can
called?
be effectively used,
Called Lu
Su
Shen.
Shin's tried and
Chapter
true trick
41,
will be broken,
a gathering
and a
of talents.
resurrection coin will be
27
wasted for
young
no
hidden
reason.
professionals from the Yan Kingdom.
Snapped. Su
Zhongnan
Shin was too
University,
lazy to talk
in Su Shin's
nonsense
villa
and put his
dormitory.
hands together.
He held his right
This is the
hand
start
lightly.
of the well-known
The
Su
willow
Shin
of life
attack.
stored in the body
When the
turns
5
into a green
Uranus saw
wooden
this,
sword.
the Uranus from
Then
the
the wooden
spiritual
sword
world
turned
said,
into a shield,
I don't care
bow
what he
and arrow,
does, the
damask
willow
rope,
sapling must be
etc.
given to me.
It was
After
fun.
all, it is
Su
to
Shin had a
directly
great
and simply
time playing.
shoot Su Shin.
Although the rewards
I
given
saw
out in
this
this gift
spiritual
package
world
are not the
Uranus
kind
suddenly
that
turned
instantly
into a
increase
flame,
the strength
and the
level.
flame quickly lifted into the
Better than
sky,
foresight.
just like the
The
Dharma
growth
of
of
the top
life willow
genius,
is theoretically
Jin of the
infinite.
heavenly human
As
race
long as there
killed
is
by
a
Su
steady
Shin
supply of
before.
energy, she can
But
continue to
compared
grow.
to that Jin, this one's
Unfortunately,
power is much
however,
greater.
his profession is
The
not
flames lifted into the
cultivator,
sky
and
and
he does
instantly
not have
turned into a
professional
sea of
skills
flames,
like
quickly
accelerating the
covering the
growth of
world.
pets.
Looking
So
up
he
from
can
below,
only
you
cultivate
can see in
slowly by
shock that the
himself.
sky at this time is
Fortunately,
completely
there is a
woven by
god-level
countless
skill
flames.
called life absorption, which allows Su Shin
The
to
sky turned
continuously
into a sea
input
of fire,
energy
and in this
to the willow of
extremely
life
cold
to
ice
promote her
world,
growth.
the temperature
The
suddenly
next
became so
day,
hot,
Su
making
Shin
people
visits
feel
the
like they were in
Uranus.
the
The
oven of heaven
Beastmaster
and
who
earth.
threw him an olive
The
branch
space
earlier.
is distorted because
He
of this.
wanted to ask
In
the
the sea of
Uranus for
flames in the
advice.
sky,
That
one
is,
after
if
another
it is a
giant
plant
great
pet,
fireball
will there be a
descended
chance
like a
to become
meteor,
a human in
heading
the
towards the
future?
location of Su Shin
After all,
below,
the
one
willow of
blasting.
life is now only how
The
the
body
human
of the
form is
spirit world
transformed.
Uranus is the
The teacher
flame.
is not here.
You can
There was
even
a
understand
Beastmaster
him as a
exchange
so-called
conference
Yuo,
held in the
but
magic
he is not as
capital
powerful
recently,
as the
and the
strange
teacher was
fire,
invited as
but
a
he has
guest.
an extremely complete
However,
self-awareness
Su
and can
Shin
cultivate.
closed the door, and the Dragon Knight
Advertisement
King
at this
Jingyu,
time,
who
Su
had had a
Shin has
holiday
entered
with him,
sage mode.
replied quietly.
He slammed his
I
right
didn't
hand
choose a
toward the
teacher
ground,
at the beginning.
and a huge
Do you
wooden
regret it
shield
now?
rose out of the glacial
This
land
Wang
under his
Jingyu's
feet that was
character seems
constantly
to really
melting
not
due to the
remember
high
beatings,
temperature.
and the way he speaks is very
Wood-style
bad.
wood expulsion jutsu.
Su Shin didn't bother
Boom.
to pay attention
The
to
wood
him, and
expulsion
turned to
shield
leave.
blocked thousands of flames
Su
above his
Shin,
head,
what
but the
rank are you
intensity
now?
of the flame
Let me
attack
tell
far
you a little
exceeded
bit.
Su Shin's
I'm a silver
expectations.
10th rank now.
In just a few
Although I
seconds,
suffered a loss
Su
from you
Shin's wood
before,
expulsion
my hidden
shield
professional
defense ended up
advantage is
being
there,
completely
even
burned.
if I don't do anything.
Sage art
Just
true
train my
several thousand
Xiaoyu, and I
hands.
will become
Look at
stronger
Su
and
Shin
stronger.
again.
Seeing
At this
that Su
time,
Shin
his
was
whole
leaving,
body was
Wang
constantly
Jingyu quickly
sublimating
said
and soaring,
something.
and his body also
Let's talk
changed
about it
rapidly
when
in a
your
way
little
that was
feather has
visible to the
grown up
naked eye,
completely.
turning into a
Su
10,000
Shin
meter
left a
long
sentence
Senju
and didn't
Guanyin.
argue with him.
It's really a
This guy
monster
is
of common
childish at
sense
heart,
difficulty.
but people grow
Although
up,
this
and his
trick is no
profession
longer
does have
unfamiliar in the
advantages.
eyes of others,
Although he
Senju
said it
Guanyin
was
and true
inevitable to
several
show
thousand
off,
hands
but
are also
even if he
topics
showed
that
off,
people in the
it is
world
still an
talk about when
established
they
fact
talk
that the
about Su
Dragon
Shin.
Knight profession is in the
But
late
really
stage.
look at this trick positively.
What followed
The
was a
5
few
Uranus
quiet
were
days
also
at school.
shocked and amazed in their
Advertisements.
hearts.
These
They have
days,
no doubt that if the
ordinary
number of
students are
Uranus
still
is
studying
reduced by 2
diligently,
or 3
but
this
among the
time, it is
talented
very
freshmen,
likely that
they
Su
are
Shin will
tacitly
leave.
trying to hit the grade and
But,
want to win
not
one of the
enough.
30 places.
Another Uranus suddenly
If you want
shouted
to get a
and
place,
thundershot.
the minimum level
I saw
requirement
this
is also
Uranus
silver
patted
10th
Su
level.
Shin's void with his right
And this
hand,
day,
and he saw
30
that the whole
places for
world seemed
Zhongnan
to be tight
University have
held
been
in his
completely
hands.
finalized. That
Even the
is, to leave for the
10,000-meter
border
tall
city
Senju
today,
of
and tomorrow
Avalokiteshvar
will
was
be the
creaky
opening
all
day of
over,
the limited
being
time
squeezed
dungeon
by
of
the
Twilight
entire
Temple.
space.
Here
If
at
it
Zhongnan
continues,
University,
Wanmi
among
Senju
the 30
Guanyin will
people,
be
there are
compressed
many
into the
people
size of a
Su Shin
broad
knows.
bean.
Among
Space
them are Yan
Mage.
Jinj,
Su
Wang
Shin
Yu,
was
Zhao
extremely
Shu,
surprised.
Xia Yingyu,
It
and
turned
Xiao
out to be a
Shangming,
Space
as well
Mage.
as Ling Feng, who wanted
No
to
wonder
buy
he was
his skill book
intercepted by the
before.
opponent when he used the
Among the 3
teleportation
hidden
scroll.
professionals in the
It
Zhongnan
turned out
region
to be a
this
hidden
year,
occupation,
except for
Space
Qi
Mage.
the shadow assassin
Even
who
though
was
Su
dug into
Shin is
Yanjing,
not
the
familiar
other
with
2
Uranus
naturally got their
powerhouses in
places
the human
directly.
world. But he
Dragon
also
Knight
heard
Wang
about
Jingyu,
Space Mage.
this guy has
There are
already
several
dealt with
Space
it.
Mages in the human world,
The other
and he
person
will not
is
be able to
Blood
determine his
Emperor,
exact
Blood Mage
identity from
Tan
the
Hong.
opponent for a while.
This Tan Hong
Bang
has a
bang
white
bang.
face and jade face,
Senju
and
Guanyin
looks quite
Senju
handsome.
moved in unison,
No,
flapping
it
wildly
shouldn't be
towards
said
the
to be
surrounding
handsome,
space,
but beautiful.
relieving the powerful Space
However,
Force.
this boy's
As
temperament
for
is
the
a little
flame
feminine.
attack of
He looks
Uranus
a
in the
little
spiritual
withdrawn,
world,
and he
Su
doesn't like
Shin has no
socializing
time to
very
care.
much.
In the
Su
face of any
Shin,
of the
Xiao
5,
Shangming,
he has to be
who had
right with
not
all
seen
his
her
heart,
for a long
and it is
time,
impossible
saw
to be
Su Shin and
distracted and
immediately
fight 2
leaned over
Uranus
with a
at the same
smile.
time.
I heard that
This This
went
situation
outside
is
to
so
practice
difficult.
again this time,
Su-Shin
and
sees
you were in
no
the
hope.
limelight again.
The huge
The little
Senju
chatterbox
Avalokiteshvara
began to
was
ask
scorched by
crackling.
flames, and large
In
parts
fact,
of his body
Wang
were
Yi and
constantly
Zhao Shu
being
almost
burned.
meant it.
But
because they
fortunately,
broke through from the
Su-Shin's
beast horde and
life-draining
got the
skills are
support of
strong
the
enough
elders
to
in the
hold up
family,
Uranus
they
to
spent
attack
some
him for a
price to
while.
make them hit the silver 10th
But,
rank.
and the other three,
It can be
you
said
haven't
that
made a
based
move
on
yet?
performance, a
The
chance was
Space
given.
Mage snorted at the other
So
three.
both of them are
Today,
very grateful
kill
to
him.
Su-Shin at this time.
That's right, if you
As for
don't kill
Xiao
him today,
Shangming,
when he
there
is
are
at the same
actually
level
quite
as
a
me,
lot of mage
I will
professions,
definitely die.
and Su-Shin was a
1.
little surprised that she was
Only
able
if
to
you
get a
offend the
spot.
dead, you will not
And
be
Sha
revengeful
Yingyu and Yan
afterward.
Jinj are normal.
For
They were
Su-Shin's
originally
handling,
the top
the Uranus
geniuses in the
powerhouses
Zhongnan
initially
region,
preferred
second
to
only
capture
to
them
hidden
alive.
professions.
But seeing
Talking to you,
Su-Shin
you
facing the
answer me.
offensive of the two
Xiao
Uranus,
Shangming
he
pouted
did
in
not lose
dissatisfaction
outright.
when
This
she
kind
saw
of
Su-Shin
heaven-defying
wandering out of
performance
the
made
sky.
these Uranus feel
You were
terrified.
also at the 10th tier of
Offending
silver.
Su-Shin so much
Su-Shin
today,
spoke.
they don't believe
You
that there will
don't
be
have
the
to say
possibility
anything
of
if you
turning the
don't
war
want
into
to.
jade and silk in the
When
future.
Xiao Shangming heard this,
Must
she
kill,
turned around
otherwise,
angrily.
only yourself will
What?
die in
In
the future.
Su-Shin's eyes, I
At
have
this time,
always been
the
the
third
kind of
Uranus
mediocre.
shot. He did not hide his
Last time,
occupation,
thank
but a
you.
martial artist.
Yan Jinj came
A
over and
long
said
sword
thanks.
appeared in his hand.
As soon
Fighters
as she
and
spoke,
swordsmen can do
Xiao
the same
Shangming
in some
suddenly became
respects.
energetic, and was not
Fighters are
angry with
stronger than
Su-Shin's
fists and
words,
feet,
and
but it
quickly
doesn't
said,
mean that only gloves
I heard
can
that
be
you hugged
used.
Yan Jinj all the
A
way when
martial
you
artist
broke
can
through the
also
beast
perform
tide. Is it
swordsmanship,
true?
but it is more difficult than a swordsman to master
On
the
the other
corresponding
side, Sha
swordsmanship
Yingyu
skills.
also cast her gaze. But when
Advertisement in
Su-Shin
addition,
was not
depending
looking
on
at
the
her,
posture
she
of the third
subconsciously
Uranus,
avoided her
there may be a
gaze.
second profession of
Let's
swordsman.
go. At this
The
moment,
long
his
sword in
teacher
his
below
hand
Uranus
suddenly
snorted.
turned into boundless light,
Immediately
becoming
after,
extremely
a giant
dazzling.
bird with a size of
Flying
100
front
meters
meteor
appeared
flow,
above the
the third
university.
Uranus burst out.
Just go to the border
In an
town and
instant,
take a plane.
seemingly
But to
endless
go to the
sword chi
Twilight
burst
Temple
out from the
copy,
body of
you
his
need
sword.
suitable flying
Su-Shin
tools.
looked at it with a firm look,
And in the
and saw
endless
that the line
wilderness,
of sight in his
human
eyes was
technology
covered
is
by
useless.
countless sword chi
This
slashing
giant
waves.
bird is also of
As
Uranus
soon as he
rank, and
reacted,
is one
a
of the
severe
Uranus's
pain like
only
a
two
split came
Uranus
from
rank
all over
beast
his
pets.
body.
When
Looking
everyone
down,
saw
at
the
this
mighty
moment,
giant
the
bird,
1,000
they
huge
were
arms
immediately
behind him
attracted.
were cut off by a third of the
What's
opponent's
good?
move.
When my little feather
Fourth
grows up, it
Uranus
will
is
be
not
more
alone.
majestic than
This
this.
profession is a relatively
Wang
rare
Jingyu
array
suddenly
mage.
laughed. No
To a
one
certain
pays attention
extent,
to him.
this is the type of
Under the
occupation that
signal of
Sushin
Woe
fears
Uranus,
the most among the
everyone
five.
climbed onto the back of
The
the
array
giant bird
master's
one by
combat
one.
advantage in
The
emergencies is
speed
not
of this
great,
Uranus-level beast
but
pet,
now they are
at full
digging a hole
speed,
to
is
deal with
extremely
Sushin.
terrifying, and it can
The
traverse
formation
the
is
entire
already set up.
Yanation in a few
The
minutes.
Uranus array mage
But in
initially
order to take
prioritized
care of the
catching
students
Sushin
like
alive,
Sushin,
so the type of formation
at
he
this
set up
time,
was
the
biased
flight
towards
speed
the
is
seal
not
array.
exaggerated, and with
This
Woe
is really a
Uranus leading the
mistake.
team,
If it is the
is
formation
naturally
of the power
impossible
of
for
attack and
Wulong to be
killing,
thrown off.
Sushin is really not
Just
afraid.
half an hour,
He has a
the
strong
crowd reached
resilience
the
and has
giant
5
eagle.
hearts of life as a
In a
high fault
luxury
tolerance.
hotel in the border city,
But the
it has
seal
been contracted
is
today,
simply the
and
most
the people who
troublesome
come
and
here
most
are the
feared
7
method
sons
for
of the
Sushin
empire
at the
and the
moment.
top guilds of the Yan Kingdom.
The
In
seal
the
formation
hotel lobby
immediately
at this
started to
time,
operate,
a
like
group
the
of young
starlight
and
in the
confident
sky,
boys and
exuding
girls
the
sat
brilliance
together.
of the
The
dazzling
numbers seemed to
formation.
be in the hundreds,
A
and the
strand
scene
of
was very
invisible
lively
sealing
for a
force
while.
was gradually covering
Here comes from
Sushin's body,
Zhongnan University.
suppressing and
The
sealing it.
animal wave incident has
This is
brought
not
a
a
lot of
seal that
limelight
gives
to
you
Zhongnan
elite buff.
University,
This is to wrap
especially
you
the medical
directly into a
doctor
cocoon
Sushin.
with the power of the seal.
Let me mention that the
Once
girls in the
successful,
Zhongnan area are
Sushin
indeed
will be
watery.
cut off from all contact with
After
the outside
Sushin and
world,
others entered
and
the
his
hall,
life-sucking
the eyes
skills
of
will
everyone
therefore
in the
be
hall looked
useless.
over from time to time,
In other
and the
words,
topic
when the
also
power of
mentioned
this
the
seal
previous
has not fully
beast-tied
taken
incident.
effect,
Which table does the
Sushin was
hidden
already
profession sit at?
devastated by the
At
attacks
this
of the other
time,
3
the Dragon
Uranus.
Knight King Jingyu not only
Sushin
did
did
not
not
have
actively
stage fright,
attack.
but
In
took
this
a big
state,
step
his
forward and asked
consumption power
loudly.
is also extremely
The hall suddenly
exaggerated,
fell
and the
silent.
current combat power
However,
status is
his
not as
gaze
good
was
as
directed
Uranus
towards
level
the very
combat
center.
power.
I
He
saw
could
at the
only
very
passively
center a
defend,
large
using
table
a
with
high defense
27
body
seats,
plus
and
life
only
to
5
absorb this
seats were
perfect
empty at
skill,
the moment.
in order to avoid
The
instant death under
27
the
people
attack
who
of the
were
top
about to
3
be full.
Uranus.
It is the
Life
young hidden
drain is the same
professionals
for
of the Yan
Uranus
Kingdom
if
this
he is
year.
not killed instantly.
Chapter
Then there is the
42 inches
possibility
the
of pulling
prophet.
into
Wu Jinlian
Qian
saw a
Zhao's
humiliating
protracted
picture.
war.
Seeing
But
that
obviously,
everyone's
the
eyes
other
fell
party
on the
didn't
most
even have a
central
real
position,
trick to use.
Wang Jingyu
The
strode
last
forward and
Uranus,
took a
he
seat
stood
in
on the
one
head
of
of
the
the ice
remaining
dragon,
5
a
vacant
Uranus
seats.
beastmaster who
There
was
is
not
someone in
inferior
this
to Du
position.
Yao.
Sit next to
He
you.
was a little hesitant at this time.
Unexpectedly,
The
just as
identities
Wang
of other
Jingyu
people
sat
are more or
down,
less
a young
impossible
man
to see
next to
through
him
the
said
moves for a
something
while.
lightly.
But
Who are
Uranus
you?
level
Wang
beast pets
Jingyu
are
looked at the
equivalent to
young
the
man.
label of a Uranus
Magic
beastmaster,
capital, Wen
such as
Tianqi.
Du Yao's
Wang
Uranus
Jingyu
giant
pouted.
bird,
I've never
Uranus
heard of
beast
it.
to your
I'm
mother.
going to sit in this seat
Once the
today.
Uranus beastmaster
Sushin,
releases his
who was
Uranus
still at
beast
the
pet,
entrance of
he
the
will be
hall,
instantly
couldn't help but be
recognized by
amused by
Sushin.
this scene.
There are only
This
a few
Wang Jingyu
Uranus
had a bad
beastmasters in
background,
the world,
otherwise he would
including Du
definitely
Yao.
be a scoundrel.
It seems that considering
However,
the thoughts
his
of the
innocuous
Uranus
character is
beastmaster,
quite
the
interesting.
other 4 Uranus did
They are
not
the
urge
sons
him.
of destiny who
They
awakened
can
their hidden
clearly see the
professions.
overall situation.
If you give up your
Sushin
seat
is not
because of
enough.
someone
She
else's
is just
simple
trying to
words,
support
it is
her.
not an easygoing
He deserves
personality.
to be
It
the
will only
brightest
make
new
people
star
look
in this
down
era.
on it.
There are really
As
5
for Bai
geniuses
Heng,
in the world
Wang
who can
Jingyu
surpass
really
him.
doesn't counsel anyone
But,
in this regard.
after all, it's just a
What if I said
Grandmaster
I
rank
must
that
make
is
you
too
give
high or
way?
too low.
Wen Tianqi
The
frowned
last
slightly,
Uranus
and his
stood in the
tone
VIP
gradually
position to
became
watch the
unkind.
battle and did not make a
What are
move,
you
which
pretending
did
to
not
be?
affect the
Go
overall
out for
battle
a duel.
situation at all.
Wang
They
Jingyu's
thought
face turned
so,
cold, and
obviously.
he pointed
5
to the door
Uranus
of the
were
hall.
dispatched, and there was
The
no
mini
thought to
dragon on
despise
its shoulder
Sushin.
also
But at
began
this
to bark.
time, he still had the
Another hidden
arrogance of being a
professional from
Uranus and made a
Zhongnan
mistake.
University, Tan Hong,
The first
sat quietly
beastmaster has
beside
been
him.
slow to make a move.
A fight so soon.
This greatly
Wang
relieved
Jingyu was
Sushin.
very
He
haughty.
is now
Compared
really
with other
short of
hidden
breath.
professions, the Dragon Knight's
Advertisement
career has
chapter
not grown up.
114, the ultimate
In fact,
explosion.
it must be at a disadvantage.
Sushin have
I
ushered in
don't
the peak
think so.
moment.
Wang Jingyu looks very
Under the
confident.
joint attack of the
Maybe
4
he has
Uranus,
other cards.
Sushin shouted
Then
incessantly,
Wen Tianqi
apparently
sees.
enduring the
There is
powerful
no
attacks of
follow-up.
the Uranus again and
After
again.
seeing Wang Jingyu speak
Under the
directly,
strong attack
Wen
of the 4
Tianqi's eyes
Uranus,
flashed,
Sushin
and he
was
seriously
suppressed
looked
and
at
unable
Wang
to move.
Jingyu, but in the
The
end he
Senju
didn't
Buddha
take
was
the challenge.
constantly falling apart,
It's
and it
really
was
stupid
difficult
to
to maintain
challenge
his
right now.
majestic body.
After all, other
And this
hidden
scene was
professionals
watched
will
by the
soon
5
become
Uranus,
competitors,
and the
and it
shock
is
in
not
their
wise
hearts
to
could be
reveal their
imagined.
cards in advance.
Now Sushin's name
Sushin
has
and the
spread
other
all over
29
the world.
people from
The
Zhongnan
name
University
Su
also
Exon is
took
known to the
advantage of the
slightly famous
situation and
Strong.
sat down in the
But
arranged
only when I
seats.
really got in touch
The
with
one
this
who was
junior
fighting
named
with Wang
Sushin
Jingyu
did I
just
know
now was called Wen
how
Tianqi, from
unbelievable
the
is this
Magic Capital
evildoer of the
University,
times in the
the hidden
world.
profession as
They are
spiritual
4 Uranus
teacher.
shooting at the
the
same
attack
time.
method of this
Even
profession
the
is very
Uranus powerhouses
exaggerated.
of the
You
same
can use
level
the
are
spirit
afraid that
power
they
to
have already
control
died of
evil
hatred
weapons
at this
to attack
time.
quickly.
But Su
And when
Shin,
the spirit
who is in the
power is
Grandmaster
strong
rank,
now, you
is
can
able to
even
support
attack
with the
with swords and
cooperation of the
swords.
4 Uranus of them.
I don't know what rank
Such
Wen
monsters
Tianqi is now,
exist.
but he should
He
already
himself
be
has
gold.
broken the division of
Xiao
strength between
Shangming, a
professionals.
small talker,
No
leaned
one
over
will
beside
underestimate
Su Shin
Su
and
Shin,
started
but
chatting.
when you truly see the
While
evil of
eating
Su
desserts
Shin,
and fruits,
you will know that the
Su Shin
overestimation
listened
in
to
your
Xiao
heart is
Shangming
still
introducing
underestimation.
herself to those hidden
The
professionals.
unshot Uranus
In
must have
Xiao
come from the
Shangming's
human world,
introduction,
otherwise
she
he wouldn't
believes
be
that there
so
are 3
stingy.
people who are clearly the
The
strongest
Uranus
at the moment.
Beastmaster, who didn't make
One
a
is
move,
Feng Peng,
stared at the
a
Senju Buddha in
necromancer
front of him
from
in
Yanjing
shock.
University.
The shock in his eyes was mixed with
The
killing
second
intent,
is
making his
Ashura,
expression
Kong
seem
Zhilu,
extremely
also
awkward
from
and
Yanjing
complicated at this
University.
time.
The
Su
third is
Shin,
Yi Lin, the
Uranus-level
sword
space
spirit
mage,
from Modou
suddenly
University.
snorted. At this
Among them,
moment, he
the
could not bear
profession
it.
of
Su
sword
Shin
spirit
didn't
is
answer.
a hidden profession of the
He
swordsman
doesn't have that
profession.
room at all now.
That
Don't look
Wu
at him
Yilin is
holding on
also
for
a
a while,
graceful
but in
penultimate
such a short
Tianjiao girl,
time,
with
he
a
has
unique
already
sword
begun to burst
cultivation
a heart of
temperament,
life.
very similar to
Su
Xia
Shin
Yingying.
at this time, he
As
was
for the shadow
hesitating
assassin
870 in
Qi
his
Lu, who was
heart,
dug
but
into
such
Yanjing
hesitation
University.
only appeared for a second
In
and then
front of many
disappeared.
hidden professions,
He
it does
had
not
nothing to
seem so
hesitate.
outstanding.
Su Shin has never
27
sacrificed his
hidden
life.
professionals.
His
The
behavior
7
is to
sons of
uphold
the
the nature
empire
of his
accounted
heart,
for 18.
and he will do whatever suits
There
him.
are 5 Yanjing
At this
University,
time,
4
I saw the
Modou
main
University,
arm of the
3
Senju Buddha
Zilin
unfolding,
University,
and I
2
saw
each of
5
Zongyuan
heart-shaped life
University and
energy
Jiangning
bodies appear
University,
around it.
and only 1 each of
In the face
Beidong
of the huge
University and
gap in
Laodong
strength,
University.
holding on only
The
slightly
remaining
lengthened the
9 are the
time of
top
death.
professional guilds from
With
the Yan
Su
Kingdom.
Shin's current combat
The
power
number
limit,
of
it's okay to
participating
deal with
guilds this
1
time
Uranus
is as
alone,
high as
but
30,
against
all of
4,
which are
it's
well-known
definitely a half
large-scale
point chance
guilds
of
all
winning.
over the country.
Su Shin
At
knew
this
this better
moment,
than
the
anyone,
number of
but
people
his
has
real
not
ceiling
arrived
is
yet.
not now.
Wang
The
Jingyu and Wen
explosion in this
Tianqi
true
didn't like
sense
to
is
go
not
out
to
for a
consume the
duel.
hearts of life one after
Gradually,
another, but
all
to
the
consume them
talented young
together.
people still talk about
Burn
each
your
other.
5 hearts of life
But a
together with
while
the
has
essence of your
passed.
body.
There was a sudden
Su
movement in
Shin's
the
current
magic
thinking
capital
is very
university,
simple.
and
He
a
is
group
going
of
to
people
kill.
gathered together.
He must kill at least
Su
one of
Shin,
these 5
let's go
Uranus,
take a look
even if he
too.
wants to die.
Xiao
He
Shangming
can't
had no
lose.
resistance to join in
If
the
you
fun,
can get away
so
with
she
killing
immediately
2 of
pulled
them,
Su
it will
Shin
be
and
a
said,
bloody profit.
she couldn't
What is
stand her
that?
grinding,
When
and Su
Uranus
Shin
saw the
also
heart of
wanted to
life,
join in
he
the fun,
exclaimed in
so she
surprise.
joined in like the
The
others.
heart of life, which
I
was full
saw
of
in the
life
middle
energy,
of the
made
crowd,
him, as a
a
spirit
teenage
race,
girl is
give
fiddling
birth
with
to
a
the heart of
compass
pursuit.
engraved with 8 trigrams.
It was as if he possessed
It's the
such life energy
prophet,
as
Wu
Uranus. He
Jinlian,
could also
one
improve
of the
his
4
strength.
hidden professionals at
The
Magic
spirit
Capital
world
University
Uranus
this
also
year.
reacts
Her
quickly.
profession is
He
very
immediately
special,
shot,
and
and
it
in
is
the
said that
boundless
she
sea
can
of
predict
fire
the
in the
future.
sky, a
When
giant
Xiao
arm that lifted
Shangming
the
saw
sky
this girl,
suddenly
she
emerged.
immediately recognized her.
Wherever the flaming
The
giant
girl
arm
Wu
passed,
Jinlian is
the
just like
atmosphere
her name,
evaporated and
with a
churned,
beautiful
and the whole
appearance.
sky
I
was
still
stirred
feel
by the
pity.
giant
Her
hand.
unique weak temperament
But
can
in terms
easily
of
make
means,
people have
it
a
is
strong
still the
desire
space
for
mage.
protection, and I can't wait to
Advertisement
hold
I
her in
saw.
my arms immediately
DADS,
so that I can
his
take
eyes
care of
suddenly
her.
narrowed.
I saw,
A heart
at
of
this
life
moment,
seemed to be
Wu
directly
Jinlian's
replaced by
lowered
the
head
spatial
suddenly
position,
lifted.
and came to him in
What
an
did you
instant.
see? Someone
Fire in
asked
his
quickly.
eyes.
I saw an endless
Maybe
forest.
this is the root of Su
Does
Shin's
this mean
evil
that the
spirit?
Twilight Temple,
At the
Dungeon
same
Secret
time,
Realm is a
the
forest
Uranus martial
environment?
artist was also
Are
not to
you
be
sure?
outdone.
Sometimes
He galloped
right,
with his sword,
sometimes
turned
not.
into a rainbow,
Can I
cut
see
through the
people?
sky,
I want
and
to
came to
see who
Su
my
Shin in a
future wife
flash,
is.
and was
Is that
about to
okay?
steal one of the hearts of
Okay.
life.
Give me your
The
hand.
Uranus
There
array
were
mage
freshmen
is
from
somewhat
other
tied up.
universities
He
who
wanted to
wanted
fully
tease this
control the
weak girl,
formation's
but the other
continuous
party was
sealing and
very
suppression
talkative
of
and
Su
agreed
Shin,
directly.
but he couldn't make it out for a
So,
while, but the desire
advertisement.
for the heart
The
of
boy
life
who
was
was
clear
doing
in his
bravely
eyes.
put his right hand
A
in front
bunch
of
of
Wu
idiots.
Jinlian's eyes.
Su Shin sneered
Wu
in his heart,
Jinlian
and then
grabbed his
shouted,
hand and took a
"Boom!"
closer look at his palmistry.
Bang 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 bang.
The
The
prophet
5 hearts
of
of
the
life
East,
exploded
the
completely at
divine
this moment,
of the West.
even if they were caught by others.
These two occupations
After
are
the heart
considered
of life
extremely rare in
exploded,
the hidden
no power was
occupations,
released,
but they are
but a huge
recognized as
amount
not
of life
long-lived.
energy poured into the body
You
of the
won't have
Senju
a wife
Buddha.
in the future.
Dong
After
dong
reading
dong
it,
dong.
Wu Jinlian
The
shook
sky
his
and
head
the
and
earth
said
suddenly
regretfully,
roared, and the glaciers
ha
that
ha
were
ha.
already
This
devastated
remark
under the
caused
feet
a
were
burst
turned
of
upside
laughter
down
from
at
the
this
crowd,
moment.
and the coaxing boy
One after
immediately
another,
blushed
the
and
same
withdrew his
Senju
hand.
Buddha rose up from the
Su
glaciers,
Shin looked
and then
at
the
the girl,
tall and
and when
majestic
she
body
saw that
stood
the
in the
other party
clouds.
had no wife,
A
her
total of
expression was
6 Senju
regretful, but
Buddhas
her eyes
stand
were narrow.
proudly between heaven and
Su
earth.
Shin, do you want
Under
to
the
take a
shocking
look at who
gaze
your
of the
future
5
partner
Uranus,
is?
the 6
At
Senju
this
Buddhas
time,
were directly
Kai
blended
Mengbai from
together.
Modu University
Even
asked
at this
Su Shin
moment,
with a
Su
smile.
Shin's law, heaven
Okay,
and earth
okay,
manifested,
let's
and the sea
see.
of fire in the
Xiao
sky
Shangming
above
also
was forced
started
out
to
of the
coax.
vacuum by Su Shin's
Su
law,
Shin thought
heaven
this
and
kind
earth,
of
and
magic
turned
stick
into a
was
vision
very
of heaven and
interesting,
earth.
so he took the
The
initiative to stretch
manifested
his
Dharma
right hand
body
to Wu
sitting on the
Jinlian.
9 heavens.
Wu
The
Jinlian
role
looked
of
up at
this
Su
moment is
Shin,
not to
then at
attack,
his
but to
friend Kai
stabilize
Mengbai
the
next
6
to
in
him,
1
and then
Senju Buddha
nodded.
in place of Su
This
Shin.
time she held Su
And
Shin's
also
right
cast
hand
the
with both
Liu Shen
hands.
Tianshu, the
At the
fox
same
burst
time,
secret
he
technique.
saw an illusory yin
Liu
and
Shen
yang fish
Tianshu
shrouded in
Su
Su
Shin
Shin's
was
right
used for
hand.
the first time, but the effect
Obviously,
was
she
surprisingly
didn't use
good.
her professional skills
Facts
at all
have
just
proved that
now,
this kind of
just
secret
teasing the boy
technique,
who was
as
making
long
fun
as
of
you
him.
don't care about your own life,
Among the yin and
anyone who
yang
uses
fish
it
that
has a very
enveloped Su
strong
Shin's
effect.
right hand, a
The
picture
effect
suddenly
of Liu
unfolded.
Shen Tianshu
And
lies in
this picture of
burning
predicting the
heritage.
future of others is
There is
only
no
seen by
secret
her,
technique
Wu
to burn
Jinlian.
blood essence in this world,
In that
but Liu Shen
future
Tianshu is
picture,
similar to this
Wu
effect.
Jinlian saw
After
himself.
Su Shin
She
exploded
saw
5
that she
hearts
was
of
being
life in
held
one
tightly
breath,
by Su
the
Shin,
huge life
naked,
energy
and
cannot be
although she
effectively
was
used
enjoying
at its current
herself,
level,
she
and
still
there will be a
struggled.
lot of waste.
What? Wu
Because of
Jinlian
this,
was so
his main
frightened that
body
she
fell into
hurriedly
a dilemma
canceled her
of being unable
precognitive
to move,
skills.
and he could only rely
How
on the
about it?
manifested
Kai
Dharma
Mengbai
body
was
to lead
even
him
more
to perform
curious when she
moves.
saw the other
In
party's
other
reaction
words,
was
now
so
Su
great.
Shin's body has become the
Beasts.
true several
Wu Jian
thousand
gritted
hands of
his
Fa
teeth bitterly.
Tianqiang.
In the shy picture
In
she
this way,
saw, she
Su
was
Shin
forced
also
by the
came
other
up with a
party.
temporary idea.
Who are you
He didn't
calling
have
a
time to
beast?
try and make
Su
mistakes,
Shin was caught
so he
off
could only
guard by
bite
the
the
other
bullet.
party's sudden scolding,
He simply
but Xiao
succeeded.
Shangming was
His
not
FA,
used to the other
heaven
party
and
and
earth are
shouted
not as
loudly.
bells and whistles as the
What are you
celestials,
arguing
and their
about?
special
Come and
effects
see
are
me.
powerful, but
Just
they are
as Wu
very suitable
Jinlian
for
was
his own
about to
fighting
retort,
style.
he saw Wang
With the
Jingyu
6
also come
gods
to join in
Tianshu,
the fun.
the 5 hearts of life were
Chapter
not wasted. wasted.
the dungeon reward
But
that stunned
burning is not
everyone,
only the heart of life,
artifact,
but also the
Twilight
essence
Scepter.
of Su Shin's body.
Wang Jingyu came
Now,
over, but
it's
Wu
the peak
Jinlian
moment
was
of my Su
obviously in a
Shin
very
so far.
bad mood and refused directly.
Su Shin suddenly let
She
out a
glared
loud
at the
roar,
young man
turned
who
into a
met for the
Buddha on the
first time
top.
in front of her, only to think that
He
the other
roared into
person
the sky,
seemed harmless
and
to
1,000
humans and
hands
animals,
behind the
but in
Senju
fact
Buddha
he was
were
a
all
beast.
locked on one of the 4
Saying,
Uranus.
she glared at her
Uranus
friend
of the
Kai
spirit
Mengbai.
world.
Ever since
Su
Kai
Shin
Mengbai
didn't
returned
plan
from
on a
the endless
one-on-4 at
wilderness,
all.
she
He
often
just had to
mentioned Su
rely on
Shin,
the other
a
Uranus
medical
to
doctor
attack
from
while
Jiangning
catching one of them
University.
for a powerful attack.
She felt that her friend
This
had
is
a good
not
impression
abusive
of this
food.
person.
This is stepping up,
But
and it
how?
is still
This guy is a
1,004.
bad guy with a different
No matter
appearance.
how arrogant Su
After
Shin
being
used to behave in the past,
Wang
he will
Jingyu was
calmly
not
deal with
angry.
it at this
He
moment.
pulled Su Shin aside and
Since he
whispered,
did not hesitate to
"What are
explode
you doing?"
seeds and ushered
Su
in his
Shin
peak
looked
moment,
at Wang Jingyu,
then
puzzled.
it must be worthy
He
of the
was
current
wondering
state,
why the
and
girl
it is
from the
necessary
magic
to
capital
kill Uranus
university
by
suddenly
leaps and
called him a
bounds.
beast.
Advertisement, he
quite
chose
right.
the spiritual
Su Shin.
world Uranus
Wang
simply
Jingyu's
because he
face was
hated
a
the
little
willow
heavy.
god, and Su
What's
Shin
wrong?
hated him more than
Su
other
Shin
Uranus.
frowned. I chatted with
The
that
great
group of
wilderness
people for a
prisoner's
while.
palm,
Wang
thousands
Jingyu
of
looked
rivers
at the
flow.
table of hidden professionals.
When 1,000
and continued,
hands slammed
"It seems
down
that
towards
only I'm the
Uranus in the
10th rank of
spiritual
silver,
world,
and they have
each
all
hand
stepped
used
into
the
the
skill
golden
of the
rank."
great desolate prisoner
Su
palm,
Shin,
combined with the characteristics of thousands of rivers.
23,333. It could be
The
seen that
spiritual
Wang
world
Jingyu was
Uranus looked
panicking
up
at
at the
this
sky
time.
at this moment.
As soon as he
The whole
appeared,
person was
he
completely
pretended to be a
stunned.
big
He
force
was
in
not
front of these
distracted,
hundreds
but
of
was so
geniuses,
shocked that
and
he had
even
a
stunned
pause in
another
his
hidden
thinking.
professional, Wen
More
Tianqi.
than 1,000 hands.
It turned out that
Above
I
that
only
high
had the
sky,
10th rank
the
of
huge
silver,
Senju
and
Buddha
everyone
glared
was
at him,
golden.
and every hand
If you
behind
need
him
in the copy,
transformed into
you will
dozens of
definitely
giant
be beaten.
palms covering the sky.
Among the hidden
Help
professionals,
me stop.
the Dragon
The
Knight is
spirit
indeed
world
good,
Uranus
but
shouted.
because not
The
only
sea
Wang
of fire
Jingyu
in the sky
himself needs
shrank
to
to the
grow,
extreme,
but also his
and all of
dragon
them
pet
returned to
grows,
his body.
which causes him to
When he
upgrade his
stretched his
level
arms
slower
to the
than others.
sky, he saw a large
Now is
curtain
not
of
the
flame
time to
covering
laugh.
his front.
That kid Tan Hong is
While
autistic
defending,
and
he
can't
did not
communicate.
forget to seek help from
This
other
dungeon's
Uranus.
secret realm is about my
Because
name
at this
and Jungin
moment, he
University,
knew very
and the
clearly
others
in
are
his
like
heart
that.
that this move,
We
he
both
couldn't
have to
stop
support
it.
each other.
Not
Just
yet.
get up.
The Uranus-level
Your collective
space mage
consciousnness
shouted
is very
angrily at the
strong.
Uranus
Take it one
Beastmaster.
step at a time.
The latter no
Su
longer
Shin
hesitated.
replied with
From
a
its
smile,
beast guarding
then
space,
returned to his
a
seat.
behemoth was summoned.
Wang Jingyu is still
Uranus-class
conceited,
pet.
and those who are
It is called
conceited
the
will
Lava
not
Mountain
change
Dragon
unless they
Turtle,
suffer
with
a
a body size
particularly
of
big
several
loss.
thousand meters, standing
Even
on the
if Su
ground,
Shin taught
and the
him
turtle
some
shell
lessons
behind it is
before,
like a
it was
huge active
obviously not
volcano
enough.
that may erupt at any time.
Today, the
The
geniuses
Molten
of the Yan
Mountain
Kingdom
Dragon
gathered
Turtle
here
is
this
even
year.
more
It
famous
is
in the
just a
circle of
gathering of
Beastmasters
geniuses.
in the human world than the
Let young
Uranus-class
talents from
beast deer
different
go.
universities and guilds meet
The
to
identity
inspire
of the
a competitive
Uranus-level
spirit.
Beastmaster is about to be
After waiting
revealed.
for
It is
everyone,
the
it
Uranus
was a relatively
Beastmaster
low-key
Matos from the
banquet.
west.
After
If it
everyone
were
has
someone
eaten and
else,
drank,
he would be able to
Xiao
recognize
Shangning
him
was
at a
still
glance.
angry because Wu Jinlian
But Su
scolded
Shin
Su Shin
couldn't
for no
recognize
reason.
it. He didn't care
At
about the
night,
global
Xiao
Uranus
Shangning
rankings.
calmed down a
If he
bit
wanted to talk
and
about
called
Western
Su Shin and several
powerhouses,
other
he
freshmen
only knew
from
the
Zhongin
supreme
University to
powerhouse,
play
Witch
cards and
God,
chat
and
about
he
the
didn't
secret
bother to
realm
understand
challenge
the
that will
others.
start tomorrow.
The 5 Uranus
Twilight
teamed
Temple
up for the
is a
first
limited
time.
time dungeon,
This must be
and
Su
limited
Shin's
time dungeons are
death-defying
often
counterattack.
challenge dungeons.
It's really terrifying.
Advertisement,
If I
and the
face it
challenge
alone,
copy
I will
means that
definitely
you can't
die.
form a team.
If he and us
So
are the
among
same
the
Uranus
500
level,
geniuses,
I am afraid
only
that the
Su
soul
Shin
has
is an
already
auxiliary
returned for
occupation,
Wangshen,
but
and this
most
kind of
people don't
evildoer,
believe that
for
he
the
is
same
just a
level,
pure
is the
auxiliary
existence of the
occupation.
disaster level.
The limited
Anyway,
time dungeon
I
will
have to
only
kill
announce
him.
details
There's
and
already a
rewards
young
when it
one
is
in the
opened.
east. There can't
So
be
Su
another.
Shin and his party
The
couldn't
last
talk about
Uranus
anything.
Beastmaster,
While
Matos,
playing
was both
cards,
disturbed
Xiao
and
Shangning
murderous.
suddenly asked Su Shin
However,
what kind
only
of
the
girl she
spiritual
likes,
world
and Su
Uranus
Shin
was
teased her
left
that
in
she
Su
likes
Shin's
me.
eyes.
She was
From
so
the height of
ashamed that she
10,000
punched Su
meters,
Shin.
because of the
The whole
combination of
room was
Xinjiang
filled with
Wanlu
laughter.
and Dahuang prisoners'
The
palm,
next morning,
there are tens
the
of
group
thousands
went
of
on the
giant
road and
hands
went
that
to the
cover the
location
sky.
of the Twilight Temple.
Just to face,
The
it
Uranus level
completely
beast
shattered
pets
the
borrowed
defense
from
of the
Zhongin
spiritual
University
world
can be
Uranus.
described as thriving and
Boom.
majestic.
Boom.
Under the leadership
Immediately
of
after,
Wu
it is
Uranus,
the terrifying
Su Shin
momentum
and
of the
others went
destruction of
deep
the
into
land
the
with
endless
10,000
wilderness and
hands.
finally stopped
At
on an
this
island
moment,
in a lake.
the glaciers with a radius
The
of
copy
hundreds
of
of
Twilight
kilometers were
Temple is
bombed by
located
Su
on the
Shin's
island
Senju
here.
Buddha and became a
In
basin
the lakes
drain.
around the island,
Swish.
there are powerful
4
alien
figures
beasts,
avoided the
which is why this
terrifying
dungeon
power of
has only been
bombardment.
discovered now.
Looking at the 4
Wait
Uranus,
until everyone
Senju
gathers.
Buddha's
It
face
is
was
time
full
to
of
silently
mockery.
wait for the secret realm to
So,
open.
you can't stop it.
It was
Su
about
Shin
3 o'clock
smiled
in the afternoon.
sarcastically.
The entrance
Through
to
the
the
white
secret
mist
realm in
formed
front
by
of him
countless
suddenly
ice
hummed
chips,
loudly.
his eyes fell into
A
the
light
huge
curtain
deep pit
appeared in
below.
front of everyone.
He can't
That is
find
the
Uranus,
introduction of
the
some
spiritual
copies of the
world.
secret
He
realm,
Su Shin,
Twilight Temple.
abruptly with the strength of the
Copy.
second order master.
Dusk Temple. Dungeon
Killed an
bosses.
extraordinary
Reverse
powerhouse of
Serpent.
Uranus
Decay
level.
Shinigami.
Ha
Twilight
ha ha.
Lion.
In the whole
Rewards.
world, among the worlds,
Reversal
only
Scepter.
I, Su
Rotten
Shin,
Bracelet.
can do
Twilight
this.
Wood. Upgrade book.
Chapter
Only for gold 10.
115,
Ranking
breaking the
Master
100
first
million
rank and
panel
several
value.
skill books.
Really, this is really
Limited
my last
number of
trump
people.
card.
500
Uranus
people.
in the
Limited
spiritual
level.
world is a copy
Silver
creature
tier
for
1 gold
professionals.
tier 10.
Killing it to
Limited
meet the
time.
conditions of
It
spawning
lasts for
monsters
3
to
days
upgrade
after opening,
is also
and
the
then it
reason
is
why Su
permanently
Shin
closed,
confirmed
and
the
the
death of
challenger of the
Uranus in the
secret realm will
spiritual
be
world.
forcibly teleported.
After the death of that
Restricted
spirit world
quest.
Uranus, he
Kill
did
any
receive a
dungeon
reminder
boss,
of the
and you will
reward.
be rewarded with a
It's just that the
master level
reward didn't
boutique
help him at
equipment
all,
forging
and it
book,
didn't allow
which
Su
cannot be
Shin to
stacked.
start leveling up directly
Hint.
at the Grandmaster
Reversal
rank.
Scepter.
At
Decay
this
Bracelet.
moment, the
And
Senju
Twilight
Buddha
Wood are
that
all
Su
rare
Shin
gold
transformed
equipment,
into
but
is
they
still
can be
standing
promoted to
tall,
the
as if it has
unique
become a
gold
giant
equipment.
connecting the heaven
Twilight
and the
Scepter.
earth. But
Closed
how?
black
The
lens
smell of
bracket.
decay and decadence
The
is
grades of
constantly
equipment are
escaping from the
divided into
Senju
4
Buddha.
grades.
The
Common,
life-sucking
fine,
that has
rare,
always been
and
excellent
unique.
at this time
If
seems
there
to
is
be
artifact
powerless
equipment,
revolving
it
heaven.
is the equipment of the
To use an
only
easier to
level.
understand description
Because
is,
of the
Su Shin is now a
level
balloon
of
with a hole in
equipment,
it.
no matter
No
what
matter
level
how
it is
life
currently
absorbs the
in,
power
it
of
can be
heaven and
upgraded
earth to
later.
inflate, it will
Even
continue
if
to
it is the
deflate.
only equipment of
In
the
such a
first rank of
sluggish state,
bronze,
it is
the
no
equipment
longer
can
even
be
a strong
upgraded to the
force from
Uranus
the
rank or
outside.
even higher.
Under the premise
Only
of
the
1 against 5,
unique
Su
level
Shin
has
killed
the
one of them
equipment
abruptly.
upgrade
This
feature.
heaven-defying feat, not to mention that no one has
Unique
come, but it is
means that there
definitely
is only one
unprecedented.
piece of equipment in
There
this
are
world.
4 Uranus left,
After
because Su
everyone
Shin
read the
used
basic
most of the
introduction
attack
of the
power to
Twilight
kill
Temple,
Uranus
they
in the
all
spirit
gasped
world,
and stood
and they didn't
silently.
choose to fight fight Su
and
Xin
Wang
just now,
Chang,
so they
led
didn't
by
suffer
Guo
any
Uranus
injuries.
and others. All of them
Rumbling,
had shocked
the body of the
expressions in
Senju
their
Buddha
eyes.
is like a cracked mountain,
So far,
shattering
there
piece
are
by
only
piece.
dozens of
Look at Su
level
Xin like
artifacts
this.
that the
The four
entire human
Uranus
race
also
has
knew that
obtained.
even if they stopped shooting,
Even for
Su
a behemoth
Xin's
like
life
the
would
seven
come to an
sons of
end.
the Empire,
Are
there are
you
only
kidding
a
me,
handful
or are
of
you
artifacts
respecting
that
me?
can be taken
Why
out.
haven't you taken action yet?
What are you still doing?
At this moment,
It's time
Su
to
Xin
start.
looked at the
At
four
this
Uranus,
moment,
but his
someone
tone was
suddenly let out
relaxed
a
and
low
easy.
drink. But
It's
I saw a
respect.
Uranus
The
level
Uranus
powerhouse
fighter
of a
took a
large
deep
guild
breath.
urging the geniuses
It's
of the
because
guild
of
to enter the
respect that I
dungeon's
have to give
secret
you a
realm.
decent way to die.
These Uranus have some
However,
regrets
he
in
turned
their
around
hearts at
and
this
said that
moment.
the despicable act
If
of
I
making
had
up the
known there were
knife was
such
so
heaven-defying
refreshing and
rewards,
refined.
they are
Casting
bound to
sword
prepare more
skylight.
in advance.
Immediately
Su
afterwards,
Xin,
I saw this
Tan
martial
Hong,
artist who
Wang
was good at
Jingyu,
swordsmanship
hold these
strike out
things,
again with
don't
a
use
sword.
them when necessary.
Swish.
Guo
Suddenly,
Uranus
the Snow
hesitated.
White
He
world in
called
his
the
ice
three
world
people he
suddenly
valued
became
the most,
extremely
and
clear.
then one of them gave a
A sword
rage
light,
potion.
like something from
The
outside the
effect of
sky,
this
is dazzling.
rage potion is
The
equivalent
sword
to the
light was
berserker's
exaggerated to the
rage,
extreme,
professional
traversing
skill.
the sky and the earth,
It can
and
greatly
slashed
improve
towards
the
the Senju
capabilities
Buddha
of
Su
users in a
Xin
short
with the
period
momentum
of
of a
time.
meteor chasing the moon.
But the after effects
Su
are also
Xin saw
exaggerated.
this, just
But at this
admiring this
time,
amazing
Guo
sword
Uranus
light.
didn't care so
He
much.
didn't dodge, because
In
he didn't
fact,
have the
it
spare
is not
energy at
just
all.
Guo Uranus.
Just
The
like
same
this,
is true for the
watching
other
the
team
sword
leaders,
light cut the big
Uranus,
Senju
and
Buddha
now there
into
is no
two
time
halves.
for them to prepare.
The
and only
opponent should
the
not be an
rage
art
potion
student,
is
because
the
the
most
split is not
practical.
axisymmetric.
I want one.
The
and
upper
so does
right
my
half of the
Xiao Yu.
Senju Buddha's
Wang
body
Jingyu
was cut
clicked
off,
his tongue
and it
and
slipped
smacked his
and fell
mouth,
on the
and
chaotic
asked Guo
glaciers.
Uranus for another.
See this scene.
When
The
Guo
four
Uranus
Uranus
heard
looked at
this,
each other,
he
and it was
immediately
truly
slapped him
certain
on
that
the
Su
shoulder
Xin
and
at this
said,
time was
"If the
indeed at
dragon
the
is
limit.
gone, Laozi will
They
pay
looked at each
you,
other
and
silently
you have to
and
get one
prepared
of
to
the
make
three
up for it
pieces of
completely.
equipment."
Wait,
After all,
since he has no
Guo
strength to
Uranus
resist
gave
now,
Wang
but
Jingyu
while he
5
still
more
has a
violent
breath left,
potions.
seal it.
After weighing the
However,
pros
at
and
this
cons,
time, the
it is the
Uranus
best
Array
choice to let
mage
Wang
suddenly said
Jingyu's dragon
something.
take the violent
Are you
medicine.
crazy?
Because his
monster,
dragon has
keep him
not grown
alive.
up, it
To
can
be
actually
merciful
be
today,
replaced.
he will be reduced to me in the
After that,
future.
he will make
Stop
compensation
talking
to Wang
nonsense.
Jingyu to
The
his
5
satisfaction.
Uranus joined forces,
And the
they set up
importance
a
of the
plan
only
ahead of
artifact
time to
is
deal with the
absolutely
Grandmaster
incomparable
level
to the
junior.
dragon-type
That's
creatures
it.
in their
He killed
childhood.
one of them with destructive
Both
power.
have growth
You
potential,
said you suddenly
but the
don't want to
artifact
kill
can
him?
be used by everyone.
It must be
but the
killed.
dragon cannot,
Su
and the
Shin
dragon
must
is
die.
stronger, and its
Uranus
self-awareness and
Beastmaster
wisdom are
mottos,
not
as the
inferior to
Uranus of the
humans,
Western
but it is
Kingdom
not
of the
easy
human
to
world.
drive.
He knew very well
It
that for
seems
the
that the
Yan
burden
Kingdom,
will ultimately
the
fall
Western
on
race
me,
was no
Wang
different from
Jingyu.
the Celestial race in the
Wang
Celestial
Jingyu
world.
greatly
They were all
appreciated the
alien
expectations
races.
given by Guo
The
Uranus.
appearance of a Yan Emperor
Chapter
Yangon
44
is enough
Ill
to make the
Genius.
Western countries
Jia Jia
devastated
Jia,
and
let
worried
me
all
see
day
my
long.
big baby.
Now there is
Under the
another Su
urging of the
Shin.
elders,
This is to make
talented
all
freshmen
Western
from all
countries
over the
change
Yan
their
Kingdom
surnames
entered
to
the Twilight
Yan.
Temple dungeon secret
Contacting
realm
Yan
one after
Huang's
another.
ruthless approach to the
The risk here
Celestials,
is not a
the East
random
will outperform the
teleportation
West as
mechanism.
a whole, and the
When
fate of the
entering the
West and
dungeon secret
Celestials will
realm
be
from the
predictable.
dungeon sub-port,
So
it
Mottos
was a
wanted to
hot
kill
wind
Su
as strong
Shin.
as a wave.
Advertisement,
Su
he can't
Shin
think of
opened her
anything.
eyes and saw an endless
He
desert
can't wait
area
to
in front
confirm
of
Su
her.
Shin's death now.
And the temperature
Su
of this
Shin is
desert
clearly
world is
exhausted,
extremely
but
high,
he still
and the
looks
high
so
temperature
peaceful,
is only
which
a
makes
few
him even
seconds,
more
which is
uneasy.
enough to make everyone
Although
sweat
he felt that
profusely.
there was no chance of a
This
miracle
is
happening
at
to the
60
other party,
degrees.
he was still
Someone
afraid.
exclaimed. What a
Because
fuss.
of a freak
Some
like Su
copies of
Shin,
the ice and
the
snow
existence
environment.
itself
The
is a
temperature
miracle.
is so low that it can
At this
freeze
time,
people
a
instantly.
willow
Isn't
tree
there a
extended
shortage
from the
of
body of the
professionals to
Senju
challenge
Buddha.
one after
After the
another?
willow tree appeared,
Wait,
a vision
now is
appeared
not
in
the
the sky
time to
again.
discuss temperature. Have
That
you
is
seen
the
the
Dharma
copy
land
prompt?
of the willow god. When her
Because the
Dharma
location is
manifested,
not
she
random,
anxiously
so
treated
all
Su Shin for
500
the
people
first
gathered
time.
together temporarily.
In the previous
And there is
situation,
indeed
even
a
if
copy
Lu
hint.
Shen showed up,
There are
he
two
wouldn't be
hints.
able to help Su Shin.
1. The Twilight
Su
Temple
Shin has
dungeon
broken through
cannot
the master
voluntarily
rank,
quit
but
only
she is
when
still in the
challenging the
master
boss.
rank, and her
In
upgrade is
addition,
somewhat more
at any
demanding and
time,
difficult
as
than Su
long as you
Shin.
shout, give up,
Lu Shen
you
is
can be sent
actively
out by the
appearing
dungeon
because she is
mechanism.
waiting for Su Shin to
Second,
transfer her injury
Twilight
to hers
Temple
before
does not
and let her
restrict team
carry Su
formation,
Shin's
but
negative
restricts
state.
auxiliary
It's
occupations.
just that Su Shin
The
didn't do it
second
this
article
time,
means that it is
meaningless.
impossible for an
He
auxiliary
exploded
profession
5
to
hearts
use
of
its own
life, at
professional
least during
skills
this
to allow
period of
others to
time.
obtain
It is
status
impossible to
recovery or
recover.
strength enhancement.
Without the blasting
Take Su
power of the
Shin,
Heart of
the
Life,
only
even if
assistant
Su Shin
president, for
returned to a
example.
state of no damage,
If he
he
sucks
was still a
someone
good
else in
kill
this
in front of
secret
the 4
territory,
Uranus on
then
the
both
opposite
he and the
side.
person he sucks will be
Just kill
teleported
it.
out immediately.
When Master Uranus
It's a
saw
bit
Lu Shen
strange.
trying
A
to treat
limited
Su
time
Shin's
dungeon
injuries,
like this
he
should be
changed his
restricted to
mind
team
completely.
formation.
Boom.
Restricting the various
Senju
buffs of
Buddha
support
completely
means that the boss
dissipated
is
and
not
returned to the
difficult to
original
deal with.
appearance of Su Shin.
No, this
And
just
now
shows
Su
the
Shin,
difficulty of
the
this
right
dungeon.
half of his upper
It is an
body was cut off,
exaggeration to have
looking
3
shocking.
bosses in a dungeon.
Maybe I can
Is
help
it
you,
possible
as
that
long
there
as
is
you
still
pay
a
some
hidden
price.
boss?
At
It's
this
too
time,
hot.
the clone of the
Everyone,
Asura
take
Ghost
off your
General
clothes
appeared
on
from
the
the ghost
sky.
bag
It should be
and said
cool.
something
And
to Su
girls
Shin
don't see
with
the
an indifferent
outside world.
expression.
I'll take off first as a
Roll.
respect.
However, before he
Everyone
finished
was
speaking,
talking,
Su
and there was
Shin
an old
immediately
sixth who was
rejected him
about to strip
impatiently.
off his upper body.
Su Shin then
The
looked
sweat
at the
was
4
flowing,
Uranus
and
who
the
were
thick
about to
sweat
move
was
in
like
front
honey
of him.
applied to the body.
He just smiled
This desert
contemptuously
environment
and
is
didn't
too
say a
hot.
word.
Didn't you see
The
an
4
endless
Uranus
forest
raised
before?
their eyebrows, and they
On the
started to
Magic
kill
Capital
again.
University side,
Right
the
at this
classmate
moment,
next
the
to
peerless
Sister Wu
beauty
Jinlian
manifested
suddenly
by God
asked
Lu
aloud.
hugged Su Shin
Wu
from behind.
Jinlian twitched the corners of
Su
his mouth
Shin's
and put
eyes
it off.
froze suddenly,
Her
touched.
8 trigrams
When Liu Shen
divination
mastered
skills
the world
depended
for the
on
first
luck.
time, he
Look,
wanted to hug
there
Liu
seems
Shen's
to be
sister,
something
but
in
the
the
other party
distance.
didn't feel any touch.
Just then,
But
someone
now,
suddenly shouted.
there is.
When the
Immediately
crowd heard the
afterwards,
sound,
Lu
they
Shen
immediately
spoke for
looked
the very
forward.
first time.
Advertisement.
Her voice
In the
is soft
distance
and
of the
ethereal,
steaming desert,
as if
the
separated from
outlines
others
of
by
3
a different
palaces
dimension,
appeared like a
giving people an
mirage,
instant
and they
sense
were
of escape
located in the
from
left,
reality.
middle, and right
Your cards
directions
should
in front
also
of them.
include me.
The
Lu Shen,
limited
who his
time
voice
dungeon
just
won't
fell.
require us to spend
I
time
saw that
looking
the
for the
4
bosses.
Uranus in front of me were
Those
bullying
3
them all
bosses are
together.
right in the 3
At the
palaces in
same
front.
time, the Uranus
Someone
level
said in
beast
a
pet,
very
the
determined
melting
tone.
mountain dragon
Ha ha
turtle,
ha.
raised the head of the
At
Uranus
this time,
Beastmaster
a
mottos,
strong wind
and at the
rose,
same
and
time, he
the
opened
Xiao
his
Yu
mouth and
on
spat
Wang
out a
Jingyu's
beam of
shoulder
flame
suddenly
energy.
turned into a body of more than
Sacrifice.
20 meters,
Su
spreading
Shin
his
paled
wings
in
high in
shock.
the sky.
The trump card that Lu
Wang
Shen
Jingyu
said was
sat comfortably
sacrifice.
on the dragon's back, looked
Sacrifice
down,
yourself.
and said,
Although the
"Then I'll take a
sacrifice is
step
half of her,
first."
it will definitely cause damage
As
to Lu
soon as he
Shen.
finished
and it
speaking,
may even be
his dragon
irreversible.
also showed a more humanized
Zero asked for
expression,
flowers.
and then flew towards
Sushin's
the
heart
palace
is
in the center
naturally
like a gust of wind.
10,000 unwilling.
The wisdom of
But he is
dragon-type
by no
creatures is
means a
not
hypocrite.
low.
If you
The
don't want
dragon's
to,
humble
then you will
expression
die
is enough
today.
to show
You
the
will die.
virtue of its owner.
Everything will be
The
meaningless.
people were speechless.
He will not wait
However,
for the moment
there
when
is
Lu
still a
Shen
wind-type
completely
mage walking in
transforms
the wind
into a
and starting to
human form.
leave.
I can no
Su
longer
Shin
see
stayed
senior
where she
sister
was,
wearing
her
glasses
expression
shyly
somber.
calling junior brother
He
to
is
slow
trying to
down.
use the life
Advertisement
absorption
what Su
skill to
Shin
absorb
misses
the
is
light
not the
energy in the
emptiness and
desert.
beauty of the Supreme Avenue.
Fortunately, although the
On the
effect is
contrary,
not
it
ordinary,
is precisely
it has
the
not
worldly
weakened too
things
much,
that all
and
living
it will
beings
not affect
generally
his
pursue.
explosion battle.
Tang.
Su Shin,
Suddenly,
it's not
a cluster of
forbidden to form
invisible
a team.
flames
Let's
burned
go
on Lu
together.
Shen.
On the
The willow
Jiangling
sapling
University
disappeared.
side, there were
Instead,
only a
Su
few
Shin
people who
sensed
knew
an
Su Shin
unprecedented
well.
energy, as if
The
involving
rest
a
of them
higher
were in
level of
pairs
power
and chose
pouring
one
into all
direction
parts
to
of her
leave.
body.
At this
His
time,
right half of
Wang
the
Yi
body
and
was
Zhao Shu
injured and
offered to form a
regenerated in an
team.
instant.
Su
The
Shin,
4 Uranus
Yin
in
Yu and I
front
are
of them
leaving
have already
first.
been killed.
Xiao Shangming really
But at this
wanted to
time,
team up
Su
with Su
Shin
Shin,
looked at his
but
personal
Xiao Yin Yu
panel.
didn't want to, so
Open
she
black
waved at
lens
Su
bracket
Shin with
professor.
regret.
Su Shin.
The other side,
Occupation.
Yan Jinj
Medic,
hesitated
fighter
for a
rank.
while, and also
Uranus tier
chose
1.
not to team up with Su Shin.
Strength.
Yan Jinj's idea is
75.553
very
million.
simple, and with Su
Constitution.
Shin, it may not have
103
any
million.
experience in
Close
growth
black
effect at
lens
all.
bracket.
Okay,
His
then
rank
the
was
three of us,
temporarily raised
Su
to the
Shin
level of
readily
Uranus's
agreed,
first
and
rank because of
temporarily
Lu
formed a
Shen's
team with
active
Wang Yi and
sacrifice.
Zhao Shu.
0.
The three
It
chose the
turns out
palace
that
on
I
the
have
left
reached
and
the
walked
Uranus
away.
stage, and the panel values
500
will be
people were
perverted like
soon
this.
scattered in the seemingly endless
Su
desert.
Shin looked at his personal
At
panel,
first,
stunned.
other people could
Boom.
be seen on the left and right.
The attack and killing of
But
the 4
after a few
Uranus
dust
fully
storms
unfolded,
in this desert,
completely
no
drowning
one
Su
else
Shin
was
in an
around.
instant.
Only the outlines of
The
the three
killing
palaces
potential of the
became
4
clearer and
Uranus,
clearer.
how exaggerated the power
first
is.
day quickly
The already
passed 5
devastated
hours.
glaciers are once
Somewhere
again
in the
plowing
desert in
thousands
the
of feet
direction
in
of
this
the palace
moment,
on the
and
right.
the 4 Uranus's
The
attacking
two
and
waves
killing
of people
potential
are
is
facing each
constantly
other from a
resounding for
distance.
hundreds of kilometers.
On one side is the
They have
5-member
nothing to
group
hold
of
back,
Modu
nor
University,
dare.
led
But
by
the
the famous
expressions of
sword
the 4
spirit,
were not at
Wu
all
Lin,
relaxed.
and the other 4 are the talented
Sorry, I
freshmen of
lied to
Modu
you. It
University
wasn't
this
my
year,
peak just
including
now,
the girl
but now.
Pai Mengbai.
But it's okay.
Advertisement.
This is really
The
my
other
last
side,
trump card.
it is a genius from
In
the
the
Yan
dusty
Kingdom
sky,
Tianwu Guild,
Su Shin's
and the number
voice
of people
floated
has an
gently.
advantage,
His voice
a total
sounded
of 10
normal.
people.
But
A
when the
total of
momentum
10 people
dissipated,
came to
and
the
when the
Wu Guild
four
this day,
Uranus saw
and
Su
none of them
Shin,
separated.
they were all in a state of
Wu
squatting.
Yulin has a beautiful face,
At this time,
with a
Su
pretty and
Shin's
refreshing
face was
short
contorted with
ponytail,
anger,
and her
and
long
his
slender
eyes were
legs set
almost
off
full
her
of blood
extremely
red.
tall and stylish figure.
This is an expression of
There is
extreme
no
anger.
shortage of
Su
beautiful
Shin
women
was
in this
about to
world.
explode, and the
Some
anger in his
professions
heart
can even
exploded.
significantly change
If
their
it weren't for
appearance
these
and body
cubs,
shape.
how could I force my
It's
willow
nothing
god to
compared
sacrifice
with this
himself?
limited time copy.
What
I'm
kind of
more
strong
interested in
seniors
the
are you?
geniuses among
Are
the
you
seven
afraid of being
sons of the
surpassed
empire.
by juniors, or are you
On the
so
side of the
shameless to
Tian Wu
bully the
Guild,
small
a
for the benefit
short-haired
of
boy
others?
stood in the middle and said
If you are on
something
the
to
same
Wu Yulin
level
with
as
a
me,
smile.
and I lend you the
If
courage,
you want
do
to
you dare to
challenge,
come to me?
wait until
1.
you get out of this secret realm.
Su
We
Shin
will
shouted
accompany you at
angrily.
any
A
time.
group of flies and
It's not
dogs.
good for both parties to
Su
waste
Shin
time
suddenly
now.
patted the
It's not
ground,
our
and
Demon City
100,000
University and
Zhang
your Tian
Giant
Wu
Senju
Guild who
Buddha
came
was
here.
born.
Kai
The
Mengbai
trick of
said
true several
displeased
thousand
Ly
hands
from the
is that the
back.
bigger the body,
It's okay.
the stronger the
Not
power.
much time to waste.
100,000
Wu Yulin
Zhang,
waved
which
her
is
hand,
300,000
signaling her
meters long.
companions to be
A
calm.
planet that is not too
As
big
far
or
as I
not too
know,
small
the
has a
Tian Wu
radius
Guild
of
has
only
not
6 or
recruited
7
any
million
professionals
meters.
this year, right?
Now, I'm
She
Uranus
then looked
too.
at the short-haired boy
You dare
Chen
to look
Su.
directly at me.
When Chen Su
Boom.
heard this, he couldn't
Standing
help
on top
laughing.
of the
Hidden
100,000 meter tall
occupation.
Senju
Isn't it amazing?
Avalokiteshvara statue,
Well,
Su
I
Shin
missed a
looked
big
down,
treasure
and even
recently,
at this
and I
height,
just
the
took
four
you
of
to
them were
pry its
still
power.
clearly visible in his
He
eyes.
suddenly sneered.
The four
Then
of
I
them
saw the
looked at the
young
giant
man flipped
monster
his
that
right
seemed to
hand,
pierce
and
this
a
ice world.
seed appeared in
Su
his palm.
Shin's angry roar
That
lingered in his
is,
ears.
Kai
Where's the
Mengbai's
Uranus
beautiful eyes
powerhouse?
froze for a while,
All
remembering
four
what
were so
happened in the
frightened that
Silver
their
Dungeon,
hearts were
Wanline
broken.
Mountain.
If it is a
Come
god,
out,
Su
wooden
Shin at
golem.
this time
I
makes
saw
others
Chen
dare
Su
not look
throw
at
the
him at
seed
all.
in his hand, and the seed immediately
Chapter
began to grow rapidly.
116 is not
In no
settled.
time,
Another
the
wave
30-meter
rises.
tall
The
wooden
army of the
golem was
demon
born.
world appears in the
Chen
demon
Su's
world.
profession is a
Boom.
cultivator.
Boom.
Gold tier 2.
The four Uranus made
And
the
this
same
seed is the
decision at
wooden
this
golem
moment.
jutsu
Run
that
away.
Su Shin used with the help of
However,
heaven and
just
earth,
as Su
and it was
Shin did
left
not
after the
escape in
wooden
front of
golem's
them
energy
before,
was
it is the
naturally
same
exhausted.
now.
I'm
So
afraid
far,
Su
Su
Shin
Shin
can't think
wanted
of
to
it.
kill an
The
existence at the
seeds he
same
left
level, but he
behind
never
after
missed
casting
it.
wood style can be
His
used as pets by
self-proclaimed
the
only designated
cultivators
god of
in this
war is
world to
not just
fight.
talking about it.
Eileen,
The
be
same
careful.
level is
Kai
equivalent to
Mengbai's
garbage
face
in front
suddenly
of him.
became extremely solemn.
Even if one of the four
She knew
Uranus is
better
a
than
space
anyone how
stalker,
powerful
then the
this wooden
Uranus level
golem was.
space mage will use the
At the same
teleportation
time,
technique
she
to
was
escape
even
from
more
here.
shocked in her heart.
Just
Isn't
snap.
this Su Shin's move?
Before the
Why did
teleportation
it
technique
appear in
was
the hands
performed,
of the
the
geniuses
Uranus
of the
level
Tian Wu
space
Guild?
mage was directly slapped
Chapter
by Su
45
Shin's
The
arms,
Solemnity of
and
the
his
Sword
death was
Spirit,
extremely
Wooden Golem.
crisp.
What a
Su
tough
Shin
opponent.
didn't even ask who they
When
were,
Wooden
who
Golem
had ordered
appeared,
them to kill
Wu
him.
Yilin's pretty face
It
suddenly
doesn't
showed
matter
a
at all.
dignified look.
Although Su Shin
She
didn't
felt a
recognize the
strong
Uranus
sense of
animal
oppression
pet,
from this strange
Longshan
wooden
Dragon
golem.
Turtle, of the Uranus
Eileen,
level
be
Beastmaster.
careful.
He
This
knew that
wooden
this
golem is
person was
very
from the
difficult
west
to
just
deal
by
with.
asking.
Kai
In
Mengbai's
addition,
hurried forward and
Uranus
reminded
level
in a low
space mages
voice.
are extremely
She
rare.
didn't say it was Su
Therefore,
Shin's move.
as long as Su
First,
Shin
there
survives,
is no
the person
suggestion to
behind
say
the
it.
murder against
After
him
all,
will
she
inevitably
herself
reveal
knows
his true
nothing about
colors
Wu's
later.
style.
Bang bang
Furthermore,
bang bang.
the girl Kai
4
Mengbai's
loud bangs
sincerely
again.
wanted to make
You are better
friends
than
with the evildoer
mosquitoes.
Su Shin.
The other 3
So she
Uranus
knows
plus the
very well
Uranus
that
level
speaking
beast
out about
pet were
other
killed by
people's
Su
moves and
Shin's
skills
Senju
without
Buddha one by
authorization will
one.
only be annoying.
Besides,
Born in a big
870,
family,
he
there is
also
only a set
completed a
of
mission,
thinking
by the
patterns
way,
to weigh the
killing
pros
the
and
Grandmaster
cons,
level
and Kai
ice
Mengbei
dragon
will
that was
not make
captured
such
by Uranus
mistakes.
Beastmaster Modos.
Come and play for a while.
So far,
At this
this is the
moment,
fatal
Chen
game
Su
set up by
raised
Su
his
Shin,
brows and was
which is
very
broken by
confident in
Su
Wooden
Shin.
Golem's strength.
But at this time,
His 9
Su Shin's
companions
mood was
also
very
tacitly
strange.
stepped
You
back
said that
towards
Lu
the two
Shen
sides at
sacrificed
this time.
himself. Su Shin
The
held
two
his right
sides
hand,
can't say
and
the
a willow
swords are
sapling
gone.
appeared in
It
his
is pure
palm,
Chen Su
just
who
like when
wants to
Su Shin
challenge the
dared to
hidden
get Lu
professional Wu
Shen.
Yilin.
Rather than
As you
offering
wish.
sacrifices,
Wu
it
Yilin
would be
took it
better
in
to
a
say
deep
that Liu
voice.
Shen directly
But
restored the
before that,
factory
I
settings.
have to add a condition.
This
If I
originally
win,
made Su
how about
Shen,
we have
who
a
was
date
immersed
after
in
this
grief,
dungeon is over?
suddenly a little
If
embarrassed.
you win, you can ask
Willow
me to do
God
one thing.
sacrificed himself, and
Okay,
only then made
if I
himself
win,
a Super
please
Saiyan
never
style
show up in
explosion,
front of my eyes
successfully
again.
beheading the enemy and
Wu
removing the
Yilin
danger.
simply agreed. She
According
is
to the
even more
normal mode,
confident in her
half
own
of the Willow
strength.
God on his side
I'm
will
hated.
completely
It's
disappear
not
from
like the
now
way the
on,
book
and it
talks
will
about
even bring
chasing
the other
girls.
half of the Willow God in
Chen
Yan
Su
Xiao's
laughed
hands an
dryly to hide
irreversible
his
loss.
embarrassment. Wu
The
Yilin and
result
other
is this.
Tianzhou girls
He
are first
communicated
class
with
in
Liushen and found that half of Liushen on his side had indeed been restored to factory settings, but he could still communicate with Su Shin
But
without
this
any
kind of girl
problems.
has very few
From the
suitors.
communication,
Because
Su
most
Shin
men
knew
don't
that
think they
Liushen
deserve
was
it.
very tired and
Here
couldn't
we
use
go.
Fat Yin
Chen
Xiandi in
Su
the current
suddenly
state.
let out a low voice.
When the
and saw
effect
that
of
the giant
sacrifice
wooden
faded
golem
away,
suddenly raised
Su
his
Shin's
arms and
personal
slapped
panel
Wu
value
Lin
also
with his
began to
palms
shrink
together.
significantly, and the
This
strength of the
scene
filling
made
in the
Kai
body
Menbai's
also
heart
faded
skip a
rapidly.
beat. The 10th tier
Soon,
silver
he
boss,
returned to the
Rock
state of the
Giant,
strength panel
which
of the
focuses
second
on
order
defensive
master.
characteristics, was
Su Shin
instantly killed
stopped
by
and
this
pondered
move.
for a moment or two.
But the
He did not
giant
leave the
palm
ice
has
world
not yet
immediately,
fallen.
but found a
Wu
good place
Lin's
to
figure
hide.
has disappeared in place.
After all, his 5
She
hearts of
suddenly
life have
turned
not
into
yet
an arm,
recovered.
and a
After he
cyan long
recovers,
sword
he
appeared
will
in her
leave this
hand.
dungeon world to avoid
The
the
blade of
cubs
the
who want
sword
to
was
kill him
shining
from
brightly
behind
at
to
this
score
moment.
twice.
Flying
At the
Dragon
same
captures
time,
the moon.
also actively
Wu
concerned
Lin
about the
actually
state of Liu
bypassed
Shen.
wooden golem and directly
Suddenly
attacked
thinking
Chen
of
Su, who
something,
was controlling
Su
wooden
Shin
golem.
released the avatar of
The
Shiro
long
Ghost
sword in her
General and
hand
asked him,
immediately burst
"What is
out
the way
with a
you said you
dazzling
could help
sword
me?"
light.
Shira,
Immediately
who had
after
always
that,
been
a crescent
paralyzed,
slash
had a
that was as
slight
hot as
change
the
in
day
his
burst
expression.
forth.
He
Chen
paused,
Su was
then
shocked
Kaido.
when he saw it.
It's a sacrifice.
Advertisement.
Who to sacrifice?
But how could he be
My
mediocre if
avatar.
he could be placed
Once
in
I
high
accept
hopes
your
by a large
sacrifice,
guild?
what will happen?
Rustling.
Shiro
Around
Clone
Chen
was
Su,
not
a
speaking.
large amount of
This shows that
vegetation
the answer
suddenly
must
grew
be
wildly.
unacceptable to Su Shin.
Shield grass.
Su
Chen
Shin
Su
stared
shouted
at him for a
loudly.
while,
A type
then
of
called out
vegetation
the other 3
immediately grew
ghosts and
into a green
gods.
shield, and the run was directly
Advertisement
in
Su
front of the
Shin is
crescent
very
slash.
decisive. Let
And
the
when
4
the crescent
ghosts and
slash
gods
touched
tidy
this
up
green
and set out
shield,
on the road together.
it actually slipped
The level
directly
involved in
and
the
slashed
sacrifice
towards
of
the
Liu
desert
Shen is
ground on the
absolutely
side.
high.
Boom.
Because her
Boom.
sacrifice directly
Suddenly,
broke the
a
rules
loud
of this
explosion
world.
sounded.
Su Shin's realm could
Flying
be
sand
temporarily
rises from the
elevated to the
sky.
first rank of
Chen
Uranus
Su's
without
lance to
having
the side,
sufficient
and
master
the whole
certificate,
person's face
breaking a
became
large
more and
rank.
more solemn.
This made
I
Su
saw that
Shin
next to
reluctant
him.
to let
The
others know
desert
the
ground
effect
was
of Liu
completely
Shen's
cut into two,
sacrifice.
and a huge ravine
After killing
appeared,
the
and
4
the people
ghosts and
watching it were
gods
shocking.
directly, Su Shin
This
threw the order
power,
of the
thanks
underworld
to
as
Chen Su's
trash.
shield grass.
What the
Otherwise,
Lord of the
if it hit
Kumbha
Chen Su
underworld
directly,
climbed to the Lord.
she's angry.
After
It's
removing
just
the
a
4
challenge.
ghosts and
There's no
gods
need
that
to
Su
divide
Shin
life
didn't
and
have,
death at every
Su
turn.
Shin
Right.
disappeared.
Chen
After
Su
about a
molested
week,
her.
he
It
just
seems
put on a
normal
new
for her to
face
be
and walked
angry.
out of the ice world.
Actually,
Over
I
the
have never
past week,
recommended
Su
looking for
Shin
Wu Yilin.
integrated the rewards of
Sword
killing
Spirit is a
Uranus in the
profession with
spiritual
strong
world,
destructive
plus some
power and
wealth
very
left
low
by the
attack
5
methods.
Uranus, and
Who
successfully
to look
broke through
for?
to the 5th
How can a
rank in the
hidden profession
Grandmaster
be
rank.
easy to deal with?
In fact,
If you want
not
to
only
find
that,
someone who is
however,
strong,
to break
this
through the
is Chen
Grandmaster
Su's
rank
character.
requires a Master
Several of Chen
Certificate.
Su's companions
One
looked at each
task is
other in
given,
dismay.
one for killing
Before
Uranus
they
in the
started to
spiritual
fight,
world and
they
one
had
for the
always
Uranus pet,
overestimated
and
Wu
3
Yilin's
Master
combat
Certificates can
power,
only
but
make
they
Su
had
Shin rise
underestimated
to the
it.
3rd rank.
Wu Yilin failed to
Otherwise,
gain
with Su
momentum
Shin's
with one
current
move.
gains, it
Wooden
shouldn't be a
Golem on
problem
the
to go
side
up 2
can't watch
levels.
it. Wooden
Open
Golem's
black
offensive
lens
and
bracket
defensive
profession.
integration,
Su
even in
Shin.
terms of speed, is
Occupation.
definitely not
Medic,
weak.
fighter level,
At the same
Grandmaster
time
5th
Wu
order.
Yilin made her move.
Strength.
This wooden golem has already deceived himself to Wu Yilin.
4,235,500.
His fists stand
Constitution.
side by side, and he splits away from the top to the bottom.
Auxiliary
Wooden
skills.
Golem's attack
Life
method is
recovery,
actually a bit of a
medicine
heads up,
appraisal.
which is the purest
Wood,
physical attack.
warrior skills.
But the
Many
power
words are
contained in
omitted.
its arms is not
Talent,
something that
heart of
professionals
life,
of the same level can
concentricity of
resist.
body, unity of body
Chen
and
Su is the
body.
trainer of the second
Plant
tier
pet.
gold. He
Willow
has his
of
own
life.
unique professional
Close
skill,
black lens
accelerated
bracket after
growth,
rising to the
which can
3rd
make
tier,
Wooden Golem's
plus the
size
3
reach
gift pack
30
rewards
meters.
obtained from the upgrade.
Certainly,
Su
his
Shin's
Wooden
panel
Golem,
value has
compared
increased
to
by
Su
about
Shin,
5 or
is
6
not even a
times.
pirated copy.
But such an
He
improvement
uses
made
Wooden
Su Shin
Golem,
a
which
little
is time
puzzled.
limited. Over
According to
time,
the current
his
trend
own
of
heritage
increase,
will be
how
absorbed
did he
by
get
Wooden
his physique
Golem,
value
and
to
it will live
exceed
directly.
100 million at the 1st
But
rank of
that's it.
Uranus?
Wu Yilin still
Could it
felt
be that
an
the rank
almost
gap
strong
between
sense of
Uranus and
oppression
the
from Wooden
Grandmaster
Golem.
is much higher than Su
She
Shin
flicked her
imagined?
right hand, and the
Over a
sword
week,
sounded and
the
screamed.
outside is still the same.
Wind and moon
It's just that the
slash,
popularity of climbing the long ladder
swish,
continues
swish.
to rise.
His sword is like
With the
brilliance,
emergence of the
dazzling,
single-player
and at the
challenge
same
dungeon,
time,
the ranking
several
lists
sword
of
energy
various levels
slashes
have also
burst
been
out.
released, which has
Sword
become a
chi
topic of
slashed at
discussion
Wooden
among the
Golem.
world.
Embedded
It
directly
is
in
said
the
that the
body of
professional
Wooden
is very
Golem, failed
famous,
to cut
but
off
compared
Wooden
to other
Golem.
people, it turned out
And
to be a
Wooden
piece of
Golem has
garbage.
a
It
wound
is said
that
that
is
this
healing as
professional
speed
has been
visible to the
unheard of for
naked
10
eye.
years, and now the
Seeing this
single-player
scene,
copy of
Wu
Customs
Yilin's
Clearance
cold
is
eyes
known to
could
the
not
world.
help but become more
And
dignified.
at this moment, in Jiangnan
Hey,
City,
5
someone was
billion of these
anxiously
Wooden Golem
anxious.
seeds are more than enough,
What kind of
but the gold
disguise
only
can Su
used
Shin not
500
find
million.
out? Wang
Do you
Daozhen,
think this
the
is
president
elite?
of Jiangnan University,
Chen Su
sat
smiled
at the top of
proudly,
the conference
and
room,
the
looking
real
at the
power
strong
of
men
Wooden
of the
Golem
Jiangnan
is
faction
defense.
with a gloomy
He
expression.
jumped up and saw Wooden
Wu
Golem
Zhen
separate
sat
the
on the
space
seat,
between
his
his eyebrows
expression
for him to stay
indecisive.
in.
They took
3
the
minutes.
initiative to
I can
deceive
only
Su Shin,
support 3
and they
minutes
must have
with
gone
Wooden
to a
Golem,
copy world,
but considering
so.
that the other party
The
can't
strong
notice this,
men with the
it's better
Jiangnan
to defeat
faction
this
kept
Wu
shaking
Yilin
their
1 minute
heads.
earlier.
Su Shin
Single
was
quote.
deceived out. It
Chen
must be a
Su
lot
was
of
thinking in his
misfortune.
heart at
The
this
other
time,
party can be
I
completely
lead.
prepared.
At this
And
time,
as
the
before,
rest of the
Su
Magic
Shin's
City
dungeons are not
University
too
were a little
secure,
anxious.
and each time they end
They
very
don't
quickly.
want to waste time on
Now
such
that
a
more than a
meaningless
week has
challenge.
passed, there is
There are
still no
only
news
3
of Su
boss
Shin,
rewards.
which means that
3 in
everyone
1 can
seems to have
become
the
the only
answer in their
artifact of
hearts.
priceless treasure.
Su Shin is
So
back.
they have to fight
However,
for at
at
least
this
one of
moment,
the
someone
rewards.
pushed open the door of the
Even if
conference
you know
room.
you have
It
it,
was Su
you
Shin's
can't take
teacher,
it for
the
yourself,
one who
but the
presided over
rewards
the
that your
entrance
parents will
examination
give are
in
enough to
Jiangnan
make them
University,
ecstatic.
called in Sui.
More importantly,
Soon,
it will get
Su
more
Shin
attention
entered the
and more
conference room.
opportunities to enter
Looking at the
special
strong men
copies.
of the Jiangnan faction,
But the
Su
details
Shin
are,
was
these
actually a
people
little
from Modu
stunned.
University did not think that
Advertisement,
Wu
almost
Yilin
all
would
the
be
powerful
defeated.
people in the entire
I
Jiangnan
said,
region
it
are
won't
here,
waste
and
much
Su Shin
time.
even saw
Wu
Wang
Yilin
Yi's
frowned
father-in-law.
slightly. She
He
then
asked
took
about
out 3
Wang
long
Yi's current
swords of the same
situation,
design
and the
from
other
his
party
sword's
said it
bag.
was fine.
The 4
Are
long
you
swords
okay?
spun around her
Wang
under Wu
Daozhen
Yilin's
looked at Su
control.
Shin. Something.
This is the real
5
power of
Uranus
Sword
besiege me.
Spirit's profession.
0.
Yujian attack.
Su Shin's
Go.
flat-toned Kaido.
Yujian slash.
Wang
Wu
Daozhen was
Yilin
shocked
moved her
when he
sword
heard the
finger,
words,
and the
and
4 long
immediately let the
swords
rest of
turned
the
into
people
4
except
long
Wu
rainbow
Zhen leave
drills,
the
but heading
conference room.
towards Wooden Golem.
After Wang
As
Daozhen asked
soon as
what
the mind
happened,
moved,
he said
the sword
angrily,
flew out.
"It's hard to
It
say
is
for others,
actually
but the
quite the
Uranus
charm of a
level
fairy sword
Beastmaster you
cultivator.
mentioned, whose name is
Shish.
Matos,
Then,
a Westerner,
the sound of
is a witch
breaking air
god.
continued.
The
Wooden
witch god
Golem's
wants to
body was
kill
cut
you.
off piece by piece.
How did you escape?
But no
Wang
matter how Wu
Daozhen then
Yilin
asked.
slashes with her
It was
sword,
Wuming Wowong who took
Wooden
action.
Golem could never be
I met him on
completely
the
cut
Demon
off by
Clan
her,
continent
and with
before,
Chen
and
Su's
when he
life
saw my
energy
talent,
supply,
he taught me
Wooden
a skill
Golem's
called
wounds
Thousands of
would
Rivers
heal
and
quickly.
Rivers, which was really
Now,
useful.
Wu Yilin couldn't attack for a long
Su
time,
Shin's
and
tone
she
was
fell
relax,
into a
but
stalemate.
she just found a reason to
It's hard to
prevaricate
deal
it.
with.
If
Looking
it's
at
a
the
witch god,
extraordinary
then
giant
the
wooden golem,
transfiguration
Wu
potion
Lin's face
he
was
made can
dignified.
indeed be perfectly
Chapter
disguised as me.
46 Distressed
Wu
Situation.
Zhen's face was
Inaccessible
silent.
palace.
You said that
It
it would be
seems
fine if the
that's the only
superpowers of
way
other
to
dungeon
use it.
worlds were eyeing
Wu Lin's
Sushin.
beautiful
After
eyes
all,
suddenly
they cannot be
condensed.
separated from the
The
dungeon
height of
world
wooden
they were in
golem's defense
temporarily.
is the biggest part of her
But the witch
troubles.
god is different. He is
However,
in the human
the battle
world.
between the two has lasted
Sushin
for more
didn't
than
say
2
anything,
minutes, so
but it wasn't
Chen Su
because
will
of the
soon show his
estrangement
true
between
form.
Guo Zhen and Wang
At this
Daozhen.
time,
It was
Chen
indeed
Su
caused by
suddenly removed
Sushin's
wooden golem and
carelessness.
said, "Let's
After
stop
he
here.
said the
It's
last
still
two
the most
sentences,
important
he
thing
made
to
an
do."
excuse to leave.
Seeing that the other
After a
party
few
took the
days,
initiative to
Yan
stop,
Xiai
Wu
came to
Lin's eyes
Sushin's villa
flashed slightly.
dormitory. I
Eileen,
thought you were
it's
dead.
time to go.
This girl,
Coupled with
as
the
soon as she
urging of her
entered the door,
companion,
she was
she
silent.
took back the 4 long swords,
Sushin's right
glanced
hand
at
moved.
Chen Su,
Half of the
and
willow
walked
god
towards
on
the
her body
target
was
palace
returned
with
to her
Kai Meng
hands.
and others.
What happened to
She
your
can
willow
naturally
god?
guess.
When Yan
Chen
Xiai
Su's
saw
wooden
that
golem may
Sushin's
have
half
a
of
time
Liu
limit.
Shen seemed
After
to have
all,
dropped in
it's
level,
pretty
he couldn't
decent.
help asking.
But the rewards given by the
Sushin
boss
waved
were
his
too
hand,
many, and she
indicating that it
didn't
was
want
all
to spend
right.
time verifying
He
her
carefully
conjecture about
observed the
Chen Su's
difference
wooden
between the
golem.
two willow gods.
At the moment, Wu
Indeed,
Lin and her party
Liu
left
Shen
here.
on his side
How's
has
it going?
indeed lost
Others
something
from the
important.
Tianwu Guild hurriedly stepped
This made
forward to ask
Sushin's
after
face
they
gloomy
left.
for a moment.
Wooden
Although Yan
golem's
Xiai's
defensive
Liu
power
Shen
is
has
more
been
than enough,
cultivated very
but its
well.
attack
If you
power
lose
is
it,
slightly
you will lose
insufficient.
it.
But when my
Even
level
if the Liu
rises,
Shen
the
is merged
disadvantage
into
in
one
this
now,
respect
it will
should be
not change
alleviated.
this fact.
Chen Su
Now,
gave a
the
fair
only thing to
evaluation.
think about is to
One
get
more
back
thing he
the
didn't
thing
say.
that Liu Shen lost.
That's when it comes to manipulating
Down
wooden
marks.
golems. He's
Suddenly,
obviously a
Sushin
little out of
suddenly
tune and
remembered
can't
something.
handle it.
Anyway,
Chen Su
he got
blamed
3
it on the
complete
fact
down
that his
marks and a
professional
few
level was
incomplete
not
ones
enough.
from Function Mountain.
After
Until
this
now,
simple
he has not
interlude,
found the specific
Chen
use of
Su
down
and the
marks
other
to
9
him.
members of the
He once
Tianwu
thought
Guild
that
also
perhaps
headed
only at the
towards the
epic level
target
can he
palace.
fully understand the
The
usefulness of
operation
down
mode of the
marks.
guild is to pay attention to merit
3.5
and
now.
contribution to the
However,
guild.
Sushin injected
So
the
if
2
they get the
complete
boss
down marks
reward,
on her body
then the
directly
benefits
into
given
Liu
by the
Shen's
guild are
body.
definitely enough to make
Liu
them
Shen
ecstatic.
was
This
injected
is
by him,
naturally a
and a
fight.
sluggish momentum
At
suddenly
the same
disappeared.
time, Su Shin
The
is
foundation
here.
that was
In the
depleted
desert,
due to
there are also
sacrifice
some
was thus
dungeon creatures
supplemented.
named Desert
The only
Poison
thing that
Sasori.
hasn't changed is that
The
Li
grades
Shen's
range
strength
from the
is still
first
at the
tier of
factory
silver to the
settings and has
10th
not
tier
been
of gold.
restored to before.
At this time,
Go.
Su Shin
Go to the
encountered a
single
group
player
of Desert
challenge
Poison
dungeon.
Sasori, but
Su Shen
fortunately
is
they
very
were all
happy.
silver.
I was
It
worried
doesn't
for a long
require him
time,
to take
and the
action.
slumped phase
The fellow
lasted for more than
berserker
a
Wang
week.
Yi and
As a
Spearman
result,
Zhao Shu can
the
easily
remedy for
solve
Li
it.
Shen's sacrifice
Wang
turned out
Yi,
to be
your
down marked.
skills seem to be more
It's
proficient.
just that he and Yan
After Zhao
Xiai
Shu
just
solved
walked
the
out of the
Desert
house.
Poison Sasori he was
But I saw
responsible
Wang
for.
Daojian
He looked at
appear
Wang
with a
Yi
solemn
beside him.
face. He
Aren't
said,
you? Wang Yi
Su
laughed.
Shin, the Demon Realm army
Thanks
appeared in
to
the
Su
Demon
Shin,
Realm,
if I
and the
didn't
Emperor
have his
Yan
note last
attached great
time,
importance
my
to this,
understanding of
and
my
now follow me
professional
to
skills would
Yanjing.
definitely not have
F
grown to this
*K,
point.
come again.
It's a pity that milk
What the
is not
Demon World
allowed in
army
this dungeon.
said so suddenly and
The two were
urgently,
talking.
as if they were
Su
going to
Shin
deceive
waited
Su
patiently
Shin
for
just
the
like
end
the
of the
cub
battle
who
between the
pretended to be
two.
Guo Zhen before.
After the battle is over,
Okay,
the two
eating a
collected
cud grows
the
wiser.
materials
You should be so
released by the
cautious in the
Desert
future,
Poison
but what I
Sasori and
said just
continued on
now
their
is
way.
true.
Su
When
Shin
Wang
does have
Daojian
ideas
received
for
Su Shin's
bosses,
reaction,
but he
he
was
was
not
not
in such
angry
a
but
hurry.
happy, and just showed
Unlike
himself to
others,
prove
Su
himself.
Shin, who comes
Yan
from other
Xiai
worlds,
was a little
wants to see
puzzled by
more
the sight.
dungeons.
Why?
They are not
Why
the
does something
fastest.
unexpected
However,
happen every
at the
time I want
7th
to be
hour of the
alone with
first
Su
day,
Shin?
he arrived at the palace
Chapter
on the left.
117, this
However,
wave is making
at this
money.
time,
Another
there were many
artifact.
people standing
Liu
outside the
Yangshuan Wo
palace.
Cauldron.
Dude,
The Abyss
what's the
Demon
matter?
World
The
attacked the
idea
Demon
is
Continent,
tricky.
which is
Why
not
don't
good
you
news
go
for
in?
the human world.
Wang Yi stepped
It's just
forward,
that the fire
found a
can't
boy who
burn your
looked like a good buddy, and
now,
asked
so
with a
there's no
smile.
need to worry.
This palace
Remember
is a
what
bit
happened
weird.
to us in the
After
Golden
we
Trial
entered,
Island
we
before?
came out inexplicably
When she
for
went
some
to
reason.
Yanjing,
After
Yan
several
Xiai
repetitions,
also followed her.
everyone
On the
stayed
way,
outside to
she
discuss
suddenly said something
countermeasures.
to Su Shin.
The boy who was
What's your
questioned had a
opinion?
sullen face and
After Su
simply
Shin
replied.
said this, however,
The gates
he did
of the
remember that
palace
the
are
Braless
open.
youth
It's
Gongjin
just
and
that
others
it's
had
as
opened a
dark as an
space
abyss
channel
inside,
together with the
and it's
Abyss Demon
impossible to
World
see
in the
the
Golden
specific
Trial
outline.
Island, which caused the
Su
island to be
Shin,
assimilated by
Wang
demonic
Yi
energy.
turned to look at Su Shin
My
behind
father
him.
talked to me that the most
Although
difficult
take a
thing
look
in the Abyss
first,
Demon
he
World is
wouldn't
not the
believe the
powerhouses in
information
it,
given
but
by
the
a
entire
stranger.
heaven and
There
earth
seemed to be a
environment.
murderous plot hidden in
The
the
demonic
palace.
energy of the Demon
It's
World
better
has a
to do it
powerful
alone.
assimilation
It is
effect.
good. Wang Yi
Once
and
it
Zhao Shu
flows
were
into
not
other
Moji's
dungeon
characters
worlds,
either,
the
and
dungeon
they were
world will be
confident in Su
immediately the
Shin's
creatures
strength,
within
so they
that
readily
transformed
agreed.
into the demon race.
So, Su
After
Shin
hearing
walked into
this,
the palace
Su
under
Shin's face
everyone's
suddenly
attention.
became stunned.
I bet 10,000.
If you
He
say
will
that,
come out
then
within a
if you
minute.
immigrate to the Abyss
Who
Demon
is he?
World, there will
Bet
be
with
no
you.
problem of
Get
racial
out. It
discrimination.
doesn't take a minute. I
Yan
only
Xiai
lasted for
immediately
30
put on a
seconds,
charming
and then I
little
came out
face.
inexplicably.
Seriously
The
said,
people outside
I'm
the
serious
palace
with
talked
you.
about
If the
it,
demon world
and
is
before
really
he
taken over
talked
by
for
the
a
demon
while,
world, then the
a
human
figure
world is
slowly
really in
appeared
jeopardy.
outside the gate of the palace.
Su
It
Shin
was Su
shrugged.
Shin.
How should I
When
put
he
it?
just
He was
walked out of
surrounded
the
and killed
palace,
by 5
there was a hint
Urans,
of
and it was
surprise in his
considered a
eyes,
walk
and he
before the
looked
gate of
back at the
hell.
palace.
He is not someone who has the world in his
Come
heart
out
at all.
in a minute
He
or
only
so.
pursues the
This
present
palace
and
is a
never
bit
thinks of
wicked.
future
Why don't you go
generations.
to other palaces?
So Su Shin
Is it
didn't
too
take the
late
idea
now?
that the demon
The
world
others
was
must
in
have
danger at
arrived at
all.
the other two palaces,
Wherever
and
he
may
is,
even have
he
started
thinks
to
about
attack the
things.
boss.
For Su Shin at the moment,
Bad.
the most
Wrong
important
target
thing is
chosen.
to collect
Maybe
the
the
master
boss is
certificate.
not in the
With
palace
Su
at all.
Shin's current
The
status in
palace
the
is
Yan
just a
Kingdom,
blindfold.
he only needs 30 to
It's
speak,
unlikely.
so there
The
is no shortage
time-limited
of a lot
dungeon
of
is for
rare
you to
upgrade
challenge the
resources.
boss. How can you
As
get the
long as the
mechanism
number
to
of
hide the
master
boss?
certificate is
The
sufficient.
people outside the palace
With
seemed
Su
a little
Shin's own
anxious for a
conditions,
while.
he does not have the
Don't
bottleneck
waste
called
time here.
comprehension,
Go to other
like
palaces.
other people, and he
This
can
is,
sing all the way.
someone said something to
As
the
for the
companion,
demon
and
realm
then led the
attacking the
team to
demon
leave.
realm, let's not
That
say it's a
person was
dog
a hidden
bites a dog,
professional.
but this
Ji
kind
Yu
of major
master
event
from
involving the
Northern
two
Xinjiang
realms is not
University,
something that
whose
Su
name was
Shin
Han
can comment
Fei.
on now.
Besides,
There are many
there is
people in the
also a
human
hidden
world who are
professional in
stronger
the
than
palace
him.
here, from the
Yan
Tianyu
Xiai
Guild.
saw that
The
Su Shin was
profession
not
is Black
interested in this
Mage,
topic,
and his
and
name is
gradually
Peng
stopped
Wan.
talking about it.
In fact,
The two
before
began to
Su
chat
Shin
about
came,
other, for
several
example,
hidden
an
professionals had
unrecognized
already
young
arrived,
master had
and
a
then
stunning
simply
performance
left.
in the single-player
They
challenge
don't
dungeon
want
of
to spend
ascending the
time
long
to
ladder,
understand the
and he
special
succeeded in the
situation
first
of this
battle or
palace.
something.
I just
Su
want to
Shin is
find the
also
boss
not
quickly
interested
and
in
have
this
a blast.
topic. So he asked
Su
Yan
Shin,
Xiai,
what
this
about
girl,
us?
if there is any
Gradually,
stunning
other
list
people
in the
left,
world.
and Wang Yi couldn't
After
sit still.
Yan Xiai heard this,
Hold
her
on.
face was
Su
not very
Shin
good.
raised her hand and lowered her
Su
head,
Shin said
thinking
that you
about
must be
something.
ranked first, and she
He thought
laughed.
for a while. while.
Just
Then
talking and
continued into
laughing all the
palace.
way, Su
But
Shin
the result
arrives in
was still the
Yanjing
same,
again.
and it came out after a
Laidi's
while.
daughter. In the
Then it
Yanjing
is
Hall,
repeated
the
several
eyes of all the
times.
top
In
executives
the
of the
end,
Yan
without
Kingdom couldn't
exception,
help but set
Su
their
Shin
sights on
walked out
Yan
on her
Xiai.
own.
Lady
Did he have
Yan
a good
Xi's
time?
position is
Seeing
biased
Su
towards the
Shin
state
like
of
this,
Yan.
some people can't
The
help
last
but feel
time
a
they
little bit
attacked
of
the Dungeon of
laughter.
Heaven and Human World,
In and out.
there were
What
3
does he
million
want?
non-staff
It's a
professional guilds from
psychological
the major
suggestion.
professional guilds of the
Single
Yan
quote.
Kingdom, and
And
many
on
of these
Su
professional
Shin's
guilds
side, he
belong
got a
to the
result.
Thunder Emperor Hall.
There are
But
psychological
if you want to
cues
say that
in the
Yan
palace.
Xiao's name belongs to
And
Yan
such
Wang's subordinates,
psychological
you can't
cues
justify
can
it.
allow the visitor to walk
Yan
out of the
Xiai
palace at
sits
his
next
own
to
will.
Su Shin, the
After
eldest lady who
discovering
has
this,
never lacked
a
the
smile
stars and the
appeared
moon
on the
since she
corner
was a
of Su
child,
Shin's mouth.
and now it is rare to
This
show some
kind of dungeon
embarrassment.
is much more interesting.
Being watched
It is
by the
not called
high-level
a dungeon
bosses of the
strategy,
entire
but it
Yan
is
nation,
called a boss
she was
challenge.
naturally a little uncomfortable.
Chapter 47 Wu
Regarding the
Jingyin.
appearance of
Oh
Yan
no.
Xiai,
I
the
want
high-level
it. I'm
bosses
very
have no
interested
plans to
here.
let her leave.
You two can go
After
to
all,
other palaces
what we are
first.
talking about this
If I
time is
really
whether to
can't
support
find
the
a
demon
clue
rule,
here, I'll go
not
to
what
you.
needs to be kept secret,
Don't worry,
nor how to
it will
arrange
be
support
soon.
in detail.
Su Shin
To some
pondered for a
extent,
moment,
the
then
bosses
turned
regarded
around and
Yan
said something
Xiai
to
as
Wang
Su
Yi and
Shin's
Zhao Xu.
confidant, which was a
The
small
two of
face
them
for
were
this
also
enchanting
very
junior.
cheerful, and immediately
After all,
responded,
everyone will
okay,
be standing
let's
on
go
this
to the
boat
palace in
named
the middle
Flame
first.
Kingdom.
After a very
Advertisement,
ceremonial
Su Shin.
high-five with Su
Soon
Shin,
after, Emperor
Wang Yi
Yan
and Zhao
appeared
Xu
and took
walked
the top
towards the middle
spot.
palace.
Senior Yan
Let's
Wang.
go.
Su
Let's go to
Shin
the
quickly
palace on the
stood up
right.
and saluted.
At this time,
Emperor Yan
there are
smiled
fewer
and
and
then
fewer
asked,
boys and
"What
girls
level
at
are
the
you
gate of the
now?"
palace here.
Su Shin is
Gradually, There
The
were
fourth
only a
rank
few
of the
people
master.
left at the gate of
Yan
the
Huang
palace.
nodded, and he paused
Su
for a
Shin
moment.
entered the palace again.
Wang Daojun
But this
must have
time,
talked to him
it was
about
very
Su Shin
different
being
than before.
surrounded and killed by
The
Uranus.
difference is that Su Shin
At this
took the
time,
initiative to
Emperor
use the
Yan
ability of the
hesitated and did
Willow
not
of
choose
Life.
to discuss this matter with
Open
Su
black
Shin.
lens bracket
It
damage
will take a
transfer.
long
Close
time
black
for the
lens
follow-up
bracket.
processing on the
The
heavenly
definition
human
of
world,
damage
but some
transfer is not
resources
only
and wealth
physical
of the
damage,
entire
but
heavenly
also
human
mental
race
damage.
have also been
Some
sorted
so-called
out.
negative effects
Su Shin,
can also be
you played a
transferred
great
from Su
role in
Shin
the
to
battle
Life
against
Willow.
the Celestial Clan,
This
and
is
calling
also
you
the
here
reason
today
why
is to
Su
give
Shin
you a
did not
reward that
give
should
up
belong
after
to you.
realizing that the palace
The
here has
Emperor
the
Yan
strange
said, with a
characteristic
big
of
wave of his hand,
psychological
he threw a
suggestion.
storage bag to Su
Just
Shin.
as Su Shin stepped
The
into the
latter did
palace
not
hall,
open it
the
ignorantly, but
entire hall was
immediately
covered
thanked
with a
him.
dazzling array of
There are some
decorations,
original
mostly
objects
bottles and
in it.
jars.
If you have
There
collected
are more
enough Grandmaster
exquisite murals on the
certificates,
surrounding
according to your
walls.
previous upgrade
However,
performance,
the
you will soon
content of
enter
the
the
murals
Uranus rank.
includes human beings,
The
birds
Emperor
and beasts
Yan
and so
said at
on.
this time,
The
original thing?
descriptive meaning is strange.
That's right, at
Like
the
a
epic
rooster
level,
crowing at
each
dusk.
level is as difficult as
Humans
ascending
work
to the
hard at
sky.
night, but rest and sleep during
Downmarks,
the day.
things of origin,
Another
etc. are
example
one
is
of
that
the
the
rare
moon brings
resources
light,
to
but
upgrade
the
the
sun
epic
gives
level,
darkness
but the
to the
origin
world.
also pays attention
At
to the
this
relative
time, on
attributes.
Su
The
Shin's
origin of
shoulder,
the wood
a green
attribute.
willow sprout extends
There are
from
not
Su
many
Shin's
things in
body.
the Celestial Clan.
Then,
Otherwise,
like a
maybe I
child
can
who
help
ran
you
away
gather
from
up the
home, he
resources for
didn't
an
say
epic
hello to
upgrade in
Su
one
Shin
breath.
and left the palace.
It is no
That is
exaggeration
to
to say what the
all
Emperor Yan
conscious things
said.
are inevitably influenced
That is the
by
wealth of the celestial
psychological
and human
suggestions.
races.
Here,
For Su Shin
I'm
alone,
fine,
the
which
effect is
means
as
that the
natural as one's
damage
imagination.
transfer effect is
It's
successful.
just that it definitely
But
can
the
be
Willow
like
of
this.
Life has left
Not
the
to mention
palace,
that the
which
Emperor
means that
Yan
the
wants to take part of
psychological
it. All the
suggestion
forces
here
and
is more
leaders of the Yan
exaggerated than
Kingdom
Su
have to
Shin
share it.
imagined.
After
The
Yan
Willow of
Huang
Life
finished
leaves the
speaking,
palace.
he couldn't help
Su
looking at
Shin
Yan
didn't pay
Xiai next to
attention,
Su
but
Shin.
observed the mural carefully.
Seeing this,
He
Su
felt
Shin
that this
held
might
up
be the
Yan Xiai's
opportunity to
face,
pass the
gave him a
palace here.
kiss, and said,
I don't
"Girlfriend."
know if my Su Shin's
Ah.
IQ is enough.
The Emperor
Su
Yan
Shin
laughed a
touched
little.
his chin,
He went
and
on
the
to
interest
ask,
in his
if
eyes
the demon
increased.
world invaded the demon world this time,
He
what would
really
you do
doesn't
if it
know
was
how
up
to
to you to
solve puzzle
decide?
games, but he wants
Everyone
to
has
play more
long
and more.
experienced the importance of
Bang,
Emperor
bang,
Yan
bang.
for Su Shin.
Boom, boom, boom.
If you
However,
ask such a question,
Su Shin
you are
hadn't
not
watched for
surprised.
long when he heard
How
loud
is the
fighting
Shangren
sounds
in the
coming from the
Celestial
depths
Clan
of the
now?
palace.
Su Shin was
Apart
stunned
from
for a
me,
moment,
does
but asked
anyone else
instead.
have a way to remove the
It's natural
psychological
to
cues
surrender.
here?
Zan Yisho,
Su Shin's
the
eyes
president
lit
of
up.
Yanjing University,
However, this
replied at
time
this
brought
moment.
together the top talents
Since
of the
this
Yan
is the
Kingdom
case,
this year.
then let these Shangren
Not
form
so
a professional
surprising.
army to
At the
go to the
moment,
monster race
Su Shin
continent,
followed
and
the
let those
sound of fighting
Shangren
and
play the
walked into the
vanguard.
depths of the palace.
Hearing this,
The
Zan
structure
Yisho
of the
was
palace
shocked
is
and
not
said with
complicated.
emotion, I
After
didn't expect
crossing
you to
the
have
hall,
such a
you
brain.
enter the inner hall.
Su Shin
The
smiled at
space in
Zan
the inner
Yisho
hall
and
is
said,
large enough,
Senior
and there are
Zan
more
is
and
too
more
famous.
giant snake
I
statues
just saw that
standing
the
up.
upper human race was
It made
unhappy.
Su Shin look
When I went to the
sideways.
world of heaven
These
and earth,
statues of
those
giant
cubs called
snakes
me
have 3
lower
eyes.
human race.
At this
One by
moment,
one.
a young
I
girl
have
is
always
attacking the
remembered it.
numerous giant snake
This
statues
senior
in the inner
Zan
hall.
doesn't hate Su Shin,
On
but
the
he
top
doesn't
of the
like it
girl's
either
head
because
was
of
a
Su
word,
Shin's character.
Shuan. The word,
When he said
Shuan,
this, he
was like
also
incense
insinuated that
sandalwood,
Su Shin
exuding a
did
faint
things
cloud
without
of smoke
considering
that
the
enveloped the
consequences
girl,
in the past.
looking like a dream.
N.
Is
At
her.
this time,
When she
Emperor
saw the
Yan
girl
gave a
clearly,
light hum.
a hint of
That's a good
surprise
idea.
appeared in Su Shin's eyes.
Immediately afterwards,
It
he
was
looked
Wu
at the big
Jinlian,
men of the Yan
the hidden
Kingdom, and
professional,
announced,
prophet,
it is
of
true that the
Demon
demon
City
world
University.
cannot fall into the hands
At
of the
this
demon
time,
world.
Wu
But in this
Jinlian
battle
did
between
not
the two
find Su
worlds,
Shin for the
the
first
strongest
time,
must
but
end,
attacked the
so there
giant
is no
snake
need to
statue
worry
with
about
a
it for a
somewhat
while.
anxious expression.
Su Shin.
There are
He
dozens of
looked at Su
statues,
Shin again.
and each one is
Then the
extremely
right hand
difficult to
stretched
destroy.
out, and a small
On
cauldron
Wu
flew out of the
Jinlian's
palm.
right palm,
The
there was
small
a
cauldron
word,
had 6
Li,
legs and was
floating.
engraved with
At
different
this
flame
time,
patterns of 6
every palm
paths.
shot was filled with
The only
flames, and a
artifact,
large number of
Su
sparks
Shin was
filled the
immediately
surroundings,
shocked.
so it was not blazing.
This is an artifact.
Why attack these
Advertisement.
statues?
The only
Su Shin
artifact,
made a
the
sound,
6
which
Suns
caught Wu
profound fire
Jinlian's
cauldron,
attention.
is currently at the master level.
When Wu
From now
Jinlian saw
on,
Su
it will be
Shin,
yours.
he was stunned for a moment,
And your
and
little
then he
girlfriend,
immediately thought of something.
Emperor Yan handed
The
Yan
face of the
Xiai a
beautiful
storage
woman
bag.
who I saw pity showed a
Liu
great
Yang
fear.
Xuanwo cauldron.
Get out of the
The
palace.
big bosses looked
She
at the divine
screamed
weapon in the
suddenly,
hands
as
of
if
Emperor
something
Yan,
terrible would
and their
happen if Su
expressions
Shin didn't
changed.
leave.
They had
But in
long
Su
heard that
Shin's
the Emperor
view,
Yan was
what she
building an
said was
artifact.
inexplicable. Although
Thinking
she
about it,
cared a
it
little,
was
she
completed
couldn't just
recently
turn
with the help
around
of
and
the
leave.
racial financial wealth of the celestial
The boss
clan.
here is the snake of reversal.
And this artifact
Its
was
body
prepared
attack
for his
is not
grandson
strong,
Yang Dao
but
in
its
terms of
unique
attributes,
reversal
but he chose to
ability
give it
is
to Su
extremely
Shin in
difficult
the
to
end.
deal with.
Even Su
Anything
Shin,
or idea
who has
will have a
always liked
reversal
PR
effect
Street
under its
Astro's
ability.
feuds, was a little
For
lost at
example,
this moment
you
and
want
didn't
to
rush
enter
to
the
thank him.
palace. It will be
He said
reversed
that
and you will
Yan
leave the
Xiai was
palace
his girlfriend,
unconsciously.
so he had the thought
If
of
you
helping
don't
Yan
leave, your
Xiai and
entire
Yan Huang's
personality will be
predecessors to
completely
ask for
reversed
something
due
to
to
be
the
rewarded
influence
by
of
their
your
elders.
abilities.
But now
Wu
that
Jinyan
Emperor Yan
explained
made his
very
move,
quickly.
he gave him
She
the
doesn't
only
know why
divine
the
weapon,
other party
which
can
made
resist
Su
this
Shin a
ability.
little flattered.
Advertisement.
It stands to
She
reason,
relies on the
if other people have
Zunzi
experienced
incense
the
sandal
underworld
merit
and heard the
in the
words of the
vocational
master of the
skill,
underworld,
Shenken
which all
Bazi,
point to
to
the
achieve
Emperor
the
Yan,
effect of
they will
spiritual
definitely
protection
have some
and
suspicions
evil in
about the
any
Emperor
drug.
Yan.
But
But
gradually
Su
she
Shin will
found that
not.
she could
He
not
doesn't care
support
about
too
the level
much.
that he can't reach at all.
At that
He is
time,
more
the
real than
reversal
anyone
effect will
else.
take effect again.
What are you still doing?
She will also
Wang
leave the
Daojian
palace
drank
here.
lightly,
Hearing Wu
interrupting Su
Jinlian's
Shin's thoughts.
explanation, Su Shin
What
was
are you
suddenly
still
stunned.
doing?
The
One
strange
Su
mural
Shin
in the
turned his
palace
head and
hall
gave
had
Yan
already given
Xiai a
such a
light
hint.
drink.
While thinking about
873
it,
Yan
Su
Xiai
Shin
rolled his
suddenly
eyes,
turned around and
hurriedly
punched
saluted, and
snake
said
of reversal
respectfully,
that
"Thank
suddenly
you,
appeared
Senior
behind
Yan
him
Huang,
with a
for the
fist with
reward."
his right hand.
Thank you for the reward, Senior Yan Huang. Su Shin followed up, making Yan Xiai even more speechless. Dare you not know what to say at this time,
The
right?
body of the snake of
Yan
reversal
Huang
appeared,
chuckled
but
and
was
waved
punched
his
by
hand,
Su Shin.
letting the
But
two
with a
little
bang,
guys leave
one of
first,
the
and
giant
then they
snake
have to discuss
statues in the
specific
palace
matters,
shattered,
which
and the
is
body
really
of the
not
snake of
suitable for
reversal
Yan
was not
Xiai to
injured.
listen to. Su Shin, Senior gave me the original stone and the original source stone. It is the original thing,
The
even if
snake
it is
of
found in the
reversal
Thunder
screamed
Emperor
sharply,
Hall. I am
and the
afraid that it is
reversal
only by
ability
copying the
was
family of the
activated
Heaven
again.
and Human clan,
The
and the Senior
activation of
Yan
its
Huang
abilities
will be more
requires
than enough.
contact.
After
Wu
they came
Jinlian
out,
suddenly
Su Shin
realized
and Yan
something.
Xiai
This
stayed at the
palace
Yanjing
comes with its
Hotel.
own first
They were
ability,
just like
but the
counting New Year's
activation of
money
the
when they
second
were
ability
children.
requires contact
She
with
is
the
a
snake
mage
of
of thunder
reversal.
and fire.
Your
With
own
the
approach
original
is
thing,
wrong.
she will
The
soon
snake
step
of
into the
reversal is
Grandmaster
not at
rank,
all
and there will
aggressive,
be a
so he can
surplus.
only use others to
Su
solve his
Shin
own
looked
threat.
at his storage bag and
As
pondered for a
predicted,
while.
Su Shin was affected
What's the
again by
matter?
the ability of the
Yan
snake of
Xiai
reversal.
asked when he saw that he was in a
But
daze.
Su Shin was reminded
Su
by Wu
Shin released
Jinlian
the
that he had
contents
the
of the
idea of
storage
leaving
bag
the
all at
palace.
once.
At this
Whooping,
time, this
like
idea
dumping
has
garbage,
become.
he poured
Stay
out
in
a
the
large
palace.
and dazzling array of things,
Sushin
which
turned
instantly
around
piled
slowly
up
at this
into a hill
time,
in the
and the
room.
reversal snake behind
And these
him was
things are
making a
not
strange,
garbage,
numb
each of
laughter.
which is a rare upgrade resource
Sushin
that
had
has no
no
market
intention
price
of
on
hurting this
market.
girl. But
Rainbow
now,
Sun
there
Lotus,
is.
Yan Luo
At
Magic
this
Grass,
moment, Wu
Xuan Yuan
Jinlian
Vine,
was completely
Emperor
stunned.
Dragon God Yi Dan,
She didn't change
10,000
because
years
of
mysterious
Sushin's
wood.
ability to receive the boss.
Yan Shiai looked at the
Instead,
upgrade resources
I recall
piled
the
up
scene
into
where
hill.
I saw
She read them
Sushin
one by
violated her
one,
when
her
she
tone
gave
trembling.
Sushin a divination that day.
Sushin's face
She
also
woke
showed
up
a shocked
suddenly.
look. He
"Don't come
definitely
here,"
did not
she
expect that the
screamed
generosity
suddenly,
of Emperor
trying
Yan's
to
shot
escape
was
from the
far more
palace.
exaggerated than he
"Come
imagined.
here quickly." But
So
the
many
next second,
resources,
she
not to
changed her
mention that
mind.
it is enough to support him
Done.
to upgrade
Wu
to the Uranus
Jinlian
rank,
was
even
dumbfounded
in the
on the
Uranus
spot.
rank, he can
Himself
continue to make
was
great
also
progress.
reversed.
This
She doesn't
wave,
want
this
Sushin
wave
to
directly
violate
called
her,
him
and now,
Sushin to make
thanks.
money.
Chapter
Sushin
48
suddenly
fight for
understood
half an
why
hour.
it was so
The snake
cool
of
to loot the
reversal
family and
died.
exterminate the family, so
Sushin
the
had no
accumulation
ill
of wealth
towards
in
the
this
girl
way
in
was
front of
simply
her.
too exaggerated.
Now that the idea
A
has been
celestial
reversed,
being was
the
annihilated in the
malicious
future.
does not
I don't
mean
know how many
insulting the other
strong men
party.
and big men will
But
rise
at
from
this
this.
moment, there is a
Chapter
faint killing
118.
intent in his eyes,
The Great
and he
War.
wants to kill the other
Demon
party
Lord
directly.
vs Wuming Wewang,
But the
Old
ability
Dragon
of the
King.
snake of reversal
Most of these
is not
upgrade
invincible.
resources are of wood attribute
Nor
or
can it
life type,
reverse
which
everything.
just fits you.
It can only
Senior
reverse
Yan
the
Wang really
strongest of
values you.
ideas at the
This
moment.
must be carefully
It's
selected by
like
his old
before
man
entering
for
the
you.
palace.
The
Everyone
girl
wants to
Yan
defeat the
Shiai
boss
took
to
a
get the
long time
reward.
to come back to her
If
senses.
this idea is reversed,
I'm so
it will
envious.
naturally leave the
At the
palace
same
because
time,
of the
some
reversal of
eyes
the
glanced
idea.
at Sushin.
After leaving
It
the
does
palace,
give.
the effect
Too
of the
much.
reversal ability
Sushin
disappeared,
likes
so it
prostitution,
seemed a little
but this is
confusing and
obviously
unclear.
beyond his expectations
And
for
for young
prostitution.
girls, all thoughts are
Even
not
though he
as strong
performed
as
well in the
lust.
capture of Cloud City.
Sushin did not at
However,
this time.
the quality
But
and
Wu
quantity of
Jinlian
these
in
upgrade
front of him could
resources in
guide
front
him
of
to
him
such
are
an
obviously
idea.
too many, which
The
is
reason why
inconsistent
Wu
with his
Jinlian
achievements.
came up with the idea of
Pick a
wanting
few.
Sushin to violate her.
Sushin said at this time.
All because
Really?
she saw the
Yan
future
Shiai was
before.
overjoyed.
This made
Sushin
the
still
thoughts
had
in her
Rome
mind
in her heart.
involuntarily think in this
I'm talking to
direction.
Lu Shen.
The
As
more
soon
she
as
doesn't
Sushin
want
finished
to,
speaking,
the more she
he saw
wants
Lu
to.
Shen on him, and
Even
Yan
she
Shiai
knew
came
very
out.
well that she couldn't say
Each
anything
selected
to
5
avoid leading
upgrade
Sushin
resources.
to have such thoughts.
Lu Shen's upgrade
But
is
the more
somewhat
she
more
is like
resource
this,
dependent
the
than
more
Sushin.
involuntarily she speaks
The
under
half
the
of Lu
ability to
Shen in Yan
reverse.
Shiai's hand is
You
still at the
can't do
10th
that to
rank of
me.
the master.
You must do
This
that to
time,
me.
he took 5
Wu
upgrade
Jinlian
resources,
was still
and it is
able
a
to
sure thing
resist
to
the
break through
ability
to
of
the
the
master
reversal
rank.
snake at this moment,
And
so that her words
Sushin's
seemed
half-willow
extremely
god, although
contradictory.
Sushin supplemented
But
her
her
sacrificial
nonsense
foundation loss
really
with 2 down
changed
marks.
Sushin's
Her
mind.
strength was at
Lust
the factory
prevails
bronze
over
level.
murder.
However,
Sushin
the
suddenly
lower the
froze
level,
in
the less
place.
resources
He
are
suddenly
needed,
felt
and
that the girl
Sushin's
in front of
resources
him
are
was the
clearly enough
perfect
for him to
object in his
upgrade to
heart.
Uranus, and there is
He
still a
felt that
lot
the other
left.
party was astonishing.
After reaching
that
the
the other
Uranus
party was
rank,
charming and
Sushin
charming.
will
That the
naturally
other
find a
party
way
was
to
pure and
collect
lovely,
resources.
as if all the beauty of the
He
women
may
in
be
the world could
reluctant
be
to give
found in her.
resources to his sister,
It's
but he will
over.
never be
Wu
reluctant to
Jinlian's
give
eyes
Lu Shen.
flickered, and he saw
The
himself
words
being
say
hugged
so,
into
but
Sushin's
Sushin
arms.
still
His
gave
heart
Yan
fell to the
Shiai
bottom
an
of the
upgrade
valley,
resource
but it rose
named
again because of
Dragon
the
Blood
lust in his
Magic
heart.
Ginseng.
Looking at
Choose
this
another
pair
one,
of human
and
men
when you
and women
return to the
hugging each
Thunder
other,
Emperor Palace,
the
bring it to
snake
my
of the
senior
boss's
sister.
reversal is in a hurry.
Sushin
It
took
doesn't
another
want to
pill
see
and
this
handed it to
situation.
Yan Shiai.
Its ability is not
Sushin
absolutely
actually has a
invincible,
plan in
and even
terms of his
after the
own
reversal
strength.
ability, there will be a
Before
period
his
of
strength
vacuum
was
period.
strong, he couldn't have bothered to take care of
The
others,
giant
because he
snake
knew that in this
statue in this inner
extraordinary
hall
world,
has been
his
destroyed
own
several
strength was the
times.
most important thing.
It was because it had
If you
been
are really
deadlocked with Wu
strong, are you
Jinlian for
still
a
afraid
while.
that Fuse will not be
Wu
able to take the
Jinlian's
people around
professional
you?
ability can
Are you
effectively
afraid that you will
resist
not
its
be able to
ability,
fly with
but it
them?
cannot support it for
It's
too
just
long.
that the resources needed to
Therefore,
upgrade to
there have been
Uranus are
several
obviously
incidents of
excess
Wu
at the moment.
Jinlian being reversed.
Giving resources
It's
to the
just
people
that Wu
around him will not
Jinlian's
affect the
idea of being
advancement of his
reversed at that
strength,
time
so
was to
naturally he
destroy
cannot be
these giant
stingy.
snake statues.
Shiai,
After
you are
the
so
idea
beautiful
was
today.
reversed,
After a
she
while,
began to repair the
Sushin suddenly
statues that
became
she
lustful.
destroyed,
He looked
instead
at
of
Yan
leaving the
Shiai's
palace.
beautiful face and
This
praised
caused
him.
the snake of reversal
Go
to
on,
encounter a
I
dead
love
end.
listening.
Because it
Yan
doesn't
Shiai,
feel
like a
any
family
offensive
treasure,
power
replied
itself, it
absent-mindedly.
can't kill the people who
She
invaded
is
the
still
palace,
sorting
and
out
can
these
only
upgrade
rely on its
resources.
ability to let them kill
For
each other.
example, which one is
So it
better,
judges
which
that
one
the
is
girl is
suitable
a
for
threat
use
to
at the current
itself.
level, and so
So
on.
he wanted to use
She is
Sushin to
not
kill the
fooled.
girl.
That's
But the
it.
result, not
Sushin
what it
then put away
expected
his
at all.
thoughts and began to talk
Human
seriously
women,
with Yan Yan
expected.
Xia.
The snake
What
of
he lacks
reversal
now
looked at
is
Wu
the
Jinlian,
Master
who was
Certificate.
in Su Shen's
Most of the
arms,
rewards
with a
for the
look of
single-player
hatred
challenge
tickling his
dungeon are basically announced,
Su Shen
and there
is
is
very
no Grand
normal.
Master
It is
Certificate or
precisely
rewards
because
such
of
as
his
the
normal
Master
free
Seal.
views that he is easily
It is
used by
difficult
his
to obtain
reverse
the Master
nobility.
Certificate.
But this woman
Otherwise,
aroused the other's
Uranus
lust,
would have already
which changed
flown
the
in the
script
sky.
of the two of them killing
Either
each
get
other.
the task book,
Is it
complete the
intentional?
task, or
Thinking
go to the
of this,
dungeon world
the
to kill
snake
the
of
Master
reversal
rank
couldn't
and
help
above
but
dungeon
glance at Wu
creatures.
Jinlian.
The task
But
book for the
soon,
Grand
it
Master
slapped
level is
Su
not
Shen on the
Hatsia
head with
Cabbage,
its
but Su
invulnerable
Shen
snake
does not
tail,
lack.
trying to make Su Shen
But with
change
5
his mind.
Uranus slaying him ahead of him,
Clap,
more
clap,
attention must
clap.
be paid to
With
this
0
aspect.
damage, it didn't
You
cause
must know
any
that the
damage
world
to
of the
Su
ice
Shen,
field
and
cannot
even
enter
matched
the
Su
epic
Shen's rhythm,
powerhouse.
and maybe even
And
added
if
a
the
little
person who
attacks
pretended
into
to be
Su Shen.
Guo Zhen gave Su Shen the task book completion location in the Super Large World Dungeon, Su Shen might have been vigilant and chose not to go.
The snake of
Advertisement
reversal
as
hissed
for the second
anxiously,
type,
but no
go
matter
and kill
what,
the dungeon
it couldn't
creatures
change
of the
Wu Jinlian
Grandmaster
and Su
rank.
Shen at this time.
For Su Shen,
The two
the
had
risk is
already
very
been
small,
licked up by
and
the
it is
flames of
difficult for
lust.
others to see his specific
After
direction.
about half an
There
hour,
are many master
Su
copies
Shen
in the
blinked.
endless wilderness,
Her eyes regained
and Su
their
Shen
former
even
clarity.
dares to go to the Uranus
Nay,
copy.
grass. He
Chatted with
suddenly
Yan
cursed in a
Xia
low
until
voice
midnight.
and folded
Su
his hands
Shen was
directly.
just a little tired and
In
went
an
to the
instant,
bedroom to
the
sleep.
entire inner hall
Yan
was filled
Xia
with
went to
wildly
take a
grown
bath.
trees,
It
and
seems
all
that
the
the picture
giant
of
snake
shame was about
statues,
to appear
including
like
the
this.
body of the reversal snake,
However,
were
this
punctured with
time,
thorns
Wang
by crazy
Daojian, the
vegetation in
principal
an
who came
instant.
back from the meeting,
The
knocked on the
reversal
door
snake
of Su
itself
Shen's
is also
hotel.
very reversible.
Go to the demon
When
world
he can
now.
reverse others,
After opening
it
the
is very
door,
difficult to
Principal
deal
Wang
with,
was in a
almost
hurry.
incomprehensible.
What's
But when
wrong?
there is a gap in
The
his
progress
ability,
of the
he
demon
is very
world is
good to
faster
kill.
than everyone imagined,
A
and the demon
face-to-face
master
effort.
has taken action.
Advertisement.
He is
The
fighting
boss,
with the
the
old
snake
dragon
of
king of the
reversal,
demon
was
world
killed.
and Wuming Wowang
Next
this
to
time,
its corpse,
and he
a scepter
is
inlaid
fighting
with
one against two.
eyes dropped,
Su
which was to
Shen was
reward the boss
surprised
with
after
a
hearing this.
reversal
What
scepter.
little demon lord?
At the
How
same
capable
time,
is he?
there is also an
When
upgrade
Wang
book for
Daojian
the
heard
10th level
this, he
golden
was
master
amused
to
by
ascend
Su
to the
Shen's
first level.
ignorance for a while.
However, Killing the
Don't be
snake of
too
reversal
ambitious.
did not
The
gain
strength
any
of the demon
experience.
lord is not weaker than that of the
Su Shin
Emperor
picked up
Yan.
the upgrade book and
He
threw
then
the
turned his
reversal
face
scepter to
straight
Wu
and
Jinlian,
emphasized.
who was sobbing
The
beside
Emperor
him.
Yan came to me and
The
asked
other
me to
party
take you to
picked
the
up the
demon
reversal
world to watch
scepter
the
and did
battle
not
between the
speak, but
strongest.
smashed Su
1.
Shin with red eyes.
Okay.
This
Su
scepter
Shin
should have a
suddenly
similar
became
ability.
interested.
Do you want
Don't
to
take your
reverse
little
it again?
girlfriend with you. It's
Su Shin
inconvenient to
knew
run
that she
away.
was wrong, so
In
she
this
let her
way,
vent her
Su
anger,
Shin
but
and
she
Wang
couldn't stop
Daojian
smashing
quickly
her
hit the road.
hands, so Su Shin had
Su
no
Shin,
choice but
of
to say
course,
something.
eats one cut and
Hear
grows
this.
one's wisdom.
Wu Jinlian then
He
stopped.
forced Wang
Her eyes were
Daojian to
red,
visit
and
Emperor
she
Yan,
said bitterly,
and let
"Why
Emperor
did you
Yan
choose
see
this
if Wang
palace?
Daojian, who suddenly
Without
came
you,
to him, was
even if it
pretending.
took me some time,
This
I could
made
finally
Principal
solve
Wang
it."
feel speechless.
She
He
was
knew that
right.
this kid is
Against the
definitely the
snake of
kind of
reversal,
character who can't
single
suffer
player is the
losses.
best.
Once he
The more
suffers
people
losses,
there are,
he will
the
become
more
more and
difficult
more
it is to
angry,
deal with
so
the
he thinks
ability
that he
to
will not suffer
reverse.
the same losses in the
Then
future.
why did you suddenly
The
have such
hotel has
thoughts?
2 bedrooms.
Instead,
Yan
Su
Shiai
Shin
went
asked
to
in
another
confusion.
bedroom after taking a bath.
Hearing this, Wu
She stayed
Jinlian
up
did
all
not
night
speak,
and thought
and
about
his
it all
emotions
night.
gradually calmed down.
Naturally, she has long
She
been
couldn't
fascinated
explain
by
it to
Su
Su
Shin.
Shin. This is
It's
the
just
reason
that
for her
although
own
she is
profession.
naturally charming, she
Give
will
me
never
your
serve
hand.
people in
Wu
color.
Jinlian suddenly
So
spoke.
it is absolutely
Su Shin
impossible for her to take
hesitated
the
and handed
initiative.
over his right hand.
Yan Shiai
This
was
time,
afraid that Su Shin
Wu
would find him at
Jinlian
night,
once
but he
again
was
made a
looking
divination
forward to
about
it.
Su Shin's future.
It belongs to the kind
However,
of
this
ambivalence
time,
that
the
thinks and
picture
fears
she
the
saw
sun.
was that she seemed to be above
But the
an
next
unimaginable
morning,
height,
when she
and all
pushed
she
open
saw
Su
was the
Shin's
end of the
bedroom,
sky in the
she found that
distance.
Su Shin had long
Back to
since
you. She
disappeared.
smashed the reversal
Su
scepter
Shin.
in Su Shin's
This
palm,
made Yan
then got
Shiai's
up and
teeth
walked
itch with
outside the
hatred.
hall.
She thought
Just
back
walking,
carefully,
limping.
from the first
She
time
is
she
not
met
as
Su
weak as
Shin
she
to now.
seems.
Last night was the
On the
first time they were
contrary,
alone
Su
together.
Shin was rather at a loss.
Su Shin
After Wu
disguised as his
Jinlian
teacher
left,
Guo Zhen.
Su
At this
Shin
time,
looked at the redness of the place
somewhere in the
and was a
demon
little
world, on a
silent.
mountain top standing
Chapter
above the
49
clouds,
Su Shin. You
Su
actually
Shin and
used
Wang
my magic
Daojian
against
looked up
me.
at the sky outside
There
the
are
demon
still a
world.
few people waiting
It is
outside the
impossible
gate
to
of the
go
reversal
directly to the
temple,
outer
the
starry
freshmen of
sky on
Modu
the ground
University.
or in the sky in the
Wu
battle of the
Jinlian
strongest.
went with them. After
Headmaster,
Wu
I
Jinlian
can't see
didn't come
clearly.
out for a long
Su
time,
Shin
he
looked
had been
around
waiting
hard, but
outside.
despite his strength,
Out.
he couldn't
A figure
accurately see
came out
things
gradually
outside the
from the
starry
gate of the
sky.
palace. It was Wu
Only
Jinlian
vaguely
whose
can see
face
some
was still
traces
red.
of battle fluctuations.
She looked calm on the
It
outside.
seems that the battle
But
of
the
the
heart
3
is also
supreme
mixed with
powerhouses
5
has
flavors,
destroyed the
and all
atmosphere of
kinds
the
of thoughts are
universe.
piled up together,
Then
which
it
is
doesn't
difficult
seem
to
to be.
sort out for a while.
Su Shin carries a
See,
telescope
Kitty,
with him,
you have
but in
been
this
in for so
scenario,
long.
he may
Have
need
you
an
seen the
astronomical
boss?
telescope.
Have you solved the boss?
Advertisement.
We
It's
just
ready for
received
you.
a reminder that
Wang
the snake of
Daojian took
reversal,
out an
one of the
eyeball from his
bosses, has
arms.
been dealt with.
Just use
Is
it.
this the palace?
This is a prop made from the
However,
eyeballs
her
of a clone
companion
creature.
did not notice her
Converted to the
expression
level
at
of
this
modern
time,
human
but asked
technology,
eagerly.
it can have billions of
Wu
pixels
Jinlian
even
was
after
about to answer,
magnification.
but she saw
After
one of her
Su Shin
companions
took it,
suddenly
the
pointed at her
eyeball
shoulder and
merged into
said,
his
"What
right
is
eye
that?"
after being activated.
Wu Jinlian looked
As
at his
such,
shoulder.
the war
It
that
was
is taking
defined
place
as
in
a
the outer starry
reversal
sky
scepter,
at the moment
was
was
hanging on
accurately
his
seen
shoulder
by
by a
me.
branch.
In the outer
She was
starry
stunned for
sky
a
of
moment,
3
then
territories,
put the
the
scepter
3
into the
supreme
storage
powers
bag
each
and
defend
said,
one
"It's
side,
solved.
not a
Let's
melee,
go to
but a
other
2 on
palaces."
1 scene.
Great.
Su
I knew
Shin
you could
saw
do
the
it.
demon lord for
However,
the first time.
this matter
The
must
demon
be
lord
kept
is an
secret for the
auxiliary
time
hidden
being,
profession,
otherwise
the
it is
divine
likely to cause
apocalypse.
others to compete for boss
Demon Lord.
rewards.
This person is
The
evil,
companions
charming
were
and
overjoyed.
arrogant. It
They
is difficult to
continued to say a
distinguish
few
male and
words,
female,
and then
and
walked
his
towards
appearance
the
is evil
location
and
of the middle
charming.
palace.
At this time,
When Wu
a black
Jinlian
figure
left,
appeared
he
behind the
turned
demon
around
lord.
and glanced at the
The figure
reversal
had no
temple
facial
behind him,
features,
but
but
Su
had
Shin
4
was
pairs
nowhere
of
to be
black
seen.
wings, each of which was
Su Shin
surrounded
at
by a
this
halo.
time is in the sage moment
And
that
his
every man
opponent,
has.
one is Su Shin's little
His thoughts
acquaintance,
were
the big
unprecedentedly
buffalo.
clear, silently
Nameless
thinking about
Emperor
various
Wu,
life
however,
principles.
Wu Ming Woang at
At the
this time
same
is
time,
no longer a
he
big
also
buffalo.
recalled the
He
tender
was
moments
born in the
between
human
him and Wu
world, but he
Jinlian
has
just
integrated
now.
into the blood of the demon
Although
clan
it was
in the
an
day after
accident,
tomorrow.
but no matter
Now
before
his
or
position
after
is more
crossing,
inclined to
Wu
the demon
Jinlian
world.
was the first
The
woman in
reason
his
for
true
fighting
sense.
together.
How
Wu
can
Ming
Su
Woang
Shin not
showed a
care?
human form at this
However,
time, and he
this
was
kind
half
of bloody
human and
thing
half
happened to
beast.
him, and it was inevitable
Seeing
that
Wu
there
Ming
would be some
Woang's
rejection.
current specific appearance,
No,
Su
it is
Shin
now
only
in a
felt
state
the
of
word
entanglement.
miscellaneous
It's just
came
that
to
the
mind.
situation didn't last long.
Horns, horseshoes,
Right now,
tiger's tail,
it's still
human
important to
face, and
defeat the
human
boss.
body.
As
He
for
seems
the
to have 3
reversal
different
scepter,
bloodlines of
Su
the
Shin
demon
didn't
race.
value it at all.
The last one is the
Even if he
supreme
has the
powerhouse
ability
of
to
the
gather
demon
them.
world, the
Twilight
old Dragon
Scepter.
King.
It is impossible to have
The
it
old
with his
Dragon
current
King
strength.
has revealed his main body. It
Advertisement.
is a huge
Take
golden
10,000
dragon lying in the
steps
starry
back.
sky.
Even if he
Looking
could have
from
it,
below,
he would
his
not
body
have
is
the energy
hundreds
to
of
raise a
thousands of
unique
meters long,
artifact that
and he
required
can't
a
see
lot
the
of
end at all.
resources to upgrade on the
The
premise of
universe is
maintaining
swept
the
away.
growth of
At
himself
this
and the
moment,
willow of
Wu Ming
life.
Wong punched the
Of
demon
course,
lord with a
the most
punch.
important thing is
Bang
actually
bang
Xiao
bang.
Juju in Su
Su
Shen's
Shen's
heart.
eyes straightened in an
In his
instant.
heart, he didn't
In
want
his
to
eyes
forget
and
the
mind,
accident
this
with Wu
punch was
Junlian as an
replaying
accident,
frantically.
and he looked forward to the
That punch
follow-up.
passed. The starry
At
sky
the same
space
time,
between Wu
the
Ming
palace
Wong
on
and
the
the
right
demon
is the
lord
rotten
instantly
temple,
shattered
and the
into
boss
thousands of
inside is the
pieces,
rotten
and a
Shinigami.
straight starry sky channel
Unlike
was
the
punched
reverse
out by
snake,
Wu Ming
the
Wong.
approach to the Temple of Decay
Su
is
Shen
quite
is
normal.
unimaginable. If this
There are a
punch hits
large
the
number of
territory of the
kobold
Yan
monsters,
Kingdom,
which
will
are
it destroy
soldiers under
most
the
of the Yan
command of the
Kingdom
rotten
in one
Shinigami.
move? And
These
Wu Ming
kobolds are
Wong
tall,
obviously
armed
did
with
not
spears
use
and sharp
thousands of
blades,
rivers
but
and
their
rivers.
bodies are rotten and invisible.
This shows that
In some
thousands of
places,
rivers and
the
flows
rotten
is not
flesh
Wu
and
Ming
bones are
Wong's
glued
strongest
together,
martial
which is
arts skill.
extremely scary.
But just
The
like this,
so-called rotten
Qian
Shinigami
Zhaohao,
is also a
the
kobold
combat
person.
benefits brought by
However,
thousands of
it
rivers
was
and
dressed
thousands
in
of
gray armor
streams
and
to
held
Su
a
Shen are
half-moon
quite
spear.
considerable.
Surrounded
Look
by
at the
hundreds
devil
of
again.
kobold
In
soldiers,
the face of
it
Wu
was
Ming
attacking the
Wong's
raiders.
punch that broke the starry sky,
Decay.
there
The
was no
rotten
panic
boss
on his
Shinigami
face.
is also an
The
ability-oriented
black figure
boss.
behind him that
He
looked
raised
like
the
an
half-moon
eight-winged
spear
skyrim
in his hand
suddenly
and
shook
saw
the
a gray
ring
halo
halo on
filled
one
the
of its
entire
wings.
hall.
Under
The
that
genius
shock,
raiders in
the
the hall
starry
were
sky
immediately
shattered in a
affected.
large area,
If
and
they
the
were
powerful
cursed,
shockwaves
everyone
swayed
began to
violently
become
in the
weak,
starry
and the
sky.
appearance began to
Is
gradually
the old
become
Dragon
old.
King watching a play?
Hurry up and
Why
kill
hasn't
it
he
together.
shot yet?
This ability
When
can't
Su
last
Shen
forever.
saw the rise,
After
the
the
old
boss
Dragon
is
King
rewarded,
didn't take
those
action,
who have the
but he
ability
became
will get it.
anxious.
Now let's do it together.
Because of his occupation,
Who
the
dares
demon
to play
lord has
tricks
8
and keep his
abilities,
hands,
all of which
and then deal
involve
with him
rules.
after the boss is dealt
At
with?
2H a carrot at
Someone
plus.
shouted out
Let
that
me
the
make an
priority
analogy.
should be to
He is
solve
still
the
an
boss
auxiliary
first.
occupation in the
Of the
human
500
world.
geniuses,
He
there
has
are
an
hundreds of them
auxiliary
appearing in
skill
the
called
palace on the
Blessing
right
of
at the moment.
Empowerment. which can help
Most of
teammates
them went
increase
to the
their
Twilight
strength.
Temple in the middle.
The effect is
One
far more
part was
powerful
lost
than
in the
that of
desert
ordinary
environment, and
auxiliary
the other part
occupations.
was on his way to the other
This
two
blessing
palaces
of
after
power
reversing
became a
the temple
strength
strategy
stripping,
to no
and the
avail.
8 halos behind him
Hurry
each
up,
represented
the
an
snake
ability.
of the boss's reversal
In
has
terms
been
of frontal
solved by
combat
someone.
power, Wu Ming
The urging
Wolong may
sounds
be
more and
stronger
more.
than the Demon Lord,
On the right
but
side
fighting
of the
alone,
palace, there
Wu
are
Ming
10 hidden
Wolong cannot be
professionals,
the opponent
including
of
the
the Demon
sword
Lord.
spirit Wu Yilin.
Look carefully,
The
there is
combat
a halo
power
of
is
6
absolutely
paths
sufficient,
lingering on the old
provided they
Dragon
are really
King.
united.
He has been hit by
But
6
right now,
abilities that
being
involve
limited
rules,
by the
and he will
powers of the
naturally
Rotten
be unable
Shinigami
to
can
shoot
make a
for a
person
while.
weak.
Wang
These 10
Daojin explained a
geniuses in
few
the top
words in a
echelon
timely
of the Yan
manner.
Kingdom this year also
Su
know
Shin
what to
couldn't
do.
help but lose his mind
So,
at these
under
words.
the leadership of these
The
10 hidden
ability to assist
professionals,
reverses the ridge.
after hours
Is
of fierce
the
battle,
power of
the
poisonous
decadent
milk.
Shinigami was finally boiled
Chapter
to death by these
119
hundreds
The
of
Fox
geniuses.
Master is being beaten up.
During this
Not to
period,
mention what the
many
Demon Lord has
geniuses could not
experienced in the
escape from the
Demon Lord.
palace because
He
of
can
their
be used
injuries,
as an
and chose
auxiliary
to leave the
occupation
dungeon
to
under
turn
the
all
condition of
auxiliary
getting
buff
out
skill
of the battle
effects
with
into
the
poisonous
bosses.
milk. The
Advertisement.
principal just
They were
said, his
seriously
ability
injured on the
has
verge of
already
death,
reached
and
the
it was
level of
impossible
rules.
for them to stay in the
There are
dungeon.
so-called laws of
They
heaven
had to
and
go
earth
out
in
and
the
be treated by
extraordinary
the Elder
world, like
Uranus
the ordinary
outside.
world before Su
The
Shin
boss
passed
reward
through.
is out.
There are only
When the
laws of
Rotten
heaven and
Shinigami
earth.
confirmed his death,
Su
3
Shin
rewards
put away his
immediately
thoughts and
exploded next
continued
to
to
his
observe the
corpse.
battle between the
There,
strongest.
Rotten Bracelet,
Being able to observe
Upgrade
the
Book,
battle of this
and
level of
Skill
powerhouse in
Book.
advance is indeed a
But this
certain
reward
cognitive
just
benefit for
appeared.
Su Shin.
It was snatched by
If
someone with a
Uranus
heart.
is a nuclear force,
Seeing the
then the
reward
epic level
position on the
already has
ground,
the power
he
to destroy
suddenly
the
stretched
country.
out a wooden hand,
As for
grabbed
the
the 3
legendary top
rewards, and
powers,
retracted
from
it
the
into the
perspective of
ground.
the 3 performances in
The
the
other
Starry
side,
Sky,
Su
not to
Shin
mention
appeared in the
destroying the
palace
world,
here,
but they
and the
can
wooden
definitely
hand that
destroy all
disappeared
the
from the
creatures
ground
in one
extended
world.
from under his feet, handing
Principal,
over 3
is the rumored
rewards.
condition for becoming a
The
god
appearance
true?
of this scene caught
Su
everyone by
Shin suddenly
surprise.
thought of something and
Su
asked
Shin,
again.
who stole the
If the
reward,
condition for
became the
becoming a
target of
god is to
public
kill
criticism
9
in an
legendary
instant, but the
powerhouses at
latter's
the
face
same
was
level.
neither fearful nor
If the
happy,
Demon
just
Lord
looked
really
down at the
killed Wu
reward
Ming
in his
Wolong
hand,
and the old
and looked a
Dragon
little
King with
dazed.
1 enemy and 2,
Court
then
death,
the world would
an
not be
angry
able to
shout
make up the
sounded out
other
of
8
thin air.
legendary powerhouses to
Seeing
form the
that Chen
conditions
Su
for
of
the
the team
Emperor
was
Yan
guilt,
to become
who
a
was
god.
also here, was furious.
That's a rumor, of course.
With a big drink,
Wang
he
Daojin
summoned
heard the
wooden
words
golem
and shook
again.
his head.
The huge
In this
wooden
way,
golem
Su
rushed
Shin
forward
no
in
longer
front of
speaks
Su Shin,
much.
then
Sun and
clenched his
Moon come
hands and
out.
smashed Su Shin
Look
below
at
him
Star
hard.
Wars again. Wu
Su
Ming
Shin
Wolong's
raised her
punch
head and
was
looked
easily
at
put
wooden
down
golem
by the
with a
Demon
look of
Master,
surprise
and
and
at this
puzzlement
moment,
in her
the
eyes.
left and right fists
In
were
this
swung
moment
again.
of life and death, he
Boom.
even took time
Even
to
on the
glance at
ground
Chen
under the
Su,
starry
as if
sky,
wondering how
Su
the other
Shin
party could
clearly
use
felt
his
an
own
extremely
moves.
clear vibration of the
Su
heavens
Shin
and the
stole
earth.
the reward and took it as
His
his
eyes
own.
were shocked.
It was
I only
impossible
saw
for
that
Wu
with
Lin and
Wu Ming
other hidden
Wolong's double
professional
fists.
geniuses to
His
let him
amazing
go.
fists evoked the vision of
However,
heaven and
when
earth,
someone made a
making a
move,
scorching
they were
sun and
not
a
so
full moon
anxious.
appear in the starry sky.
Everyone is on guard,
The sun
taking
and the moon are in the
precautions,
same
and the next
sky,
time they
and
take the
everything in
reward
heaven
can
and
only be
earth is lonely.
themselves.
The
As this
starry
person
sky
still
was
hiding,
shattered again and
Wu
again.
Yulin,
The
who
sun
had
and the
seen
moon
wooden
reflected each
golem's
other,
troubles,
and the power
saw
was
that Su Shin
overwhelming,
was
as if
indifferent
it
to
had the
wooden
power to
golem's
destroy
attack,
the world.
and for a while she didn't know
Seeing
whether
this,
the other party
the
was
Demon
stupid or
Lord's
competent.
indistinguishable face
In the
also
next
showed a
second,
dignified
I
expression.
saw that Su Shin raised his
873.
right hand slightly, and put
He
his
used
palm
most
on
of his
wooden
abilities
golem's
to
clenched
check and
fists.
balance the old Dragon
At the
King,
moment of
and now he
contact,
wants to deal
wooden
with Wu Ming
golem's body
Wolong.
quickly
Naturally,
became
it
smaller,
can't be that
and in an
simple.
instant, it turned
The
into a
Demon
seed and
Lord
was
felt
held
a
in
deep
Su Shin's
crisis from
hand.
this move.
Wu Yulin's
After
eyes
weighing it a
widened
little,
suddenly,
he let go of the
unable to
checks and
believe what she
balances of the
saw.
old Dragon King,
You,
and recovered
what
3
did
of
you
the
do?
6 abilities.
Chen Su was even more stunned, and his
After he
expression
recovered
was
his
beyond
ability,
shocking.
the 8-winged figure
Who taught
behind
you
him
this
became
trick?
more and more
Su
solid.
Shin looked at Chen Su
When the
and asked
heaven-defying
curiously.
fist of Wu Ming
This
Wolong
guy is
started,
kinda funny.
I
Used
saw
my
a huge
magic
space
against me.
vortex suddenly
Chapter
appear in
50
the starry
Meng's
sky
little
directly
hands.
in front
Now
of the
you know
Demon
how
Master,
powerful
and a
Su Shin
different
is.
dimension space was pulled
You,
away from it.
what have you done to my wooden
Immediately
golem?
afterwards,
Chen
they
Su
saw 2
stared at Su
heaven-reaching
Shin in
demon
shock.
arms extending from the
Your
different
wooden
dimensional
golem.
space,
Hearing the
and
other
a pair of
party's
demon
words,
arms were
Su
huge
Shin
enough
was
to
even
span
more
the area of the
surprised.
starry sky they were
Give me
fighting.
back my seeds.
The devil arm
Chen
flared
Su
up
was
and down,
obviously
and it was
flustered,
invincible.
and he and Su
It
Shin
was
were
one
not on
hand
the
in
same
one hand,
channel at
and the
all.
sun and moon
And
together
this time,
of Wu Ming
after he
Wolong was
finished
directly
speaking,
caught into
Su
a
Shin
different dimension.
unexpectedly threw the wooden
Wu Ming
golem seeds
Wolong's
back to the other
heaven-defying terrifying ultimate move was once again resolved by the Demon Lord.
Chen nameless anger
Su
dissipate at
Shin
once.
only felt a tingling
He took
sensation
the
on
seat
the
and stood
scalp.
for a while.
Lu
Before saying
Wang's
in a
moves
daze,
are powerful and
thank
visible
you.
to the naked eye,
You're
and it is a
welcome.
very high
Su
level of
Shin
martial
chuckled,
arts
with a
perception.
little anticipation in
But
her
at the
eyes.
devil's side, Su
Others
Shin
were able
couldn't
to
see the
use
essence
his
of his
wooden
moves
golem
at all.
jutsu, although it
Just like
required a
himself,
specific
his moves
occupational
were full of weirdness
cultivator,
and
but it was worth
easy.
his Su Shin study.
With one enemy
Of
and two,
course,
not
most
only did he not
importantly,
lose the win,
even if
but
the
he could still
cultivator
express
uses
such
his
a
wooden golem
relaxed and
seeds,
freehand
then the
expression.
owner of the wooden golem will
This
always
demon
be Su
lord
Shin.
does have something.
It
The
was
other
as if
side.
just now,
The
Su
old
Shin
Dragon
only
King
needed a light
shot.
touch, and
Su
wooden
Shin
golem
thinks he
lost
might
any
as well
combat
take
power.
action.
After
Because
Su
the old
Shin
Dragon
returned the
King
seeds to
appeared,
Chen
the
Su,
whole starry
he
sky
turned
was
around and
spinning,
wanted
and
to
the
leave the
world seemed to
palace.
be in his hands.
The Temple of
In
Decay
an
is rated,
instant,
so the only
advertisement
thing
the
left is
starry
the Temple
sky
of
is filled
Twilight
with
in the
endless
middle.
golden light,
From the
illuminating
current
10
point of view,
directions.
it is not
But
difficult
this
for the
golden
gathered
light
geniuses
blocked
to
Su
defeat the
Shin's view
boss.
of watching the
After
battle
all,
below.
this is the
He
genius of
couldn't
the
see
top
anything,
echelon of
but
the
felt
Yan
that the
Kingdom
world
this
was
year.
merged into the golden
So
light,
Su
and the
Shin has
figures
to
of the
get there
three
as soon
supreme
as
powers
possible.
could not be seen
Otherwise,
clearly.
don't say that you
The
missed the
starry
boss
sky
strategy.
explodes.
You may have to
From
miss
time
the
to
part of
time,
grabbing
the
the boss
stars
reward.
vibrated violently, and the
Stop.
stars in the
But when
distance
Su Shin
continued to
dared to
vibrate,
turn around,
but
a
everything
cold
inside
drink
could not
suddenly
be clearly
sounded.
seen.
This shout
Principal,
didn't do anything
explain.
to Su Shin,
Su
but it
Shin
really
became
shocked
more
Kai Meng
anxious.
beside him.
Principal Wang
No one
explained a
knows the
little.
power of Su
The
Shin
old
better
Dragon
than Kai
King
Meng.
got out of trouble and joined
This
hands
guy
with
is a
Lu Ming
pervert,
Wowang
a
to kill
monster.
the Demon Master.
It's just that she has
The
always
Demon
been
Master
very
showed the
low-key.
true body of the
If she
eight-winged
hadn't
demon
stalked
god
the other
behind
party
him
the
and was
day,
fighting
she wouldn't
endlessly
have
with
known
those
that
two.
this young man with a
The
harmless
devil's 8
personality and a
abilities that
casual
involve rules
personality
are
was
not all
actually
disclosed,
powerful
but
enough
from
to
today's
subvert the
performance,
inherent
the
concept
old
of
man can
genius.
see the essence of 6 of
No,
them.
it's fine.
1.
It was the
Power
sword spirit
stripping.
Wu Yilin
2.
who spoke
Soul
out,
seal.
and when Su
3.
Shin turned to
Life
look at
plundering.
her, Kai
4.
Meng by
Opening
hurriedly
up
made a
space.
round.
5.
In
Creating
fact,
things out of
even
thin
if
air.
Wu Yilin
6.
didn't speak,
Turning into a
it is
demon.
impossible for the
After
non-human
all, he
professionals
is
who
an
are
epic
still here
boss.
to let Su
Even if the
Shin lead
starry
like
sky
this.
is submerged by the
The
golden
copy
light
is
of the
for a
old
limited
Dragon
time,
King,
and
he
when
can
the time
clearly
is
see
up,
the battle scene
everyone
in
will
it.
be sent out.
8 powerful
But
abilities
before
are
that,
close by,
as long
and
as
under
you
any
give up in
one-on-one
advance,
premise,
it is
this
regarded as
demon lord will
abandoning
not
the
be
challenge.
afraid of any powerful person
Giving
of the
up the
same level,
challenge means it is
including Yan
impossible to
Huang
get any
Yonggang.
reward. This is also the reason why the demon master dares to attack the demon world. So even if he put the reward in the sword bag, the devil world is not only the devil master, but he can leave the devil world and go to the world. This is the biggest reason why people are reluctant
the rules
to
of
let
heaven and
Sushin
earth
leave.
are changing, and the powerful beings in the dungeon world can gradually leave their world as time goes by.
Then there is basically no
when the
need to take
superpowers
action.
of the dungeon world are no longer shackled and can go to other worlds, it should be the best time for the demon world to invade other dungeon worlds.
He's amazing.
But in such a hurry,
it's
as this
not
to
as
seize the
simple as it
opportunity,
looks on the
some
surface.
undercurrents have
Tai
begun to
Meng
flow out of the
whispered
surface,
immediately.
forcing the demon
However,
world to invade
these
the demon
words
world in
undoubtedly had
advance.
the opposite effect for
If
Wu
the demon
Yilin,
world
such
is
a
really
proud
eroded
woman.
by the demonic energy of
That's
the
not
abyss,
better.
it will
Wu
completely
Yilin was
evolve
annoyed
into a
by her
heaven and
friend's
earth
cowardice.
environment like the demon world.
Next second,
Then,
call out.
even
A
if the
sharp
shackles
sound
that
of
bind the
breaking through
strongest
the air
still
suddenly
exist,
cut through
they
the
can still
silence,
reach the
and the
demon
long
realm
sword
from
in
the
Wu
demon
Yilin's
realm,
hand turned
because by
into a
that
long
time,
rainbow,
the
rushing
demon realm will
towards
be counted
Sushin
as the
with
same
lightning
realm
speed.
with the same environment
Boy,
as the demon
watch
realm.
it. Wooden golem
Boom.
jutsu is used
Boom
like this.
boom. At this moment,
Sushin
there was a
glanced at
violent
Chen
roar
Su,
from the
who was
distant
still
heaven
dazed
and earth,
next to
and
him.
from time to time there was an
Immediately
angry
after he
dragon roar
clasped
roaring.
his hands together, the
Dragon
ground behind
territory.
him immediately
Wang
rose,
Daojian
and a giant
retracted his
wooden golem
gaze into
burst
the
out
starry
from the
sky.
ground
The
surrounded
three
by countless
supreme
vegetation.
powerhouses would not be able to
As
tell the
soon
winner
as
for a
wooden
while,
golem
and
comes
he
out,
didn't know when they
then
would
he
fight.
showed his thunderbolt speed,
But the following
and his
seems
body
to have
was
begun
tens
to
of
be
meters in
restless,
size,
and it is
but
not
he
time
couldn't
to
see the
wait for the
slightest
winner
bit
to be
of
determined.
clumsiness.
That's the
Wooden
dragon's
golem waved
territory.
his right hand.
Wang Daojian
At the moment when
exclaimed
the
and pulled
flying sword
Sushin
was about
towards
to
that
stab
side.
Sushin's abdomen,
Dragons
fingers
live
stood
inside
side
by
by
side
side
and
and
pinch
pinched
the
the body
body.
of the sword with extreme
Dragons
ease.
are the masters of the demon
He will
world,
too.
the most
Chen
powerful
Su was
race,
completely
but they are
dumbfounded.
extremely rare.
And just after
In
this
addition,
idea was
there are
born,
some human
he suddenly
professionals who are
understood
not afraid
something.
of death to steal dragon
This
eggs,
wooden golem
resulting in the
is
number
not
of
the same
dragon
as Chen
races being
Su's.
basically less than
Looking
100,
at Wu Yilin
including the
again,
young
she
dragon
had a
race.
brief absence.
The adult
Turning
dragons of the
around,
demon
he
race are
found that the
basically
wooden
Uranus
golem's
level
seeds in Chen
combat
Su's
power.
hands were still there.
There is no lack of epic
Sushin
existence,
jumped onto wooden
DADF,
golem's
in their
shoulders
clan.
and sat down.
But in the face of
Today's
the
wooden
huge size
golem
of
is
the
about
demon
40
world,
meters
their
high.
number is really
This
not
is not
enough.
Sushin's limit.
When Wang
You
Daojian
must
took
know that he is
Sushin
now
to
at the level
Longyuan
of the
Mountain,
golden rank, and there
the
are 7
battlefield
blood
here
bars,
is more
blue
tragic
bars
than
in
the
his body.
stars. The
Compared
dragon
with the
clan
10th
is
rank
not
of
alone
silver,
in fighting.
it is not only
This
the
involves the
increase in the
safety of the
value on the
entire
panel.
demon world, and the
However,
strong of the
the
powerful
wooden
races
golem
in
of
the
this
demon
size
world have
allows
come to
Sushin
support.
to have more precise control,
Among them is the
like an
Fox
arm
Demon
swing.
clan, who is not
Do
too
you
cold
want
for
to continue?
Sushin.
Sushin
He
looked
saw
at
with
Wu
his
Yilin
own
below
eyes
and
that the
asked lightly.
indecisive fox master,
Certainly,
Ron, was
Wu
fighting against a
Yilin's
certain
beautiful
demon
eyes were
Uranus,
firm.
and was
She
at a
spread her arms
disadvantage.
out, and saw that
So
7 more
rubbish.
long swords were
Sushin
taken out
sighed.
of the storage
The
bag.
former Fox Lord
8
Rain
long
was able to give him a
swords.
strong
Chen
pressure,
Su's stunned
but now
eyes
I know
showed a
that the
hint of
opponent's
surprise.
strength is
The
Uranus
last
level,
time
and
Wu
they can't
Yilin
beat the
fought
same
against
level.
him, he retained
The
half
number
of
of
his strong people in the demon
Shish.
world is also
The 7
quite
long
large,
swords
and the
turned
overall
into
number
flying
is more
swords
than
and
that
spun
of the
rapidly
celestial
in the
race.
sky.
The
But it is
speed
too
was so
loose,
fast
and
that
there is even
everyone
a
could
feud
barely
between the
see that there
various
were
demon
7 arcs
races.
of light spinning
If the
nonstop.
dragon race really
A
collapses,
little handsome,
the demon race
seeing
will
the
definitely
opponent
not
Wu
be able to
Jian's
get
attacking
together,
posture,
let alone
Sushin
fight
gave
against
a
the demon
sincere
world.
admiration.
Human powerhouse,
Advertisement.
I pray for
Clang,
your help.
clang.
At
The
this time,
Phaeacian
a
offensive
female
has been
dragon was
fully
protecting a
launched.
young dragon,
At this
and asked
time,
Wang
wooden
Daojian and
golem swung
Sushin,
his
who were
arms
watching the
wildly,
play not
almost
far
turning
away.
into an afterimage.
Dragons
But in
don't
terms
like
of
humans
speed,
very
he was
much
still
either,
weaker than the opponent's
especially the
flying
dragon
sword,
knights among
unable
human
to capture
beings.
the opponent's flying
Enslavement
sword
drives
as
the
easily
dragon
as
race,
before.
which makes them even
This
more
caused
disgusting.
wooden golem to be
But
slashed
there
by
are also
flying
some
swords
people
all
who can
over
get
his
along
body.
well with the dragon
But
clan.
wooden golem's defense is clearly
Advertisement,
Wu
but it does
Yilin's
not
nemesis.
include Wang Daojian.
The speed of her
Not
envoy
to mention
Phaeacian's attack
Sushin
was so
gloatingly
fast that
watching
even
Fox Lord
Sushin
Yu
was
be
amazed
beaten.
by it.
Wang Daojian
The
also
slashing on
indifferently
wooden
ignored the
golem
mother
actually
dragon's
only
words
left
for help.
traces of slashing
This
embedded
is
one after
clearly the
another,
two-front
and such
battle of the
slashing
demon
marks
lord.
healed instantly before
The
wooden
demon
golem's
lord
powerful
dragged the two
resilience.
supreme powerhouses in
As
the
this
demon
the
world
real
so that
wooden
they had
golem.
no time to be
Chen Su
separated,
was
and then the
fascinated when he
powerhouses
saw
under
it.
him first broke
Compared
down
with
the
the other
cohesive dragon
parties,
clan.
his wooden golem
And
was
all the
so
clans in
inferior
the
that he
demon
couldn't
world
handle
will
it.
lose their backbones,
With
and if
Wu
it was
Yilin
difficult to
taking the lead,
condense, his
although
future
the others
invasion would
tacitly
be very
surrounded
likely.
Sushin, they didn't
It's
make a
smooth
move for a
sailing.
while.
Aren't you going to go
This
back
is
and
to
tell
give
the
Wu
Emperor
Yilin
Yan about
face and
this?
let her fight to the
Sushin
fullest.
asked his principal.
If Wu Yilin shouted
The
for the
Emperor
others to
Yan
come
must know
along,
this,
they would
and now
naturally
is not
not
the time to
hesitate.
take action.
But Wu
The
Yilin's
kingly
character
way
makes
is
it
really
impossible
Kaido.
to play siege with
Sushin
others.
nodded. Whether it was the
Ding
heavenly
ding
human
dang.
race or the
Wooden
demon
golem
race,
suddenly
it was
ran
the same same for the Yan Kingdom. Su Xin had just experienced the benefits of exterminating the Heaven and Human clan. If a large amount of resources are extracted from the demon clan, it will be another benefit to the entire Yan Kingdom. When the body of one giant fell, the other giant would eat a mouthful void. However, things took an unexpected turn. Just then, a large number of human powerhouses arrived from afar, joined this battlefield, and fought against the demon world powerhouses together with the demon clan. The West, Su Shin's eyes narrowed, thinking about the situation where he was surrounded and killed by 5 Uranus. His eyes were cold and scary. The powerful human beings who came to support were from the Western countries of the human world. Although there is no witch god, but if the Western countries are truly integrated as a whole, then both the quantity and quality of the strong are not much different from the Emperor Yan. With the addition of these Western professional powerhouses, the pressure of the demon clan instantly decreased, and the powerhouses in the demon world were losing ground. I have to go back and tell the Emperor Yan about this matter. Wang Daojin didn't stop anymore. He looked up at the starry sky. The battle was still going on, and he left here with Su Shin. Then the Flame Kingdom, decision-making in the West has been quicker and has been acted upon. This is not a good thing for Yan Guo. If you want to help, let's help together. If you don't help, let's watch a play together. If the Yan Kingdom cannot watch a play, the West will help. Headmaster, that woman, kill her. When leaving, Su Shin suddenly glanced out of the corner of his eyes and saw a figure somewhere, watching the fierce battlefield in Longyuan Mountain while eating a lollipop with relish. It was the Buxinji who claimed to be the daughter of the demon lord. But starting from his own teacher Guo Zhen, the demon lord has no heirs. Su Shin naturally disgusted this woman, and he didn't have any intention to do it himself. If he had the opportunity, he would directly ask his principal to kill him. He was very happy.
Apart from the
Where is
team
that
they build and
inexplicable
Kai Mengbai and
self-esteem?
others.
For Su
The
Shin,
others chased
those who
in the
hate it
direction
must
of
be
Su
killed,
Shin,
and whoever does it
escaped
is the
in an
same.
instant.
Wang
The
Daozhen
wooden
heard the
golem
word,
just stood
that
there
is,
stupidly.
the right hand
Kai
moved
Mengbai
towards
and
Buck
Chen Su were
Sinchi's one
waiting
finger
silently
hold to
beside
kill.
wooden golem.
Wang Dao is
After a
really a
while,
fire mage,
wooden
as he
golem
pointed
began
out,
to
an
shrink in
illusory
size.
fire dragon
To the
appeared from his
surprise of the two,
fingertips.
this time wooden
Death
golem
to
did
Lord
not
Long.
leave any
The
seeds.
illusory fire dragon has
Kai
a more
Mengbai,
exaggerated
do you know the
character and
details of this
self-awareness,
Su Shin?
and as soon as it
You played
appears,
against
it
him.
screams in
Then why
excitement.
didn't you say earlier
The fire
whether you
dragon
would take us
swallowed
as
the
friends?
wrong
Now that Su
Butson
Shin
with an
stole the boss
unstoppable
reward and
force.
ran away, are you
Bah.
happy?
It's not a
At
real
this
person.
time,
The
one
fire
of Kai
dragon
Mengbai's
spit out a huge
classmates from
stone.
Modu University saw
The
some
ability of the
clues and
Buosi
then
is
shouted and
inherently
scolded.
strange. She
From
may
the
have
very
discovered the
beginning,
emergence of
Kai
human
Mengbai's
epic
performance
powerhouses
was
in
very
advance,
wrong.
so she deliberately
Everyone
concealed
else
the
was
location
very
of her
impressed
body.
with Wu Yilin's strength,
Su Shin
but
is
she was the
helpless.
only one
You
who
can only
predicted
leave
that
with
Wu
Wang
Yilin would
Daozhen,
definitely
and don't
lose.
look for the body of the Butson
And
world.
after Wu Yilin lost,
Chapter
she
120
also
The
looked
Nine
helpless
Sons
at
of the
the other
Demon Realm.
party's disobedience.
Can someone
The
surpass Su
appearance of
Shin
this
in
traitor
level and
naturally
speed?
made them very
The
angry.
war between the
I
demon
know
world
he's
and the
great,
demon world
but I'm
has been
not sure how
completely
great he
triggered,
is.
and the development momentum
Kai
is far
Mengbai took
beyond
a deep breath and
expectations.
replied helplessly.
Things have gotten out of
Now is
hand.
not the
The
time to
demon
quarrel.
master is
Hurry
fighting
up
to
and
invade
chase
the
after
demon
him.
world with one enemy
Even
and
if that
two,
person's
which is
wooden
enough to
golem
show
is
the
powerful,
determination of
he will
this demon
definitely
world
not be
action.
able to withstand the
When
siege
Su
of many
Shin
people.
followed Wang
It's
Daozhen
really
back to
not good.
Yanjing, he
Even if he
reported what he
drinks the
saw and
violent
heard.
potion, he has to grab
Then,
the reward.
ready for a meeting.
We must
In
fight.
fact,
As
the
long
first
as you
wave
get
of
the
the
boss
demon world's
reward,
offensive
you know
was
better than
definitely the
anyone
most
how rich the
ferocious,
reward
and
given
it
by
was
the
enough for
school
the
is.
demon clan of the demon
Wu
world to
Yilin,
resist.
are you chasing?
When the
Several
consumption
people
of both
clenched their
sides is
fists,
almost the
unwilling to
same,
give up
the
the boss
re-entry of
reward.
human world is the best
Wu
expected
Yilin wiped the
situation.
tears from the corners of her
However,
eyes and said
the Western
bitterly,
witch
"Chase."
gods disrupted Yan
Chen
Guo's
Su,
abacus.
seeing that
They
the group of
mobilized
magic
Western
capital
powerhouses
university
and
left,
professional
Chen
legions to
Su's
support the
companions
demon
were
world
also
in
a little
advance,
anxious.
which made the Yan kingdom
Chase
no
the
longer
hare.
sit idly
Chen
by.
Su scolded lowly.
Su
Are you
Shin did not
afraid?
attend the
Even
Yan
if he
Guo
can
high
summon
level
wooden
meeting.
golem, but now so
But
many
after the
people
meeting,
were staring
Wang
at him, he
Daozhen
have a
gave Su
chance.
Shin an answer.
Even if the
Prepare to
chance
enter
is
the
not
demon
big,
world.
you don't even have the
The
courage
next
to
day,
fight.
Jiangnan City. The top
Advertisement.
leaders of the Jiangnan
Seeing
faction
Chen Su's
gathered
appearance
together
like
under the
this,
call of
the
Wang
people of
Daozhen.
Tianwu Guild couldn't help
The
but get
presidents of
angry.
the major guilds and the
I'm
heads
not
of
afraid
professional
of his wooden
families,
golem. I'm
etc.,
afraid.
have all come.
Chen Su paused when
Su
he said
Shin's
this.
status in Yan Kingdom
Quote,
is already very high,
I'm
and in
afraid that
Jiangnan,
this
it
wooden
is even
golem
more
was
so.
created by him, and I
He
can
was sitting
challenge
at
the
the
hidden
lower left of
professionals
Wang
with only
Daozhen's
this
seat,
incomplete
and the
wooden
top
golem.
officials of the Jiangnan
Don't
professional
you
faction
don't
had
know
no
what that
objection.
means?
Seeing
As
that
soon as
everyone
these
had
words
arrived,
came out,
Wang
Chen Su's
Daozhen was the
companions
first to
were all
speak.
stunned.
Yesterday
But
at the
soon
meeting
began
in
to
Yanjing,
object. What
Emperor
are you
Yan
kidding?
gave two
Then
plans.
Su Shin said he was a
The
healer,
first type
but
is
his
to fight
moves were all
quickly,
related
just
to
like dealing
vegetation.
with the Celestials.
He must
The
be
whole
a
country
cultivator
will end the
just like
field and
you,
quickly
right?
push back the
Dual
demon realm's
careers are
offensive.
rare, but they can't
Here
be
is
as
what he
exaggerated
said,
as you said.
seeing that everyone in the
You
conference
forgot.
room
This
immediately
wooden
changed
golem
color.
seed was left by the hidden
No.
boss of the
The
Silver
last
Dungeon.
time we dealt with the
At that
Celestial
time,
Clan,
it took
we
10
also
days
lost a
and a
lot
half
of
months to
non-staff
take down the
professionals in the
hidden boss
Jiangnan
with
area.
tens of thousands
Now
of
that we
silver.
will do it again,
Do you
the
think he
advantages will
created it?
definitely outweigh the
Wooden golem
disadvantages.
seeds must
1.
be a special kind of
That's right,
vegetation,
and the
but he
benefits
also
from the
has them.
Celestial Clan have not been
Jiangnan
fully
University
digested.
is a giant
If
with
we
a
give
lot
us
of
more than
heritage.
10 years,
It's not
the number and
surprising to
quality
have
of
this
professionals in the
coincidence.
Jiangnan area will
Chen
definitely
Su,
increase.
although the president
The wealth
said
of
that
the
we should
Celestial
listen to
Clan
you,
as a whole
but
is
if you
really too
hesitate,
much.
we will leave you alone.
I think this proposal
Hear
should
the
only be
words of my
mentioned casually
comrades.
by Emperor
Chen
Yan.
Su also regained
So
some
what's
calm.
the second option?
Under the
Wang
urging of his
Daozhen waved
companions,
his hand,
he didn't have
suppressed the
time to
voices of
think
the
about
crowd,
it,
and
and
then
walked
said,
in the direction Su
the
Shin
second
had
plan
just
is to let each
escaped.
region of the Yan
Su
Kingdom
Shin
form
is
its own
not running
professional
away.
army, and
He
the
just
Jiangnan
didn't
region is
want to
called the
waste time.
Jiangnan
He
Professional
was heading
Army,
to the Dusk
and the number
Temple
of
in the
people
middle
is
of this
recommended
time.
to be around
The
200,000.
limited time dungeon,
So few,
Twilight Temple,
Su
has
Shin's
been open
teacher
for
Guo
12
Jiang
hours.
couldn't help being a little
And
surprised.
just this time, 2
7
of the 3
regions,
bosses have
adding
been
up to
attacked.
only 1.4
Only the
million.
last,
What are you doing in the
Twilight
demon
Lion,
world with such a
remains.
small number?
Speaking of the last
Indeed,
boss,
the
it is
territory
quite
of the
normal.
demon
It
world
is
is
the standard
extremely
dungeon
deep,
valley
and there
to
are
blame the
countless
boss.
forest areas. It is
The
indeed
Twilight
very
Lion has
suitable for
3
guerrilla
forms.
warfare.
The first form
But
is a lion creature
this is
with
an
a body
extraordinary
size of
world.
50 meters
The
and
depth of
golden
the
hair all
territory
over.
is useless.
And this
Su
form was
Shin
broken
couldn't
by
help
one
but
person.
said, the
That was
principal's
Wang
words
Jingyu,
have
who was
not
the
been
first
finished
to
yet.
arrive at Dusk
Each
Temple.
region will set up a professional
However,
army with the
Wang
size of
Jingyu was
200,000
now outside
people,
the secret
but there will be a
realm.
Shang
He
Terran
used
Legion
the
as the
violent
vanguard,
potion to
and
increase the
each region
strength
will
of
be
his
equipped
dragon
with
in a
about
short period of
500,000
time,
Shang
so that he
Terran
was lucky
legions.
enough to wear off the first
And this
blood
time,
bar of
the
the
Western
Twilight
countries
Lion.
will also end,
Just
so
when
there is
he
no
thought
need
he
to
was going
invest
to get
too
the
much
reward,
force at one time.
the Twilight Lion has revealed its second
After hearing
form.
this,
The
everyone
second
in the
form of the
conference room was
Twilight
a little
Lion has shrunk
surprised.
in size to about
I
20
see,
meters,
but
but
is
it
the
has turned
Shangren
into a
willing to be
monster
cannon
with a
fodder?
sphinx.
With
And in
Yanluang
addition to the
Yangdan in
strength,
charge,
defense,
they did not dare to
speed and other
resist,
values
but who can
increasing
guarantee that
several
after
times
sending them to the
compared to the
demon
first
world,
form.
they will
There is
directly
also an
defect to the
additional
demon
ability,
world?
the meaning of dust.
Even though the Shangren are
This,
human
meaning
beings,
of
they can
Twilight,
also
can
awaken
make people lose
professionals.
their will to fight and
But
become
growing up
drowsy,
under the
which is
almost
equivalent to
brainwashing
spiritual
education of the
skill attack.
Celestials, there is no
Wang
sense of
Jingyu was
belonging
no
to the
match
human
for the
beings
second
or the
form
Yan
at all,
Kingdom.
even if other hidden
So the
professionals
second option
arrived at
also
this
has a
time.
lot of uncertainty.
But he had no
But
choice
the character
but
of
to
the
withdraw
Yan
from the
people is a
battlefield.
compromise.
In addition, his
Emperor
dragon was
Yan said
seriously
that he would
injured,
use the
so
whole
he
country
simply
to
withdrew
support him
from the
again,
secret realm.
so no one was willing.
And
But
at
if he
this
proposed
moment,
a second
the number
plan,
of
he would
talented
be more
raiders who
willing to
besieged
accept
the
it.
Twilight Lion reached more
Actually,
than 300
advertisement
people.
after the Yan Kingdom took over the world of
The
heaven and
entire
man.
secret
The
realm
morale of
was
the whole
originally
country
a
was on the
desert scene at
rise,
noon.
but the high-level
But
officials in
suddenly it
various
was
regions
dusk.
were
The
reluctant to launch
Twilight Lion has
large-scale
entered the
wars.
third form.
In the
In the
transcendent
third
world,
form,
there is
he
no
held a
high-level
scepter and
commander
turned into
behind
a
the
human
scenes.
figure. His whole body
Soldiers who
was
die
wrapped
are
in
all
golden
soldiers,
robes,
and they
his
also have to
specific
go to the
appearance could
battlefield
not be
and
seen
risk their
clearly.
lives.
The
The
scepter in
racial
his
wealth
hand
of
is
the
its
celestial
boss
race
reward,
has
the
not been
Twilight
completely
Blade.
digested.
Anything touched by
Immediately
this
going
piece
to
of wood will
intervene in the
instantly
war
turn
between the
into a
demon world
statue.
and the demon world.
The
There is
huge
already
boss
a
siege
tendency
battle
to be
has
belligerent
completely
and
begun.
die.
Even if
Emperor
some people
Yan
were
also saw
unfortunately
this,
turned into
so he
statues,
proposed that
some statues were
200,000
broken and
professional
died.
legions be dispatched
But
in each
still
region,
can't stop
which was
the fearless
considered to be
hearts of
within
these
the
talented
acceptable
young
range in
girls.
front of the high-level
The
officials in
Twilight
each
Lion
region.
is a very powerful
The
boss.
Emperor Yan
In a
has
normal
finalized
gold
the
copy,
second plan.
it is
After
properly
today's
hidden
meeting,
boss level.
everyone will start to organize the search
the
for
raiders
personnel.
this time are the top
As for
geniuses
the
of
old
the Yan
man,
Kingdom
I
this
went
year.
to the world of heaven and earth
Genius
to collect the
refers not only to a
500,000
profession
human
with a
cannon
strong
fodder.
growth potential, but
Wang
also to
Daojian
other
made a final
talents.
decision, and then
Being
began to
besieged by
finalize the
these
details of the
geniuses,
time
the
and other
Twilight Lion
arrangements
has
with
no
everyone.
chance of winning at all.
Brother Su.
In the end,
Bring the brothers to rush
finally
again.
worn away with the
One a
last
few days
trace of
later,
blood
Su
volume.
Shin dared to finish her
So
senior
far,
sister Lin
the three
Zhenru,
bosses
and
in
when
the
she
Dust
walked out of the
Temple have all
village, she
died.
saw the younger generation
Same.
from the
The
Jiangnan area
Twilight Lion
spontaneously
revealed three
gathered in
boss
front of
rewards:
Su
the
Shin's
Twilight
house.
Wood, the Upgrade
After
Book,
seeing
and
Su
the Skill
Shin come
Book.
out, each and
When
everyone
the
is full of
reward
fighting
came out,
spirit.
the geniuses who
Lin
had not
Dian
had
is
time
back.
to rest
Su
began to
Shin
compete
arranged for her
fiercely
to
around
wear it
reward.
before because she was afraid
It's
of
just that
revenge
there is
from
a
the
hub
heaven and
whose
human
methods
race,
of robbing
but
things
now there
far
is no need
surpass
to
them.
worry about this aspect.
I saw that the ground of the
Lin
entire
Zhenru
palace
came
hall
back.
was
The
suddenly
younger
covered by
brother and the
countless
younger
vegetation.
sister are both dry
In
wood
the
and raging
vegetation,
fire.
a
In
total
the
of
past
3
few
wooden
days,
dragons
Su
grew
Shin
rapidly,
touched her
grabbing the
desperately, and
Twilight
she
Wood
also
and the
touched
Upgrade
Su
Book
Shin
with lightning
desperately.
speed.
It's
As
like
for the
being in
Skill
paradise
Book,
here.
it fell
Su
into the
Shin
hands of
almost
a hidden
forgot the
professional
troubled
who
times
reacted
had
and failed
begun.
to let Mulong succeed.
Aren't you afraid of dying?
It's Su Shin.
Su Shin
The
looked at the
palace that
younger
Xiao
generation
Yingyu
in
and
the
Xiao
Jiangnan
Shongning
area
went
and
to was
asked,
the middle palace,
"Ha
and at
ha
the
ha,
moment they were
who's
also a
afraid?
little
Are you
exhausted.
afraid? I'm not
Xiao
afraid."
Shongning did not
Someone
feel
laughed,
happy when she
extremely
saw the
free
person
and
coming.
easy. In the
However,
Battle of the Celestial
someone shouted
Plan,
loudly
a lot of
soon, and
professionals
what they
were
said
killed in
made
the
Xiao
national war.
Shongning's face completely
However,
dignified.
the basic strength of
Don't let him
surviving has
go.
improved
Robbing
greatly, and
Shinigami's
the
boss
upgrade is
reward
much
was
faster
also
than the
stolen
normal
by
dungeon
him.
spawning.
He didn't participate
This
in
is
the
a
boss
great
siege,
encouragement for
but
young
after he
people,
killed the
and it
boss,
belongs to the more
Despicable suddenly
courageous
took
they
the
are.
boss reward.
Furthermore,
Keep
as
him.
long as
It
Su
turned
Shin,
out that the
the
group of
role
people
model
who
of the
had
younger
just decayed
generation
the
of the
temple
Yan
chased
Kingdom,
up.
is not a timid
As
lizard.
soon as this
There are
is
many
said,
people who are
in
willing
the
to go with
audience,
him to the
the
demon
eyes of
world
more
to show
than
off his
400
grand
people all
plans.
fell on Su Shin.
No, how come there are
This
people
time,
from other
Su
regions?
Shin's behavior of the
Su
sixth
Shin
child
turned his
seemed to have
eyes and found
completely
that some of
aroused
these
public
young
anger.
people were from other regions.
Chapter 52 The
Wu
Uranus
Feiken,
Elders are
Feng
absent.
Peng,
Su
etc.,
Shin is
who have a
being
good
besieged by
relationship with
everyone.
him.
It's
Su
a pity
Shin,
Su Shin
the battle
could
in
get
the
the
demon
skill
world
book.
is urgent.
He fixed
The
his
above
eyes
has
and
already
found that the one
decided to
who
enter
got
the
the
demon
skill
world
book
in
was a
3
gentler
days.
looking boy.
The west
It was
side is
Qi
already
Wu,
one
the
step
shadow
ahead of us.
assassin who was dug into
Speaking of
Nanjing
this,
University.
the attack of the demon world
The
invading
opponent's
the demon
methods are
world
good,
is indeed
and he can
fierce.
hide in his
There
shadow,
are 9
which makes the
Uranus
sneak
known as the
attack
9
Mulong
sons of the
flutter in
demon
the
world.
air. In the
Also,
face of
I
the
heard
anger
that the
and
demon
abuse
lord
of
fought
others,
the old dragon
Su
king
Shin
Wu
ignored
Ming
him.
Luong
The
very
three-headed
badly,
wooden
and the
dragon
result was
supported
all
him and
3
quickly
losses.
left the hall of the palace,
If at this
then
time,
flew
the
high
witch
into the
god or
sky
the
and
Emperor
fled far
Yan
away.
went to the demon world in
His
person,
purpose is
the
not to
demon
show
world should
himself with a
retreat.
dozen or more.
Impossible to go.
Just to get
Who
the
knows
boss
if the
reward.
demon realm is holding
However,
back?
this idea
As
is
soon as the
obviously
Emperor
too
Yan
naive.
leaves, the passage to
Everyone
the human
present,
realm will be
take
opened,
out any one
and a
of
new
them.
demon
They are
realm
all
army
young
will come
heroes of
over.
the Yan Kingdom,
At
with
that
bright
time,
future
there will be no
prospects.
supreme powers to
Not
sit
the
in.
ordinary professionals
The more
that
they
can be
talked,
seen
the
everywhere
more
in the
excited they
endless
became,
wilderness.
and they started talking in
Want to
front
go?
of Su
Keep
Shin.
the reward. Even
Seeing
if
these
you
young
leave the
people
reward
talking
now, Laozi will
enthusiastically,
teach you a lesson.
Su Shin was
Almost
deeply
at the
moved by
same
the vigor
time
of the
that Su
current
Shin was
generation
about
of
to fly
Yan Guo.
away,
What 9
dozens of
sons
bright
of the
lights
devil
suddenly
were?
erupted
He
below.
also joined in
Boom,
and chatted.
bang, bang,
The
bang.
9 sons of the
A
devil
golden
world, or the
chain
9
stretched out
Uranus
from
of the
the
devil
palace
world,
hall,
of which
turned
the
into a
Uranus
golden
envoys
light,
from the dark
entangled the
gods occupied
three-headed
2
wooden
places,
dragon in an
and the
instant,
rest of
and
the
pulled
devil
it
world
downward.
Uranus.
The
A
other
Xia
side, in the
Yingyue
crowd,
appeared in the
the
crowd
geniuses
and
of
said
the
something
profession of
serious.
mage. If they are dazzling,
Not
the
interesting.
general spell
Su
skills are
Shin
all
waved his
displayed,
hand,
and the
0
skills of the
flowers.
skills are bright purple and
If
red
any
for a
master
while,
class
so
can
it is
also
not
be called the
dazzling.
9 sons of the devil
Su
world,
Shin's
he would have to
three-headed
go
wooden
over and
dragon,
cook it in a
under
pot
the
and
attack
become the
of these
father of
mage
the 9
professions,
sons of the devil
became a little
world.
scarred.
But this
In
time,
terms of
Wu Feigen
defense,
said with a
wooden
very
dragon is
solemn
indeed
expression,
inferior to wooden
Su
golem.
Shin, do you still
Its
remember the
strength lies
tester
in
from the
its
demon
restraint,
realm in the
and it draws
Fengshenshin
the
trial
life
before?
energy of the bound party.
I can't remember. I
Su
originally
Shin,
intended to
don't be
slaughter
brave.
those testers,
Xiao
but I was
Shongning
disturbed
shouted
by the
worriedly.
celestials
This
and only killed one. Su Shin shook his head.
There are more than 400
One of them is
people
named
gathered
Gong
here.
Jian. He doesn't have eyebrows, so you should have an impression, right?
Here.
Advertisement.
Originally,
Well,
they were from the
there's
7
this
high
one.
schools of the
He is
Empire
one of the
and 30
current 9
large
sons
guilds
of the
of the
Devil
Yan
World.
Kingdom.
When he participated
However,
in the
at
Fengshen
this time,
trial with us,
the tip of the
he was
gun
the
was
10th
always
rank
aligned
master,
with Su
and now
Shin.
he is the Uranus rank.
This is enough to show that
When
Su
Wu
Shin's
Feiken said
behavior
this,
completely
Su
angered them.
Shin's expression was
What
obviously
irritated them
stunned.
was not only that Su
What?
Shin did
This
not
is impossible.
participate in the siege
What
of
the
the
hell are
boss
you
but
kidding?
dared to grab the
Someone
reward.
can level up faster
It's
than
also
Su
that
Shin.
after he grabbed the
One.
reward, he didn't
Could it be
correctly
that
put
you
it
made
in
a
the storage
mistake?
bag, but
Is there a
held it in his
possibility?
hand as if
For
to show
twins?
off.
When
The
the
young
rest of
man
the
is the
people
age
heard
of
this,
vigorous
they
blood,
screamed
who
in
will obey
surprise.
whom? Under normal
Participated in the Fengshen
circumstances,
trial
these
when he was the
geniuses
same
in the
10th
eyes of the
rank as
world
Su
would
Shin,
not even
and now
bother to
Su
join
Shin is a
forces to
master,
besiege one
and he is
person.
facing Uranus.
But this Su Shin
Ha
is
ha
really
ha.
too arrogant.
It's hilarious.
As this kid looking
That's
for
right.
death.
It might be more
On the
reliable
Magic
to say
Capital
that Su
University
Shin
side,
killed a few
there were a
Uranus
lot of
recently.
people, not less than
Not a
30
single
people.
one of them believed it.
There was a Magic
Even with
Capital
this,
genius who
Wu
scolded Wu
Feiken was
Jinglian
also a
at this
little
time.
suspicious. His tone
At
became
Yanjing
uncertain,
University,
and
the
said,
5 hidden
maybe I
professionals
really made a
also stared
mistake.
at Su Shin with bad
There is
eyes.
no upgrade book above the
At this
master
time,
rank.
Su
It can
Shin
be said
slowly
that,
fell from
above
the
the
sky,
master
and
rank,
seeing that he
each
no
rank
longer
must be
had any
upgraded
thoughts of
step by
escaping,
step,
the
and
attack
the
of the
upgrade
siege
resources
stopped a
can be
little.
used as a help for
What
foreign
the hell are
objects.
you doing
But
at
there is
Jiangning
absolutely no
University?
possibility
You
that there will
can't
be
look up at
upgrade
all in the
prompts that allow
future.
people to directly upgrade
Advertisement.
one level
I
out of
didn't
thin air.
participate in the siege,
If there
so I'm
is,
eligible
with
to
Su
fight for
Shin's
boss
current
rewards
status in the Yan
afterwards.
Kingdom, he was already
Medical
on the
Doctor
Uranus
Su
rank.
Shin, I know you are
Su
an
Shin pondered for
individual
a while,
exception
then
among
continued to
professionals,
ask,
but do you
is
take
there
it for
another
granted?
woman who claims to be the
Do you
daughter of
really
the demon
think this
lord,
is the
who
Jiangnan
has
area,
very
and
strange
someone will be
abilities and can
accustomed to you?
fabricate falsehoods and
It's
truths?
shameless enough.
Wu
Listening to
Feiken
the
Kaido.
abuse from the geniuses,
There are 3
Su
women among
Shin's
the 9
expression
sons
was
of the
calm.
devil. If you say that she
Shameless.
looks like a
Su
person,
Shin
there is
shrugged.
indeed
If
one.
it's a dungeon in the
I have
endless
never heard of her
wilderness,
claiming
no
to be
one
the
will
daughter
tell
of the
you the
devil,
rules.
but she usually has
You
a
don't have
lollipop
any
around her mouth.
qualifications or strength
1.
yet. You don't follow
Su
the rules
Shin
with
did not
us.
respond for a while.
Peng Peng,
He thinks it
the
should be true.
necromancer, who
That
was rated as the
eyebrowless youth
strongest
named
freshman
Gong
this year by
Jian is
Xiao
indeed
Shang
Uranus
Nanjing
rank now.
University, stepped
In
forward and
fact,
said something.
he and Gong Jian have
The
only met
strength of this
twice.
friend
For the
may have
first
been
time,
questioned
he didn't
before.
pay attention to this
But
rogue at
after
all,
solving the boss
focusing
of
all
the
his
Twilight
attention on
Lion,
the
there
Uranus
is no
guard.
more.
The second time, Gong Jian's posture in front of Mo Shui, who was beheaded by Su Shin, was extremely low, so that Su Shin thought that the other party was really a minion. I didn't expect it to be such a dark horse. From Su Shin's point of view, his acceptance is much higher than others, because he really hangs himself. But that browless young man was originally unknown, but now he has achieved the position of Uranus in one fell swoop. Under such anomalous facts, there must be something tricky. Alas, it's so annoying. I Su Shin don't want to use my brain at all. Never mind. Go back first. We will gather at Zhongnan Hotel in the evening. Su Shin waved his hand. Go back to the room and continue to be in love with senior sister. In the room, Su Shin hugged Lin Zhenru and was stunned as she nodded. What's wrong? Lin Zhenru couldn't help asking when he saw him in a daze. Su Shin touched her chin, her mind a little active. He suddenly thought of the Fox Demon clan. Is there a kind of male and female secret technique in the Fox Demon family, which is the double repair technique he understands? If you can get it, you will be able to complement the yin and yang of your senior sister.
Laughed out loud and was the first to express his position and came to Su Shin's side.
Well, Su Shin took note of this. Chapter 121 Resurrection School.
Was even more
Martial arts inheritance of Wu Ming Woang.
Support the fire?
Do you Fox clan still have a secret technique that allows you to spy on the Yin-Yang Avenue? Su Shin came to Uranus's beast-eater Niangyu's side, and when she caught the Fox girl, she asked directly.
Not easy to say.
The Uranus-level beast-eared mother cares about her hometown and the old folks, and she has long since taken Du Yao Uranus to the Fox clan to support her. Today's little foxes are not as heartless as they used to be addicted to games. Her charming little face was full of melancholy. When Su Shin asked her, she was also stunned and did not respond for a while.
Saw that Su Shin's
After a while,
sank,
she kaido. I don't know what you were talking about. The Fox clan does have a lot of secret techniques, and other demon clan also have them. Su Shin picked the words more clearly. It's just that when you Fox men and women mate, it's beneficial to both parties. Is this a secret technique?
If you look down, the little fox nodded. Then you will find that in this endless desert area, there is a huge oasis forest. The little fox clenched his exclamation mark his hand like a deflated balloon. Wu Jinlian's beautiful eyes were stunned
after she finished speaking. She closed her eyes and seemed to have seen the scene where Su Shin rushed over and pressed her in the next second.
Outside
the fox girl Lin just got enlightened recently, and she was chosen by the Fox Master to follow Su Shin, probably to give her to Su Shin as a pet or a maid. To be honest, the way of the Fox clan's way of doing things wouldn't happen.
The parents and elders
but the relationship between Hu Zuyu and Wu Ming Woang is not shallow.
A figure suddenly
873.
But it was a little
Wu Ming
genius from a
Woang
certain
is a
guild.
superpower after all. He can naturally see the strong and unpredictable potential in
The
Su
little
Shin,
genius came
so he
from
implies that the
Dragon
Fox Lord
Sword
Yu is befriending Su
Kingdom,
Shin.
and Wang Chang,
That's
the
why
leader of
Su
the
Shin
guild,
was sent
asked
to the
the
Fox
question
clan.
casually.
As a result, the
The
main
first
Fox
day is
reign
not
did
over
not
yet,
understand,
and the Uranus
then there was an
elders will not
oolong
feel
in
that
which
there
Su
will be
Shin
any
fought a
big
dozen
movement
black
inside.
fox girls in turn,
All three
making
bosses
Su
have been
Shin's
attacked,
impression of
but
the
the
Fox
rewards for
clan
two of the
extremely
bosses
bad.
fell on one person. When she realized that Su Shin was absorbed by the black fox girl and her own strength could be improved. Who is it? It was Su
Only
Shin,
then did
a
Hu
medical
Zuyu
doctor
really
from Zhongnan
realize Wu Ming
University.
Woang's
Su Shin
intentions.
did not participate
So there
in
is
the
a
siege of
lame
the
way
boss,
to let the
but
Fox
snatched the
girl
boss after the
rescue
boss died.
Su Shin out.
We accused him of
Su
being
Shin
shameless,
ignored the
but
little
he was
fox's
not
thoughts
convinced.
and said
We were
simply,
besieged by Sun
"Teach
wanted
me."
to give him a lesson.
I mean teach my woman.
When the geniuses heard this,
Human women.
they couldn't help
Shouldn't
but
they be
laugh.
able to learn?
They looked
The little
at Wu
fox
Uranus
opened his
and
eyes
joked.
and looked at Su
Old
Shin
Wu,
uncertainly.
your apprentice is not very kind. He
Hearing
doesn't look
this,
like you
Su
at all.
Shin sighed and turned to
He's
leave.
not my son.
But
What is
this
he doing
time,
like
Hu
me?
Nulan followed and
Jen
said that she
snorted
heard
and
that
snorted.
humans were going to help the
Wang
demon
Jingyu
rule, and she
interrupted
was
when he
going
heard
too.
this. Then
Su
why
Shin
didn't Su
has
Shin
no
come
objection
out?
to this.
Few
He
people
never
surrounded
regarded
him.
the little fox as his own,
These words
and he
reminded the
completely
group of
ignored it.
Uranus.
But
That's
with
right.
Su Shin's
It can
character,
last for so
the
long
little
under the
fox has
premise
really
of being
stayed by his
deceived.
side for
Then
a long
Su Shin
time,
does seem
and
to
sooner
have
or
two
later
brushes.
he will have to complete the
After
achievement
all,
of Poke
it is an
Ellen.
individual exception
After
among
3 days,
professionals.
the Zhongnan
Isn't the
Professional
power of the
Legion
witch
is
in
ready
the
to go
magic
to the
capital
demon
more
world.
than 10 years ago
Under
to
the
exaggerate
operation
in
of
the same
Wang
realm.
Daojian, 500,000
Then who else
human
has the
cannon
boss
fodders
reward?
have entered the demon
Yuan
world in
Chen
advance,
suddenly realized
and their
that
life
his words
status
were
is
not
very
clear.
stable at present.
He quickly corrected.
3 Yushin boats were used.
Means that
One of the
all of us
Yushin
besiege
boats
him.
was the younger
Our
generation of
number,
the Yan Kingdom.
about 400 people.
This time to support the
What?
demon
How
world,
can
it
that
is
be?
not mandatory
Then
to
Su Shin
participate
killed
as
people
before.
in public.
And the younger generation
even
of
if what
Yan
you
Guo
said
was
was
already
true,
in the
why
shape of
didn't
Su
you come
Shin.
out and get killed?
After hearing that
The
Su
Uranus
Shin
were
was also
startled
going to the
suddenly.
demon world,
But before
they all
Yuan
followed
Chen
suit
could
and
answer
came to
that,
the Zhongnan area to
I
board
saw
the
that
same
more and more
Yushin
people
boat
were
with Su
teleported
Shin.
out one after another.
How have you
and
been
the number
lately?
was increasing.
I heard that
and
you were
everyone had some
seriously
more
injured
serious
last time.
injuries on
Are
their
you all
bodies.
right? Why do
Then
you want
Su
to
Shin,
participate in
what kind
supporting
of
the demon
monster is
world
that?
this time?
As soon as one of
Are
them
you an
came out,
auxiliary
he shouted in
occupation?
horror.
It seems that you
This
have a lot of milk.
let the elders
1.
of Uranus be completely
In the separate
absent.
space of Yujinzhou,
Chapter
the
53
younger generation
Necromancer,
gathered
Army
together
of
and
the Dead,
talked.
a blast that shocked
Advertisement
everyone.
Su Shin would run here from
Gathering
time
young
to time
geniuses
to ask
with
for
strong
help
vigor
and run
to
over
put
there to
together
say
a
a
powder
few
keg
words
that
of
may
nonsense.
explode at any time.
The others
In
chatted
the
with him
predictions
nonsense.
of the elders of
Su Shin,
Uranus,
do you
the
remember me?
so-called
At this
explosion
time,
is
the 2
nothing
women
but
took the
mutual
initiative to approach
dissatisfaction
Su
and better
Shin,
than fighting.
and one of them took the
But
initiative
now
to
you
chat.
tell them that the geniuses
Are you
gathered and besieged
Fu
only
Yin?
one.
I remember you.
Even more
Su
exaggerated.
Shin glanced
It's
at the
been so
woman,
long and I
then
haven't won
recognized
it
the
yet.
other.
The
Fu
time
Yin
inside the
was one of
dungeon
the
is
10 people
synchronized
from
with
the
that
Yan Kingdom
outside.
who participated in the
What's the
Function Mountain
situation?
trial
Make
before.
it clear. And
From
Elder
the Xiling
Uranus
area,
immediately
like
asked
Yan
his
Xia,
junior to
he is
come.
a dual line master,
I don't know.
water and
that
wind.
Su Shin is so strange,
Having said
so
that,
outrageous.
in the Battle of the
His
Celestial
move is
Clan,
not a wood
there were
spell at
indeed
all,
too many people
nor
who
is it a
benefited.
traditional cultivation skill.
This Fu
but it
Wei
can
is
create
now
a
at the
vast
level of the
forest in
First
an
Order
instant. In the
Grandmaster.
forest, all vegetation
What
is
about me?
aggressive.
A pretty
The
woman
junior
also
looks
laughed.
somewhat numb.
Zhao
Haida.
Kai,
He
hidden
is also
occupation
a
twin
genius in
warrior,
the eyes
from
of the world,
Yanjing.
but
I
he was
remember it
injured
all.
in just one encounter,
Su
and he
Shin
had no
smiled.
choice but to
The
withdraw
way you
from the
two
secret
talk is
realm.
too old-fashioned, but Su Shin personally
Even if
went to
Su
the dungeon
Shin
of
is
the
a gold
Celestial
10th
Clan
ranked
to
rank
save
that
us.
disdains
How could he not
everyone.
remember
There are
us?
25 hidden
At this
occupations
time,
in
a
addition
young
to
man
Zhongnan
came over and
University.
laughed. Who are you?
Not to mention
Su
there are
Shin
more
looked
than
at him
400 top
suspiciously.
talents in the Yan
I
Kingdom
am.
this year.
It is me,
The
Uncle
elder
Yuyo,
Uranus did not
Beijong,
believe the
Ji
words of his
Master.
younger generation.
Ow, it's you.
Because
It's
this
okay.
fact is too
Rubber suit doesn't
counterintuitive.
hold grudges.
If you want to say
Su
that Su
Shin
Shin is
patted his
stronger than
shoulder.
the heroes and has the
I didn't
strongest
offend you.
combat power,
Don't remember
then it is
wrong.
nothing.
Su Shin does
Wu
remember
number
this,
2,
you young
there will
uncle.
always be the strongest
When he first
one.
went to Yanjing
And
to
in the
see
rank
Emperor
of green,
Yan,
white
the
and
president
yellow,
of his
being
grandfather
strong for a
Beijong
while
University
does not
was
mean
madly
being strong
forcing
all
Su
the time.
Shin to do things without
But what's
considering
the
the
situation
consequences,
now?
so that his
Su Shin
grandson
was
was
besieged
detained
by
by the
more than
celestial
400
clan,
top
and his
talents.
life and
How could
death
she
were
not fall
unpredictable.
behind?
Old
Guo,
At this
what
time,
the hell
there
is
was a
going
shock
on?
from Yu
All the
Tianzhou.
Uranus looked at Guo
The
Zhen.
destination has arrived.
Guo Junzi
When
was
everyone
also
got off
stunned.
the Yu
He couldn't
Tianzhou
say
boat,
why.
they came to Longyuan
And at
Mountain.
this time, another
This
group of
Longyuan
people were
Mountain has
forcibly
been devastated
teleported from
after
the
the
dungeon
previous
secret
battle of the
realm.
strong, and collapsed peaks can be
That
seen
Su
everywhere.
Shin is too monster.
But this
There
time,
are so
it
many
seemed a
of us
little
to
lively,
besiege him together.
because they did
Even
not
if
know
we
the
can't
support
take
of the
him for
7
a while,
regions of the
he
Yan
can
Kingdom.
still be injured
The
by his
professional legion
counterattack
from
from
the
time to
west was
time
also
and have to
here at this
withdraw
time.
from the secret realm.
Longyuan
I
Mountain is
know,
now
is he a
equivalent to a
hidden
wartime
profession that
command
has never
post.
appeared?
The words
After
and
these
affairs
boys
of all
and
the
girls
demon
came
clans
out,
and the
they
demon
started
world
to
are
talk
also
like
here
no
now.
one else.
It's the little
When the
dragon
elders of
king.
Uranus saw
After
this,
Su Shin
they
and
knew
other
that what
young people
happened
came out of
inside was
Yuchanzhou,
probably far
there was a lot
beyond
of
their
movement
understanding.
beside him.
A
I
monster
saw
was
a
born.
handsome young man with
Advertisement.
blonde hair
One
and
of them,
dragon horns
Uranus,
striding
looked at
towards
the
Su
entrance of
Shin.
the dungeon and muttered to himself.
Behind him was a dragon horn
The
woman who
wind
looked
cuts the
somewhat
lotus
similar to
flower.
him.
Summon. Su
Big
Shin,
lava
the girl
fireball.
with dragon horns,
Thunderbolt
had the
flash.
impression that she had seen it in the
Tiangong
Fengshen
Sheng
trial before,
floating
but
in
she
the air.
hadn't spoken. What kind of vegetation
This
and
little
trees?
dragon king
Watch
is now
Laozi
very
smash
famous
them
in
to
the human
pieces.
world.
Quote,
The reason is that the single-player challenge
secret
copy and the
dungeon,
long ladder
the powder
descent.
keg was completely detonated.
There are many people who have
One
cleared the
genius
Uranus
after
level
another
challenge
used their
dungeon,
skills to
but currently
destroy
only
Su
one of the
Shin's
9
free
has
world.
cleared the level, and that
But
is the
every
little
time
dragon
this
king.
vast forest is raised
And
by
in addition
half,
to
it
3
can
of
grow
them,
back
the other
quickly.
6, he ranked
Have to
first in
say,
the shortest
although
time.
Su Shin is stronger than
Vaguely,
any of them
the
alone,
little dragon
he can
king
fight
has the
against
title
many,
of number
and it is
1 in
impossible
combat
to say
power
that he
under
does
the
not
epic
work
level.
hard.
You are Su
Especially
Shin.
those hidden
The
professionals.
little dragon
The
king
pressure
walked
on
up
him
to
is
Su
really
Shin
not
and looked
small.
him up and down.
And other geniuses
me.
are not
Su
vegetarians.
Shin faintly
The reason
Kaido.
why
The
non-hidden
teacher is
professionals
seriously
can be called
injured. Go see
geniuses is
him.
not their own
The
profession,
little
but their
dragon king
understanding of
nodded,
their own
and the teacher
professional
in his
skills.
mouth was Wu Ming
The
Wowang.
same level, the
Wu Ming
same
Wowang
occupation,
taught Su
their
Shin a trick
professional
of
skills are
thousands of
far
rivers
better
and
than
rivers,
most people.
and the little
This is
dragon
genius.
king knew about it.
Dong
In his
dong
opinion,
dong.
Su
Bang
Shin was
bang
half
bang.
his junior
At
brother.
this time, Su
Although
Shin
the
was
dragons
surrounded
are
by tall
rebellious,
wooden
they
walls
do
to
not
defend
twist and
against
turn
it,
around.
in order to buffer the
Now
direct
it
attack
seems
of
that this
everyone
little
on his
dragon
body.
king recognizes Su
Indeed,
Shin very
more than
much,
400
and it is most
people are
likely
attacking
not
Su
because of the
Shin.
nameless Wowang,
But
but
there are
because
some
of his
who stay out
outstanding
of the way.
achievements Su
Wu
Shin has
Jinlian
made
and
so
Wu
far.
Yilin from Modu University.
So, Su
These
Shin
two are
left
quite
with the
good
little
in
dragon
combat
king
power,
and the
but at
little
this time
dragon
they
girl.
were stunned, watching
My name is
the
Long
young
Zong.
man surrounded by the forest.
Advertisement seeing Su Shin
It's
looking
amazing.
at herself many
Greeting the moon
times
and
on the
welcoming
way.
the moon.
Xiao
Su
Long
Shin
and
is
Bi took the
amazing,
initiative
really
to introduce
amazing.
herself.
On the other
Long
side,
Zong.
Xiao Shangling
Little
has
dragon
completely
king paused
transformed
and
into
said
a
his
little
name.
fangirl. How is the
From
battle
the
now?
worry at the beginning
Seeing
to
the
this,
excitement now,
Su Shin
she
asked
pulled
the
the corner
question
that
her
seemed
best
to be
friend
related
Sha
to the
Ying's
safety of the
clothes
demon
and
kept
world.
repeating this sentence in
The
her
devil
mouth.
has already prepared, and we
Sha
may be able to
Ying's
find out
beautiful
earlier,
eyes were
but it's
stunned,
too late
and her
to say
thoughts were
anything.
quite confused.
They have opened dozens of
She
space
knows
channels
better
in
than
private,
anyone.
and even the
When she
teacher
met
only
Su
found
Shin
10
for
of
the
them.
first time, the
As
other
soon
party
as those
was indeed
space
only
channels
the
are
first
open,
rank of
the
bronze.
demonic energy of the demon
Sha
world
Ying
pours into
couldn't
the demon
imagine
world,
why the
and
opponent's
now
strength
1/3 of the
increased so
territory of the
exaggeratedly
demon
in
world
just
has been
over a month.
completely transformed into the
Her
demon world
promotion is not
environment,
bad,
and the
and she is
low-level
also
monsters
one of the
inside
few
have also
golden
been
ranks among
assimilated.
non-hidden professionals.
Little
But that is
Dragon
because
King
she
Long
has been in an
Xuan Sai,
environment
in the
taught
case
by
of the
famous
demon
teachers
world,
since
it is
she was
also
a
a
child,
bad fate.
and she started running
Talking
earlier
and
than
talking,
ordinary people.
arrived at a palace.
This also
In the inner
allows her
hall
to
of the
understand
palace,
the
Wu Ming
professional skills
Wowang was
far
lying
beyond other
weakly on the
swordsmen
jade
after
bed.
awakening the swordsman
He was
profession.
enveloped in a demonic energy that could not be dissipated,
Now,
and
am
the
I
aura of the
qualified?
whole person
At
was
this
sluggish
time,
to the
Su
extreme.
Shin looked at Feng Peng
Senior.
from Yanjing
Su
University.
Shin was
His words
stunned,
were soft,
seeing
but
Wu
he
Ming
had great
Wowang
sarcasm.
looking at him. He immediately
Huff.
put on a sad
However,
and angry
as soon
expression.
as Su Shin finished
Stop
speaking,
pretending. Are you
then
still
he saw a
angry that I
long
said you to the
suddenly
Fox
stick out
Demon
from the
Clan that
shadow
day?
under him, trying to
Wu Ming
pierce it
Luoyang
straight from
suddenly
behind.
laughed. This boy
Only when
loves
the
and
long
hates
knife
clearly,
just
and he
stabbed
can
in the
tell at
back.
a glance.
Su Shin's back was like a flower blooming, and a large piece of wicker burst out. Wu Ming Luoyang then waved his hand, and the dragon brothers and sisters withdrew, and a pair of stunned eyes appeared in his shadow.
This is the inheritance
It was
crystal
the
I
shadow
asked for from the
assassin
Fox
Qi Lulu.
Clan.
Su Shin
It
was also
contains the martial
surprised by
arts
this
moves that I
elusive
have
sneak
created
attack.
in my life.
If he didn't,
You can use it
wear
to practice,
himself
but
a
remember,
layer of
you can
defensive
refer to
veneer
it,
in
but don't
advance.
learn from
This
me.
trick would have
Every
been
martial
successful.
artist's martial arts should
How
all
long
be
can you
different,
last?
and those who are
At this
scholars are
moment,
useless.
that Feng Peng suddenly
Wu Ming
asked
Luoyang
sharply.
handed Su Shin
Su
an
Shin was
inheritance
taken
crystal.
aback by this.
Su Shin
Seeing
is also
this,
not
I
unfamiliar
already
with
have
this
some
thing.
understanding of your
Before,
moves.
the
Your
secret
skills are
technique
very
of Wu
strong
Shen
and special.
Tianshu.
In
In
front
the
of
hands
such
of the little
moves,
fox
the
used
advantage of the
crystals to
number of
make Su
people is
Shin
not so
become the
big.
master in a short
No,
time.
there are not enough
Senior,
people.
you.
Feng
You're
Peng
running
has
out of
never
time.
made a move
Su
before.
Shin was
However,
surprised.
now
What was
it is
the
the
atmosphere
index
of this
finger of the
confession?
right hand that draws
I
a
saw
large
that you were
circle
able
in
to
front of him.
self-destruct and come back to
That
life, and I
big
knew that you
circle
would have a
is
bright
like a
future
door
in the
in
future,
space,
so I
leading to
taught
the
you a
endless
trick to
ghost
create a
world.
good relationship.
Whoa. Suddenly,
How long
like
has
a
it
great
been now?
tide,
You were
countless
able to make
undead
a name
legions
for
rushed
yourself
out
in all
from
the
that
worlds.
big circle.
I think I was a little more
Just a breath
conservative
of
back
word.
then.
There are thousands
Su
of
Shin
undead
did
forming
not
an army,
speak,
and
nor
the
did he
number of
take the
undead is
inheritance
still
crystal.
increasing.
Wu Ming
Tatana,
Luoyang's
the
moves are
undead
indeed
army
powerful,
stepped in the
and they are
forest
the
and
essence of
completely
his
leveled the
lifelong
green
knowledge of
trees.
martial arts.
At the foot of the
But
undead
Su
army,
Shin doesn't
Su
quite
Shin's
believe it when he
vegetation
sees
was
himself
suppressed by
and
the
teaches
death
it.
energy for a while,
If
and
you
it
want
was
to say
difficult
that
to
the Emperor
regenerate.
Yan gave it,
As
Su
soon as
Shin will
this friend
definitely
made a
accept
move,
it.
the rest of the
After
people
all,
were
Su
stunned,
Shin
and they
and Yan
stopped
Huang were on the
subconsciously.
same boat.
The siege of
But
Su
why is
Shin
Wu Ming
suddenly
Luoyang?
changed. It
Could it be
became
that
a
he can
heads-up
predict the
situation
future and
between
see that I
Feng
will
Peng and Su
definitely
Shin.
taste the splendor of the world in
Looking
the
at the
future and
dense
reach
army
the
of
top of the
undead,
strong,
everyone
so you
only
will form a
felt their
bond in
scalps go
advance,
numb.
and will hug his own
This
thigh in the
friend
future.
is even more
3.5.
heaven-defying. Chapter
Su Shin
54
would never
What?
dream
It
like
was
this.
just his
They are
clone just
supreme
now.
powers,
Open
one of the
black
top
lens
powerhouses
bracket
in the
first
10,000
order close
worlds,
black lens
capable of
bracket.
attacking a few people
The
at the level
death
of
key,
gods.
unique to the
No
undead
matter how
legion,
you
can
appreciate
actually
the
suppress
excellent
Su
Junin,
Shin's life
it's not to
energy
such
to
a
a certain
degree.
extent.
Why?
As a result,
Su Shin
the
asked
destroyed
suddenly.
tree vegetation
I have a
cannot
hunch that this
regenerate as
catastrophe
quickly
in
as
the demon
before.
world may depend on you.
Seeing that the number of the
What?
undead army is
You don't have
increasing.
to belittle yourself.
However,
You're the chosen
Su
one,
Shin did
and you're
not
the only
intend to
one in the
panic.
world.
Restricted
Quickly
by the
learn Laozi's
occupation
martial
level,
arts
the
moves.
undead
Don't be
legion
like a
summoned by
fox
the
girl.
undead warlock Feng
What do
Hong
you
at
need
this
me to
time
do?
were all low level,
It's not a
and the
big
huge
deal.
quantity in
You know it
exchange
yourself.
is naturally
Just
low
let
in
him go to
quality.
the world of heaven and earth.
And for Su Shin,
The mother-in-law
what he is
is like
most
a fox
afraid of
girl.
is the large
It's you,
number of
see me.
trash fish.
At this time,
Wood-style
Wuming
wooden
Wawang
golem
revealed
jutsu.
his true purpose.
Immediately, with Su
Wuming
Shin's hands
Wawang fell
clasped
silent.
together, a
Scroll
wooden
of
golem
resurrection.
rose from the ground.
Find me a scroll of
The wooden
resurrection.
golem's tall body dashed
Su Shin
towards
nodded,
the undead
did not
legion in
ask a
front of him
specific reason,
fearlessly.
and took the inheritance
After the
crystal.
first collision between
This
the two,
inheritance crystal
that
is
large
indeed
number
not a
of
rare
undead
thing.
were washed away
It
by
is
wooden
true that
golem,
Wuming
and the
Wawang
mighty battle
admires Su
disappeared
Shin,
in an instant.
but it is not really entrusting
Seeing
him
this
with the
scene,
mantle and
Feng
mantle.
Peng frowned
The
slightly.
two brothers and
But
sisters of the
suddenly,
dragon family have
he
already
looked at his
accepted
feet
it.
suddenly, and
If
saw
he
that the
didn't say
ground
his
suddenly
purpose
rose
today,
and fell
it was
like the
absolutely
sea, and a
impossible
huge
for
wooden
Su
arm
Shin
broke
to
out from
accept
the
his
ground.
inheritance crystal.
Grab hold.
Su Shin
Feng
still
Ming
hadn't
can summon a
received the
large number
inheritance
of
crystal.
undead legions and use the
Keep the
crowd
monster
tactics
clan.
to win the
If it's
enemy.
really not possible,
This is
let them at
indeed an
least have a
extremely
place to live in
powerful
the human
method.
world with your
But in
status.
the golden rank, his
Chapter
body is not so
122,
difficult.
rising to the 5th level
Although
in a
Su
row.
Shin has not
Hidden
experienced
quest that
many
triggers the will
battles,
of the
at
world.
least there is still some clear
Resurrection
judgment.
scroll. Su
Be
Shin heard
careful.
about it.
How come this
Its effect
person's
is
moves
similar
are
to Su
endless?
Shin's heart of life,
Will it have
which,
something
as
to
the
do
name
with the ground?
suggests, is
Who
the
can pull
resurrection
him into the
coin.
sky?
This
The
thing has
geniuses
no
around
usage
him
level
exclaimed and
restrictions,
were
but the
analyzing
number is
Su
rare.
Shin's exaggerated
From the beginning
moves.
of the professional era in the
Feng
human
Peng
world
really
to the
couldn't
present,
react,
only
but
3
the
have
others at
appeared,
Yonju
and all of them have
University
been
were not
used.
really watching.
Su Shin
I
blew
saw a
himself
burly
up
young
in
man
front of
dodging to
Uranus
Feng
Wei
Peng.
Luo.
He raised his right
After
arm,
that,
and the
he was
whole arm
alive and
suddenly
active
glowed
again.
with black
That
and red
is,
light.
he was initially
This
identified by the
person is
Dark God
Kong Julu
sect
of
as
Yonju
using the
University,
resurrection
the
scroll.
hidden occupation.
It is
Ashura.
worth mentioning that the
Ashura's
resurrection
A20
scroll
hidden
can be used not
occupations
only
are
for
extremely
others,
rare,
but also
and
for
it is said
oneself.
that they can use the
It is
mysterious
completely
power
possible
of
to set
ghosts
the
and
resurrection
gods.
scroll in
At
advance
this
and put the
time,
resurrection
Kong
scroll
Julu
somewhere.
stepped out.
Once
Immediately,
you die,
the
the
fist slammed
resurrection
into the
scroll will
giant
trigger
wooden arm that was
automatically due
grabbing
to the
Feng
preset,
Peng.
and you will respawn
Boom,
at the location
boom.
where the
A
resurrection
deafening bang
scroll is
came out in
placed.
response, and
The
Su Shin's
resurrection
wooden arms
scroll
were
is a
all
real
torn
life,
apart when
even
they
for the
met face to
strongest.
face.
Such
The
a
strength
valuable
is
thing.
good.
Even
Su
Su
Shin
Shin
looked at the
abandoned
burly
it like a
boy and
shoe.
said something with a
The
smile.
whole two said,
The
Su
farce is
Shin and
over.
Wuming
You should
Wawang's
have discovered
transaction.
that.
He
Our
still
hidden
lost a little
professionals
bit.
have not taken all
But
the
he
shots
first got the
before.
martial
You have
arts
no chance
inheritance
of
of
winning at
Wuming
all.
Wawang.
Put down the boss reward,
Now you can
and let it
practice
be
Wuming
revealed.
Wawang's martial arts skills, so you
Kong
don't lose
Julu
too
looked at
much.
Su Shin with an
You
indifferent
can leave
expression,
now.
and the
Seeing
displeased look
Su
in his
Shin
eyes
kept
became
staring
more
at
and
him
more
after taking
intense.
the inheritance crystal.
Honestly,
Wuming
it doesn't
Wawang
matter
waved
to
at
me
him.
whether other hidden
This
professions are
time the
shot or
demon
not.
world invaded the demon
1.
world. What do you think
Su
of you,
Shin
the
laughed
supreme
softly.
powerhouse?
He changed his usual
Su
casual
Shin did not leave,
self-confidence,
but asked in the
Haki was
tone of a
even more
reporter.
arrogant.
The
As
demon
soon as
lord's
this is
strength
said,
is growing
there
faster
is
than
no
I
room
imagined.
for maneuver.
More than 100 years
That
ago,
wooden golem
I played
completely
against
burst
him,
out,
and both
and just
sides
one
couldn't help
wooden
each
golem
other.
can drag
I
Feng
didn't
Peng's
expect that
undead
after
army.
100 years, I would
Kong
definitely
Julu
not
was
be
right.
his
Hidden
opponent.
professionals are all sons
Then
of
why
destiny.
did he improve
These
his
sons of
strength so
destiny have
quickly?
their own arrogance in
I
their
don't
hearts
know.
and are
Everyone
unwilling to
has their
join
own
forces to
fortunes.
besiege
When I
others
was
and lose
young,
their share.
I was also an unknown
But
little
Su
fish,
Shin is
and it
already
was also
flying.
an
How
accident
can
that
they
made it
continue to
possible to step
maintain the
into the
status
powerhouse
quo?
level.
Ghost
Then your
body.
relationship
Kong
with the
Julu
Fox
took a
clan
deep
seems to
breath.
be very good.
Immediately
Do you have
afterwards,
anything to do
the
with the
already
Fox clan?
burly body swelled again,
Before I
and the
grew up,
muscles
the
accumulated
former
all
Fox
over his
master of
body,
the Fox
turning
clan
into a
once
little
saved
giant full
Laozi.
of
Of
explosive
course
power in an
Laozi
instant.
must remember this
What
kindness.
is even more
The
eye-catching is his
son-in-law of
form
the
at this
Fox
time.
clan? Go away.
At this time,
Mad.
Kong
It's so
Julu still
annoying.
had a human appearance,
Under
but his
Wuming
body
Wawang's
was covered
complete
with
anger,
black and
Su
red
Shin was
textures, and
blasted
he had
out.
2 extra arms out
After
of thin
coming
air.
out, the two brothers
There
and
is a
sisters of
powerful
the Dragon
blood
clan
lingering
were
around
talking
him,
to each other
and it is
outside the
visible
hall.
to the
And
naked
when
eye
Su
like a
Shin came
cluster
out,
of small
the little
storms.
dragon king came up and said,
Pedal.
"Has the teacher
Advertisement.
taught you his
Kong
martial
Julu
arts
stepped on it
inheritance?"
suddenly.
Su Shin
DADF,
nodded.
he was more than
Since
100
that's the
meters
case,
away
from
from Su
today
Shin,
onwards,
and he
we are
instantly
apprentice
came to Su
brothers.
Shin,
If you
and
have
the
anything in
forearms
the
were even
future,
more
you can
thunderous.
come to me. The
Bang,
little
bang,
dragon
bang.
king immediately
4
patted
bursts
Su
of
Shin
energy
on the shoulder
exploded,
and
and Su
recognized
Shin
his
saw
apprentice
4
brother.
huge punch marks that
Long
were
Zan
deeply
on the
recessed
side
on his
also
body,
smiled.
and the whole person
Let's
was
go.
beaten back
I have
frantically.
already mastered the skills of the
Able to
teacher,
equate
and I can
hidden
show you the
professionals
drill
with
so that you
destiny.
can have a reference.
This is enough to show
After
the
all,
power of
the
hidden
little dragon
professions.
king took Su
And
Shin to
after
an
this
open
calm
space to
Delu's
practice his
transformation,
skills.
the strength of his
As
physical
expected,
body
the little
might not be
dragon
weaker
king,
than Su
my family
Shin's
is gone,
weird power.
and I still have time to teach
Without
new
any
juniors.
exaggeration,
Is
under the
this the
same
so-called
level, there are
enthusiasm,
very few
which cannot
people
be
who can match
extinguished?
Su Shin in strength.
When Su Shin and
The
Xiaolongyang
increase in the
left,
strange
the combat
power is 10
meeting has
times the
begun.
power of the panel
The
value.
Yaozu, the Western human world,
Before Su
and the
Shin
Yan
could
kingdom
recover
sat
from her
together and
injuries,
began to
her face
discuss
suddenly
carefully.
changed.
Su Shin
However,
naturally
he
will
saw
not
that he raised
participate,
his right
although he
arm
came to help the
abruptly, but
demon
his right
world.
arm was
He
purplish
actually
red
needed to
before
take
he knew
advantage
it,
of the
and there
chaos of
seemed
the
to be
war
countless
between the
tiny
demon
worms
world and the
swarming
demon
under his
world to
skin.
seek opportunities for rapid upgrades.
Xiao Shongning suddenly
Furthermore,
screamed. She
judging
suddenly
from the
saw
previous
Su
5
Shin tear
Uranus
off her
kills,
right
the
arm.
West might
From
have
the
to hold
broken
back and
wound,
give Su
he
Shin
could
a
see that
shot,
the
and the
entire right
latter would
arm was
naturally
filled
have
with
to be on
countless
guard.
black insects.
This is not
Sharp.
on the
A
third
slightly
day, Su
admiring
Shin
voice
left
sounded,
Long Yuan
but on
Mountain,
the other
and he
side
went
of
on the
Beijing
road alone
University,
and
a
upgraded alone.
hook-nosed young man laughed
Ninth
strangely.
day. On a
The young
battlefield,
man's
the
name is
demon
Yin
world and the
Anping,
three-party
and he is
coalition
also a
fought
hidden
in one
professional,
place.
GU master.
The demon world
If you
must take
slow
the
down a
initiative
little
to attack,
longer,
because
then
the
when the
army of the
Black Death
demon world
GU
has
worms
already
are all
begun
over
to
your
station
body,
its
even if
strongholds.
you have the ability to reach
Below
the
each
sky, it will
stronghold
be
is a
difficult
space
to use
channel
it.
together with the demon
Yin
world.
Anping sighed with
The
emotion.
demon world must
Is it worth
destroy
it?
the demon
I
world
lost one
army
of my right
stationed in the
arms
space
for the
channel,
sake of being
and then seal
competitive
the
for a
space
while.
channel.
Su
If it is
Shin
really
heard the words and
successful to
chuckled.
seal all the space
Suddenly
channels,
pressing his left hand
then
on
the
his right
invasion
shoulder,
of the demon
he saw
world
that a
will
wooden
naturally
branch
be
suddenly
aborted.
extended from the
On
broken
these
part of the right
battlefields,
arm,
the scale
and
of
then
the
the wooden
battle is
branch
not
turned
small,
into a right
although
arm,
it is
and
not
then
as
regenerated.
exaggerated as when it is attacking
What's
the
your
world of heaven and
occupation?
man.
The scalp
Except
of
for
the
the
person
strongest,
watching this
all
scene is
levels of
numb.
strength are involved.
Instant regeneration
High in
of
the
right
sky,
arm.
that is the
This
venue where
resilience
the
is
epic
too
bosses
exaggerated.
wrestle with each other.
Grass. And at this
Advertisement
time,
below, the
another hidden
Uranus Mighty
occupation
Mighty,
shot is
battling
a
each other
black
endlessly.
magician. The
Su
man
Shin
was
also
holding a
joined
black
in,
staff in
because
his
of
right
his current
hand,
position.
and with a
He
wave,
can't
he
openly
saw
kill
a
the
large
master
black
level
light
monsters,
suddenly drop
but there is
from
also
above
no
Su Shin's
shortage of
head.
master level
He
existences
looked
in the
up,
demon
but
world
it is
for
a
him to
black
kill.
sphere that is rapidly
Su
brewing.
Shin
The
kills the
sphere is
Grand
like a
Master,
black hole,
and
as
Uranus
if it can
kills the
suck
Grand
all light
Master
and things
almost
into
as
it.
easily.
The black
same
ball
level
itself
as the
has
dish
an
in front of
unimaginably
him,
powerful
Su
suction
Shin.
force, which is
Its
acting
human
on
world
Su
Su
Shin,
Shin.
making his whole
Capture it
body
alive.
seem to be
The
bound
Lord
by
Demon will
invisible
reward
ropes,
you.
and is sucked little by
As
little
soon as Su
towards the
Shin
sky.
shot, it meant melee.
That's why I
That
said,
iconic
you
wood type move
underestimate
is
the
so
hidden profession.
recognizable.
Kong
To
Zulu
Su Shin's
hummed coldly,
surprise,
and even
what he
deceived
originally
himself
thought was
into
to mix
melee
in the
combat
crowd and
with Su
stealthily
Shin.
kill some masters to
His
reveal the
power is
certificate of the
exaggerated.
master.
Even if Wooden
As a
Golem is
result,
temporarily
after his
back on
identity was
defense,
revealed,
he can fight
the
against
generals
Wooden
of the
Golem
demon
without
world stared
losing.
at him instantly and
Don't
attacked him
move.
one by
A cold
one.
drink suddenly
And
sounded
it looks
in
like
Su
it has
Shin's
to be
mind.
caught alive.
He
In
saw a
this
certain
moment,
guild over
Su
there.
Shin had
A boy
already
wearing
killed
a
3
mask was drinking
grandmasters and
lowly at him.
successfully revealed a grandmaster
Another hidden
certificate.
profession.
At this
Speaking
time,
spiritus.
I saw a bunch
This
of stinky
profession is
fish
even
and
more
rotten shrimp
exaggerated,
and wanted to
with the
surround
effect
him.
of speaking with
Of
the law.
course, Su Shin was
Saying,
not in a hurry to
"Don't
leave,
move,"
but went up to
made
meet him
Su Shin
directly.
get a body-fixing
And when
technique,
he was
as
about
if
to
his
kill the
entire body
quartet,
was being
a
held
halo
down
of
by a
strange
giant
energy
mountain,
suddenly
making
enveloped
it
him,
difficult
as if
for him
someone
to
had
move at
buffed
all.
him.
With
And
this
this buff is
combination,
absolutely
Kong
deadly.
Jalu's fists
In
were
an
fully
instant,
developed,
Su
and
Shin
Su
felt
Shin
that
was
his own
smashed like a
strength was
sieve of chaff.
continuously weakening.
It even
He could
blasted
contain
the
the speed
ladder's
of
body
weakness,
into the
but he
sky,
couldn't
and
stop
was
the
sucked
trend
by the
of
black
weakness.
magician's gravity
It's you?
ball.
Su Shin's
Except
eyes
that Tan
narrowed and
Hong,
fell on a
the
young
Blood
man
Emperor,
without
had no
eyebrows.
reason to shoot Su
The
Shin.
latter looked at Su Shin
The remaining
indifferently and did
25
not
hidden
reply.
occupations are not
The
completely
eyebrowless
different
youth,
from the
Gongjin,
25, but also
this
have the same
character,
hidden
who has always
occupation.
been regarded as a trash
For
fish by
example,
Su Shin,
Shadow Assassin,
stepped into the
in
Uranus
addition to
rank
Qi
faster
Wu
than
from
Su
Yangtze
Shin.
University, another
The
one from
ability that is
Laodong
now being
University and
displayed is even
Zhongyuan
more
University
bizarre,
is
and it
also
can
a
make
hidden
him weak
profession.
that Su Shin
There
cannot
are not
contain.
many types of hidden
Support
occupations.
Su Shin. On the
Advertisement.
other side, the
It
little
is
Dragon
impossible
King
for the Yan
immediately
Kingdom to
shouted
get
when he saw
together in
Su
just
Shin's
one
plight.
year.
But
Among the
before he could
25
rescue
hidden
him, he saw
occupations,
Su
there
Shin
are 11
gradually
hidden
turn into a
occupations.
wooden block and fell to
They
the
are
ground.
Shadow Assassin,
Wood clone
Necromancer,
technique.
Ashura,
This is
Sword
Su
Spirit,
Shin's usual
Prophet,
way of
Black
spawning
Mage,
monsters with clones.
Spiritualist,
Even now
DU
it's been
Master,
tried and
Twin
tested.
Warrior, Word
And his
Spiritist,
wood
and
clone
Summoner.
combat power is
If you
enough to
count
crush
Wang
most
Jing's
Grandmaster
Dragon
ranks.
Knights, there are 12.
If he wants to kill the
Ended. The
Grandmaster and
forest
get the
doesn't grow
Grandmaster
again.
certificate,
I
he
have to
doesn't
say
need
that
to
this
do it
Su Shin
himself.
is also a character,
When
and
Wood
he is
Clone
still undefeated
disappears
by
in
our
a distant
siege.
mountain stream,
It's
Su
because
Shin,
of his
who was
special moves.
practicing Wu
He's
Ming
not
Wang's
afraid of
martial
being
arts
besieged,
skills,
but
suddenly
these guys with
narrowed his
hidden
eyes,
occupations
and
are
the memory
really
of
real,
Wood
and
Clone
he
came to his
definitely can't
mind.
stand it.
The same
If
weak
it is
ability
alone,
as
this
Rakshasa
Su
ghosts
Shin,
and gods?
from the current point of view,
No, they have a
should be the
completely
strongest
different
one-on-one
quality of
among
bad
us this
words.
year, but it is difficult
Su
to
Shin
say. Who
pondered,
knows
he
if
really
others
has
are
no
hiding.
idea about opponents
1
with
inch.
such special abilities.
Mad. This guy
In the
has a really
previous
stubborn
Conscene
temper,
era, the
and he
powerful
still doesn't
ability to
take the
fabricate
initiative to
everything
withdraw
was the
from the
weak
mystery
ability of
realm
this
dungeon.
Gongjin.
Is he really
After a
going
while,
to anger us
Su
and give
Shin
him a
once
knife?
again set out a wood clone
Seeing
to
that
go out
Su
to farm
Shin was caught
monsters
by the
while he
gravitational
continued to
ball and
practice.
couldn't move,
He
everyone
divided a
decided that the
total of
outcome
3
had been
wood
decided.
clones. Although the number was
Wu,
small,
Su
it
Shin,
absolutely
Xiao
guaranteed the
Xiaoming
success rate of
substituted in all
beheading the
aspects.
Grandmaster rank.
Seeing Su Shin being so
Only one
suppressed
wood
at this
clone is
moment,
killed.
she couldn't
Su
help but
Shin
feel
will
sad.
immediately replenish it.
Xia Yingyu pursed
Su
her
Shin
lips,
does not
not
lack
knowing
ways
what
to
she
level
was
up
thinking.
monsters. What he lacks
Ask
is
for
that
it.
weird
Wu
for him.
Jinlian snorted lightly,
This demon
but she
world
suddenly
invades the
froze
demon
for a
world,
moment.
and there are enough
Is there
Grandmaster
a
ranks,
possibility?
and it doesn't
In
take
fact,
time to find
Su
them.
Shin wanted to show
In
his
the blink
strength
of
in
an
front
eye,
of
half a
himself,
month has
so he had
passed.
to compete with one another.
Su Shin successfully
As soon as
collected
this
5
idea was
master
born,
certificates.
Wu Jinlian's face
Without
turned
saying
red
a word,
uncontrollably.
he stopped cultivating
Yan
Wu Ming
Jin's
Wang's
eyes
skills
fell
and
on Su
moves,
Shin,
took
and
out
he
the
never
Ascension
left.
Disc and began to attack the
Intuition
10th
told
rank
her,
Grandmaster.
not only that,
Do
why
not,
not use that
advertisement
trick?
prepare for the impact
Kai
of the
Mengbai
Uranus
is even
order.
more puzzled. Just use
Grandmaster
that
to
trick.
Uranus does not need a
Wooden golems
Grandmaster
shouldn't be
certificate,
tens of
and Su
meters in
Shin has
size.
enough
The
upgrade
real size should
resources
be
to
over
support him to
100
reach the
meters.
Uranus rank, even
Not
more than
good.
once.
The black mage suddenly
Coupled with the
shouted.
success rate
Kong
of the
Zulu
flying
started
disc,
to grab the
Su
boss
Shin is
reward
full
in
of
Su Shin's
confidence.
arms.
Become
But the Kong
Uranus.
Zulu has
Today,
not yet
the
taken
woman
action to
passed by.
snatch it.
Su Shin successfully
Then, a
ascended to the
figure
5th
suddenly
rank in a
appeared
row,
in front
and
of
at the
Su
Grandmaster
Shin,
rank, he was
blocking
easily
Kong
promoted
Zulu.
to the 10th rank of the
See someone
Grandmaster by
coming.
relying on
Kong
various
Zulu was
upgrade
stunned for a
resources.
moment.
But when it
What's the
came to
situation?
impacting the
To
Uranus
Su
rank,
Shin,
it was the
the
first
figure
impact
standing
that
in
failed.
front of Su
His
Shin
current
is
panel is as
exactly the
follows.
same as
Open
Su
black
Exing
lens
in
bracket
both dress and
Professor,
appearance.
Su Shin.
Thanks a lot.
Occupation,
Su Shin
medic,
looked at Wood
fighter
Clone
level,
suppressed by the
Grandmaster 10th
gravitational
order.
ball. He
Strength,
waved waved his hand.
21,235,500.
boss reward, which was then
Constitution.
put into the storage bag by Su Shin.
43.2012 million.
Wood clone.
Auxiliary
Just turned
skills.
into a piece
Life
of wood in
recovery.
the eyes of
Medicine
everyone.
appraisal.
Separate.
Wood. Warrior skills.
In an instant,
Many words
everyone
are
around
omitted.
them lost their
Talent.
voices.
Heart of
Everyone
life.
looked at Su Shin, who
Concentration
just
of body.
appeared in disbelief.
Unity of body and body.
His eyes moved back
Plant
and
pet.
forth between Su
Willow
Shin
of
and the
life.
piece of wood.
Close black
At
lens
this
bracket.
moment,
The fifth order gap of
unprecedented turbulent waves
873
in my
was
heart
enough
are
to teach
completely
Su
set
Shin
off.
to widen the difference of nearly
Doppelganger.
5
It's
times
an
the previous
avatar.
value.
Su Shin,
The
who
panel
resisted
value
the
has been
attacks of more
increased
than
so
400 people
exaggeratedly.
without falling behind.
The ultimate
Turned out to
reason
be
is that
just a
Su
clone.
Shin's life absorption
Ha ha
allows
ha.
him to maximize the
Someone
use
wants
of
to laugh
various
but
rare
can't.
upgrade resources.
What kind of terrifying
Those upgrade
unfolding is
resources
this?
are not only upgrades,
What kind of
but also
monster is
improve
this
Su
cub
Shin's
called Su
physique
Shin
and
on?
increase his upper limit in
Chapter
each rank.
55 Sage Mode.
Under such
An
accumulation,
extremely shocking
only
move
then
to
did he
clear the
reach the
scene.
Grandmaster rank,
After
and he
Su
actually
Shin
had a
asked
physique
Wang Yi
value
and
of
Zhao
more than
Shu to
40
leave
million.
early, he cast wood
Don't
clone.
have to break a million.
When,
This value
living
is enough
Lilith,
for Su Shin
leaves
to
the
kill the
palace by
strong
the reversal
Uranus.
effect of the Temple
But
of
not
Reversal.
enough. Su
Then
Shin
go to
has
the
never
other
liked
two
any
palaces
leapfrog
to try your
challenge.
luck with
What he
this wood
likes is
clone.
crushing the enemy.
The strength of
There
wood
are
clone
still a
cannot
lot of
be the
upgrade
same as Su
resources.
Shin's main
Continue.
body, but it also has
Su
nearly
Shin didn't
two-thirds of
stop.
the strength.
He had too many upgrade
Certainly,
resources,
the
so
biggest
much that he
difference
wanted to
between
waste
the main
them.
body and wood clone
So,
is the
it began to attack
sustainability.
the Uranus rank.
Wood clone,
Su Shin's
which is
steps are
two-thirds of
extremely
its body
brutal.
strength, will
If
fall
the
into
second
a state
shock
of
fails,
exhaustion once
then the
it
third
uses
time.
wood style
If the
too
third
many
time
times,
fails,
and it
then
will
the
be
fourth
difficult to
time.
recover.
Keep going.
When several
Keep
hidden
going.
professionals
He
made
just
their
wanted
move
to use
together,
his current resource
the
advantage to
foundation of
forcibly
wood
put
clone
himself
has
on the
long been
Uranus
consumed
rank.
by.
In the
After
world,
wood
I
clone
am afraid that it
disappears,
is Su
his
Shin who
memories of
dares
this
to
time
use such a
came back to
wasteful
Su
and
Shin's
extravagant
mind.
method of escalating.
Su Shin glanced at Wu
However,
Lin,
on the
the
seventh
sword
step,
spirit at
a
Magic
prompt
Capital
suddenly sounded
University,
in Su
a little
Shin's mind.
surprised.
Ding.
Would clone
You triggered the world's hidden mission.
After
Do you
all,
choose to
it was
accept it?
separated from Su
This
Shin's main
prompt made
consciousness.
Su Shin stunned for a
However,
moment.
it
World
cannot
will.
perfectly execute
A
the
reminder of
order
the will of the
he
world.
issued.
What are hidden
Su
missions?
Shin was a little
Su
surprised by
Shin
Wood
was
Clone
stunned on the
playing
spot.
Wu Yilin's head
He
and
suddenly
playing with
thought
her.
of Wu Mingwang's
It seems
transaction
that
with
you
him,
need to pay
and his
more
expression
attention to
became
this.
completely
A
silent.
clone is a clone.
The reward for
Apart
this
from
hidden
the orders
quest,
of his main
wouldn't it
body,
be a
he
resurrection
should not
scroll?
do other superfluous
But if
things.
this is the case,
It is
then it can
enough to
only
be a
mean that
firm
Wu
program
Mingwang
executor.
once took on such a hidden
What the
mission.
hell are you doing?
Can you
At
take
this
a look at
time,
the contents of the hidden
Kongju
mission
was the
first?
first to react.
Su
He was
Shin was
very
not in a
close to
hurry
Su
to
Shin,
accept.
so
Do
he
you choose
shouted
to
and
accept?
bombarded Su Shin with a
Yet
punch.
the will of the world just
Boom,
keeps repeating
boom.
whether it chooses
He
to
punched
accept
out,
it or not.
and the atmosphere between the
Accept.
two was turbulent
Su
and
Shin
turbulent, and the
hesitated for a
momentum
while,
was so
but
scary.
finally accepted it with
Clatter.
gritted teeth.
However, Su
Chapter
Shin pushed forward with a
123
flat
The Land
palm
of
and used the
Shenshu,
opponent's
God-level
fist.
skills, mission
At the
points.
moment of the confrontation
Hidden
between the
quest
two,
invitation
Su
from the
Shin's
will of the
right
world
arm
personally.
involuntarily retreated a little
Not
or
to
two,
mention how
but his
difficult
feet were
it
as
is,
steady as
but the
Mount
benefits
High,
are
and his
definitely
body
enough
did
for
not
Su
move
Shin
an
to look
inch.
forward to.
You are very
When Su
powerful.
Shin accepted
Su
the
Shin
mission,
looked at
a
Kongju
message
and said
unfolded in
something
front
with a
of Su
smile.
Shin.
Su
Task
Shin's
location.
current strength is
The
more
land
than
of Shenshu.
330,000
Mission
kilograms
content.
under the blessing
Kill
of
the
strange
clansman.
power.
Shen Yuanming.
Although this
From the
Kongju is
Luo
not as
Shen
good as
clan.
him, it is not much
Task
different.
duration.
Su
Within
Shin
1 month.
released his fist.
Mission
Then
reward.
he looked around and
Upgrade
said,
1 level, including
"So,
breaking
are you
the order,
taking the
an
initiative to
artifact of
quit,
your
or
choice,
am I helping
and a
you?"
God-level skill
After
book.
saying this,
Mission
before
failure
everyone
penalty.
could react,
Drop
Su
1
Shin
rank.
looked at Wu
Tip.
Jinlian and said directly,
Start the task
"Wu
timer
Jinlian,
after a day.
don't go.
During
I
this
have
period,
something to
don't
discuss
wait to
with
tell
you
anyone
soon.
about the task.
Don't
Close
worry,
black
it
lens
will be
bracket.
soon." When the people
Looking
heard
at the
this,
specific mission information,
I just feel the
Su
blood
Shin was
rushing up.
only at a loss.
Su Shin's avatar is
Not to
arrogant,
mention the
and his
content of
body
this
is even
task,
more
it is
so.
quite satisfactory.
And the clone
But
seems
what
to
race
take him
is
seriously,
Rossian?
but the
From
main
the
body
demon
has
world,
no
or
such
from the
performance at
spiritual
all.
world? Su
It's
Shin
like,
has no
as if you're
impression at
saying
all.
that you need to clean up
There
the
are too
trash.
many races in the
A
dungeon
clone
world.
who was
Su
already
Shin thought
shocked by
about it
Su
for a
Shin
while,
had
but
such
didn't
strength.
care.
These geniuses
In
were really
addition,
confused for a
there is
while.
no so-called
But
resurrection
Su
scroll in
Shin's
this
words
quest
hooked their
reward.
anger again.
Does
What
it
are
have
you
much to do
pretending
with
to
Wu
be?
Mingwang?
This is
After half a
especially
day,
true for Kong
Su
Jialu,
Shin
which is
returned to
closest to Su
Longyuan
Shin.
Mountain. It was still
After
lively
Su
here.
Shin's
Su
main
Shin
body
found a
appeared,
professional in the
although he
Zhongnan
had
area
just
and
fought
asked a
against
little.
him, he was
It
completely
turned out
absent
that
in
the
his eyes.
three-party coalition had a
This
lot of
sense of inner
advantages in the face of the
self-esteem and
demon
arrogance
army.
being deeply provoked
3
makes
space
him
passages were
unforgivably
sealed
angry.
in one breath, and
Boom.
now they are
All
preparing
of
to
a
pursue
sudden,
the victory.
Kong Jialu's whole body
Su
is
Shin
like a
asked
burst
a
of
little
gas,
more.
and
When
the
he
dark
saw
red
that there were no
bloodstorm
casualties
completely
among the
haunts his
people
whole
he knew,
body,
he
so
was
that he
relieved.
looks like he is wrapped
In
in
the inner
flames at
hall
this
of the
time.
Palace of
Who is
Longyuan Mountain,
extraordinary.
Senior,
Poor
my
Pol Vajra
grandmaster is
fist.
10th
Kong
rank.
Jialu shouted
Su
loudly.
Shin looked at Wu
As
Mingwang
such,
and said
he
so.
charged towards Su
With
Shin
less than half a day
majestically,
left,
with a
he didn't
terrifying
have
aura
time to
wrapped
prepare
around him.
anything.
He used his
Is it?
professional skills at
After
this
hearing
moment,
Su
and all
Shin's
aspects
words,
of his
Wu
physical body were
Mingwang's
strengthened
expression
to varying
changed slightly,
degrees.
but he quickly
The
recovered.
whole person is even more
Hidden
like a
missions
red
have
aurora,
strict
and in an instant,
confidentiality
it has deceived
restrictions.
Su Shin.
Su Shin must
Those
not
4 arms
disclose
were
any
powerful and
information,
powerful,
but
and the
judging from Wu
offensive was pounding
Mingwang's
down
reaction,
like a
he
hurricane.
seems a
In
little
this
aware of
state
it.
of anger,
Or,
advertisement.
Wu
This
Mingwang
usher
once
seems
triggered
more
a hidden
creepy than a
mission
desperate
personally invited
berserker.
by the world will at the
But
10th Order
before he could
Grandmaster
fully
level.
develop his fists,
Be careful.
behind Su
At this
Shin,
moment,
a
Wu
behemoth rose
Mingwang
up.
suddenly said,
Still wooden
"Be
golem,
careful of what?"
but the clone,
Su
at
Shin
this
asked
time,
with a
is as
twinkle in
high
his
as 7.
eyes.
The
Wu
sky-reaching
Mingwang
arm
continued,
grabbed Kong
"You have
Jialu,
always
followed
behaved
by a
very
fierce
evilly,
squeeze.
and you must be
This
unacceptable to the
pinch,
demon world.
it was as if a
Be
balloon had
careful
been
that they are
crushed
attacking and
completely,
targeting
and Kong
you."
Jialu,
1.
who had just started to gain
Su
momentum,
Shin didn't
was
answer.
directly
He knew
smashed
that the
into
other
the bottom
party
of the
should not
valley.
be referring to this
When
aspect.
Wooden Golem let him
By
go
the way,
again,
Senior,
this man
you
has
have a good
broken bones
relationship
all
with the
over his
Fox
body
clan.
and completely
Help
lost
me
his
ask the
fighting
clan's
power.
secret technique similar
After
to double
solving the
cultivation.
Kongjia
Can
Tower,
human women learn
Su
it?
Shin's cheeks suddenly
Under normal
burst, and then he
circumstances,
opened
it
his
is
mouth to
impossible to
spray,
learn,
and a
but if
black
you
tide was
transplant the
sprayed
blood
from
of
his
the Fox
mouth.
family, it is
You
possible.
are really
I
disgusting.
have some
He
experience
looked at
in
the GU
transplanting
master
blood.
of Northern Xinjiang
Su
University
Shin
with a
lost
look of
interest after
disgust.
hearing this.
There is
Although
no
the
way
senior
for the
sister
clone
has
to take
become a
these
beastier
GU
girl,
worms.
it
That is
sounds
because
like a
there is
lot of
no
interest.
life absorption
But in
skill.
fact, he didn't want to
But he
see Lin
himself
Zhenru's
came.
act of becoming
These so-called
nondescript,
GU
and even
worms
felt
are
a
better
little
absorbed than protein for Su Shin.
So far, Su
There are
Shin
many
completely
different types
dispelled
of
the
GE
idea of the
worms,
Fox clan's
even if
secret
it
art.
has the ability to absorb
Then,
life force.
Su Shin
It
and
is
Wu
nothing in
Ming
front
Wowang
of
stared at
life
each other,
absorption.
and the atmosphere seemed a
As for
little
poison,
awkward for a while.
that is useless. Not
Suddenly,
to mention
Su
that
Shin
Su Shin's
asked,
own powerful
above the
physique
god
can
level,
resist
is
poison.
there a higher level existence?
Even if it can't bear it,
I am indeed
it can be
inclined to the
transferred
saying that the Tao has no
and the
end.
latter will detoxify
Although the will
it.
of the world between
Only
heaven and
one
earth
phase.
does not have
Just
self-awareness and
solve Tom
bias,
Julu,
its
and make that
existence is
GU
real.
Master's GU
I often
worm
wonder what
ineffective.
the will of the world will be.
The more than
What about the
400
level?
geniuses who
The
were
god
present
level,
were all
it
stunned
doesn't
and
look like
forgot
it.
to take action.
Advertisement who
Over
knew
at
that this
Zhongnan
casual
University,
question would make
Sha
Wu Ming
Yingyu's
Wowang's
eyes widened,
chatterbox
as
open,
if she
and he
had
kept
known Su
talking.
Shin again.
It made Su
Su Shin
Shin
at
seem
this
to be
time,
taking a
in
philosophy
front of her
class.
eyes, there is an
But he did listen
unprecedented
with
light.
gusto.
More
Go to the land
casual
of
than ever,
Shenshu to
at
start
this
the
time,
countdown.
Su
0
Shin had
hours
an
9 minutes
indescribable
and
sense of
59
oppression on
seconds.
his body, like a
Listen to
giant
get
mountain
carried
being
away
handled
until
in
the
front of
world will
everyone's
prompt
eyes,
again.
and his indifferent
Next
gaze that
time I'll
ignored
listen to
everything
your
made
old
all the
understanding of
geniuses of the
Taoism.
same
The
age
junior
sincerely
has something
feel
to do,
fear.
so I'll retire first.
Snapped. Right now,
Su
Su
Shin
Shin
bowed at
put
Wu
her
Ming
hands
Wowang,
together
then
again.
turned and left.
Seeing this,
This is
everyone
how Wu
quickly
Ming
backed away.
Wowang silently
However,
watched Su
this
Shin
time,
disappear
what
into the
Su
room
Shin
in the hall.
performed was not Wood-style
Countdown,
birth of the tree
3,
world.
2, 1.
Instead,
Hum.
Sage mode.
When the countdown
Su
time was
Shin gets
over,
Wood-style,
Su Shin's
all
eyes
skills
widened
are
suddenly,
complete.
and a
Even he
force
can
of
create
space he had
brand new
never felt wrapped
Wood-style
himself
moves
around,
himself.
which was completely
The
different
fact
from
that
the
he
usual
couldn't use
feeling.
Sage mode before was
Even when
entirely
the
due to his poor
teleportation scroll
foundation
was
and
used
inability
before,
to
the
communicate with
surging
the
power
world.
of space was
But
different from
now it's a
cloud and
golden
mud
rank.
compared to now.
This rank is not
And
really
the
strong,
transmission
but it
took
can
a
already
long
allow
time this
Su
time.
Shin to cast Sage mode.
Su Shin only
At
felt
the
that she
moment,
was in a
Su
void,
Shin's
and she was
posture has
constantly
changed a little.
traveling with the turbulent flow
There are
of the
black
void.
stripes around the
He
corners
even
of his
forgot
eyes,
the flow
a
of
mark
time in
similar
this
to a
state.
black
I don't
bullseye
know
on
how
his
long it
forehead,
took
and
before
a
Su
black
Shin's
inside of the
disturbed
yellow
five
outside of
senses
his
gradually
pupils.
recovered.
He is this.
Transmission
It
is
seems
over.
a little
The land of the gods
indescribable.
arrived. At this
aura,
time,
I
Su
have never
Shin
seen it
slowly
before.
opened his
It is
eyes
an
and saw
extremely
the endless
special
ruins
aura.
of
Is it
woodland
his
around him.
professional skill?
And what shocked
Status type.
Sushin even more
When
was
Sushin entered
heaven
Sage
and earth.
mode, the aura of the
Even in the
unity of
dungeon
nature and man
world, there are
unfolds.
sun, moon, and stars.
Everyone just felt that the young
However,
man in front
there
of
is
them
no
seemed
this
to be
place
at a
is like an
completely
independent
different
space
level
in the
from
endless
them.
chaos.
He
There
was
is light,
clearly
but
looking
there
at
is
the
no
other
sun,
party, but
moon,
he
and
didn't feel
stars.
that he was looking up at him.
Sushin looked at the sky,
Wood-style
and all he
laughing
could see
Buddha
was the
jutsu.
endless darkness and
Sushin,
chaos.
who was double-folded,
Mission
suddenly
reminder.
pushed straight ahead with
Sushin
one
hurriedly
hand.
operated her hidden
Bang.
task panel.
As soon as he made
However,
this move,
it was
he saw
found
the
that there is
desert
no
ground under
so-called
his
task
feet suddenly
prompt.
surging continuously.
Not to mention what the target
Zero
characters of the
asking for
Laozi
flowers.
clan looked like.
Advertisement.
There was no hint of where they
Immediately
were.
after. A
This
huge
made
wooden arm
Sushin a
suddenly
little
appeared
anxious.
under
A month
everyone's
is
feet,
neither
and the
long
wooden
nor
arm
short.
was invulnerable.
To know that
Even
without
if
killing the
someone
mission
reacted
target,
in
he
advance
will
and
directly
deployed
fall
his
to
own
the
moves
10th rank of the
immediately, it
master.
would not help.
After a while,
In such a moment,
Sushin chooses a
including
random
those hidden
direction and
professionals,
starts to move
more than
forward.
400 geniuses
He
were
turned
held
on his
together
life
by wooden
perception
arms.
ability, and no life forms
Rows
were
of
found
large
around
wooden
him.
arms on the ground are lined up.
Gradually, Sushin
This
was drawn
scene is
to a
enough to
stone
make
tablet
Yan
in the
Jing and
ruins.
others feel suffocated.
The stele is in
One
ruins,
move,
with some
he
words
is
written
just
on
one
it.
trick. All
Although
the top
Sushin
talented
couldn't read
professionals
such
in the Yan
words,
Kingdom
the
this
meaning
year were
above came to
subdued.
mind.
Give up.
God level.
Give up.
Skill?
One.
After
Give
understanding
up.
most of the
One.
meaning of the
After
words on the
grabbing
stone
these little
tablet,
geniuses with the
Sushin
big
was
wooden
immediately
arms,
stunned.
they held it tightly
What
under
the
the
hell is this
control of
place?
Sushin.
For God level
Some
skills,
people
it is
couldn't
just
bear
a
the pain,
description,
so
not
they
a real
shouted,
God level
"Give up,"
skill.
and were sent out by the
However,
copy
at the
mechanism
level
of
of
the
God
secret
level
realm.
skills, it is well
One
known that
genius
only the
after another
legendary
was
level
teleported away.
superpowers can
It
become
only
masters.
took 10 seconds.
The reason why
There were
Sushin
only
is
400
confused,
people
it
in
was
the venue
because of the
just
stone
now,
tablet
and
that
now
was
there are
randomly
only a
found
few
in this
people
waste.
left.
It actually
These
recorded such
people
a
didn't
powerful
choose
skill
Sushin
move.
before.
Its
Then
name is
Sushin didn't
the
need to
universe
beat
in
them
the
up.
palm. It is
In
a
an
pity that
instant,
it is not
the
complete,
surroundings
and there are
became
no
much
inheritance
quieter.
crystals. If
Sushin,
Sushin
one
has to
move to
comprehend
clear
the
the
complete
field.
content
In
from half
fact,
of the
he
content,
can play
it is
with
better
these
to
little
work hard
geniuses
towards the
slowly,
goal of God
such as
level.
dancing with them like Madara.
Sushin subconsciously
It's
put
just
the
that
stone
Sushin
tablet
is
in the
not
storage
such a
bag.
procrastination character.
However, it was found that
If he
this
can kill
so-called
in one
land of
move,
Shenshu
he will
seems
never
to
be
have
stabbed
special
to death with a
restrictions,
dull
and it
knife.
is impossible to store
The
items in this
texture of the
place in
face
the storage
gradually
bag.
disappears.
Therefore,
Sushin cancels
Sushin
sage
can only
mode.
write down half of the
After
content of
disarming,
the
he
universe in the
pondered,
palm.
as if calculating
After
the
doing
comparison
this,
of combat power
advertisement
growth and
Sushin
consumption
punched
in
the
sage
stone
mode.
tablet, ready to
In
destroy it.
Hokage's power system,
Click.
in sage
The
mode,
steel was not
chakra will
broken,
undergo
but
qualitative
Sushin's phalanx
changes,
was
and its
broken.
power will increase several
Sushin
times.
was silent for a while,
The wood
then
style
stepped
under
the
sage
steel
mode,
into more
the
ruined
most
stones.
significant is the strengthening of
He
resilience.
gradually realized that the land of the
Certainly,
divine
the
ruins
power
was
of wood
completely
style is
different from the
naturally
trial
increased
copies he had
several times.
experienced in the past.
Even in terms
In
of
addition,
strength,
it is
thanks
true
to
that
the
you can see
enhancement
the
of the
chaotic
weird
void around the
force
land of
affecting
Shenshu,
sage
but
mode,
this does not mean
Sushin
that the
can break
scope of the
through a
land of
million
Shenshu
kilograms
is
of
very
force.
small.
You,
On the contrary,
Feng did not
Sushin was
shout
at
to
full
give up
speed
and
for the
leave the
first
secret
3
realm.
days, but failed to get
There
out of
was
the
an
current ruined
indescribable deep
place.
frustration in his
This
eyes.
made him feel a
Looking
little
at Sushin,
horrified.
he
Now
only
this
said the
ruins used
word,
to be a city,
"You,"
so
and
how
who
big
could
should
say
this city
anything
be?
after that?
To know his
These
current
people who
speed,
have awakened their hidden
Sushin can revolve
occupations
around a
and are
planet a
called the
dozen
children of
times a
destiny
day
by
with
the
all his
world.
strength.
At this
And for
moment,
3 days,
Sushin
Sushin
completely
did
crushed
not
the
encounter
confidence
any
and
living
pride in his
beings.
heart to shreds.
This made him a little
Sushin
uncomfortable.
came to Wu
In the
Jinlian, who was
past, it was an
dumbfounded,
online game,
gently
but
patted
now
her
it has
shoulder,
become a single
motioning
player
her to
and a
follow
single
him.
player. There is
Wu
no
Yihao,
clear main
the
task
others who
line,
were not
only a
attacked
target
by
person who does
Sushin,
not
all
know
had the
where or
same
how to find
expression
it.
at the moment.
4th day.
They were shocked,
Sushin was
puzzled,
about to
and
leave the ruins
confused, and
behind
the
him,
brain
and
seemed
in
to
front
lose
of
the
him was an
ability to
endless
think at
sea.
this moment.
At the end of
The
the sea
scene-clearing
horizon,
scene of
it seems that
Sushin
the outlines
smashing
of
and
some
wiping out the
islands can
scene
be
is
vaguely
constantly
seen.
playing in their minds on a loop.
Sushin's escaping boat
Every
was
time I
abandoned by
watch
him
it,
in the world
the
of
shock
heaven
in
and
my
man
heart
before,
grows a little
but now
bit
it can
more.
only turn into a
Their
wooden bird,
cognitive view
heading
has been
towards the
subverted
looming
like
outline
never
of the
before.
island, and began to fly
What
over the
happened?
sea.
What happened
Wow.
inside? Why did
Then,
so many
when
people
Sushin
come out
was
all of a
flying,
sudden?
in the deep sea below,
Tell me
a
what's
behemoth
going on
suddenly
inside.
jumped out.
At this time,
It was
the
a
secret
giant whale.
outside is even
The
more
surface
exciting.
was blue and white.
A group of Uranus
When it
elders
jumped
saw
out of the
nearly
sea,
400
it set
people
off an
teleported
extremely
out at one
spectacular
time.
100
How could they still
kilometer
sit
tsunami.
still?
It
And
also
these
has an
nearly
extremely
400
powerful
people,
suction,
they seemed
and
to have been
directly
hit by the
inhales the
sky.
wooden bird that
All
Sushin
were
transformed
silent,
into.
even if they were seriously injured.
Sushin frowned, was
He was
startled.
just sitting
It
there
is a move of the
stupidly,
great
with his
wilderness
head
prisoner's
down in a
palm to
daze.
shoot and kill directly.
Chapter 56 Glow
Snapped.
Uranus.
The head
Me
of the
and him are
giant whale was directly printed on by the giant palm that covered the sky, and it burst open in an instant. This unknown creature was instantly killed by Su Shin with one move, which was unexpectedly weak.
A total of 500
I was shocked.
people,
I thought it was Haywang, but that's what happened.
In the secret realm.
Su Shin felt a little speechless. In fact, even if this giant whale has Uranus-level strength, Su Shin is not surprised. After all, the dungeon here is indeed somewhat mysterious, and it is not surprising that there is any danger. The result was an ordinary Qian Zhao Zhao, Grandmaster level
what the hell
creature.
is going on inside?
Ding!
Why are
You
there
got
more than
100
400
quest
people
points.
who were sent out at
When
the
the
same
mission
time
time is
so
over,
deeply
you
affected?
can use mission points to
Hey
exchange
Yan,
for other
the Elder
rewards.
Uranus of Yongjing
And
University
after the giant
is a
whale
hidden
was killed by Su
professional, and his
Shin,
profession
two
is the same
prompts
as that
appear
of Wen
again.
Tianqi. He is a
The world
spiritual
is
teacher.
gamified, so Su
He is
Shin is
younger
not
than Wu
surprised that
Uranus,
this prompt
and is now the
appears.
5th order level of
He was
Uranus.
even very happy that there
But
was
by
such a
virtue of the
straightforward
advantage
killing
of the hidden
monster upgrade
profession, it
mechanism.
can be on par with Guo
In that
Uranus
case,
of the 7th rank
Su
of
Shin
Uranus.
hesitated, then
In
plunged
the
into
end,
the
what
sea.
happened? Pei
He
Yan
wants to
looked at
slaughter the
Ashura
powerful
Pangelu,
creatures
which
in
has
this ocean
attracted
and
much
accumulate
attention at
mission
his own
points at the
university.
fastest speed.
Failed.
However,
Pang Zhilu's
when
eyes
Su
are a
Shin
little
dared to
empty.
jump into the sea,
For them,
in the depths of
such a
dark
blow
seabed,
cannot be
a
cheered
pupil
up
so
in a
huge
short
that it
period
seemed
of
to cover
time.
the entire seabed
It's
suddenly
nothing to
appeared,
lose to your
and that
peers.
pupil was
There is
staring
no
at Su Shin.
concept of invincibility in
Wow,
this world,
Su
and
Shin
upgrading is the
quickly left the
mainstream.
sea and returned to the sky.
837.
His
Also
face
does
was a
not
little
have any
pale,
supreme
and he,
saying
who
that
was
he
not
has been
afraid of the
invincible
sky,
all over
was
the world
obviously
since
too
he was
frightened
young.
to turn around.
Everyone's
To know
ideas are
Su Shin's
realistic and
reckless character,
forward-looking.
he came all the way,
That is,
and there was
I am
really
not
no
as good
moment
as
of
you in the
fear.
golden rank, then
But
go
that
to the
pupil,
master
Su
rank and then
Shin will
divide
never
the
forget
outcome.
it for a lifetime.
J.
But
Different.
fortunately,
This
the
time is
terrifying
completely
existence
different.
in the deep sea did
Rather
not
than
attack
being
him.
defeated, it is
But
better to
now,
say that he
there
was
is,
directly swept
just
away,
being
and
stared at by
everyone
these
was
huge
cleared out with
pupils,
one
Su
move.
Shin felt instantly
This huge
stiff,
shock
and an
can't be
indescribable
described
sense
in
of
any
fear
words.
came directly into her
Su
heart,
Shin's move,
and it was hard
that
to
move
contain
left
it.
a deep impression on
What
them.
lies deep under the
A
sea is
concept
not
of
SpongeBob,
one
but a
move is the peak that
terrifyingly
I can't
powerful
reach
creature.
was directly planted in
Chapter
their hearts by Su Shin.
124. The Witch of the Magic
didn't
City,
you mean
the
Su
only
Shen was
surviving
besieging?
person in the
Why
upper
did they
realm
all come
function
out
mountain
all of a
trial,
sudden?
Guo
So many
Yanyu.
people can't beat Su
In order
Shen
not
alone,
to attract
right?
the attention of the terrifying existence in the deep sea, Su
Some
Shen
people are
deliberately
sluggish,
flew higher.
but some people are happy
With the
and happy,
flight,
and they
the
can't
outline of
float
the
in
island
misfortune.
ahead became clearer and
That is
clearer.
the first Wang Jingyu
Finally,
exit from the
after a
secret
3-day
realm.
flight, Su
At
Shen
this
landed
time,
on the shore
he
of the
came to the
island.
spiritual master
As
Wen
soon as you
Tianqi,
step into
who
this
had quarreled
island,
with him
Su
before,
Shen
and he
felt that the
seemed to be
ground under her
concerned but
feet was
actually
full of
asked
rich
something
spiritual energy.
sarcastically.
He
Hearing
used the
this,
life
Wen
absorption
Tianqi
skill,
clenched his
and just
fists
took a
tightly,
breath,
but he
the
couldn't utter
extremely
the slightest
surging life
rebuttal.
energy under his feet
However,
poured into his
his
body like a
reaction
river
made
and
Wang
ocean
Jingyu
waves.
suddenly dumbfounded.
What a paradise!
Really?
Su
You were
Shen
really
was
killed by
overwhelmed
Su
with
Shen
emotion.
alone.
In
He
this
screamed in
environment, the
surprise,
ability of
his
life to
expression
draw can be
unbelievable.
used to the greatest
At this
extent.
time, there are
Even if
15
the heart of
strong
life
Uranus.
has exploded,
One of
in
the
the face
7
of such
sons
a
of the
heaven and
Empire
earth
has
environment,
come, and the
the heart
30
of
guilds
life
are
will
not one
recover
by
much
one.
faster than before.
Soon, under
And
the
on this
urging of the
island,
elder
Su
Uranus,
Shen
what
clearly
happened
sensed the
inside
breath of
began
life.
to be repeated one by one.
Approaching me.
The
Su
Su Shen
Shen's
you
eyes
besieged
flickered.
before is
He
just a
stopped for a
clone of
moment
him,
or two,
and despite
and then
this, you
separated a
can't
wood
take it
clone.
down for a
The
while.
body was disguised as a
When
tree
Su
on the
Shen
shore of an
appears,
island.
he will wipe out the
Su
400
Shen
of
is
you in one
disguised
move,
as
just
vegetation,
between
which
face
is
to face.
basically perfect camouflage.
Hee, are you talking
Because
to the
his
old
life
man?
breath will be
After
perfectly
listening,
integrated with the
this
vegetation.
time,
No
the
matter any
elders of
perception
Uranus
is
were silent.
indistinguishable.
The
Only
Uranus
attacks
elders
can
bowed
make
their
Su
heads
Shen
in thought,
manifest.
as if they were sketching what
After
happened
about
just
3
now
minutes,
in their
a figure
minds.
appeared.
But
Seeing this
after a
figure,
while,
Su
the
Shen
strong
couldn't help but be
Uranus only
stunned.
spoke one after another.
Not human. It seems to be a race in the
Uranus
Abyss
from
Demon
Yanjing
world, with a
University.
pair of blood-colored
Even if
wings
Su Shen is
behind
a
it,
gold
a
10th rank,
dragon-headed
one
human
move to
body,
clear the
dark
field is
red
too
skin,
exaggerated.
hands and feet like animal
Uranus of
claws,
Magic
and only 3
University.
fingers.
Is it the particularity of the
Humans
move skills?
just arrived.
But
The
such an
dragon-headed
exaggerated
monster
move
looked
should
at
not
Wood
be
Clone,
underestimated
grinned, and
in
started
terms of
talking.
consumption.
The
Can it be
communication between
successfully displayed at
superhumans
the
will not
golden
be
rank?
hindered by the difference of
Uranus,
language.
Northern Xinjiang
Su Shen
University.
also does not
Anyway,
need to know the
it's a real
language of
fact.
other races, just use
Uranus from
prompts.
Laodong University.
So he can understand each other's
Zhongnan
words.
University
In the
has
same
produced
way,
a monster
the other
sea
party
ruler
should
this
be
year.
too. Are you a
Uranus of
demon
Central
race?
Plains
Su
University.
Shen asked.
Golden rank
Oh,
can really
you can
be
think
regarded
so,
as a
but
monster
instead of
with such
that,
performance.
how about worrying about your
The
life?
most important thing is
The
whether it
monster
can
bared
maintain
its
such
teeth
a
and
level
grinned,
in the
and
future
as soon as the
ranks.
words fell,
If
they
it
did
can.
not hesitate to attack Su
Uranus
Shen's
from
wood
Zilling
clone.
University. What is
Seal
this
the
called?
light and kill the
This is a
fight.
copy of the
When I
secret
saw
realm
this
of
demon's
chance.
arms stretched
I
out,
didn't
I
expect
saw
to
the
prepare
surrounding world
psychological
suddenly
counseling
darken,
afterwards.
as if all the light was completely
Tianyu
sealed
Guild
by it.
Uranus. It
In an
seems that the
instant,
only
the sky
artifact
and
is
the
going
earth
to
are
be
densely
acquired by
covered with
Zhongnan
endless
University.
darkness, and in this dark
Guo
darkness,
Uranus,
countless
Su Shen's
dots
teacher.
and
Awesome.
lines
The other
appear one
Uranus had
after
a bit
another.
of sourness in their tone,
The dots were
which seemed to be
intertwined,
pertinent in
and
their
Luo
comments,
weaved a
but
black
actually
net that
had great
instantly
doubts.
covered Su Shen's wood
Only
clone.
Guo Zhen was
All
heartbroken.
these
He
discoveries
was
are only about
completely stunned.
0.1
He
seconds.
didn't even know that his
Wood
students
clone
were so
seemed to be
powerful.
bound before he could react,
But,
and then the black net that covered the
Guo
sky
Uranus
exploded.
suddenly burst out
A
laughing.
face-to-face effort.
This kid
Su
has done
Shen's
what
wood
he
clone
always
was blown
wanted
to
to do when he
pieces.
was young but couldn't.
Su Shen's body
Even when
just
Guo
watched
Uranus
silently.
was young,
He did not
the hidden
choose to shoot,
profession
but
known as
was
the son
judging
of
the
destiny
opponent's
was
strength.
equally arrogant.
Different from
But
the past,
unfortunately,
he was
they
obviously
really
more
can't beat
cautious this
normal
time,
occupations
obviously
like them.
because the terrifying
Seeing
existence in the
Guo
deep
Uranus
sea made
smiling
him vigilant.
complacently, all
The
the
strength
Uranus
of this
felt even
monster
more
in front of me
uncomfortable for
is
a while.
very strong.
Back to
The
Su
speed
Shen
at which
here.
he played against
Follow me.
Uranus can
1.
basically be
Su
judged.
Shen tapped
He is
Wu
not
Jinlian's
actually
little
Uranus
head lightly,
ranked, but his
motioning her
combat
to go
power
and
is
talk with him.
surprisingly high among the
If you have
Grandmaster
something
rank.
to say, say
Cut.
it here.
It turned
After
out
Wu
to be a
Jinlian
clone.
recovered from
The
his
monster in the
absent-mindedness,
dragon head
he said
smashed its
awkwardly,
mouth and
but
turned
did
to
not
leave.
leave him obediently.
And at this time, the tree
people
not
who were
far
still
away
in the
slowly
secret realm were
transformed into Su
attracted by the
Shen's
two and
original
subconsciously
appearance.
cast their gazes.
After showing the main body, Su Shen
why are you
stared at the
talking to
monster
her?
with a
She
little
called you a
indifference.
beast before.
Advertisement: the monster's eyes
Seeing
narrowed,
this,
but the reaction
Xiao
was
Shangming let
beyond
out a
Su Shen's
displeased cry.
expectations. The
Lend me the
monster turned
reversal
around
scepter
and ran
for a
away.
while. Su Shen
It was
glanced
actually
at the
not
small
the slightest
talker,
plan to
didn't
fight
care,
against
but
Su
got
Shen's
straight
main
to the
body.
point.
The
When
logic
Wu
of this is
Jinlian
easy
heard
to
this,
understand.
he couldn't help
Su
feeling
Shen
a
used
little
the clone to
disappointed.
test the opponent's strength,
Girls are
but appeared
emotional
calmly,
after all.
which shows that
Wu
Su Shen is
Jinlian and Su
confident
Shen
enough,
only met for the first
DADF,
time during
to
this trip
crush
to
and
the
kill this
secret realm.
monster.
The two did
However,
not know
the
each
monster
other,
seemed to be
although
able
they
to
had
take this into
communicated at a
account,
negative
and they are not
distance
as
because of the
mindless as their
ability of the
appearance,
reversal
so they
snake.
simply avoid the battle.
But this didn't make such a
Boom.
good girl Wu Jinlian. Li
The
and
speed of the
feel any
monster
love
is
for
extremely
Su Shin.
fast, and when the
But it
wings
is
on the
also
back are
true that
spread,
Su Shin
its
has
body
left an
shape
indelible
almost
memory
turns
in
into
her
a
heart.
thin dark red line,
So she
and it
thought that
flashes
Su Shin
rapidly in
asked
the
for the
heaven
wish
and
for
earth.
something else, but it turned
However,
out to be
the
such a
huge roar
direct
from
request for
behind
the
still
boss's
made the
reward.
monster look back
This
subconsciously.
made her feel a little
Seeing
complicated for a
this,
while.
the spirit of
There are
direct
still
fright was
some
tense.
geniuses in Modu
I
University
saw a
who have not
Senju
left,
Buddha that was tens
including
of
Wu
thousands
Yulin,
of meters
who is
high,
also a
and a
hidden
giant arm
professional,
that
and
reached the
Tai
sky
Menbai,
was
an
already
assassin
pressing
girl.
towards the monster.
When the group of
Do
people
not,
who
the
followed
monster
Wu Jinli
screamed,
heard
and the
this,
screams
their eyes
stopped.
showed shock.
He was
How
directly
did
run
he know
over
that
by
Wu
the Senju
Jinlian
Buddha
had a
and
boss
died
reward in
instantly.
his hand?
Ding!
They were
You got
subconsciously
1,000
frightened and
points.
angry,
After
but they were
killing the
reminded
monster,
of the
a
terrifying
prompt
picture
sounded
of Su
immediately.
Shin's move to clear the
The
scene just
Senju
now.
Buddha soon disappeared,
What?
and the
You
world
have such
returned to
strength,
peace.
but are you willing to bully a
Su
weak
Shin
woman?
looked at the direction of the
But Wu
monster's
Yulin
death,
was
and
not
was a
used
little
to Su
lost
Shin
for a
and
while.
sneered. The
He
character of
didn't
this
figure
sword
out whether the
cultivator is really
monster was
one
a native
string,
creature of the
similar
island,
to that of
or
Xia
did he
Yingyu.
accept the
Right is
invitation
right,
to the hidden
wrong is
quest from the
wrong,
will of the
so I
world
won't
like
be
him?
cowardly just because
If
you
it's
were
the
strong.
latter, it's actually said
Wu
in the
Yilin
past.
glared at Su Shin and
The
was
opponent's
extremely
combat
dissatisfied
power, the
with his bully
Grandmaster rank,
behavior.
is indeed very strong,
Weak
but
woman.
Su Shin
Su
is more
Shin was
powerful
poked
than
and
him.
laughed, but she couldn't
Have you
stop
seen enough?
laughing. Zero.
After a while, Su
He
Shin
doesn't
turned around
reason
and
with
looked in a
women.
certain
He
direction behind
stretched
him.
out his hand to Wu
People of
Jinlian,
Yan
did
Kingdom,
not speak,
a
and
female
silently
figure walked
waited
out
for her
very calmly.
response.
She is a
Seeing that he
cute-looking
didn't
woman,
explain,
but at this time,
Wu
her
Jinlian
body is full
naturally
of
became
embarrassment,
more and more
and she
angry,
looks like
so
she
he
has
took
been
out the
hunted and
reversal
killed.
scepter from the storage
You are
bag and
also from the
smashed
Yan
it at Su
Kingdom?
Shin,
After
saying,
hearing the
"Here
other
it
party's
is."
words, Su Shin was
Advertisement.
stunned for a
Su
moment.
Shin took
Can
the
this place
reversal
also
scepter.
meet fellows?
Then I took out the other
Magic
two boss
capital,
rewards I
Guo
got.
Yenyu.
Oh,
Guo Yenyu
right. He
hesitated
suddenly
and took
thought
the
of
initiative
something.
to introduce
Qi
herself.
Lulu, who was at
Guo
Yanji
Yenyu.
University not
Su
far
Shin
away,
heard the
laughed.
name and suddenly felt
Twilight
familiar.
Lion also
But I
exploded a
can't
skill
remember
book.
it for a
Get
while.
to know each
Are
other.
you really
Give it
from
to
the
me.
Yan Kingdom?
I am not as
Seeing
gentle
that
to
Su
boys as I
Shin
am to
couldn't
girls.
recognize herself, the
Although
other party
Su
was a
Shin
little
cleared the
puzzled.
scene with one move.
Are you
But the
the
Shadow
witch in the
Assassin's
magic
hiding
capital?
skills were too
Su
good,
Shin
so
suddenly
several Shadow
remembered.
Assassins reacted
He
at
has
that
often
time
heard
and
the
were
name
not
of the
caught
witch
by
of the
witch
magic
style
city
laughing
before,
Buddha jutsu.
because the witch is an auxiliary
Qi Lulu.
profession,
He
praying for
hesitated for a
teammates to
while,
achieve the
and handed
effect of
the skill
enhancing
book to
teammates.
Su Shin
But the
honestly.
witch in the magic city is
Two
an
skill
individual
books. One is
outlier.
a skill
In the
book from
auxiliary
Decay
profession,
Shinigami boss,
she master
called
has magic
Decay
attack
Aura.
skills.
The other
And
is
the
the current
strength is
one,
very good.
called
In
Song
the
of
last
Twilight.
Fengshen
These
trial,
two skill
only one
books
of the
can
10
only be
people from the
learned by
Yan
the mage
Kingdom
profession.
survived, and that was
In
Guo
addition,
Yanyu.
there are 3
She is also
upgrade
the
books
youngest
from the
Uranus
10th
rank
level of
professional
gold to
in
the
the Yan
first level
Kingdom
of
so
master.
far.
But
It's
one
me.
copy is enough.
Guo Yanyu
Su
nodded.
Shin took
She
out an
looked at Su
upgrade
Shin
book
up
from
and
her
down.
arms and
The
handed
other
it to
party
Wu
was a
Jinlian.
little unremarkable when he was young. So
Wu
young,
Jinlian
he
didn't go
shouldn't be
too
here.
far and didn't eat the food
Su
you
Shin,
earned.
from the Jiangnan area.
Knowing that you are
Su
strong,
Shin also
just give me
introduced
the money
himself.
at the market price.
Never heard of that.
Su Shin
Guo
laughed.
Yanyu shook
She
his
doesn't
head.
want me to.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing this,
Hearing
Kai
this,
Mengbai
Su
hurriedly
Shin
scrambled
couldn't
for
help
it.
laughing.
The Kai
His
family
name,
has a
Su
lot of
Shin,
power in
is
the
a rare
magic
talent
capital,
that has
and
not
Kai
been heard of
Mengbai is
today.
indeed a wealthy little
How
woman
long
with
have you
good
been
money.
here? Su
On
Shin
the other
asked.
hand, Wu
Advertisement.
Yilin was also a little moved,
About 2
but
years.
thinking that she had
Su
just
Shin
scolded
nodded,
Su
which is
Shin,
not
she was a
surprising.
little embarrassed.
Su Shin's
Then I'll
rise is
sell
very
it to you.
short, and
It's
it's
a
just this year.
compensation for
The
playing
other
your head
party has
before.
been here for more than 2
Su
years,
Shin
and it's
handed the
normal that he
upgrade book
hasn't
to
heard
Wu
of him.
Yilin. Wu
Meeting
Yilin
a
was
fellow
stunned
in
for
a
a
foreign
moment.
country is also
It is
fake.
good. She gestured
Immediately
to take it.
afterwards, Su Shin
Unexpectedly,
pressed his right
Su
hand
Shin was
toward the ground
deliberately teasing
and saw
her,
a
so
delicate
she
wooden
immediately
house rise
retracted her
rapidly.
hand and said, "How can
He
you be
invited
fooled
Guo
so easily?"
Yanyu into the wooden house
Oh,
to discuss
woman,
in detail.
one.
The latter was a little
She
wary,
stomped her
and
feet
after a
angrily,
careful
as if she
examination,
wanted
he
to do it
stepped into the
directly.
wooden house.
It was also
The two sat on the
3.5 that
floor.
the
Su
geniuses of the
Shin
Magic
even took
Capital
out some tea
University
from the
next to
storage
her
bag
were
very
rational and
comfortably.
held her
He
back.
didn't invite the other party to
Speak the
drink it.
truth.
He just
Su
tasted
Shin
it slowly.
accepted the joke. He
Senior
said in an
Sister
orderly
Guo
manner,
has stayed here for
"Before
more
I
than 2
came here,
years,
I
but
thought
the
about it
outside
carefully.
world has turned the world
In just
upside
one
down.
day, the 3
Under the
bosses here were
leadership of
eliminated,
Emperor Yan,
and after
our
they were
country,
eliminated,
the state of
raiders
Yan,
could not
has
leave
attacked the
immediately with
heavenly
the
human
reward.
race in the world of
What
heaven
do
and
you
earth
mean?
with the power of the
Sha
whole
Yingyu
country,
inserted a
and
sentence
successfully
following
wiped
Su
out the
Shin's
heavenly
words.
human race.
Wu Jinlian
And at this
also
time,
turned
the
his
demon
head.
world is
Could it
even
be
more
that?
attacked, and they
Wang
invaded in a
Yi and
large
Zhao Shu
scale.
also came
The
over
demon
immediately.
world was defeated.
What is it?
The
What are
Yan
you
Kingdom
talking
and the
about?
Western countries
Xiao
joined
Shangning,
forces to
a
help the
small
world
talker,
resist the
looked
invasion of the
confused.
demon
Why
world.
everyone seemed to have
Su
guessed
Shin
something,
spoke
but they
first
didn't
and
know
chatted
it.
with the other party.
Su Shin said
After
to Xiao
Guo
Shangning,
Yanyu heard it,
"It's the
she
hidden
didn't know
boss.
whether she thought Su Shin
There
was
are still
lying
2
or
days
something,
left.
but she
The
didn't
time
react
is
much
completely
anyway.
enough. If it is
Is
only
that
the 3
monster
bosses
just
that have
now
been
the main
eliminated,
race of
then
creatures
there
in
is
this
no need
island?
for a time limit.
After a while,
Although
Su
the
Shin
reversal
got to the
snake
point.
is a bit difficult
No,
to deal with.
that's from the Abyss
But
Demon
after
World,
all,
and
the
like
attack
this,
power
was
is
also
0.
invited by the
As
will of
long
the
as there
world.
is a raider who can
He's
effectively
not from
resist
our
the
world.
reversal ability,
Guo
the
Yunyi
snake of
shook his
reversal
head
is
again.
equivalent to giving it for
She
nothing.
paused,
And then
in
added,
Su Shin's
myriad
inference,
worlds are
to
not the
trigger the
human
hidden
world,
boss
the
mechanism.
spiritual
You
world,
should start
the
from the
demon
reward
worlds of these
the
3
demon
bosses,
world.
the world of heaven
Even
and
if he
humans,
thinks
and
too
many
much.
copy worlds. Take a look at the attributes
Myriad
of the only
worlds are very
artifact.
large,
It's not
not
a
only
loss.
these large worlds,
Chapter
but the
57
monster
Hidden
just
Boss
now,
Desert
named
Angel.
Tien.
This is the real personal
Demons,
show.
from the world of
If you
demons.
combine the 3
When
boss
Su Shin
rewards
heard the
Reversal
words,
Scepter,
her brows
Rotting
sank
Bracelet,
completely.
and Twilight Wood together,
Myriad
you will
realms,
become the
myriad
only divine
realms,
weapon.
all heavens
Twilight
and
myriad
scepter.
realms should not
Is
be
that
as small
so?
as before. Why is there no response?
Su Shin is inclined to
Su
believe
Shin
what
put the
Guo
3
Yanyu
boss
said.
rewards in one place,
The reason
but
is,
she didn't see the
the
slightest
underworld.
reaction, so she
The
couldn't
underworld
help
is
but
not a
look at the
copy
others.
world, but it really
At
exists,
present,
and its
there are
size
40
is
people in
immeasurable.
the secret area of the
Su
Dust
Shin
Temple
can
dungeon.
fully understand.
7
Myriad
of them were
realms exist
supposed to be
fixedly,
lost
but
little
from the
idiots,
perspective
and
of
they
human
didn't appear
beings,
here.
like an updated version of
So
the game,
including
it
Su
slowly
Shin,
unfolds.
there are 33 people.
The 4 super
Zhongning
large
University
dungeon
has the
worlds did
largest
not appear
number of
all at
people
once,
left,
but
and
appeared
18
slowly.
others.
So,
The
it's
necromancer
not
Feng Peng
surprising
from
that one or
Yangzhou
more
University
super large
also
copies
seems
of
to
the
have a
world will
stubborn
appear
temper.
in the future.
He was seriously
What about the
injured by Su
Luotian
Shin
clan?
and did not
The
leave the
Luotian
secret
clan
realm
is
on
from the
his own
Kangling
initiative.
realm. Like
When
us,
Su
the
Shin
world is
suggested that there
dominated by
might
the
be a
human
hidden
race.
boss, he didn't
The
want to
difference
leave.
is that the Luotian clan
That That's
can
because you
naturally
think
awaken
too
their
much.
innate abilities.
The rewards of this dungeon's
Having
secret
said that,
realm are
Wu
exaggerated
Yanyu
enough.
suddenly asked,
How could there be a
"Your
hidden
mission
boss?"
is not to trouble the Luotian
Sword
clan,
Spirit
right?"
Wu Lin hummed.
So
Wu
what?
Jinli in.
Nothing.
You can do
Me
divination
too.
again.
I just failed.
Su Shin
Although I
ignored her
survived
and
by
looked at Wu
luck,
Jinli
I
in.
also lost a big rank.
You don't order me.
Can you
Wu
stay here
Jinli
if
in
you fail
didn't
the
give
mission?
Su Shin any favors
Yes,
either.
but you need to accept the
Maybe
mission
Su
again,
Shin
and the
didn't
penalty
coax
for
her.
failing the
In
second
that
mission
case,
is death.
let's wait here until
Why
the
did you
end of
choose to
time.
accept the second mission?
1.
Su Shin felt a little puzzled after hearing
But he won't force
this.
her either.
Mission points.
Wood-style
Wu
four-pillar
Yanyu
house
continued.
technique.
Mission
He
points can be
immediately put his
exchanged with
hands
the
together
world for
and
rich
saw
enough
dozens of
rewards,
huge wooden
which will
sticks
not be
sticking
lower
out
than the
from the
quest
desert
rewards,
ground,
or even
and then the
higher.
wooden sticks began to
Then what
deform
is your
and
second
combine.
mission? The
Without
content
a
of the
moment,
mission must
an
not be
exquisite
discussed with
wooden
other
villa
people,
appeared in
and it is
front
the
of
same
everyone.
here.
Su
The
Shin
process of
walked
talking
into
with the
wooden
fellow
house,
was very smooth,
take out some
but what
tea
if
and
the other
snacks from
party's
the
task
storage
was to
bag,
kill him?
and then take a comfortable
He
nap
must
for
use
30
all the
times.
conditions to complete the
The
task as soon
temperature
as
in the
possible.
desert is extremely high,
But she has
but
been
in
here
Su
for more
Shin's
than
wooden
2
house,
years, and
there
she
is
is
a wooden
simply a
fan
local
that is
guide.
turning, and even though
And
it is in a
looking at her
high-temperature
posture, it
environment,
seems that
the
she
wind from the
intends to
wooden
form a
fan is
team
still
with
cool
herself.
and refreshing.
Su Shin
Wow.
stopped
Xiao
talking.
Shongning
Wu
exclaimed and
Yanyu shook his
immediately
head
entered the
again.
wooden house,
And
lying
there are only
comfortably on
about
the
20
wooden
days
chair.
left for Su Shin to
Come
complete
in,
the
so are
task.
the wounded over there.
Under normal
1.
circumstances,
Su Shin
Su
greeted
Shin
the others.
completely ignored the other party.
Everyone looks at
Chapter
me. I look at you,
125.
but in the end,
Ancient Temple
they still
Trials.
step into the
Luotian
spacious
clan
hall of
people
the wooden
now.
house.
Innate supernatural
Only
powers.
the golden rank.
Celestial
Why
eyesight.
do you have so many
In the
strange
wooden
skill
house,
moves?
Su Shin and Wu
Wu Yulin
Yanyu
sat
chatted a
down,
lot.
enjoying the cool
Judging
breeze,
from the
and
words,
asked
Wu
everyone's
Yanyu
doubts.
could not naively directly
Su Shin
regard
heard the
Su
words
Shin
and
as a
blinked.
teammate.
He really couldn't
However,
explain it.
because of the connection between the
Professionals in
people
this
from the
world,
Yan Kingdom,
when they first awaken
in
to their
Wu
profession,
Yanyu's words,
have very
he
few
did tend
skills
to
and
team up
moves,
with Su
and they
Shin.
need to keep increasing
The
them by
real Myriad
themselves.
Realms is bigger than
But
we
he, Su
imagine,
Shin, is a
and those who
complete set
accept
of
the
wood-style
invitation of the
moves,
worlds will
and with his
definitely
level,
belong to
he
the
can
best in
also
Myriad
create his
Realms.
own wood-style moves.
So far, apart from
If
me, I have only
wood-style
seen you
is
alone
counted
from
as
our
an
side,
occupation,
world.
then Su Shin has
Wu
given the skill
Yanyu not
moves
only
of this
praised
profession
Su
to the
Shin,
complete
but also
master from the
praised
very
himself.
beginning.
And
You tell me your
she
secret,
continued,
and I'll tell
meaning,
you.
and
When
I,
you had
the
nothing
Emperor
to do,
Yan,
Su
the
Shin
witch god
chatted
and the
with Wu
devil,
Yulin.
most likely have all been
Forget
to the
it.
land of
Wu
Shenshu.
Yulin turned her head away and
This made
stopped
Su
talking.
Shin very interested,
This girl's
and quickly
character
asked,
can't help but be
"Why do you
amused and
think so?"
straightforward.
I saw them.
Su Shin
3
stopped
names
teasing
on a
her.
stone tablet.
Instead,
Guo
he took out
Yanyu
some
had a
bottles and
strange
jars
Kaido
of cooking
expression on his
materials from the
face.
storage bag.
It is estimated
Then,
that it is the
a hot
signature
pot
type
was
of
set up.
Yangon is
No,
here for a visit.
what are you doing with these
The
things
Emperor
in the
Yan,
secret realm?
the Witch God, and the
Everyone
Demon
was
Lord,
speechless.
the 3 of them
We
once
practiced
roamed the
in the
Shenshi
secret realm.
together.
Is he here for an outing? And after returning safely from Shen's strength all three became supreme powerhouses. The slightest rebuttal.
However, in
People
today's era,
really have
only
the
Su
ability
Shin
to
and
use
Guo
the dungeon
Yanyu
of the
received an
secret realm as an
invitation from the
outing.
will of the world.
However,
This
the
is
hot
enough
pot
to
is
show
not
that when
ready yet.
Yangon and the
Seeing
others were young,
mutation.
there were more talents than
Su
today.
Shin's guess is not
Speaking
wrong.
of this, Su
Twilight
Shin
Temple,
took the
there is
initiative
indeed
to
a hidden
invite
boss in the secret territory.
Senior Sister Guo. Why don't you and I form a
This
team?
secret dungeon is
I
only
have
opened
this idea
once,
too.
and the trigger conditions
Guo
for the
Yanyu
hidden
nodded.
boss are
But
extremely
the ugly
harsh.
words are at the front.
The 3
If Senior
boss
Sister
rewards
Guo
must
makes
be
any
put
wrong
together.
decision
This
temporarily,
is not
Junior
difficult for
brother,
Su
I will
Shin,
not think of the
because his
feelings of
strength
my
over everyone
compatriots.
is here, and there is a
Su
mechanism
Shin
that
said,
he can't leave
then
the
he and
secret
Guo
realm with the
Yanyu got
boss
to know each
reward
other
when
about
there's
the
no
next
time.
personal panel.
But without
He
the
is a
presence
10th
of
Order
Su
Grand
Shin,
Master, and
then
his
the boss
occupation is
reward
a
is
medical
likely to
doctor
be
and a
obtained
martial
by different
artist.
people.
The
It
other
is
party is a
impossible for
10th
them
Order
to take
Grand
the
Master,
initiative to
and his
get together with
occupation
the
is a
boss
witch.
reward.
The
Boom.
personal panel can be
Suddenly,
hidden,
yellow
but
sand
absolutely
filled the
cannot be
sky.
faked.
The ground where the
If
3
Guo
boss
Yanyu was
rewards
still
were
of the
placed
Uranus
suddenly
rank,
gave birth
then
to
Su
a huge
Shin would be
desert
unlikely
vortex,
to form
which
a
was
team with
spinning
the
like a
opponent,
spiral.
but he was of the same rank as
The
himself,
whole desert
so it was
world
not just a
suddenly made a
matter of
sound
his
like
own.
a bell and a big loop.
Even if she has a
A
ghost in her
huge arm
heart,
composed
Su Shin
entirely
is
of
sure to
yellow
kill him
sand
instantly.
stretched out from the vortex,
Relatively,
grabbing the
Guo
3
Yanyu
boss
felt
rewards in
relieved
one
when she
hand.
saw that Su Shin
The
was the
owner of
10th
that
rank
arm
Grand
also
Master.
gradually emerged from the
The
desert
ideas of the
Uzumaki.
two are surprisingly
It was a
consistent,
humanoid
and they both
monster
feel
made
that the other
entirely of
party is
sand,
not of the
but the
Uranus
body
rank, so
size
they
is
can
not
handle it at will.
exaggerated. After all,
This is the
Su
strong
Shin's 100
self-confidence
meter wooden
cultivated
golem
by
is
his
in
own
front.
combat power at the
This
same level
humanoid
that is
monster
beyond
is only
ordinary
about
people.
50 meters in
Su
size.
Shin is, but
Hidden
so is
boss.
Guo Yanyu.
Desert
In
Angel.
addition,
When
the reason
everyone
why
saw
Guo
the
Yanyu
giant
found Su
sandman
Shin to
appearing,
form a
a
team
reminder
because there are not a
automatically
few
appeared in
people
their
who form a
minds.
team with each other in the
There
land of
really is a
Shenshin.
hidden boss. It's
Su
scary.
Shin.
They are
Su
all
Shin.
top-level
Look,
enchanting
the hidden
characters.
boss has come
If they
out.
are one-on-one,
Not the
even
same.
if they lose to
This
the
boss
opponent,
is not
they
the
can
same
leave
as
the other
Kami.
3 bosses.
But once the other
Feng
party
Peng,
forms a
who
team
is
and is
still in
alone, and accidentally
self-isolation just
encounters
now,
it, it will be a
suddenly
dead
shouted.
end.
How do
After
you know it's
initially
different?
finalizing the
Su
teammate
Shin looked at
relationship,
Feng Peng in surprise.
Su Shin can't
It's
wait
the
to ask some
undead.
basic
Feng
common
Peng
sense here.
immediately Kaido.
Guo
Give up.
Yanyu pointed out
At
that there
this
are many
moment, a
opportunities
certain
in the
genius
land of the
from Magic
gods,
Capital
among which there
University
is the
suddenly
so-called
shouted.
Ancient Heritage Temple.
However, the results
This
are
ancient
horrifying.
inheritance temple,
Unable to
the
teleport
inheritance
away.
of the unique,
This
god-level
means that as
skills,
long as the hidden boss is triggered, it cannot leave the
of the
secret
Emperor
realm
Yan,
on its own,
the witch
and
god,
can only
and
kill
the
the
demon
hidden
master
boss
she
or
saw
wait for
were
the time
on
to
the
stone
end.
tablet at the entrance of an
Undead.
ancient
Feng
heritage
Peng's
temple. Words made Su Shin a little concerned.
3 days later,
But
under
he
the
looked at the
guidance of
desert
Guo
monster,
Yanyu,
and the
Su
other
Shin
party
didn't
didn't look
all
like
the
an
way to
undead.
the entrance of the so-called
Boom.
Ancient Heritage
100
Temple.
meters wooden golem
This
immediately
heritage temple
deceived
makes
towards
Su
the desert
Shin look
monster.
very familiar.
Wooden
It
golem
looks
stood
like
with
his
his
fist
fists side by side,
advertisement,
raised it high up
this
in
is
the
the
sky,
test of the
and
high
immediately
tower on the
smashed
top of the
heavily
sword
on the
desert
desert monster's
monster's
head.
In this
Boom.
way, is
A
the
loud
ancient
bang.
powerhouse of
The
the
desert
celestial
monster
clan,
was
imitating the
exploded by the
trial
wooden
ground
golem in
created
an
by this
instant,
inheritance
and the yellow
temple.
sand in the sky
What is the
exploded
content of
towards
the
the
temple?
surrounding like a storm.
Standing at the entrance of the
So
temple,
weak,
Su
or is
Shin
Su
turned to
Shin too
ask Guo
strong?
Yanyu.
This scene really
Guo
made
Yanyu
everyone
shook
look
his head.
dumbfounded.
It's
Because
hard
the
to
battle
say.
ended so
You can
quickly that they
understand that the
couldn't judge at
inheritance
all.
of the temple in the land of
They
the
couldn't
gods
help
is an
but look at Su
interoperable
Shin.
system, and the
But he
content
saw
of the
Su
trials
Shin
will be
quickly put
changed
away
due to
his
the
hot
different
pot
inheritance
ingredients,
of divine
and then looked
skills.
forward with a solemn
Even if
expression.
you and I enter this temple at the same
Su
time,
Shin
the
opened his
content of the
mouth and said
trials
a
we
word,
accept is
making
basically
everyone's
completely
heart
different.
completely hang up.
There is no
His
setting in the
voice just
inheritance
fell.
temple that
The
the memory
range of
will
the
be
desert
erased after
vortex
leaving.
expanded again, and then
Guo
2 desert
Yanyu then
monsters
also
crawled
talked
out
about
of
the inheritance
Uzumaki.
content of her
The
previous
2 desert
experience of
monsters
breaking
were
into the
one
temple.
after the other, and the
The inherited
100-meter wooden
magical
golem
skills
was
she
double
challenges
teamed.
are spiritual,
Then
so
the
the
giant
content of the
desert
trials
arms
is a
waved at the
spiritual
same
illusion.
time, and 2 crescent
As she
slashes
spoke,
composed of
there was a
desert
little
were slashed
embarrassment on her
towards wooden
face.
golem. Obviously, the
Puff,
state of mind is not stable enough, and the defense wooden golem was cut off in half. What?
Guo Yanyu then
Advertisement.
added,
The
in
strength of
addition,
this
if
hidden
you and
boss
others
is too
accept the same
exaggerated.
challenge of the inheritance divine
Everyone was
skill at the
terrified.
same time,
It is
and both
precisely
happen
because
to
Su
pass,
Shin's
the
previous
inheritance
performance
temple
was
will
too
force you
terrifying
into a
that this
separate
moment
space,
brought out the
and a
strength
winner
of
can
this hidden
obtain the
boss.
inheritance divine skill.
This kind of boss can
This
only be
mechanism was
deceived.
told after
Only
entering
under
the temple's inheritance that Guo Yanyu did not experience it personally. And this situation is basically impossible. You enter the challenge. After the challenge to the Temple of Inheritance, no matter if you fail or succeed, you will not be allowed to enter again for half a month. After you come out, let's hunt down the unique creatures in the land of Shenshu and earn quest points. Su Shin did not reply for a while. He walked to the stone tablet next to the entrance, looked down, and browsed. This stele is large enough to leave tens of thousands of names, and there are only a few hundred people on it. The name at the top is the most conspicuous, open black lens bracket heavy wind without trace close black lens bracket.
How about the death rate? It should be this cup named Feng Wu, Su Shin rushed out of his name house without fear, and then the people behind him would follow. At the same time, several
Su Shin also found the names of the Yanwang trio.
The moment he stepped
open
out
black
of the
lens
cabin,
bracket
Su
human
Shin
world
entered sage
Yangwu
mode
Yang
again.
Tian close black
I saw
lens
Su
bracket
Shin
open
slam
black
down
lens
on the
bracket
desert
human
ground
world
with one
Chi King
hand.
Mushin Shi
It
close
was seen
black
that the
lens
black
bracket.
texture quickly extended on the
Open
ground
black
under the
lens
palm,
bracket
forming
human
a
world
pattern
evil
similar
country
to a
called
magic
J
circle.
close black lens
Sage
bracket. In
art
addition,
Mayanman.
the names of
Boom.
large
A
worlds
huge
such
red
as the
torii
heavenly
building
demon
fell
realm,
from the
the
sky,
Kanglen realm,
directly
the
suppressing
abyss
one of the
demon
desert
realm, and
monsters
even
and
the
sealing
underworld
them
and
in
the heaven
place.
and human world can be
But
found
this
on it.
move was of no use at all.
Seeing Su
In the
Shin
desert
staring at the
vortex,
stone
4
tablet in a
identical
daze,
desert monsters appeared
Guo
again.
Yanyu didn't bother
The
him
number
either.
is increasing,
When she saw
and
the
here
stone
is an
tablet
endless
for the first
desert area.
time, She was no less shocked than Su Shin, and it was also the first time she realized that the world is so magnificent that the human world she lives in is not even the mainstream of the world. After half a sound, Su Shin suddenly raised his hand to write his name on the stone tablet. However, when his finger touched the stone tablet, it was forcibly bounced back. Perhaps only through the inheritance of the temple can you write your name. Guo Yanyu explained a little. Apparently, she tried it too. Su Shin smiled awkwardly and said nothing. In this way, the hundreds of people who wrote their names above are not weaker than Yan Huang Yangong. I just said, this woman will definitely come back here again. At this time, a snicker rustled. I saw three figures appear not far away, and one of them stared at Guo Yanyu with some resentment in his eyes. Obviously, there is a feud in the body. Su Shin glanced at Guo Yanyu and naturally wondered if this was her deliberate trick. These three are obviously not of the same race, although one of them is a humanoid. He obviously has the characteristics of a monster in the shape of a monster. He should be a monster, but it is not clear that he is not from the monster world. Another figure, called Su Shin, was a little surprised. Zero asked for flowers, advertisement because this person has the same Dharma body imprint as that of the celestial planet. It may be a genius in the world of heaven and man, because he stayed in the land of the gods, so he didn't know that his home was gone. The last person stood in the middle, with the same features as the human race, and an oriental face, with black pupils. The one in the middle is the Laozi clan. Guo Yanyu reminded in a low voice. It was the demon clan who stared at her with hatred. Have you found a companion? But so what? It's time for our feud to come to an end. The people of the demon clan stared at Guo Yanyu, and the hatred and resentment on their faces became more and more obvious. Guo Yanyu's previous hidden mission was related to this person. But it was a win-win situation. The two did not kill each other's quest content, but they were confrontational in nature. Unfortunately, neither of them completed the quest. As a result, they both dropped from Uranus rank to Grandmaster rank 1. After struggling in the land of Shenshu for a while, he returned to the 10th rank of Grandmaster. The good news is, the other two seem to be only 10th rank Grandmasters. The bad news is, bad news for them, they met Su Shin, and many more. Just when the atmosphere was tense and ready to fight, the Luotian tribe suddenly raised their hands and stared at Su Shin with some doubts. Then I saw this man's right hand and two fingers were placed between his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, a flash of divine light flashed between his eyebrows, and then a vertical eye was opened at the center of his eyebrows. F asterisk K. Seeing this scene, Su Shin couldn't help but let out a snort. The other party was in the cosplay Erlang showing the Holy Monarch, and he suddenly panicked. Be careful, this Luotian clan used his innate supernatural powers.
And after being chopped to pieces, it can still react dignified as if facing an enemy. Therefore,
she stared at the other three closely, thinking of starting a war at any time or fleeing at any time. Innate supernatural powers and celestial eyesight. When the Luotian tribe, Shenyu, used this innate supernatural power, everything in Su Shin's whole person was in front of him, and instantly became invisible. You must know that the reason why Su Shin can crush his peers is not entirely his Heart of Life. Heart of Life bursts seeds. It is a whole card used to leapfrog. He Su Shin can store life. With the level, the stored blood vessels, blue bars, are constantly rising. From the 5 blood bars at the beginning to the 30 tubes now. This is the reason why Su Shin can absolutely crush when facing his peers. And at this moment, the 30 tubes of blood stored in Su Shin's body were clearly visible in front of God's blessed Tianyangtong. This made Shenyu suddenly widen his eyes, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Of course, his celestial vision can also tell that Su Shin is not of the Uranus level. Without saying a word, Shenyu whispered a word to the two companions, and then left without looking back. What do you mean? The opponent's team is not necessarily so strong. God blessed temporarily reversed the water, and directly called the other two to frown. However, God blessed ignored it. He judged Su Shin's exaggerated background and was unwilling to fight with her.
He didn't mean to explain to the other two companions. I provided he had a posture of understanding when he said that once my clone enters the desert
and many more.
It will be
but he
found
wants to leave.
And
Su
then
Shin is not willing.
By a lot of sand and
his target is the Luotian tribe.
It is
a person called Shen Yuan and
feet underground.
Su Shin has no clues at present. Maybe you can find the answer from Shen, who is also a Luotian tribe.
The exact location.
I said, can you go now? Seeing Shen turning back, Su Shin laughed and laughed. Chapter 126, Senior Sister Guo, praise me, inherit magical skills, 8 Dragon God Fire. Seeing that Su Shin's eyes were not good, Shenyu also sneered at the corner of his mouth. Can you try to keep me? He sneered, and then without waiting for Su Shin to speak again, he directly used the escape technique and galloped away into the distance. I saw that this person suddenly turned into a long rainbow, and both the escape technique and the speed of escape were shocked. In less than a second, he was about to disappear from Su Shin's line of sight. Su Shin was surprised. What surprised him was not the other's evasion technique and evasion speed, but the evasion of the battle so simply.
Everyone was scolded.
Those who can enter the land of Shenshu are not all top talents from all walks of life. Geniuses who can be actively invited by the will of the world. Can that be normal? The result is a genius of this level. There was no sense of shame or humiliation in his heart, so he ran away like this. If Su Shin predicted in advance that this person would run away so simply, then there would be a way to keep him.
But now, the time given to him to react is too short, and before he can take action, the divine blessing of the Luotian clan has disappeared into the distant sky. There was a violent roar from the depths of the ground, as if the war was breaking out fiercely below.
The demon
Even
clan
some
and the heaven
residual
and human
power
clan
surged
master
over.
Tianqian,
However,
seeing Shen Yu
Shen's
avoiding the
four-pillar
battle so
house
simply,
technique also
naturally
has a
made
certain
some
defense,
retreats in
which
their
can be
hearts.
easily blocked.
The two looked at
About
each
a
other
minute
for a
passed.
while.
The
He
desert
seemed a little
whirlpool
hesitant,
exploded.
2-2.
A
The number
huge
was
wooden
equal,
hand
but
supported
God
Su
bless
Shen
his
and sent it
response
to the
sounded some
ground.
alarm bells for the
And
two of
after
them.
Su Shen came out,
At this time,
like a
Su
volcanic
Shen's right
eruption,
arm flashed
a
with
large
lightning,
amount of yellow
followed by a
sand gushed
lightning
out
gun
from
in
the
his right
bottom of the
hand.
desert vortex,
God's
overwhelming the
thunder.
sky, as
Why,
if to cover the
you have an
secret sky.
artifact created by my
These
clan.
yellow sands fell like
That day,
torrential
when the
rain,
leader of
and
the
then
human
condensed
race
into
master
desert
saw the god
monsters 50
Yule,
meters
he
in
recognized
size.
it.
But
This
in the
shows
blink
that
of an
Su
eye,
Shen's little
there are
test is
already
effective,
hundreds of
and
such
the other
desert
party is
monsters,
indeed from the world
completely
of heaven and
besieging Su
man.
Shen and others in the
In
wooden
other
house.
words, although Su Shen's
Su Shen
artifact
stood
is fused
outside
with the
the
body
wooden
parts,
house,
it is not
confronting the
difficult to
rapidly
temporarily
approaching desert
separate.
monsters.
It's just that
He
the
looked
first
contemplative.
integration is more
He has seen
difficult.
the body of the hidden
Shen
boss,
Yule
but the
was
ground
then
is the opponent's
reintegrated
home
into the
ground.
right arm by Su
In
Shen.
the underground,
He
Su
then
Shen
made a loud
believes that
bang
what
from
he
his
is
left
fighting
arm,
against
and
is
6
not the hidden
clusters of
boss,
hot and
but the
completely different
desert
flames burst
itself
out.
in this secret world.
6 clusters of
He is
flames were
fighting the
thrown
might
out
of
by
nature
Su
with
Shen,
man.
and then like
There
an
is no
enchantment,
chance of
they
this.
completely surrounded the
At least the
surroundings.
current Su Shen
The
can't reach
fusion of
that
the
level.
left arm is naturally
But
the
when she
divine
ventured
weapon,
into the
the 6
ground,
Yang
Su Shen
Xuanwu
gained a
cauldron,
lot of useful
bestowed by the
information.
Emperor Yan.
That is,
At this
the hidden
time,
boss
the
is
power
not
of the 6
invincible.
Yang
Its
Xuanwu
body is
cauldron
indeed
is
the
stronger
undead.
than that
As
of
long
Shen
as it
Yule,
bypasses
because the
the
latter
desert
is
monster
currently a
and
little
leaves the
level of the
opponent out of the
artifact of the
ground,
master
then
rank.
there is a great chance to
Quote,
solve it. Question mark quote. But the key is, Su Shen
right
was
now,
both thunder
there
and
are simply
flame,
not
the
enough
witch
people
people
to
to
help
help by
Su
the
Shen
sidetracked
attract the
asking
attention of
questions
the
on
hidden
her
boss.
face, and there is no effective
She
means to
clearly
lead the hidden
remembered that
boss
Su
out of the
Shen's
ground.
occupation was a medic and a
Su
martial
Shen
artist,
released
a
Sage
dual
Mode and
professional.
returned to the wooden house.
But can these two
He
professions
simply
have anything to
rested.
do with
After
lightning
all,
and fire?
the Sage Mode consumption
However,
intensity was
just
too
when
high.
Guo Yenyu thought that Su
Even if
Shen
it's
was going
just
to
for a
use thunder
while,
and
the
fire
health
to
blue
attack,
bars
he
he
actually
saves are
folded his
almost
hands
used up.
together and used his wood
It's just
skills.
that in front of the skill
This
of
made
life
Guo
absorbing,
Yenyu
the magic
dumbfounded,
can be
but what
replenished
made her
quickly.
even more dumbfounded, it
Su
was still
Shen,
behind.
is there nothing I can do?
Boom.
The spearman
As Su
Zhao
Shen
couldn't
entered the
help but
immortal
ask.
state, he immediately
Don't
displayed
panic.
true
I hit
several
a few
thousand
hands,
hands.
and the advantage is
The
mine.
current Su Shen,
Su
true
Shen
several
waved his
thousand
hand
hands,
back and
is about to
continued to
become his
absorb the
starting
life
move.
energy.
He uses the
When
ultimate
everyone
move as a
heard him
flat
say
A,
this,
which is
they
why
were
Su
even more
Shen
at a
has this
loss.
background and ability.
At this time, Su
Buzz.
Shen was obviously
The earth rumbled and
overconsumed.
trembled, and a
What
behemoth
does it mean
quickly
to
rose
hide a
from the
few
ground,
hands?
and its
I was
size
able
was
to
even
leave
more
before,
monstrous.
but now I am
At
completely
this moment,
surrounded.
the
I
demon
can't
clan
escape
and
if
the
I want
master
to.
of the heaven and human
If
clans
this
seemed
goes
to really
on,
understand
everyone
why
will
the
die.
genius clan of the
Grass,
Luoshan
are we
clan
going
faced
to
Su
die?
Shen.
Someone
Although they were
realized that
not
the crisis
cowardly,
was
they
imminent.
ran faster than anyone
Xiao
else.
Shangming was frightened by
The
these
people of
words.
the demon race
This
were
girl has
Uranus
been
ranked
dressed in
before.
fine clothes and
He
food
could
since
more
she was
deeply
a child,
appreciate the
and she
power of
has
Su
never
Shen's move
experienced
than the
any
Grand
crisis,
Master of
so
the
she
Celestial
panicked
Clan.
immediately.
Turn
They
into
were
a
all
Buddha on the
scared to
top.
tears, and their
Su
eyes were
Shen
filled
couldn't
with
help but say
tears.
that. True
Whoa.
several thousand
Su
hands
Shen
immediately
said
locked
something
on the
at
two
this
people
time.
below,
Don't
and began
worry,
to mercilessly
everything will
crush
be
and
fine
kill.
with Su Shen here.
Advertisement.
Wang Yi
The
forcibly
demons
calmed
appeared
down
on the
and gave
body.
everyone a
Its
booster.
body is a given aid.
I mean, I
And
don't
that
know
day,
if you guys
the
will
arrogance
die,
of the
but I
human race
definitely
showed
won't.
his own magic, the heaven and the earth, Wanli
23,333.
Blood River.
Who knew Su
These
Shen
two were
suddenly
placed
said
on the
another
Grandmaster
sentence?
rank, and they were
Everyone's
both
face suddenly
top-notch combat
collapsed.
powers.
For a time,
But the existence of
atmosphere
Su
in the wooden
Shen
house
forced the
was
Grandmaster
dignified
rank
as if
to
it was
divide
filled
into a
with
higher
lead
level
balls.
of combat power.
Except for Su
For
Shen,
those of the same
everyone
level,
was silent with
the
a forced
deepest
impression of Su Shen is
the
the number of desert
you
monsters
of the Celestial
outside is
Clan.
still
Look at
increasing,
that.
but the increase is not much, really forced indicating Su that the
Shen to
number of
only
desert
half of his
monsters
life
created
left,
by the
and it
desert
was the
gods is
half-life
limited.
after the Heart of Life
And
was
more
used
than
up.
100 desert monsters,
Although Yu was
enough
dead,
to
he will
completely
always
surround
live in
them.
Su Shen's heart.
And the secret realm has
Boom.
only passed about
Bang,
2
bang,
o'clock,
bang.
and there is enough
When
time left to
1,000
make
wooden
him go
hands
back
that
and
covered the
forth to
sky
death.
were crushed and
What
photographed,
are you crying
any
for?
resistance
It's
between the two
useless.
in front of them
Xiao
seemed to be
Shangming
in
was
vain.
sobbing in a low voice.
Just a
All
few
kinds of
seconds after
things
their
from the
moves
past
were
came to
unfolded,
her mind
they were
like a
completely
revolving
destroyed
lantern.
by
She
Su
made
Shen's
Xiao Yingyu
destruction.
cry, and the latter
In the
immediately
end,
scolded her.
the two joined hands
At
to
this
report
time,
to the underworld.
advertisement.
When
Su
the
Shen is
Senju
full
Buddha
of blood and
dissipated
blue.
in the heaven and earth
I
returned
saw
to
him
peace,
enter Sage
Guo
Mode again.
Yenyu's
At
expression
this
remained in
moment,
great
his
shock.
hands were folded together,
Ding,
and his eyes
you got
suddenly became
1100
extremely
points.
hot.
Ding, You got
Sage art would style
3,500
through several
points.
thousand hands.
Obviously, the
Su
quest
Shin
points on the
drank in
two of
his
them
heart,
were all transferred
buzzing.
to Su Shin
Suddenly,
after they died.
there was a huge roar from the
Compared
ground
to
below
hunting
the
the
wooden
native
house,
creatures in
as
the
if the
land of
ground was
Shenshu,
moving,
killing
causing
each other with
everyone
these
to look at each
outsiders
other
is
in
the
dismay.
fastest way to accumulate
But
quest
soon,
points,
the
and there is
desert
no one.
monster that was originally
The
50
gibbous ape
meters tall
thought
was
that,
no
like
different
Guo
from the
Yenyu,
concept
he
of
stayed in the
giant
land of
in their
Shenshu for a
eyes.
long time, so
But
he would
these
have more
desert
points on
monsters
his
are now
body.
shrinking in size.
Look at Guo Yenyu
Wrong.
again.
It
She
is
was
their
totally
perspective that is
bewildered.
constantly zooming out
One of
and
the
changing
reasons
from
why
looking up to
Zinran
looking
originally
down.
teamed up with Su Shin was because she felt that the other party could not friend her.
Everyone looked at the desert
As a
ground
result,
below,
the
only to
power
feel
of
that
such
they were getting
moves,
farther
she
and
herself
farther
does
away
not
from
know
it.
if she can stop it.
Finally,
And
this
watching
trend of
Su
ever
Shin
widening
display such a
perspectives has
relaxed
come to an end.
appearance.
But
What
the
made her
desert
feel
monster below
outrageous
has
was that
turned
this
into
powerful
a
move
little
might
black
not be
spot
Su
at
Shin's
this
trump
moment.
card.
A huge
Sister
statue
Guo,
of Guanyin
at this
rose
moment,
from the
Su
ground,
Shin called
standing
out.
on the ground.
Guo Yenyu
This
fell into a
Guanyin
huge
statue
shock
was a
and did not
kilometer
respond
huge.
for a while.
The wooden house fell on the
Senior
head of
Sister
the Guanyin
Guo,
statue,
Su
and
Shin's
everyone
voice
looked
became
behind the
slightly
Guanyin
louder.
statue. One by one completely
Guo
dumbfounded.
Yenyu then recovered.
Stupid. Shocked.
Senior Sister Guo,
What is
won't you
this?
praise me?
Some people screamed
Su
and
Shin
lost their
smiled
voices,
at her.
looking
Although
at
they are
Su Shin
teammates,
with his
it is
hands
indeed
folded and his
necessary
eyes
for her to
shining
show
in
restraint.
disbelief.
So it is best for
What
her
do you
not to
call
give birth
it?
to some
How many
unrealistic
hands did you
ideas,
hide?
which is good for both
Feng
parties.
Peng was completely numb,
Junior
and
brother
he felt
Su,
that he was now an undead,
Guo Yenyu
completely
opened
numb.
his mouth, not
Is
knowing
this
what to say
person
for a
really
long
the same
time.
age as me? Is
Senior
this
Sister
person really a
Guo,
golden
don't be
rank?
surprised.
This
Senior
kind
Yan
of move
Wang
seems
said that
like
I
a
am a
stalwart
rare
wonder
genius
of
from
the
the
world.
heavens in 10,000
Jian
years,
Hao
and my
Jiao,
talent
it
is
is too
timeless.
outrageous to be able
I
to
was born
display
for
it
the
at the golden
calamity of the
stage.
human world. The
And
demon lord took
too
pity
big,
on my
so
talent,
big,
did not
it's
hesitate
only
to
a
send a
kilometer,
daughter,
so I
invited me to
can't
join the
stand it
demon world.
anymore.
The witch god
Although
was
Su
jealous of
Shin
my
was in high
talent,
spirits,
and even
but
set
he
up a
made a
plan
big
to let
move by
5
himself,
Uranus come
but
to
made
bury
him
and
bear
kill
a
me,
heavy load.
and I killed him instead.
This kind of violent
Su Shin
behavior directly
continued,
caused
and these
Su
are
Shin
just
to
a little bit
explode
of
2
wind
hearts
and
of light.
frost to me.
This is
Although
worth
Su
it.
Shin's
Originally there
discourse
were
has more
4 lives,
descriptions,
but
the
now there
general
are only 2
discourse is
left.
similar.
broken.
Guo
At
Yanyu
this
didn't
moment,
answer,
Su
and looked
Shin
like she
suddenly
wasn't very
shouted
smart,
loudly.
and just stared at Su Shin.
What's wrong? Everyone
Senior
was so
sister
frightened
Guo,
by his
just
call that
stay
they
here
rushed
and don't
over.
move around until I
I
go
can't
to this
see where
temple.
the enemy is.
Then, after Su Shin left the sentence, he calmly stepped into the ancient temple of
an
inheritance.
exaggeration. But this
After
is
entering
also
the temple,
equivalent to the
Su
height of
Shin
two
appeared on a
oriental
huge
pearls.
suspended
Standing
stone
on it,
platform,
the naked eye
surrounded
can't
by a
see the
bottomless
ground at all.
terrifying abyss.
At
As if
this
leaving the
time,
stone
Su
platform
Shin
meant
really
death.
had no energy to use her
Just when
perception
Su Shin
ability.
wondered that the
It
inheritance
is
trial
good.
was quite
Su
different
Shin
from what he
breathed a sigh
imagined.
of relief.
I saw a
Fortunately,
light
I
curtain
brought
suddenly
binoculars.
appear in front of me.
He was already
The
prepared
text
for
in the
this.
light curtain
Now
jumped
take
and
out the
finally
binoculars
stopped.
from the storage bag and look down.
Advertisement. Inheritance of
Yan
magical
Jin,
skills
Sha
aid Dragon
Yinyu,
God Fire.
Eileen Wu, Wu
Open
Jinlian,
black lens bracket. Do you want to start the trial?
The other boys
Close
looked at
black
each
lens
other.
bracket. There are more than one
Almost the
temples in
same
the
thought
Divine
popped
Ruins
into my
land,
mind.
but other temples
This
are
is
interconnected,
forced. I'm
and it
so
doesn't make
envious.
much difference
Grass.
from which temple you enter.
Chapter 59.
The inheritance content
Heaven-defying
inside
reward
is also
ascension
random.
disc. Wu
No,
Jinlian is
Su Shin
mine.
randomly
Newly
came
made.
out with a fire
Friend.
type inheritance magic
Except for
skill.
Su Shin.
Su
Everyone
Shin
else was
didn't
like
know what to
riding
say
a
for a
roller
while.
coaster.
He is an
with ups and
extraordinary
downs.
person who is mainly
At this
based on the
time,
wood element.
on this
You can
huge
give him a
Senju
fire
Guanyin
element.
statue,
As
everyone
for the
has only
thunder
one
element,
sense.
it's better to say that the
That is
fire
the
element
sense
is
of
really a
security.
bit of a mess.
It's like lying in my
However,
father's arms
Su
when I
Shin
was
can
a child.
successfully integrate the
Even when
six-yang
the
Xuanlo
sky fell,
cauldron.
my
In fact,
father was holding
there's no
onto
need
it.
to worry too much about
Look
the
at Su
so-called
Shin
attribute
again.
repulsion.
He pretended to use the
Start the
binoculars
trial.
to look down
Thinking
a
of
few
this,
times,
Su
and then he
Shin
urged the
chose to
Guanyin
take the
statue
trial.
to slap toward the center
Shortly
of the
after,
desert vortex.
the land of Shenshu,
Bang
on another
bang
sea
bang
island.
bang. Every beat is like a volcanic stone tablet left by the earth in the ancient times. Damn, how much this consumption is too exaggerated. The power
A group
didn't
of people
disappoint Su
gathered in a
Shin,
huge
but
and
that was the
dilapidated
consumption.
square.
It was so torturous.
And in this square, there are
Su Shin only felt that her whole
9,981
body was
stone
being
stels
sucked dry.
standing in the sky.
Really,
But some stels
using
are obviously
several
damaged,
thousand
and there are
hands to
only
force
3 that
action
are
of the
truly
golden
complete.
rank is still too
And
reluctant.
there are a lot of people here.
If Su Shin
The
didn't
land
have
of
the
Shenshu
resurrection
is not
flame
open
talent
for a limited
light-hearted
time.
life,
It is always open.
even if it exploded,
Even if you
it was
complete the
absolutely
quest at the
impossible
invitation
to
of the
cast it.
world will, you can choose
He
to
is
continue
really
to stay.
exploding with his life.
This
The
also led
difference
to a
is that his
large
life
number of
is a bit
people
more.
gathered here.
Dong
Although
dong
the people
dong.
who can be
Seeing
invited
the
by the will
mountains
of
and
the
rivers
world
of
are the
yellow
leaders of
sand
all
glowing
walks of life.
continuously,
They cannot
Hong Kong
stand
and
the
others
large
were
number of
completely
heaven and
convinced
earth.
by Su Shin.
In the face of the huge
The
number,
huge gap
it is easy
between
to
them and Su
understand that
Shin
the
made
number
them
of
feel
trial people
powerless
in the
like
land
never
of the
before.
gods is very large.
But because the other
The
party
one
is
who
too
spoke
strong,
at this time
there
was
is
a
no
young man
jealousy,
who was
and some are just
indistinguishable
the
from a human
admiration of the
being.
weak for the strong.
The young man has
Caught you.
thin lips
At
and a
this
feminine
time,
appearance.
Su Shin suddenly
This
let out a
person
low
is the
voice.
mission target of Su
A
Shin's
Guanyin
trip,
arm was
Shen
pulled out from
Yuanming
the
of the
ground,
Luotian
and the
tribe.
palm was holding the sixth
What
boss
Su
who was
Shin
hidden
didn't
deep in
know
the
was
ground.
that this god
This
is
hidden
clearly a
boss is
Uranus
indeed an
rank.
undead type, and it
This
shows that
humanoid.
the will of the world has
It
a
was
higher
wearing a
valuation
yellow
of
robe,
his combat
and the pale
power,
face
and
was
believed
full of
that Su
incomparable
Shin may
shock
defeat
at this
Shen
moment.
Yuanming by leaps and bounds.
Slap.
Chat.
It may be
Guanyin's
that the
arm
most
slammed
trump
hard
card
and killed
method
the
of
hidden
Liu
boss.
Shen's
The
sacrifice
Twilight
is
God
also
envoy
included.
on the spot.
After all,
It
it
seems
is not difficult
Su
to say
Shin's
that the
wood
current
style
Su
moves
Shin is
also
like
have damage
Uranus.
effects on the so-called
But to
undead,
talk about
and the undead
Uranus,
can be
who is
immune
like
to
a
his
super
physical
genius and
attacks.
hero, the
I
difficulty
just
can be
solved the
increased
hidden
by
boss here.
3.5 in a
Su
straight
Shin
line.
immediately sent Feng Peng
Brother
and others to
Yuanming.
the ground.
At this
And then,
time,
the
the god
statue of
blessing of the
Senju
Luotian
Guanyin,
clan,
which was as
who
big
had
as a mountain and
escaped
sea,
before,
slowly
appeared
disappeared.
here. Shen
Before he could
Yuanming's
recover,
strength is
Su
very
Shin
strong.
immediately went to hide
Others
the
who are
boss's
strong
death.
enough to this land of the gods are
Rewards for
already
hidden
well known
bosses.
for its
In
reputation.
addition to the previous
And
three
he
boss
stayed in the
rewards,
land of
there's
Shenshu
one
for a
more
long
golden
time.
disc.
After
Su
the first
Shin took
hidden
it
task is
directly in his
completed,
hand and
the
checked
tester
it
can
out.
choose to stay in the land of
Open
the
black
gods.
lens bracket special
And do
item
not need to
Katakana
accept
middle
the
dot
task
ascension
again.
disc.
On the contrary,
Grade.
it will become the
None.
task target of
Unique
the
effect.
latecomers.
Within the range
Shen
of all
Yuanming
levels,
had encountered
increase the
such a
probability
Uranus
of
rank tester
advancement by
before,
5%,
who took him as his
10%.
goal, and finally
Close
successfully
black
killed the
lens
opponent,
bracket.
and then stayed in the
This
land
hidden
of
boss
Shenshu
reward
again.
has almost no panel
And every
attributes.
time it is
It is a
used as a
special
mission
equipment
target,
item with
Shen
no level,
Yuanming will
and has
receive a
only one
prompt.
unique effect.
I found a new
And
tester
seeing this
who entered
only
the land
effect,
of the gods.
Su Shin
He
was
is
in
from
a
the human
trance for a
world.
moment.
This person is
Improve the
extremely evil.
success probability
My
of
eyes
advance,
can see his
and
background.
it is still a full
The
level
second
range.
such monster.
This
But
is
he
too
seems to
heaven
be only a
defying.
grandmaster.
At the stage of green,
Did you
white
ask
and
his
yellow,
name?
there is
Shen
basically no
Yuanming looked
difference
at Shen
between
Yu.
the
I
probability
didn't
of
ask.
such an increase
Shen
in
Yu
the
shook his
absence of
head.
it.
He didn't dare to
But
stay
at a
for half
higher
a second
level,
at that time.
for example,
When Shen
Uranus level
Yuanming heard the
and above
words,
epic
he
level,
couldn't help but fell fell into
level.
contemplation.
A
There's a high
professional
probability.
stepping into a
It said
certain
Grandmaster
high-level
rank.
rank does not mean
After
that
a
he will
while,
definitely
Shen
be able to
Yuanming
reach the
suddenly
highest
said
10th
something
rank of that
solemn.
rank.
6. We
Just
chapter
like his teacher Wo
127
Uranus,
Fire Refinement.
Uranus' 7th
The
order
Luotian
level.
clan is waiting for you.
Wo
Su
Uranus,
Shin,
as the vice
dangerous.
president of Zhongnan University,
After hearing what
does not
Shen
say that he
Yuanming
is rich
said,
enough
if
to
it were
rival the
someone
country,
else,
but
they
he
would
is also
definitely
an
be yelling,
exaggerated
what a
master.
joke, the mission
Is it
target of the
because he
Grandmaster
didn't want
rank
to
is
think
you,
of the 10th
and so on.
Uranus?
But Shen Yu
Advertisement.
did not,
It is
and after
entirely
hearing
because
this,
at this
he
level,
suddenly fell
promotion
silent,
to the
just
first
like
rank
Shen
has nothing
Yuanming.
to do with money and wealth.
The more outrageous the fact
Su
is,
Shin
the
quickly
more
put
it
the
can prove
flying
how
disc into the
unimaginable the
storage bag.
Grandmaster who has just
There
entered
is
the
no
land
way
of
he can hand
Shenshu
over
is.
such good things to Zhongnan
Then Big
University.
Brother Yuanming.
In
How is the
addition to this
enlightenment
hidden
here?
boss reward,
God
there are
bless
other
it changed
rewards.
the subject at the right
Su
time.
Shin and others,
In
even
general,
if the
the
door is not
advantage
shut,
is still in
can be
them.
attacked by the
Shen
hidden boss,
Yuanming has
so the
stayed in the
reward is
land of
triggered.
Shenshu long enough.
This is the group reward
And Su
system.
Shin's
The
mission goal,
reward is
and there is
1,
no
and the
evil
level
setting.
is increased by 1
On the
level on
contrary,
the existing
this
basis.
Shen Yuanming has made
If it
friends
is
in the
silver
land of
10th
Shenshu,
rank,
as
then
long
it
as
can be
there is no
directly
conflict
promoted
with his
to gold
interests.
first rank.
He can basically make good
Reward
friends.
2. Each person
He is well
gets
aware
a
of the
master
truth of the
seal.
many helping the
This
poor and the
master
poor.
seal is
And
a
the
good thing.
Luotian clan of the
After
Kanglan realm
stepping
is
into the
indeed a
master
brilliant
rank,
race.
there is a
They are born
necessity
with the
for every
ability to
step up,
awaken the
and that
so-called
is the
innate
master
ability,
seal.
and they even call themselves
Having the
descendants of
master
gods.
seal does not
This
guarantee
race is
that you
similar
will
to the
upgrade
celestial
successfully,
race,
but
and can be
without
regarded
it,
as
you
a branch
cannot
of the
meet the
human
upgrade
race.
conditions.
However, the
Grandmaster,
number of Luotian
Uranus and
clan
other
was far more
high-level
than the total
positions
of
have
more than
similar
20 million
settings.
celestial clan.
The master seal
The total number
can
of
only be
Luotian
obtained through
clansmen
the
in the
dungeon
Kanglan
secret
realm
realm
is in the
and cannot
billions.
be traded.
In this
The
huge
form of
volume,
its
the
existence
number
is
of top
imprinted on
talents
the
who
arm in
stand
the
out
form
will
of an
not be
imprint.
small.
At this
Therefore,
time,
in the
on
land of
Su Shen's
Shenxi,
right arm,
in addition
there
to
was a
divine
peculiar
blessing, there are
walnut-sized
other
circular
Luotian
mark,
clansmen.
which was the so-called
After
Master's
hearing
seal.
God bless his inquiry,
Finally,
Shen
there is a
Yuanming's
skill
eyes
book.
fell on the
It
huge
is
stone
called
tablet in
Sand
front of him,
Controlling
and he
Technique,
shook his head
and
with
can
some
only be
regret.
mastered by
The
Earth
inheritance
Mage.
divine skills recorded
This is
here
where
are
the
among the
skills
many
are cursive,
inheritance
with
divine skills,
occupational usage
and they definitely
restrictions.
belong to the top 3
In
levels.
this secret realm,
11
Su Shen
stone
obtained
tablets
4
have been
skill
recorded
books,
for
which
30
he could
years,
not use
and only
alone.
3 of them are complete today.
After a few words in
But
his
it is the
heart, he
contents of
walked
these 3
towards
complete
Pong.
stone tablets. I have
Everyone's
been in the land
expressions
of the
were a
gods
little
for
weird.
5 years,
Looking at
and
Su
even one of
Shen,
them has
they
not been
wanted to
fully
talk for a
understood.
while but didn't know what
Sure
to
enough,
say.
when Shen
As
Yu
for the
heard the
reward
words,
revealed
he
by the
also
hidden
sighed
boss,
in his heart.
as long as it is
There
not
are also
mentally
heritage
retarded, it
temples
is
on this
impossible
island,
to ask
but
at
they are
this
not as
time.
attractive as this
Su
dilapidated
Shen,
square.
what reward did the hidden
Because
boss
these
reveal?
81 stone
We all
tablets
got
record
rewards.
top-notch inherited
Oh,
magical skills,
there is a
which
mental
are called
retardation.
God and
Looking
Demon
at Xiao
Taiji map.
Shangming's innocent and
If
curious
other
face,
inherited
Su
magical
Shen
skills
Kaido,
belong
a
to that
skill
kind
book
of
that can
powerful and
control
rare
yellow
skills
sand,
or
the
abilities,
effect should be similar to the
then the
previous desert
God Demon
monsters.
Taiji map
1.
really involves the level of the
After a
gods, and
prevarication,
it is a
Su
supreme
Shen's
magical
eyes
skill
fell on
created
Yu
only by
Lin.
the highest level of
The
gods
latter
in all
felt
realms.
uncomfortable when he saw him,
It is
and his
unrealistic
face
to say
became
that
even
such a
hotter,
supreme
and
divine
finally he
skill is
whispered,
to be a master.
Thank you.
Even such a monster as Shen
Sensible.
Yuanming
Only
cannot
then
fully
did Su
understand
Shen
one of the
retract her
stone
gaze
tablets
in
in 5
satisfaction.
years, which shows how
Did you?
difficult it
He
is.
then returned the reversal
Let's go.
scepter to Wu
Go and
Jinlian.
meet that Grandmaster
Wu
rank demon.
Jinlian was a little
Shen
entangled, but Su
Yuanming
Shen
thought for a
still
while.
forced her
It
to
was
give it to
actually
her,
the decision
just
to
like
take the
she had
initiative
been
to
forced
find
into
Su
before.
Shen. Do you want to call other
Twilight
clansmen?
Temple, the dungeon
No,
has been
just say
announced to
hello.
be cleared.
Shen
You don't
Yuanming
have to
shook
wait
his
any
head.
longer for the remaining
God
2
bless
days.
promised on the surface, but
Everyone looked
secretly
at each
decided
other,
to shake
and then
people.
took the initiative to
He
leave the
believed that
secret
his
realm
innate
dungeon
ability
one
to
after
see through the
another.
sky was too
Minus
exaggerated.
DADF.
If you step into the
FK,
Uranus rank in the land
Su
of
Shen
Shenxi
dared
with
to
this
be
background,
teleported out of
then
the
Shen
secret realm
Yuanming was
when
really
she heard a loud
dangerous.
shout.
Now that
He
the other
followed the
party
voice
is still
and
at the
saw that it was
Grandmaster
Wang
rank,
Jingyu.
one's own side
Haha,
has the advantage
look
of
what
numbers
you've
and
done to
ranks,
these little
and if you don't
grots.
take
They're all
advantage of it,
autistic.
you will really
Haha,
give the other
it's so
party a
funny.
chance.
Wang
The
Jingyu
screen
smiled
turns,
heartlessly.
come to Su Shen's side.
At this time,
In the Temple of
the eyes of the
Inheritance,
elders
in
of
the endless
Uranus all
flame
fell on
Yamanaga,
Su Shen.
a figure was naked
It
in
is
the endless
good,
flame.
as expected of my
It is Su
Guo Gen
Shen.
student.
The content
The
of the
elders of
trial of the
Uranus did
inheritance
not
of the
exert
divine
any
skill,
pressure,
the
but
8
Guo
dragon
Gen was eager
fires,
to
is to
protect the
endure the
calf and
burning of the
embraced Su
flames.
Shen behind him.
But this flame is
After
no
Fang
ordinary
Peng and
flame,
others came out,
different fire.
they did not
It must be
immediately
a different
inform their
fire.
parents that there was a hidden
Moreover,
boss.
in an ordinary flame
Everyone is
environment,
unwilling
with an
to choose to
artifact,
temporarily
the 6
print
Yang
and say.
Shuangwu cauldron,
After
Su
all,
Shen can
Su
use the
Shen
power of
didn't
the
speak.
artifact to resist, not to
Advertisement.
mention,
No
and
one
even
wants
absorb
to
the
offend him
flames
for
to make the
saying
artifact
something
grow.
wrong at this time.
In the same way,
Lao Guo,
God
you have
Yulei
accepted
also
a
has
good
the same
student.
growth
1.
characteristics.
Seeing Guo Gen like
However,
this,
this
all the
inheritance
Uranus had
temple
no
is
choice but
mysterious
to
and
look away.
powerful, and it has
They
directly
can't
sealed the
wait to
2
cut Su
artifacts
Shen
that he
open and take a
integrated
look.
into his body.
Why is this kid so
Advertisement,
evil?
fortunately,
Teacher,
his heart of
the
life
boss
talent is
rewarded
not
me with
affected.
2 pieces.
Su
1.
Shen needs to spend
Su Shen looked at Guo
49
Gen.
days in
Hiding
this
the boss
environment,
definitely
but the
couldn't
flow
hide
of
it.
time in the trial space
The
is
same
different from
goes
the
for hidden
outside world,
rewards.
so there is no
However,
need to worry
Su
about
Shen
delaying
has
the
long been
progress of her
prepared.
mission.
That is, we'll
Open the
use the
package.
living willow
Su
as a
Shen
reward
opened the
for
gift
this hidden
pack while
boss.
being attacked by the power
After
of
all,
powerful
it is a
flames.
lame lie to say that the
From the
hidden
5th
boss
Order
only has skill
Grandmaster to the
books and
10th
no
Order
other rewards.
Grandmaster in one breath.
Well-informed
Naturally, there are
Uranus won't
5
be
gift
fooled.
packs.
Go back and
It
talk.
was just that before Su
Guo
Shen
Gen
had
waved
time
his
to open
hand.
it, he received a
Compared to the
quest
only
invitation
artifact,
from the will of
he
the
now
world,
pays more
so it was
attention to
delayed
Su
for a
Shen
while.
himself, who is
Judging
overpowering
from
all
the
the
usual
talented
rules
juniors
of
in the
opening
Yan
gift
Kingdom this
packs,
year.
only
At this
after
time,
rising a large
Twilight
rank will
Temple,
the
the
rewards in the
secret
gift
realm is
pack make
actively
Su
closed,
Shen's
which
strength
means that
undergo
there
a
are no more
qualitative
raiders in
change.
it.
Ordinary
Among the
gift packs
500
are mostly
people,
value
more than 10
enhancements.
unlucky ones were killed.
However, these
Wu
numerical
Jinlian,
increases also
Su
have some
Shen walked
benefits.
towards Modu
Bai
University
Ri
and
said
shouted.
that now Su
He
Shen has
beckoned.
opened one of
Then
the
he
gift
and Wu
packs.
Jinlian walked aside.
Gained strength
The
plus
2
3
came to a
million,
quiet place on
constitution
the
plus
island in
8
the lake,
million.
and after
The
confirming that no one
skyrocketing
was
value
listening,
of this
Su
value
Shen
will allow
said,
Su
I will
Shen
be
to instantly
responsible.
restore the status.
It was an accident, and there was
Originally,
no
this
emotional
aspect is
basis
just a
between us.
desirable little trick.
Wu Jinlian
But if the
lowered her
5
head and
hearts of
spoke
life
as thin
really
as a
exploded,
mosquito.
then opening the gift
For a
package
while, the
temporarily would have
atmosphere
an
was a little
unexpected
silent.
effect.
Just when
Su
Wu
Shen is
Jinlian was
used here
thinking
because
about it,
skills
he
such as life storage and life absorption cannot be used in the trial space.
In the future,
And only for the first day, Su Shin was a little hard to resist.
How could he
According to
force Wu Jinli
inference,
to
he will
express his
consume at least
position now?
one life in 7 days,
After
and he will
speaking
not
here,
last
Su
49
Shin turned
days if
around
all the
and
hearts
left.
of life are counted.
He actually thought about
This
sending a
inheritance
skill book
trial
to
really
Wu
pays
Jinli in.
attention to the
But
combination
this
of
kind of
attributes.
behavior is definitely
If it is a
kind of
special
contempt
physique
for Wu
with a natural
Jinli.
affinity for the fire element,
I
then it
will
will
help
definitely not be
divination
as
again.
uncomfortable as
Wu
Su Shin in
Jinli
such an
suddenly
environment.
stopped the other party.
Su Shin
You
only
were too
felt that
much
her
in the
body was
limelight
being
this
melted
time.
by the flames.
Even if Zhongnan
The
University
good
will
news is
control
that the
your
impurities in
reputation,
his
it
body
will
were
not
thus
be known to
extracted,
everyone,
just
but it
like
will not
real
be
gold
hidden
is
from
made
some
by
people.
fire.
I will
The
help you
bad
to predict
news
the
is,
good and bad
he's
for
really
a
going
while.
to be burned. At
When
this
Su
moment,
Shin heard
Su
this,
Shin looked
he was
down at
quite
his feet,
interested.
which had
But
turned
he
into the feet
suddenly
of a news
realized
monster,
something.
and were glued to the
He
flaming
quickly
brand.
asked, "You
But
called me a
life is
beast
not
for
in
no
danger.
reason before.
Once you
Could it
feel
be?"
that you can't bear it,
No,
you shout to
hurry
give
up
up,
and give
and you
me
will
your
be sent
hand.
out.
Wu Jinlian
Then,
suddenly urged with a
resist.
cold face.
The advantage of the wood
Su
system
Shin
is that it
laughed
can
dryly,
resist.
handed her hand to
The
the
flow
other
rate
party,
between the
and
trial
asked her
space and the
divination.
outside time is 7
What
to
was
1.
the result? Asked
7
after a
days have
while.
passed inside,
Sometimes
and
it's
only
right,
1 day has
sometimes
passed
it's not.
outside.
1.
When Su Shin
Wu
had passed
Jinlian
20 days
replied a little
inside, only
embarrassedly.
3 days
It
had
means
passed
that there is no
outside.
valid information
And
from
on this
divination.
day, the figures of
Then,
Shen
the
Yuanming
two
and Shen Yu
exchanged
appeared.
contact information,
Guo
and then
Yanyu
returned
did
to the
not
main
stand
force.
stupidly and wait for Su
All of
Shin
you
to
are out
finish
of
her work.
spirits.
She
Let
has
me
been
help
moving near
Taiwan
this
heal.
heritage temple.
Seeing the
She can
tired
survive
faces
for
of Xia
2 years
Yingyu and
after
others,
dropping the
Su
first
Shin
rank
said
Grand
kindly,
Master, which is enough to
"I
show
do
that her
not
hiding
want."
methods are
When
not
Xia
weak.
Yingyu heard this,
When he
she
found that the
immediately
Luotian
remembered her
clan had
experience
escaped
of
and
being
came
stunned
back,
by Su Shin that day,
Guo
and
Yanyu will
hurriedly shrank
naturally
back.
not show up, but she
Su
couldn't send a
Shin,
message to
you,
Su Shin,
what did you
who was
say to
undergoing
Wu Jinlian
trials,
from the
so she
demon
could
city?
only wait.
What's your
Yuan
relationship?
Ming. Shortly
At this
after,
time,
2 more
Xiao
Luotian
Shangning asked a
clansmen
little
arrived
awkwardly.
here. A
Wu
man and a
Jinlian
woman,
is my
like
new
a couple.
friend, and he
The
is a
man is
very
called
nice
Shen
person.
Yuanhao, and the woman is
Su
called
Shin
Luo
simply
Kan.
replied. After
In the
chatting for a
Luotian
few
tribe,
more words,
males take
Guo Uranus
God
urged the
as their
students
surname,
of Zhongnan
while
University
females
to
take
start their
Luo
return
as
journey.
their surname.
Chapter 60
Although Shen
Epic,
Yuan
a gift
is
from
not
the
as good as
president
Shen
of Zhongnan
Yuanming, he
University.
is also of Uranus
What
rank
Wu
strength.
Jinlian said was true.
When these two
When
people
Su Shen
appeared,
returned to
Shen
Zhongnan
Yuanming
University,
glanced at
the
you,
content
but
and
didn't say
results of
anything.
this trial of genius were not
Advertisement Shen
publicly
Yuanming
announced.
first went to the steel
It's
next
like
to
the
the
common
temple to
people
take a
can't
look.
understand the life
After
of the upper
realizing
class,
that there is
and
no
the
name,
scumbags can't
Su
squeeze
Exen,
into
he
the circle
stopped
of
and waited
academic
patiently.
bullies.
He
But
believed that
unpublished,
those who could
no,
make the worlds
means
will
not
take him as the
known.
mission goal
There is
would
no
never
way to
fail the
hide this
inheritance
kind of
trial.
thing.
Because
When
he
the
Shen
trial of
Yuanming
genius ended
passed
the
it
second
5
day,
years ago.
the high-level
Open black
circle of
lens bracket
professionals in the Yan
Kangwen
Kingdom
World Shen
basically knew
Yuanming
that there was
close
a
black
monster
lens
in
bracket.
Zhongnan
He is one of
University
the
who
hundreds
could
of
not be
names on the
described
steel.
by common sense.
I've been pondering
And the
since
strength
before.
of this
The
evildoer
worlds will
has
seem
pulled
to
the top
consciously
talent
want
of
us
the
to
Yan
fight.
Kingdom
If
out
there
of
is
the
no
cliff like
so-called
gap
task
this year.
restriction here,
At
then
this
even ordinary
moment,
people
in
who
an
come here
elegant
will
villa
definitely
on the
benefit
outskirts of
greatly.
Zhongnan City,
The 4
Su
Luotian
Shen and his
tribesmen
teacher
began
Guo
to
Zhen
talk,
appeared
and the
here.
one who spoke
Su
was
Shen,
Luokan, a
meeting an
woman of
epic
the
pro
Luotian
for the
tribe.
first time.
This
He is the
Luokan was born
president of
beautiful
Zhongnan
and looks like a
University,
fairy,
Wang
and being
Daoda,
able to come
who is
here is
more than
also in line with the
350 years old
characteristics
this
of the
year.
arrogant girl of the sky.
Principal Wang is
The
old-fashioned,
companion of the
with white hair
Grandmaster
and
level
plain hair.
enchanting.
Although
Do you
he
need to
looks
pay
like an
attention?
old man, his whole
Shen
person
Yun
is
did not
full of
answer
an
this topic,
indescribable
but
spirit.
said a word to Shen
At this
Yuanming's
time,
voice
Su
transmission as
Shen,
usual.
under the instruction
His
of his
lips moved
teacher,
slightly,
he showed
and
his
the J
personal
line was
panel
passed
value
into the
to the
ears of
principal
Shen
for
Yuan,
viewing.
which was a sound
But to Su
transmission
Shen's
technique.
surprise, he
Shen
didn't
Yuanming
deliberately
shook
hide
his
his
head.
panels.
Shen Yu stopped
But on his
talking.
panel,
In fact,
although
he
he
still
did
had
not
a bit
hide
of a
it,
temperamental
others could not see
personality
the
in his
skill
heart.
talent that appeared due to
When he
Shi.
finds an existence that
That is to
threatens
say,
his own
in the
existence,
eyes of others,
his approach is to
even if Su
eradicate it at
Shen's
all
personal
costs.
panel is publicly
God
displayed,
blessing is
others
an
can only
outlier
see
among
his stats
geniuses.
as a healer,
He doesn't have the
not even his
so-called
strength
arrogance of genius
stats.
or arrogance of
Okay,
877.
Principal Wang
He
waved
can't
his
beat
hand
him
and
and run
let Su
directly.
Shen take back
He
the
can even
personal
say 2
panel with a
words to
chuckle.
anger you before running.
Principal,
He doesn't
my
seem to
apprentice
think
has
that
been
running
yearning
away
for
is a
martial
shameful
arts since
thing.
he was a child.
But often,
If
this
there is
kind
no
of person
second
is the
profession,
hardest to deal with.
martial artist, he will
For
be very
example,
uncomfortable.
you of the human race that
Seeing
day,
this,
when he dealt
Guo
with Su
Uranus
Shen,
hurriedly
he was
said
also
something.
very evil. But
Is it
instead
your
of entrusting
discomfort?
him, he
Principal
gathered
Wang's
other
eyes
people
that
to
saw
surround
through
and kill
everything
Su
fell on
Shen.
Guo Zhen.
The 6th day
Guo Zhen
outside,
was not
Su
ashamed
Shen
to
in
be
the inheritance
exposed, but
space
said,
has only one heart
"It
of
is
life left.
impossible for me to step into
But there
the
was
epic
no
level
worry
in
on
my
his
life,
face,
and there
but
are only
joy.
200 years
Inheritance
left to live."
trials, in addition to the
Among my
rewards of
current
inheriting
students,
divine
Lin
skills,
Zhenru is
the
the only
process of
child who
trial
is
is
worth
also a
looking
huge
forward to,
opportunity.
but this child has suffered
Where
a
can I
blow and
find
has a
such a
flaw
world
in
of
his mood.
flames? In the
Quote,
endless flames, Su
before he
Shen's body
finished
was
speaking,
reorganized
Su
4
Shen
times
asked
because of the
curiously,
gift of the heart of life.
"What kind of blow did
After
senior
each
sister Lin
reorganization,
suffer?"
the strength of his
When she
physical
first
body has
entered the
been greatly
Masters, she
strengthened.
teamed up with her
The
classmates
upper
and
limit of
friends
Su
to
Shen
challenge a
has
certain
also been
dungeon.
raised.
As
His
a
current
result,
panel is as
everyone
follows.
except her died.
Open
Since
black
then,
lens bracket
she has
professor.
been
Su
just
Shen.
like this.
Occupation.
The content
Medic,
that Guo
fighter
Zhen has
level,
mentioned in one
Grandmaster
stroke
10th
may
order.
be an indelible wound in Lin
Strength.
Zhenru's life.
41,235,500.
This topic after
Constitution.
He looked at the epic professional
83.2012
level
million.
powerhouse in front of him.
Auxiliary skills.
The so-called
Life recovery,
Uranus of
medicine
the age,
appraisal.
the epic of history,
Wood,
the legend
warrior
of man,
skills.
and
Many
the
words
god
are
of all
omitted.
things.
Talent.
It is
Heart of
human's
life.
description of the 4
Concentricity of
levels of
body.
Uranus,
Unity of
epic,
body and
legend,
body.
and god.
Plant pet.
Before coming,
Willow of life.
Guo Zhen also
Close
briefly
black lens
introduced the
bracket
president
counting
of
the
Zhongnan
rewards in the
University
5
to Su
gift
Shen.
packs. Su Shen's
It is
strength
said
and
that this
physique
principle
values have
has
more than
stepped into
doubled
the epic
compared to
level
when he
100
first
years
came to the
ago,
land of
and his
Shenshu.
lifespan can be increased
To
to
know,
1,000
before
years.
Liu Shen sacrificed
But after
himself to let
100
Su
years,
Shen
it
step into the
seems that it
first
is
order of
still at the
Uranus,
level of the
it was
first
only
order
worth
epic,
over
which is
100
enough to
million.
see the high-level
And
position.
now, Su Shen's
Every
physique
small
is
level
less
is
than
a
20
huge
million
difficulty.
from the 100 million mark.
Zhongnan University,
If
or
I
the Yan
continue to
Kingdom,
bake like
has
this
no
for another
shortage of
180
top talents
days,
every
I will
year.
definitely rise to
But
the
among
Uranus
these
rank.
geniuses, even
It is
if they
precisely
include hidden
because of every
professionals,
time the
there are
flesh and
only a
blood is
handful of
reorganized
people
and
who
the
will
physique
step
is
into the
strengthened that
Uranus
Su
level in
Shen
the
can
future.
persist until now.
Only this year has
But
an
the delighted
unexpected
Su
monster
Shen
like
did not
Su Shen
realize that
appeared.
the crisis had come.
Advertisement.
Even
He
if he
alone is
passed the
capable of
inheritance trial,
overpowering all the
once he was
geniuses
sent
of
out,
the Yan
his
Kingdom
heart
this
of
year,
life would
and
be in a
such a
state to be
heaven-defying record is
restored.
enough to make epic
And
powerhouses
outside,
look at
he
him.
is the Tianjiao team
So he
headed by
got
Shen
the
Yuanming.
qualification to
Shen
meet the
Yuanming
principal.
and Shen Yuanhao,
Boy,
the
show
two
me your
Uranus
wood
rankers,
skills to this
are
old
enough to
man.
outperform a group
1.
of ordinary
At this
Uranus.
time, Principal
Chapter
Wang looked at Su
128
Shin
Who is
with great
overstepping the
interest.
steps with you?
Su
I am
Shin
in
nodded.
Uranus.
Then he
I am the
clasped
only
his hands
designated
together
father
and
of
performed the
Uranus in the
wood-style
world.
Mulong technique.
Last 7 days.
Very good skill
There are only
form.
7 days
Principal
left
Wang
for Su
pondered
Shin's
1 or 2
inheritance of
and
magical
gave a
skills,
relatively
and for
prudent
Shen Yuanming
evaluation.
and others who are waiting
He then
outside.
turned to look at Guo
They
Zhen
also
and said,
seem to be
"It
running
should
out
be
of
more
patience.
suitable for the mage
I haven't
profession
come
in
out
the
after a
martial
few
arts
days.
family."
Maybe he's not the person you're
Principal,
looking for.
with all due respect,
Shen
Su
Yuan
Shin is
turned
born
his
with
head and
supernatural
glanced at
powers
Yuan
and has
Ming
a
at this
special
time,
physique.
and said lightly.
His resilience and
Having said
vitality
that,
are far
he
beyond
added,
ordinary
to be
people.
honest, you have
This
stayed
must
in the
be a
land of the
martial
gods
artist.
for 5 years, which
Students
is long
think so
enough.
too.
It is time
After
to leave,
Guo Zhen
otherwise
finished
the next
speaking,
time you
he
are the target
secretly
of a
took a
mission,
photo of
it is
Su
likely
Shin,
to be
and the
the
latter
epic
said
rank.
quickly,
The land
"It's
of
not that
Shenshu
Guo
is not
Zhen
a place
forced
to
him.
stay for a long
Rather,
time.
it was Su Shin's
Although there
decision
are
on
many
her own
opportunities
terms."
here, the will of the
In
world
fact, the
obviously does
mage
not want
profession
people
is
from the
also
heavens
fine,
and the
but
world
the
to stay
second
here all the
profession that
time.
best suits him is
For
really a
5
martial
years,
artist.
Shen Yuanming
The
has
combat
basically
power of
become
a
the
martial
task
artist
target
is
of others
determined by
every year.
one's own blood. The
At
higher
first
the
to
blood,
defeat him,
the more
to Su Shin's
exaggerated the
side,
combat
he
power.
ascended to kill him.
Most combat
Obviously,
classes are
the
like
will of the
this.
world has
Qi and
definitely
blood are
reminded
almost
Shen
equal to
Yuanming to leave
vitality.
this place.
Su Shin's
This
most
Shen
indispensable
Yuanming has
vitality,
obtained the
and
inheritance
he
of
has
divine
already made
skills in the land of
Uranus-level martial
Shenshu,
artist
and there are
teacher.
more than one kind.
Once he becomes a
His
martial
strength
artist
is
and has
strong
Guo
enough,
Zhen,
and it
the
is not
martial king,
surprising to
he
have
will
this
not lack
harvest.
the skills of a martial
But he's
artist.
still greedy,
It is
coveted
worth
that real
mentioning
god
that
skill, gods
Principal
and
Wang's
demons taiji
occupation
man.
is a mage, a
Unlike
non-hidden
Guo
occupation,
Yanyan,
a
who
fire
failed the
mage.
mission, the will of the world
That's
will
it,
give them
but
another
it will take
chance,
some
and the
time.
difficulty of the
Principal
second mission
Wang
will be
smiled and
appropriately
agreed.
reduced.
"Thank you,
The
Principal
opportunity
Su."
to leave the
Guo
land of
Zhen was
Shenshu is
overjoyed
to
when he
complete the
heard this.
task.
It is
After
actually
completing the
difficult to
quest,
have a
the
second job,
so-called
and
quest
even the
point
vice
mall
president
will
of
be
Zhongning
open to you.
University has
After
to
you
worry
exchange
about
the
it.
quest points in your hand
But for
for
the epic
rewards, you
headmaster,
can choose
it
to
is
leave
not
or
so
continue to
difficult.
stay.
"Thank you,
If you
Principal."
choose to
Su
stay after
Shin
completing
also
the
laughed
mission,
along with
there
her
will be no
teacher.
second mission,
"Su
but it will
Shin,
become the mission
show it to the
target of others.
principal. You beat up other
In other
geniuses
words,
by yourself."
Shen Yuanming wanted to
Did those
leave, must
geniuses
wait
still
for Su
slander
Shin's
our
mission to
Zhongning
end.
University? You
In
wouldn't beat
addition,
them up, would
Shen
you?
Yuanming knew that he had
Luo
become the
Zhen
task
did not
target of a
leave with
person
Su
named
Shin,
Su
but
Exen,
said with
but
a
he did
wink.
not know the specific task
Su Shin
content of the other
understood and
party,
said Kaido.
nor did he
It
know
is
that
true,
Su Shin had a
especially
3-day
Feng Hong,
time limit.
the necromancer of
The
Yanjing
30-day
University,
time limit
who
was to
said
give
that
Shen
Zhongli
Yuanming a
University and I were
chance.
not qualified to
If the
compete
Su
with
Shin
them for
mission
boss
fails
rewards
this
from the
time,
perspective
and
of
Shen
strength.
Yuanming still
I
chooses
was
to
so
stay in the
angry at
land
the
of
time,
Shenshu,
so I
then
just.
next time, the
All
will of the
right,
world will
all
choose
right.
a person who can
Principal
kill him,
Wong couldn't
and there
help
is a high
laughing a little
possibility
while
that there is
watching
no
the two
mission time
master and
limit.
apprentice singing double
For Shen
reeds in front of
Yuanming,
him.
it was a smart move
With
for the
his right
Luotian
hand,
tribe to
he
form a
waved to
team.
Su Shin, and the
But
latter
not
walked
exactly
obediently
smart.
in front of him.
If he really has
I saw an
spirituality, he
illusory
should
flame
hide.
suddenly appeared
If
in the
Shen
hand of
Yuanming
this
really
Principal
hides,
Wong,
it
and
must be
pressed it on the
impossible for
cover
Su
of Su
Shin
Shin
to find
Tianmeng.
him. When the
On the
time is
other
up,
hand,
Su
he
Shin
said,
will fail the mission,
"This is
thus
heart
lowering the big
inflammation.
rank.
You can understand it is
Shen
the fire
Yuanming
of the
should be
soul.
able to realize it.
It can
The
help
will
you
of the
calm
world
down
makes a
when you
Grand
are in a
Master take
turmoil,
him as the
and it
mission
can also
target.
be used as a
Is it
spiritual
possible that he is
protection to
playing
defend
tricks on
against
that
the
person?
spiritual attacks of
It
others."
is to judge that Su
1.
Shin has the ability to kill
Okay,
him,
as
Shen
expected of
Yuanming.
the principal.
This
Atmosphere.
judgment is absolutely
Luo
correct,
Zhen sat
as
on
long
the
as it is
VIP
not an
seat
epic
and lit.
rank, as
The
long as
school
Su
will give
Shin
you
uses the
tens of
final
billions
trump
of
card of
subsidies in the future to
sacrifice of the
help
will
you
of God.
advance to the 10th
No
level
one
of the
will be his
master.
opponent below the epic
Old
rank.
man, there is also
Shen
a rare
Yuanming
master
did not
level
answer
equipment
Shen
here,
Yuanhao's
called
words.
Escape to the Sky.
The
I
reason
will
why
also
he
give it to
hesitated
you.
was because he felt
If you
that he was
encounter
about to
danger in the
comprehend the
wild and
complete
secret
stone
realm in
tablet
the
and the
future,
Taiji
you
map
can
of the
rely
gods
on the
and
speed of
demons.
this equipment to deal
But
with
in
it.
fact, this feeling
Zero
appeared a
asked
year
for
ago.
flowers.
He always felt
Besides
that he was 1 year
Luo
short of
Zhen hurriedly
understanding.
stopped and said,
He
"Enough
felt
is
that
enough.
once he
The
was
child
fully
is still
enlightened,
young,
when he
so he
returned to
can't
his
be too
hometown,
spoiled."
he could start to attack the epic
Advertisement.
level.
There is also a
Several
piece of
Luotian
defense
people
equipment
stopped
that is
talking to each
also a
other
rare
and waited
master level.
silently.
The old
Finally,
man used it
the
when he was
7th day,
young, and it
the
worked
humming
well.
sound of the
It
inheritance
is
temple
called
suddenly made a loud
Yanlong armor.
noise, and then a worrisome figure
Flame
was
dragon
teleported
armor.
out.
The rest is okay.
That figure
This
was
piece
covered
of
in red
equipment.
fruit, but not
Su
astringent,
Shin's eyes
because his
suddenly
whole
lit up.
body was charred with
No
black
man can
skin.
refuse armor
He
that
didn't
can be
know it, but
transformed.
he thought it was a
Even if
Kunlun
there is no
slave running out
practical
of his
hanging,
master's
as
house.
long as he is handsome,
Su
Su
Shin,
Shin can't put
run
it
away.
down.
The
But
moment
the
Su
result,
Shin
this
appeared,
so-called
Guo
flame
Yanyu,
dragon
who had
armor
been
is made
wandering
from the
nearby,
scales of dragon
immediately
creatures.
shouted.
Because
After
it is a
shouting,
fire
the
dragon,
arrogant
it is
daughter of the
called the
Yan
flame
Kingdom
dragon
ran
armor.
first.
The
She
armor's
didn't have
inherent
much
skill,
friendship with Su
Yanlong
Shin.
defense,
Being able
can
to
raise
bite
a
the
flame
bullet and
barrier
wait for
to
a long
protect the
time
user.
here is just to remind Su
Su
Shin
Shin
that this heart
naturally
is
thanked
already
repeatedly.
precious.
Thanks, Ma.
Following the
This shows
boys,
that the
Su
follow-up
Shin opened
benefits
her
of his
mouth when she
outstanding
saw that
performance
senior
in this
sister
genius
Guo was
trial are
gone,
great.
and her expression was a
The
little
higher the
funny.
strength and talent displayed,
Advertisement. He
the
then
more
looked
you
at
can
the
get
4
the attention
Luotian
of the
clansmen
bigwigs,
in
the
front of
more
him.
benefits you will get.
Wait a moment.
Of
He
course,
raised his hand
Yushu
and
will
walked
be
to the stone
destroyed by the
tablet
forest
next to
wind.
him.
This is not a
This
victim of
time, he
paranoia.
carved his name,
It's
and there
just
was no
that
more
Su Shin
rebound
is
of the
still
stone
young,
tablet.
not enough to be in the inner circle of the real big power world flame kingdom. Therefore, it is impossible to understand how fierce the conflict of interest between these major forces is. Shen Yuanming knew that although they are both the forces of the Yan Kingdom, they are
His
unlikely
mission
to do
goal is
things like
himself.
killing
What is
geniuses.
your mission?
After
Shen
all,
Yuanming
as soon as
asked
this
after
hole is
seeing Su
open, it
Shin
will be
finished.
difficult for any younger
Isn't the
generation
content
to
of
be
the
a
task
genius.
can't be disclosed to
But
others?
who can
Have
really
you
tell?
forgotten?
Furthermore,
Su
this
Shin
world
didn't
is not
show the
only a
slightest bit
kingdom
of
of Yan
panic,
Kingdom.
but instead made fun of the
Teacher
other
Xiao,
party.
Guo Zhen,
So,
has no
who
shortage of
among you is Shen
Uranus-level
Yuanming?
enemies.
Su Shin's
This is
eyes
also
fell
the
on Shen
reason why
Yuanming.
Principal Wang's gifts are
There is no
mostly
need for the
defensive
other
and
party to
life-saving
ask.
gifts.
He has a feeling that the
Then
person
don't
in front
disturb
of
the
him is his
principal.
mission
You can
target.
rest.
It seems
Well,
that he is
let's
not a
go.
messenger of
The two
justice.
resigned
This Shen
respectfully.
Yuanming doesn't seem to
After
be a
Su
vicious
Shin
person,
left with the
but his
teacher who
mission is
came
to
to
kill
seek
him.
favors.
I'm
Principal
Shen
Wong looked at
Yuanming
the backs
replied
of the two
lightly.
leaving,
What are
and
you waiting
suddenly
for?
asked,
Kill
"Is
him
he
quickly."
okay?
God
Hey,
blessed
this
said
kid is
impatiently.
funny. 1
This
inch.
person just
A
came out of the
strained
temple
man's
trial,
voice
and the
sounded.
success of the trial
Then he
means that
saw
his
a
body
dragon's
is
head
lacking.
with illusory flames
Now,
emerging from
God
behind
blessing
Principal
can
Wong.
see through the innate ability
This
of
dragon
heavenly
head showed a
eyesight.
humanized and playful
Sure enough,
smile, and the
the
strange smile
exaggerated and
continued.
astonishing heritage in
I
this
don't have
person's
the
body
ability
has
to
been
predict the
completely
future,
consumed.
but this kid is really
The
special.
opponent is in a state of
Just
extreme
his
weakness.
vitality
We
is
must
not
take
much
advantage
weaker
of
than
his
our
illness
dragon
and kill
cubs.
him.
Your
Since
vice
there are
principal
opposing
is right.
tasks,
This
it
kid
is
is indeed
absolutely
very
impossible
suitable
to
for
become
martial
friends,
artists.
and it is impossible to keep
Principal
hands.
Wong nodded and said,
To step
"What
on the
about
road
the
to the
mind?
top is to step
He
on
has
other
a right
people's
heart."
corpses.
After all, all.
Wait a
The age
moment.
and experience
However,
are here,
Su
but
Shin
this kid
raised
is
his
not
hand
afraid of
towards the
death,
four.
but he can see it at a glance.
Immediately after, then,
This
a
makes me
golden
puzzled.
disc appeared on top
I
of Su
hope it's
Shin's
too
head,
late.
scattering
The 10th
golden
level
radiance.
master is a necessary condition for entering that secret kind of brain circuit
When the
Su Shin is.
illusory
fire dragon heard
Does he
this,
still
he
not
laughed
understand the
strangely
situation?
again.
The four of them are
You old boy
specifically
is really
guarding him.
unkind. You
Big
asked
heart
others
or
for
no
help,
brain.
and you only
However,
gave a few
Su
pieces of
Shin's
master
next
level
sentence caused
equipment.
the four people's
The
expressions to
training of the
change
younger
slightly.
generation is not as
I'll hit
simple
the
as you
Uranus
think,
stage.
and it is safe to
Su
proceed
Shin
step
spoke
by
again,
step.
as if explaining a
Principal
trivial matter.
Wong was not angry either,
Go on.
but just retorted
5
lightly.
gods and heavenly power.
Too much favor
Shen
may
Yu
make the
shouted
other party
loudly,
become
and his
arrogant,
right hand
which is not
slapped and
something that
killed Su
Principal
Shin
Wong
Jinghong.
wants to see.
He slapped his
terms of
palm out,
talent and
and
strength,
5
it
divine
is difficult
blossoms
for Su
immediately
Shin to
rose
pick
from
out
his
the
whole
fault.
body, making his
Only
whole
the
person's
Xing
aura
needs
soar
to
to
be
the
polished
apex.
with.
The
Chapter
multicolored
62 Super
Shenhua
Large
gathered
Open
into a
Dungeon
huge
World
palm, and it was
Point
crushing
Monster
and killing
Continent,
Su Shin.
Golden Trial.
Compared to
So
God's
Su Shin
blessing,
likes this
the other
genre.
3 were a little
One win.
sluggish.
Not
I'm
necessarily.
ready.
Maybe
However,
just friends.
just when the 5-colored god's
Actually,
palm was
I
about to
wanted
be
to get
pressed
to
on
know
top
Su
of Su
Shin when I
Shin's
got
head,
the first
he saw a
place in the
stalwart
school,
figure
but
suddenly appear
unfortunately
behind
I
the
haven't
ladder.
had the time.
He lifted his right
Now
hand
that his
lightly
fame
and
is
touched the
gaining
5-colored
momentum,
god's
I'm
palm,
afraid it will
making
be
it
even more
difficult for the
difficult.
ladder to enter an inch.
A group of beautiful
Yes,
girls with
Su
ideas
Shin
looked at
has
not
stepped
far
into the
away and
Uranus
started to
stage
discuss.
advertisement.
Not far ahead.
Before he came
Su
to the
Shin
land
was
of
talking to
Shenshu,
Xiao
he
Shangming
attacked
while
the Uranus
gesturing.
rank many times,
Xiao
but without
Shangming's little
exception,
face that
he
was
ended in
teased bitterly
failure.
by senior sister
But
Lin
even
quickly
so,
turned
he
into a
still has a
smile.
lot of upgrade
At
resources.
last, the two walked
Now in the
towards the
Temple of
school
Inheritance,
cafeteria
the
together.
upper limit of his 10th
At the
rank
same time,
Grandmaster level
the
has been
Zilling area
doubled
of
due
the
to the
Yan
fire
Kingdom,
refining of
Zilling
his true
City.
body.
Zilling
A large
University
number
is
of upgrade
located here,
resources,
and the base
coupled with the
camp of the
promotion
famous large
probability of the
professional
Ascension
guild,
Disc.
Tianwu Guild,
A
in the Yan
successful
Kingdom is
breakthrough
also
is a
in
normal
this city.
thing. Su Shen's own foundation of heaven defying is here. The only difficulty for him to break through the bottleneck is that he has not accumulated enough information, and the bottleneck that he has to face for promotion is optional for him. It is worth mentioning that, although Su Shen did not take the action to upgrade resources,
behind the girl stood a gentle old man to him through I've seen this by Lu Shen. Shen Su and his group were those who had participated in Lu Shen's trial of genius before. Could take the upgrade resources. After entering the conference room, they did not dare to look at the charming girl. The energy contained in the upgrade resources. A guild is not like a university. So in the eyes there are really some arguments about district hierarchy and the superior and inferior words and stepped into the Uranus stage. Let's talk about Su Shen's performance in the Twilight Temple Dungeon Secret Realm.
Su Shen did not rush to take action. His charred complexion also began to return to normal, turning into the original handsome boy appearance. Took out a piece of clothing from the storage bag and put it on for himself. At the same time, it opened system package.
And he is very straightforward.
Congratulations on your talent hyphenation point. He told everything about
Su Shen that he had
the fourth talent after the heart of life, concentricity, and unity of body and body.
Finished speaking,
airflow. Su Shen quickly checked the abilities of the new talent. Seeing this, there is joy in his eyes. The new talent is in terms of combat power. The heaven-defying aspect of Qi Xuanlu's talent is that if Su Shen casts any move at will, it will double the effect. Not a superimposed effect, but a simultaneous appearance.
The group of people next
for example,
also
if
became
he casts the Great Wilderness Prisoner Palm once, then there will be two Great Wilderness Prisoner Palms blasting at others.
Wooden golem and Qian Zhao, what he used was only the effect of the wooden golems being imprisoned by the Great Wilderness. This is something that can become Shen's bottom card.
Su Shen used his trump card big move, which also doubled the effect.
Shen Su took a deep breath and said something outrageous is that the same is true of his Dharma heaven and earth. Yan Shi didn't respond yet, but the gentle old man behind him laughed for no reason.
Performed the same move at the same time, which was equivalent to performing the same move 4 times.
Yan Shi waved his hand and pressed people with momentum.
His wood clone is indeed enough to cast Sage Mode, but its power is naturally far less than the main body. However now, as long as Su Shen and Fa Tianxiang cast true several thousand hands,
the girl
immediately in front of
exactly
you,
like her,
4 Senju Buddhas will emerge from the ground and stand in the world.
Natural charm.
Perhaps in the eyes of others, it is something to be proud of to kill the enemy by leaps and bounds. But Su Shen has no idea about it at all. Who wants to leapfrog? My Su Shen is just crushing. Snap, I'm going.
Raised her white and tender
boom, boom, boom.
Shook it,
the stalwart figure above Su Shen's head almost made the same gesture.
You said that he was
clasped his hands together suddenly, then barked his teeth and shouted.
Is it really because of a professional awakening
didn't care about the opponent's strength? Because he entered the Uranus order, it means that from now on, he Su Shen is the only designated father of Uranus in the world. At the same time, true several thousand hands. 4 giants that reach the sky rise from the ground, just like the state of gods and demons.
Soon,
the 129th chapter is dead simply, earning oil, 4 artifacts, 2 kinds of magic skills.
Miss, this time your father gave you the
earth was trembling,
I'm afraid this
and
old
4
man
giant
won't be able
Senju
to
Buddhas
follow.
of 100,000 Zhang rose up from the ground and stood in all directions, surrounded by the 4 Luotian tribesmen, unable to escape with their
5 days or so.
At this time, Shen Yu's eyes were horrified to the extreme. His celestial powers have a nearly perverted ability to see through the depths of the enemy. So in the sight of God bless, Su Shen is indeed the one who stepped into the Uranus order just now. This is incredible. Who can go up a big step and be as simple as the person in front of him? And even more terrifying is the background of Su Shen. After ascending to the Uranus rank, Su Shen's heritage, which was exhausted in the inheritance trial, was instantly restored, and as before, he stored an unimaginable amount of energy in his body. Escape. Shen Yu didn't have the slightest intention to confront Su Shen at this time. He is very clear. Those 4 Senju Buddhas standing between heaven and earth, what an exaggerated move. But after Su Shen performed this move, there was still a lot left in his body, and a lot.
And this
God-blessed face was about to collapse completely. This kind of heaven-defying move, it's not even the opponent's ultimate move. This time, you're not so lucky. Shen Yu shouted, and he himself had begun to perform the escape technique again, and he was about to score twice in front of Su Shen and escape again. But Su Shen let him escape once. How could he make a second mistake? Seeing that the giant arm reaching the sky has been blinded by lightning, it is just a grasp of the divine blessing who was about to escape. The universe is swept away. After stepping into the Uranus rank, Su Shen's true several thousand hands can no longer be said to be a so-called wood-style move. Because of the talent of one body and one heart, his Senju Buddha can be used as a carrier to perform all his Su Shen moves. What he's doing now is one of Wu Ming Woang's famous skills, Shanken Sweeping. The real power of this move lies in the control of space. With one move, the surrounding world can be grasped in the palm of your hand, and even space-based mages who are good at space moves have no way to escape from it. Of course, Su Shen's use of this move is not as exaggerated as Wu Ming Woang's. But simply catching a small hand is still handy. Brother Yuanming, save me. A face-to-face. Just how could the Grandmaster level god bless stop the Uranus level Su Shen, and he was caught instantly. He shouted for help with a terrified face, but the next second, the cry for help stopped abruptly, and Su Shen killed him. Tiangdong Changhong, 7-star spirit annihilation technique. Shen Yu died instantly, and the counter-offensive of the other 3 started. However, seeing that Shen Yuanming shouted with an extremely solemn expression, his whole person suddenly became soaring, like a volcano erupting, and the end was terrifying. He stretched out his hands. There are 7 sword lights rising out of its heavenly cover, and 7 sword lights rushing into the sky, instantly covering the sky of this island completely.
Life
All of a
recovery,
sudden,
medicine
there is a
appraisal,
starry sky dotted with sword
wood-based
lights in the
skills.
sky,
Many
and it is
words
so
are
bright
omitted.
that it is ultimate.
Talent. Heart of
Shen
life.
Yuanming's talent
Plant
is
pet.
called
Willow
Qi
of
Shen
life.
Qian Yuan
Closed black
Zhuang.
lens bracket.
This
There were
innate
3 more
supernatural
minor
power
grades,
acts on its
and a
soul
total
level,
of about
which is
1
equivalent
billion
to the
yuan was
multiple
spent.
avatar technique of the soul
Su Shin
level.
wanted to directly
And
hit
his
the 10th
moves are
rank of
similar to
gold,
the sword
and then
spirit
use
Wu
the
Yilin,
upgrade
who
book to be
cultivates
promoted to the
swordsmanship.
first rank of master.
At this moment, the
But
sword
the
light
effect
that
of
filled the
Yuma's
sky
heart has
seemed to
been minimal.
converge into a
The
dazzling
wood-based
galaxy,
materials
and
that
the
can be
endless sword
upgraded on
light
the
then
market are
turned into a
basically
gust
out
of
of
wind
stock.
and rain.
Advertisement.
Puff.
Rich,
Puff.
but others do
Puff.
not sell.
This move
Barter,
was so
or throw
powerful
a
that Su
message to
Shin
buy.
couldn't
It
help but
takes
stop
time
and
to
watch for a
feedback.
while.
Besides,
Every sword
the
light is
Willow
like a
of Life
starlight
also
from
has
outside the
grades,
sky,
and she is
and
now at
beams
the
of
level
sword
of the
light
first
fall
order
through the
gold.
rainbow, shooting the
This is
4
Su
Senju
Shin's
Buddhas
use of
that are
the
in the sky
life
full
of
of
gold
holes.
skill to
One of
absorb
them
the
is
life
obviously
energy of the
difficult to
earth, and
stabilize
then
its
transfer
figure
it
and
to
will
her through her
collapse.
own transfer.
The trend of
As the level
Su
increases,
Shin was of course
the upgrade of the
surprised.
Willow of
His
Life
true
is not
several
just
thousand
about
hands are
transporting
strong
life
not only
energy.
in attack, but also
Like
in
Su
defense.
Shin, she is a gold
However,
swallower.
this Shen
The plane
Yuanming
takes
shot,
off.
and was able to almost
After a
defeat
few
one of
hours,
the Senju
they
Buddhas in
landed
an
at the
instant,
Biancheng
causing
airport.
him to lose his combat
After Su
effectiveness
Shin
for a
and
short
Lin
time.
Zuru got off the airport, they
Advertisement
didn't
this is
stop.
enough to
They
show how
passed
evil
through the
Shen
high gate of the
Yuanming
border
is.
city wall, and they
You
were in
do
the
have
endless
something,
wilderness.
but not much
For a
at this
while,
moment.
only
Su
then
Shin
did
is
Lin
above the
Zuru
head of a
take out
Senju
2
Buddha,
props,
and he looks
1,000
down, and the
transformation
interest in
masks
his
for
heart
the
is
store's
rising.
bag.
He
This
stepped into the
ever-changing
Uranus
mask
rank at
can
this
change
moment,
looks.
and it was a skill that
Compared
was
with
too
Su
itchy.
Shin's wooden
If
transformation
these
technique,
Luotian
which may
clan
be
are all at the
exposed as
level of
soon
God
as he
Bless,
fights,
who
it is
only have
relatively
small
stable.
tricks, then he will be
Lin
greatly
Zuru gently
disappointed.
put away his countless
God's
glasses,
thunder.
then put
Li
on a
Yang
mask,
Xuan
and
will
then there was
culprit.
the appearance
8
of an
dragon
ordinary girl.
fires. The
Seeing
great
her sister's
desolate
figure,
prisoners Palm,
coupled with
Sun
this
and
ordinary
Moon come out.
appearance, will make people
Turn
even
into a
more
Buddha
concerned.
on the top. Ha ha
Seeing
ha.
this,
Su
Su Shin
Shin
reminded
seems to
him,
be angry.
"That's right."
After being
Lin
knocked down
Zuru
by
nodded,
Shen Yuan
and then
Minchao,
pinched a
he
beautiful
used his
face.
life to draw the 4
Su
Senju
Shin
Buddhas
couldn't help
back to their
feeling
original state.
840. If this
And
kind
under
of
the
cross
blessing
can
of the
appear in
talent
the
of
red
Fa
flag
Tianxiang
country that has not
Qi
been crossed,
Shuangliu,
I am afraid
each
that
of
it
his
will not
moves
be bought
appeared
out by
4
women.
times at the same time.
He casually pinched a
The gap
face,
in
which was
strength is
relatively
indeed in front of
ordinary.
us, and Su
It
Shin
doesn't
can play
matter
with
if
them
a man
slowly.
looks ordinary,
But
any
Su
face is
Shin is
okay.
not this character at all.
After a
What he
simple
likes is
disguise,
crushing.
Su Shin took
It's
out
the rolling thrill
escape
of
to the
driving
sky
unparalleled
that Principal
mowing.
Wong had given him,
Shen
and took
Yuanming,
Sister Lin
Shen
to the sky.
Yuanhao, and Luo
This
can watch the
escaping boat is
terrifying
really
and
like
boundless
repairing
attack and
Sage Art
killing above,
treasure.
and the 3 of them
In
lost
terms
their
of flight
thoughts at the
speed,
same
where
time.
can an airplane be
Shen
compared?
Yuanhao glanced at
But an
Yuan
hour,
Ming,
the two
wondering
went
whether he
directly into
regretted
the
following
wilderness
him
for
or
more than
blamed the other
10,000
party.
kilometers, and
He
came
didn't
to one
have
of the
time to
entrances
speak,
and
he
exits of
just
the dungeon
subconsciously
world of the
protected
monster
Luo in his
continent.
arms.
What surprises
Immediately
Su Shin
afterwards,
is that,
the 3 were
next to
completely
this
drowned
entrance,
by
a
Su
new
Shin's
town was
monstrous
built.
killing
It
offensive.
is also very lively
Boom boom
now.
boom.
The town is
Su Shin's
equivalent to a
attack
square
was too
city, and
terrifying.
the managers of major
The
companies and
foundation of
groups
this
are all
offshore
receiving
island
goods.
seems to be destroyed by him.
Those professionals who
Even the
just
sea
came out of the
surface around
secret
the
world.
island was swayed by
You
violent
can also
waves, and the
process your
powerful
own income
creatures
in
in the
this
sea
small
were
town
also
on the
swept
spot,
up.
and you can also
And
make
at this time,
supplies.
in the depths of the endless
Sister,
sea, the
let's
huge
go in.
pupil that Su
Su
Shin
Shin
had
didn't
seen
stay
before
too
was
long,
actually
and
opened
stood
again
at the
at this
entrance of
moment.
the secret realm with Lin
Compared to the
Zuru,
warning
and
and
just
indifference
informed.
when I looked at Su
But
Shin
after
last time,
shouting for a long time,
this
Lin
time,
Zuru
there were
didn't
more
respond.
surprises in the
Turning
huge
his head to
pupils.
look, he found
Shen
that Lin
Yuanming
Zuru was
used some
looking at the
powerful
entrance of
moves
the
before he
secret realm,
died, and it
stunned.
looked very eye-catching,
It's
but
fine with me
compared to
here.
Su Shin's
Su
brain
Shin
bombing
heard
attack,
from
it
Guo
was
Zhen
still
about
not
her
enough to
senior
look at.
sister's past.
He was so
He
overwhelmed that
couldn't
there was no
empathize,
spark at all.
because he had not
Splash.
experienced it, but it
What
wasn't
Su
that he
Shin
couldn't
could feel
understand
was
or
the
not.
unwillingness of Shen
So he
Yuanming
took the
before his
initiative
death.
to take Lin Zru's
You have
hand.
completed the hidden
I
mission.
made you
At
pretend.
this time,
Lin
the
Zuru
reminder of
calmed
the will
down,
of the world
and as
sounded.
usual, his words
It
were out of
means that
tune.
he really killed Shen
However,
Yuanming and
she
completed
held
the
Su
task.
Shin's hand instead.
The quest
No
reward
time,
is an
it's
artifact,
senior sister who
optional,
protects
and the
you.
level is increased by
I
1
can't
level,
ask for
ignoring
it.
the major
Su
rank,
Shin laughed and
God
dragged Lin
level
Zuru
skillbook.
into the dungeon world of
The
the
artifact
monster
is
continent.
optional, and the level has been
Shortly
upgraded to
after Su
Uranus
Shin
2,
left, in that small town,
which is the
the
icing
gentle
on the
old
cake.
man who had followed
The
Yan
God
Qiai
level
suddenly
skillbook is
appeared.
random. But no
Looking at
matter
the
what the
direction where
skillbook
Su
is,
Shin and
Su
Lin
Shin
Zuru
now has the
disappeared,
fighting
he
profession of
touched his
martial
chin
artist,
lightly. smoothly,
and there will be no
thoughtful.
situation where he can't use the
Obviously,
skill book
the
as he
mission
did in the
location
early
in Yan
days.
Shiai's mouth is also
Su
the
Shen's
dungeon
current
world of this
panel is as
monster
follows.
continent.
Open black
Chapter
lens bracket
63
professor.
The real native
Su
beast
Shen.
here girl. The
Occupation.
Kryptonite warrior has
Medic.
appeared.
Fighter rank.
There is very
Uranus
little
tier 2.
information about the
Power.
job transfer
112
quest,
million.
Golden Trial.
Constitution.
There is no specific
185
location
million.
marked, but a general
Auxiliary
direction
skills.
is given.
Life recovery.
I think this is
medicine
also
appraisal.
one of the difficulties of the job
Occupational
transfer
skills.
task.
More words
The
are
only
omitted.
good thing is that there is
Inheritance
no
of
time
magical
limit for
skills.
such a job
8
transfer
dragon god
task.
fire.
However,
Talents.
as Su Shen's
Heart of
level
life.
increases, the
Concentricity of
difficulty will
body.
be adjusted.
Unity of body and
Anyway,
body.
it won't let you get
Chi.
stuck. For the
Plant
great
pet.
power, it
Willow
is
of
not
life.
difficult to give the
Close
following
black
people a
lens
second
bracket
career
advertisement.
opportunity.
There are
It
3
is rare that
optional
they can have that
artifacts
strength.
corresponding to Su Shen's
Therefore,
current Uranus
except
level,
for the rare
namely the
awakening
thunder
of dual
type Tinlay
professionals from the
divine
very
scepter,
beginning.
the metallic
The other
golden
dual
sword,
professionals are
and the demon
basically
type
strong men.
billion soul banner.
At this moment,
Su
the
Shen
plain area
chose
of Nuova
1
is
billion
presented
soul
in front
banner
of Su
because the
Shen and
words
Lin
sounded
Zhenru.
very powerful.
Looking into the
In
distance,
fact,
you
it
can
is
see the
mainly
huge
this
outlines
artifact
of
that can
mountains and
absorb the
rivers.
souls of living beings to
This is a
strengthen
huge
itself,
continent.
and the upgrade
Some
depends
people
on the lives
estimate
of
that the
others,
total
and
area
does
of
not need
Laozi
to upgrade
continent is at least
resources.
1.5 billion
However,
square
the
kilometers,
disadvantage
which
is
is
that
3
now that I
times
have
that of
this
Blue
artifact,
Star.
it is completely in a
Don't
state
use
of
the
zero
Sky
soul
Escape
and needs
boat.
to be filled by Su
Seeing that
Shen,
Su Shen
so
was
its
about to
power is
take out
much
the
weaker than
heavenly
the first
escape boat
two.
and hurry on the road,
Number 1
Lin
question
Zhenru
is not
hurriedly
too big,
persuaded him.
because, such as Shen
The
Yuan,
sky can't
a
help
monster
but
of the
fly,
Luoshan
but there are
clan,
super
he
large
also has an
raptors here,
artifact,
and their
but it is
strength
only
is
a
also
master rank.
terrifying.
His artifact
Duntianto
is
is
called
too
the Golden
conspicuous,
Emperor
and it
Instant
is very
Slashing
likely
Sword,
that it will be
and he
locked
just
and
pierced
attacked by
through
such a
Senju
sky
Buddha's
overlord.
moves, and he also
Okay,
relied on some of
my
the power
job
of this
transfer
artifact.
task reminds me that the
As for
Golden
the other
Trial should
3,
be in the
there is
south
no
direction,
divine
but the
weapon.
exact location
For
is
Su
not
Shen,
clear.
he now has 4
Su Shen
artifacts,
nodded,
but for others,
followed by pointing to
artifacts
the
are still
south,
rare
and
and hard
said,
to find.
Junior
The
brother,
so-called
I think
drought
you
caused
seem
by
to be in a
drought,
hurry.
and the flood caused by
Lin Zhenru
waterlogging,
suddenly
is nothing
asked
more than
boldly.
this.
Haha,
Su
I
Shen
am the
looked at
least
the random
resistant to
skill
this
book
kind of
again.
task, and
The
I
god
want to
level
see what the
skill element is
so-called
called
Golden Trial
Star
is.
Picker, which is
Su
a great
Shen
achievement
laughed,
in
full of
comprehension and
interest.
penetration,
Lin
and can
Zhenru
pick
took
off
a deep look at him
extraterrestrial
and said
stars and
nothing.
smash them at the enemy.
Immediately afterwards,
Will you
the
choose to
two
stay
were
in
on
the
their
land
way
of
together.
Shenshu? Please make a
Willow of
decision
Life
within
is
3
able to
days.
synchronize with Su Shin,
At the same
using
time,
some of
the
his
will of the
abilities.
world sent another
At
reminder.
this time, Su
If
Shin
Su
let the
Shin
Willow of
chooses to
Life
stay,
develop life
then he will be the
perception,
same
and
as
once
Shen
found the
Yuanming and
existence
become the
of
mission
life
target of the latecomers.
around him, he immediately
And because of
informed
the
himself.
strength he showed into Uranus
This
rank
can be
enough to look
regarded as
down
the
on the world.
cooperation between
Then the
proficiency and the
latecomer
Willow of
chosen
Life.
by the will of the world can
The two of
definitely
them
have a
had
whole
good luck,
card to
and
threaten
it
Su
had been
Shin's
a whole
life.
day since they entered the
But for
monster
Su
race
Shin,
continent
having
dungeon
stepped
world.
into the Uranus stage,
But the
he
two
was
of them were
naturally ready
stunned
to
that they
leave.
had not encountered any
Leveling
exotic
up in the
beasts in
Uranus
this
stage
monster
also
continent,
requires
not
something
even
similar to the
professionals.
Master Seal and the
However,
Grandmaster
the
Certificate,
location
which is
awareness
called
of the
the Heart of
Golden Trial
Uranuses.
became more and
The
more
epic
clear
level
in Su
upgrade
Shin's
is
mind.
Downmark. The
On
Heart
the
of
third
Uranus
day,
can also be
before
obtained
Su
by
Shin's
beheading
eyes
other
appeared a
Uranus,
huge ancient
but the
city
Downmark
ruins.
is hard to come
There are
by.
broken walls
Otherwise
and
Wang
ruins
Daojian
everywhere.
would not be
Huge
so
ancient
anxious to
buildings
let
are
Su
half
Shin go
standing
to
on the
Function
ground,
Mountain.
and some symbolic
Su
broken
Shin
statues
killed
are
2
lying on the
Uranus,
ground.
Shen Yuanming and
Somewhat,
Shen Yuanhao,
Su Shin
but did not
quickly
reveal
reminded Lin
Uranus's
Zhenru.
heart.
In this huge
But the
ancient
task
city
points
ruin,
are several
he
thousand
sensed the
more.
existence of life
Shen
forms,
Yuanming
and more
must
than
have more
one.
than that, but he must
Lin
have already
Zhenru asked,
exchanged it.
"Then is your job
Su
transfer
Shin is
mission
not
here?"
going to stay in the land of
Well,
Shenshu.
it should be here.
But there is
Su
no
Shin
hurry to
nodded.
leave directly,
As soon as the
just
voice
stay
fell,
for 3 more
he saw
days.
some movement sparsely
It is a
coming from
pity
the
that
front.
Su Shin's death
Without
hand
a
was too
moment,
fierce,
a group
and
of
blew up
5
the
people
storage
appeared
bags
in
of the
front of
3
Su
Luoshan
Shin.
tribes.
The 5
The inner
people were all
space of the storage
professionals
bag
from other
was linked to the
countries,
void.
4 men and 1
Once it
woman,
was
and their
broken,
appearances
the
are
contents
obviously
inside would
different from
flow
those
into the
of the Yan
turbulent
Kingdom.
flow of the void.
People
Hard to
from the
find.
Yan Kingdom.
If
What are
Shen
you doing
Yuanming
here?
hadn't used the
The
divine
white
weapon,
man in the
he would
middle
have
took
flowed
the
into the
initiative
void
to ask
too.
questions in his
Su
broken
Shin
Yan
felt pity.
language.
He also left the
Su
storage
Shin
bag
and
of
Lin
God
Zhenru
Bless.
did not reply,
After he opened
but
it,
looked at
he
each
saw
other,
a dazzling
ready to
array
fight
of objects,
immediately.
which was a good
The
harvest.
posture of the two of them is
After
so
a while,
direct.
Su
On the
Shin looked at the
contrary,
Golden
he was a
Emperor
little
instant
hesitant to
sword
bluff the
in
5
his hand
people on
and
the
fell into
opposite side.
contemplation for a moment.
Generally, in
He
the dungeon
actually
world,
wanted to
it is
incorporate this
basically
artifact
determined
into
what
his
level
own
of strength
kunken.
the opponent is,
But when
and
I
then they
think
will
about
really
it,
kill
if
the
I really
treasure.
do it, when I perform
There
a
are
move
many
in the future,
examples of
the
doing
action
bad
may be
things
too
under the
obscene
premise
to
of
describe,
uncertainty about
so
the
I can only
strength of
do
the
it.
opponent, and being
1 billion
counter-killed.
soul flags are
The
integrated
5
into
then
the
whispered
abdomen,
a few
and
words,
Jindy's
and
instant
then
sword
left.
is integrated into the
However,
left foot.
Su Shin could still
Sister
perceive
Glow,
the 5 people
are you
wandering
still
nearby.
there? After making a decision to
Professionals from
integrate
different
temporarily
countries
in
meet
his
in the
heart,
wild.
Su Shin
Although they
shouted to the
don't just meet,
surroundings.
they basically want to
Save.
kill each other.
Save. A
Keep
weak
an eye
voice
on these 2
sounded.
people.
It turned
Several
out that
people
Guo
have
Yanyu
suddenly
couldn't bear it.
disappeared here
She
before.
didn't
I
escape
suspect
completely
they have
before,
taken on
but
some
because of
mission.
this, she was affected by Su
Advertisement.
Shin.
After the 5 exotic
Fortunately,
cubs left,
Su Shin's
they
moves
whispered
could
to each
lock and
other.
gather strength.
Such ancient city
Otherwise,
relics
she would most
located in the
likely be
monster
affected
race
because the
continent
distance
often
was
have a
not
lot
too
of
far.
opportunities.
A dead hoot.
Some people
When
picked
Su
up some
Shin
skill
found Guo
books,
Yanyu,
equipment
he
items,
almost
and the
didn't
like for
recognize
nothing.
this daughter of the
And
arrogance of the
reminded by
Yan
Su
Kingdom.
Shin's vague mission,
Su
he is
Shin,
looking for the
what kind of
so-called
monster are
golden
you?
trial.
Guo Yanyu, who
Certainly,
was seriously
those 5
injured
people
because of
were
the
a bit
impact,
annoying,
was
but
about to
Su
treat
Shin
her
was not
injuries
on
when
them.
Su Shin was about to
So
treat
they
her.
successfully led them
But he
away with
grabbed
wood
Su
clone.
Shin's right hand
In
suddenly,
addition,
his eyes
the ruins
flashed
of
with a
this ancient
terrifying
city are
look,
vast
and
enough,
asked
and
Su
the scope
Shin
is
almost
larger
word
than any
by
big
word.
city in the Yan Kingdom.
The mental
So it is
shock she
difficult for
suffered
5
was
people
far
to keep
greater
their
than the
eyes on them
serious
at once.
physical injuries.
It seems to be
Chapter
here. There
130
are traces
Human
of
World
someone
Bully
coming.
Su Shin.
Another
Dogs
half
passing
day
by will be
before
slapped.
Su Shin brought Lin
Life
Zhenru to a
returns.
dilapidated building
Su
similar
Shin
to a
immediately
temple.
cast his healing
He
skills on
clearly
Guo
noticed the
Yanyu.
traces of someone
The
coming
surging
here.
life energy
He
immediately
tried to
poured
poke
into
some
Guo
rocks off
Yanyu's
the
body,
ground.
which made
Sure
the injury
enough,
caused by
an
the
entrance
attack
to the
just
basement
now
was
improved a
revealed.
lot.
Go,
Senior
go
Sister
in and have a
Guo,
look.
let's hurry up
Su
and
Shin
finish the
led Lin
task at
Zhenru
hand.
to the basement.
I'll be leaving in a few
Wait
days.
a minute, where is my
Seeing
sister?
that Guo
There
Yanyu's
was an obvious
situation has
descending
steadily
staircase,
improved,
but
Su
Su
Shin
Shin
said
walked for a
something.
while, looked back,
This
and
senior
suddenly
sister in the
found that
magic
Lin
capital
Zhenru
is
had
not bad by
disappeared.
nature.
This
She
left him
didn't leave
stunned for
when
a
Su
while.
Shin was
When he
surrounded by the
came
4
down,
Luoshan
he was
clan,
clearly
but
holding
waited
Lin
for Su
Zhenru's
Shin
hand.
to come out and reminded her
Take
aloud.
another look at the job
This
transfer
mind is
task.
enough. And Su
Surprisingly,
Shin
it
has
was found
decided to
that it
leave
had
in
been
3
triggered,
days.
and the
During this
content of the
period,
mission
if he can help
disclosure
the
was
other
already
party,
very
he will
clear.
not be stingy.
There are 3
If
job
everything is
assignments.
stable in the
1.
human world,
Go to
then Su
Tongtian
Shin
Bridge
may
and step
choose to
on the
stay in the
50th
land
floor
of
at least.
Shenshu. But
2.
not right
Kill
now.
at least
He has
one
many
other
friends
tester.
of the same
3.
generation who are were fighting against the demon army in the demon
and
world.
get the martial
Of
mark.
course, Su
The
Shin will
contents
take the
of these
lead
three
and fight with
tasks
them.
made Su Shin a little
Furthermore,
confused,
the
but
chance in
second
the
one
land of
showed that he was
Shenshu
not
can
the
help
only
Su
one who
Shin
was
to hit
going
the
to
epic
carry out
level
the
in a short
golden triangle.
time. It is useless
When
to Su
Su
Shin
Shin
in a
looked
waste
down
of
again,
time.
impressively,
In the demon
he
world,
found that the
the
bottom
army
of
of
the
the demon
stairs was
world
pitch
is the main
black,
source
like
of
an
Su
abyss,
Shin's,
waiting
part
for
of
him to step
Uranus's.
into it.
And such a
However,
chaotic
this did
situation is
not
too
make Su
friendly
Shin
for Su
hesitate,
Shin to
and
rise in
continued to
troubled
step down.
times.
But this step,
Establishing
as if
military
stepping on
exploits
the
and
air,
obtaining
a
resource
strong feeling
rewards
of
can
falling
reduce the
from high
time for a
altitude
lot of
flooded Su Shin's
accumulation.
heart.
In
He
addition,
opened his
the
eyes,
artifact on Su
looking at the
Shin
endless
also needs
darkness
to upgrade
below.
resources.
As he continued to fall,
Shen
a trace of
Yulei
light
is only
finally
at the master
appeared,
rank
and then
now,
the light
and it
became
can't
brighter
keep
and
up with
brighter.
Su Shin's growth rate.
When Su Shin was
It is
surrounded
good.
by light,
Guo
he
Yanyu
looked down
thought
again
about it
and
for a
found a
while
huge
and
island
nodded
below.
heavily. After
Strangely
completing
enough,
the quest,
around
she
this
can return
island,
to the
there is
Uranus
still
order with the
endless
help of the
darkness.
quest reward.
Such wonders
And
of the
Su
world
Shin
made
is so
Su Shin
pervert heaven
exclaim in
defying
wonder.
that she would be a fool to
After
give
a
up
few
relying
minutes,
on Su
Su
Shin's
Shin
strength.
landed firmly on the
Seeing
island.
her promise,
At the
Su
moment
Shin
of
urged
landing,
his senior
a
sister
map of the
Tianjia
entire
to
island
hurry up.
appeared in Su Shin's
What's the
mind.
matter with this island?
Among them,
I don't
the
know,
positions
but there
of
must have been a big
Tontian
war.
Bridge
I just
and
don't know who the
Death
victor
Palace
was.
are clearly
1.
marked. And there
Someone
are 5
saw
other
Shen
points that are
Yuanming of the
clearly marked
Luotian
like
clan appear
Tontian
here.
Bridge and
Shen
Death
Yuanming?
Palace.
If it's him,
But
I
still
can
can't
understand the
allow Su
momentum
Shin
just
to think
now.
too much. The
Fang
fierce
Kai's
fighting
battle was
around him
extremely
caught his
powerful and
attention.
exaggerated,
He
so it
searched for the
attracted the
sound.
attention of
I
many
saw
other
the two
people in the
figures were
land of
constantly
Shenshu.
intertwined.
And among this group of
Su
geniuses
Shin
from
couldn't
all
help
over the
being a
world
little
invited
stunned
by the
when he
will of
saw
the
one
world,
of them.
Shen Yuanming
I
was
saw that the
indeed very
person was a
famous.
woman, wearing a
Shen
military
Yuanming
uniform
is not a
similar to
vicious
ancient
person.
times,
On the
with an
contrary,
immortal
he
face
is
that
more
swept
open
the
and
country and
upright
the
than
city.
God bless, and is
What
good at making
surprised Su
friends of the
most
same
was that this
generation.
beautiful woman
His
actually
only
had a pair of
shortcoming is that
fluffy
he is
ears.
too greedy, and wants
At
to
this
continue to
moment,
stay in the
her
land
hands
of the
even
gods
turned
to
into
obtain
cute
enough
and lovely
benefits.
fox claws.
But this can't be said to be a
Advertisement.
disadvantage.
Beast ear
If you
girl.
want to step
Still
on the
my
top of the
favorite
strong,
fox ears.
how can you do it if you are not
As for the
greedy?
other person,
Are we
ha ha
going
ha.
now?
The local
It's okay,
natives have this
I have
strength.
some friendship with
Even
that
the
Shen
first
Yuan.
layer of my skin
A
can't be
group of
worn.
3 teamed up and
Is a
walked
very
towards the center
exaggerated
where
man.
momentum
At
erupted
this
just
moment,
now.
his whole body was
Just
flashing
bumped
with
into
multiple
Su Shen
layers
head
of
on.
halo shields,
Su
and the
Shen
defense
looked
was
at
so
the 3
strong
people
that
on
the
the
mighty
opposite
beast
side.
mother
He
couldn't
didn't bother
break
to
through
pay
for a long
attention to
time.
which race they were from,
This man
and
is
raised
holding
his
a
hand
staff
directly.
in his left
He was
hand
about to
and a
greet each
stack of
other with a big
talismans in
hand.
his right hand.
However, just
Wearing
as he was
golden
about to
armor,
make a move,
there is
a
also a
silent
high-level
warning
animal
suddenly
pet,
surfaced
a
in my
white
heart.
dragon horse with golden
This
threads,
kind of
who
warning,
also helps
Su
him
Shen
deal
will
with the
never forget
beast-eared
for a
mother.
lifetime, is
The
really a
moment I
terrifying
saw this
existence
man,
in the endless
4
deep
big
sea.
characters floated in
The
Su
other
Shen's
party,
mind.
the other
Krypton
party has
Gold
been paying
Warrior.
attention to himself.
The talisman on his
After
right hand
confirming
is a
that his
one-time
strength is
attack
far
spell
superior
move,
to other
available
people
in
in the
all
land of the
disciplines.
gods, he has to
This
warn
kind of
himself not to
talisman is
bully the weak.
basically artificially refined,
Can't
but because
kill.
the success rate is
Who is
low,
the
it is
existence in the deep
expensive.
sea? What
But
does it
this
have
guy
to do
has
with
a
the land
stack
of the
in his
gods?
hand. And
Is it the
looking at
human
the
body of the
power, it
world's
is not a
will?
low-level
For a
talisman.
moment, all kinds
That
of
is,
thoughts
every
unfolded in
time
Su
this guy
Shen's
uses a
mind.
talisman, it is
But for the
equivalent to
warning of
ramming his
such
opponent with
terrifying
a Rolls
existence,
Royce.
Su Shen simply
Bang,
chose to
bang,
admit
bang.
counsel.
Boom, boom, boom.
But admit it,
Thunderbolt.
what
For a
has to be
time,
done
the
still
flames
has to be
exploded,
done.
the wind blades ripped apart
Advertisement.
the sky,
You
and the
3
thunder
cubs,
flashed and
what
flickered,
eyes are you
and the
looking
people
at
who
senior
saw it
sister
were
blow
dazzled.
with?
The
Su
power of
Shen
those
just found a
talismans is
reason to
not
beat the
bad.
3
The
Tianjiao
fox-eared
directly to
beast-eared
serious
girl
injuries.
retreated steadily.
Then the real
Back quoting
overbearing
the pen of
smashed their
Laozi.
storage bags.
What do you want in the future?
Guo Yanyu
I
stayed
know you
silent
can
and did not
understand
speak.
me.
If she thinks how to compare
Krypton
the
Gold
land of
Warrior
Shenshi to a
Taiji
fish
laughed
pond,
arrogantly.
then Su
But the
Shen is the
words
big
deeply
shark that
angered the
suddenly
beast-eared
appeared in the
girl.
fish pond.
Seeing
Or the
beast-eared Yang
Megalodon
suddenly
shark,
bared her
junior
teeth and
brother.
grinned.
It's
Her
not that
beautiful
senior
face was
sister is
destroyed by
ruthless,
this
since you
expression.
stole their storage bags,
Immediately
then
after,
simply do
she
nothing and kill
instantly
them all to
transformed
avoid
from
future
human form
troubles.
to animal form.
After seeing
It
Su
was a
Shen
white fox
smashing their
about 5
storage
meters
bags
in
and
height.
leaving,
The
Guo
white
Yanyu
fox's eyes
reminded
were
in a low
crimson.
voice.
At this moment,
This
it
made
opened
the
its
3
mouth full of
suffocated
sharp teeth
Tianjiao
and spit it
suddenly
out,
glared
and
at
a
each
bunch
other.
of energy beams
But
spewed
when
out
he
of its
thought of the
mouth.
excuse Su Shen
Boom.
had just
With
made,
this
he
attack,
subconsciously
the Kryptonite
retracted his
warrior
gaze.
Taiji couldn't stop backing
How can
away.
senior sister do
The
this?
halo
It's
money's
enough to be
shield that it
humiliated,
relies
so
on
why
for
kill people?
self-confidence also has
Su
obvious
Shen
cracks.
shook his head and ignored it.
Why did
He
you
is
become
not
a
kind.
humanoid?
He is forced
Su
to be
Shen was
kind.
dull and tasteless when
Su
she saw
Shen
the
felt
white
that the
fox
terrifying
appearing in its
existence in
original
the deep
form.
sea was watching him all the time,
Su Shen
which made him
suddenly
make up his
sensed
mind
something.
that when the time
He
came,
disappeared
he had to
immediately.
leave the land of
The
Shenshi.
onlookers of this
But
fight were
before
not
that,
just Su
while
Shen,
helping
but
Guo
others.
Yanyu to complete the task,
Somewhere
he
in
should
the
also
other
try his
direction,
best to
Yan
plunder the
Xiai,
wealth and
who was
network
wearing
of
a veil,
Tianjiao
was
here to
also
enrich
watching
himself.
this scene with great interest.
Guo Yanyu rolled her
Yan
eyes when she
Xiai
heard
was
the
suddenly
words,
shocked.
wondering
A
why this
thunder in
junior
the palm
brother
suddenly
pervert
appeared
suddenly
in his
became so
hand, and he
kind.
slashed towards the
When he
bat
killed
with his
Shen
backhand.
Yuanming, another Luotian
Click.
clan
Her
before,
wrist was
he could
grabbed
not see the
instantly,
slightest
but the
mercy
thunder
in
in her
him.
palm was like an
A day
arrow,
later, on the
penetrating into the
dilapidated
heart of the
square on
person
the
who
island
grabbed
where
his
Shen
wrist,
Yuanming
but it
was
didn't
before,
penetrate.
there were still many
What a
geniuses who
despicable
were
move.
comprehending the
The
steel.
visitor sighed with emotion and
Mad,
touched the
where's the
penetrating
dog?
wound in his
At
heart.
this moment, a loud
It's
shout
me,
caught the
Su
attention
Shen
of these
said in a low
geniuses.
voice. Yan
They looked
Xiai
for the
didn't
sound,
answer,
and saw a
sneered and
young
looked at
human
him
race
vigilantly.
twisting the neck of a
You're
creature
so
similar
rude.
to a unicorn,
Su Shen
and the
thought for a
face of the
while,
unicorn
and then
was
praised
twitching
the other party.
continuously. The
Su Shen
unicorn was
strayed.
obviously
Only
also
then
an
did Yan
extraordinary
Xiai
creature,
react.
but after being
She is
grabbed by the
indeed
neck of the
naturally
young man,
charming,
he
but
couldn't
when she
resist at
grows
all,
so big,
and he was
there is
slapped
only
like
one
that.
person who dares to
Stop!
say so directly
An
about
angry
her.
voice shouted, only
You
to
know
see
my
a
name.
beautiful young
Su
girl
Shen
with
was a
peerless
little
youth show
surprised.
anger.
Of
The
course,
name
I
Su
don't
Shen
think it's
smoked was
strange
the
that the
Jade
first
Qilin,
genius of the
a powerful
dignified man
race among
kingdom
the demon
appear here,
clan,
but he
and the
didn't
pet of
even
this
dare
pretty
to show
girl
his
from the
face.
heaven.
Wouldn't it be because
The
of some
girl is
idle
very
burden?
big. The first
The
name on
corners
the
of Yan
stone tablet
Xiai's
of the
mouth
inheritance
twitched
temple,
slightly, as if
Feng
she meant
Luan,
Su Shen
was her
here, which
ancestor.
made her feel good.
He is from the
Chapter
Tianjifeng clan,
64 See the
or
dark
say that the
god
human
called again.
race is the
The
protagonist of the
inappropriate
heavens and
profession
the earth.
reappears. The abyss
Humans in the
demon.
human world can be
You seem
regarded
to
as
have
the
some
human
history.
race, and the
While
people from the
watching the
Feng
battle
clan in
between
the
the
heavens,
beast-eared girl
even
and
the
the
heavenly
Kryptonite
human
warrior,
race and the
Su Shen
Luotian
chatted
race,
with Yan
can be
Xiai in a
collectively
low
referred
voice.
to as the human race.
Hear this. Yan
It's just
Xiai
that
was
some human
obviously
race
stunned for
branches
a
are born
moment.
weak and need
By the
continuous
way,
learning and
I
hard
haven't
work to
told him
become
who I
strong.
am. It's a bit
And
of
some,
history.
such as the celestial
Yan
clan
Xiai
and the
laughed
Luotian
lightly.
clan,
She
have innate
suddenly had some
abilities and have a higher
anticipation.
starting
What
point.
kind of expression will
What
this
are you
guy show
doing?
when he knows
Feng
his
Suor
true origin?
glared at Su Xin and questioned
However,
the other party
Su Xin
loudly.
is just an
If the
opening
other
remark
party didn't
that he has
answer to her
nothing to say,
satisfaction,
so that he
it would
can
be a
speak
big
well.
fight.
Didn't
And at this
really
time,
care who
in the
the girl
dilapidated
was.
square,
So,
there are many
Su Xin
heavenly
changed the
geniuses slowly
conversation
getting
and
up
said,
and looking
"What do
towards
you
this
say
side
here?
with bad eyes.
This is a relatively
There were
well-known
5 of them,
trial place
more than
in
the
the dungeon
Luotian
world
tribe.
of the monster race
There are
continent.
actually no world
Human
rankings in the
professionals
heavens
can
and the
come
world,
in, as
but
can
the
the local
overall
monster
strength of the
race of
heavens
the
is much
monster race
stronger.
continent.
There are 4
Well,
major clans
that's
in the
not it.
heavens, and the Feng
Yan
family
Qiai
is the
pursed his
strongest.
lips and motioned Su Xin to
Bang!
look at
Su
beastier
Xin
mother.
slammed the jade
Be
unicorn
more
in his hand
specific.
to the ground.
That's not
The latter
good. You
whimpered and
don't
hid
give me
behind the
any
girl Feng
favors. You
Shuer
just
in
want my
extreme fear.
information for nothing.
Hand over all your
Then what
storage
benefits
bags.
do you
Su
want?
Xin is no
Su
longer
Xin was
pretending.
not surprised,
He
thinking
didn't
it was
have much
reasonable.
time to find a reason to
Yan
let go of
Qiai
himself
thought for
and
a
become a
while,
real
and
bully.
then said, "Do you
Sage
have that
mode.
wooden golem seed?
Airflow.
I'm interested
True
in that."
several thousand hands.
Oh, Su Xin
0
didn't
for
say a
flowers.
word.
The law
The
is
one in
heaven
his
and
right
earth.
hand was a handful
Advertisement.
of wooden golem seeds
For a
in his
moment,
hand.
Su Xin's ultimate
Yan
move was
Qiai
Ping
was
A,
stunned for a
and the
moment.
entire
What's the
dilapidated
matter
square
with this
was
guy?
surrounded by 4
Shouldn't this
100,000
wooden
Zhang
golem
Senju
seed
Buddhas.
be rare? How
Sure,
could he do it the
come
same
back
way
soon.
as wholesale?
Yu Feng's Tianzhao
Yan Qiai
immediately
put away the
exclaimed, but it
fluctuating
was too
emotions
late.
in his heart. Took
That
only
Feng
one of the
Queer was
wooden
only
golem
at the level
seeds
of a
and
Grandmaster.
continued.
Although she was
This
the
place
arrogant
is
daughter
known
of
as the
heaven,
Golden
she
Trial.
was
It
estimated
is
to be at
said
the
that from
level
the
of
ancient
Guo
times
Yinyu.
of the dungeon world,
She was
only
caught
those
by
with the
Yan
golden
almost
rank can enter.
instantly, then
There are
countless
7
tentacles.
trials in total,
On
of
no,
which the Hall
the
of
wooden
Slaughtering
branches
has the
spread
highest
all over his
mortality
body,
rate.
searched it up and
Yan
down,
Qiai
and
then
grabbed the
explained
storage
the
bag
7
on his body
trials.
directly.
They are Tongtian Bridge,
This girl
Hall
seems
of
to have a
Slaughter,
lot of origin,
Daihuo
and she
Cave,
used the
Thunder
space
Cliff,
ring.
Nuo Fengyuan,
The space ring, in the land of the human world, can only
Among
be
them,
owned by the most
Wu Dao
powerful
Pavilion
people
is not
such
at
as
all
the Emperor
dangerous.
Yan.
Most
Under
of the
the
testers
unbelievable
were now
gaze
on
of
the
everyone,
Golden Trial
Su
Island.
Xin, in this regard,
There.
directly organized the
For
items in the Feng
professionals,
Shuer space
enlightenment
ring.
is to deepen the
Some
understanding of
women's
one's own
products, he
professional
poured out
skills and
directly.
moves.
It's a nice dress.
In addition to Wu
1.
Dao Pavilion and Tongtian
He liked a
the
certain
other
piece
6
of clothing,
trials,
which
once
was not
passed,
revealing,
will
but very
immediately
charming and
receive a level
unique
of
in
reward.
style. He was going to
So
go
here,
back and let
the
his senior
highest
sister
level
wear
is
it
not
for
the
him.
gold 10th level, but the master level.
Kill him. Feng
I am
Suo
here
saw
this
that
time
Su
to
Shin's
pass at
private
least 3 of
objects,
these
such as her
trials.
underwear, were turned
1.
over and discarded
Hearing
directly,
Yan
and her
Shiai
face
say
changed
this,
with shame and
Su
anger,
Shin didn't
and she
reply
looked at
for a
Su
while.
Shin's eyes,
His
full
expression
of
was a little
resentment and
thoughtful.
vendetta.
It's really weird
0
here.
Boom.
He just
At this
tried to
time,
absorb the
the other
life energy in
Tianzhou
the
in the
trial
dilapidated
island, but there
square
were
also
obvious
rose up
obstacles.
and attacked Su Shin at the
Drawn,
same time.
but too little.
Is a
Is there
war
any
about to
deeper
break out?
information?
Guo Yunyu's
There is
heart
none
suddenly
left.
tightened.
Yan Shiai shook
She
her
looked
head.
around
It was
and
her
saw
first
that the
time
number
here.
of Tianzhou in this
Well,
dilapidated
thank
square
you,
was the
Yan
largest.
Shiai.
There were more than
Su
20
Shin
people.
said, and turned
Su
around to
Shin
leave.
has to deal with
His
so many
job
talents,
transfer mission
many of
only
whom are
needs to go
Uranus
through
rank.
2 trials, and the
But
one
soon,
closest to him is
Guo
the
Yunyu's
Death
slightly
Palace.
nervous eyes began
In
to turn a
addition to
little
the
blank.
fact that life absorption is
Because
limited by the special
she saw each
environment here.
Tianzhou being beaten by the
Su
4
Shin's
Senju
other
Buddhas
cards
as if
remain
they
the
were
same.
human beings,
The
being
heart of life
severely
is
injured
still free.
once, and
He
being
has
a high
4 lives,
paraplegic
and the
after
fault
2
tolerance
hits.
rate is extremely
3
large.
blows would definitely kill him,
Watching Su
but Su
Shin
Shin
leave,
controlled it
Yan
very
Shiai's
precisely
beautiful
and
eyes
didn't
flickered
slaughter
with
these
brilliance.
geniuses.
She hesitated for a moment,
Without a
and
moment,
then
the
followed.
day returned to calm,
What are you
and after
doing
the
with
4
me?
Senju Buddhas
Hee.
disappeared,
Hug your thighs.
Su Shin began to gather
So
these
direct.
horrific talents who were
Advertisement.
horribly
If
beaten
it's
by
an
him.
ordinary time,
Then
Su Shin
scavenged the
naturally
storage
doesn't
bags
mind
one by
traveling
one.
with beauty.
If it is the proud woman of the
But at the
sky,
moment,
her
this
hands and
kind of
feet will
task
also
is
be
related to
unclean.
his job transfer, and
Guo
he is not
Yanyu
willing
opened
to
his
bring a
mouth
few
and wanted to
bottles.
say something, but
However,
couldn't say anything.
Yan Shiai's face
Her
is much
mission was
thicker than he
completed,
imagined.
and she was completed by
The two
Su
are
Shin's
good,
robbery.
but at least they have dealt
Her
with each
mission
other.
target is one of the top talents.
After wrangling
The content of the
DAEF
mission
for a
is to
long
defeat the
time,
opponent,
Su Shin
but there is
simply
no
left
rule
her
that they
alone.
cannot form a team.
The two began
After
to
all,
travel
the
around the
opponent
island.
may also
A
form a
few
team.
hours later, they
Watching
came
his
to the
storage
so-called
bag
trial
being snatched
place,
away,
the Hall of
these
Slaughter.
arrogant people, one by
This
one,
is a
are
huge
like
palace.
dumb, not
At this
saying a
time,
word.
on the ancient
They were
square,
just
the gate of
utterly
the palace,
bewildered.
some people were
Originally,
sitting and
I had a
resting.
good understanding of the
Not
gods
to
and
mention
demons
that these
taiji
people
map
are
in this
top
square.
talents from all over
But
the
suddenly
world,
a male
but in
fixed
the
star
golden
fell
rank,
from the sky,
they are enough
and
to be
its
called
strength was
powerful.
outrageous.
Yan Shiai
Give up.
looked at the group of
There are
gold
such
professionals
perverts in
from
the
all
land
over
of the
the world
gods.
and said
How can
something
they
like
have the
this.
space to see benefits?
Of course, it
Do you
shouldn't be
know
as
any other
powerful as
places
you.
where people
Yan
gather like
Shiai
you?
added with a smile.
However, at this
If you
moment,
can
a
talk,
spiritual
talk
thought
more.
entered Su
Su
Shin's
Shin was
mind.
greatly benefited by
Su
hearing
Shin
this.
Jia laughed.
She can blow
Someone
more
answered
than the
right
wind
away.
girl. After Su
This
Shin
terrifying
finished speaking,
existence
he
couldn't
strode
stand it
toward
any
the Hall
longer.
of Slaughter.
Originally, he
Seeing
warned Su
him so
Shin not to
confident,
kill,
Yan
but now he
Shiai couldn't
directly
help but
banned him from
smile a
looting
little,
in.
but he also took a
Okay,
deep breath,
you
and
go
then
with me.
followed suit.
The others are slow to answer
She
and
had
will
been
be
to
punished.
Tongtian Bridge and Wudao
Enough.
Pavilion before,
It is the
and she had a
terrifying
good
existence
harvest.
in the deep sea.
And this Hall of
After
Slaughter
Su
was known
Shin's
to have the
search,
highest
his
rate
net
of sudden
worth
death among the
skyrocketed.
7
He knew the
trials.
taste of the marrow
She
and
was a
asked
little
these
hesitant at
geniuses.
first, but it was
I know.
obvious that Su Shin
Chapter
was so confident,
131
but
there
she
was a
also
loud
became
bang in the
decisive.
sky, and the king of
The two
pretending
entered
force
Killing
made
Hall
his
almost
debut.
at the same time.
Su Shin couldn't
Yan
figure
Shiai
out what
kept
the
a careful
terrifying
eye, and the
existence in the
moment
deep
she
sea
entered,
had to
she
do with the
suddenly
land of
grabbed
the
the corner
gods.
of Su Shin's clothes
But it
to
is
avoid the
undeniable
random
that this
teleportation
terrifying
mechanism.
existence is indeed
Facts
not a
have
level that
proved
he
that
can
Yan
provoke
Shiai's
now.
careful eye is very
In other
useful.
people's territory,
There is
Su
another
Shin
heaven and
naturally
earth
can
in the
only
Hall
take
of
care of
Slaughtering.
himself, and
With
can't
a
be dead
flash in
again.
front of Su Shin's eyes,
Therefore,
a whole
Su
new
Shin
world
put down a
unfolded.
certain unfortunate
He and Yan
Tianzhou and
Shiai
left here
beside
with
him were
Guo
in an
Yanyu.
extremely dark space,
When he
with
left,
nothing
he
around,
observed
but
the
full of
inheritance of
slaughter.
the god and demon
Roar.
taiji diagram
Suddenly,
left
several
behind in
beast
this
roars
dilapidated
exploded in
square.
the ears.
But this
The
kind
roar
of thing,
just appeared.
non-heaven
Su Shin
defying
and Yan
comprehension
Shiai
is
were attacked
impossible
at
to
the same time.
comprehend.
It was
Su
a
Shin
ferocious
just
beast that
glanced
looked
at
like
it
a
and
white
lost
tiger.
interest.
Its
It
eyes
is
were
worth
blood
mentioning
red,
that
and there was no sense of
he got
reason,
another
and so were
artifact.
just endless
The
tyranny
woman
and
called
desire
Feng
to kill.
Queer definitely had an extraordinary
When the
background,
white
but her
tiger
brain
beast
was
came
not
over,
very easy to
Su Shin
use,
immediately
and the
punched
divine
out.
weapon was actually
Under
placed
the
directly
blessing
in
of
the space
strange
ring.
power, even though he
The
is not in
artifact can
sage
be hidden
mode,
in the
he
user's
now has a
body,
huge power
although
of
it
1
can reach
million
the level of
kilograms.
unity of the body like Su
Even
Shin.
without any
Other
skill,
people can't
the
take it
power
away
of a
with the
simple
second
punch
method
is also
except
full
killing
of
the other
terror.
party.
But it was
But
such
this
a
Feng
punch,
Queer is
hitting the
just
white
like a rich
tiger
boy,
beast,
giving
only
Su
forced
Shin
the
an
latter
artifact
back,
for
but did
nothing.
not kill it.
Her
On
artifact is
the
of the
other
defensive
side,
type,
Yan
named
Shiai had
Yin
both
Yang
thunder and
Daoyu,
fire,
and its
and the
current
thunder
quality
and
level
flames
is
were
the master
woven and
class.
entwined around him, and they
Su
all
Shin
attacked
now
and
has
killed
up
the
to
other
5
white tiger
artifacts
and
on his
beast.
body, but this
But
also
the
means that
effect
the
is the
upgrade
same.
resources
It
he
only
needs
forced
must
the
be
white tiger
astronomical.
beast back, but
And
failed
there
to
is
kill
Lu
it.
Shen, Shin, the gold-swallowing beast.
At this moment, there
So
were
annoying,
dozens of the same roars.
880. Why
In
don't
an
there be
instant,
more in the
Su
world of
Shin
heaven
and
than
Yan
man?
Qiai were surrounded by
Apart
dozens
from
of white
plundering the
tigers and
races of all
beasts.
realms, Su
The
Shin
so-called
couldn't
killing
think of any
call was
way
to
to
kill these
accumulate
white
the
tigers
resources
and
he needed.
beasts.
He
Su
didn't
Shin
mean to
murmured
devour and
inwardly.
eat people.
He then
If it
clasped
was
his
this kind
hands
of evil
together,
sect,
and a
it would
large
be okay
expanse
to
of
say
green
that he would just
vegetation
hunt and
stretched
kill the
out from under his
powerhouses
feet.
of all realms.
One tree seed after another
Su
bloomed in
Shin
the
thought of
stamens
this
of the
and couldn't help
vegetation,
but sigh.
and then quickly grew into a
Junior
wooden
brother
golem.
Su, I'm going
Wooden
back to the
golem
Yan
is not
Kingdom.
exaggerated in size,
At this time,
only about
Guo
30
Yanyu
meters.
and Su Shin came to the
But the
opposite
number was
side and took
increased
the
to 20
initiative
at
to
one
say
time by
something.
Su Shin.
Senior
The
sister,
current
don't
Su
be in
Shin
such a
has a
hurry,
lot of
just
background
stay
to
for a
raise the
while.
upper limit of
Su
wooden
Shin
golem
was a little
jutsu, but the
surprised.
lower upper limit,
He didn't
focusing on
stay
the
because it
quantity,
would take
is
him
still
half a
easy for
month for
Su
the
Shin.
inheritance temple to let him
When
in,
20
and he
wooden
didn't have
golems
that time.
appeared, these
But
white
Guo
tiger
Yanyu
beasts
was
were beaten
different.
to death by
She
the
can
wooden
try to
golems
inherit
in
the
no
temple
time.
again.
The
Hearing
strange
this,
thing is,
Guo
after the
Yanyu
death of
glanced
the
at
white
Su
tiger
Shin
beast,
and felt
it
that
did
this
not
junior
bleed,
brother
but
pervert was
instead
not
dispersed,
arrogant.
and a lot of gray
You're going
drifted
away,
into
and
Su
I'm still
Shin's
here,
body.
waiting for revenge by others.
Advertisement. When Su
They
Shin
can't beat
accepted
you,
these gray
can't they beat
breaths,
me? See
he
you in the Yan
understood
Kingdom?
immediately. The purpose
Guo
of coming
Yanyu
to the
simply
Hall of
said a
Slaughter is
word,
the
and then
so-called
his body
mark
was
of
wrapped by
martial
a
Dao.
force of space,
The
and then he was
mark of
teleported
martial
out of the
arts is the
land of
top
Shenshin.
priority for Su Shin to
Seeing
become a
this,
martial artist,
Su Shin
and in
was
the Hall
very
of Killing,
straightforward,
this
and
mark
also
of
chose
martial
to leave
arts
the
is
land
also
of
known as
Shenshu.
the mark of killing.
He's gone.
As
He's
long
gone.
as these gray
After Su
breaths
Shin
accumulate
left,
enough,
the
it will
arrogant
be
group
enough
in the
to
dilapidated
condense.
square was very
Wooden
happy,
golem,
not to mention
wooden
cheering.
golem. Su Shin.
Who the hell is
Su
he?
Shin is that
Feng
you?
Sor stood up
At
again,
this moment,
stood up,
a more
looked
familiar
around,
voice
and
came
asked
from
a
beside
question.
him.
No
But
one
the voice
birded
was
her.
hoarse.
Monster
Su Shin
continent,
looked for
kill,
a sound.
kill,
But
kill.
he saw Wang Yi
On a
holding a cold
battlefield,
woman
the
and looking
screams of
helplessly
killing were
towards
loud
this
and
side.
loud, and looking down from a
Wang
high
Yi,
altitude,
Su
you
Shin
can see
was
that there are
stunned.
hundreds
How
of
could he be
thousands of
here?
figures in a
With his
melee.
strength, even if he was
Shouting,
rewarded in the
scolding,
secret realm,
laughter,
the Twilight
etc.
Temple
are
and
endless.
successfully upgraded
This
to the
battlefield
first
looks
rank of
extremely
gold.
chaotic. Neither
But this
side has
golden
any
trial is
battlefield discipline
obviously
at
not
all,
where he
not
should
even the
come.
slightest tactics.
Su Shin's eyes
On
were on
one
the
side
woman
is
in his
the army
arms.
of the demon world.
The woman
There
was
are
so miserable.
200,000
Her
people
right
up
arm
and
was
down.
torn apart, and there
But
was a
looking
huge
at the
wound running
past,
through
it can
her
be
abdomen.
found that not all the
The
demon
wound
races
was
are in
dark
the
and
demon
purple,
army.
and there was even a
The
rotten
main
smell.
race in the demon world
It
is
looks
the
like it's
Asura,
going to fail.
with 3
Su
heads and
Shin,
6
be
arms, being
careful.
the highest form of this
Yan
race.
Shiai suddenly
Most
reminded.
Asuras
As
are
soon
only
as she
2
finished
arms,
speaking,
and can appear
she
4
saw a
armed when they
tyrannical
erupt.
figure suddenly appear
The
behind
males
Wang
of the
Yi.
Asura tribe look
When
like
he
evil
saw the figure
spirits, and are
completely,
extremely
Su
ugly.
Shin's eyes flickered
But the
obviously.
women of the Asura tribe
Although
are
the
all
figure
enchanting
has a
and
human
charming,
shape,
and they
it
are
is
all
full of
beautiful,
demon
but under the
appearance.
beautiful skin.
His skin
They are
is
the
blood
cruelty
red,
common to
and
the
there is a
Asura
pair of
tribe.
scarlet blood wings behind him.
Professionals have a hidden
The
occupation
hands
called
and feet are
Ashura,
more like
which is
animal
similar
claws.
to the Shura
Do
tribe.
you have any companions?
Advertisement at
The
present.
blood
In
red
addition
eyes
to
of
the
the
Shura
demon-like
tribe and a
monster
large
looked at
number of
Su Shin
monsters,
and Yan
the
Shiai
main body
playfully,
of the
and
demon
grinned
army is
strangely.
actually mixed with some
However,
human-like soldiers.
when he saw Yan Shiai,
Among
his
these people,
expression
some of
suddenly
them turned
changed.
to the demon realm because
Then
of the human
Jia
race.
laughed strangely.
Some
He recognized
are
that
from
Yan Shiai
unopened
was
copy
here.
worlds.
What's
The
the matter?
heavens and myriad
Su Shin
realms are
pulled
fixed.
Wang Yi over and
For the
asked
human
quickly,
realm,
why are you
those
here?
powerful worlds can be
My
called super
fiancé
large
brought me
world
here.
dungeons, but
Wang
they are
Yi
not
lowered
yet
his
open
head
to the
and
human
looked at the
realm.
girl in his arms with
The
a heavy
demon
heart.
world is best at
Su
invading,
Shin
and it
was
is
a little
best at opening up
surprised.
space
Wang Yi
passages.
is the son-in-law,
Behind
and
the
the
demon
son-in-law
world's
of the Lin
invasion of the
family in
demon world
Jiangnan
this
City.
time, it is not
His
only the ambition
fiancé,
of the demon
Lin
master,
Tong'er,
but
is a
also the
sophomore in
shadow
the
of other
sophomore year.
worlds. If
Last
Su
year's
Shin is
entrance
here,
examination
there must
was
be
the
some
third in
people
a
who are
single
not
person,
ghosts or
and she was
ghosts,
also
and they
an
are from the
excellent girl.
underworld of the
In a
underworld.
year, how can you reach the
Milk.
10th level of
Milk
gold?
follow. In the
However,
battlefield,
Wang
among
Yi
the
is
professional
obviously
legion
not
from the
strong
Fire
enough.
Kingdom of the
Why
human
did he
world,
bring him over?
there is naturally a familiar
Su
figure
Shin,
of Su Shin.
he's a professional.
At this time,
Wang Yi
it was
then
Wang
looked at
Yi,
the demon
the
monster with a
son-in-law of
trembling
Jiangnan
expression.
University, who was yelling.
Dark God sect.
It is
Wu
said
Zhou.
that because of
He
Su
said,
Shin's fame,
Su Exen
Wang Yi's
just now.
status in the Lin
You are
family
Su
has
Shin,
also
the
increased.
first genius of the Yan
The
Kingdom
old
this
lady
year.
of the Lin family no
I
longer
thought that
dared to
genius
treat
would
this
look
new
like a jade,
son-in-law like
but I
she
didn't
used to,
expect
but
that.
instead supported
It
her,
looks so
hoping that the
ordinary.
relationship between
Wu
him
Zhou
and Su
looked at
Shin
Su
would be
Shin and laughed
successful.
strangely.
In the
Why is it
future,
the Dark
he will
God
take the
called
Lin
again?
family in Jiangnan to
Su
the
Shin
sky.
frowned and glanced at Yan
Therefore,
Shiai next
Wang
to him.
Yi's strength is not
The
slow to
fallen
improve.
demons I met before were
Of
also
course,
from the Dark
compared to the
Gods.
top geniuses of the Yan
Wang Yi
Kingdom,
said that
it
the
is
other
much
party is a
slower, and
professional.
now it is only the
That
10th
is to
golden
say,
rank.
the appearance of life
There are
is
3 early levels
transformed
of
into the true
professionals like
state.
Qing, White and
The
Yellow.
Dark Gods are all
Su Shin didn't
inappropriate
pull his peers
occupations,
as fast,
right?
but he reached the
Devil
level
of
of
the
Master
Abyss.
Shizong.
Yan Shiai has an
Now those who can
extraordinary
barely
origin
keep
and is
up with
well
him are the
informed.
top talents in the 3rd
Added a
year.
sentence. It is
And
a
the entire
profession that has
human
only
world,
appeared
or the
in
known
recent
world,
years.
Su Shin alone
Su
can step
Shin
into the
didn't have
Uranus
much
stage
reaction
under the
after
age of
listening
20.
to it. He
Wang
looked
Yi
at Wang
shouted,
Yi, who was
and when
sad
he
and
looked back,
regretful
the
beside
big
him.
T***s guess
He
in the
then
team were
began
being
to treat his
besieged by the
fiancé.
enemy.
I'm
He was
talking to you.
furious, and quickly turned
Seeing
around
this,
to help his
Wu Zhou
teammates.
said with a smile.
It's Su
Next
Shin.
up.
Su Shin is
Switch.
here,
Its
at this
body
moment.
shape is like a teleportation.
Suddenly someone on the
Almost
battlefield
face to
shouted.
face with Su Shin and
This
appears
drink
in
not
front
only
of the
boosted
ladder.
the morale of our own people,
Chapter
but also
65
caused
is
the
not
enemy
too big
legions
to
to
do
change their
things.
colors.
The space channel
Even the
connecting the copy
powerhouses
of
on
the
both
Abyss.
sides who were fighting
Looking at
fiercely
Wu Zhou,
outside
who
the
suddenly
battlefield could
appeared
not
in
help but
front of
look
him,
towards the
Su Shin
battlefield.
punched him directly
I'm
in the
not
face
Su
without
Shin.
saying a word.
Grass.
The latter's
Shensu of
head quickly
Tianwu
turned
Guild's
towards the
complexion
rear,
darkened
and after
instantly.
a direct turn,
He was
met Su
embarrassed
Shin's
because
gaze
of
again.
Su Shin's wooden golem
Hey,
seat.
hey.
He was
However,
often
the
disguised
mortal
as Su
wound whose
Shin,
head
so
circled
he was
around the
always
neck
taken
was no
extra
serious
care by the
problem
enemy.
for Wu Zhou.
But he just
He
can't
showed a
die.
mouth full of
You said
ferocious
that the
sharp
enemy
teeth
soldiers of
and
the
let out
same
a
level will
penetrating
kill him,
laughter at
and
Su
wooden
Shin.
golem is enough to resist.
Immediately after,
If
the
the
sharp
enemy's
tail
Uranus
behind Wu
high-level
Zhou immediately
powerhouse comes
swam
to
like
kill
a
him,
snake.
then
The
his own
trajectory was
powerhouse
hard
will
to
also
find,
come to
and it
protect
was
him.
about to pierce Su Shin's
Shen
heart.
Su couldn't give up the wooden
That tail
golem
is
seeds either.
poisonous. Seeing
Once he
this,
gave up,
Wang Yi
his combat
hurriedly
power
shouted.
would drop off a cliff.
His fiancée was
On
pierced
the
through her
contrary,
abdomen
as
by
it
her
is now,
tail,
although it is a
resulting in
little
an instant
frightening,
loss
it
of
can
combat
always survive.
effectiveness.
I haven't
Even if
heard from
Su
Su
Shin is
Shin
now
for
sending
almost
life
a month.
energy to Lin Tong'er,
What is
it
Su
can only
Shin doing?
alleviate the toxin
Check out
invading the body,
#Su
but
Shin
cannot
status
completely
hash.
remove it.
If Su
But
Shin Shin was here, he would definitely have enough milk to support the entire battlefield.
On the side suddenly waved his
Broken.
right hand.
I'm
A flaming
already
arrow rushed
in the
towards
shape of Su
Wujovi's
Shin.
heart.
Someone
The
talked
latter
about the topic
hurriedly
of Su
dodged
Shin,
away.
and there
Then
was an
he looked at
abnormal
Yan
side on the
Xiai
battlefield,
playfully and
and
said with a
everyone
smile.
started talking.
The eldest
Su
lady of
Shin
Lazy
disappeared in
Palace
just
is
a
so
few
anxious.
months.
But isn't the
Wu
taste of
Yilin
looking
buried
for
her
a man
head
a
to
little
kill the
bad?
enemy. When she heard
Su
the
Shin's
surrounding
expression
compatriots
did not
talking about
change
Su
when he
Shin,
heard the name
she
of the
couldn't help
power
thinking of the
Lady
high-spirited
Temple.
youth figure.
But Wang Yi suddenly widened
What
his
do I
eyes and
want him
looked
to
at
do?
Yan Xiai in
Wu
disbelief.
Yilin still spat arrogantly
If you
and
don't want to
continued to
die,
restrain
get
her
out.
mind.
Yan
Zero.
Xiai scolded coldly.
She has entered the master
Su Shin
rank,
still
and on
didn't
the
show his
high-intensity
stance.
battlefield,
Wang
the
Yi's
upgrade
fiancé
speed is
was
also
seriously
fast,
injured and
and
could
now
die
she
at
is at the
any
level
time.
of the 5th rank of the
He must
master.
deliver enough life
The
energy
demon
as soon
world
as
now has
possible to ensure
battlefields
that the
erupting
latter can breathe
everywhere.
a sigh of relief.
The mortality rate on
He
the
is not a
battlefield
true
is not low,
zealous man,
but
those
those
strangers
strangers survive
it
will
is
grow at
definitely
an
the
astonishingly
indifferent
fast
attitude
rate.
of
Who are you infertile? Boom. But for the classmates around
However,
him,
at
he
this
will not
time,
be stingy
then,
to help.
above the sky of this
Although
battlefield,
Wang Yi
a violent
had only
spatial
met
shock
several
suddenly
times,
appeared.
strictly speaking,
The
they were
crowd
not
didn't
really
have
close
time to look
friends.
up. A cluster of
But the level of
sky-shattering
Su
thunder
Shin's
light
health
fell
now
from
was
the
not
sky,
for him to risk his
smashing
life.
into the battlefield in an
A
instant.
man, setting
If
off
you have
a
the
vigorous
ability,
explosion.
why do you cherish the righteous
Advertised
help
within
within
the
the
scope
scope
of
of
your
your pause
ability?
for a moment, and
Both
give me some
sides
time.
looked towards the center
Su
of the
Shin looked
battlefield,
at Yan
where the
Xiai
thunderlight
was
landed.
shooting and said something to
I
her.
saw a figure waiting for
Yan
the dust to
Xiai nodded
dissipate,
lightly,
and then it slowly
the
became
other
clear.
party's profession is indeed
Am I
very
late?
strange.
The
But
figure
Yan
slowly got
Xiai
up,
is also
revealing
a
a
dual
handsome
professional
and
and
compelling
compelling
face
face
and
of level
fire.
3. At the
Who
same
is it
level,
if not Su
even if it
Shin?
is a hidden
The
profession,
position
it
sent
may not
back
even
is
be
a
a
little
Yan
off, but it
Xiai's
doesn't
opponent.
hurt. And
Su
Yan
Shin
Xiai has been
really
assigned
Su
various
Shin.
tasks by
Su
his
Shin
father
is
since he
here.
could remember.
This time. The
After the
confrontation
Yan
mission of the
Kingdom
Golden
professional
Copy
court
was confirmed, and this time too, they raised their
With
arms
such
and shouted one
experience,
by one.
the real combat
and that
power
power
is
is
higher
higher
than
than
imagined.
imagined, instantly boiled to a peak.
HMPH, it's kind of
Wu
interesting.
Yilin looked around
Wu
blankly.
Zhou laughed
It
when
was
he
hard
heard
for
the
her to
words.
imagine that the young man
But
could bring such
unexpectedly,
high morale
he took
to
the
everyone
initiative
just
by
by
screaming.
standing on the battlefield. See you soon. At this
When
moment,
leaving,
the
he
tragically
left such
slaughtered
an
inexplicable
inexplicable
word
seemed to have become a foil.
Su Shin
and only
was
the young
also
man
a little
with high
surprised
spirits
by
was
this
the only
unfolding.
beam of light in this world.
But for
Now,
now, it's still about saving
Lin.
lives.
But
Su
after a
Shin's
while,
eyes
Su
turned
Shin
and
said
instantly
with an
fell on
embarrassed
Wu
expression.
Yilin.
My life recovery can only restore has never been bad. Injury. How about the detoxification? He walked over and asked. Life regeneration is Su Shin's professional skill, by that name, and it is not linked to his chi. Glanced at Su Shin. There are some aspects she always felt that Su Shin had some special meaning for the name. It should relieve the toxin. Everyone else is fine. Yan Xi took out a pill from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Yi. At this time, Wang Yi came over, took it quickly, because Su Shin is from Zhang's mouth. The younger generation gradually moves closer to the younger generation in Zhang taking this, and they are familiar with each other. Painful complexion improved significantly. Su Shin nodded, relieved. Su Shin was really afraid that Yan just came back. He heard the bad news that his friend had passed away 5 million. 3.5 Yan Xi said lightly. Where have you been this month? Counting on his head, his name is Wang Yi. Yan Xi pursed. You also know that I had stepped into the Uranus stage? After a while, she suddenly showed a shocked expression just now. I'm obviously hiding well. Wu Yilin. He was a little something, annoyed but not JPG, and I killed him like a butcher. Did you step into the Uranus? Su Shin laughed lightly. Wang Yi just focused on bringing back Lin Tonger's life. Ha ha ha. If he really ignored the ladder, he burst out laughing and shouted to the others, made a big move. It's okay, Su Shin. It's okay. Don't talk about leapfrog now. We win because there is no overstepping. Has stepped into the Uranus stage. Words. When the news came out, the entire battlefield seemed to be in front of Su Shin. In this big battlefield, Su Shin, the style of painting has changed drastically, and it has become a bit of a joke. Su Shin, at this moment, a stern shout was transformed by Qi not far away. His Su Shin's talent. The celestial race is not the low level, and some strong style move with perfect skill. And now it seems the dimensionality reduction realm for professionals of the same level. But a Uranus of the celestials, only when the skills of other professionals are completely changed in the high-ranking position. The celestial Uranus, the advantage of Wade style one of the slash Su Shin with 1,000 knives. But it's really high level. Everyone, there's no reason for Su Shin to see the other party coming aggressive skills. And he must Uranus is going up like this. Just see me. In general, closer look. The upper limit of wood style is how much life energy is gestured during the battle. And the more the amount, the stronger 132. Hey. In theory, Su Shin there is no upper limit. Tragic figure. Really? I don't believe it. Heaven and earth, blood and waves permeate the sun. Su Shin heard the words. Su Shin looked at Wang Yi. The old man then looked at Yan Xi. Uranus. Your aggression is very useful. His eyes were full of hatred, and his expression was terrifying. Su Shin immediately folded his hands and didn't know what was wrong. House rose on the ground to cover the deceased celestials, and he suddenly stepped forward, chasing in the direction above the sky. A terrifying momentum immediately erupted. He's doing it for you. As soon as the celestial race Uranus's Dharma, after Su Shin left, and Earth appeared, the entire sky and Earth were illuminated with incomparable moments, and then said excitedly, sky, a sea of blood immediately spread out, and I called him Dad. The sky and the sun as far as the eye could see. Yan Xi naturally knew that this person existed. There was a new sun rising. Zhangnan University students. The new sun was also crimson, and sooner or later, this kind of character will be exploited and suffer. The killing power of Uranus of the celestial plan unleashed. People who value affection are not annoying, but often the figure of Su Shin in the sea of blood. As soon as this idea was holding a sword in his hands, of extraordinary quality replaced by horror. At this moment, a knife was smashed out, and a stunning knife in his hand flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Wu Zhou's dead end. That beam of dazzling knife light ran through the bloody new sun. It is convenient to make a name for Wang Yi. At the same time, Su Shin looked down at her heart, the second task in the job slowly spilled out, followed by a penetrating stab wound. The heaven-eating human race Uranus's ability to Dharma, can you imagine? And Earth is extremely bizarre. It took less than a minute for Su Shin to leave, even counting the time to go back stab wound in Su Shin's heart. In other words, Wu Yilin's behind her couldn't help was killed by surprise. To enter the Hall of Slaughter, next second, one must stay for 3 days, which is also the reason for the highest mortality rate in the Hall of Slaughter. At this time, and the teleportation power was not also extremely terrifying. Not to mention had endured for a day when he came in after leaving the Hall of Slaughter. Leave here 30 inheritance of divine skills turns indeed only the strongest that can exert its power. Yan Xi can say that it doesn't mean that it can't be used under the strong can help him once, but can't help him all the time. Wellwong inheritance martial arts moves that are not yet proficient. The power of the inheritance magic skills he has advertisement 0 for flowers at the same time. Moreover, facing the same level, Su Shin does not need to use any, and the most central place is also the location of the Enlightenment Pavilion. I saw Su Shin held out a palm, view extends from Rudao Pavilion down to the ground, and you will find that a group of 9 people in the ground rising from below, and the Qingtian arm was too huge. Among the 9 people, and there was a kind of awe-inspiring led by him to grasp the world in the palm of my hand. The demon blood sensation I gave him Uranus clan Uranus suddenly opened his eyes. The eyebrowless eyes then added another sentence. I can't blame anyone. A crisp sound exploded, has to go to that and everyone saw and it's no wonder that Uranus was crushed by the sky. Next to the eyebrowless youth was killed. A cold-faced woman sneered, and Su Shin's injury also recovered in an instant. It's important. Just a mortal wound. The others urged. Wood style laughing was silent for a moment. After instantly killing Uranus, he continued to dig deeper into the ground to join the Uranus battlefield not far away. They dug and slammed both hands finally when the clod was removed. He wants to sweep the battle curtain like a galaxy bang bang bang. When Su Shin pressed his hands on the barrier of the dungeon, people who were familiar with his moves had already started to run away. The eyebrowless youth instantly showed a mad look in his eyes. The real god of war. He immediately said too handy for clearing a prop directly from the storage bag. Only someone whose single strength is far superior to the black cauldron. At this time, for his opponent's of the same rank, lower rank than barrier, the existence of abnormally strong world barrier began to dimensionality reduction blow from high latitudes to low latitudes. Not in the same dimension melting from the inside. The ground turned like a river and is getting bigger and large wooden hands rose from the ground one after another. And every time the big eyebrowless youth watched this scene, hundreds of enemy soldiers, but his companions suddenly pulled him away from here as soon as exaggerated as this scene. When the 9 eyebrowless legions of their own team stood behind Su Shin, then I saw that the entire island suddenly began to vibrate. They were all stunned with excitement and shock in their eyes. In the center of the island is also sinking continuously. Once you're in
For a
Uranus,
time,
the testers inside fled like frightened birds.
After a while,
Looking at this shocking scene in astonishment, some lucky little fish and shrimp were fleeing in their expressions became extremely frightened. Su Shin heard the call for help from the Uranus battlefield. I saw a large area of black gas suddenly emerge from the bottom of the wood pavilion. She hurried away with a big laugh. This black air actually has the power of powerful Uranus and it eroded the surrounding vegetation in an instant, turning it into a black earth. It's like a dream. Kaka. There was a tingling sound from the ground. He was blowing. Boom. He always likes to brag. The sound suddenly explodes on the basis of facts. Huge scarlet arms extended out from the ground. Uranus. Each grabbed the ground beside the ground. Can I still target and then jumped out of it with a jerk. Also called Su Shin. This called Su Uranus. Impossible. Isn't this really a place of trials? Su Shin. Is there no boss to say? He's not 19 yet. Look. Ha ha ha. It seems to be an abyss monster in the abyss copy under the whole world. Among the worlds. How do you know? Only Su Shin can do it. Isn't it the battlefield became extremely peaceful? And because of Su Shin's what is our current monster clan dungeon world? And they inevitably began to discuss Su Shin's arrival. Is it possible that the two dungeon worlds can still be in the 9 heavens at this time together? Not far away, fighting with Laozi, shouted Laozi, and a stalwart figure standing above the 9 heavens. The crowd was terrified and hurriedly fled around. The monster that crawled out from the depths of the ground was a scarlet meatball that was 100 meters tall. But get out the news that Su Shin has stepped into Uranus. The appearance of this monster, cover me, just by looking at Su Shin joined the battlefield over there. The balance of combat power immediately go crazy, and he instantly became the leading brother of Uranus. And it still comes from the most mysterious world of the abyss in Uranus, which is strictly like a no man's land. Countries in the world. The enemy Uranus was killed by him in the entrance to the secret realm was found. All fled and did not dare to compete with Su Shin head on. Su Shin's fierceness is exaggerated and boundless. So much so that his side Uranus stood behind him and became a spectator for a while. Can't get in at all. The enemy Uranus wanted to escape, but in front of Su Shin, unless there were some special means, it was basically impossible to escape. But his own Uranus stopped Su Shin's pursuit. It is not the reason why the poor thieves should not pursue it, but other battlefields need support. The battlefield where your teacher, King Guo Wu, is asking for support, the situation seems to be very bad, one of his own Uranus said quickly. After Su Shin heard this, of course, immediately stopped chasing and killing. After he asked the direction, he immediately turned into a long rainbow and rushed towards the battlefield. It didn't take a moment for Su Shin to feel the battlefield where her teacher was. But when he came here, his heart completely sank to the bottom of the valley. This battlefield is much more tragic than the previous one. Looking down, the earth has been dyed red with blood, as if a layer of blood has been spread on the ground, and the unparalleled corpses are piled up together, which can be seen everywhere, shocking. The tragic level made Su Shin seem silent when he saw it. Oneself, lost. When he looked around, he could not find a few of his own professionals who were still alive. There is also no place for the two Uranus battles near the battlefield. It is obvious that one side is defeated and the other side is pursuing. Zhao Shu. Su Shin glanced down and found an acquaintance, and immediately fell to the ground. He picked up the spearman Zhao Shu, who had only one breath left. Zhao Shu was seriously injured, his arms were both broken, and there were countless injuries on his body, and some fatal injuries were even more shocking. Even so, he can still breathe a sigh of relief, which shows the strength of his vitality. Su Shin. When Zhao Shu saw Su Shin, he immediately grabbed his arm excitedly. It's all dead. All dead. It's that woman. That woman? Who is that woman? Su Shin hurriedly asked. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. Make up the new world. Su Shin didn't think Busan World's frontal combat power was so powerful, and even in Uranus, it wouldn't be considered outstanding, but the opponent's ability was just too weird. Advertisement: if Buxinchi joins the battlefield under the premise that the combat power of the two sides is almost equal, using her ability to fabricate all things can definitely tilt the balance of the battlefield. While speaking, Su Shin gave Zhao Shu life energy, otherwise his last breath would dissipate. He waited for Zhao Shu's answer, but the other party just stared at him blankly, without any strength to speak. Su Shin put him down. This battlefield is coming to an end, and the enemy troops have retreated, leaving a small part to search on the battlefield. Su Shin crushed and killed this small part, and then began to rummage for the living. He searched for a long time, but among the hundreds of thousands of corpses, he could not find a few living people. He saw the good old days, they squinted their eyes unwillingly, and their bodies were already cold. Among the piles of corpses, Su Shin found her senior sister Lin Zhenru. Lu Shen's other half is on senior sister. A small willow sapling is blooming on the body of senior sister Lin Zhenru. It is precisely because of the existence of the willow god that Lin Zhenru is safe. But what about Yan Shiai? Yan Shiai, Su Shin shouted, 880. Finally, in another pile of corpses, he found Yan Shiai whose pupils had long been dilated. Looking at Yan Shiai's body, Su Shin blinked, a little dazed. Su Shin felt that she should be angry, because he has long regarded Yan Shiai as his woman in his heart. But this time, he was unusually calm. Su Shin, Su Shin. But when someone next to him shouted, Su Shin was stunned. He looked back, the friendly Uranus on the previous battlefield have all arrived. King Guo Wu is fine, but our Yan kingdom has also lost 3 Uranus. The Uranus brought good news. Why didn't Yan Shi give his daughter any life-saving means? Su Shin looked at these Uranus, hugged Yan Shiai, and said something like this. No one answered. No one chose to comfort Su Shin at this time. Such separation of life and death can be seen everywhere on the battlefield, and it is not exclusive to Su Shin alone. Su Shin took a deep breath, then removed a scroll from the storage bag. Resurrection scroll. There are resurrection scrolls in the quest mall in the land of Shenshu, and there is a limit of one purchase. The asking price is 10,000 quest points, and the inheritance of magical skills also starts at 10,000 points. At that time, Su Xin only had 10,000 points, not enough to buy both. Because of keeping the transaction with Wu Ming Wowang, Su Xin simply chose to buy the inheritance magic skill and chose the resurrection scroll. However, right now, Su Xin flicked Yan Shiai's head and said with a smile. After using it, Yan Shiai's enlarged pupils gradually shrank, ready to recover, and even the injuries on his body instantly recovered as before. I'll talk about it when I have something to say. I'll go and avenge you first. It should have been his own senior sister who died, but Yan Shiai's other half, Lu Shen, gave Lin Zhenru to keep the latter alive. Su Xin took off a strand of Yan Shiai's hair, unfolded the resurrection scroll, and activated the resurrection scroll. The resurrection scroll involves the power of rules. You almost made me Su Xin become a tragic figure. There is not much process at all, he couldn't think much about it. Chapter 133 Million Wood, Clone Technique. Stop it, it's all Su Xin outside. Su Xin finished speaking, but did not leave. Because of Uranus who arrived here, although he can recognize it, he is not familiar with it. So it is impossible to leave now. As for Yan Shiai's death, Su Xin felt a lot in his heart, but the function of the resurrection scroll made him a little more convinced. That is, the death of the people around you is not terrible, the terrible thing is that you have no ability to resurrect. The resurrection scroll was created by the will of the world. This is completely understandable. When Su Xin reaches a certain height, he may be able to master the abilities similar to resurrection. But one thing is certain, that is, at the epic level and above, the resurrection scroll cannot be used. In other words, only the epic level and below can have resurrection armor. Su Xin is not annoyed that Lin Zhenru and Yan Shiai chose to join the war. His Su Xin's woman was not supposed to be a vase. How is your sister? Yan Shiai is not a hypocritical character, but cares about Lin Zhenru. It's alright, just passed out. Su Xin waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry. With Li Shen transferring the damage, Lin Zhenru is of course fine. Su Xin. At this time, Guo Zhen, his teacher, came over and shouted. Eat my punch. The moment he saw Guo Zhen, Su Xin punched him directly. The latter was immediately clear, that is, he used his signature move, Bafong Jingwu. After confirming that he was not pretending to be in front of him, Su Xin asked Guo Zhen to take away the wounded here. And he resolutely left. Here at Su Xin, there is no overnight feud. Now in this world, the Demon Lord and the Old Dragon King and Wu Ming Wowang have both lost in the fight, and they simply do not have the ability to take another shot in a short period of time. The highest strength of the enemy is epic. Su Xin has no idea of going head-to-head with the epic level, but his own background and various trump cards are here. As long as he doesn't fall into the encirclement that has been set a long time ago, he wants to escape from the epic level powerhouse. Although the specific situation of this battlefield has not been asked clearly. It was also impossible to completely prove that that woman, Zhao Shu spoke of was Buxinchi. But this woman had disgusted Su Xin before, and Su Xin has been brooding about it. After stepping into Uranus this time, when he came back, he wanted to kill this woman to relieve the hatred in his heart, so the main reason for the collapse of the battlefield where Yan Shiai was located was that it didn't matter at all. The important thing is that Su Xin wants to kill her. Certainly, just looking for the Proacine just like this is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. A day later, main battlefield. Yes, the main battlefield. Before Wu Yilin or Yan Shiai, the battlefield they were in was only a dozen or 200,000 troops on both sides. In the war between the two worlds, it was just a small-scale battlefield. And there are no epic powerhouses participating. The real main battlefield is that the two sides have millions of troops at every turn, and the epic powerhouses also participate in it. There are currently 3 such main battlefields in the monster race continent. In the month that Su Xin left, the momentum of the demon army continued to rise, and the follow-up power supply continued. The positions of the 3 main battlefields just formed a circle, which vaguely surrounded the current base camp of the demon world, Longyuan Mountain. Once one of the main battlefields is lost, the base camp, Longyuan Mountain, would be in jeopardy. In addition, because of the powerful erosive power of the demonic energy of the demon world, the monster beast creatures in the demon world also began to transform into murderous beasts. When time matures, these countless beasts that have been transformed will become the real disaster of the demon world. Advertisement in other words, regardless of the outcome of the two worlds of demons and demons, the demon world is already rotten. But if the demon world wins, it will be good for the human world. If the demon realm loses, the next attack site for the demon realm army must be the human realm. If the dungeon world in the endless wilderness is also invaded by the demon world, then the human world will really become a bun in a steamer. Buxan world. At the main battlefield in the west of Longyuan Mountain, a loud shout suddenly exploded out of thin air, echoing continuously between heaven and earth. It is Su Xin. He has been to the previous 2 main battlefields, and he has not found the Proacine. This is the last one. Of course, the Pacine is here. She lives in the back of the demon army. After hearing Su Xin's big drink, she took the lollipop from her mouth and looked at Su Xin with a little playfulness. Have you changed your mind? She spoke to Su Xin from a distance. Su Xin stared at each other closely and didn't say anything nonsense. Seeing that Su Xin's right hand was empty, a bunch of thunder spears condensed in his palm, and although it locked the opponent firmly, it was thrown away. The thundering spear pierced through Buxinchi's heart in an almost teleporting way. However, when it was time to pierce through the opponent, with the light grasp of a big hand, he easily held the thunder spear in his palm. The man looked like a devil, tall, blue skin, red pupils, is the strong man of the Asura clan in the demon world. Epic. In this main battlefield, there are 4 epic powerhouses on both sides. One of each side, and the enemy sits in the rear of the army and commands the battle. The other 2 are fighting endlessly at high altitude. That is to say, if Su Shin wants to kill the Buxin world, he must forcibly pass this epic Asura powerhouse. It is almost impossible to kill directly, he's really on the Uranus rank. Shu Sha, an epic powerhouse of the Shira tribe, lightly crushed the thunder spear he grabbed, and looked at Su Shin, with a shock that could not be shaken away in the depths of his eyes. From an overall perspective, the current Su Shin is still unable to control the current situation of all walks of life, but from a long-term perspective in the future, this Su Shin is a great threat that their demon world has to remove immediately. Shu Sha hesitated. He wanted to attack and kill Su Shin directly, but he was worried that the other party was daring to use himself as a bait. Once he got out of his position in the army and fell into an ambush, it would ruin the entire demon world's army of millions of elites. Su Shin looked at the battlefield below. The main battlefield is much grander than other battlefields, with various formations and formations acting on it. The 2 sides did not directly chaotically fight together. Instead, the 2 armies faced each other neatly. Of course, this is a bit neat compared to other battlefields, but the scene is still tragic, like a purgatory scene, and there is no meat grinder on Earth. In such a main battlefield, Uranus also fought with his soldiers. The death of a Uranus would mean that part of his army would also die in battle. Shut up. When Buxinchi wanted to say something, he saw Gongjin, a youth without eyebrows beside him, wave his hand to stop him. Although I haven't had much dealings with this Su Shin, I also know that he will not do anything unprepared. It seems that his main goal is you now. You should leave here quickly. Bu Zinchi raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. I'm not surprised that he wants to kill me, but how can he succeed just because he stepped into the Uranus order? I don't know, but doing things that others can't think of is what the name Su Exin means now. He has stepped into the Uranus stage, but he is only 18 years old this year. In 1 year, despite the turbulent environment, who else can do this? Gong Jian frowned. His evaluation of Su Shin has always been high, but often ends up being underestimated. Advertisement. Listen to you. Bu Zinchi pondered for a while and prepared to leave. Seeing that she was leaving, Su Shin was naturally reluctant. But it is unwise to chase after the past, and the epic powerhouse of the Asura clan is blocking the road ahead. Since that's the case, Su Shin suddenly put her hands together. Then you can't be distracted from other people. Multiple wood clone technique, at this moment. Su Shin showed a fearful side. Wood style, if it is based on chakra's power system, is actually like that, which can make people amazing, but it will never make people feel invincible. But there is no chakra power system in the world right now. Wood style is equivalent to Su Shin's other talents, but this one is a move type. The biggest difference between Su Shin's wood style and Senju Hashirama is the upper limit. As long as there is more life energy, the power of Su Shin's wood style can theoretically be continuously improved. If it encounters a bottleneck in the future, it will be a breakthrough. And wood style's skill form, under the blessing of powerful life energy, will become extremely exaggerated from the moment Su Shin steps into Uranus. Even if it is a small move, it will continue to zoom in and zoom out. Multiple wood clone techniques. At this moment, it will become a terrible news for the demon world. Buzz. Bang bang. I saw that the Su Exin in the sky kept separating from Su Shin, and the numbers seemed to be endless. Su Shin's face became extremely pale. He consumes a lot of energy at this time, because he casts a million wood clone technique. A million avatars. All of them have relative combat power and are able to use wood style. Millions of Su Shin gathered together, not afraid of death at all, and immediately rushed towards the camp of the demon army. It doesn't stop there. The heart of life, money, burst. After bursting a heart of life, Su Shin's state returned to the peak again, and it was a million wood clone again. The expression of Chu Sha, the epic powerhouse of the Shira tribe, changed drastically. He thought that even if Su Shin was a demon, it would take time to control the overall situation of the battle. He also believes that such a time may not be short, so for Su Shin, it must be resolved as soon as possible. But he didn't think of it at all. The current Su Shin is enough to control the overall situation of the battle. Su Shin, the epic powerhouse on his side, has nothing to do with Su Shin, and comes from the west. He looked at Su Shin's more than 2 million copies of Su Shin, and was also horrified. Withdraw. Chu Sha immediately made a decision and issued an order. They withdrew, but Su Shin's wood clones went completely crazy. Originally, it was a clone made of the same wood style moves as the energy body. No matter how much he died, Su Shin didn't feel distressed. And at this moment Kung Fu. Impossible. Can this be called a clone technique? It's too exaggerated, it's soft. The number of Su Exin on the battlefield has reached 3 million. Sir, hurry up. Bang bang bang. What is outrageous is that Su Shin's wood clone can also take the initiative to self-destruct. How to fight this? The army of the demon world was suddenly messed up. They were completely surrounded, and it was all Su Shin outside. The demon army was surrounded by Su Shin. Chapter 134 The Secret of the Demon Lord. Tao Heartseed's Demons. The formation of the demon army was overwhelmed by millions of Su Exin. The formation cannot be formed, which is extremely deadly on the battlefield. The reason for the stalemate between the two armies was not that they were waiting for Su Shin to come and break the game. Each Uranus leads more than 100,000 soldiers, gathers the power of everyone, arranges the troops, and the power of the formation is combined in attack and defense, which can retreat and advance. However now, after the sky-filled Su Exen began to voluntarily blow up these formations, the army of the demon world lost its formation, so in front of oneself, let alone slaughtering at will, that is the so-called long drive. Chu Sha, the strong man of the Shira tribe, is in a hurry. Where does he still have more than half of the points he had before? He just went off the court and wanted to hit Su Shin like a dragon. Chu Sha's thoughts at this time are very simple. He thought that if Su Shin dared to appear here, there must be a guarantee that he could survive from his own hands, so what he was thinking about now was to stop Su Shin and force the opponent back. Even the strong, the way of thinking is also inevitable to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. On the contrary, Su Shin really came without any guarantee. Retire Su Shin. You assist Su Shin of the Yan Kingdom, defeat the enemy, the opponent is epic, let me hold you back. Of course the epic powerhouse in the West wouldn't be watching. This strong man is named Spencer, and his occupation is Ice Mage. After seeing Spencer drinking, the white brilliance in his hand shone in the sky, followed by a large amount of icy aura that filled the sky, freezing the Chu Sha in an instant. As soon as the latter broke free, it shattered the freeze, but was frozen again and again. This makes Chu Sha's actions extremely inconvenient. It is impossible to bypass Spencer and attack Su Shin. Su Shin does not believe in Western powerhouses. After all, the Western powerhouse in the spiritual world had organized a killing round to ambush him before. You can think of a way yourself. At this time, Lord Chu Sha probably has no time to take care of you. 880. Gong Jian glanced at Buxinshi next to him. After he finished speaking, he walked away directly. If Chu Sha had to choose between Buxinshi and the army, he would definitely choose the latter. This is not, seeing that Spencer was obstructing him, he would not be able to do actual damage to Su Shin for a while, so he began to kill Su Shin's wood clone to relieve the pressure on his army. As far as the Yan Kingdom is concerned, the so-called Western countries of the human world are just aliens. You know better than me what Yang Gan's character is. He is also a human race. One Yang Gan can make the west of the human world feel devastated. Now that there is one more Su Shin, do you think that in the future, the Western countries should become the subordinate races of the Yan Kingdom, and the descendants will be servile for generations, or should they be destroyed? The world doesn't matter anymore. The human world, the Western country? At this time? Chu Sha used the heart attack technique on Spencer. While removing Su Shin's wood clone, he turned a blind eye to Su Shin's approach to the Poesine. On the one hand, it is a voice transmission with Spencer to help him figure out the pros and cons of Su Shin when he grows up. The Yan Kingdom now has a world of heaven and man, but what do you have in the West? You have no way out. As Chu Sha's words deepened, Spencer's expression gradually changed. Chu Sha is right, not to mention that Su Shin has become a superpower, that is, he has stepped into the epic level, and the first thing to suffer from horror is the Western countries and the alien beast species in the endless wilderness. It's a must. The two major destabilizing factors in the Yan Kingdom of the human world are the West and the alien beast species, let alone Yang Gan. This problem is unavoidable if any person sits in that position. 3 complete Dao marks. I don't need you to do anything, I just need you to miss a little bit and not prevent me. Think about it, if the witch god in your West was there, would he have allowed Su Shin, DADF, to continue to live? Seeing that Spencer was being held back by his own voice transmission, Chu Sha immediately increased his strength. For a time, Spencer was really in a state of entanglement. Su Shin is too evil, and the evil is in the same human world, and the West accepts him. Just take the initiative to put the knife around his neck. Advertisement in the past, Su Shin used a knife to slash the West's buttocks to open their eyes. But now, it's already a magic weapon. Continue to let it continue to grow, and the consequences for the West will be unimaginable. Not much time left for Spencer, or maybe the whole West doesn't have much time. Su Shin stepped into the Uranus rank at the age of 18. Who knows how long it will take him to reach the epic rank. But from the current point of view, the heaven-defying talent Su Shin showed, as long as it doesn't fall in the middle, then stepping into the strongest is a sure thing. Look at Su Shin again. When Spencer hesitated, he had already rushed past the demon army and came to the rear. The speed he showed was extremely exaggerated, so that the Proacine did not escape at all. Without Chu Sha's cover, she could not have left under Su Shin's eyes. Su Shin couldn't help but say that he was about to launch a slaughter on the Buacine era, but in an instant, his whole spirit swayed, and the scene before him suddenly changed. Patter wow wow, he was suddenly in a whole new world. The dark sky was raining constantly, the earth and rivers were flooding and the flood was monstrous. Last time it was because your level was 1 rank lower than me, this time, your ability is useless. Su Shin looked at Buacine in front of her, her brows slightly furrowed. That being said, it's still somewhat useful. The ability of the other party is indeed strange, making up all things in the world, confusing others' perception, and can see ants as elephants. In Su Shin's cognition, this ability is the invincible ability of a big villain. But this Buacine era doesn't have the taste of the big-backed villain. This is the inner world of the Proacine. At this time, Buxinshi suddenly opened his mouth and said something. Su Shin was taken aback when she heard this. Su Shin, I am the monarch. Soon, the other party's Buxinshi looked at Su Shin and said something lightly. These words made Su Shin's heart tremble. He suddenly thought of something. Dao Hard Demon. Su Shin suddenly realized that when he left the land of Shenshu and entered the Quest Point Mall, he saw an inheritance magical skill called Dao Hard Demon. This inheritance magic skill is extremely strange. Able to plant his own Dao marks in other people's bodies. I am afraid that the so-called 9 sons of the demon world, among them the Dao Hard Demons of the Demon Lord Mundian Shi, have captured a lot of people. This ability is extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he kills the body of the Demon Lord Gushin Shi, as long as the object of his Dao Hard Demon is still alive, he can theoretically be resurrected infinitely. The eyebrowless youth Gongjin suddenly became a Uranus-level powerhouse. Such an abnormal upgrade speed that exceeds Su Shin's suddenly makes sense. It seems that you have been to the land of Shenshu, no wonder you can step into the Uranus step so quickly. The Demon Lord looked at Su Shin. This seat's attitude towards you is still the same as before. The door of this seat is always open to you. If you have been to the land of Shenshu, you should understand that the world is far beyond imagination. Behind this seat is not only the devil world, even if you step into the power level, there is no chance of winning against the forces behind this seat. 1. What do you want to do? Su Shin asked. Become a god. Does becoming a god need to provoke a war between the great worlds? Others don't need it, but this seat needs it. The Tao is different, and everyone's way of becoming a god is different. You will realize this when you step into the superpower level. Su Shin fell silent. Advertisement. The other party was silently waiting for his response. After a while, Su Shin raised her head and grinned. No, it's more fun to go against you. Yes, is that so? The Demon Lord shook his head when he heard the words. Next time, this seat will come to you in its own right. 1. He then said something that I don't know if it was a threat. After saying this, Su Shin's consciousness returned to normal, and the posing in front of her seemed to be a different person. She became weak and looked at herself timidly. Dao Heart Sea Demon, this inherited magical skill, is extremely pervert. It is simply impossible to cause actual damage to the Demon Lord through the body of the new world. Shin Shi is alone, which means that the Dao that the Demon Lord left in her body has been withdrawn. Finding another host is not a problem for the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord has 8 abilities that involve rules, one of which is creating things out of thin air. This is what Wang Daozhen, now at Jiangnan University, talked to Su Shin before. Now it seems that he went straight into the Dao marks in Buxen World's body, which is this aspect. Besides, there is another point that makes Su Shin a little puzzled. That's the profession of the Poesine, the fabricator. This is a profession that has never appeared before. The Demon Master can create a new profession through the magical skill of Dao Heart Sea Demon, or other reasons? Don't want. At this time, the Busan world in front of him looked at Su Shin helplessly. Puff. Su Shin didn't keep his hand, he slashed with his right hand, and the thunder light shot into the sky, turning it into a thunderous slash, instantly beheading Buxenshi's head. In the battlefield where Yan Shiai was before, most of the soldiers came from the Jiangnan area. So, innocent or not innocent, Su Shin must kill this Buxen world and bring his head back to boost the morale of the still living Jiangnan professionals. However, Su Shin is really kind. To a certain extent, this Buxen world has been demonized by the Dao Heart, and he cannot help himself, and it is indeed somewhat innocent. So, he couldn't bear the other party's soul to dissipate, so he put it into his billion soul banner. She became the first soul in Su Shin's billion soul banner. On the battlefield where Wu Yilin was before, Su Shin just came back, but he forgot the billion soul flags, so he did not collect the souls on the battlefield at that time. After the death of the Poesine, Su Shin is ready to leave here. He doesn't have the ability to kill epic-level powerhouses now, the main purpose has been achieved, and that's it. However, at this time, Asura Fiend Palm, an unimaginably terrifying aura immediately locked on Su Shin. Su Shin Jinghong looked, however, he saw that Spencer was forced back by Chu Sha's move, which made the latter use his free hand to launch a killing move against him. Boom! How terrifying the momentum of the epic powerhouse shot. Above that high sky, the giant palm that covered the sky and the sun had already formed, and before it could fully unfold its power, he saw that thousands of square kilometers of ground below it had sunk several feet directly. Boom! Su Shin was caught off guard and was directly held down by the huge palm, and his whole body instantly burst into a cloud of blood. He was instantly killed by one move. Chapter 135 I'm crazy. This world exists to welcome my rival. Su, letter, as Su Shin exploded into a cloud of blood, the Western epic powerhouse Spencer immediately glared at him, and his rage was visible to the naked eye. Su Shin is dead. How? How could this be? I can't believe that Su Shin was killed. Looking at the splendid blood mist in the sky, this is the end of the trend of the professional army of the human world rushing to kill the army of the demon world. Finally dead. Good thing. If Su Shin doesn't die, it will be a big trouble in the future for me in the West. 1. He's too arrogant. All professionals in the Yan Kingdom are like this. Arrogant soldiers will die. If you don't take the epic powerhouse in your eyes, and you are not accompanied by the epic powerhouse of the Yan Kingdom, it is not wrong for him to die. However, although the Western professionals in the human world professional corps did not cheer for Su Shin's death, they were secretly glad in their hearts. Just like that, looking at Chu Sha, the strongman of the Asura clan in the demon world, he looked at the location where Su Shin died, but his eyes were filled with extreme doubts. True, as an epic powerhouse, facing the Uranus rank, no matter how monstrous the latter is, it is definitely impossible for him to be his opponent. But the other party is that Su Shin. Shou Sha. At this time, Spencer shouted angrily in the sky and the earth suddenly fell, and the whole world was completely frozen. Shu Sha glanced at Spencer, some inexplicably become addicted to each other's acting. Su Shin really died. Would Yan Guo admit that this was a loss? If he was Spencer, he wouldn't do these useless concealments, he would either run away or defect to the devil world. After all, he and Spencer are not much different in strength. As long as Spencer doesn't do it deliberately, it is almost impossible for him to bypass him and attack Su Shin. Both are epic, no matter what life or death, dragging each other is really simple. Wrong. Shu Sha's heart suddenly jumped, he looked again at the place where Su Shin had just been killed, but saw that the blood mist that Su Shin had burst into the sky quickly gathered together, and then was reborn in unbelievable flesh and blood. Resurrection technique. Seeing Su Shin, Shu Sha finally understood why this kid dared to jump in front of him. He has an unknown resurrection technique. Thinking about it carefully, he should have thought of this information long ago. But although the resurrection technique is rare, the conditions for success are extremely harsh. Let's take this Su Shin's resurrection technique as his trump card, and he can't be resurrected one after another. Otherwise, it's not called resurrection, it's called immortality and immortality. Shu Sha thought, and quickly calmed down. A heart of life exploded, and Su Shin's eyes were calm and peaceful. He glanced at Spencer, then smiled. This smile makes Spencer feel terrified. It also made him understand how clumsy his acting skills were just now. But more like this, a bold idea was born uncontrollably in his mind. What are you still hesitating about? You will definitely die when you go back. The Yan Kingdom can destroy the entire celestial clan, but it can't kill you in epic level. Why don't you do it all the time and join hands with me to kill Su Shin? Shu Sha was again transmitted to Spencer. Spencer didn't respond. The banquet just now was seen by the army of professionals below. Although it was a little pretentious, the effect was still there. But if you really listen to Shu Sha's advice now, then he alone will completely detonate the contradiction between the West and the East in the human world. He could not bear such consequences alone. He was horrified by the speed of Su Shin's growth, and desperately hoped that Su Shin would die without a place to be buried, so just now he gave Shu Sha a chance to make a move. But now, again, it would be too obvious. Advertisement. For a time, Spencer was hesitant to ride a tiger. But thinking of the meaning in Su Shin's smile just now, Spencer couldn't contain the killing intent in his heart. If I don't make a move, I'll leave. At this time, Su Shin just opened his mouth and said another sentence. And Gene Spencer is quite sure that, he said this not to Shu Sha, but to him. Su Shin, what do you think about the West? Spencer fell into a huge entanglement and secretly sent a voice to Su Shin. Su Shin is Kaido. In addition to hating black and white people, I don't have any racism. Spencer frowned and continued his voice transmission. You know I want to kill you, but you still say that on purpose? Do you have the confidence to survive with the cooperation of two epics? 1. Wrong. Su Shin shook his head. What's wrong? Spencer demanded. Su Shin sneered at the corners of his mouth, and made no secret of the contempt in his eyes. It's not whether I have the confidence to escape, but whether you have the confidence to kill me on the premise of joining forces with another epic. You are too arrogant. Spencer was completely furious. When talking with Su Shin Xuanyan, he deliberately lowered his posture and used the tone of his peers. But the other party didn't look at him at all, as if he was afraid that he would not join forces with Shu Sha, as if he was forcing him to do it. His anger is unforgivable. Su Shin's talent is well known and no one doubts it, but this arrogant nature is unbearable. Emperor Yan Yonggan now sits in the Yan Kingdom of the human world. In the demon world, the demon lord fought with the old dragon king and Wuming Wowang, and both were defeated. Now in the demon world, the strongest person who can take action is epic. When Su Shin was on the Grand Master rank, he could only pass the rank by offering sacrifices to Lu Shen. And at the Uranus level, relying on the sacrifice of the Willow God is afraid that it will not be able to surpass the epic level. The further the level gap is, the more exaggerated it is. From Shu Sha's point of view, he is completely confident to kill Su Shin alone, as long as Spencer doesn't interfere. And the two epic powerhouses joined forces, Su Shin has no chance of surviving. Rescue? Even if Su Shin was rescued, the time was definitely too late. Two epic powerhouses shot, Su Shin had no chance of delaying time. Ha ha ha. Su Shin suddenly burst out laughing. I'm crazy. This world exists to welcome my rival, whether it's epic or the most powerful, I don't care about it. I want everyone to follow me, whether you are in the West or the East. Either way, that's all. You can't tolerate me in the West, you don't need me to step into the level of the strongest. As long as I step into the epic level, I will raise the entire West to the ground, and let the races like and others be wiped out from the world, ha ha ha. Su Shin's voice resounded in Spencer's mind. The former did not say it directly, after all, the intention was too obvious. He just wanted to stimulate this Spencer, just to let the other side shoot him. You? Court death. Spencer finally couldn't help it, his blood surged up stimulated by Su Shin. Where could there be the style that an epic powerhouse should have? With his right hand, 10,000 miles of heaven and earth were frozen, and the extremely terrifying cold air instantly enveloped Su Shin, and the world seemed to be completely frozen at this moment. Shu Sha, who was on the side, saw that Spencer suddenly shot, and he was also a little surprised. But it's good for him. Shu Sha laughed. Ha ha ha, now, Spencer, you don't have to hide it anymore. It's time for me to show some secrets in the devil world. Advertisement 0 for flowers. Just laugh. Together with Spencer, they attacked and killed Su Shin. What? Lord Spencer turned out to be a spy of the demon world. Oops. Oops, not good. Spread the news and let the epic senior Su Shin. And us. Mad, the head marshal is a spy. This is still fighting you. We may have to destroy here. Grass. Western Cubs. Why is it always me who is unlucky? Why should I be assigned to this battlefield? Listen carefully. The words of the Asura clan's epic powerhouse seem to reveal that there is more than one spy like Spencer. Below, the combined army of the human world and the demon world suddenly fell into a state of chaos. The Uranus powerhouses who took the lead in the army looked at each other in dismay, and never imagined that such a thing would happen. At this time, Su Shin's expression was still calm. He now has a total of 6 hearts of life, 2 of which were used before, 1 was destroyed by Chu Sha, and there are still 3 remaining, including 4 lives. He was too lazy to move. If you want to laugh, it is not the opponent of the 2 epic powerhouses at all. Point 0 But Su Shin is not really a brainless person. Just when he was about to explode his 4th heart of life by 2 epic powerhouses. Then I saw the world suddenly humming loudly, and a figure appeared in shock. Unnamed Martial Emperor. When Spencer saw it, his face completely lost its color. Wuming Wowang glanced at him. Immediately after catching it with one hand, he grabbed Su Shin and took him away from here. Can't let him go. He is injured now. To kill Su Shin, there is only one chance here. Shou Sha shouted. Wuming Wowang didn't make a move, indicating that the injury the demon lord left him is absolutely no trivial matter. The world is infinite. However, as soon as Chu Sha's words fell, Wuming Wowang stepped into the void and disappeared directly in place with Su Shin. These space escape techniques left the 2 epic powerhouses helpless and could only watch Su Shin leave. Spencer, you spy, die for me. Soon after Wuming Wowang left. An angry shout sounded, but it was another epic powerhouse in the west. Spencer didn't answer, he just fled. Along with the furious epic level powerhouse, there was also one from the Yan Kingdom, Zan Yisho, the president of Yanjing University, and the other was an epic level powerhouse from the demon world. That kid, what's the benefit of letting the Yan Kingdom and the West fight now? Zan Yisho muttered angrily in his heart. He can roughly guess. It is nothing more than that Spencer saw that Su Shin was too evil and a potential great threat to the West, so he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Su Shin. Just like the taste of rich people is hard to say. The thinking of the strong does not necessarily have to be rigorous. They are all people, and their character determines their behavior. Withdraw. Chu Sha's eyes showed a little joy, because he can die many times. There is enough time to delay the arrival of Wuming Wowang. Chu Sha waved his hand and ordered the demon army to withdraw from the battlefield. Good thing. Su Shin was the only one who dared to be epic. Certainly, although Su Shin was not killed, if the Yan Kingdom of the human world and the West fought each other because of this, it would be a great blessing for the demon world. Although this Spencer has strength, but his way of thinking does not understand the way of forbearance in the East, Su Shin was slightly provoked, and he couldn't help but take action. Chapter 136. Feng Shenshin changes. The resurrected ancestor of the Celestial Clan? Long Yuan Mountain in the demon world. Inside the Dragon Clan Hall, Wuming Wowang looked at Su Shin and said nothing. Su Shin smiled and said, Senior, this time back, I have mastered 2 kinds of inheritance magic skills. However, the resurrection scroll is used on my sister. I also ask the seniors to wait for a while, and the resurrection scrolls owed to the seniors will definitely be returned in the future. Wuming Wowang gave a light hum, and didn't seem to care about the resurrection scroll. He waved his hand and said, the title of senior is waived, you can still call me Brother Niu, it's easy to hear. Okay, Brother Niu. Wuming Wowang continued to ask. I ask you, why are you sure that I will save you? Su Shin shrugged and said simply, I don't expect Brother Niu to save me. 1 is that I do have the means to escape from such a situation. 2, I think Senior Yan Huang asked me to come here. In the demon world, it is impossible not to have the means to protect me. Wuming Wowang nodded. It was Emperor Yan's original intention to let Su Shin show off in the demon world, and it was his Wuming Wowang who took care of Su Shin. When Emperor Yang Gan attacked the world of heaven and man with all the power of the whole country. The Yan Kingdom was not in a state of complete emptiness. At that time, Wuming Wowang was silently sitting in the Yan Kingdom. Few people know the relationship between Yang Gan and Wuming Wowang. But after Su Shin figured it out, he figured it out. After continuing the last 2 sentences with Wuming Wowang. 880. Su Shin left. When he just walked out of the Dragon Clan Hall, he bumped into an acquaintance head-on. But it is the Hu Langer of the Black Fox Clan of the Fox Clan. Although the Fox Clan is a big race in the demon world, the top powerhouse in the clan is not too exaggerated. The former Fox Master is only an epic powerhouse, and he was injured. Su Shin may have a general impression of the current Fox Lord Yu. But it's too impressive for Hu Langer. He remembered that when he was in the Fox Clan, Hu Langer called him over specially. What are you calling for? Calling Su Shin over was just to scold him for being a treacherous and cunning human being. Because the content of the scolding was so mild that Su Shin couldn't remember the general content. When Hu Langer saw Su Shin, she lowered her head with a sullen face and pretended not to see him. It is impossible to say that Hu Langer has no regrets. Now let alone the Fox clan, even the Dragon clan is in jeopardy, and the situation in the demon world is completely inseparable from the support of the human world. And in front of him, the boy who once fell into trouble with the Fox clan is now the leading figure in the world. If he really makes a call, I am afraid that the attitude of the human world towards the Fox clan will change greatly. Yo, isn't this Hu Lenger? I haven't seen you for a while, why are there so few words? However, Su Shin didn't pretend not to see him, and slapped Hu Lenger on the shoulder. You, what do you want to do? Hu Lenger looked at the hand of the human man on her shoulder, and she didn't dare to show the unspeakable disgust in her heart. Ha ha ha. The more she is like this, the more powerful Su Shin is. Who will God forgive? You don't want the Fox clan to be in trouble in the future, come to my room tonight to sleep, otherwise. Jia Jia Jia. Su Shin immediately blew with his ears, like a playboy who molested a woman from a good family. When Hu Lenger heard this, her face suddenly turned pale. Su Shin stopped here. If she really came to sleep tonight, he wouldn't be interested. It will be interesting if you don't come, and play slowly in the future. After frightening Hu Lenger, Su Shin was in a good mood. But when he came to Longyuan Mountain, where the Yan Kingdom was stationed, his mood became bad again. This time, I have a total of 200,000 troops in the southern region of the Yangtze River, and now there are less than 110,000 soldiers left, of which 60,000 professionals were damaged on the previous battlefield. Advertisement. That woman is abominable, her abilities are too heaven-defying. She alone stands in the way of everyone on our side. Even if you have Senior Uranus to check and balance her, she can't stop her from exerting her strange heaven-defying ability. I have a lot of friends who are dead. I don't know how long this battlefield will last. The morale of professionals in the Jiangnan region has been severely damaged. Especially on the battlefield where Yan Shiai and Senior Sister were before, there were many professionals from the Jiangnan area. Su Shin is back, but when Su Shin showed up, everyone was obviously in a good mood. That woman, I killed. Su Shin looked at a group of professionals in the Jiangnan area, and then brought the head of the Buasin. He wanted to say a few more words, but after thinking about it, let it go. After handing the head of the Buxin world to a certain person, he went straight to the wounded camp. I am back. In the wounded camp, Su Shin found her senior sister Lin Zhenru, who was surrounded by many Su Shin's peers. Wu Yilin, Wu Jinlian, Yan Shiai and even Sha Yingyue and Yan Jinj were all there. In addition, there are Ling Feng, Feng Peng, Wang Yi and others. It can be said that the core of the young generation circle headed by Su Shin. Although there are slightly more girls, but after all, it is Su Shin, which is normal. Why are they all so sad? Seeing their bitter faces, Su Shin couldn't help raising his eyebrows. If this continues, the entire Yan Kingdom will sooner or later be dragged into the battlefield of the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm has a steady stream of support, and the current proxy war model will not last long. 1. And with the passage of time, if the strongest person in the demon world can enter the demon world, that is the worst consequence. I'm not afraid of war, it's just that I have just won the heaven and human world, and the Yan Kingdom does need a period of time to recuperate and digest the benefits of destroying the heaven and human race. Those who like war are lunatics, the enthusiasm of young people is also time-limited. After fighting fiercely on the battlefield of the demon world for a month, they found that the number of people in the demon world was not too small, and it was still increasing. And some low-level monsters in the demon world are gradually turning into monsters, and they will be motivated by the army of the demon world. It's okay, you can go to war with confidence, even if you die unfortunately, I will find the resurrection scroll for you when I step on the summit, and let you live again. Su Shin waved his hand, he is not good at comforting, but the promise he made will not be easily forgotten. Haha, your words are enough, Feng Peng laughed. He stepped forward and put his arms around Su Shin's shoulders and said, I heard that you have stepped into the Uranus step. And you? Just broke through to the first rank of the master? Haha rubbish, less than 1/10,000th of mine. With Su Shin and Feng Ming joking, the atmosphere soon became much lighter. More, I brought you some presents. Su Shin suddenly thought of something, looked at the charming and lovely girls in front of him, with a smile on his face that they thought was not kind. I saw Su Shin took out pieces of women's clothes from the storage bag. It is the clothes of Feng Shuer, a member of the Heavenly Wind clan. That Feng Suer is definitely the heir of a big man. Every piece of her clothing can be said to be specially made, and it can be counted as equipment. Come here, don't rob, everyone has it. Su Shin asked Yan Shiai and others to start choosing clothes, more than 2 pieces per person, more than enough. Brother Su, what about us? Wang Yi was greedy and wanted to make one for his daughter-in-law. Boys go away, at this moment, Heavenly World. There is a change in Function Mountain, go to investigate immediately. Ah, there are still many stubborn and reckless Shangren remnants fighting guerrillas at Function Mountain. We are going over now, aren't we looking for a fight? Advertisement, damn. This is an order from above, go and investigate immediately, immediately. Not long ago, an earth-shattering sound came from the direction of Function Mountain, which alarmed the Yan Nation professionals in Cloud City. It is to quickly send a team to investigate. The world of heaven and man is not peaceful now. Some of the upper human races are completely in the form of heaven and human race. Although human beings have a very high upper limit, the lower limit is also ridiculously low. The easiest thing to take is not just beasts, but also cans. These Shangren were unwilling to surrender to the Yan Kingdom, and under the slogan of Anti-Yan Futian, they roamed the entire world of heaven and man, and from time to time they came out to attack and kill Yan Kingdom's single professionals. Besides, not all of the hundreds of thousands of Celestials who were still alive at the time had joined the demon realm. They were divided into several parts, and some of them stayed in the world of heaven and man, leading the Shangren who were unwilling to surrender to destroy. If the destruction is not done, the progress of the Yan Kingdom will be greatly accelerated. The ancestors are right, cutting weeds and rooting is the most necessary thing. It's just that in the original situation, it was unavoidable that a small part of the Celestials would escape. Fangshenshan has opened again. At this time, at the entrance of Function Mountain, a lot of Shangren and a few Celestials gathered. They looked at the entrance of Function Mountain in uncertainty and were shocked in their hearts. Buzz. And at this moment, the entrance to Function Mountain actually opened. This makes everyone feel unbelievable, because it has only been about 2 months since Function Mountain was opened last time. The entrance opens, but no one dared to step into the secret realm of Function Mountain at this time. But soon, from the entrance, Shangren and Tianren saw a figure walking out slowly. Royal. You. Is that you? Are you not dead? When he saw the figure clearly, the people of the Celestial Clan were completely excited. It's Royal. They are the most enchanting geniuses in this generation of the Celestial Clan. Yu is indeed very evil, but he died in the hands of Su Xin, and he has yet to get 3.5 and spread his fame to all worlds. So far, on this day, Yu of the human race was also the contemporary who left the deepest impression on Su Xin. Even the Shen Yuanming of the Luotian clan, Su Xin was only slightly amazed, definitely not as impressed by Yu. He wouldn't be surprised if Su Xin knew that the Yu of the Celestial Clan had been resurrected. After all, there is a resurrection scroll. It is worth mentioning here that the resurrection scroll cannot work on the epic level and above, and it can only work once for the same person. That is to say, if Yan Shiai dies later, Su Xin can no longer resurrect her through the resurrection scroll, and can only find another way. No, everyone immediately wanted to step forward, but one person suddenly became suspicious. The senses Yu gave him were wrong. At this time, Yu's eyes were stunned, and it seemed that he did not see the celestial human race and the Shang human race approaching him at all. He just repeated a sentence involuntarily, Su Xin, Willow of Life. Su Xin. Willow of Life. Damn. This is the distant ancestor of your celestial clan, not a royal. At this moment, a small beast appeared on Yu's shoulder and yelled at everyone. This little beast, it was the Hall Spirit who sealed the temple that day. It tricked Lu Shen into contact with the divine, and became angry, but in the end it had no choice but to get Su Xin. Advertisement Chapter 137 The rain is about to come, Demon Alliance meeting. Yu, is that you? Seeing Yu's sluggish expression, a certain member of the celestial clan became suspicious. It's me. The dull look in Yu's eyes gradually disappeared, and the splendor of the past was restored. Su Xin. Yu whispered a name, and then asked Shang to the clan, Su Xin of the Yan Kingdom of the Human World, did the clan elder obey me and behead him? 1. The people who were questioned were stunned for a moment. For a while, I didn't know how to reply. I listened, but to no avail. Yu Gang came out of the secret realm of Function Mountain. How did he know that the current world of heaven and man had changed hands? When the clansman organized his language and emotions, he told the story of the destruction of the celestial clan by the Yan Kingdom to the point of almost extermination. Yu unexpectedly did not show the so-called grief and anger. It only took less than 3 days. Yu was even surprised that Cloud City was breached, and it took Yan Kingdom less than 3 days. If that's the case, then leave the world of heaven and man first. 1. After a while, Yu beckoned, signaling this group of celestials to follow him. Where are we going? Our only mission now is to lead the upper human race to prevent the Yan Kingdom from taking over the world of heaven and humanity. It may not be of much use, but at least it can delay the time for Yan Kingdom to completely take over the world of heaven and humanity. Go to the spirit world. Yu ignored the mission in the mouth of the clan, and after saying that, he stepped forward and walked forward. Seeing this, the clansmen behind him glanced at each other and then quickly followed. Some Shangren also followed, but were rejected. Back to Su Xin here. Late at night, Hu Langer did not accept Su Xin's threat and came to sleep. But Fox Lord Rain came 30, but this also achieved Su Xin's purpose of intimidating Hu Langer. To benefit, originally, Su Xin was reluctant to have anything to do with the Fox clan, but people's thoughts would change. Especially the current Su Xin. He is carrying 5 divine weapons, the God Yulei, the 6 Yang Xuanwu Cauldron, the Jindi Instant Sword, the 1 Billion Soul Banner, and the Yin Yang Daoyi. The levels are Master, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, Gold, and Grandmaster. 1 billion soul flags is good to say. Remember to grab business with the underworld on the battlefield and collect souls. As long as the number of souls increases, the level and power of 1 billion soul flags will increase. The other 4 artifact upgrades require matching upgrade materials. Wanting to upgrade the other 4 artifacts to Uranus level, this is definitely a huge project for Su Xin. So he is very upgrade materials. When I met Hu Langer during the day, I suddenly got up and thought about blackmailing the Fox clan once. As predicted, Fox Lord Rain was fooled. Today Langer will tell me what happened to you. I think there may be some misunderstandings between you and the Fox family that need to be resolved. The Fox Master, Julian, walked into the hall where Su Xin was, and opened her mouth with clear eyes. It's easy to say, after all, Wu Ming Woang's predecessors and your Fox clan have nothing to do with each other. What I said today was just to scare that Fox colder, but I really need an explanation for my experience in the Fox clan before. Su Xin is also very crisp. If Su Xin is still at the Grandmaster level, Then he might think about letting the White Fox and the Black Fox bring some women to help him reach the Uranus rank through the secret techniques of the Fox clan.
Now, of course, there is no need for it. Hope this will satisfy you.
Hu Zuyu was obviously directed by a skilled person, so she took out a storage bag and handed it to Su Shin. This made Su Shin a little embarrassed. After all, the demon clan is a demon clan, and there are few twists and turns. If Su Shin pretends to shirk away, he is afraid that the other party will really take it back. So Su Shin took the storage bag, and after seeing that it was the rare upgrade material he needed, he waved his hand and said, "So far, the relationship between me and the Fox clan has been completely written off. These materials, there are still some in the Fox clan, I can give you." Hu Zuyu did not leave, but looked at Su Shin with burning eyes. Advertisement now that we have started again, of course Hu Zuyu will not give up befriending Su Shin. Su Shin is in full swing now. If there is no accident, in the future, it is very likely that he will share the world with Emperor Yan, or even replace Emperor Yan and become the real co-lord of the human world. Currently, there is no such statement out there, but on Fox Lord Rain's side, she has opinions and predictions in this regard. One thing. Su Shin stretched out a finger. Before, Yu Wang card 6 squared did give me a lot of help. I have clear grievances and grievances. This secret technique can allow me to help the Fox clan to do things. The premise is that they are capable and hurt the interests of the Yan kingdom of the human world. Premise. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. After Su Shin finished speaking, he waved his hand to indicate that the main Fox Rain could leave. Su Shin can be sure that before Hu Zuyu came to him, he must have been to Wuming Wewang. Not urgent. Fox Lord Yu shook his head. This made Su Shin a little confused. What's the hurry? Fox Lord Rain sat down dignifiedly and had the attitude of having a long talk with Su Shin all night. Su Shin. At this time, Yan Shiai pushed in the door. Sorry, I have something to discuss with Su Shin, can you please wait for a while? Hu Zuyu, who had just sat down, got up again, and said something very politely to Yan Shiai, who was stunned. You don't have to go out, just say something. Su Shin waved at Yan Shiai and asked her to do it beside him. When Hu Zuyu saw this, he opened his mouth again and said, listening to Wuming, you have been to that place, which means that you already have a more specific understanding of the real world. What I want to tell you next is that the invasion of the demon world by the demon world is not as simple as imagined. Behind the demon world, there are figures from other great realms. Hear this. Su Shin's eyes narrowed slightly. Which great realms? He asked along the way. At this moment, Demon World, Taisu Mountain. The Demon Lord Mundian Shi is now one of the 4 demon lords of the demon realm, known as the Abandoning Heaven Demon Lord. The other 3 demon masters are the Tai Sui Demon Lord, the Purgatory Demon Lord, and the Extreme Yin Demon Lord. Among the 4 demon masters, the Taisu Demon Lord is the leader. Su Shin is not clear about this information. In fact, although the Demon Lord Bushin Shi is powerful, he is not the boss in the demon world. And if Su Shin knew about it, he would be quite critical of his name of Abandoning Heaven. In Su Shin's eyes, the Demon Lord Bushin Shi is also a powerful and first class among the most powerful, but the force is really average. There are few professionals in the human world in the demon world, and all countries in the human world prohibit professionals from entering the demon world. As a result, regarding the internal trends of the demon realm, the human realm often does not collect information in place, and there is also a time lag. At this time, compared with usual, Taisu Mountain is bustling. The Luotian clan of the Kanglan realm, here. The demons of the demon realm, here. 1. Heavenly G clan, here. Underworld Nether race, here. 1. Heaven and human realm, celestial human race, here. The fire god clan of the flame realm, here. At the main entrance of the Taisu demon palace, a demon servant was shouting loudly. And with the cry of the demon servant, one after another, the figures of people who are not from the devil world stepped into the hall of the Taisu devil palace. There are many of these figures. Advertisements some come from the big world in the heavens and the world, and some come from the small world, which is a small world with the most powerful people. The development of the war between the demon world and the demon world has been completed beyond everyone's expectations. Demon Realm, Alliance. The crowd entered the hall of the demon temple. He saw that the strongest man in the demon world, the Tai Sui Demon Lord, was sitting in a high position above, and he was covered in a layer of mist, making it difficult to see his specific appearance. But it is certain that, this is not the body of the Taisu Demon Lord. At this time, it is only the representatives of the major races from all walks of life. Although there are changes in the heavens and the world, the strongest still cannot easily leave the world they're in. Except for the human world. The human world is extremely special, and the change of the world's will to the heavens and the world spreads to the surrounding heavens and worlds with the human world as the center. It is worth mentioning that, then Spencer, who had betrayed the West, also appeared here. Spencer looked sullen. He suddenly felt that his current situation seemed to be still acceptable. The true strength of the demon world has not yet been manifested, but there are still so many allied clans. Spencer searched, however, the figure of the person from the spiritual world was not found. The spiritual world is a treasure land of feng shui, and it is rich in all kinds of heaven and earth treasures. The overall 880 strength of the spiritual world is not as good as that of the world of heaven and man, but the resources in it are too rich, and everyone wants to take a share. However, there is an existence in the spiritual world. As long as he does not leave the spiritual world, with the help of his ability, he is basically an almost invincible existence. Emperor Yan had also been to the spirit world, and in the end he suffered a lot from that existence. Gradually, professionals in the human world can go to the spiritual world to find treasures from heaven and earth, but it is impossible for a large number of people to carry out the so-called harvesting. Everyone, take your seats. At this time, the Taisu demon lord opened his mouth, and his voice was as deafening as Hongzhong Dalu. After today, you may have to go back to the human world to meet that witch god. Behind Spencer, Chu Sha, the previous epic powerhouse of the Shira clan, patted him on the shoulder. Of course he knew what Chu Sha meant, but he was very suspicious. Could it be that someone is deliberately helping the human world to create hatred? Why can the demon world gather so many races to come to the demon world to discuss the alliance? Since everyone has arrived, it must be time to start. At this moment, the representative of the Luotian clan suddenly chuckled softly. The Luotian clan, like the Tianjie Feng clan, has an extremely deep heritage. The Tianjie Feng clan did not get involved, but the Luotian clan did. Of course it wasn't because Su Xin killed Shen Yuanming. At the same time that the representative of the Luotian clan spoke. In the Yan kingdom of the human world, Yanjing, a figure also entered a synagogue. This figure is also of the Luotian tribe, and when he entered the synagogue, there was only one person sitting in it, that was Emperor Yan Yonggan. It has already begun. This Luotian tribe is called Shen Zhen, a strength of the Uranus rank. After all, at the epic level, it is impossible to come from the Kanglan realm to the human realm. The difference is that, the Luotian clan is not a pair of heads and treasures, this god is a person of the Yanwang Yonggan. A few days earlier, when Yan Huang heard the words, he lightly stroked his forehead, his expression calm. For a long time, Emperor Yan has been the backbone of the Yan kingdom, and his whole body revealed a kind of hockey and courage that made people want to follow involuntarily. One in the face of the situation in the demon world. The Emperor Yan showed a frown for the first time. Chapter 138 World Love, I'm in, first time seeing Lady Yan Shao. Su Xin is here. Master Hu Zuyu has obtained a lot of useful information, but all of them are inaccurate and the information is vague. The demon alliance she mentioned made Su Xin secretly startled. It is impossible to understand the meaning of it. The demon world has ideas for the human world. The last time Su Xin heard this statement, the reason was because of the demon master. He said that the demon master wanted to demonize the human world and completely eliminate all non-professional human beings. The standard, villain-type person assume, however now. Fox Lord Yu told him that not only the demon world, but other great worlds in the heavens and myriad worlds have ideas about the human world. Does this confuse Su Xin? In the land of the human world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not as good as that of the world of heaven and earth, and the spiritual world. 95% of the treasures of heaven and earth come from the copy world, and there is not enough to make other worlds coveted. Furthermore, the human world is now thoroughly developed due to the gamification of the world. Both the Emperor Yan and the Witch God are the most powerful among the powerhouses. If you really want to attack the human world, you must kill these two first. Otherwise, even if they won the human world, these two superpowers will not die. Can their own world withstand the revenge of the superpowers? Does Senior Yan Huang know about this? Su Xin glanced at Yan Shiai who was sitting beside him, and then asked Shang Hu Zuyu. I know. Hu Zuyu replied very confidently. Hearing this, Su Xin said very simply. Then you don't need to bother me. The biggest advantage of me, Su Xin, is that she has self-awareness and can do the corresponding things wherever she sits. It's not something I should worry about right now. But you stepped into the Uranus rank in less than a year, and your combat power is far superior to your peers. Fox Lord Yu shook his head and continued. It's not a bad thing to plan ahead. Maybe during the period from the outbreak of the war to the end, you may be able to use the chaotic times of these worlds to step into the powerhouse level. That's true. Su Xin thought for a while. What the other party said was reasonable. He didn't need to be humble. The worlds are really in chaos, and he, Su Xin, can never stay out of it. For such a big threat, he must be eliminated soon. If you need to hit the epic stage, you can come to me. Hu Zuyu got up at this moment. She took out a jade pen from her arms and handed it to Su Xin. Similar to objects such as voice transmission, but should be more powerful. This made Su Xin a little surprised, looking for her when hitting the epic stage. Is there a way she can help her step into the epic stage? Because the other party is from the Fox clan, Su Xin will inevitably think towards Shuangshu. It can be seen that the main Fox reign looks calm, so he guesses that he is thinking crooked. It is good. Su Xin took the jade pendant and took over the matter. The grievance between him and the Fox clan was written off when Fox Lord Rain gave him a lot of upgrade materials. Now contact again is to start making friends again. Whether it is a black fox or a white fox, there is no fragrance of his own sister. Su Xin is not greedy for the skills of the black fox girl, nor is she greedy for the pure body of the white fox girl. It is purely for profit. Fox Lord Rain left here. Only then did Yan Shiai speak and said, Su Xin, if what she said is true, the demon world can't last long. The fire of war will soon burn to the human world. Su Xin nodded, her expression also a little dignified. After a while, Su Xin scolded in a low voice, grass. If I were the strongest, would I still have such troubles? Laozi went directly to the heavens and the world to find out their superpowers and kill them all. When Yan Shiai heard this, he couldn't help but wonder. Is there a possibility that it is precisely because of your appearance that the demon world is forced to unite with some other great worlds in order to eradicate you? Su Xin suddenly looked at Yan Shiai in astonishment. When he saw the other party's serious speculation, he was stunned by the whole thing. Am I so good at Sushin? He began to have some doubts in his life. I believe that there is a possibility. Have you not created many miracles all the time? Your fame must have spread to all worlds. Yan Shiai took the initiative to hold Su Shin's hand. But no matter what happens, I will stand by your side firmly. Su Shin was stunned again. Advertisement, she is Puami? Su Shin quickly returned to her previous demeanor, and her attitude was very optimistic. He and Yan Shiai just chatted without a word. The night is deep. The two gradually chatted into the bedroom. Compared with the hotel in Yanjing last time, this time, Yan Shiai seemed very active. She took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Of course Su Shin did not refuse. The two were like glue, and the feelings they had gotten along with during this period of time broke out completely at this moment. Slowly, the dry wood is on fire. Shiai, I'm in. The next day, everything was quiet. There is good news. Good news came from the three main battlefields surrounding Longyuan Mountain, and the demon army retreated. This seems to be a phased victory. After the news came back, Longyuan Mountain was full of joy. But the high level, but still frowning. The same is true for some time thereafter. The demon world was rarely peaceful, and the demon clan also began to organize people to seal the space channel of the demon world. The territory of the demon world that had been taken away by nearly 2/3 was gradually recovered. The demonic chi that pervades the demon world is gradually clearing away. Everything seems to be progressing steadily. Su Shin here. In addition to having a deep friendship with Yan Shiai, he went out alone to hunt down Uranus, the demon world. He has some gains. During this time, he killed 2 demon Uranus, and successfully obtained Uranus heart. The heart of Uranus is not a heart, but a spiritual imprint, bestowed directly by the will of the world. With the help of the heart of Uranus and the upgrade resources he had left, he easily stepped into the 3rd tier of Uranus. However, on this day, the Emperor Yan wants you to return to the human world immediately. Wang Daozhen, his principal, found Su Shin with a very solemn expression. Su Shin felt a sudden shock, and quickly asked, is something serious? Something is going to happen, you'll know when you go back. Wang Dao really didn't want to talk about it, and looking at his dignified expression, he was afraid that the words of Hu Zuyu would be fulfilled. I'm the only one going back. You go back first, and the rest of our Yan kingdom will gradually withdraw from the demon world and return to the Yan kingdom. Su Shin heard the words and nodded heavily. The younger generation is very important. He immediately put forward a suggestion to let him take the younger generation of Yan kingdom, who was still in the demon world, back to the human world first. This of course will not be rejected, at the moment. In Longyuan Mountain, the younger generation of the Yan kingdom began to gather together, preparing to leave the demon world on the Yushin boat. The little dragon king Longxuan has come to deliver Su Shin. He looked at Su Shin, the human genius whom he regarded as his junior and apprentice, and also knew the difficult situation in the demon world today. If you really can't beat it, you can come to the human world. Su Shin is very straightforward. It is impossible for the human world to accept that the demon world is in the same world as them, but they can go to the world of heaven and man to temporarily settle down. The enemy of the enemy is the friend. The destruction of the demon world will be good or bad for the human world. And soon the battle strength of the beast masters will also depend on the demon clan. Okay, Little Dragon King responded. Advertisement. However, looking at his expression, it is a determination to prepare to coexist with the demon world. And at this moment, a stalwart figure suddenly descended from the sky. Yanji. Wang Daozhen couldn't help exclaiming when he saw the person coming. Lady Yanshao, humans that, legend, and how many versions of it was before. Now even if it is said that Yan Qi has stepped into the legendary level to the power level, I am afraid that most people will believe it. Su Shin also looked at Yan Qi. This is the first time he has seen this famous person in the world. The Thunder Emperor Hall occupies almost half of the professional guilds in the Yan Kingdom, and many large professional guilds are supported by his Yan Qi. So if you are not polite, Yan Shiai is definitely one of the strongest second generation of the Yan Kingdom. Nai he is such a powerful Laozi, but he is quite critical of the way his children are raised. So far, Yan Shiai has never been given any means of life-saving by Yan Qi, including but not limited to teleportation scrolls. Yan Qi has a stalwart figure, the appearance of a standard oriental handsome guy, with sword brows and star eyes, and an extraordinary aura lingers around him. As soon as he appeared, Wang Daozhen's momentum as an epic powerhouse was instantly suppressed by him. Receiving the love of the world, this song. Yan Qi first glanced at Su Shin, but instead of talking to him, he greeted his 2 daughters. Yan Jinj came out of the younger generation crowd. But Yan Shiai stood there and did not move, and even subconsciously moved behind Su Shin. Seeing that his daughter was unmoved, there was not much anger in Yan Qi's eyes. Senior Yan Shao. Su Shin took the initiative to speak at this time. In such a chaotic world, protecting her is also harming her. Yan Shao looked at Su Shin and said something lightly. Then he took Yan Jinj's hand and left. When Yan Jinj left, he glanced back and saw that Yan Shiai clenched Su Shin's right hand silently, and there was some change in his eyes, but he didn't show it in the end. The sisters are really funny. Yan Qi treated his 2 daughters, one was laissez-faire, the other was strictly educated. But in the end, Yan Jinj chose Yan Qi's path and was eager to become stronger, but Yan Shiai was yearning for her sister's normal life. I can tell, Yan Shao did not show any disgust towards Su Shin, because Qian's, Su Shin's talents were there. If his son-in-law is Su Xin, Yan Shi will be meaningless. It is even said that Yan Shi climbed Su Xin high. But he was quite critical of Su Xin's protection. Yan Shi is not without talent, she can grow up on her own, but she will only become more and more ordinary by staying by the side of such a radiant evildoer as Su Xin. You too? After Yan Xiao left, Feng Peng stepped forward and winked at Su Xin and Yan Shi. Su Xin was stunned for a moment. Looking back, senior sister Lin Zhenru's eyes were very calm, as if she had long expected that Su Xin would have a lot of beauty in the future. Wu Jinlian had a complicated look on her face and was unwilling to look directly at Su Xin, and it seemed that she needed to be coaxed. Wu Yilin turned around and didn't look at Su Xin at all, and lowered her head as if she was sulking. Xia Yingyue looked at Yan Jinja's departure direction with a thoughtful expression. For a time, the atmosphere was a little weird. I don't know what Su Xin is hesitating about. If I were Su Xin, I would have to try it all over the world. That's right, if I were Su Xin, I would have children everywhere. Maybe Su Xin needs this flavor. Sooner or later she'll feel soft. The rest of the younger generation looked at each other and saw the envy and narrowness in each other's eyes. As if everything was justified, a monster like Su Xin seems to be the ultimate goal of young people. In their opinion, it is normal to be favored by talented girls. Chapter 139 The chaotic world of all the worlds kicks off. There are heavenly arrogances. Yu Tianzhou set sail from this point, escorted by Wang Daozhen, and returned to the human world. Su Xin returned to Jiangnan City for the first time. However, today's Jiangnan City is not as lively as usual. A city that is big in promise has obviously become a little depressed. In this world, ordinary people know the existence of the heavens and the world, but for them, it is just the so-called copy world. And now the war has a tendency to spread to the human world. With Emperor Yan's talent, it is impossible to do nothing. It is even more impossible to fight a battle to defend the human world, because once the battlefield is in the human world, then the modern human society will collapse in an instant. Not to mention epic powerhouses, it is the level of Uranus level, which can destroy a modern city at will. And there is no such thing as an accurate defense for extraordinary power. Once the battlefield is fought in the territory of the human world, whether in the Yan Kingdom or in the West, ordinary people must die one after another. So the Emperor Yan made a decision. That is to stop the modern routine of the Yan Kingdom and gradually transfer ordinary people to the dungeon world. When Wang Daozhen told Su Xin about this decision, Su Xin just felt incredible. The dungeon world in Yanwang's mouth is not the world of heaven and man, because the demon world can come to the world of men and go to the world of heaven and man. Refers to the small copy world. Transfer the billions of ordinary people from the Yan Kingdom to various small dungeon worlds in batches. What a outrageous decision. Turn it into zero. In the battle between extraordinary professionals, ordinary people are not of any use, and some technological weapons have little effect, and do not require a large number of manual operations. The dungeon world chosen by the Emperor Yan has already cleaned up the dungeon creatures with threats in it in advance, and the food has also been adequately prepared. 10,000 steps back, if the human world is really defeated, these ordinary people can also thrive in the copy world. It's just a return from modern society to the era of no technology, but if they continue to multiply, they will still be born professional. Su Xin, it's inevitable. Standing on the lonely street in Jiangnan City, Wang Daozhen patted Su Xin on the shoulder. He continued. As for the alien beast species, their main habitat is also in the endless wilderness of the human world. The Emperor Yan and several beast kings have already met, and they do not want the alliance of the demon world to step into the human world. Su Xin frowned and said, is the human world so rich, or is there something for the powerhouses in the heavens and the world to see? For a moment, many ideas and settings floated through Su Xin's mind. For example, the human world is the central world of the heavens and myriad worlds, and there are ancient gods and the like sealed in it. Wang Daozhen shrugged and said, perhaps Emperor Yan knows the real reason and went to Yanjing, he should tell you. Su Xin said no more, he immediately went to Yanjing and met the Emperor Yan. However, Emperor Yan did not tell him the real reason, but stated that he wanted him to take the younger generation of Yan Kingdom to the world of heaven and man to settle down temporarily. This arrangement seems to be not ready to go head to head? Su Xin is very strange. The human world is now beneficial to the invincible, because it is impossible for other superpowers from the non-human world to set foot in the human world. As long as there is Emperor Yan, even if the city construction of the Yan Kingdom will be destroyed, defeat is impossible. Or, the time when the strongest will be able to step into the human world will be in the near future? In the following days, Su Xin began to organize the younger generation in various regions of the Yan Kingdom, with him as the leader, preparing to enter the world of heaven and man. The Emperor Yan had long expected this day. I'm going. The nuclear power plant on our side has been removed. I'm a little confused. Can the nuclear power plant still work in the dungeon world? Now the major cities of the Yan nation have almost become empty shells. The transfer of such a huge population is so steady and orderly. It is indeed our Yan nation. Advertisement. This must be the plan that has been decided long ago. There are thousands of Yushan boats in our Yan Kingdom. Where did you get so many materials to build them? With Yu Tianzhou, population transfer will become convenient. Attention, the more this is the case, the more it shows that war is inevitable. I don't know how the situation in the demon world is now. Believe in the Emperor Yan. This day, the younger generation of Yan Kingdom entered Yu Tianzhou, and Su Xin watched them have a heated conversation. Judging from the spirit of the younger generation, they are not so worried. On the contrary, this kind of big scene where myriad realms are going to fight in the human realm is going to unfold, which makes them very excited. Everyone, the advantage lies in our country of Yan. At this time, Su Xin joined in. Su Xin, what do you say? Did the Emperor Yan reveal anything to you? The crowd, horses come around. That's right, the Yan Kingdom's trump card is me. As long as my citizens of the Yan Kingdom can survive in all the dungeon worlds, I, Su Xin, will rebuild the Yan Kingdom in the future. Su Xin lifted her chin and started to brag. Okay, Su Xin, you want to start a new Yan Kingdom, don't you? That's right, follow me as soon as possible, and in the future, everyone will have the power to follow the dragon. Ha ha ha. There was joy in Yuqianzhou, and some of the only nervousness gradually dissipated. Yan Kingdom now has two backbones, one is the Emperor Yan, which is beyond doubt. The second is Su Xin, who is the poster child of the younger generation and the future expected by the top executives of Yan Guo. It is true that there will be some disputes between the major interest groups in the Yan Kingdom, but in the face of the imminent invasion of foreign enemies, it is natural to put aside the issue of interests first. In this regard, the West is similar. It's just that they obviously didn't have the far-sightedness of Emperor Yan. When Emperor Yan began to transfer the domestic population, the West realized it later, and the witch god immediately decided to copy the homework. Ordinary people are the future, because they can produce offspring that can become superhumans. It must be protected first, and after doing this, whether the Yan Kingdom or the West will go to war with confidence. After all, most professional families are ordinary families. Shortly after, Heaven and Human World Cloud City. The one currently sitting in Yuncheng is the president of Beijing University, Yu. The Northern Border GU Master Yu Yongbo, who participated in the Function Mountain trial before, is his grandson. Because Yu Yongbo was detained by the Celestial Clan, this senior and strong man also blamed Su Xin for doing things recklessly. Of course, Su Xin doesn't hold grudges. This kind of thing, he has long forgotten, DADF. Some time ago, there was a change in Function Mountain. We caught a group of Shangren, saying that it was the celestial arrogant, Yu, who was killed by Yu before and came out alive from Function Mountain. In the Cloud City Hall, Su Xin and Principal Yu were sitting together, the latter said so. Is it also a resurrection scroll? Su Xin was stunned for a moment, that Yu had been beaten by him at the beginning and there was no scum left, so he couldn't have the heart of life, right? It doesn't matter, the enemy who is defeated by me will never be regarded as an opponent by me. I will give him time to catch up until he is out of sight. Su Xin waved his hand, and Hockey said horizontally. Hearing this, Principal Yu looked at Su Xin's eyes and couldn't help but stay for a while. He sometimes wonders why this kid can always say some powerful words on any occasion and put them on him, but he doesn't feel any sense of disobedience. If I say, then Yu is not actually himself, but some kind of powerful existence of Function Yamanaka? Principal Yu continued to speak. These words really made Su Xin stunned. Strong presence. Advertisement. The first thing he thought of was the Hall Spirit in the Function Temple and the divinity left by the ancient powerhouses of the human race that day. Divinity is not a necessary condition for a legendary powerhouse to upgrade. On the contrary, most of the strongest people do not have divine nature, and have divinity, which must mean that they have hit the god level, or they are god level. Is the news reliable? It's just through the mouth of the human race. It can't be accurately verified, but I would rather believe it or not. The celestial race is a powerful race in the heavens and the world, but it has been stagnant, and it has ended up being destroyed by our Yan Kingdom. In the world of heaven and human, the heaven and human race have no natural enemies. In the human world, the human race also has the hostile race of alien beasts. A race without natural enemies will live extremely well, but in peacetime, it is blind and arrogant, and it will only end in extinction. The Emperor Yan told the heaven and human race this truth with facts. I have informed the Emperor Yan of this matter, but have not received a response. Principal Yu sighed and then said, a troubled autumn. He became a prophecy. After a few days, the demon world has fallen. The human world is shaken. A large number of demon clans from the demon world fled to the human world, and under the arrangement of the Emperor Yan and the Lich God, they relocated and prepared to act as a defensive force. A part of the bloodline demon clan of the powerful race of the demon clan was arranged in the world of heaven and man, led by Su Xin. Now, everyone knows, Emperor Yan not only wanted Su Xin to be the leader of the younger generation of Yan Kingdom, but also to be the leader of the demon world. On the west side, there is no younger generation coming to the heaven and human realm. The reason is simple, Su Xin's revenge style has long been spread. Although only a small number of people know about the Western Uranus setting up an ambush to kill Su Xin, they also understand that if the witch god really dares to send the younger generation of the West to the world of heaven and earth, then the next day, Su Xin can hold a grand funeral for the younger generation in the West. Su Xin can do it. He is the kind of character who never takes revenge overnight. If the current situation is really complicated, and one stroke can move the whole body, Su Xin decides to hunt and kill Western Uranus as a means of revenge. And the West is also certain that Su Xin dares to make it, so they dare not send the younger generation of the West to the heaven and human realm. It is worth mentioning that, among the alien beast species, there are also some alien beasts with excellent blood that have temporarily taken refuge in the heaven and human realm. There was no news of the death of the old Dragon King in the demon world, but his whereabouts remained. Wuming Wewang also disappeared. The entire demon world has become like a pool of stagnant water, and only the demon world army is left to revel there. And on the 7th day after the fall of the demon world, The combined army of the demon world has officially entered the territory of the human world. This is an epic-making day. It shows that the chaotic world of all worlds will completely kick off today. In troubled times, what is Su Xin doing? Ah, isn't this Wu Langer? I haven't seen him for a while. Why did he turn into such a bird again? The outstanding descendants of the fox demon family entered the world of heaven and earth under the leadership of Wu Langer and obeyed Su Xin's arrangement. My clan has reached an agreement with the Emperor Yan. Could it be that you dare to disobey the Emperor Yan? And you can't do anything to the younger generation of our clan in private? Wu Langer looked at Su Xin, but did not hesitate to stand up. Su Xin dares to speak. However, at this moment, Feng Peng came to report. Su Xin, the big thing is not good. There's Uranus who claims to be from the heavens, and says he wants to show off with you. Isn't that a good thing for him? When Su Xin heard this, her face was overjoyed. Chapter 140 The God-level palace that ascends the long ladder of gods is open. After Feng Peng reported the news, Su Xin immediately took him out of the Cloud City Hall. The heaven and human realm is also relatively safe, because except for those from the human realm, the supreme beings from other realms cannot step into it. As for the younger generation that the demon realm sent a number of epic-level powerhouses to the heaven and human realm to kill the Yan kingdom, it was even more impossible. No matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than Emperor Yan. Therefore, coming to the epic level, heaven and human realm is nothing. Even from the perspective of the demon realm, the heaven and human realm might be used by the Emperor Yan to catch fish. However, this time it is not the devil world, but heaven. There are 4 major clans in the heaven, among which the Feng clan is the most powerful. The other 3 are not equal, and this time, it was the Ji clan from the heavenly realm. The man was so bold that he came alone. He is as rich as jade, with the appearance of a human being, wearing a white robe, elegantly out of the dust. Heaven, Ji Shi, Ji Dongkong. When Su Xin came out, Ji Dongkong, who was surrounded by the Uranus of the Yan kingdom, immediately locked his eyes on Su Xin and reported himself to the house. What's the matter? Su Xin waved his hand and motioned for the group of Uranus to step back. When the Uranus level enters the heaven and human realm, Su Xin will naturally take action, but when the epic level comes, it may trigger the Flame Emperor's teleportation skills. I heard that you were the first arrogant in the human world. You are not talented. In the heaven, you are barely considered a leader. Now that you are also of the Uranus rank, you are a bit thirsty, so I want to ask you for some advice. 1. The visitor is naturally bad, however, it was because of Su Xin's name that he wanted to challenge Su Xin, the first arrogant person in the world. Judging from the age of the other party, it is almost 30 or 40 years old, right? It is also a pity that he is not in the human world. Otherwise, the corners of the head would have been smoothed out by Su Xin.
Someone challenged Su Xin. Wait a minute, maybe there is a fraud. Don't accept his challenge, let him go straight. 1.
How about? Let Su Xin inspect the goods. This time, everyone around was a little bit happy. I was originally angry because the demon world really invaded the human world, but now I have to transfer it directly to this person. Let's put it more clearly, where do you rank in the Uranus level of the heavenly realm? Su Xin was not in a hurry, but instead asked the other party.
It's hard to say, but there should be no suspense in the top 5. Ji Dongkong's mouth was smiling, and his invisible confidence was evident. After Su Xin listened, then he pointedly pointed to the ground below Cloud City.
You accept it? You want to go down with me to fight? When Ji Dongkong saw this, he was not surprised that Su Xin would accept his challenge. Su Xin's eyes suddenly became a little dull. He said, after all, the visitor is a guest, you choose a place below as your cemetery. When Ji Dongkong heard the words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. However, Su Xin shot directly at this moment. The immortal king is in the 9 heavens. Su Xin shouted loudly, only this move name he shouted loudest, no one. Boom. All of a sudden, the world was drowsy. The powerful momentum was directly suppressed like a sky. And Ji Dongkong, who felt this momentum, changed his face suddenly. 8 Dragon God Fire. Advertisement, God's Thunder. Liu Yang Xuanwo Cauldron. The universe is swept away. Starcatcher. 1. Golden Emperor Instant Slashing Sword.
At this moment, Su Xin unleashed all his powerful moves in an instant. In the eyes of others, Fa Tianxiangdi raised his hand slightly behind him, and the movement was simple.
With the talent of one body and one mind, all Su Xin moves can be combined, and the power will increase linearly. This is also one of Su Xin's big cards. He can use the fusion of moves to increase the upper limit of his combat power. It's just that because he hasn't stepped into the Uranus rank before, being so hard will make his spiritual soul in a state of high load, making it difficult to operate. In Uranus, Su Xin has no such restrictions. Rather than saying that the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, it is better to say that Su Xin is using this celestial genius to try the upper limit of the talent of one body and one mind.
When various powerful moves are combined into one,
it is to manifest a giant palm that covers the sky. This palm looks unremarkable, but wherever it passes, the space collapses on its own. That Ji Dongkong didn't even have time to react, he was instantly killed by Su Xin with the palm of his hand.
Su Xin was very considerate and left half a body for him.
After he skillfully put the other party's storage bag in his bag, he instructed Feng Peng. Let someone find a wild grave and put it up for him, so that he won't talk about it. Said that my country of Yan did not understand the way of hospitality. Feng Peng opened his mouth. He seemed to complain about something, but it seemed that there were too many points, and he didn't know where to start complaining for a while. I thought that the other party was a son of a noble from the heavens, and he was invincible. Unexpectedly, it was a kneeling pawn. Crooked day, such rubbish? Su Shin is too strong, after all, the other party is a Uranus.
FK, it doesn't look like a bronze. I thought that the other party dared to challenge Su Shin alone. He must have 2 brushes. I didn't expect it to be so rubbish. 1.
Are you numb? I'm used to it, it's Su Shin after all. After the crowd around him chatted and chatted, they suddenly felt bored. Although they are extremely confident in Su Shin's monster fighting power, they still want to see a real monster battle. Both sides are monsters, and they are not equal to each other, but of course the ending is Su Shin beheading each other. If they can't kill the opponent, then such an enemy evildoer, they think it's better not to appear. Hu Langer's cold eyes revealed a touch of shock and astonishment.
She distantly remembered that not long ago, Su Shin was nothing more than a human teenager who was killed at will. Who would have thought? How long has it been? The opponent has grown to such a level that he has just that kind of momentum, not to mention Ji Dangkong, even the other Uranus in the Fox clan, swarming up. I am afraid that they will not escape the end of instant death.
Bitter and salty in the wind, is it the smell of regret? At this moment, Su Shin looked at Hu Langer with playful eyes.
Hu Langer subconsciously wanted to stare at him, but instinctively told him not to, so he lowered his head and walked away with the younger generation of the Fox clan.
It's like this under the fence, no matter how arrogant Hu Langer is, he should know something. Su Shin teased her for a while, and then suddenly looked to the side not far away.
I saw the square, leaving a little space power. Obviously someone was there just now. It should have used some special means to hide in space.
So it seems that Ji Dongkong is just a pawn. Shortly after. Human world. In the endless wilderness, the power of space vibrated and 5 figures appeared.
Advertisement. How about that Su Shin's move just now? One of them asked the others with a smile. This Su Shin is indeed extraordinary. Do the elders in the clan attach so much importance to it?
I also heard that he killed the Luotian clan's Shen Yuanming there. You must know that not long ago, at the competition between the Kanglan realm and the Heaven realm, that Shen Yuanming was unruly and won the first place.
Zero asked for flowers. At that time, Shen Yuanming was at the Grandmaster rank, and now he is in the Uranus level, and in the myriad realms, he can't rank very high, but this Su Shin can. Dang Kong is dead, and I don't know how to explain it to the clan. After all, I was the one who encouraged him to pass. It's really a mistake. If there is a shortage in the clan, I will have the opportunity to avenge him in the future. The 5 were all young Uranus from the G clan. It must be said that the 4 major clans in the heavens are indeed powerful, and there are many middle and high-level clans.
But when it comes to the number of the strongest, then it will not have much advantage. These 5 people were not much angry about Ji Dongkong's death. The 5 were talking, that is, he came to the position of the long ladder in the endless wilderness.
Although the demon army has entered the territory of the human world, there is no war with the human world.
Because modern human cities are very easy to destroy, and they are not made of extraordinary materials, both the Yan Kingdom and the West are a bit wary. Yan Guo is okay to say, after all, the population will be transferred out first. But the West just talks as long as it can, and delays as long as it can.
The West, where there are not enough Yutianzhou, cannot transfer hundreds of millions of ordinary people away in a short period of time. And they haven't prepared a copy world that can be transferred in advance. All kinds of troubles are constant, and it takes time to alleviate. But what is puzzling is that, on the Demon World Alliance's side, after entering the human world, it immediately blocked the area where the long ladder to the gods was located.
At this moment, whether it is the demon realm or the other big realms of the Alliance, they are all Uranus, standing under the long ladder of ascending gods, looking up at the highest god-level palace. Right in front of the god-level palace, there was a figure that seemed to be busy doing something. This person is from the demon realm, and he is an epic powerhouse of the Ashura clan in the demon realm. Chu Zun and Chu Sha belonged to the same clan, and they were both epic level. He was able to come to the human world unimpeded, which meant that the obstacle to the strongest people from the human world boundary wall would be lifted soon. Chu Zun held a key-like object in his hand. He was a little uneasy. But it seemed that someone was urging him. In the end, Chu Zun threw the key in his hand to the god-level palace in front of him. The gate of the god-level palace is closed. Previously, the long ladder of gods had created a huge popularity among professionals in the human world. Naturally, some people wanted to try to enter the god-level palace, but the door was closed and could not be opened no matter what. Now, however, something has changed. The key in Chu Zun's hand opened the gate of the god-level palace. Boom. Buzzing. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth roared loudly, as if the roulette of the heavens was spinning in the sky. The whole world of the human world was surging, and the mighty heaven and earth were surging. At this moment, in Yanjing, Emperor Yan's gaze now turned to the position of the long ladder to the gods. In the west, Wu Shenhu, who was still tinkering with the wizard's potion, shook his right hand slightly, and his expression changed. Open! Open! Below, the extraordinary people from the heavens and the world immediately rejoiced. I did open it, but if I open it, it hangs. The other side. Su Shin throws a banquet and drinks with the younger generation. When someone jokingly asked him if he had hung up, or why he was so powerful, Su Shin admitted it very generously, and stated that he has a system, is the choice, and is the only one. Of course, no one believed it. Chapter 141 Challenge the ceiling of the copy? Divine Realm? When the God-level palace opened, there was no prompt similar to the challenge dungeon. But the door was open, as if anyone could enter. Chu Zun, the epic powerhouse who opened the God-level palace, turned around and looked at the figures below the long ladder to the gods. He immediately said aloud, "God's domain is open." The eyes of the people below were all fiery and eager. "If that's the case, then I'll go in," someone shouted loudly, and the others responded in succession. Human professionals do not know what the word, God's domain means, but these extraordinary people from other great realms are very clear. There used to be a central great world in the true sense of the heavens and myriad worlds, and its name was, the world of the gods. But in endless years, the god realm collapsed and turned into countless fragments, like the dungeon world in the endless wilderness, many of which were the fragments of the former god realm world. God's domain is a general term for non-professional extraordinary people, not a specific place. All the worlds composed of fragments of the god realm can be called, god realm. It is worth mentioning that, the land of Shenshu that Su Xin had been to before was also one of the divine realms. In addition, there are not many benefits in the 883 God realm. Some God realms are simply places where life is annihilated, and there is no benefit to be obtained. However, in some God realms, there are countless treasures in heaven and earth, and they can even obtain inherited magical skills and lost artifacts from the God realm. You must know that the God realm used to be the center of cultivation and civilization of the heavens and the world. Just finding some leftovers is enough to eat to death. No one will feel that there is no chance in the divine realm in the God-level palace in front of him. This is the realm of the gods opened up by the will of the world. It's just that the opening condition has not yet been triggered. The condition for opening the divine realm in the God-level palace is to clear all the 9981 challenge copies in the remaining 9 palaces. Once the level is cleared, the God-level palace will automatically open. It is a setting condition for a hidden copy, however, there seems to be more than one opening condition. The key in Chu Zun's hand is also one of the opening conditions, and no one cares about the source of this key. I only know that since God's domain has been opened. That is, I can't wait to get into the water tower and get the first month to seize the benefits. Chu Zun took a step back, watching a large number of extraordinary beings from the heavens and the worlds file into the realm of the gods. He looked silent and did not say a word. The reason why the demon realm was able to borrow the forces of other great realms, thus taking over the demon realm and endangering the human realm, was to open up the divine realm. Others do not know, but Chu Zun is very clear. The one who provided the key to unlock was not the Taisu demon lord of the demon realm, but the heaven-abandoning demon lord Mending. Entering the realm of the gods, regardless of level. The strongest can also enter, but no one will choose to enter at this time. Once they are dragged inside and unable to escape for a long time, it means that their base camp will have one less strong to sit in, there may be a fatal crisis. So even if you climb the ladder of gods in the human world, the demon realm was also certain that the Emperor Yan and the witch god would not dare to enter it. That is, at present, the highest one who can enter God's domain is the epic powerhouse. Advertisement from the perspective of the human world. If the benefits in the God's domain were divided up by the heavens and the world, then they would go back to their respective homes and find their own mothers.
It is impossible for a single demon realm to win the demon realm.
It's scary, but all the worlds have tasted great benefits in the realm of the gods, and will think that the will of the world will continue to open the copy of the realm of the gods in the human world. Then it is difficult to say what the future trend will be. The heavens and the world are unwilling to leave. If the human world still uses gentle means to seek peace, I am afraid that not all kinds of concessions will appear. After you figure out the general situation inside, come back. At this time, the eyebrowless youth Gongjin was about to enter the god-level palace, and Chu Zun said so. Gongjian nodded. Yes, he is also one of the targets of the demon lord Dao Heart Seed Demon.
When the extraordinary powerhouses of the heavens and the worlds have almost entered.
Chu Zun looked at the 4 directions and shouted loudly. Everyone in the human world, you can also enter, and in the realm of the gods, everyone can enter. Surrounding, unconsciously, many professionals from the human world have gathered. They looked coldly at the god-level palace with its gate wide open. The look in his eyes is full of surprise, some want to go in and find out, and some think that this may be a pit, and stay put for the time being. If the goal of the demons is to ascend to the gods, let's just say it, it's not that I can't share it with the human world. The so-called copy world is that the strong can eat everything, and only the capable can eat it. Someone looked at Chu Zun, and if he opened his mouth, he was talking. Chu Zun was not fooled, and said with a chuckle, if you use the normal method, I am afraid that the 2 supreme powerhouses in the human world will not agree to anything. He replied with a nutritious remark. The powerhouses in the human world looked at each other and left. In response to the opening of the god-level palace on the long ladder to the gods. At present, the Yan Kingdom and the West are in a state of union, and the 2 supreme powers met in Yanjing, and a global powerhouse conference was held. Even Uranus was present. The entire Yanjing Great Hall was filled with people, and there was even a scene where Uranus had to stand without a seat. At the meeting, the Emperor Yan pointed out accurately, pertinently, and to the point that the challenge dungeons of the divine realm and the divine realm must have many benefits. We must not sit idly by and watch the heavens and worlds divide up so calmly. The witch god also agrees. It is proposed to select a group of people to enter the realm of the gods. The quality of the strong in the human world is not inferior to that of the heavens and the world. A day later, Su Xin, who was living in the world of heaven and earth, received a message. God realm, God realm. When his teacher Guo Uranus brought the news back, Su Xin was holding Yan Shiai in a daze. Believe, now is not the time for pleasure. Guo Uranus watched Su Xin hold a big banquet while hugging the beauty, like a King Zhou, and he couldn't help reminding him. Alcoholic S*X hurts, Su Xin is just Uranus, he is still growing up, how can he indulge in female S*X? Thinking of this, Guo Uranus looked at the naturally charming Yan Shiai, and there was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Yan Shiai's expression was a little embarrassed, and he didn't say anything. Mainly because the Emperor Yan wanted Su Xin to integrate the younger generation of the human world and the demon world. But Su Xin, although he is not a racist, he really doesn't care about the younger generation of other races. 0. Advertisement. The Emperor Yan wants me to go to the so-called divine realm? Su Xin quickly understood, then his eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said, is there a possibility that this so-called divine realm is a pit? Just wait for me, Su Xin, to jump into it? After listening to the teacher, he also thought about it seriously. Then Kaido. There is a possibility, but not much. Teacher, in fact, I offended the Demon Lord before. The Demon Lord said that he would come to me next time. I suspect that he is very likely to lay an ambush in that god's domain and wait for me to enter. No, the Demon Lord is the only powerful person in the demon world who can enter the human world at present, and the Demon World Alliance army must have him in charge. 1. Guo Zhen shook his head, the Demon Lord could not ignore the overall situation. Unless, I really lose my mind and use the entire Demon Alliance army for Su Xin's life. After all, once the Demon Lord leaves the human world, the Witch God and the Emperor Yan alone can slaughter the entire Demon World Alliance army. The frontal combat power of the Demon Lord Bu Tianxi is average, similar to that of Wu Ming Wowang. But the Demon Lord's 8 abilities that involve rules are very difficult to deal with. The Demon Lord can definitely hold back the Witch God and the Emperor Yan alone. This is also the reason why there is one more powerful person in the human world, but the Demon Alliance army is allowed to enter the human world. Okay, let's go. Su Xin was very simple, got up and left the world with his teacher. But when leaving, he left a wood clone as a little cover. It is worth mentioning that Su Xin will not let his wood clone touch his sister, because he thinks it is self-green behavior, and it is impossible for such a thing to happen. Yanjing, the room where the Emperor Yan was located. If there is a chance, I will kill all those Uranus in the heavens and the world. 1. When Emperor Yan saw Su Xin, his first words sent chills down his spine. However, Su Xin had exactly this intention. He wants to see if the arrogance of the heavens and the world is working hard, and if he doesn't work hard, he will come to be a brother in his billion soul flags. It's not that Su Xin is serious about killing, well, his killing intent was indeed 3.5 heavier, and his face jumped to the door of his house. Whether it was Emperor Yan or Su Xin, the killing intent in his heart was already monstrous. At the moment, those who go to the divine realm and the divine realm are at least Uranus. So Su Xin will enter together with the epic bosses of the Yan Kingdom, he will disguise an identity, and then the epic bosses will drag the other epic class, and he will kill Uranus. What others value is the great benefits that may exist in the realm of the gods. However, what Su Xin is eyeing is the lives of these 10,000 realms Uranus, as well as the heart of Uranus that may explode. It is precisely because of the chaos of the world. The scene of Uranus gathering will appear, otherwise Su Xin really wants to collect the heart of Uranus. How can it be so easy to find a copy creature of Uranus level?
Senior Yanwang, what exactly is the god realm?
Before leaving, Su Xin asked Shang Yan Huang. Emperor Yan is not completely ignorant of this, on the contrary, he understands it very well. You treat the divine realm as the ceiling of the challenge dungeon. One Emperor Yan's reply was very concise, but the meaning was clear. By the way, after returning from God's domain, see me again, I have something to do with you. Su Xin was about to leave, and Emperor Yan said another sentence. Su Xin looked sideways, froze for a moment, then nodded. 7 We Chapter 142 The top Uranus from the demon realm is full of praise for my wood clone strength. Soon after, the long ladder to the gods in the endless wilderness. It was still lively, although the army of the Demon World Alliance is now in the endless wilderness, the opponent here cannot be restrained. Not only the human world, there are also powerful bloodline beasts eager to try. The divine domain in the god-level palace is not the wild divine domain. This piece of God's domain can be said to be transformed by the will of the world, thus becoming a mysterious world that challenges the nature of dungeons. The specific situation inside is still unknown, because no one who entered before has come out. On this side of the Yan Kingdom, led by Zan Yisho, the president of Yanjing University, there are 3 epic-level powerhouses and 5 Uranus-level experts. They are the first batch of Yan Kingdom professionals to enter the Divine Realm Challenge. Among the 5 Uranus, there is a Uranus named Tian Dao, named Zhangqi, who was born in the magic capital area. However, the identity of this Uranus was borrowed by Su Xin. The current Zhangqi is Su Xin disguised. Once inside, Su Xin will inevitably reveal his identity as long as he falls into a fighting state, but some superficial means of hiding are still necessary. Chu Zun, the epic powerhouse of the demon world, is guarding outside the gate of the god-level palace. He looked indifferent, watching the follow-up supernatural powerhouses of at least Uranus level or above enter the so-called divine realm. When Su Xin and the people of the Yan Kingdom entered the divine realm, this man's eyes just stayed on Zan Yisho for a while, but he didn't notice Su Xin. When I first stepped into the god-level palace, the once familiar feeling of spinning and turning came to my mind again. However, compared to going to the land of Shenshu, this time 30 is obviously much shorter. After Su Xin came back to his senses, a vast land appeared in front of him.
He looked around unexpectedly, but saw no one. This is very strange. Even if there is a random teleportation mechanism, when he and the Yan Kingdom enter, they are holding hands.
Soon, Su Xin understood everything. It was previously rumored that in order to become a god, climbing the long ladder of gods is one of the conditions. Now it seems that this rumor really seems like bullshit. This god-level palace is a hidden challenge copy, and professionals and extraordinary people of any level can enter. But the difference is, in the Dungeon of God's domain, there is a challenge area corresponding to the level. Uranus level strength will be divided into the corresponding challenge area of Uranus level. That's why Su Xin is separated from the others. As for other Uranus, they should have been randomly teleported to other locations in the Uranus area. And what makes Su Xin a little concerned is that hiding the challenge dungeon here does not tell you how to leave the dungeon. There is also no apparent time limit. Wood clone technique. Immediately, Su Xin looked around and saw that she could not feel the breath of life, so she immediately performed the wood clone technique. The more the number of wood clone technique, the weaker the monomer strength. However, wood clone with the strongest single strength is only 1/10 of Su Xin's body, and it is not even enough. This is the upper limit of the single combat power of the wood clone technique.
To a certain extent, it is indeed not as exaggerated as some incarnations outside the body. However, the wood clone technique does not limit this aspect, but it is much stronger than the traditional avatar technique.
Su Xin released 2 wood clones and left to the left and right.
And he himself is moving forward. Advertisement. There are a total of 9 challenges in the God's domain area corresponding to Uranus.
In other words, there are 9,981 challenges in the divine realm that has been transformed by the will of the world. The existence of the copy of God's domain itself is a huge intangible wealth. It covers all levels of challenges. Just imagine, if the Yan Kingdom completely monopolized this hidden challenge dungeon, then the younger generations, even bronze-level professionals, would be able to come to the God's domain dungeon for bronze-level challenges. This is simply the most top practice room in the world. Whether there is a reward or not doesn't even seem that important anymore. For the cultivation of rising stars of one side, the effect of promoting growth can be immeasurable. Someone has failed again. It seems that the challenge here is far more difficult than we thought. Outside a black palace, there are many Uranus from all realms gathered at this moment. They discussed. Just now, a figure flew out of the black palace in embarrassment, but it was a Uranus who had just entered the challenge. That Uranus looked very young, perhaps a rising star of Uranus in a certain world. This place is called Town King's Tomb, and the challenge content is very simple. There is a corridor, and you can get the inheritance of the ancient powerhouse, Town Uranus, by passing through the corridor completely. 1. The embarrassed Uranus looked at the other Uranus in the world and said something like this. The town of Uranus. I haven't heard the name of this strong man? Nonsense. This is the realm of the gods. The era of the existence of such powerhouse names must be very long, and it may even be the peak powerhouse when the realm of gods was still brilliant. 1.
The town of Uranus. That name doesn't sound good.
This place has been transformed by the will of the world, and it must be challenged alone, and it is impossible to form a team. Perhaps the one from the Luotian clan came over and could pass, but he is elsewhere at the moment. Huh. What do you mean by that? Is it possible that I, the demon Skyscanner, can't compare to the vastness of that god? 10,000 realms Uranus was talking, and suddenly there was the smell of gunpowder. The one who is not inferior is Uranus, the top of the demon world, whose name is Demon Sky Survey. Strictly speaking, this is the veteran Uranus of the demon realm. The heavenly demons in the demon realm are very different from the Asuras in the demon realm. The demons are like the legendary hell demons. They have scarlet skin and blood-red wings. They are generally a few meters tall, and the power of chi and blood far exceeds that of other races. The character is also very arrogant. Among the worlds, the most hated race is none other than the demon race. In addition, there are also alternatives in the demon clan, with the gift of demons. In terms of bloodline, they are the royal family in the demon clan. This demon Skyscanner is not a demon king, but it is extremely powerful even in the Uranus echelon. When the demon Skywatcher spoke, a figure silently walked towards the Black Palace. It was Su Xin's wood clone. If Su Xin's body was the first to come here, he would have to open a peerless mowing. However, if it's just wood clone, it's natural to be familiar with the challenges of God's domain first. But things backfired. When wood clone was about to enter the Black Palace, he was held on his shoulders from behind by the demon Skywatcher. Uranus of the human world? Demon Sky Surveyor Gia gave a strange laugh. It's so courageous. You are in a turbulent world. Are you still in the mood to come here to challenge and find opportunities? Wood clone looked back at the Skywatcher. He didn't say a single word, and he punched the opponent with a punch. Good day. Ha ha ha. Demon Sky Shuan laughed wildly, and his right fist slammed into wood clone without retreating. Boom. Boom. Advertisement under the confrontation between the two fists. A splendid and powerful airwave instantly exploded between the two. The opponent didn't move, but wood clone took a few steps back. The physical body of the demon clan is indeed strong, and there is also the so-called body of the demon. If it is only a competition of strength and blood, except for the demon clan with the same physique, there are few races that can compare with theirs.
Just now, it was just a simple power match, and Wood Clone lost a lot.
True several thousand hands. Snapped. Wood Clone immediately put his hands together, and Wood Clone entered the state of fairy. Boom. The ground beneath his feet shook suddenly. A towering Senju Buddha rose from the ground, rising like a god, with indifferent eyes overlooking both sides. It's human world Su Shin, good guy, he was mixed in. This camouflage method is not weak, but the move can be concealed. The rumors are true, Su Shin's behavior is difficult to measure with common sense, but I didn't expect that he would actually dare to show up at such a time. Be careful, Su Shin's strength is not weak, so what if I'm not weak? Now that the great realm behind me is about to invade the human realm, and the great feud has been forged, I want to swarm and kill this Su Shin. As soon as Su Shin's identity was exposed, he immediately became the target of public criticism. Everyone tacitly surrounded Wood Clone and cut off his escape. And at this time, but I saw that demon Skyscanner shouting, "No one should shoot 883. The first pride in the human world? I want to try it?" He then said, "If the human world does not have the favor of the world's will, how can such a weak world have what it is today? So I am very curious, what is the reason why the name of the first pride in the human world can be passed on to my ears? Destroy the sky." The demon Skyscanner laughed wildly, and the arrogance of the demons were immortal. He stood with both fists side by side, the power of his own bloodline continued to sublimate at this moment, the attacking momentum ushered in the peak, and a vision manifested behind him. Tianmo Tome of the Demon Clan. Someone was shocked when they recognized Mo Tian Xuan's move. In addition to the human world, I am afraid that other great worlds have inherited magical skills. Some of them are not even inferior to the gods and devils Taijutsu of the land of the gods. The Book of Demons is one of the most famous inherited magical skills in the world. It is said that it records the countless moves created by the powerhouses of the Tianmo clan in the past dynasties, and has been compiled into the General Guide of All Martial Arts, and it is still increasing. It's nothing, crucially, the demons have a secret technique, similar to Su Shin's innate ability. One body concentric, which can combine various moves. However, compared to Su Shin's fusion of moves, there is still a big gap. Demon Skyscanner has a powerful ultimate move, the sky and the earth were all silent, and the sky and the earth suddenly became endless darkness, as if all the light was completely covered up. Bang bang bang. When the attack and killing of the demon Skyscanner fully unfolded, I saw Wood Clone's true several thousand hands explode in an instant, and exploded into countless pieces of wood, which exploded in the sky like a goddess scattered flowers. Ha ha ha. Happy. The Magic Sky Patrol is gradually entering the state. This move of his is his own proud move, and generally Uranus will face certain death when faced with this move. I didn't expect the other party to be able to block it. The title of the first Tianzhou in the human world is still a bit of gold. You are worth it. The Skywatcher looked at Wood Clone and grinned. At this time, the momentum of the battle here is not small. Su Shin, who was heading in the other direction, sensed the momentum and turned naturally. Chapter 143. I am deeply shocked by the level of rubbish you all have. Come again. The demon Skywatcher laughed wildly. After he destroyed Wood Clone's true several thousand hands, he took the initiative to deceive Wood Clone. Seeing this, Wood Clone did not choose to avoid it. Wood Clone has limitations and perverts, such as combat intelligence is more limited. In the face of the enemy's attack, Wood Clone generally adopts relatively monotonous offensive and defensive means. So it is absolutely impossible for Wood Clone to be a spy to steal intelligence. In terms of wisdom, it is on the low side, after all, it is only a small ray of spiritual consciousness separated by Su Shin. This Su Shin. It's no big deal. I said before that there was news that Uranus of the Celestial Realm G went to the Celestial Realm and was beheaded by him, is it false? 1. It may be that G's Uranus is simply a little weak. Is it difficult to admit that the demon Skyscanner is strong? After all, he is one of the top Uranus in the demon world. Magic Skyscanner is indeed very strong, enough to be called a half-step epic. When G Uranus, who was standing beside him, saw that the demon Skyscanner was pressing Su Shin to fight, so he was a little puzzled and started talking. Half-step epic? At this moment, a soft voice appeared behind them. Isn't there any other half-step peak and half-step consummation above? When everyone heard the voice, they turned around immediately. I saw a young man standing in the back, a little teasing in his eyes. It's Su Shin. After learning that God's domain was divided into regions, Su Shin's body directly lifted the disguise. Of course he has this confidence, the self-confidence of Su Shin's invincibility at the same level is not blindly, but the self-confidence that has been forcibly produced under the undefeated all the way. He directly revealed his body and removed his disguise, just to use himself to fish, hoping that some myriad worlds cuties would take the initiative to trouble him, or in other words, after discovering him, they would come to trouble him together. Only this time, the fish hadn't taken the bait yet, but Su Shin noticed the momentum Wood Clone caused. Another Su Shin? Outside this black palace, there are a total of 15 Uranus in myriad realms. This number is already exaggerated, but because it is based on myriad realms, this number is also reasonable. Estimated, the number of Uranus in the myriad realms in this god's domain has already exceeded 100, and after the news spread, there must be many Uranus outside. I saw Su Shin beckoned, Wood Clone turned into a wooden stick, and then drilled into his body. Fang Kai, it's just your clone? The demon Skyscanner was greatly surprised. but this demon was rebellious by nature, and the more so, the more fighting spirit he had. Advertisement: the last time I heard someone talk nonsense was the last time. Seeing that the other party said something nonsense, Su Shin also came. Haha, how much combat power does your clone have on your main body? Mo Tian-Shuan laughed, then strode towards Su Shin. 1 in 10,000. You really know how to brag. Then let me see how powerful your 10,000s are. The demon Tian-Shuan frowned, and when the other Uranus were still in shock, he directly deceived and rushed towards Su Shin. As the top Uranus in the demon realm, when facing the same rank, even if the opponent of the same rank is an extremely famous Tianzhao person, this demon Skyscanner does not seem to be a bit timid. The Tianmo clan is like this, and their character is arrogant and unrestrained. Perhaps only at the moment of death will you regret your style of conduct. Star Picker. Seeing the demon Skyscanner rushing towards him, Su Shin's right hand directly swept towards the opponent's void. Boom. It seems like an understatement, but it contains many of Su Shin's moves. A giant arm soaring to the sky manifested. The twin flames of thunder and fire in the palm of the giant arm are constantly intertwined. As soon as the star-picking hand came out, the surrounding space seemed to be directly stagnant. The demon Sky Patrol who rushed forward suddenly froze his eyes. Under the intense death crisis, he deeply realized how big the gap between himself and Su Shin in combat power is. When the giant arm was about to grab itself, the magic Skyscanner heard Su Shin's words. You only deserve this move. Hear this. The demon Skyscanner's eyes widened suddenly, almost desperate to burn his own blood of the demons, and even shouted. The disintegration of the demons is big. Boom. But time is too short. The fundamental method of his trump card was brewing in front of Su Shin's ultimate move. No, it was directly crushed into blood-colored powder by Su Shin. Su Shin was quick-witted, and after taking the other party's storage bag into his pocket, he put the remnant soul of the Modianshun into the 1 billion soul flags. If the souls in 1 billion soul flags were all Uranus rank in their lifetime, and the number reached the order of 1 billion, then this artifact is the strongest artifact in the heavens and the world. Unfortunately, that's not possible. Magic Skyscanner was instantly killed. Let's do it together. I'll wait. Now it's at stake. Su Shin. Advertisement. The rest of the Uranus jumped up one by one like frightened birds. They had surrounded Wood Clone's retreat before, but they were scared by Su Shin's move. Su Shin's move is to use the talent, one body concentric, to combine many moves into one. Judging from the form of the shot, it is a flat start. From the point of view of power, you are one of the most powerful trump cards. To be able to do this, in addition to the talent of being one body and one heart, Su Shin's own strong physical body is also the key. The star picker did not dissipate, instead, he continued to run towards the remaining 15 Uranus of the 10,000 realms. Bang. 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 These 10,000 realms Uranus are like paper, and they are not enemies of Su Shin at all. Don't say resist. Even if it was slightly rubbed by Su Shin's star-picking hand, it was also the result of an immediate serious injury. I thought there would be a not-so-easy battle. After all, the number of dozens of Uranus stacked together is no child's play. Can't think of it at all. Backquote, I am shocked by the level of rubbish you have. Su Shin looked at the myriad realms Uranus with an indescribably strange expression. He, Su Shin, is only at the level of Uranus Tier 3. If Uranus, money is good, reaches the 10th rank, he wonders if he stares and the same rank will be dissipated. But, just what he wanted, his favorite thing, Su Shin, is watching the horror of others when they are crushed by him. Bang 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 bang. The star-picking hand is straddling the sky, and the big hand is constantly grabbing and killing. In no time, they crushed and slaughtered all 16 Uranus of 10,000 realms, including the demon Skyscanner. Su Shin collected the remnants of Uranus into 1 billion soul banners with a thoughtful expression on his face. And Su Shin's harvest, in addition to these Uranus storage bags, is the Uranus heart needed to level up. When he was crushed by him, time hasn't even passed a few minutes. This is a really good place, uncle. This is simply the great gospel of his Su Shin. So far, 3 Uranus hearts. Nice catch. These Uranus cannot leave the Dominion dungeon through the dungeon mechanism. Chapter 144. Jumping out of life and death, overlooking life and death, the supreme magical skill, the death wheel of all life. Outside the Black Palace, the ground was devastated. Su Shin waited in place for a long time, but no one else heard the news. While waiting, Su Shin simply sorted out these Uranus storage bags, and classified different types of upgrade materials and resources. For now, Su Shin can't get rid of the characteristics of being a wood type, and the wood type or upgrade materials containing life energy are the best for him. So is his artifact. Shen Yulei needs thunder-type materials, and Liuyang Xuanwo Cauldron requires fire-type materials. After finishing, seeing that no other curious fish could be caught, Su Shin couldn't help but set his eyes on the Black Palace in front of him. The secret realm of God's domain has been transformed by the will of the world. There are 9 challenges in the area corresponding to each level. The Black Palace in front of him is one of them. At present, it is the beginning of the mysterious realm of God's domain, so there are not many people in it, and only the superhumans of the 2 levels of Uranus and Epic enter. If you wait until the human world has defeated the army of the Demon World Alliance, you will become a complete master and ascend the long ladder of gods. Then this God's domain secret realm will become the Dungeon Holy Land for professionals in the human world. I hope the challenges in it don't let me down. Su Shin muttered to herself, and then stepped into the Black Palace. Previously, when he was in the land of Shenshu, he had passed the 8th-division Dragon God Fire Inheritance Divine Skill Trial. During the trial process, he had obtained great benefits because of the trial content and strengthened his physical body. So in Su Shin's view, where there are such challenges, there is a lot of opportunity in the challenge itself. As previously described by Uranus, the challenge in the Black Palace is to pass through a corridor. At this moment, Su Shin was standing at the entrance of the corridor. He looked far ahead and found that the corridor was only 100 meters long, very short, and there was a secret room at the end, and the door of the secret room was closed at the moment. The whole corridor looks very peaceful, nothing dangerous. And when Su Shin stepped into the corridor with one foot, a strange force suddenly appeared. It is like a whirling 887 vortex, and it is sucked into it almost instantly. In this corridor, there is an independent space, and in this independent space, Su Shin looked around and found herself surrounded. Surrounding him is not some copy creatures, but figures without facial features. These figures have no facial features, but a symbol is engraved on their faces. There are two kinds of symbols. When Su Shin saw these two symbols, she instantly understood what the symbols represented. The two symbols represent life and death. These figures are numerous. It almost fills the entire independent space, and behind these figures, there is an obvious portal of light. It seems that as long as you reach this light portal, you will pass through the corridor of the Black Palace. There wasn't enough time for Su Shin to think. These figures with signs of life and death on their faces immediately swarmed towards Su Shin. Su Shin's eyes narrowed immediately, the right fist attacked and killed in the front. Boom! Boom! In an instant, thousands of figures were bombarded by him. As for the figures who were bombarded, the match on their faces actually fell off, and they just floated in midair. Could it be that these symbols need to be collected? Su Shin's heart froze, as if he thought of something. He reached out and grabbed those symbols in the void. But before he could grab the symbol, see the sudden change. Su Shin didn't know what kind of mechanism was triggered, and the figures in the entire independent space, DADF, went berserk. They are so powerful. In fact, this is not a big deal. After all, Su Shin is least afraid of being besieged and beaten. Advertisement as long as the individual combat power does not exceed him, no matter how large the number is, it is useless. But now it's not the same. At the same time as this violence increased, Su Shin suddenly started to become weak, and this kind of anticipation was completely unstoppable. In no time, Su Shin's face was rapidly aging, as if his time was going to be drained for no reason. This made Su Shin look horrified. He hesitated a little, then stepped back and left the corridor space directly. This corridor setting is interesting. As long as you take a step back, you will leave by yourself. Exit the corridor space. Su Shin's state began to recover a little, but she still looked very embarrassed. Wrong. Su Shin checked her own condition. Her face suddenly turned ugly. Life is forcibly reduced. Although for Su Shin's strong vitality, it doesn't hurt to lose some lifespan. But if Su Shin insists on clearing the corridor of life and death, it is very likely to consume too much life. It is worth mentioning that, when Su Shin's lifespan came to an end, it wasn't that he could reset his lifespan by blowing up a Heart of Life. The Heart of Life, which has been unsuccessful in the past, seems to be useless at this moment. The Heart of Life can increase Su Shin's lifespan. Break. There is definitely more to come, but don't be in such a hurry. Su Shin began to stop in place, her brows pondered. He had a lot of doubts in his mind. Is it because of his shot that the life and death corridor triggers the mechanism, and it will be fine if he doesn't make a shot? 1. Second, do the life and death symbols of those figures represent two mechanisms, the one that triggered the death mechanism just now, and the life mechanism? Third, if you grab those symbols yourself, can you properly avoid the weird abilities in them? Waiting for the doubts to turn around in Su Shin's mind. But it takes practice to solve these doubts, at the moment. Su Shin took a deep breath and stepped into the corridor of life and death for the second time. This time, he defended with all his strength, resisted the attacks of all the shadows of life and death, and rushed towards the portal of light. But he seems to have miscalculated. In the independent space of the life and death corridor, flying and all escape techniques are prohibited, and you can only run with your physical body. The attack of the shadow of life and death, for Su Shin's defense, although it is not as good as scraping. But what he did turned out to be a superposition-like attack. With the increase of Su Shin's bearing times, he directly entered an extremely bizarre state, as if between life and death. His brain thinking seems to be accelerated, and it is moving forward at a very high speed, which causes the body and spirit to be completely out of sync. Su Shin mentally recognizes that he has reached the portal of light, but in fact, the body is still far from the portal of light, 108,000 miles away. But the scary thing is, Su Shin's spiritual awareness, at this moment, firmly believes that he can enter the portal of light. Usually he really spiritually steps into the door of light. It is likely to be a real separation of life and death. Su Shin suddenly realized something, that is, although these figures are not copy creatures, they are flesh and blood, not the product of the manifestation of the power of the formation. This is an extremely dangerous state. Su Shin's spirit accelerated. Still accelerating, he's about to step into that portal of light. And at this moment, Lu Shen's spiritual thoughts came urgently, making Su Shin calm down. Su Shin was horrified. He blew himself up at the moment, using this to restore his negative state. This effect is there, but at the same time, because the self-destruction killed the figure of life and death, the previous feeling of being stripped of Shoyuan struck again. With quick eyes and quick hands, Su Shin grabbed a symbol of life and a symbol of death, and took a step back. Advertisement just waiting for him to leave the corridor space of life and death again. The sign of life and death did not come out with him. It has a lot to do with the strength of Bendo, this challenge. Su Shin is a little numb. He was at the Uranus rank enough to be called the peak of the combat power, but he could not bring him the slightest convenience to challenge. But the more you want to play, the more you want to play. It is impossible for Su Shin to leave. The good news is that the effects of the Heart of Life that can remove negative states also apply to the corridor of life and death. The third time, after Su Shin entered, he started to kill. But this time, instead of triggering a lifespan stripping mechanism, a mental acceleration mechanism is triggered. And this mechanism is what makes Su Shin difficult to understand, and it takes a Heart of Life to recover. Then the fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. Even the 10th time. But every time it failed. He jumped back and forth between life and death, and whether it was life or death, he couldn't deal with it alone. Without the Willow God, without the Heart of Life, it would be impossible for Su Shin to persist until the 10th time. But although Su Shin is not a wise man with a mind like a demon, he will not be a brainless wise man either. After 10 passes, no matter how stupid people are, they gradually have some insights in their hearts. His own cards gave him 10 chances, there are even 10 more chances. This is Su Shin's biggest advantage over others. Su Shin admitted that he couldn't get through a level, but he took a clumsy approach. The 11th time, Su Shin still kills people when they meet, but this time, it's different. The figures of life and death he killed with one punch represent the same number of figures of life and death. Really, this punch goes down without triggering the mechanism of life or death. As expected, life and death balance, I should have thought of that, grass. Su Shin cursed herself. Afterwards, he maintained this rhythm, while he started to kill and open the way, but at the same time, he perfectly ensured that the number of life and death silhouettes killed was the same. Gradually he was getting closer and closer to the portal of light. However, at this time, there are also mutations. But I saw that the symbols of life and death floating in the sky slowly gathered together, turning into a roulette of heaven and earth. Looking at the roulette wheel of that day, a strong crisis of life and death came to Su Shin's heart. His scalp was numb, and he immediately sped up. But the door of bright light is clearly in front of you, but like a mirage in the desert, you can't touch it. No, at this moment, Su Shin suddenly stopped. The end of life is death, and taking a step back is to leave the corridor of life and death, which means that I start from the starting point of life. That door of light, not an exit. Then looking at the heaven and earth roulette in the sky, he jumped up and stepped on the heaven and earth roulette. Escape from life and death, overlook life and death. He suddenly woke up, and in front of him, there is a stalwart statue. Supreme divine skill. The wheel of death. The moment he stepped on the roulette wheel, the scene in front of Su Shin changed, and he was in a secret room. When he appeared here, the cultivation method of the supreme divine skill, the wheel of death, was imprinted in his mind. Su Shin muttered to himself like a comprehension. Chapter 145 The Invincible Existence in the Spiritual World. Our Lady of the Wood Spirit. Inside the secret room, the stalwart statue in front of her is with her back to Su Shin. Su Shin didn't pay attention to it for a while, but was sorting out the supreme magical skill, the Wheel of Death, which suddenly appeared in his mind. The so-called supreme skill, it is a move that really touches the god level, involving rules and laws. Compared with ordinary god level skills, it is not a little bit more powerful. Of course, the more this is the case, the more stringent the conditions for the master's supreme skill. Su Shin was overwhelmed with emotion at this time. The supreme magic does not appear out of thin air, but is created artificially. He began to think about how brilliant the legendary God Realm had ever been. Su Shin succeeded in obtaining the supreme skill, but not master. Conditions are harsh. One copy of Su Shin Master's Origin of Life and Death is required. It involves the power of the source, like that Tao mark. Tao marks are the Taoist body shape of the origin of the transcendent, not the origin of life and death, but the birth of heaven and earth. Where can I find it? Su Shin's eyes are smeared. Perhaps the so-called origin of death exists in the underworld, but the master of the underworld is not easy to mess with. There is a strange phenomenon. The more Su Shin grew up, the more he could appreciate the power of existences like the Emperor Yan and the Lord of the Underworld. However, whether it is the Emperor Yan or the Lord of the Underworld, the feeling to him is not as shocking as the terrifying existence in the deep sea in the land of Shenshu. Su Shin has reason to suspect that there is a god in the land of the gods, and it is the terrifying existence in the deep sea. Thank you, Senior, for teaching the Dharma. At this moment, Su Shin came back to his senses and knelt down and bowed to the stalwart statue in front of him with a disciple bow. As he knelt down, he waited silently. The result did not trigger any mechanism. Continued searching in the chamber for a while, but found nothing else. With some reluctance, Su Shin left the secret room. When walking out of the Black Palace, Su Shin stepped on the corridor of life and death, but did not touch the independent space of the corridor of death. Wait until Su Shin comes outside the Black Palace. It was only then that he realized that although he had obtained the supreme skill, he had missed a great opportunity. In the corridor of life and death, if the mechanism of life is triggered, then the spiritual consciousness will accelerate wildly. If you choose to comprehend your own skills in that state, the benefits you can get are absolutely considerable. But Su Shin Ishin at that time wanted to go through the corridor of life and death, ignoring this. He can do it, after all. There's Lu Shen's auxiliary reminder, plus the Heart of Life can be used to remove all negative states. He has enough fault tolerance and time to do so. However now, he can no longer trigger the death corridor, walk on it, and just walk. Open black lens bracket human world Su Shin. Through the copy of the Temple of Life and Death, you can get the supreme magical skill, the Death Wheel of all days, close black lens bracket. Just when Su Shin was about to go to other challenge dungeons. Not only the Uranus area, but also other areas, at the same time, the announcement reminder of the will of the world appeared. Su Shin? He really came here, supreme magic? It can't go on like this. This place is a great opportunity for us, but it is still the same for Su Shin. 1. Su Shin's growth rate is too terrifying, and even if he grows fast, his combat power is still so exaggerated. Maybe, we can try to go to the area corresponding to the Uranus level? It's not easy to kill Su Shin. The more it is, the more it must be done, isn't it? At the same time, in the area corresponding to the epic level, in front of an epic level challenge dungeon, after hearing the announcement of the world's will of the world's epic level powerhouses, their expressions changed slightly, and they talked with each other. The sudden announcement of the will of the world prompts. Undoubtedly, it gave Su Shin another hatred, advertisement. Su Shin thinks that the will of the world might be targeting him. Actually not, because after tens of minutes, another world announcement alert sounded. The gods of the Kanglen world are vast, and through the copy of the sword song Sha Dianshan, you can obtain the supreme magic skill, the killing sword art, close black lens bracket. Apart from Su Shin, another Uranus cleared the challenge dungeon in God's domain. And the reward level is also a supreme skill, which makes Su Shin look surprised. There are 9 dungeons, and it is estimated that the customs clearance reward of each dungeon is a reward of the level of supreme magic. And the loss, the copy will still exist, and there is only one reward. Su Shin is going to speed up. There are also 7 dungeon rewards, and he can't let others get there first. Not to mention that Su Shin is a demon. At this time, his brain circuit is completely different from ordinary people. At this time, ordinary people think that they should go to other challenge dungeons, challenge, turn on the speed pass mode, and harvest rewards. But Su Shin is not. What he thought was to immediately find that God Huohan and kill him. In this way, it can not only rule out an opponent who competes with him for rewards, but also may rob him of the supreme divine skill. But the latter may not be very likely, because after Su Shin cleared the level, he clearly felt that he could leave the god's domain at will. Uranus who can clear the dungeon, Su Shin can defeat him, but may not be able to stop him from leaving the realm of the gods. The other side, as expected of God's vastness. Is the title of the number 1 Uranus in the world, should it be confirmed this time? Don't forget, not long ago, Su Shin in the human world also cleared the challenge and also obtained the supreme magic skill. Should these two meet now? Outside a sword-shaped mountain, many Uranus from all realms gathered together, watching the vastness of the gods slowly walking out of it. Haohan, hurry up, then human world Su Shin is afraid to go to another place to continue the challenge at this time. There is only one reward in each challenge instance, and they are all supreme skills, and they must not sit back and watch being taken away by others. After seeing the vastness of the gods, the 3 Luotian Uranus immediately gathered around and said with a slightly anxious expression. It's okay, don't worry. Shen Haohan waved his hand, cherishing Kaido, who was like gold. Not urgent. The 3 Luotian Uranus looked at each other, not quite understanding the meaning of the vastness of the gods. Walk. But soon, Shen Haohan stepped forward. Where? Fellow Uranus asked quickly. Kill him. Shen Haohan replied lightly, he, in his mouth, besides Su Shin, who else is there? It's just a coincidence. After Su Shin and Shen Haohan learned that the other party had cleared the challenge dungeon, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. That is to kill each other, or force the other party to leave God's domain, so that he can slowly clear other dungeons. As for the other world's Uranus, at this time, they were naturally too lazy to give birth to any extraneous branches, and they seized the time to try to clear the customs in each challenge dungeon. The reward range of the supreme divine skill is really too great. Let alone Uranus, even people at the level of the powerhouses are absolutely coveted by the supreme divine skills created by the powerhouses of the god realm in the ancient times. Like a demon, advertisement although his Dao Heart Demon is strange, it is not a supreme skill. Su Shin doesn't know either. The magical skill of Dao Shin Sea Demon is actually a part of the Heavenly Demon Clan, and the supreme divine skill in the Heavenly Demon Tome, the Heavenly Demon Immortality Technique, is the upper body of the Dao Shin Seed Demon. Zero ask for flowers. Look at Su Shin again. What he means is all the non-human Uranus in the realm of the gods. In fact, it is indeed moving in this direction. It's just that he is in a hurry to find that god Haohan, so he encountered some lonely Uranus on the way to find god Haohan, and he was not in a hurry to kill. At this moment, Su Shin suddenly stopped. His senses are very strong. A life form strong enough to make him feel astonished is rapidly approaching him. Epic. The regions in God's domain are interconnected. Epic level can come to the region corresponding to Uranus level, but can't challenge Uranus dungeon? Su Shin was shocked. Such a powerful life form was almost instantly judged to be epic by him. And it is still similar to the extremely powerful type of the demon clan. Su Shin did not run away, but waited in place. He is a master of art and daring, but an epic rank, not enough to kill him. He can't beat him, but he can still run. But when the huge life form showed its true appearance in front of his eyes, Su Shin froze in place. It's you? Su Xin looked at each other. The other party was the indistinguishable green-haired boy from the spiritual world who had participated in the Fengshen trial in the heaven and human world before. Of course he had an impression of this green-haired cub. Because the green-haired youth in the spiritual world looked at Lu Shen very wrongly. It's me, but neither. Compared with the last time, the green-haired boy seemed to have changed a lot, and his speech at this time was also much more profound. It really shouldn't be you. No matter how much secret art you have, you can't let a 10th rank master reach epic level life energy in just a few months? Who are you? Su Shen's eyes narrowed. He has a great intuition that this person came to him for the sake of Lu Shen. You really have a keen sense of life energy. The green-haired boy sighed with emotion. Immediately afterwards, the person was seen shining with a crisp green light, and the endless green light seemed to represent endless life energy. Su Shen was horrified. Suddenly, the words, "the source of life," popped out in his mind. Finally, the endless green light transformed into a female figure. This woman is dignified and generous, gentle and bright, wearing a green coat, but her face is not clear. This is the Holy Mother of Wood Spirit in my spiritual world. She wants to talk to you. No, to be precise, she wants to talk to the one in your body. Don't talk about it. Get out. Su Shen refused directly. The green-haired boy wasn't angry either, as if he expected Su Shen's reaction to be like this. He continued. You have noticed it yourself. She follows you, and her strength will not keep up with you, but if she comes to our spiritual world, with the help of the Virgin, she will become the second Virgin in my spiritual world. A creature that stands at the apex of all worlds as soon as it is born, and this name is very unfamiliar to Su Shen, because the spiritual world is not well known. She is a natural superpower, but this Wood Spirit Virgin is a real invincible existence in the spiritual world. In the world of the spirit world, or put it this way, the heaven and earth in the spiritual world are her parents, and the mother of Wood Spirit is the first life born in the spiritual world. The woman in green raised her hand at this time, interrupting the green-haired boy's words. Our Lady of Wood Spirit, the mother of Wood Spirit is the strongest, because the origin of the entire spiritual world can be used by her. Chapter 146. Ah yes, you are the number one Uranus in the world, so what am I? After learning that the person in front of him is a powerful being in the spiritual world, Su Shen was naturally shocked for the first time. He subconsciously believed that Lu Shen's uniqueness had attracted the attention of the most powerful people in the spiritual world. But when he thought about it, he gradually calmed down. First of all, it is obviously impossible for the Mother of Wood Spirit to come here, so he has nothing to worry about. Secondly, Su Shen really didn't feel any wrongdoing from the other party. Of course, feeling alone is useless. All right. Su Shen let out a light breath, then stretched out his right hand, and a willow sapling appeared in his palm. The willow sapling flew away lightly and landed on the hand of the woman in green on the opposite side. Then the woman in green ignored Su Shen, taking Lu Shen to the side. The two did not speak, but exchanged spirits. The green-clothed woman looked at the willow sapling in her palm with a smile in her eyes, and the expression in her eyes also revealed joy and love. Su Shen released Lu Shen, which Lu Shen took the initiative to request. Su Shen doesn't think the Virgin of the Wood Spirit will be his enemy, but he obviously doesn't see any friend. In addition, Uranus, the spiritual world, was involved in besieging and killing him before, and Su Shen has been brooding over this matter. You're male or female? At this moment, Su Shen suddenly looked at the green-haired boy in front of him and asked, 887. The green-haired boy should be Uranus level now, but he definitely relies on the Mother of Wood Spirit to improve so fast. Maybe the Mother of Wood Spirit has another child and mother. This green-haired boy is her child. Su Shen guessed like this. I am a spirit world spirit, and there is no concept of gender. Then how do you reproduce? Upon hearing this, Su Shen became interested in this aspect. Is it asexual reproduction? It sounds quite interesting. The green-haired boy glanced at Su Shen and said lightly, we don't reproduce. Oh, that's fine. Su Shen waved his hand, and the awkward chat between the two stopped. After a while, before Lu Shen's side was over, Su Shen couldn't help but ask again, what's your name? Green Prophet. Ha ha ha, what a good girl's name. The green-haired boy did not respond. Ahem, let's get down to business. Before, there was a Uranus in your spiritual world and other Uranus in the human world who started besieging and killing me. Do you know this? I don't know. The green-haired boy shook his head. Spiritual world Uranus is not completely obedient to the Mother of Wood Spirits, and cannot resist the latter in the spiritual world, but he can leave the spiritual world completely, and the Mother of Wood Spirits will never stop or force the spiritual race to do anything. Su Shen stopped talking. This Elviang is like a question and answer robot, asking a question and answering a question, and does not take the initiative to talk about other topics. It is really not a good person to chat with. After a while, Our Lady of the Wood Spirit is over. She reluctantly returned Lu Shen to Su Shen, smiled at Su Shen at the same time, and said, we are not enemies. Her voice is very nice, giving people a sense of comfort in bathing in the spring breeze. The moment she opened her mouth, Su Shen's mind suddenly came up with an imagined picture, that is, on a sultry summer night, a cool breeze was blowing, accompanied by a few yellow warblers, which was pleasant to the heart. There will be a period later. The avatar of the Mother of Wood Spirit entered Lu Ying's body, the latter said to Su Shen, and then left. Su Shen looked hesitant, because just now, Lu Shen made a request to go to the spiritual world. Su Shen and Lu Shen have the same spirit. When Su Shen's mental state is abnormal, Lu Shen will immediately find out, just like when he walked through the corridor of life and death before, because Lu Shen reminded Su Xin to restore clarity. Advertisement similarly, if Lu Shen's mental state is unstable, Su Xin is also very aware of it. Therefore, Su Xin was able to rule out the possibility that the Willow God was used by the Mother of Wood Spirits using special means. Okay, after you leave God's domain this time, I'll take you to the spirit world. Su Xin didn't ask why, he never used Lu Shen as a tool. Before Lu Shen didn't ask for anything, Su Xin was a little uncomfortable. Now that there is something to ask for, Su Xin certainly wants to satisfy it without asking for a reason. Of course, it is up to Su Xin how to do everything and prevent danger. A day later, Su Xin continued to search for the vastness of God. The time he set for himself was 3 days. If he couldn't find the other party after 3 days of high-intensity search, he would give up. However, Su Xin was looking for God Haohan, and God Haohan was also looking for Su Xin. Therefore, the encounter between the two was absolutely inevitable. The second day, Su Xin and Shen Haohan met at this point. Shen Yuanming is also a top genius among the Luotian clan, but he is young and vast, but his future potential is not inferior to the latter. The story of Shen Yuanming being beheaded by Su Xin has not yet been reported. The vastness of this god did not come with hatred. To put it vulgarly, Su Xin and Shen Haohan are simply looking at each other unhappy. Why this child is so terrifying? It needs to be killed in the cradle as soon as possible. Su Xin will not think about it, nor does the vastness of God think about it. Are you the vastness of God? At this moment, Su Xin looked at Shen Hao and several people, and took the initiative to open his mouth with a smile. There are several other Luotian Uranus besides Shen Haohan, but they have no intention of besieging Su Xin at all, and are ready to stand on the sidelines. This should be the confidence in the vast strength of God. The secret realm of God's domain has opened, and there are quite a few top Uranus who have entered it. However, so far, only Su Xin and Shen Haohan have cleared the challenge dungeon. It can be seen that the strength of the two is obviously higher than that of other Uranus. Have you dealt with people from my clan? Shen Haohan looked at Su Xin and asked with some concern. Who knows? Su Xin shrugged. The vastness of God no longer speaks. What's strange is that he didn't make a move, and just waited silently on the spot. What are you waiting for? Su Xin was indeed a little curious because of this, and asked. If he is waiting for the epic powerhouse to come, then does this really treat Su Xin as a first-class idiot? Wait for some audience. God Haohan laughed softly. Breaking the general trend of the Yan Kingdom in the human world is very simple. First, I will defeat or behead you in front of everyone. Second, Yanggan will be defeated. The two backbones of the Yan Kingdom, even if they don't die, as long as you lose once, your Yan Kingdom will be gone, and it will no longer be possible to unite. He said sharply. However, when Su Xin heard this, his face became a little gloomy. You, a little Uranus, are you even worthy of calling the Emperor Yan's real name? This is not because of how much Su Xin worships Emperor Yan. After all, Emperor Yan is his elder, and he cares a lot for him, and has been cultivated in him. Why not, in the not-too-distant future, Yanggan may have to rely on my breath. 1. God Haohan sneered. Compared with Shen Yuanming, although this god Wanan looks cold on the surface, he is much more arrogant and arrogant. Su Xin glanced at this moment. Advertisement found a Rosel Uranus holding a crystal ball. 0. This crystal ball has the function of recording images, which can ensure that the battle between Su Xin and the gods will be recorded without any omission. If Su Xin really loses to the vastness of God, when this recorded image is released, it will greatly dampen the morale of the younger generation of Yan Kingdom. Among the younger generation of the Yan Kingdom, Su Xin, with all kinds of heaven-defying achievements, has abruptly raised his prestige to the point where it cannot be improved. Su Xin remembered that there were similar crystal balls in the Uranus he killed before. So they separated a wood clone, also holding a crystal ball to record. Good trick, I and him directly steal it. After waiting, make countless copies of this image, put it directly into the base camp of the Luotian clan in the Kanglan realm, and repeatedly humiliate it. So, Su Xin also waited. The vastness of God sees the crowd. Su Xin is waiting for the fish, sure enough, after a few hours. Really right. The gods of the Luotian tribe are vast, and the first arrogant in the human world, Su Xin. These two are both evil and talented, who can win? Haha, it's a bit interesting, the two of them didn't go to rush to clear the challenge dungeon, but they tacitly wanted to kill each other? God is vast, but it has the name of the first Uranus in the world. Is that so? It's just rumors from others. No matter what, maybe it will be decided today who is the number 1 Uranus in the world. Su Xin in this human world is really bold. It seems that the various areas in the god's domain do not restrict communication, and the epic level powerhouse can also come to the god's domain area corresponding to the Uranus level. He dares to appear like this. I really don't think that the epic level powerhouse won't kill him. Wait, they haven't fought yet, aren't they waiting for us to be seated? Gradually, 1 past 10, 10 past 100. More and more worlds Uranus heard the news. Because the human world does not communicate with these myriad worlds, the great name of God's vastness is not very useful in the human world. But this God's vast past record is really amazing. From the beginning of his fame in the world to the present, he has never been defeated, and has always been victorious and stepped into the Uranus order. The Shen Yuanming in the 3.5 Shenshu land has also failed. And Su Xin's situation is very similar to this God's vastness. And the growth rate is far beyond God's vastness. These two people really meet, and it is impossible to say that they are not eye-catching. You are the number 1 Uranus in the world? At this time, The opposite god Haohan was clearly showing signs of making a move, and Su Xin heard the words of the others and asked a question. Some false names, but that's true. 1. Shen Haohan continued to laugh. Well. The smile on Su Xin's face widened. An arrogant person, Su Xin has met many people. But it is indeed rare to have such a vastness of God. Su Xin looked at the vastness of God and couldn't help laughing in her heart. If he is the number one Uranus in the world, if you give that Yu a few more years, he will definitely become famous in the world. So far, among his peers, Su Xin has never been forgotten, only the Yu of the celestial clan. Then what is my Su Xin? Su Xin has no doubts, again. His own teacher told him before that Yu was resurrected, and Su Xin was actually a little happy. After all, he was a respectable opponent. Whether it is innate talent or personality and mentality, there is nothing wrong with the Yu of the celestial clan. Chapter 147. This is full force. I'm still warming up and transitioning. Shish. After feeling that the momentum of Shen Haohan and Su Xin has risen to a certain extent, the vast Uranus people all retreated. It's time to start. The surrounding 10,000 realms Uranus also restrained his mind and looked at the central field in front of him intently. Whether it is Su Xin or Shen Haohan, fame in all realms is accumulated through real achievements. The Kenglin realm will be open to the human realm in the form of a copy sooner or later. But before that, the Kenglin realm was not a big realm like the world of heaven and man. There are so-called communication conferences in several great realms in the heavens and the world all year round. Since its inception, Shen Haohan has participated in the exchange conferences of the heavens and the great realms 7 times, without a single defeat, and they are all leaders. And Su Xin, compared with his famous record, it is slightly insufficient. But Su Xin's terrifying growth speed, as well as the heaven-defying combat power that can match the growth speed, has also become famous in the heavens and the world recently. The name of the first Tianzhao in the human world, the gold content is also gradually increasing. If Su Xin can defeat the vastness of God today, the number one Uranus in all realms, and even the title of number one Tianzhao in all realms, is indeed going to belong to Su Xin. At this time, God Haohan takes action. I saw that he stretched out his right hand, and the 2 fingers in the food were placed side by side, pointing at Su Xin. The heavenly sword formation. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw countless sword sounds resounding between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were in a world of swords. In the bright sky, it was still very calm just now, but in a moment, countless long swords suddenly appeared. Su Xin looked up. He saw that the entire 3 heavens were covered by countless long swords, and it seemed to have turned into a sea of swords. Artifact. An Uranus level. Su Xin's heart tightened. He felt the aura of the Uranus order artifact, but what made him more dignified was God's vast moves. The sea of swords covering the sky, the countless long swords, each of which contains the ultimate killing power, as if touching the ultimate kendo. Even more difficult, this is a sword formation move. Sword formation moves are extremely difficult to perform, but their power is terrifying. At this moment, God's vast sky sword formation is wrapped in the general trend of heaven and earth, making the surrounding heaven and earth also become the sword in his God's vast hands. Zheng, the endless sound of sword cries resounded, and the sword might be powerful. The Uranus of all worlds watching the battle in the distance are all horrified. This power is enough to suppress any of them, Uranus. And, this seems to be just the start of God's vast kendo? Wooden dragon. Look at Su Xin again, when the mighty sword was about to be overwhelmed. He punched directly towards the sky with a punch. This punch, then he saw countless wooden dragons gushing out from his right arm, and those wooden dragons shot towards the sky like arrows, and the number was also endless. This is the result of Su Xin's combination of the wooden dragon technique and thousands of rivers. It is possible to change the name of Mulong technique to Lushan Yilongba. As long as Su Xin stood on the ground and absorbed the mighty power of heaven and earth, the number of wooden dragons would be almost endless. The heavenly sword formation covering the sky was extremely powerful, but facing Su Xin's innumerable wooden dragons, it seemed difficult to quickly resolve them for a while. Advertisement, interesting. Shen Haohan looked sideways slightly, and there was a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. He was not surprised that Su Xin was able to block his sword power. Instead, he was shocked by the almost endless physical strength of the other party. As a Luotian clan, Shen Haohan naturally has innate talent and ability. However, unlike other Luotian clan, his talent ability is equivalent to passive talent, in which the potential needs to be discovered by himself. His innate ability is a natural sword body, is the darling of kendo of heaven. This is also the reason why Shen Haohan can raise his hand to set up a terrifying sword formation. Generally speaking, even a formation mage in the human world can't do this, and a sword formation requires several kendo practitioners to work together to set it up. Although God is vast, it can be done easily. It is said that when the Luotian clan was just born, he attracted the response of many famous swords in the Luotian clan. Puff, puff, bang bang bang. Looking at the sky again, countless wooden dragons were in full bloom with ferocious appearances, but they were instantly cut off by one sword after another. No matter how many wooden dragons Su Xin has, they can't escape being smashed by sword energy. Here is the terrifying power of the sword formation. Within a fixed range, as long as the destructive power and defensive power cannot reach the upper limit of the sword array's power, the number is meaningless. The sword formation is also a magic skill of cruelty to vegetables. Su Xin has also dealt with many kendo practitioners, such as Xia Yingyue and Wu Yilin. But now it seems that it is better not to be. Those two kendo girls, compared with the vastness of the gods in front of them, are simply a world of difference. Jiandu Tiangong. The number of Mu Longsheng was incessant, holding back the power of the heavenly sword array, and at this moment, Shen Haohan pointed out a hole again. As he speaks, the ground beneath his feet suddenly swelled continuously, and the ground seemed to be transformed into rivers that were constantly rising and falling. The ground cracked, one after another, the big wooden hands of Qingtian showed their heads, grabbing and killing the vast body of God. The latter was half panicked. The whole body is actually a so-called sword gang body protection, Su Xin's wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu, let alone touch the sword gang body chi. Before touching it, it was completely smashed into pieces by the sword gang sword chi. To the glutinous powder, simply to the extreme. See this scene, Su Xin naturally did not have any reaction that could not turn into anger and anger. Instead, he was thoughtful. The power limit of Woodstyle's general moves seems to be staying at the Uranus rank. To break the upper limit of Woodstyle's general moves, you must enter the fairy state. It's a little troublesome, and it seems that there is no need to be obsessed with general Woodstyle moves, it is enough to focus on true several thousand hands. Or, innovate on the basis of the trick of true several thousand hands. Snapped. Immediately, Su Xin put his hands together, and the whole person instantly entered the state of immortal. Shen Haohan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Su Xin's posture. Su Xin has been famous for a long time, and his iconic fighting style has long been spread all over the world. Boom! As Su Xin entered the immortal state, the rumbling sound of the earth became more and more terrifying. A statue of Senju Buddha rose from the ground, and her body continued to soar. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000 to 100,000 feet, in an instant. A behemoth like a god of heaven and earth stands in the sky. She is as tall as a pillar of the sky. No matter how raging the endless sword energy above the sky, she can still ensure the stability of her body. This is Su Xin's trick true several thousand hands. What a strong sense of oppression. I'm afraid these moves will also touch the threshold of supreme magic skills. God's vast sword formation can't break the defense of Senju Guanyin at all. The two people's trial is over, and they will really use their full strength. Advertisement, as Uranus, I didn't expect the gap to be pulled so wide. Go back a little bit, these two are Uranus standing at the top of Myriad Realms. How big is Myriad Realms? The top level is naturally something I couldn't imagine for a while. I've already recorded it with a crystal record. After that, no matter who wins or loses, it will spread to all worlds. Su Xin and Shen Haohan have not yet entered the state. The Myriad Realms Uranus who were watching the battle actually became excited one by one. Stand on stand, these Uranus nature and human world, and Su Xin do not deal with. But at this moment, they only have this battle of the top Uranus in the world in their eyes, and they don't care about any position at all. Nor are they inclined to the vastness of God to prevail. It's just a simple hope to see a peak duel that shocks the Uranus level of the world. Has it started? Who is the advantage? This is Su Xin's trick in the human world? Such a sense of oppression, oh, it's really scary. At the same time, there are still many Uranus from Myriad Realms coming one after another. The momentum caused by this side became more and more exaggerated, and more Uranus of Myriad Realms couldn't hold back and came to join in the fun. Among them, there is no lack of Uranus in the human world. Su Xin's opponent is the supreme Uranus of the Luotian tribe, who is said to be known as the #1 Uranus in the world. The #1 Uranus in the world? It's going to change hands today? I believe in Su Xin. He has created too many miracles all the time, and I never think that there is someone in the same class who can compare with Su Xin. Su Xin is the only one selected by Wanji Yishan 887. Hey, old Wu Yu? Hey, Su Xin might be my son-in-law? In the human world Uranus, there's Wu Jinlian's father, and he discovered the charming relationship between his daughter and Su Xin. Look at the vastness of God, while seeing the Senju Buddha pressing kill on him. His eyes suddenly became incomparable. Wu Shangjinkong ultimate peerless flower. A cyan long sword suddenly appeared in Shen Haohan's hand, and the azure sword was terrifyingly filled, and the sword was about to turn into substance, causing the space around the sword to become distorted. The moment when Senju Buddha attacked the past, the green sword in Shen Haohan's hand slashed out from the bottom to the top. At the moment of his shot, Su Xin's eyes flashed with a surprising look. Call out. Wow. All of a sudden, in the world, only that cluster of shocking sword beams became the only splendid color between heaven and earth. How exaggerated the sword glow is, as if to completely divide this world into two. The sword power condensed in the sword glow is even more terrifying. The 100,000-foot tall Senju Buddha was just a face-to-face effort, and the sword light flashed through it, directly splitting the Senju Buddha into two halves. And it's not just cutting or penetrating, if so, the Senju Buddha can recover and heal almost instantly. But after the Senju Buddha was cut into two halves that reached the sky, the sword intent and sword force condensed on the sword beam also possessed a powerful destructive power. It also made Su Xin's Senju Buddha unable to recover and collapsed on both sides with a bang. Su Xin's trick failed. This is full force? Am I still warming up and transitioning? But soon, Su Zuohao laughed lightly. Shen Haohan's face turned cold, and the paleness on his face instantly returned to normal. I saw that God's vast face was obviously pale after this move, and it was obvious that he was using too much force. Seeing this scene, Uranus, who was watching the battle all around, exclaimed in surprise. It's a coincidence, so am I, but Sushin, like a person with nothing to do. They found something that wasn't quite right. Chapter 148 One move. It is the peak that you can't reach. God's vast words have just finished speaking, the green sword in his hand slashed away again. This person's kendo attainment seems to have returned to the basics, and every move and every style reveals the principle of kendo. The form of his shot was extremely simple, and he simply slashed towards Sushin. But this sword cut out, but the sky and the earth changed, and the surrounding space collapsed, and large pieces of space shattered in front of Sushin's eyes. In the eyes of Sushin, there was no sign of the sword light that Shen Haohan cut out from gradually magnifying in his eyes, it was just like a teleportation on him. Clang! Sushin's heart suddenly sounded a crisp slashing sound. Then, boom, with Sushin as the center, the earth on all sides exploded immediately, and the hundreds of kilometers of earth were cut down a few inches by the sword energy of the explosion. Rao is Sushin's reaction speed, and at this moment it is also too late. It's not enough that Sushin has the artifact of Yin and Yang Daoyi, this sword did not cause much damage to him. Although the Yin and Yang robes are the defensive artifact of the Grand Master. But the defensive artifact is scarce, and the vastness of the gods cannot destroy the defensive artifact of the Grand Master rank, but ignores the defensive power of the artifact, and the sword power that penetrates is enough to kill most people. That is to say, Sushin has a strong physique and is constantly absorbing life energy, so that he can ignore any injuries. As long as it is not a fatal injury of instant death, no matter how serious the injury is, it is only a trivial injury to Sushin, which is also a point of Sushin pervert. Is it the Yin and Yang clothes? Hiss, isn't this the artifact of that girl Sora? Why is it in Sushin's hands? Could it be that Sora was caught by this Sushin? Uranus from the Celestial Wind Clan who were on the sidelines exclaimed and blurted out. The eyes they looked at Sushin were no longer the way they were watching a play before, but gradually became a little less good. But at the moment, these Feng Clan Uranus did not dare to intervene in the battle between the two. I turned into Senju. Sushin looked at his heart, and then kept his hands together in a folded posture, and the whole person's form began to change drastically. The previous Senju Buddha was smashed by God's vast sword. But to be honest, the Senju Buddha in that state can only be said to be the general state of Sushin in several existing states. The true power of Senju Buddha unfolds, or Sushin himself, with the help of the talent of one body and one heart, is at its peak when he transforms himself into the Senju Buddha. And there is also the 6 gods of the Fox Clan secret technique. And under his Qi Shuangliu talent, the secret technique of the 6 gods Tianshu can be used twice at the same time, and the burst effect can be superimposed. This is the heaven-defying aspect of Qi Shuangliu talent, any secret technique can be doubled. The 6 gods Tenshao became the 12 gods Tenshao. The temporary increase in combat power brought to Sushin is immeasurable. At the same time, Sushin even performed the law of heaven and earth, immortal king Lin Jushin. Under the talent of Qi Shuangliu, Sushin can cast the Senju Buddha twice by himself, and the same is true for the Dharma, heaven and earth that he manifests. That is, once Sushin bursts out with all his strength, the 4 Senju Buddhas will appear in the world at the same time. Notice, the number of Senju Buddhas is not that Sushin can only perform once at a time, he can perform wood clone technique first, and then perform Senju Taoist Buddha multiple times. It's just that such a Senju Buddha is just average, not a sword-like enemy of such opponents as the vastness of God. However, right now, the 4 Senju Buddhas that Sushin is going to display are his ultimate moves at his peak. In other words, Sushin borrowed the talent of the heaven, the earth and the Qi Shuangliu, so that he could only perform the ultimate move twice, but turned it into 4 times. And, advertisement, the 4 Senju Buddhas did not appear at the same time, but merged into Sushin with the talent of one body and one heart, together with the law, heaven and earth. Up, up, up. At this moment, Sushin's deified Senju Buddha, whose size is skyrocketing almost infinitely. Compared with the Senju Buddha, which was 100,000 zhang long before, it is completely unsightly. The true meaning of true several thousand hands is big. The bigger it is, the more energy she can contain, and the more energy it means, the more powerful it is to attack and kill. 200,000, 300,000 zhang. Keep going up, until 1,000,000 zhang. The million-foot Senju Buddha, what a shock this is. The surrounding Uranus, including the vastness of the gods, looked up at the heaven and earth gods that reached into the sky and couldn't see the head. Everyone's expressions were deeply shocked at this moment. Is this really a move that a Uranus level can use? How big is this? The Senju Buddha just now, in comparison, is not as big as the hand behind the present one. That is to say, Sushin's strength just revealed, but only 1,000th of his? All Uranus were completely dumbfounded. Today's Senju Buddha has thousands of giant arms behind it, each of which is 100,000 zhang in size. Zhang, while Senju Buddha is still gaining momentum. That god's vastness was cut out again with a sword. And this time, it was obviously more brilliant than before. Swordless sword tribulation, he slashed out with a sword. Immediately, the sky and the earth erupted into an extremely dazzling infinite sword light. The sword light filled the entire sky, turning into a vortex-like sword blade storm, attacking and killing the Senju Buddha that Sushin had transformed into. Light of firefly. Ha 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 ha. The Senju Buddha didn't speak, but Su Shin's arrogant and disdainful voice echoed between heaven and earth. Boom. Boom. The Senju Buddha captured it with one hand, and then captured the mighty sword blade Storm alive, and then crushed it to the extreme in an instant. The powerful sword move that the opponent is proud of, shatters in an instant. Star Picker. At this time, Su Shin's 1002 arms are in a state of holding the sky, as if he is really going to pick off the stars outside the sky. However, this place is a secret space, and there is no such thing as heaven. When Su Shin makes this pose, however, he saw that in each hand of the Senju Buddha, there seemed to be a small star moving rapidly. The real power of such a magical skill as the Star Picker is to pick up the stars outside the sky, and then directly smash the stars of the opponent. The strongest is not picking the stars, but hitting people with the picked stars. Just imagine, a planet about the size of the Earth is picked up by someone and then smashed at you. What kind of means is this? Is this him a fairy method? At this time, Su Shin, of course, couldn't do such an exaggeration. All the stars in his hand at the moment are made up of the life energy that he has absorbed, and all the skills of his master Su Shin are integrated into it. One body and one heart can be said to be a talent in the late stage. The higher the quantity and quality of Su Shin master's moves, the more heaven-defying this talent can be. When the 1002 small energy stars are condensed, Su Shin even fused these 1002 small energy stars into one. It's like Uzumaki Naruto rubbing Rasengan with the doppelganger technique. But the difference is that Su Shin is stacking power. One move. It is the peak that you can never reach. It's all for Laozi. Go to hell, advertisement. Su Shin raised her arms to the sky, grabbed the huge energy stars formed by aggregation, and then smashed them down. Not good. He didn't want to kill God Huohan, he wanted to kill us too. Too exaggerated. This Su Shin is too exaggerated. How the Uranus level can perform such terrifying moves is simply inexplicable. 1. The epic level is here. Can you take this move? Escape. When the giant energy star was about to fall, everyone fully realized at this moment that Su Shin didn't take God's vastness in his eyes at all. If it is said that Shen Haohan waits for others to come to watch the battle, it is to confirm his name as the first Uranus in the world under the witness of everyone. Then Su Shin waited for others to watch the battle. It is really waiting for the other Uranus of the world to enter the network and be wiped out by him. Su Shin. Several human world Uranus panicked. However, it was Uranus from the Western human world who was panicking, because the Uranus from the Yan kingdom were immediately pulled away by the vines extending from the ground. It's even more terrifying. Su Shin is obviously a move that she uses with all her might, and she can even take the time to precisely protect certain people. That's too late. Su Shin. You really killed us all, don't you think it's better? Stop it now, Su Shin. Universal Uranus gallops everywhere. But even if you run 40 meters, can you escape a 50-meter slash? They simply couldn't get out of Su Shin's attack range in a short amount of time. But that god is vast. There was a terrified look in the man's eyes. Under everyone's attention, Shen Haohan didn't dare to choose to fight Su Shin recklessly in this state, but simply disappeared in place. Su Shin is not surprised by this, no matter whether he is strong or God is vast and strong, no matter who has the combat power to kill, Qian Zhao. The other party head on, they can't kill the other party in this god realm. Because after clearing a certain challenge dungeon, the clearer won the high reward, and also obtained the qualification to leave the realm of the gods at any time. Therefore, the vastness of the gods left the realm of the gods unharmed, which is the inevitable result of the mechanism here. For Su Shin, this mechanism is also a good thing. If he is really besieged by the epic powerhouses in the world, then with this mechanism, he can easily escape from danger. The vastness of the gods fled. Su Shin doesn't care about this. What he wanted was that the other 10,000 realms Uranus would be wiped out by him. Uranus, the number of myriad realms that exceeds 100. Once they are all killed, with such a large number of bases, Su Shin will definitely be able to meet the number of Uranus hearts that Su Shin needs to hit the 10th order of Uranus. Plus their wealth, Su Shin is very likely to step on their corpses and hit the epic stage. Boom. The white light spreads rapidly towards the surroundings. Su Shin one trick, wherever you go, all things perish. Wait until the white light dissipates the tiger, along with it, the lives of over 100 Uranus from all realms disappeared. In the heaven and earth, an explosive white light suddenly rose, and the white light was extremely dazzling, turning the heaven and earth into a vast white world. A loud bang spread across the sky. Except for Yan Kingdom Uranus and Shen Haohan, none of the other spectators were spared. Kill the million world Uranus in seconds. Chapter 149. Uranus Tier 10. Unlock the stunt, all the characters are secret. Ascend the god's long ladder, a beam of brilliance fell, turning into a vast figure of God. Huge, how is it inside? Shen Haohan had just been teleported out, and his face was still shocked and absent-minded, but at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared and asked him. The vastness of God seems not to hear, still bowing his head. Su Shin's avatar incarnation of the Senju Buddha was constantly replayed in his mind. Although escaped, but Shen Haohan himself did not realize at this time that he did not have the joy of the rest of his life, but a deep frustration, which was imprinted on his heart and in his eyes. Vast? The old man of the Luotian clan realized that something was wrong with the vast state of God. Don't go in. At this time, Shen Haohan came back to his senses. He saw that there were still many Uranus in myriad realms preparing to enter the divine realm to challenge the dungeon, and he immediately spoke up. Climb the top of the long ladder. At the gate of the god-level palace, a group of Uranus from all realms turned their heads in confusion and looked at the vastness of the gods below. That Chu Zun also frowned. What happened inside? Why didn't you let me wait to enter? Asked one of the world's Uranus. Shen Haohan said lightly. Entering inside, if you want to come out, the currently known method is to clear the challenge copy in one place. Maybe you may stay inside for a while, and you can come and go freely, but someone won't give you this chance. 10,000 Realms Uranus naturally asked. What do you mean? Su Shen of the human world is very hostile to Uranus in the 10,000 worlds, and almost kills it when he sees it. My warning is this, if you still want to enter, please do so. God's vastness said, then turned away. The epic powerhouse of the Luotian clan saw this and followed. What does this God's vastness mean? 887. What he revealed in his words seems to be that human realm Su Shen is hunting me and waiting for 10,000 realms Uranus in it. More than that, he deliberately said how to leave the world of God's domain, which means that if he does not clear the challenge dungeon, he will also be killed by Su Shen in the human world. Maybe a lot of Uranus have died by this time, and the vastness of the gods has also been hunted. Even if Su Shen has the strength to hunt us down, but he really dares to do so, doesn't he know the current situation in human world? Could it be that the Emperor Yan ordered it? Unlikely, this human world Su Shen's behavior has always been like this. 1. Then can we get in? Let's wait for what other people say when they come out, don't be in a hurry. 1. The vast words of God caused discussions among the Uranus of the worlds. They were curious in their hearts, but Shen Haohan, after all, had a good reputation and would not joke around on such occasions. So he seemed very dreadful, and after hesitation, he temporarily decided not to enter the world of God's domain. If Su Shen knew that the gods had escaped from him and that he was still ruining his business outside, he would not have jumped in a hurry. As for what threats, consequences and so on, Su Shen never cared. These 10,000 realms Uranus regard the human realm as their back garden, jumping around in front of their house. You told Su Shen that killing them will usher in worse consequences? Isn't it funny? God's domain world, the area corresponding to the Uranus level. Looking down from above, there is a vast vacuum below. It was deeply smashed by Su Shen with a single move, covering a radius of thousands of kilometers. Among them, the most central hundreds of kilometers are like a huge pit in the abyss, shocking and incomparable. Advertisement, I'm leaving first. Su Shen gave a simple gesture to the Uranus of the Yan Kingdom. This harvest is not a huge one. The first is the heart of Uranus. A professional can get up to 10 of this thing. Su Shen has already collected all the hearts of Uranus that hit the 10th rank of Uranus. Second is the wealth of these Uranus. The flaw is that many storage bags were destroyed, and the contents flowed into the void, making it impossible to find them. This is also the premise that Su Shen takes time to collect storage bags at the same time as the explosion. In addition, in a world that has not yet been opened to the human world, there is no reward for killing the strongest among them. But the demon realm Uranus, beheading them, triggered his reward as a professional. The demon world Uranus can be counted as a dungeon creature. Killing dungeon creatures is naturally rewarded, and because the opponent is of Uranus rank, although it is not a reward for directly improving strength, the reward content is also very rich. All in all, Su Shen's massacre of Uranus in myriad realms, coupled with the upgrade resources that have not been consumed before, he definitely has enough resources to attack the 10th Uranus. After this side separated from Uranus of the Flame Kingdom, Su Shen immediately found a remote place and began to attack the 10th order of Uranus. Su Shen's current Uranus 3rd order level, when clearing the challenge dungeon of the Corridor of Life and Death before, he also relied on his own trump cards and Liu Shen's assistance. As for the other 7 uncleared dungeons, he also thought about improving his strength first and then going to speed pass. Certainly, it still depends on whether the process of hitting the Uranus 10th order is smooth. If it would take a long time to advance to the first rank, Su Shen would definitely stop immediately, and then go to the speed pass to challenge the dungeon and win the dungeon reward of the supreme magic level. The flying disc. After making all the preparatory preparations, Su Shen took out the ascension disc and began to absorb the upgrade resources, and started the Uranus 10th order shock journey. Time passes by little, it has been more than half a month since Su Shen killed over 100 Uranus of myriad realms. During this time, another person cleared a certain challenge dungeon, but did not obtain the supreme magic skill, but a Uranus level artifact plus an inheritance magic skill. In addition, a master level has already entered the realm of the gods. This also includes many master level professionals in the human world. And this day, DADF, in the gods domain area corresponding to the epic level. You said that Soar's yin and yang Taoist robe is in the hands of Su Shen in the human world. A Feng Clan strongman frowned as he looked at the 3 Feng Clan Uranus in front of him. The Feng Clan is not very willing to invade the human world. Just coveting the existence of ascending the long ladder of God. The role of ascending the long ladder to cultivate the descendants of the clan is really too great. Not to mention that there are many challenge dungeons in God's domain. Even outside, there are also challenge dungeons of various levels, and each challenge dungeon has a different focus and is very comprehensive. The news should be correct. We were in a challenge dungeon before, so we didn't receive the summons immediately. The summons was Feng Shenxian. He said that he was watching Su Shen in the divine Uranus duel, but what happened later? Can't get in touch either. That Feng's Uranus said so. The strong Feng clan shook his head and said, I have received the news that Su Xin is hunting Uranus in myriad realms, and I can't get in touch. I think it's more fortunate than for luck. Then Su Xin is really so arrogant and reckless. If I can come to this area where you are, you can also go to the Uranus area. He is not afraid that my epic powerhouses from all realms will directly surround and kill him? At least here, he can't be killed. He can leave at any time with the help of the mechanism set up by the will of the world in this world of God's domain. Then it's a good thing to force him away. The strong Feng clan no longer speaks. This place is still a place of great opportunity for the epic level. The epic level powerhouse clears the challenge dungeon and can get even more rewards than the Uranus level. Advertisement. As for Soar's yin and yang Daoyi, if he really stole it from Soar, or even killed Soar, then the human world will naturally pay for it. The strong fangs returned to the previous topic, but it only set the tone for the matter, and there would be no practical action for a while. When the three Feng clan Uranus who reported the news saw this, they stopped talking. But after hearing that Su Xin was hunting Uranus in the world, he didn't dare to return to the Uranus area rashly. Su Xin shocks Uranus' 10th order. Everything in the divine realm world has become very peaceful. Without him, the troublemaker, everything would be peaceful. Finally, after another half-month, here, Su Xin finally successfully entered the 10th order of Uranus. Broken. I thought there was a surplus, but there was nothing left. 1. Su Xin murmured and opened his personal panel. Open black lens bracket Professor, Su Xin. Occupation. Medical fighter grade, Uranus 10th grade. Strength. 862 million. Constitution, 925 million. Auxiliary skills. Life recovery, medicine appraisal. Occupational skills. More words are omitted. Inheritance of magical skills, 8 Dragon God Fire. Talents. Heart of Life, Concentricity of Body, Unity of Body and Body, Shuangliu of Qi. Plant Pet. Willow of Life. Close black lens bracket with the help of the Ascension Disc, it took Su Xin a month to use up all the wealth, resources and wealth on her body before she successfully entered the 10th rank of Uranus. And after stepping into the 10th order of Uranus, the panel value is still far from breaking 1 billion, which is something Su Xin never thought of. But when he thought about it, he laughed a little. He still has 7 gift packs to open. The gift packs of the Uranus rank, the strength and physique rewards in it, are all in units of tens of millions. Open the package. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting plus 30 million physique and plus 20 million strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 30 million strength and plus 20 million strength. Ding. Congratulations host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the secret technique, all characters secret. Huh? Are all characters secret? When the last gift package content was prompted, Su Xin's whole body was suddenly refreshed. He quickly checked, as predicted, it's all the secrets in his imagination. The secret of the word that can increase the combat power tenfold. 10 times the strength. It must be known that the secret technique of the Fox clan, the 6 gods Tianshu, becomes the 12 gods Tianshu under the talent of Qi Shuangliu, and the explosion of combat power that it can bring is only 3 or 4 times. And all characters are secret, it is 10 times, and with the help of gift packs. Su Xin's numerical panels also both exceeded the 1 billion mark. Power. 1.012 billion. Constitution. 1.156 billion. Chapter 150 Challenge of the Temple of the Phoenix, the Fire of Nirvana, the danger from the Lord of the Underworld. It's too early for me to hit the epic level. After Su Xin read her personal panel, she couldn't help but think higher. In reality, however, after he stepped into the 10th order of Uranus, he tried to hit the epic level in the past, which was a kind of fluke. The result, of course, is failure. If you want to step into the epic level from Uranus, the first premise is to condense the Dao marks that belong to you. And it has to be a complete Dao mark. This alone is enough to suffocate thousands of Uranus in the heavens and the world. And if you want to step from the epic level to the legendary to the power level. In addition, 9 complete Dao marks are required. These 9 complete Dao marks can condense on their own or absorb other Dao marks. It is worth mentioning that, the difference in combat power between epic level powerhouses is not based on level. Epic tier the 10th of may not necessarily be much stronger than epic tier 1. The reason for this is simple, just using a complete Dao mark can also step into the epic 10th order. The so-called need of 10 Dao marks is the premise of hitting the legendary powerhouse. Therefore, among the epic level powerhouses, the number of Dao marks determines the difference in combat power. Like Wang Daozhen, the president of Zhongnan University, he is the 3 level in the epic level. As for Yan Shiai's father, Yan Shi, he is the 10 Dao in the epic level and is only 1 step away from the legendary superpower. For Su Xin, it is a little pity that the 3 complete Dao marks he had obtained in the Function Mountain secret realm before, not a single one remains. 1 for Principal Wang, the remaining 2 were used to eliminate the foundation damage caused by the sacrifice of the Willow God. Dao marks can indeed be understood as a kind of power of the origin of heaven and earth. The strength of multi-professionals is coming. I want to rush to the epic level, and the condensed Dao marks must combine the 2 professional characteristics of healer and martial artist. It is more difficult than normal single Dao marks. Su Xin suddenly had a headache. He has always used his own special conditions to draw upgrade materials and resources to upgrade. Among them, it is related to the environment of the world. If there is no world mechanism for killing monsters and upgrading in the human world, his strength will not improve so fast. But now this step of rapidly improving strength seems to be eased. The epic level will be Su Shin's first real upgrade difficulty. And in this difficulty, he had to rely on himself, and neither others nor external things could help him. The Ascension Disc also helped Su Shin condense the Dao marks. Anyway, I'd better pass the other challenge dungeons in this place first, and then go out and ask the Emperor Yan. Su Shin quickly made up her mind. Immediately afterwards, he left his temporary retreat.
Start to go to the location of the other 6 challenge instances that have not been cleared. A day later. Falling Phoenix Mountain. This mountain is one of the 9 challenge dungeons in the Uranus level corresponding area in the Dominion dungeon.
The shape of this mountain is very grand and atmospheric. From a distance, it looks like a divine phoenix has fallen on the top of the mountain, and the temperature of the entire mountain is extremely high, like a flaming mountain. Shu Shi was killed by Su Shin before, and Uranus of Wenji. Coming here at this moment, there will be no other Uranus in the world for a while.
Su Shin still wanted to move her muscles and bones, but in the end she had to give up. He immediately walked into Luofeng Mountain. First timing. Su Shin was not in a hurry to go to the top of the mountain to pass the level, but sacrificed the 6 Yang Xuanwo cauldron and began to absorb the flames in the mountain. I want to use this to improve the level of the 6 Yang Xuanwo cauldron. The 6 Yang Xuanwo cauldron was personally refined by the Emperor Yan, but it was only at the level of a Grand Master, which showed the difficulty of refining the divine weapon. The same goes for artifact upgrades. Although the divine artifact that appeared in the Dusk Temple before has attracted a lot of attention in Yan Kingdom, it has finally come to nothing.
The reason is that the divine artifact, Twilight Scepter, is a gold-level divine artifact. If you want to cultivate it to the Uranus level, most of the country cannot afford it, except for some epic-level powerhouses who have such financial resources. The effect is there, but not much. From the flames of this place, the 6 Yang Xuanwo cauldron does benefit, but it is basically the kind that can be ignored. Unless Su Shin has some supernatural powers, he will refine this mountain directly, and then integrate it into the 6 Yang Xuanwo cauldron. Well, not impossible to do this. As long as Su Shin gives out the Bing secret of the 9 secrets in the later gift packs, there should be no big problem. But now he is stuck at the 10th rank of Uranus, and I don't know when he will be able to step into the epic level. On Luofeng Mountain, there is a fire. It is this palace that, from a distance, looks like a divine phoenix. Su Shin stopped at the entrance of the divine phoenix hall and thought for a while, and then simply stepped into it. Just now. Is that Su Shin? Advertisement. Shortly after Su Shin dared to enter, 2 figures suddenly appeared not far from Luofeng Mountain. It's him, that's right. I haven't heard from him for a month. I thought he had left the world of God's domain. Is the rumor true? He really killed 100 Uranus of the worlds? It should be. Within this month, several Uranus have come in one after another. This is what God Haohan himself said, saying that Su Shin has the intention of hunting Uranus in the world. How can this be good? This monster is heaven-defying, and I am not his opponent at all, but the opportunity here is really rare. How can I do it if I give up like this? Let's get the news out first. After the 2 Wenji Uranus talked in a low voice, they left Luofeng Mountain. Gradually, a message spread. Su Shin is currently breaking through Fengshan to challenge the dungeon. Nowadays, when the outside world brought news, Wenji Uranus really respected Su Shin like a ghost, for fear that he would suddenly appear in front of him and hunt him down. And after learning that Su Shin is breaking through Fengshan to challenge the dungeon, 10,000 worlds in the Uranus area, Uranus was inexplicably relieved. Knowing the exact location of Su Shin, there is no need to worry about his sudden appearance. However, the existence of Su Shin is always a huge threat to Uranus. No, it cannot be said to be a threat, it should be said to be fatal. Current position, there is only one way to leave the world of God's domain, and that is to clear a challenge dungeon. Besides, even if it is a teleportation scroll, it is impossible to leave the world of God's domain. For human world Uranus, this mechanism is indeed a bit special, and it is very likely that there is a hidden copy challenge in the world of God's domain. This is the experience of the dungeon under Uranus in the human world. Generally speaking, an abnormal phenomenon occurs in the mechanism of a dungeon, and basically there are hidden bosses or hidden tasks waiting to be triggered. If Su Shin does not exist, this is definitely good news for all Uranus. But in reality there is no if. It is this special mechanism that has become the reminder of Uranus in the world. Some wise Uranus of the worlds has gone to other areas for refuge. Time passes day by day. In an instant, it was 7 days. At this moment, inside the temple of the divine phoenix, Su Shin is surrounded by a cluster of phoenix-shaped flames. Rise from the ashes. But I've been reborn 3 times, why is it not considered clearance? Su Shin was covered in red fruit, and this cluster of phoenix-shaped flames did not have any offensive power. On the contrary, it was full of indescribable vitality. The dungeon challenge in the temple of the divine phoenix still has little to do with the battle strength of the passers-by. Such is the challenge of the corridor of life and death. It is necessary to perfectly control the balance between life and death, to restrain and understand one's own state of mind, and to have a very low tolerance for mistakes. That is to say, Su Shin has the heart of life, which can eliminate the negative state, and Lu Shen can remind him that he can pass the level by luck. But here is the trial. Lu Shen can't give any help without saying. Even the heart of life seems to work. Because of this phoenix-type flame, Su Shin did not bring any negative state to him. To clear the divine phoenix palace, the content is very simple. It is to use the flame of the divine phoenix to complete a nirvana reborn from ashes, or to enter a nirvana state. This kind of challenge content, like it is customized for a special group, most people do not meet this kind of conditions at all. Phoenix? Perhaps this race exists in all realms, but Su Xin has never heard of it. But since there are dragons in the demon world, the existence of phoenixes must be taken for granted. Do you really want me to disarm myself in the flames? The previous 3 times, Su Xin committed suicide, and then was resurrected through the heart of life, and did not enter the so-called nirvana state. He had this insight in his heart, but the risk is really big. Unknown attempts, even Su Xin, are somewhat timid. However, Su Xin is very clear, the more this kind of dungeon that only certain groups can clear, the more rewards it contains. The fire attribute inheritance magic skill, he has the 8 dragon god fire, and the 6 yang xuanwo cauldron integrated into himself. If it is really another fire-type supernatural skill, Su Xin certainly doesn't want to let it go. The number of supreme magical skills will become his Su Xin's big killer and big trump card in the future. Zero asking for flowers advertisement, especially under the premise that the talent of one body concentric can integrate all his own moves into one. The number of supreme magical skills is equivalent to the upper limit of Su Xin's future combat power. Done. After hesitating for a long time, Su Xin finally decided. He immediately sat cross-legged in the phoenix-shaped flame. This time, he took the initiative to accept the fire of nirvana. At the moment, the naked eye can see that Su Xin's body is slowly melting. The divine artifact and willow god in the body were also forcibly separated. Su Xin abandoned all distracting thoughts, and her soul seemed to enter an extremely ethereal state. There was an expression of no worldly desire on his face that was about to melt. Suddenly, Su Xin suddenly opened his eyes, but the sight in front of her made Su Xin extremely shocked. Underworld. His soul came to the underworld, not good. Su Xin cried out in his heart. He didn't quite understand why he was able to enter the underworld with his soul, which was definitely not a good thing. As predicted. Since you are here, then don't leave. Rebirth in the underworld is also a supreme avenue for you. The voice of the Lord of the Underworld laughed lightly. Su Xin looked up, and saw a giant hand that covered the sky in illusion, and then grabbed Su Xin's soul and took it away. Phantom? Su Xin was startled, but was still able to remain calm. He began to wonder if this was an illusion to test his will. Zero, but why does this illusion occur? What Su Xin is most afraid of is not the Lord of the Underworld, or the suspected god-level existence in the Shenshu who aroused his deepest fear in his heart. Su Xin failed to make Su Xin fear him, but simply feared the strong. That's it. He is not afraid of the Lord of the Underworld. What he was most afraid of was the people around him, who died one by one, and he couldn't stop her, nor was he able to revive them. This is what Su Xin is afraid of, so, this is not a fantasy. This is real. That Dog Days Underworld Lord, who invited Su Xin's wood clone to enter the Underworld last time, must have left behind some special means. For example, marking Su Xin's soul. As long as Su Xin's soul leaves the body, the Lord of the Underworld can forcibly detain Su Xin's soul back to the Underworld anywhere in the world according to the soul mark. The status of the Lord of the Underworld in the Underworld is somewhat similar to that of the Virgin of the Wood Spirit in the spiritual world. The Lord of the Underworld is not the nether race of the Underworld. He is like the product of the essence of death in the Underworld, and he himself represents death. Su Xin can't think of it. He could meet such a crisis one day. And he created it himself. If it wasn't for the challenge of breaking into the Divine Phoenix Hall, the Lord of the Underworld would not have been able to wait for such an opportunity. If you have something to say it well, senior. Su Xin immediately shouted loudly. He is in a very strange state now. Because the physical body is in the process of dismantling the soldiers, the conditions for using Heart of Life cannot be triggered for the time being. The danger is the danger in the present state. If Su Xin is dead, then under the gift of the Heart of Life, the Lord of the Underworld cannot find Su Xin's soul through the marker, unless Su Xin's Heart of Life is used up. It is this state of separation of spirit and flesh. It just happened that the Lord of the Underworld had a chance. What makes me a little curious is, who killed you? You have a resurrection technique, and the Yan Guo protects you. You can't easily die. You won't go to the Demon World base camp by yourself, will you? Above the dim sky of the Underworld, a giant human face was transformed. It was the Lord of the Underworld. At this moment, he looked at Su Xin with a slight smile on his face. It is not difficult to see from the other party's words. The Lord of the Underworld is very concerned about the invasion of the human world by the allied forces of the demon world, and at the same time has a certain understanding of Su Xin's own situation. What is powerful is my body, not my soul. If I am reborn in the Underworld, I will only be reduced to ordinary, and I will not be able to meet the expectations of my predecessors. No, this C can't read it wrong. Your soul is one of the most unique beings in the world. You are reborn as a nether in the Underworld, and you will also have a physical body. The Lord of the Underworld smiled and shook his head. Su Xin, don't blame me. Last time you were alone, you couldn't have been unaware that I favored you. It was you who gave me a chance. He said. In an instant, the sky was dark and dark. That big hand grabbed Su Xin's soul, and, Chapter 151 Lord of the Underworld. You are so kind, you are such a fool. Su Xin's soul was captured, and at this moment, no one came to help. However, in retrospect, Su Xin has always been able to overcome the crisis she needs by relying on her own conditions. But this time, there is no way. The disparity in strength is too large, and the Underworld is the trump card of the Master of the Underworld. I am afraid that the soul of the Emperor Yan will come, and he can only let the Master of the Underworld cut it. The Lord of the Underworld did not want to kill Su Xin. He wants to subdue Su Xin, although Su Xin didn't know what the other party saw in him. Senior, even if you get my soul, you can't get my body. Su Xin shouted. The giant hand that covered the sky shook for a while, and withdrew Su Xin into the void. After a while, Su Xin came to the hall of a gray ancient temple. There are many lanterns on both sides of the hall that are burning with blue flames. If you look closely, there will be some painful faces from time to time in the blue flames, looming and howling silently. The soul of the unfortunate was lit by the lantern of the Lord of the Underworld. This seems to be a warning to Su Xin. The Underworld is a special big world, which is the kingdom of the dead. However, even in the midst of death, races such as the Nether race can be born. In the Underworld, in addition to the Lord of the Underworld, there is also a supreme power, who is now the Lord of the Underworld. At this moment, the two supreme powers of the Underworld are in front of Su Xin. The Lord of the Underworld sits in the first place, and the Lord of the Nether clan is standing on the lower left, and the status of the upper and lower ranks is clear at a glance. In terms of appearance, the Nether people are roughly similar to humans, but their overall complexion is pale, it is 80 and 90, corpse white. The Nether race also has innate abilities, but there is only one, and that is, the power of absorbing the soul. Any Nether race can strengthen itself by drawing on the power of the soul. The difference is that some of the Nether races have a very high upper limit, while others can easily reach the upper limit. Inside the hall, Su Xin lowered her head and her face became more and more ugly. He felt that his body had been completely relieved in the Divine Phoenix Temple. And because his soul is now in the Underworld, this leads to the fact that even if the talent of Heart of Life can be used, the resurrection point will be in the Underworld. Using the Heart of Life now is almost equivalent to suddenly performing the splits for these two supreme beings in the Underworld, except for being funny, it is useless. Even if he is reborn as a Nether family, this son will not fall in love with the Underworld ever since. The Lord of the Nether clan looked at Su Xin and said something slowly. The implication is that there are some different opinions on forcibly subduing Su Xin. The Lord of the Underworld laughed without saying a word. Su Xin hurriedly said, "That's right, if the senior really favors me, the junior Su Xin can make a poisonous oath to slaughter all the worlds in the future, make the Underworld empty, and the ghost people will prosper. You are very confident in your future." The Nether race lord heard the words and couldn't help but chuckle. He did think this Su Xin was extraordinary. In the face of the two supreme powers, and under the premise of obviously revealing malice, he can still maintain such a calm. While not panicking at all about his bad situation, he even discussed a deal with the two of them. The more souls in the Underworld, the stronger the Lord of the Underworld, there is no doubt. Therefore, the Lord of the Underworld is the one who likes the chaotic battle of all worlds the most. As long as living beings continue to die, his world of the dead will only become more and more prosperous. On the basis of a huge number of living beings' souls, even with a very low probability, Underworld powerhouses can be born. The Lord of the Nether race is almost the same. There is no such thing as reproduction in the Underworld clan, and the Underworld clan was born through reincarnation in the Underworld reincarnation pool. The reincarnation pool of the Underworld can be understood as reincarnation, in which a living being can be reincarnated into the heavens and the world. Since the birth of the Underworld, the reincarnation pond has been born. The reincarnation pond is like the rules of the Underworld, operating day after day, until the appearance of the Lord of the Underworld. The reincarnation pond will only reincarnate the Netherworld, and there is no such thing as reincarnation. It is worth mentioning that the birth of the soul of life does not depend on the reincarnation pool of the Underworld. It is just undeniable that the existence of the Underworld reincarnation pond does effectively control the number of beings in the heavens and the world. It's a good suggestion, but I still stick to my original decision. The Lord of the Underworld looked at Su Xin with a smile on his face. He refuses to enter the oil and salt, and insists on reincarnating Su Xin as a ghost family. Su Xin wants to say something else. He doesn't feel that he can make a decision with his own mouth. But he at least stalled for time. What if, at this moment, the Emperor Yan is rushing towards this side? Never give up at any time. But before he could speak again. Advertisement. Then I saw the Lord of the Underworld suddenly spread his arms, and the whole person turned into a river of yellow springs. Reincarnation pond. The main body of the Lord of the Underworld is the reincarnation pond of the Underworld. Seeing this scene, Su Xin was shocked to the extreme. In this case, the Lord of the Nether clan next to him was conceived by him. He can breathe the strongest. Su Xin was shocked. Without any resistance, Su Xin's soul was sucked into the body of the Lord of the Underworld. At the same time, Heavenly World. The sudden anxiety and worry flooded Wu Jinlian's heart. Su Xin. Wu Jinlian had a hard time explaining the sudden throbbing. But immediately thought of Su Xin. Wu Jinlian hurriedly began to use his professional skills, trying to fortune about Su Xin's current situation. But when she starts divination, but seeing a giant human face appear in front of her eyes, Wu Jinlian just glanced at it, and she was lifted up by the backlash, and she simply fell into a coma. At this moment, the ability of divination and prediction. The Lord of the Underworld seems to have been on guard for a long time. He ordered Su Xin. Su Xin is very sure that she has no danger to her life, and maybe she will usher in a huge turning point in her life because she is reincarnated as a ghost family, and her strength will be greatly increased. But the Lord of the Underworld is the reincarnation pool itself, and Su Xin is reincarnated as a nether family in his body, which means that Su Xin will only be able to follow the Lord of the Underworld forever in the future. This is far more ruthless than the demon lord's planting memory. Su Shin's mood is extremely complicated at this moment. The accident or tomorrow, which comes first, is really uncertain. He thought about the demon lord coming to kill him, the supreme power in the heavens and the world to kill him, and the witch god in the human world who would turn against the Yan kingdom if he didn't do it, just to prevent him from growing up. But he never really thought he could even be trapped by the lord of the underworld. During the irreversible reincarnation process, Su Shin took out a reflection paper and began to reflect on herself. Hard to say, it can only be said that greed is not a pity. If Su Shin didn't greedy for the rewards in the Divine Phoenix Hall, and if he didn't try to separate his soul and flesh, he wouldn't be trapped by the Lord of the Underworld. The methods of the Lord of the Underworld are indeed helpless. Generally, if he catches the opportunity, the possibility of escaping is basically equal to zero. But in terms of Su Shin's own conditions, he is precisely the person who is least likely to be caught by the Lord of the Underworld. Among all the worlds, Su Shin will never be the only one with the resurrection technique. But only Su Shin's heart of life can restrain the ability of the Lord of the Underworld. Even if Su Shin dies, even if the Lord of the Underworld has a soul mark, he cannot find Su Shin's soul with the heart of life. Do not. Now there is one last chance to escape. That is to take this opportunity to reincarnate, break through to the epic level, and then open the big gift package to obtain a superb escape talent. It's just the possibility that this may appear, it is better to delete it directly. In the reincarnation pool, Su Shin's soul state became solid, visible to the naked eye. Once the body of the nether race is really formed, then his soul will always be integrated with the body of the nether race. The flesh is the soul, and the soul is the flesh, which is also one of the characteristics of the nether race. By that time, even at the Divine Phoenix Hall, his body was reorganized with the help of the fire of Nirvana, and his soul could not return. The flesh body over there is about to become a great grievance, and it will become an excellent body to take home. Su Shin still did not give up. His soul cannot be self-destructed, and the soul after self-destruction does not have to use the heart of life. But you can directly use the heart of life to regenerate flesh and blood in the reincarnation pool. And Su Shin did exactly that. Your resurrection technique is really peculiar, like a gift from heaven and earth. 1. Maybe. This time is really the only chance I have. Looking at the speed of rebirth, the Lord of the Underworld couldn't help expressing emotion. The eyes of the Lord of the Nether race who were watching from the side also showed a strange color. This resurrection technique is even more heaven-defying than the Divine Phoenix immortality technique of the Divine Phoenix clan. Directly creating something out of nothing, with the help of the energy of heaven and earth, to reorganize flesh and blood, there is no need for the so-called fire of Nirvana. This human Su Shin, the Lord of the Nether race, sighed in his heart. He suddenly thought that the decision of the Lord of the Underworld was extremely correct. Such geniuses from all realms are really in their hands, and the benefits that can be seen in the future are simply immeasurable. Boom! Su Shin, who was being reorganized with flesh and blood, was directly smashed by the reincarnation pool. Using the heart of innate talent this time did delay Su Shin for some time, but it was not much, only a few minutes. Advertisement: Su Shin, there are still 2 opportunities to use the heart of life. It seems that the dust has completely settled. Su Shin doesn't know if she can still rely on the control of the Lord of the Underworld through the heart of life after she has really been reincarnated into the Nether family. Maybe possible, maybe not. In any case, Su Shin couldn't afford to gamble. If he wanted him to become a puppet of others, it would be better if he committed suicide directly. After, Su Shin no longer uses the heart of life, he seems to have accepted his fate. The flesh of the Nether race is condensing and forming, and Su Shin's soul is also merging into the fleshly body of the Nether race. This body of the Underworld is the soul shackle given to Su Shin by the Master of the Underworld. However, at the moment of crisis encountered by Su Shin's soul. In the Divine Phoenix Hall in the Divine Domain dungeon. In the fire of Nirvana, Su Shin took the initiative to dissolve the melted body, and started to condense again with the help of the fire of Nirvana. No soul, Su Shin's physical body naturally reached the conditions for Nirvana and successfully achieved Nirvana. This meant that he passed the challenge in the Temple of the Divine Phoenix. The flesh has been sublimated once, the heart of life. This is Su Shin's true escape opportunity. Su Shin uses the heart of life, not only after the death of the main body, he can use it actively to relieve all negative states. And the talent judgment of the heart of life is also very interesting. If the body dies, the soul is reborn wherever it is. If the physical body is still there, then after the heart of life is used, all negative states will be eliminated directly, so that the soul will return to the physical body, and both the soul and the physical state will return to their peak state. Therefore, in Su Shin's second attempt to delay time with the heart of life, he directly traverses the world with his soul, asks the Lord of the Underworld to bind him, and returns to his original body. Su Shin's soul just disappeared in the reincarnation pool. Both the Lord of the Underworld and the Lord of the Nether clan showed incredible faces at the same time. How is this possible? Who is it? The reincarnation pond was transformed into a human form again, the face of the Lord of the Underworld became extremely ugly, and the light smile on his face was no longer there. The Lord of the Nether clan on the side also showed a contemplative color. The entire Underworld hall became extremely quiet in an instant. Look at Su Shin again, he was reborn in the fire of Nirvana, and his soul was able to escape the bondage of the Lord of the Underworld. I thought it was an experience after a catastrophe. It will make him Su Shin dare not be like this again from now on. But Su Shin never imagined that, although he did not successfully reincarnate into the Nether family, the talent of the Nether family, the power of absorbing the soul, was actually mastered by him. He opens his personal panel, surprisingly 3.5 found that in the talent column, there is an additional, soul power. That's a lot more interesting. The talent of, the power of absorbing the soul, is a talent shared by the Nether people. Even the extremely weak Nether people can devour their souls and strengthen themselves. But the key point is that most of the Nether race's soul-draining power talent is not unlimited. Therefore, the talents that agree, in the hands of different people, some are trash talents, and some are god-level talents. Su Shin's upper limit. Today, among the worlds, who dares to define the upper limit of Su Shin? This talent can't be said to be a blessing in disguise, but it is definitely the icing on the cake. Do not forget, in Su Shin's billion soul banners, there are more than 100 souls of Uranus superhumans. Su Shin draws all the power of these souls, it will only speed up his progress to the epic level. And what makes Su Shin the most ecstatic, it's not the talent of the soul-sucking power, but the Dao mark. The Lord of the Underworld was eager to achieve success, and presumably also wanted to use the power of reincarnation to make Su Shin become an underworld clan, and immediately reach epic level strength, so he used the power of the rules of the reincarnation pool, an underworld fetish, for Su Shin. Condensed a complete Dao mark, while Su Shin laughed wildly. Next, he only needs to integrate some of his own skills and moves into this complete Dao mark, and then he can meet the conditions for stepping into the epic rank. Su Shin can't take it anymore. The Lord of the Underworld. You are so kind, you are such a fool. This means, wrapped in the fire of nirvana, he laughed out loud. He didn't seem to realize that there was a pair of cold fiery red eyes watching him. Su Shin took the hardest step of condensing Dao marks, ha ha ha.